This guy right here is our MC. So bored out of his mind, he crawled into a coffin and slept for 360 years straight, until the system notified him that his 36th disciple had broken through to the saint realm. Then did he wake up. Just as he was about to punish those useless disciples for leaving him asleep for over 100 years, he runs right into a pack of grave robbers. He suppresses them all in just a few moves. Turns out he is the supreme demon emperor, one who turned the entire cultivation world upside down 1,000 years ago. His disciples number over 1,000, and every single one is a top-tier powerhouse of the cultivation world. And I won't drag this out any longer, let's get started. The story has been translated by the admin up to episode N. Enjoy everyone. Beneath the full moon. A magnificent complex of ancient architecture hidden deep within the majestic and isolated wilderness gradually materializes like a mirage. An enormous golden dragon, meticulously carved, looms atop the pedestal. An ethereal glow converges on a single object at the center. System notifications continue to cascade. System notice the host's final disciple has broken through to the saint realm. System notice the exclusive system protocol has been activated. The red-haired man lying within is the MC, wrapped in an aura of overwhelming power and majesty. He slowly opens his eyes, awakening after an impossibly long slumber. A flicker of surprise flashes through his gaze. The protagonist looks down at his hand, flesh and blood. Real. He's stunned. I'm alive. I've been dead for 300 years, and now I'm alive again. Then rage surges. He slams his fist against the coffin wall. Damn you, system, you really know how to mess with someone. Memories begin to flood back. I was originally a transmigrator. After surviving countless tribulations, I finally activated the original system, found my path to becoming an emperor, and began taking in disciples. A satisfied smile spreads across his face, can never forget that exhilarating feeling of becoming a master. System reminder: when the host has recruited 108 disciples, and each comprehends a complete great Tao, the host may ride the eastern wind and defy heaven to change fate. What a pity! But things never go as the protagonist hopes. Life dealt him a crushing blow. By the time I grew old and feeble, I still hadn't seen the day of defying heaven to change fate, all because recruiting disciples was simply too damn slow. System notice: a disciple has broken through to the saint realm. The great Tao is complete. The host's aptitude will undergo defying heaven to change fate in 3 minutes. A faint smile curls across his lips. 300 years, and I've finally reached this day. Only now does he realize, wait, am I inside a coffin? His tone sharpens with irritation. Hold on, system, tell me that disciple only just broke through to the saint realm today. I need to know which idiot disciple took a whole 300 years to reach the saint realm. System unable to disclose. The MC is bewildered. The system actually protects disciple privacy. He strokes his chin, lost in thought, then poses another question. Then tell Muhin, did the second to last disciple break through to the saint realm? System 230 years ago, he can't help but curse. So you're saying if that last disciple had reached sainthood just a bit sooner, I could have come back to life even earlier. But before long, a new system notification flashes. System defying heaven to change fate initiating. The coffin erupts in shimmering jade green light, and from within comes a furious roar. You ungrateful disciple, just wait until your master finishes defying heaven to change fate. Time coming for you, and you'll feel 300 years of overdue love. A bolt of lightning crashes down from the heavens, but a protective barrier deflects it. The one who cast it is a silver-haired old man. The person beside him speaks up in admiration. Impressive elderly, truly worthy of a late-stage half-saint. The others buzz with excitement, rushing forward. Come on, let's get in there and see. The great doors slowly swing open, and dim moonlight creeps into the chamber. The young cultivators step inside one by one, brimming with anticipation. The interior is dominated by golden dragons, every single scale exquisitely carved. The dragon heads are rendered in vivid detail, their fiery eyes blazing, each one clutching a red gold sphere in its jaws. At the center sits a coffin, radiating an eerie blue glow. A crimson coffin adorned with striking golden patterns comes into view. One of them spots it and panics. This is bad. That's Kainkun wood, an entire Kainkun tree. Someone declares this is the finest material for crafting and preserving spirit treasures and supreme-grade artifacts. This level of luxury is absolutely insane. The words barely leave his mouth before two figures shoot toward the coffin like lightning. Their eyes widen with undisguised shock. One of them gasps, all the spiritual energy in here, it's all emanating from this coffin. Then what's inside must be. The other one's eyes light up brighter than lanterns. A treasure. The one called Elderly calls out from behind. Step aside. Let me open it. He channels his spiritual energy, pouring every ounce of power into prying the coffin open. Opened! The instant his hands make contact, the coffin blazes with crimson light. The lid gradually slides open, and the figure inside slowly reveals itself before everyone's eyes. They cry out in shock. It's a young man, and look, he's actually sweating. Is this person really dead? Why, I can feel Ithai's life force is overflowing. Another dismisses it. Dead, definitely dead. From what I've heard, the Supreme Demon Emperor died of old age. They stare at his vibrant, lifelike face and conclude that someone must have placed a spirit treasure in his mouth to preserve the body in such pristine condition. His eyes remain shut, utterly still, indistinguishable from a corpse. Elder Li reaches in. All I need to do is take it out. At that moment, the protagonist's lips begin to move. He opens his eyes to the stunned disbelief of everyone present. While they're raiding the tomb, a sudden burst of light erupts. The grave robbers can't help but exclaim in shock. The corpse's coming back to life. Slender fingers grip the inner wall of the coffin, and the Supreme One's voice rises. Grave robbers are we. Bold of you. Everyone present is visibly taken aback by his sudden appearance. Who are you? Why are you in there? Before such an ignorant question, the Supreme Demon Emperor smirks and replies coolly, "This tomb was built for me." You tell me, who am I? Stunned, they ask again, "You're the Supreme Demon Emperor." Impossible, the Demon Emperor died 300 years ago, and how could a Demon Emperor possibly look like some young teenager? Even Elder Li can't believe it. He's definitely not. Feel his cultivation for your Sylvesh is nothing but a spirit condensation realm brat. Another adds, exactly, and it looks like he only just broke through to the spirit condensation realm not long ago. Listening to their chatter, the MC just laughs to himself. Not a single person there believes him. At this moment, a man draws his sword, pointing it at his face while feigning mystery. Why have you appeared here? Where is the supreme treasure? Not talking, are you? Then don't blame this old man for being impolite. Yibei stands still and sneers at the man's ignorance of the heights of heaven and earth. The man lunges toward him at full speed. Goodbye, little brat. Yet at this exact moment, the entire group is struck with disbelief. The Supreme Demon Emperor gently catches the sword with 2 fingers, leaving the man stunned. How is this possible? I clearly used my full strength. How can he? Yibei grips the long sword with his slender fingers, ignoring the man's attempt to pull it back. After shattering the blade, he turns the tables and strikes back at his opponent. Yibei grabs the grave robber by the throat and lifts him into the air. A mere ant at the spirit condensation realm, yet so eager to court death. I have been idle for too long. I have no patience for this. The group of men stares at the situation in shock. Seeing his comrade paralyzed, the grave robber can no longer endure it. What are you all still standing there for? Charge together, another man shouts, foolishly rushing toward him with a blade. Release him. The Demon Emperor sneers in contempt. Who gave you permission to raise your voice in my presence? He clenches his hand, a green light erupting, and the grave robber vanishes without a trace. The blade wielder stares, eyes bulging. With a single, casual strike, he has obliterated a late-stage spirit condensation realm expert in an instant. Yibei suddenly appears behind him, reaching out his hand. Even at this point, you still allow your mind to wander. It seems you have no desire to live either. He grabs the man's head and twists it, severing it from his body. One of them exclaims, I remember him. That was a late-stage spirit condensation expert, and he killed him with one move. Another man breaks into a cold sweat, trembling at the sheer depth of Yibei's power. Yibei holds the severed head. Next, it is your turn. Having witnessed Yibei easily claim 2 lives in seconds, the others are terrified. The leader anxiously asks Elder Li, what do we do now? But looking around, he realizes the old man has already vanished. Suddenly, Elder Li's voice booms out, why are you still standing there? Run, compared to our lives, treasures are nothing, surviving is what matters. Elder Li keeps a safe distance, observing carefully, and thinks he does not seem intent on chasing us to the end. No sooner does Elder Li think this than he feels a surge of extreme danger. Yibei stands with his hands clasped, spiritual energy swirling around him until it forms a half-sphere that suddenly expands. The energy surges forth like a caged beast released. Elder Li fails to escape the force of the spiritual shockwave, tosses him about violently. Yibei's spiritual energy floods the room, and a massive formation suddenly manifests. Elder Li, struck by terror, cries out, a formation? How could a formation appear here? He wonders, there was nothing here when we entered. Could it be him? Just how strong is he? A half-step emperor, a saint, or something even higher? Could he truly be the Supreme Demon Emperor? Yibei walks calmly toward him, lightning energy crackling around his body, making him look truly terrifying. He sneers, want to run. Seeing Elder Li's pathetic state, the two remaining men immediately surrender. One tries to deflect blame. Great One, spare me, I was only hired. I had no intention of offending you or this place. The bald one adds, yes, I was just doing my job, it was all that man's idea. Before he can finish, a green flame drops onto his body. Both the man who shifted the blame and the bald man are consumed by the strange, exotic fire. Elder Li shudders, his skin crawling. Terrified, he mutters to himself, too frightening, this is not a man, this is a demon. A demon. Watching Yi-Bei walk toward him, Elder Li falls to his knees and begs. Great One, spare my life, I won't do it again. I will hand over everything I have, please do not kill me. Yi-Bei remains expressionless, his voice cold. Tell me who built this tomb and where are they now? Elder Li dares not even breathe loudly, his body taut like a drawn bow. He responds respectfully, Great One. This humble one truly does not know which master built this tomb. Failing to get an answer, Yi-Bei gazes at him deeply. Then of what use are you? Elder Li's terror deepens, and he rushes to prove his value. Wait, Great One, though I don't know, if you contact the Jinni Shadow Agency in the inner Yunfen city, they will certainly know. The Jinni Shadow Agency. Yi-Bei reacts with a flicker of intensity. Say that name again, who? Elder Li spills everything he knows without hesitation. The Jinni Shadow Agency is an intelligence organization founded by a mysterious person 200 years ago. As long as you pay the right price, you can obtain any intelligence from them. This intelligence organization is terrifyingly efficient, effectively controlling the entire Central Plains. A figure flashes through his mind. Yi-Bei looks contemplative, a touch of emotion in his eyes. The Jinni Shadow Agency. To build an intelligence network of this scale, that brat must have worked incredibly hard. Seeing his mood improve, Elder Li curries favor. Great One, they will definitely have the answer you seek. I am willing to lead the way to them for you. Please spare my lowly life. Before he can finish, he freezes, his body suddenly losing all strength. A moment later, his cheek turns to sand right before his own eyes. Within 3 seconds, he crumbles into dust, destined to remain here forever. Yi-Bei looks at the remaining clothes and says, in your next life, do not be so greedy. In a mansion within Yunfen City. A message is sent to Yu Shan, the master is furious. Come here immediately and tell all members of the Chen family to prepare. Level 36, the highest formation master of the Central Plains region. Zhu Fu frowns, this time I will let the whole world know that whoever dares to rob my master's tomb will be punished, no matter the distance. The subordinates bow respectfully, as you command. Yes, she speaks with a grave tone and prepares to depart, thinking to herself, Master, please rest assured. I, Zhu Fu, will exhaust my life and strength to find the ancient fairy formation that can resurrect you. At the same time, Yi-Bei has walked to the outskirts of Yunfen City, where the crowd is bustling with hawkers selling sunflower seeds and instant noodles. Protective gear, only 20 copper coins a set. Greetings, miss, have your fortune told past and present lives. He peers into the city and observes, Yunfen City is more lively than it used to be. His stomach rumbles with hunger. The sound makes Yi-Bei momentarily deflate. It has been hundreds of years since I last ate, I am starving. He decides to head into the city, fill his stomach first, then deal with official business. Yi-Bei stops a passerby and offers 2 coins for directions. Seeing the money, the man immediately perks up. Little brother, which restaurant in Yunfen City is the best? The youth beams like a flower at the sight of business. Great One. Are you joking, sir? Of course it's the golden-lettered sign of Hai Sen Lao, the restaurant run by the great lady chef. Yi-Bei looks in the direction he pointed, raising an eyebrow. Hai Sen Lao. He takes one look and is truly stunned. A Hai Sen Lao staff member shouts, line up, everyone pay attention to your numbered tokens. Yi-Bei sees the familiar names and feels a wave of nostalgia. He mutters, Hai Sen Lao and Hot Pot, have I transmigrated back to Earth? Seeing his confusion, the youth boasts, Yunfen City is so prosperous now, all thanks to our great lady chef. It is only a pity that she is now a Saint Realm expert and rarely walks among the secular world. I hear her beauty is unmatched. I wonder if I will ever get to see it in this lifetime. Great Ones, since you've asked so much, why not buy one of these new items? We have large and small sizes. He sets up his table while speaking. Yi-Bei hears nothing, lost in his own memories. Among my disciples skilled in cooking, that must be Fan Xiaotong, the 40th generation. Could this be her disciple? I, as the master, must see how you have been leading the disciples and grand disciples. He walks away, ignoring the desperate pleas of the weapons salesman. Great One, don't go, I can give you a discount. He walks toward the shop named Hai Sen Lao to try it out. A while later, Yi Bei examines the menu, a serious expression on his face. Other than the Buddha jumps over the wall, the rest of the dishes here are quite ordinary. No sooner does he finish than a customer shouts, the usual, "Give me a portion of beast meat." Buddha jumps over the wall. The waiter smiles. Understood, young Master Pan. One moment. The man with a woman on each arm boasts, "Today, I will treat these two beauties to the most famous dish in all of Yunfan City. This dish costs 10,000 gold coins. In all of Yunfan City, no one else can spend like this." The two beauties flatter him accordingly. "Young Master Pan, you truly are the favored son of the Qiang sect, and so generous, indeed. To be with young Master Pan today is truly my good fortune." Seeing the dish so popular, Yi Bei decides to order one. "Give me one portion of." Buddha jumps over the wall as well. The waiter bows. "Certainly, honored guest. Our shop policy is to pay before the dish is served. Would you like to pay with spirit stones or gold coins?" Before the waiter finishes, Yi Bei tosses 5 blue stones onto the table. "Keep the change as a tip." The waiter's eyes turn into diamonds. "Oh heavens, these are spirit stones." His attitude becomes even more subservient. "Yes, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." Several gossipy patrons overhear this and immediately begin chattering amongst themselves. "What did my eyes just witness? Young Master Pan just ordered the spirit beast." Buddha jumps over the wall, and this fellow ordered the same and even more generously at that. He casually threw down 5 spirit stones as though they were pebbles. Who exactly is this young man? Wen Hong, narrow-minded as ever, shoots a venomous glare at Yi Bei. The intent to cause trouble is written all over his face. A moment later, the waiter arrives bearing the dish. "Young Master Pan, your spirit beast." Buddha jumps over the wall. "Please enjoy." He tilts his chin up with an air of superiority and asks, "Well, this dish isn't merely intoxicatingly fragrant consuming, it can even elevate one's cultivation base." The dark-haired beauty, drooling with desire, whines coquettishly. "It smells so divine. This humble one can barely hold herself back any longer." Wen Hong coaxes the beauties with a grin. "This young master shall feed you personally." The blonde beauty pouts and vies for her share. "Young master, this concubine wants some too." After feeding them, he asks again, "Well, how does it taste?" "A flavor of this caliber only someone of my status and stature is worthy of savoring it." Yi Bei's dish has arrived as well. He wonders inwardly whether this spirit beast Buddha jumps over the wall tastes anything like what Fan Xiaotong used to make. The beauties beside Wen Hong eat and praise in unison. "Thank you, young Master Pan." This servant is already graced by young Master Pan's kindness. Yi Bei proceeds to take his first bite. The instant the food touches his tongue, Yi Bei slams the table in agitation. The thunderous bang draws the attention of Wen Hong and his beauties alike. Yi Bei grips his spoon tightly, his expression twisted with fury, and shouts, "Who made this spirit beast?" Buddha jumps over the wall. "This garbage is meant for human consumption." Hearing this, Wen Hong immediately leaps to his feet and bellows, "You insolent brat, what did you just say? Can't you see that this young master also ordered the same?" Buddha jumps over the wall. Both beauties pout in unison, coaxing him, "Young master, don't lower yourself to argue with a country bumpkin like this. That's right, getting angry over someone like him will only harm your noble body. It's not worth it." Puffed up with satisfaction, Wen Hong turns to mock with a wagging tongue. "A rustic hick who's never seen the wider world, and you presume to critique the taste of this dish." Yi Bei, hearing this braggart's drivel, wastes no breath on pleasantries and fires back. "This inedible garbage can only fool money-rich fools like you." Wen Hong's veins bulge across his forehead. His voice turns razor-sharp. "What did you just say?" The waiter forces a smile and says, "Esteemed guest, the flavor of this dish was personally crafted by our head chef." But Yi Bei has none of it. "Bring your head chef here," he demands. Wen Hong, thoroughly excited, echoes the call. "Yes, bring your head chef out. Let this country bumpkin learn what true cuisine looks like." A man towering 9 feet tall looms into view, his voice deep and grave as he speaks. "Greetings, honored guest. Even the distinguished young Master Pan of the Qiang sect himself has praised my cooking. May I ask what grievances you have?" Head chef Donglulit stage divine court realm. Seeing the head chef emerge in person, Wen Hong smirks with glee, pulling his two beauties close. A mere brat at the early spirit concentration realm dares to challenge the signature dish of a late-stage divine court realm head chef. This will be quite the show. Passers-by catch wind of the commotion and crowd around, buzzing with endless chatter. Is this man insane? How dare he cause trouble at the Twin Lotus Pavilion? He already spent 5 spirit stones. If it were me, I wouldn't dare open my mouth so wide. I reckon he's just a porcelain vase all show, no substance. Dong Lu stands blocking the light from the doorway, his features chiseled and solemn. "Young master, please speak." Yi speaks without mincing words. The soup base of Buddha jumps over the wall requires 77 days of sun-drying. Only after 49 days of proper aging can the freshest, most potent flavors of the ingredients be drawn forth. You substituted fresh ingredients to skip this process entirely. What qualifications do you have to call yourself a head chef? Hearing these words, Donglu immediately recognizes a fellow master of the craft. Pressure floods his heart as he inwardly gasps this man is an expert of the highest order. Meanwhile, Yi Bei's tongue shows no mercy as he tears the dish apart. Item by item, the ribs lack a roaring flame failure. The fish maw is overboiled failure. The abalone has been cooked too long, tough as leather failure. The broth is thin and utterly lacks heat, a catastrophic failure upon failures. The more he hears, the more terror grips the head chef. This young man's understanding of culinary arts is profound, deeper, even, than his own master's. After demolishing every last detail, Yi Bei raises his eyes and challenges, "You dare call this your most famous dish?" Wen Hong, thinking Yi Bei is merely here to pick a fight, opens his mouth to sneer. A tiny brat at the early spirit concentration realm dares to challenge the signature dish of a late-stage divine court realm head chef. Oh, this is going to be... But before he can finish, Donglu drops to his knees with resolute conviction. He kowtows with absolute sincerity, pleading earnestly, "You are the true senior, a hidden grandmaster. This lowly one has eyes but fails to see MT. Tai. Please forgive my ignorance." The scene nearly makes Wen Hong's eyeballs pop from their sockets. Even the beauties recoil in shock. Unable to save face any longer, Wen Hong rounds on the head chef with furious demands. He calls your food trash and you kneel and kowtow to him. Have you lost your mind? Donglu speaks with utmost sincerity. Every word of Senior's critique is a pearl of wisdom. Indeed, this spirit beast Buddha jumps over the wall I made is truly nothing but trash. Wen Hong's humiliation doubles. His eyes blaze as he snarls, "Yao, you admitted it just like that. That's just roundabout proof that I've been eating trash this whole time." Yi Bei pours oil on the fire. "This can't be blamed on you. Someone of your caliber only deserves to eat trash." Wen Hong fixes him with a gaze that could kill, his voice a low growl. "What did you say?" Yi Bei, utterly undaunted, repeats with deliberate provocation, "I said someone like you only deserves to eat trash. Is that clear enough for you now?" Consumed by fury, he lunges forward, screaming, "You are courting death." Yi Bei doesn't even bother to dodge it when Hong's attack cuts through nothing but air. Only then does Yi Bei make his move. In the blink of an eye, his hand shoots forward and seizes Wen Hong by the face, slamming it straight into the dining table with a deafening crash. Wen Hong has never suffered such humiliation in his life. His eyes bulge wide with shock. But that is not the end. Yi Bei gazes down at him like a blade unsheathed. His voice dripping with contempt. "What manner of trash dares to act so arrogantly before me?" The onlookers erupt into fervent whispers, gasping and clucking their tongues. Heavens, this young man actually dared lay hands on a genius of the Qiang sect. This fellow must be tired of living. Yi Bei maintains his hold, a faint smirk curling his lips as he murmurs, "I thought you might actually have some skill. Turns out that's all you amount to." Wen Hong, drowning in rage, nearly grinds his teeth to dust. Let go of me, or I will make you regret it." A flash of light crosses Yi Bei's ice razor sharp and utterly lethal. "HMPH. Very well, let me see exactly what skills you possess." Wen Hong, utterly defenseless, is hurled out of the restaurant like a rag doll. His entourage scrambles after him in a panic. "Young master!" The customers in the restaurant flee screaming, "It's over. This place has offended the Qiang sect. Run for your lives. A dog's life is still a life." He lies completely unconscious, eyes rolled back without a shred of awareness remaining. Yi Bei strolls out of the restaurant and comments casually, "Couldn't even withstand a single blow." Unfortunately, the subject in question is completely oblivious. Otherwise, Wen Hong would have suffered a rage-induced seizure on the spot. Only Donglu feels the heavens and earth overturning beneath him. His face drains of all color as he cries inwardly, "Am I seeing things?" A mere first-level spirit concentration realm cultivator defeated young Master Pan, a late-stage profound understanding realm expert, in a single move. He looks at Yi Bei, stammering, "See, senior. Yao, you have brought down a great calamity." Yi Bei is utterly dismissive, his tone brimming with arrogance. "What is there to fear? I merely crippled his cultivation. I haven't even taken his life." Donglu breaks into a cold sweat born of sweat. His terror only deepens. Cultivation crippled. He might as well have been killed outright. Though he himself dreads the Qiang sect, he still musters every ounce of courage to offer his counsel. "Senior, please let me buy you some time. You should flee at once. The Qiang sect is the most powerful force in Yunfan City. Their elders have all reached the Saint Realm. And the sect master broke through to the Saint King Realm a full 100 years ago. You've crippled their most prized disciple. The Qiang sect will absolutely make you pay 1,000-fold. Seeing the chef spiral deeper into despair, Yi Bei finally shows a sliver of mercy and reassures him, rest easy. It's merely the Qiang sect. However many come, I will cripple them all. I'm hungry, let me fill my stomach first. With that, he pats his belly and strolls back into the restaurant. Donglu watches on, tongue-tied. He thinks to himself, having offended the Qiang sect, how can this man remain so calm? Just what kind of sacred divinity is he? Yi Bei says between bites, right, can you help me contact your boss? Donglu hesitates, then asks with difficulty, are you referring to the lady proprietress? The lady proprietress has spent the last century wandering the four seas. I last saw her a year ago. He asks out of curiosity, so she doesn't bother managing these restaurants in Luoguang City. Donglu is visibly panicked. He says with a flattering smile, Senior Yi, you jest. These businesses belong to the lady proprietress, but she leaves them to her disciples to manage. Hearing this, Yi Bei grows annoyed as expected, muttering to himself, I knew it wouldn't be simple. That damn system wouldn't have the kindness to give me an easy task. Seeing that the restaurant offers no help, Yi Bei asks, do you know where the Jinyi Shadow Agency in Luoguang City is? Donglu scratches his head in confusion. Jinyi Shadow Agency, what is that? Is it a sect? Seeing his utter bewilderment, Yi Bei sighs and waves his hand. Forget it. Go do your work. Besides, I leave my lodging and board for the next few days in your hands. Donglu steadies his heart and replies, understood. At the same moment, inside the Qiang sect headquarters, a booming voice erupts. What? You say Wen Hong's cultivation base has been crippled by someone? That bastard. The subordinate replies in a trembling voice, yes, sect master. The Qiang sect master crushes the wine cup in his hand, his voice grating. Fan Xiaotong, how dare you lay a hand on my Qiang sect disciple? A Qiang sect elder interjects to advise, sect master, calm your anger. The young master was harmed by a youth who only appears to be in the spirit condensation realm. Yet, he crippled Wen Hong's cultivation with a single strike. This person is surely no ordinary man. The crucial matter right now is the third elder leading the team of 14 to seize the treasure at Lingyi. We should not complicate matters. I implore the sect master to reconsider. Hearing this, the man grows even more resentful, crushing the cup into dust and ordering, very well. Send someone to shadow the movements of those toothed women and that brat for now. Once the third elder finishes his mission, this seat will surely tear that brat into 1,000 pieces. At that very same moment, within Yi Bei's tomb, one of his disciples punches the coffin in rage. Yu Shan roars at the coffin, furious. I never imagined these mongrels would dare steal Master's remains. She is a master of the way of architecture, currently at level 20. But the Master's remains are at a body refining level that transcends the mortal realm. This body is useless to ordinary people. Yet, what if it falls into the hands of a Holy Land Master? Daring to steal Master's remains, even if I have to throw away this life, I will bring Master back. However, before Yu Shan can act, she is stopped by Zhuge Fu. Senior sister, wait. She turns around, her willow leaf brows knit in anger. Zhuge Fu feels an abnormality and says solemnly, someone has triggered the protective seal outside the city to break the formation. Yu Shan immediately draws her Qingzhong sword. She says with an indifferent expression, they arrived right on time. If I don't give them a proper lesson, they'll really think this is their own home. The tomb gates slowly open. A group of people cheers and praises. The third elder is mighty, heavens. The third elder's mastery of formations is peerless. It took only a few seconds to break the seal. No doubt about it, this time we will certainly acquire countless treasures. The third elder stands to the side, wearing a face full of confusion as he stares at the yin-yang orb in his hand. He is completely baffled. I had barely prepared myself, and before I even started, it was already broken. How did it open so easily? At this moment, Yu Shan speaks up. You truly have guts, daring to come here to grave rob. She steps out aggressively. The third elder is startled and reflexively looks up. Seeing the pair, he projects his own greed onto them, criticizing and threatening. What are you posing for? Are our goals not the same? Leave the treasures and I shall spare your lives. The two look at the crowd with dark expressions, as if looking at dead pigs. Zhuge Fu asks, Senior sister, should we leave any of them alive? Yu Shan says coldly, leave the loudmouthed one. Seeing how calm the two are, the third elder cannot help but become vigilant. Surrounded by so many spirit court realm experts, these two show no fear. Instead, they are brimming with killing intent. feigning danger, he shouts. Since that is the case, do not blame us for bullying a weak woman. Attack. His underlings jump forward impatiently, like grasshoppers. The Qiang sect members charge in with lewd and sinister grins. Zhu Fu raises his hands like a saint and shouts in a deep voice, "Formation, rise." Yu Shan stands at the front, smiling silently. Her expression is dark like a vengeful spirit. Instantly, small formations appear with precision beneath the feet of the grave robbers. In a flash, those formations expand threefold, engulfing everyone within their range. Zhu Fu's eyes reflecting the formation, amid a blinding light as he chants the incantation. The soul-siphoning spell strikes. A monstrous beast with a maw terrifying enough to swallow souls emerges from the formation. Its roar shakes the heavens, striking terror into the hearts of the grave robbers. That grotesque sound continues to hammer into their physical bodies. It directly causes their souls to explode into fragments. In the blink of an eye, every grave robber caught in the formation has their head explode and dies. The third elder finally realizes he has kicked a steel plate. He trembles, the soul-siphoning formation. His brain almost stops functioning from terror. He doesn't even think to flee, paralyzed by the overwhelming power. He stammers, You didn't even use your full strength." He weakly questions, "You little girl, what is your relationship with that soul-devouring demon lord? How do you know the soul-siphoning formation?" Zhu Fu ignores him and continues to channel his spiritual power. The man collapses to his knees, screaming, You cannot kill me." Zhu Fu ignores the third elder. His lips part as he whispers, "Soul extraction." He raises his hand to the sky, summoning a giant monstrous eye that begins to drain their life force. In an instant, the third elder loses his soul, his face visibly withering into a wrinkled mess. Once his value is completely spent, Yu Shan finishes him off. She looks at Zhu Fu and teases, "Little Fu, how have you still not made progress after all these years? Your ability to extract memories is still far inferior to Master's back then." Zhu Fu scoffs arrogantly, "With Master's realm, I can only look up to him in awe." She pouts, "Just teasing you." The two exchange a few more lighthearted remarks. Zhu Fu says, "Let's go, senior sister. Depart for Luoguang City to find the Qiang sect." Yu Shan nods, agreed. The next morning, at the Two Lotus Inn, threads of crimson spiritual power emerge like vines. Yi Bei feels the power surging within his body and murmurs contentedly, "I never expected that in just half a day I would break through to the second layer of the spirit condensation realm. I am truly worthy of this perfect heaven-defying talent. Impressive, I wonder if I can break through the spirit condensation realm within a month." He has barely finished patting himself on the back when he hears whispers from outside, "Look quickly, what is that? I never thought I'd see something like that in Luoguang City." Yi Bei walks out curiously and asks Donglu, "What is happening outside? Why is it so noisy?" He speaks casually, "I heard that many people just saw a boat the size of a mountain flying across the sky." Hearing the description, Yi Bei feels a sense of familiarity and begins to suspect. A flying boat the size of a mountain. "Let's go take a look. Perhaps that ship will descend into Luoguang City." Donglu, also interested, replies, "Understood." After traveling for a while, Donglu cannot keep up and pants heavily. "Senior, wait for me," he cries internally, thinking he only needed to pace himself to match the senior, but he never expected to lose him. Clearly, he was only at the first layer of the spirit condensation realm this afternoon. How could he? In half a day, he actually broke through an entire stage. Yi Bei glances at the massive craft and knows whose work it is. He chuckles, "Is this not the Ark of Salvation? Who else could craft it like this? Besides that level 20 Yu Shan, who else could it be?" Donglu notices the ship's trajectory and shouts, "Wait, that flying boat is heading straight for the Qiang sect. Could it belong to them?" Yi Bei suddenly remembers. They say with interest, "The Qiang sect, let's head over and see." At this moment, Yu Shan's enormous Ark of Salvation has already docked right in front of the Qiang sect's gate. As she descends, she yells aggressively, "Su Yuanhu, get out here." Passers-by witness this and cannot help but comment, "Is this girl tired of living?" Daring to openly insult the Qiang sect master, who has long since reached the Saint realm. Donglu sighs, a pity for this young lady to provoke Su Yuanhu. Only Yi Bei is delighted, his face beaming, "Found her. Finally found my first disciple." He waits until sunset, yet the Qiang sect shows no sign of life. He snorts. Yi Bei looks at his disciple, who is ready for a confrontation, and wonders, "Although I don't need to deal with the Qiang sect myself, why did Yu Shan end up in conflict with them?" Yu Shan is currently ablaze with rage. Her brows furrow as she thinks, "Never did I imagine the Qiang sect would visit the Yi Huang tomb 13 times in 2 years, and each time they grew more excessive. The information regarding Master's remains is definitely related to them. At this point, the Qiang sect sends someone out. Who are you? Is the sect master's name something you can just call out? The person who arrives is the great elder of the Qiang sect. The appearance of Su Yunhu causes a stir. The cultivators below take turns introducing him as the great elder of the Qiang sect. I heard this great elder just broke through to the 8th stage of the Saint Realm. His sword Dao is even more advanced with a casual wave. He can split mountains and rivers. How impressive. I really want to witness the great elder's demeanor. You. Shan raises her middle finger, her face cold. Don't be so eager to die, it's not your turn yet. These words infuriate the arrogant man. He swings his sword and roars, how insolent. However, his mediocre skills are not worth Yu Shan's concern. She says indifferently, is that all? As the words fall, Yu Shan strikes out, gently neutralizing the opponent's technique. Su Yunhu finally realizes he has encountered a powerful enemy. He frowns, such terrifying power, none could possess this but the sect master. The palm strike continued its relentless advance, and he was terrified. Could she be a Saint King Realm powerhouse? As the thought sank in, his face slowly twisted with dread. Su Yunhu can only swing his sword to save himself. If this keeps up, things will turn extremely unfavorable for me. His blade chi acts like a fuse, igniting the palm strike like a glacial explosion. The blazing explosion lights up the entire sky as the Grand Elder is sent hurtling toward the watchtower. Yushin's eyes flash as she catches his every move. She speaks in a cold voice, trying to run. Not so easy. She grips the great sword and hoists it up as a formation array materializes behind her. The Grand Elder whips his head back at the sound right as Yushin brings her blade crashing down, a torrent of spirit force slamming into him. Su Yunhu is driven straight into the ground. The onlookers surrounding them gasp in shock, crying out their commentary. This Grand Elder in 8th stage Saint Realm cultivator was utterly crushed just like that. Who on earth is that woman? Only now does the sect master of Qiang sect step out with his entourage. I was wondering who had the nerve to cause trouble at my Qiang sect, so it's Fairy Shenju. His tone is polite, but inwardly he groans, why is it her? Yushin points her sword at him and declares, hand over every last item your people stole from the Yi Emperor tomb. Do that, and I'll spare the rest of you. She raises the blade above her head. Her voice icy, as for you, you die. She swings down with brutal force, sword chi ripping across heaven and earth. The Qiang sect master maintains a composed expression, channeling his power with a smug, arrogant tone. This is Qiang sect territory. You think you have the right to run wild here, relying on nothing but supplementary path cultivation, and you dare claim you can take my life? I'd say you're still dreaming. Azure blue spirit force erupts from him, clashing head-on against that terrifying sword chi. Yi Bei, watching from the sidelines, explains the supplementary path refers to cultivators who enter the Dao through life skills, cooking, construction, forging, alchemy, and the like. The Qiang sect master casually flexes, his mouth running free with taunts. If I purge this demonic cultivator of yours, I'm sure plenty of people will clap and cheer. Yushin hears this and lets out a faint smile. Oh really? Then by all means try it. She snaps her fingers and calls out, locking onto every Qiang sect target without distinction. The massive airship unleashes hundred soft swords in the blink of an eye. The Qiang sect master sees it and instantly senses something terrible is about to happen. His face goes pale. Spirit force erupts violently from his body, his eyes bloodshot as he screams, activate the formation now. The Qiang sect members scramble to pour in their spirit force, and a translucent barrier materializes around them. The Qiang sect master grits his teeth, desperately holding the defense as the airship descends like a cyclone, crashing straight into Qiang sect's territory. The Qiang sect master gazes down at his sect headquarters swallowed by a sea of flames, disbelief written all over his face. How is this possible? His mouth hangs open as he murmurs, a demonic cultivator. She really is a demonic cultivator. The nearby civilians hear the commotion and flee in terror, wailing in fear. Run, if one of those stray swords comes our way, we won't be able to dodge at all. This is terrifying. Where the hell did that airship come from? That thing is basically a giant killing machine. With something like that, you could flatten an entire sect in no time. Donglu, crouched nearby, glances around and suggests, Senior, shouldn't we sneak away too? Yi Bei waves him off casually. No rush, it's getting interesting, let's watch. Wait. After the tornado-like barrage passes, he and his followers finally dare to surface and pick a fight. You actually think this Su Yunhu is some pushover? Attack, he roars. The Qiang sect master forms hand seals, channeling spirit force. His followers do the same. Their combined spirit force surging together to forge a colossal sword in midair. The moment the sword takes shape, it rockets forward like a shooting star. Its target, unmistakably, is Yushin. She clenches her fist, and a wave of peach-pink spirit force detonates around her. Yushin throws her head back and lets out a thundering roar as her outfit instantly transforms. The new battle attire fits her perfectly, accentuating her full figure. Down below, Yi Bei quietly covers his mouth, snickering with delight. Donglu notices and asks curiously, "Senior, what's so funny about that? Don't you think that battle armor looks totally badass? Plus, it let her dodge that insanely powerful combined sword chi in an instant." "You're not even disagreeing, you are actually agreeing with the praise." "Yeah, it's badass." Yi Bei swells with pride, silently adding, "Truly worthy of being my disciple." Back to Yushin grips a whip in each hand and lashes out with savage force. The small fry on Qiang sect's side are too slow to dodge. They're cut down like wheat. While his men are being reaped by Yushin, the Qiang sect master seizes the opening to cast his technique. Formation arrays close in from every direction, chains of spirit energy wrapping around her to bind her in place. Yushin's movements are restricted and she snaps out of her fury, gritting her teeth. Damn it. She let her guard down. The Qiang sect master seizes the chance and instantly drives his spirit sword straight toward Yushin. "You pushed me into this." Her face goes taut. This is Badge's done for. Zhu Fu sees the situation turning dire and shouts, "Su Yuanhu, you dare harm my senior sister, I'll grind your entire Qiang sect into dust." The moment the words leave his mouth, he launches forward immediately. Recognizing the other party's identity, the sect master grows even more delighted. He calls out loudly, "So it's Zhu Fu. I never expected a demonic cultivator like you to be aboard that airship too. Wait until I finish off Yushin here, you'll be next." Zhu Fu refuses to let him have his way and fires his sword forward. "Don't you dare." But his sword isn't strong enough. It can't even loosen a single chain. Zhu Fu has underestimated his enemy this time. His eyes widen as he cries, "What?" The Qiang sect master flicks his gaze over with a mocking sneer. "You think that little skill of yours can break through this sovereign's sword Dao?" The situation grows more dire by the second. Zhu Fu reaches out desperately, shouting, "Senior sister," seeing the despair on Zhu Fu's face. The sect master cackles with glee. "All of you go straight to hell." In that moment of despair, Yi Bei appears out of nowhere, stepping between them. "With me here, no one can lay a finger on them." That devastating sword strike barely touches him before it redirects on its own. The Qiang sect master is shaken to the core. "Blocked. My strongest strike was blocked just like that, and he's completely unharmed." The sword even reverses course, hurtling back toward the sect master. He's bewildered. How the hell did this man pull that off? The two of them stare at the familiar back they've longed for, emotions surging. Zhu Fu drops to his knees and exclaims, Disciple Zhu Fu pays respects to master." Yushin bows as well, calling out, "Disciple Lai Yushin pays respects to master." Yi Bei speaks with solemn authority. "Rise, you tootle with this one first, then we talk." The moment he finishes, they answer in unison with utmost reverence, "Yes, master." He senses the surroundings and confirms that last strike may have destroyed the body, but the primordial spirit hasn't perished yet. If both of them work together to capture the enemy now, victory is guaranteed rock solid. The aura pressure from the Qiang sect master suddenly surges dramatically, spirit force gathering above his head. The two sisters witness this and their expressions shift to shock. "That's the aura of a great emperor." Yi Bei presses his lips together slightly, standing still to observe. It doesn't take long. A figure materializes high above, declaring with supreme arrogance, "I am the Crimson Blood Great Emperor of Jingyao Holy Land. You mere ants dare to slaughter my people. I'll give you one chance to cripple your own cultivation and end yourselves. Otherwise, I'll make sure everyone you care about is buried alongside you." Zhu Fu sneers, his lip curling with contempt. "Kill ourselves? Sounds like you're still dreaming." The two sisters share the same thought. Master is watching from behind. In this battle they will not yield, even in death. Yi Bei waits until she finishes before speaking. "Just a cheap great emperor's spiritual projection trying to intimidate people. Do you really think you're worthy of being called sovereign in front of me?" The bystanders watching this spectacle begin chattering among themselves. "What? The man who blocked Su Yuanhu's earth-shaking sword Ki is only at the second stage of the spirit condensation realm. That's impossible. He must be hiding his true cultivation. No, wait, that has to be fake. Someone at spirit condensation realm can't even fly, yet this guy is hovering in midair like it's nothing." The crimson-blood great emperor gazes down imperiously and declares, "Well, you dare defy the command of this sovereign. Within this Zhongyuan city, the heavens belong to my Jingyao holy land." He hasn't even finished his grandiose boasting before he eats a hit. Just like that, the spiritual projection doesn't last 5 seconds on stage before it shatters completely. The projection vanishes, dragging the Qiang sect master's body along as it plummets in freefall. Jufu and Yushin barely get to show off before the curtain falls. They stand there dumbfounded. Yibei behind them scowls impatiently at the noise. The two sisters turn around and call out, "Master, Master!" He extends his fist forward and speaks with absolute conviction. "Jingyao holy landed debt from 300 years ago that I couldn't settle at the time. Now, it's time to collect." At that moment, a needle shimmering with faint luminescence silently slipped into the blue vortex. It pierced through the vortex and chased its way to a pavilion suspended high in the sky. Crimson Blood Great Emperor sat alone on his throne, roaring in absolute fury. "Damn it, an ant actually dares to defy me, challenging the authority of Jingyao Holy Land. Guards, where are the guards? Guards, why is no one here?" The needle was already hovering right above Crimson Blood Great Emperor's head. He froze completely, his mind going blank. His face was flooded with terror and bewilderment. "What? How is this possible? That divine needle clearly perished together with the clone just now. Then why is it still here?" Before the Crimson Blood Great Emperor could even flinch, the needle had already plunged down. Yibei, on the other side of the vortex, sensed everything and cracked a faint smile. His attendants arrived late, saw him sprawled on the ground, and rushed over in a panic. "Your Majesty, what happened to you?" "Your Majesty, find a healer skilled in the healing arts. Notify the other great emperors immediately." Blazing Fire Great Emperor rushed in at the commotion and demanded, "What happened here?" One attendant reported hastily, reporting to Blazing Fire Great Emperor. "Just now, Crimson Blood Great Emperor was suddenly struck by a divine needle that came out of nowhere. And he ended up like this." He exclaimed in shock. "What?" Crimson Blood Great Emperor lay motionless, his consciousness fading as he mumbled deliriously. "Blazing Fire, Spirit Condensation Realm, second layer, Crim." Before he could finish, Blazing Fire cut him off. Blazing Fire Great Emperor urged anxiously, "Crimson Blood, finish your sentence. What does the Spirit Condensation Realm have to do with anything? What does this have to do with the Spirit Condensation Realm?" He called out repeatedly with no response, then took the man's pulse and was stunned. He could hardly believe it. His brow furrowed slightly. These weren't external injuries, but grievous internal wounds. If Crimson Blood hadn't also cultivated the Tao of the soul, injuries this severe would have already scattered his spirit. Who in the world did this? Crimson Blood, just what kind of person did you offend?" Under Yibei's overwhelming presence, everyone at Qiang sect willingly dropped to their knees. Donglu was no exception, thinking to himself in shock, "Senior Yi, he actually destroyed the great emperor's illusory avatar in a single strike. And he's the master of these two as well." Yushin and Zhuge were barely holding together, their divine sense trembling as they spoke. "Master, we missed you so much. You've finally come back to see us." Zhuge was in no better shape, sobbing uncontrollably. "Master, rest assured I've found an ancient immortal king's secret realm. Inside, there must be an ancient formation capable of bringing you back to life. Your disciple swears no matter the cost, even if it's my own life, I will bring you back." Seeing his disciples like this, Yibei's heart ached. He spoke gently, "Stop crying. Keep this up, and you won't be my beautiful little disciples anymore." Hearing this, both of them froze. Yushin stammered, "Little Fufu, am I dreaming right now? Master just said that to me. 300 years. I waited 300 years, and now I can finally see Master this close again." Yushin was so overjoyed she instinctively grabbed her junior sister's sleeve. "Quick, hit me, hurry, slap me." Yibei, understanding perfectly, stepped forward and said, "Two silly girls, so you didn't actually think my power was depleted, and that divine sense was about to fade away on its own, did you?" Only now did Yushin truly believe. Her eyes glistened with tears. "It's real. It's really Master." Yibei broke into a warm smile and confirmed it. "That's right, your master has revived. Your master is back." Yushin was so ecstatic she grabbed Zhuge and begged, "Little Fufu, can you slap me, please? I'm so scared that all of this is just a dream." System reunion with 1108 disciples. Host version reward cultivation speed x10 boost. Disciple version reward 100 years of cultivation granted. System host version for host use only. Disciple version for disciple use only. Yibei heard this and tried circulating his cultivation. He marveled enough, his spiritual energy absorption speed had increased tenfold. Then if I find more disciples, wouldn't I be looking at x50, x100, or even higher cultivation speeds? But this 100-year cultivation boost in the disciple version, how exactly do I use it? System simply make physical contact with the disciple and distribute it via intent. eBay asked again that. Simple, so just getting close is enough. The system replied curtly. Confirmed. eBay grinned rather wickedly, toying with the whip in his hand. Oh, is that so? Yushin noticed the object in his hand and cried out with joy. It's the divine striking whip. Master really is alive again. This is truly beyond imagination. eBay walked toward them step by step, his expression darkening. Yaw formation master and an architect. 2 support class Estrid to kill a combat-type cultivator of the same realm. Were you trying to get yourselves killed? 10 lashes each, no resistance. Neither of them resisted, they offered themselves willingly. Disciples, accept our punishment. Master, please discipline us. eBay said nothing more and began swinging the whip. The divine striking whip showed no mercy. Swishwees hack across their backs. Judefu flinched with each strike. Yushin wore the same expression, eyes closed, accepting it. eBay swung the whip while thinking grimly, if I hadn't happened to be in Yunfen City today, these 2 silly girls might have actually fought Su Yuanhu. And that could have been the end of them. Judefu felt a surge of power coursing through her and gasped in shock. What? My cultivation, it's skyrocketing. Could it be, Master? She cried out urgently. Master, what are you doing? Please take it back, Master. We were wrong. We don't deserve this reward. And you've only just revived. Master, please take it back. Yi-Bei's expression remained stern. Your master has his own plans. Both of you accept your punishment quietly. After the punishment was over, Yi-Bei sheathed the divine striking whip and said, all right. On your feet. The 2 disciples lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Thank you, Master, for your grace. Seeing their sorry state, Yi-Bei knew he had to accelerate his plans. He still needed to find a few more powerful disciples. Otherwise, with only 2 support class disciples, their overall offensive capability would always have critical gaps. That night at the inn, Zhuge Fu and Yushin spoke in unison. Master, it's our fault for being useless. We couldn't protect our senior sisters. Master, please punish us. Yi-Bei fell into deep thought. So the ones responsible for scattering my disciples are the 9 holy lands. Now that I'm back, every last debt is going to be settled. Yushin suddenly remembered something and reported hastily. Oh right, Master, I almost forgot to mention. Senior sister Teibai is also in Zhongyuan City. Zhuge Fu cleared her throat to stop her. Senior sister, seeing Yushin cover her mouth guiltily. Yi-Bei rubbed his chin and muttered, what about Teibai? Still, with Teibai's talent and natural gifts after 300 years, she should be close to becoming an emperor, right? Knowing they couldn't hide it. Zhuge Fu could only come clean. After she broke through to half-emperor, she charged into Jingyao Holy Land alone. No one knows what happened after that. Hearing that name, Yi-Bei's expression turned ice cold. Jingyao Holy Land again. Yi-Bei pressed further. Where is Teibai now? Zhuge Fu dared not hide anything and answered immediately. Liuguang City, Teibai Sword Manor. Yi-Bei rose to his feet and said, I originally planned to let you 2 hide here and consolidate your realms for a couple of days. Looks like that's no longer necessary. Set out for Liuguang City immediately. The 2 disciples called out respectfully, Master. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yi-Bei sat in meditation, cultivating inside the Noya pill chamber. He woke up and, feeling dissatisfied, muttered, only 5 minor realms broken through in 3 days. This pace is a bit slow. Zhuge Fu let out a sigh upon hearing that and said, Master's at it again. An ordinary person can't even break through 1 realm in 3 years. Yushin nodded in agreement. Yi-Bei pays it no mind and keeps pushing himself forward. Very good. Next. He needs to push even harder, break through straight to the profound mystery realm. Then he can unlock another card. 1 day later, he flicked some coins to the innkeeper and asked, Tell me everything you know about the Teibai Sword Manor. The man's eyes lit up at the sight of money, and he hurriedly asked, Sir, are you also planning to attend the Teibai Sword Manor's martial wine banquet? Yi-Bei's expression turned suspicious at those words. A martial wine banquet. Only then did the innkeeper recount the full story. The manor lord of the Teibai Sword Manor was injured long ago. His strength has been declining ever since. His cultivation has deteriorated to almost nothing. So he spends his days drowning in drink. And now he's trading his possessions for wine, squandering his entire fortune. You have to understand, at its peak, the Teibai Sword Manor was bustling with visitors. Sword cultivators from 1,000 miles away came seeking instruction in the blade. What a pity, what a pity. Yushin shot up excitedly, slamming the table and shouting, My 4th senior sister. Yi Bei's voice turned grave as he chided her. Yushin knew she had overreacted and said meekly, "I'm sorry, master. That was your disciple being rash." He didn't blame her, gently reassuring her instead. "Though I don't know why Teibai ended up like this, waking people up happens to be your master's specialty." That afternoon, at the Teibai Sword Manor, amid the bustling crowd, Old Wei called out loudly, "You there, hand over your wine next." Yi Bei set down the wine jar with a soft thud, startling him. That gesture drew every eye, and the focal point was that wine jar. The crowd held their drinks while marveling, setting aside the wine inside for a moment. This jar alone could fetch several fine spirit stones. Even the jar itself is this exquisite wine inside must be extraordinary. Looks like this young man definitely has more than enough to trade. Old Wei's mouth watered at the sight, his eyes gleaming. But Yi Bei pulled the jar back and said, "Don't rush." Old Wei was puzzled. Yi Bei calmly poured a small cup and said, "This wine is exceedingly precious. 1 cup for the manor lord is more than enough." Old Wei held the cup with both hands, silently thinking, just 1 cup, this is far too stingy. But when that intoxicating aroma wafted past his nose, every trace of dissatisfaction vanished. Old Wei thought dreamily, a fragrance this divine. If I could take even 1 sip in this lifetime, it would all be worth it. Yi Bei spoke again, "Right, please relay these 2 sentences to the manor lord." Old Wei readily agreed. "Of course, please go ahead, young master." He then said, "The first sentence, only the manor lord may get drunk, unaware of whose homeland lies beyond. The second sentence, 1 poem, 1 jar of wine, 1 song, 1 sword at the edge of the world." Old Wei listened and bowed deeply. "Young master, please wait a moment. I shall deliver the wine to the manor lord." After he left, Yushin tugged at Yi Bei with her most pitiful expression. "Master, you're so unfair. Yushin wants to drink too." Zhuge Fu, sharing the same fate, clung to the other side, pressing his lips together in a silent plea. Yes, let Xiao Fu have just 1 tiny sip, just 1 little sipho about it." Yi Bei found this far too amusing, his face flushing red as a pot about to boil over. "If you children keep this up, your master won't be so polite anymore." In the great hall of the Teibai Sword Manor, a young woman practiced her swordplay. Teibai, meanwhile, lay propped leisurely against a raised platform, chugging wine. Sayre finished her sword practice and approached, gently advising, "Master, you've been drinking like this for so many days now. It's time to stop." Teibai said listlessly, "Sire, you're still young, you don't understand. That sword technique you just practiced was decent, but you're too focused on form. You're not paying attention to momentum. Let the body move as the will dictates. Person and sword must become one, profound and mysterious with limitless transformations." Seeing Teibai so lethargic and lifeless, Sayre asked with heartache, "Master, is it because the anniversary of Grandmaster's memorial is approaching? Is that why you're like this?" Teibai averted her gaze and gave an order. "Sayre, rest for a bit, then continue practicing. My wine should be arriving soon." Though Sayre wanted to say more, she couldn't. She replied sadly, "Yes, master." Right at that moment, Old Wei entered carrying the precious cup of wine. "Manor lord, your wine has arrived." He presented it respectfully, beaming with delight. Seeing only a single cup in his hand, Teibai couldn't help but wonder, why is there only 1 cup this time? It was only when that intoxicating aroma drifted over that she hurriedly leaped down from the platform. Teibai eagerly lifted the cup, her heart racing as she thought, "This wine is a celestial-grade treasure. Perhaps only in drunkenness can I see Master again. Master, your disciple misses you so much." After 1 sip, Teibai asked in a daze, "Old Wei, was this wine brought by someone in the queue?" Old Wei answered, "Yes, manor lord. That person is surely a disciple of a great family cultivation at the 7th level of the spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, they asked me to relay 2 sentences to you. Shall I recite them?" Old Wei stroked his chin and recited the first sentence. "Only the manor lord may get drunk, unaware of whose homeland lies beyond." The moment she heard it, the half-finished cup slipped from her hand. Teibai whispered, overcome with emotion, "It's her," she urged. "What's the second sentence?" Old Wei hastily said. "The second, 1 poem, 1 jar of wine, 1 song, 1 sword at the edge of the world." Teibai grabbed his shoulders in excitement and shook him. "Where is that person now?" Old Wei was startled and asked in bewilderment. "They're waiting outside the door." "Manor lord, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Before he could finish, she was already gone. Old Wei scratched his head as he watched Teibai's retreating figure. He muttered to himself, "Manor lord, what's going on?" Zhuge Fu spotted the approaching figure and said, "Master, 4th senior sister is here." Yi Bei instructed, "Right. You 2 discuss it briefly, don't give anything away." Then he smiled in a very suspicious manner. Yushin could only smile awkwardly. Teibai landed and immediately demanded, "I'm asking Yao, was that wine yours?" Yi Bei readily confirmed it was. He silently assessed her. Sure enough, the fourth has fallen quite far. But even if you've been ground into scrap metal, your master will forge you into a fine blade today. Teibai stared at him suspiciously and continued, those two poetic lines, were they also from you? He replied calmly, also from me. Upon hearing this, Teibai's heart filled with anticipation as she demanded tensely, tell me who told you those two lines. Having said that, she released the aura of a half-emperor, silently applying pressure. Yi Bei was completely unaffected. He cleared his throat and said, and you're not even satisfied with the wine I gave you? In the depths of her mind, Teibai vaguely wondered, why do these three people give me such a familiar feeling? On the surface, she raised her guard warily. Who are you exactly? Yi Bei didn't reveal his identity, instead speaking mysteriously. Who am I? I can tell you in a moment, but let's complete the trade first. Determined to get her answer, Teibai agreed with solemn reluctance. Fine. No problem, this manor lord is very pleased with your wine. Speak, what do you want? His expression turned cunning as he made his request. I too am something of a sword cultivator. I want the manor lord to suppress her cultivation to my realm and spar with me. No matter what happens until the match ends, neither of us may restore our true strength. Teibai replied with a carefree, indifferent look. Fine. I agree. A short while later, they arrived at the training grounds. Teibai said impatiently, my time is limited. I'll spar with you until sunset at most. Yi Bei glanced at his disciple while stroking his blade. Thinking Teibai is quite conscientious, she even voluntarily lowered her cultivation to the first level of the spirit condensation realm. But that's fine, it makes the lesson all the more convenient. The two disciples watching from below trembled like leaves and whispered, fourth senior sister, deceiving master is a cardinal sin. Evil deeds won't go unpunished. Pray for your own blessings. Teibai faced him and said seriously, let's begin. You'd better bring out your best sword technique. Otherwise you won't last 2 rounds against me. Yi Bei smirked faintly. Oh really, then you'd better be careful. With that he charged straight at her, sword drawn. Teibai closed her eyes, focused her mind, and sensed the surrounding aura. She thought, his sword chi is abundant, yet I can trace its patterns. Then she flickered in and out of visibility, advancing toward her opponent, and assessed coldly. Not bad swordplay, but it's a bit stiff, lacking in agility. At that moment, Yi Bei stomped hard, lowered his center of gravity, and drew his sword back behind his neck. Teibai watched his movement and calmly predicted, going for a strike from the right. Too bad, I've already seen through you. She raised her sword behind her head. Having already decided, then swung fiercely in a sweeping arc and froze in shock. What? Yi Bei had somehow already appeared behind her. But Teibai, with her excellent reflexes, immediately spins around and blocks the sword. The two swords touch briefly and part. Yi Bei steps back, muttering, you should have watched carefully before swinging, shouldn't you? Immediately after, sword chi from every direction ambushes Teibai. Caught completely off guard, she widens her eyes in shock. How is this possible? In that brief moment of distraction, Teibai takes the full brunt of the attack. When the smoke clears, Teibai is seen kneeling on one knee, seemingly gravely wounded. Yi Bei holds back, deliberately needling her. Manor lord, don't be careless. Life and death on the air, and carelessness is the cardinal sin. The disciples below the stage sigh. As expected, their senior sister was defeated in the very first round. Yushin murmurs wistfully, indeed, master's power is no less than in those days. A few seconds later, Teibai clutches her waist and forces herself upright, speaking firmly, I underestimated you. Continue. She grips her sword, closes her eyes tight, and focuses her mind in self-reflection. Careless, I was truly careless this time, but next time it won't be so easy. She snaps her eyes open. Youth sword art, second stance, divine brushstroke. The two junior sisters below watch with wide eyes, murmuring, the youth sword art, that's fourth senior sister's strongest sword technique. On the arena, Teibai seems to split in two as she charges simultaneously. Azure Lotus sword chi conceals her form. She holds nothing back until the lethal strike reveals itself. Yi Bei watches for a moment, his horse mask betraying nothing. Then he casually flicks his sword. A wave of tyrannical sword chi surges out, shattering Taibai's blade and forcing a cry from her lips. Yet somehow, Teibai ends up sprawled comfortably on the arena floor. Yi Bei sees his disciple so utterly lacking in fighting spirit and continues to provoke. Manor lord, why don't you raise your cultivation to match mine first? Those words truly enrage her. Her face darkens with fury. Teibai leaps skyward in fury. Youth sword art, third stance, Azure Lotus sword chant. But before she can bring her sword down, her weapon is sent flying. Completely defeated, Teibai slumps to the ground in a daze. Her thoughts race. Once is a mistake, twice is coincidence, 3 times thighs boy knows me. He knows my sword techniques so intimately that every time I switch stances, every time I attack, he's already predicted it. She looks up, voice trembling. Who exactly are you? Yi Bei stands tall. Hearing the question, he clears his throat. Who am I, you ask? The disciples, who have been waiting for exactly this moment, rush onto the arena and begin chanting. Several seconds later, a massive formation array materializes instantly, engulfing the entire arena. Tai Bai finally realizes what's happening and channels her cultivation in alarm, cursing inwardly, damn it, I've been outmaneuvered. What? My cultivation is draining away. She's completely caught in the trap, screaming inside. Impossible. Tai Bai is like a fish on a chopping board, her cultivation being steadily drained by the formation. Only now does she fully grasp the danger, gritting her teeth, damn it. Ever since he offered the wine, he's been controlling me step by step. First, he used 2 verses to destabilize my mindset. Then he made me suppress my cultivation and lower my sensory awareness. And finally, with his spirit-locking grand formation, Sanai shouts, Master, seeing her disciple rushing toward her. She urgently commands, Sanai, no, get away from here. Sanai absolutely refuses to listen, charging forward and crying out, Master, I won't let anyone hurt you. But the moment she steps into the formation, she freezes. Seeing her disciple in danger, Tai Bai throws caution to the wind and channels every ounce of her power. Sanai, in an instant, she erupts with force, releasing a wave of true chi. Yi Bei remains completely unfazed. You're already at death's door and you still want to protect others. It's pointless, today you all die. With that, he waves his sleeve and disperses the true chi wave. Seeing him approach Sanai, Tai Bai channels her cultivation even more frantically, snarling, You think sealing my cultivation means I'm helpless? She pours every last drop of spirit power into her attack. Yi Bei meets it head-on. The 2 forces collide violently. Yushin grows worried and whispers, Little Fu, Master won't go too far, will she? I have a feeling 4th senior sister is going to fight Master to the death. Zhuge Fu responds in her usual calm daze, No matter what, we absolutely must not interfere. We just need to trust Master. Yushin has nothing more to say. Understood. Tai Bai channels her power once more, her beautiful face dark with intensity. Yi Bei suddenly leaps into the formation. Tai Bai is stunned. How? This man's cultivation was clearly sealed too, so why hasn't his speed decreased at all? Why is he even faster than before? He leaps high, fist cocked and ready to strike. Tai Bai throws a fist to counter. The impact drives her feet into the ground. But Yi Bei suddenly dives headfirst toward the floor. Her fist swings through empty air. What? He seizes the opening. Ga punch slams into Tai Bai's jaw. With 0 defense, she tumbles across the floor. Even now, Tai Bai refuses to accept it. Her thoughts are a blur. Why can this man so effortlessly break through my defenses every single time? Why? Yi Bei gives her no time to wallow. He strides forward, voice cutting like a blade. You think you're strong already. You can't even protect the people beside you. What right do you have to let yourself fall apart? The seal. And your master, how did you let yourself end up like this? Your master is the root cause of it all. These words strike straight at Tai Bai's limit, stripping away what remains of her composure. In an instant, a blast of energy whooshes past at blinding speed. He barely dodges. That strike was both devastating and lightning fast. Even Yi Bei only narrowly avoided it. He exhales quietly. That was close. Though he nearly got killed, Yi Bei is deeply satisfied, looking at her, not bad at all. Sword-like brows, the hammering, the reforging, it's all complete. Next comes the final step, tempering the steel into form. System Disciple 3 of 108 reunited. Reward Xunyuan Sword Intent Disciple Edition. He calls forth the Xunyuan Sword Intent, and a sphere of energy materializes in his hand. In that instant, the surrounding space seems to collapse like shattered mirrors. Spirit energy condenses into thick, fog-like clouds that spiral into a vortex across the sky, forming an extraordinary phenomenon. Several elders in the distance notice and whisper among themselves, That direction, it looks like the Tai Bai sword manor. Could a divine treasure have appeared? Indeed, this phenomenon looks exactly like the birth of a divine treasure. Go quickly, we can't let others get there first. A phenomenon unseen in 100 years' thighs is surely a stroke of destiny. At the center of the vortex, a razor-sharp blade slowly descends into view. Tai Bai stares at the phenomenon, completely dazed. The light has vanished from her eyes. From Tai Bai's angle, all she can see is something glittering descending from above. Sanai grows even more frantic, screaming at the top of her lungs. Big sis. The voice snaps Tai Bai back from the void. She instinctively turns to look at the girl. Seeing her little sister still standing there, safe and sound, Tai Bai's courage returns. she speaks with newfound resolve. I can't die yet. I need to take care of San. I need to find the other junior sisters, and I need to find Master. Seeing this, San struggles even harder to reach Tai Bai, crying out in agony. Bu Mth Xunyuan's sword intent comes crashing straight down onto where Tai Bai stands, unleashing a shockwave like an atomic bomb. San spins around, drawing her sword through gritted teeth. You'll pay for this. With a face full of fury, the girl charges straight at Zhuge Fu. Zhuge Fu's expression turns stern. With a casual wave of her hand, she sends San stumbling. The girl loses her balance and her face crashes right into Zhuge Fu's ample chest, sinking into that soft cushion. Neither side expected this, both blush simultaneously. San scrambles backward in a panic. Zhuge Fu, flustered, murmurs, Master. Yibei seems quite pleased about this. Zhuge Fu is stumped. San stares wide-eyed at the two girls, one wearing white bunny ears, the other a horse mask, talking to each other. Having no idea what the three discussed, the little girl grows even more wary. After a moment, Horse Mask strolls over and speaks gently. Elder sister, you drink yourself into a stupor day after day, dull-witted and aimless. Where does that leave the sect? Where does the great Tao of the sword fit into all this? I need to beat some sense into her. Sanner can't take it anymore and shouts in her defense, don't talk about my elder sister like that. In my heart, she's the best person in the whole world. Hearing this, he doesn't take it to heart and replies in a deep voice, in this whole world. If I can't keep your elder sister in line, no one can. Hearing the gravity in his tone, Sanner presses her lips together, bewildered. Who exactly is this person with such an overbearing tone? Worried, she demands, what have you people done to my sister? Will she be all right? Yibei gazes at the astounding sword aura and says, she won't die. If she can control and absorb that sword aura, it would be a tremendous stroke of fortune for her. However, before Taibai's condition becomes clear, a whole crowd rushes over. Sanner takes stock of them and quietly gasps. The patriarch of the Changsun clan, the sect master of Qingxiao sect, and the manor lord of Bamboo Dragon Mountain Manor. All of these people are Saint King Realm experts. What are we going to do? Her elder sister still hasn't woken up, and that boyish glances over only to see him tilting his head, looking completely clueless. The little girl blurts out in a panic, all of these people are the top powerhouses of Liuguang City. Your two divine court realm subordinates are nothing to them. How can you still be so calm and unbothered? The Bamboo Dragon Mountain Manor Lord peers over and mutters, isn't that the Manor Lord of Teibai Sword Manor? She seems to be refining some kind of treasure. As if that needs saying, the Changsun clan patriarch scoffs. I saw it with my own eyes. Cultivation leapt straight from 7th layer Saint King to half Emperor in one go. The Chengxiao sect master narrows his eyes in glee and exclaims, good heavens. A breakthrough speed never before witnessed. This has to be a sword path treasure. The Bamboo Dragon Mountain Manor Lord continues, if I could get my hands on that treasure, it might just pave the way to Emperor. We absolutely cannot let her finish refining it. Let's seize this opportunity. The Changsun clan patriarch cuts in. Wait, do you have a death wish? Have you forgotten the eerie reputation of Teibai Sword Manor? Greed has blinded you, he retorts. That could just be a coincidence. Besides, with our combined forces charging in together, who would dare make a move against so many of us? Zhuge Fu steps forward and warns in a loud voice, our manor lord has just achieved sudden enlightenment of the great Tao of the sword. Anyone who dares take one step closer is an enemy of Teibai Sword Manor. You will bear the consequences. The Bamboo Dragon Mountain Manor Lord draws his saber and sneers arrogantly, a mere 5th layer divine court realm cultivator. And you're this brazen, you're severely underestimating us. Lai Yushin immediately strikes, her palm cutting through the air as she states coldly, I said anyone who takes one more step forward bear the consequences yourself. A devastating palm strike. Thud, it shatters the manor lord's blade in one blow and continues forward, slamming into him and making him cough up blood. It doesn't stop there. The palm imprint continues its advance, swatting the rest of the group away like flies. The Changsun clan patriarch gasps in shock. This palm technique is something a divine court realm cultivator absolutely cannot use. She's definitely been hiding her true cultivation. The Chengxiao sect master stammers in disbelief. She really is overwhelmingly powerful. She's absolutely a peak Saint King realm expert. Possibly even a half emperor. Lai Yushin finishes her attack, then looks back with an innocent expression and mutters, I only meant to deal with one of them. Turns out I didn't control my strength well. I'll definitely be more careful next time. The words slap the entire group in the face. They shout furiously, what do you mean you didn't control your strength? More careful next time. You think there'll be a next time? Right at that moment, the torrent of spiritual energy enveloping Teibai dims, revealing her silhouette. Sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from Teibai, they grind their teeth in Furish has elevated her cultivation to the peak of half-emperor. A person of this caliber could already hold all of Liuguang City in the palm of her hand. If she could take one more step beyond this realm, she would reach the legendary Great Emperor realm. She stands like a war goddess, radiating a cold, brilliant aura. Her eyes open, gazing down upon all living beings with regal disdain. Seeing Teibai emerge, Sanner shouts excitedly, "Elder sister." Teibai hears the call and descends, shielding Sanner behind her. She glances behind her, scanning the area, and feels a wave of relief. Thank goodness Sanner is safe. Then she points her sword straight at Yi Bei and demands in a commanding voice, "I'm asking you one last time, just who are you?" He removes his mask, revealing his face and smiles softly. "Teibai, your master is late." Yi Bei's smile as he removes the mask leaves Teibai completely stunned. "Master, that's impossible. Master passed away 300 years ago. Besides, your cultivation is only at the 7th layer of spirit condensation realm. Master's aptitude was so poor he couldn't even break through the body. Tempering realms." Suddenly, the sharp crack of a whip rings out. She looks to the side and can't help but flinch, accompanied by a hint of surprise. The soul-striking whip. Seeing the tension ease, Zhu Fu peeks out from behind his master and grins. "Fourth senior sister, long time no see. Congratulations on breaking free from your shackles." Lai Yushin chimes in with a teasing grin. "Fourth senior sister, when master disciplines you later, we really can't help you out." Certain now that the person before her is her master, she composes herself, kneels, and bows deeply. Disciple Chi Teibai greets master. Looking at his disciple, he steps forward warmly and helps her up. "Teibai, these years, you've truly had it rough." Seeing her master return, all her emotions come crashing down like a dam breaking. Tears of longing stream down her face as she chokes out those two familiar words, "Maz." "Tur, your disciple, has finally waited for your return." Seeing his disciple sob, he pats her shoulder gently. "Good girl, stop crying. No, if you keep crying, your master's heart will break." The patriarch and the Qingxiao sect master are utterly dumbfounded when they see Teibai Manor Lord calling this boy master. "Master, Teibai Manor Lord actually called that boy her master." Another one chimes in, dumbstruck. "Good heavens, the master of a half-emperor pinnacle expert. Just how terrifying must his strength be?" Seeing the two peerless figures standing before them, they drop to their knees and beg for mercy. "Emperor, we were wrong. The Changsun clan is willing to pledge from this day forward." The group behind Teibai Manor Lord also kowtow and plead, "Emperor, we were wrong too. We are willing to submit." A suffocating gloom descends. The Supreme One speaks, "Shut up." Teibai sees this and asks coolly, "Were you here because you wanted to come into my Teibai Sword Manor for some tea?" They stammer nervously, we. He stares back with an even colder expression, his gaze razor-sharp. "What's the matter? It seems you all still want to stay for the feast before leaving." Scram! The words barely leave his mouth before all four of them vanish in under 3 seconds, fleeing for their lives. "Understood." Emperor, we're scramming right away. The atmosphere grows heavy. Teibai seems to have something difficult to say. "Master, your disciple has a request. May I ask for your help?" Before she even finishes, he tells her to go ahead. She replies quickly, "In 3 days, a secret realm thousands of kilometers from here will open. Your disciple wishes to ask master to take Sanner along for some training." Yi Bei asks, "Then why don't you go with her yourself?" "I'm afraid she'll become too reliant on me. I could protect her from the shadows without showing myself, but..." At this point her eyes darken as she explains, "Master, it's not that your disciple doesn't want to go. This secret realm is governed by a rule Forcinion at the profound mystery realm, or above simply cannot enter. The Shenluo secret realm opens once a year, and only 3 people may enter each time. 100 years ago when your disciple was at half-emperor, I attempted to enter. I ultimately failed and returned empty-handed. The power of that rule, I fear even a great emperor could not bypass it." "A rule force, you say," he muses. She explains patiently, 3 holy lands place enormous importance on this secret realm. Every time it opens, they stake their claims on the entry slots and send their best disciples inside. As she speaks, her gaze softens, and she pulls Sanner closer. But with a master who is unrivaled in this Iran invincible existence, getting her through the secret realm to broaden her horizons shouldn't be difficult at all. She speaks confidently about Sanner. Besides, she can look after others and serve as master's assistant without any issue. After her persuasive pitch, he agrees to bring Sanner along. "Fine, in 3 days I'll bring the little lass on a trip." She beams with a warm smile, "Thank you, master. Sanner's face flushes red as she stammers, Sisho, could you just sell me out like that? Yibei is cultivating in the courtyard. A system notification appears. System congratulations, host. Cultivation has reached the profound mystery realm. 5 card slots are now unlocked. System, the host may select 1 card to refine. After the selection, with a few practiced motions, brilliant arcs of lightning flash into existence. These sparks of lightning are none other than the legendary 4-9 lightning Arton entry-level heaven tier technique of the cultivation world. The arcs of lightning begin swirling around his body as he closes his eyes in a cultivation stance. Though it is the lowest tier lightning art in the cultivation world, placed in this illusory realm, its power is nothing to scoff at. The sky darkens to a murky gray, lightning arcs multiply, and howling winds tear through the air. Dark clouds gather. The girls stood frozen, staring in shock. Had their master really done all this? They never expected their master to pull off something like that. Who knows, it's my first time seeing such a shocking sight too. Lightning struck with a deafening kaboom. Teibai Sword Manor was left in ruins. Seeing this, Yushin hurriedly turned to Teibai with a panicked, teary face. Big sis, look at our home. She simply responded with calm composure. It's fine, isn't there still half of it left? She turned to Yushin and said, besides, your senior sister Yushin is right, Harish's a divine bamboo master. After a while, the sky returned to normal as the dark clouds gradually dissipated. A voice rang out, Teibai, bring me some clothes. It was none other than the Supreme Demon Emperor's command, and she responded briskly, yes, master. Seeing this, Zhuchu leaned over and whispered to Yushin. It's probably because of that lightning tribulation from earlier. Master's clothes are 8 parts shredded by now. Yushin replied, most likely. Teibai grabbed the clothes and opened the door, stepping inside. What greeted her eyes was his body completely bare, without a single stitch of clothing. Her face flushed crimson, so red that steam practically shot from her head. Master, she shrieked, in stark contrast to her flustered state. He remained utterly composed. A sly smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as his cunning eyes gleamed. Why are you standing so far away? Afraid I'll eat you. Her face was red as a tomato. She didn't dare look up at him and could only whisper. Her master Yibei kept that same calm expression and grabbed her hand. After hundreds of years apart, has Teibai become this distant from her master? But his grip was too strong. Her body lurched forward, and his entire frame went stiff. Now even Heth Great Master had to be embarrassed, just like any ordinary person caught red-handed. Crap, I wasn't careful enough, used too much force, way too much. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Master, are you alright? I've prepared a spirit-nourishing pill for you. Teibai was instantly flustered, her limbs scrambling in all directions. Forgive me, master, that wasn't my intention. In that position, combined with the frantic awkwardness, unexpected contact occurred. His face burned crimson, every nerve on edge. He sensed things had gone too far. Tusk, stop squirming around, you're making this worse. She turned to look in, her eyes locked onto that. The shame intensified, her lips trembling. A sharp thud echoed so loud that the people outside jumped in shock. Hearing the commotion, Yushin and Zhuchu rushed inside. Senior sister, are you alright? What greeted their eyes was Yibei, stark naked, while Teibai lay sprawled on the ground, their jaws dropped, eyes wide as saucers. The scene before them made everyone's faces burn scarlet. Zhuchu stammered, master, senior sister, 2 of you. Yushin, innocent as ever, murmured softly, oh, so master and senior sister were hiding in the room having fun. They didn't even invite us to play along. Seeing the situation spiral, Zhuchu grabbed Yushin and hauled her out. Master, senior sister, please carry on with your business, we'll excuse ourselves. Why don't we all play together? To shatter the suffocating awkwardness, he turned away and changed the subject. Teibai, go notify the little one, tell her to pack up, we are departing soon. She answered hastily, though her face was still flushed red. Yes, understood. After what just happened, he was mentally screaming. Next time, he absolutely cannot joke around like this, otherwise the one suffering will be himself. In the courtyard, a massive ship materialized. Everyone gathered to see him and Yushin off. Teibai handed him a spirit treasure. Master, this is a spatial spirit treasure. It contains some daily necessities inside. The Supreme Demon Emperor responded with a gentle smile. Teibai, how thoughtful. Yushin and I will board now. Let's be on our way. The 3 spoke in unison, travel safely, master. Some time later, the 2 of them stepped off the ship. Yushin surveyed her surroundings. This place seemed unfamiliar. This doesn't look like the entrance to the secret realm. Yibei answered calmly, correct, from here we continue on foot. The secret realm has activated and the spatial fabric is unstable in this area. if we fly recklessly. We risk getting sucked into chaotic spatial rifts. That would be troublesome. Hearing the explanation, she finally understood. So that's how it is. From a distance, a man's voice rang out. Excuse me, Miss Shave, you lost your way. Three men appeared. One of them stepped forward and introduced himself. We are members of the Tianchai Holy Land. These surroundings are dangerous. You're welcome to join us on the journey to the secret realm. Yushin responded coldly, thank you. But no need, the two of us can manage on our own. Noticing they were from the Tianchai Holy Land, Yi Bei's gaze flickered and a faint smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Tianchai Holy Land, is it? How convenient, I hadn't even made my move yet, and you've come knocking at my door yourselves. The man in the center spoke up, meeting like this must be fate. Take this token, after all, the journey to the secret realm from here will take at least half a day. Should anyone try to cause you trouble along the way, presenting this will keep you safe. Yushin refused outright. Before she could finish, a gust of wind swept through and the token was already in Yi Bei's hand. Thank you, we'll accept it then. The men were all stunned by his audacity. Well then, we're grateful for Tianchai Holy Land's generosity. The man froze, visibly flustered. Not at all. Fellow cultivators supporting one another on the path, that's simply the right thing to do. We'll take our leave first, wishing the two of you good fortune. With that, Yi Bei departed, a contemplative expression settling over his face. Once the three men had gone, the young girl turned to him and said, it seems the outside world isn't as terrifying as Big Sis made it out to be. At least there are plenty of warm, helpful people around. Hearing his disciple's words, his lips curved slightly. Then tell me, do you think that man approached you so eagerly? Was it because he found you beautiful and wanted to chat, or because he genuinely wanted to escort us to the secret realm? Was handing you the token purely an act of goodwill? She couldn't quite grasp his meaning. Isn't that what happened? Seeing her bewilderment, he continued. After all, we have no wealth and our apparent strength poses no threat to them whatsoever. At this point he realized, damn, this girl's already been won over and now she's even defending them. The young girl remained blissfully unaware, innocently asking, Master, what did you mean just now? She pointed at the token. About this. Do you know what this is? With just a few simple gestures, look. Yushin gasped in shock. Before her and Yi Bei materialized a tracking formation map. A tracking formation. His expression darkened as he spoke gravely. Inside the secret realm, opportunities are finite. Every additional person who enters means one more competitor. That man asked if you were lost. Thy's real purpose was to probe us, to find out which faction we belong to. Hey. His face hardened as he shot Yushin a sharp glare. And what did you do? You blurted out that we're independents. Realizing her mistake, she immediately bowed her head. I'm sorry, Master, I was wrong. From now on, Yushin will listen to everything Master says. Seeing his disciple acknowledge her error, he gently patted her head. Little one, you must remember the world is far crueler than you imagine. And people are 1,000 times filthier than you think. Yushin hung her head, listening intently to his teachings. Yes, Yushin will remember Master's words. She paused, recalling something. But Master, after they assessed our strength, why didn't they attack? Given the question from his disciple, Yi Bei answered calmly. There were too many watching eyes. They care about the so-called dignity of the Holy Land and didn't want to act openly. Chances are, they're still waiting for a better opportunity even now. Yushin asked, if that's the case, why don't we just throw away this token? What if they send people to come looking for trouble with us? He hears this and his lips curl into a slight smirk. This is good news, yet it has little San Nai so curious. Good news. I'm actually worried they won't come looking for trouble. After a long walk, they finally arrive at the secret realm's entrance. Nearby, the conversation of two men drifts into his ears. Once you enter the secret realm, you can stay inside for 10 days. After 10 days, the secret realm automatically expels all living occupants. Remember, days pass in the blink of an eye. Those who possess secret realm tokens will receive rewards of varying tiers. The more tokens you collect, the more valuable the rewards. The young man responds, yes, Seigneur. Elsewhere, two tall men converse in hushed tones. I've heard that what the three great holy lands have coveted most for centuries is a full set of 100 secret realm tokens. But ever since the Senlu secret realm was discovered, no one has ever collected them all. Right, I've heard about that too. Once you collect every single token, not only can you claim complete dominion over the Senlu secret realm, but you also unlock the realm's ultimate reward, available once every 50 years. Listening to the surrounding chatter, he thinks to himself, no wonder the Tianchai Holy Land didn't pick a fight with us on the way here. They were waiting for the real show to begin. Playing the long con first, they plant tracking enchanted tokens on us. Then wait until we're inside the secret realm to find a chance to kill us and seize the tokens. That way, they protect the Holy Land's reputation while avoiding whatever forces might be backing us. Gotta admit, that's actually a pretty airtight plan. Holy Lands, do you lot even have any shame left? It's been centuries, or are you still this despicable? Lost in thought, San Nai's voice breaks through. Master, what's wrong? Did you notice something? He snaps back to reality. Let's wait a moment. By now, the secret realm's gate has cracked open, widening by the second. The crowd murmurs among themselves. Is it about to begin? Seeing this, San Nai speaks up. Master, let's hurry inside too. His expression darkens. No rush, he replies calmly. The secret realm is enormous. Entering a few minutes early or late makes absolutely no difference. Hearing this, she turns to look at him, eyes full of suspicion. Master, just what are you planning? 10 minutes later, the Holy Lands begin to emerge one by one, from the Jingyao Holy Land to the Yichai Holy Land. And finally, Yibei's group makes their way toward the Tianchai Holy Land. The Tianchai Holy Land's Elder Yan, shouts, "Move out. Can we claim the ultimate reward this time?" "It all depends on you lot," the Holy Land's disciples shout in unison. "Understood. We obey." The disciples line up and begin unleashing their techniques, streaks of green light darting back and forth. Elder Yan's voice thunders, "You wretched fools, stop this instant." One disciple blurts out. His face is twisted with fury. His gaze is murderous. "Damn it, Bei and San Nai are here. We're going in first." Hearing those words, Elder Yan flies into a rage and swings out a vicious wave of green light. "All of you get back here right now." A claw-like hand of sharp light lunges toward Bei and San Nai. Seeing this, he turns with an expression dripping contempt, a smirk curling on his lips as he casually flicks out a dismissive beam of red light. Then he and the girl shoot up into the sky. Before leaving, Bei flashes one last provocative smile. "Bye-bye." Elder Yan, seeing himself so thoroughly outmaneuvered, erupts with fury, his eyes turning savage. "Bastards!" The palm strike he launched moments ago is still surging forward. It hurtles straight toward the Holy Land's gate, and instantly rebounds back into him, sending the old man tumbling backward. The onlookers buzz with chatter. Those two just know how bold can you get, daring to fleece the Holy Land right under their noses. Besides, those two seem to be at the 6th level and 1st level of the profound mystery realm respectively. When they come out in 10 days, they're dead for sure. The Holy Land members speak up, seeing the situation. "How are those two? It's been centuries since anyone dared to take advantage of our Tianchai Holy Land." The green-haired one speaks up, reporting to the elder, "I actually encountered those two a few days ago." He begins recounting, "Meeting is fata, take this token. It's at least half a day's journey to the secret realm anyway. If anyone gives you trouble along the way, just show it and you'll be fine. Then we thank the Tianchai Holy Land for your kindness." He has recounted the entire story. "That is everything that happened, Elder. I dare not hide a single detail." Elder Yan examines the token in his hand, then tosses it to another Holy Land elder. They all quickly receive the token. Enraged beyond measure, he resolves to pursue Bei and Yushin to the bitter end. This is a tracking jade pendant. Their trail is traced inside it. A woman's voice rings out. "Elder Yan, don't be so angry. Out of respect for your sake, I'll make sure my disciples hand over those two's corpses to you." His anger has already reached its peak. No soothing words can calm his mood now. "Get lost, get lost, get lost. From this moment on, don't you dare speak to me." His eyes blaze with rage, brows furrowed tight, the fury written plain across his face. He thinks to himself, "As long as you dare come out, I will grind you into dust." In a forest somewhere, Bei and San Nai land inside the secret realm. San Nai is quite surprised by the master before her. "Oh my god, just what kind of figure have I been following?" Not only did he boldly strike at the Holy Land's elite disciples and steal all their tokens, but he even dared to provoke Tianchai's half-emperor. Seeing the girl beside him staring blankly, he turns to face her. "Scared?" She answers cheerfully, "With master here, there's nothing to fear." Bei and the girl begin making their way deeper into the forest. Against a holy land that has no shame, there's no need for us to reason with them. San Nai chimes in, "But we've only been here a few days, and we've already offended the Tianchai Holy Land. They definitely won't let us off. What are we going to do when we get out?" Hearing the word offend, he furrows his brow. "They were the ones who acted without mercy first, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Besides, they're nothing but half-emperors. There's nothing to worry about." Hearing her master speak so casually, she's stunned. Nothing but half-emperors, master's words truly shake her to the core. As they walk, a massive golden serpent suddenly appears, terrifying her out of her wits. She clings to him in fright. "Master, there's a giant snake over there." Unlike her, he remains completely calm. Heartpiercer Fang's serpent, venomous, third level of the profound mystery realm, high speed. Mediocre attack power. What's so scary about a beast like this? With your strength, you could easily kill it. But the sheer size of the snake has her so terrified that she clings to him like her life depends on it. Seeing this, he clears his throat a few times, composes himself, and assigns Sanai her first task. Your first task for today is to kill this snake. Otherwise, I'll leave you right here. She bursts into tears. Why? Seeing her master's face remain stony, she switches to the puppy dog eyes approach. Master, you're the best. Sanai is really scared of snakes. Faced with those sparkling, pleading eyes, he doesn't budge an inch, his expression cold and unmoved. Pouting won't work here. Seeing it's no use, she resigns herself to taking down the snake. But her expression is far from pleased. Isn't it just a stinky snake? I'll just kill it, what's the big deal? She was just about to stand up and attack when the snake suddenly opened its jaws wide, bearing razor-sharp fangs, its forked tongue lolling out. Paralyzed by terror, she couldn't help herself. She leaped up and clung tight to his head, slamming her body straight into his face. Never thought my disciple would be this much of a scaredy cat. He yanked her off in irritation and gave her a stern lecture. What are you even hiding from? I'll tell you, this snake's attack power isn't particularly high, but if it manages to coil around you, you're beyond saving. Regaining her composure, she readied herself and began to fight. Yes, she drew her sword and a streak of purple radiance shimmered into existence. All right, this time I'm going to show my true colors and impress the masters. The snake responded by flicking its tongue, those lethal fangs bared as if taunting her. She began channeling 12 fingers gliding across the blade. Azure Lotus sword technique, first form Lone Lotus in the sea. One girl, one snake facing off. She leaped into the air and delivered a single clean slash, severing the white serpent's head in one stroke. After decapitating it, she touched down lightly on the ground. The massive serpent head crashed into the earth not far behind her, sending a plume of dust billowing into the air. Having completed her first kill, she cheered. I actually solo killed a giant beast snake all by myself. I'm way too amazing. She turned to celebrate with Himenly for something to streak past at blinding speed, shearing off a few strands of her temple hair. Knowing it was him, she puffed her cheeks in anger and glared. Master, are you sure you're not just scared of running into something yourself? He floated up in an instant and stood on a tree branch, still completely alert. I'll discipline you on behalf of your senior sister. Seeing the Supreme One's attitude, she felt a twinge of annoyance. Why, I clearly relied on my own ability to kill that giant snake. Why, Master? Lost in thought, she turned to look at the severed snake head and froze in shock. This is, Yi Bei began to explain. Ordinary venomous serpents die once you strike their 7-inch mark. But beast-type monsters like this have far stronger life force. You have to destroy the head completely to land a fatal blow. The realization hit her, and she quickly lowered her head in shame. Oh, yes, Sanai understands now. Sanai will definitely remember. Oh my god, that was so embarrassing just now. Yi Bei walked over to the snake's severed head and extracted a red gem from within. He handed the gem to her. Here, girl, take it. She took the red gem, still coated in viscous slime. Holding it made her skin crawl, but there was no denying the mysterious power pulsing within. The slimy coating was absolutely disgusting, yet something about it radiated an arcane energy. Beasts at the profound mystery realm don't form crystal corazo. This is likely the one-of-a-kind treasure hidden within this secret realm. He explained, infuse it with your spiritual power. You'll definitely uncover the secret inside. Yes, she replied. Master. She began channeling, holding the red gem before her chest. A faint pink aura radiated outward around it. The aura gradually enveloped the gem and flowed into her body. Profound Mystery Realm 7th level, Profound Mystery Realm 6th level. After breaking through to the 7th level, she was overjoyed. A breakthrough? I actually broke through from the 6th level to the 7th level of the Profound Mystery Realm without a single obstacle. Everything unfolded exactly as he had predicted. Just as I suspected, this is the fortune hidden within the Senil Forest secret realm. It raises your cultivation and has the bonus effect of shattering your shackles. She beamed with gratitude. Sanai thanks Master for the reward. She could feel his kindness. Oh, Master really does care about her. Whenever he finds something good, he lets her use it first. From deep within the forest, a desperate cry rang out, help, someone save me. Hearing this, his eyes turned razor sharp. Let's go take a look. She tensed up, sensing it could be a trap set for both of them. Huh, Master, isn't this a trap waiting for us? He merely let out a cold smirk, his voice turning even more frigid. Killed enough beasts, time to switch to humans. Following the cries for help, the two rushed toward the source. An injured girl was on the ground, begging for help. She glanced over and asked, should we save her? He seemed to see right through the act, his lips curled into a cold grin. He casually flicked his wrist, a streak of green light shot straight toward the girl. Unlike the helpless victim she'd been moments ago, the girl flipped and dodged his attack with acrobatic grace like a clown mid-routine. She landed softly at a comfortable distance, positioning herself to face the two of them. Standing tall, she began hurling provocations at him. My little brother, you look so handsome on the outside, but your heart is pitch black. No wonder you had the guts to steal every single token from the people of Tianchai Holy Land. Realizing the person before her was an elite from one of the outer Holy Lands, she was quite startled. She's an elite from one of the outer Holy Lands, but Master clearly wiped out everyone from Tianchai Holy Land. How did this person find us? He recognized exactly who stood before him. He replied with open disdain, someone from Jingyao Holy Land. What's the point of all this sneaking around? Do you really need to ambush two low-level cultivators like us? His words struck like venom. Her face flushed scarlet with rage, a violent aura surging around her. To deal with you two little brats, one hand is all I need to kill you. San Nhi felt a pang of embarrassment for failing to recognize that the person before her was a hidden infiltrator from one of the outer Holy Lands. I'm supposed to be one of the most celebrated beauties of Luoguang City, for crying out loud. How have I become this much of a waste? I didn't even notice an entire group hiding right here. Noticing what the girl beside him was thinking, he spoke up. Girl, don't overthink it. Their cultivation is all higher than yours. Not detecting them is perfectly normal. He paused, then added, besides, the infiltration skills of Jingyao Holy Land are known as the finest among all the Holy Lands. Hearing that, her embarrassment only deepened. Yes, Master San Nhi will remember. She didn't wait long. The enemy woman launched her attack. Streams of green light shot toward him and San Nhi. You're courting death, insulting Jingyao Holy Land like that. You deserve to die. Facing her barrage, he didn't flinch. Instead, he calmly turned to San Nhi and asked, Girl, Azure Lotus Sword Technique, 9th form, do you know it? Yes. Before she could finish speaking, the blade light streaked in, closing in on their bodies. Master, the blades are coming. His expression didn't change one bit. He merely flicked his hand, a few casual movements, and every last strike was deflected. Witnessing that scene, the enemy woman staggered back in shock, her curiosity about his identity burning red-hot. Seeing that her previous attack amounted to nothing, she fearlessly clasped her hands together and launched another strike. Blinding golden light erupted, aimed her most devastating moves directly at him and San Nhi. Seeing the incoming attack, he lifted San Nhi into the air to dodge while reminding her, actually, your senior sister probably never told you the 9th form of the Azure Lotus Sword Technique isn't a single sword move. Below us, the people from Jingyao Holy Land are in pursuit. They're right down there. Truly not knowing her limits, she recklessly charged in to clash with him once more. This time you're in midair. Let's see where you can run now. The golden lights whooshed toward him and her. Today, I'll give you a taste of the Azure Lotus Sword Technique's true ultimate form. Suddenly, a lotus blossom materialized out of thin air, swallowing every last golden ray whole. He drew a longsword, purple lightning crackling and coiling around the blade. Every single person present witnessed it with their own eyes. None of them could believe what they were seeing. What the hell is that? Wasn't that guy only at the first level of the profound mystery realm? Impossible, that was a full power strike at the peak of the divine court realm. How could he have broken through it? He and she joined forces, conjuring a massive circle crackling with purple lightning bolts. In one clean strike, it crashes down into the crowd below, unleashing a shockwave that shakes the earth. Done, they both land gracefully. All that remains on the ground now are the scattered remnants of the Jingyao Holy Land's forces. He glances at the carnage and asks casually, that's it. He turns to his disciple and asks gently, scared. Hearing her master's concern, she feels a secret surge of joy. She never expected him to actually care about her like this. She breaks into a bright smile. Not scared, as long as master is here. Before she can finish, he cuts in, not scared, good. He turns and assigns her a task, clean up the bodies, and while you're at it, search them for tokens. She just declared she wasn't scared, but the moment she hears his request, she freezes. Inside, she's screaming. Master, is that really necessary? I'm actually terrified, you know. He looks at her flatly. Is there a problem? Seeing that the Supreme isn't going to budge, she relents barely. Yes, Master. She works with her hands while muttering under her breath. Master has absolutely zero sense of chivalry. Meanwhile, he watches her in quiet contemplation, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. If this girl doesn't toughen up soon, she'll end up nothing more than a pretty decoration. Sometime later, she finishes collecting every last token and jade pendant. Master, all the secret realm tokens and tracking jade pendants have been collected. Seeing that everything is accounted for, he tosses her a word of praise. Girl, you're useless at most things but cleanup duty. Honestly, not bad. Receiving his praise, she lights up with delight. Thank you for the praise, Master. Cher will work even harder next time. Good, I appreciate the effort, he encourages her. But the moment the praise leaves his lips, his next words freeze her in place. So from now on, all cleanup duties are yours. Keep up the good work. Realizing he completely misunderstood, she scrambles to explain. No, Master, wait, please listen. That's not what I meant. She chases after him. Master, wait for me. He stops and pulls out a token. A map shimmers to life, dotted with clusters of green markers. She stares curiously. Master, why are there so many green dots this time? He answers without hesitation. That Tianchai half-emperor must have shared our tracking markers with the other two holy lands. They then replicated the devices using secret arts to mass-produce them. Absolutely shameless. Too far. These holy lands really are exactly as Master described it, early despicable. Calm in contrast to her fury, he says, actually, this will work in our favor. She blinks, caught off guard. Hey. A faint smirk crosses his face. It's time to swap roles. Hunter becomes prey, prey becomes hunter. Near a massive tree, a group of figures stands in formation. 2 sentries perch above, and one of them speaks up. Found their hiding spot. Stay sharp, that brat is tricky, but no matter how tricky he is, he can't take all of us at once. The leader of the group barks orders, split up and move in, and don't damage the Buddhist elders, want them brought back intact. The group responds in unison, understood. One of them walks forward and spots the token lying on the ground. His blood runs cold. He stammers, it's over, we fell for a trap. He whirls around to the others, fall back. Everyone retreat now. She materializes from thin air. Dark arts indeed. How the hell did that brat know we were coming tonight? He senses something and whips his head around. 3 others behind him still have no clue what's happening. Then they feel a creeping sense of dread. They turn. One of them picks up her lethal aura and spins around, but she's already on him, darting in like a gale, before he can even raise a hand. Shrieking screams erupt from inside the ancient tree. In mere moments, she alone has cut down every last one of them. She stands proudly, sword in hand, over the pile of corpses. A smirk crosses her face. Her master's formations are truly masterful with those arrays in place. Catching these fools was as easy as flipping her hand. Seeing his disciple finish the job, he calls out casually, girl, no need to deal with the bodies this time. Just loot everything. Yes, master. 2 minutes later, once she's done stripping them clean, he flicks his wristband. The corpses dissolve into puddles of water. Watching his formation mastery in action, her eyes go wide. She thinks to herself, so convenient, formations look seriously powerful too. I wonder if I could learn a bit, but the old man reads her thoughts instantly and shuts them down. Don't even dream about it, formations aren't suited for you. His words hit her like a bucket of ice water to the face. She grumbles internally, master is great in every way except that mouth, way too blunt. The battle barely ends before he's already pushing her onward. Let's go, the next round is coming. She lets out a long, exhausted groan. As they head to the next target, she asks, Master, you've already taken on the second holy land, where are we going next? He replies evenly. Focus on using crystal stones to raise your cultivation. Once your level is high enough, you'll naturally understand. She beams. Yes, master. She thinks no wonder he's senior sister's master. Predicting everything like a god is absolutely terrifying. Later, people from the Yixi Holy Land arrive at the scene, but there's no one left. Where is everyone? They step into the cave, and a massive golden formation circle ignites before them. The golden circle expands rapidly, revealing an enormous formation array sprawling across the ground. They recognize it instantly, Yi Bei's handiwork. They scream, it's a trap, fall back, retreat now, from a distance. He and his disciple hear the frantic shouts. The same familiar taste, the same hunting method, even the same dull, predictable lines. He turns to her, go girl. 3 formation arrays with intricate, spiraling patterns materialize in a vertical column along the tree trunks. He stands on a branch behind her, casually waving as he watches her sprint off to collect heads. He calls after her, make it quick. Yes, master, you're all dead. After the skirmish, she bounces back happily, waving a fistful of tokens. Master, it's only been 3 days, and we've already collected 76 secret realm tokens. The remaining 24, let's go find them. But his expression remains unchanged, calm as ever. No rush for the next few days. Just focus on using crystal stones to boost your cultivation. He tosses a token in the air and catches it. "We'll hunt the last 24 once your level is up." She nods eagerly. "Yes, master, whatever you say." While she busies herself sorting the collected tokens, she settles into a corner to train, and he, too, begins cultivating in silence. 4 days later, his face darkens, eyes turning cold and terrifying enough to make the captives tremble. "Answer my question, hand over the tokens, and I'll let you live." Seeing them hesitate, she lets out a cold snore, their eyes cutting into them like blades. The two of them nearly piss themselves in terror. "W will hand them over." The moment the tokens leave their hands, the two bolt at full speed, desperate to escape. "Spare us, hero." Watching them flee, she tilts her head innocently. "Am I really that scary? I scared them all off in an instant." "Don't overthink it," he says dismissively. She turns to him with a radiant grin. "This is amazing, master. With today's haul, we've hit exactly 100 secret realm tokens. I wonder what kind of treasures we can exchange them for once this secret realm closes." She trails off mid-sentence. Something clicks in her mind. "Master, I've heard that certain treasure rests when placed together can trigger a reaction. They might even combine into the rarest artifact imaginable. Could these secret realm tokens possibly work the same way?" He considers it for a moment. Worth a try. He sweeps his hand, and every token launches into the air. They converge, fusing into a colossal purple mass wreathed in arcs of crackling lightning. His expression shifts. Something is wrong. His eyes flash with alarm. This is bad. If this keeps going, things are going to get ugly. Sensing the imminent danger, he conjures a blue sphere of light and hurls it straight at the purple mass. But the sphere does nothing. The purple mass only glows brighter, pulsing with even more power. He falls silent, sensing something deeply wrong. She turns to him, calling out, "Master." He sees her silhouette flicker and fade. His hand shoots out to grab her, but he's a fraction too slow. "Girl," she vanishes from the secret realm. It seems that activating all the tokens at once triggered some kind of effect on the secret realm system. The activation must have hit a hidden mechanism, causing the secret realm to shut down prematurely. That's why this power of law forcibly ejected every living survivor to the outside. The most pressing matter right now was that Saner had been expelled outside. Damn it, 3 major holy lands and a handful of smaller factions were all waiting outside the secret realm. If that girl emerged alone, the consequences were unthinkable. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. He shut his eyes tight and linked with the secret realm system. "System, how do I get out of here as fast as possible?" "System, congratulations, host. You have successfully collected all 100 secret realm tokens. System, as a reward. System, you have obtained ownership of the entire secret realm. System, host, simply focus on fully refining the secret realm. System, upon successful refinement, you will not only be able to leave it but carry the entire secret realm with you." Green sparks crackled across his hands, his expression growing taut with tension. "You think I give a damn about rewards right now? If something happens to that girl, I'll never be able to face forth ever again." He wrapped himself in a swirling aura of green energy. "Even if she weren't Forth's little sister, after 7 days of calling me master countless times, I'd still put everything on the line to save her." At the gateway of the secret realm, a flash of light erupted. The survivors who emerged wore looks of stunned bewilderment. Everyone asked the same question, why are you all out already? The secret realm wasn't supposed to close for another 3 days, was it? Those who had returned all gave the same answer. "Master, me secret realm token was stolen from me." "Elder, my token was stolen too. It was some first-level profound mystery realm brat." "My clan leader's token was also snatched by a first-level profound mystery realm kid." Saner was also expelled outside. The moment the old man spotted her, his face twisted with fury and he charged straight at her. Saner flinched in shock. He was already in front of her, his eyes murderous, like he wanted to swallow her whole. "Ha, you wretched girl, finally I've got you." Without hesitation, his hand clamped around her throat and hoisted her into the air. "Where is that boy? Is he still inside?" His grip was crushing. The blood drained from her face as air cut off. "I'm done for. Why am I so stupid? Why did I go and give Master that boneheaded idea for no reason?" Her eyes grew taut with panic. "I really am a blockhead. I brought this disaster on myself." Receiving no answer, his rage only deepened. His fingers tightened around her neck. "Not talking, are we? Then die." With her last flickering breath, she forced out the words, "My senior sister is a half-emperor." The old man froze for a split second. Half-emperor, her sister is a half-emperor. But his grip didn't loosen, his eyes still burned with killing intent. "So what? I'll kill you first. Then deal with that half-emperor senior sister of yours. A half-emperor at the same realm as Mesh is no threat." She clawed at his hand, struggling desperately, her breath nearly gone. she rasped out, my senior sister is the estate master of the Teibai Sword Manor in Luoguang City. Teibai is at peak half-emperor. Her master broke through to the great emperor realm right before we entered the secret realm. The moment he heard Teibai Sword Manor, old Yan went rigid frozen for several seconds. What? Hearing this, the surrounding crowd couldn't believe their ears either. A peak half-emperor senior sister and a great emperor master. Good heavens, with a background like that, she could stride through any holy land with impunity. Old Yan still didn't fully believe it. He turned to a man nearby. Old Mudo, you think what she's saying is credible? Another man hesitated, then spoke up. Half-emperor, Sirthai's one hails from Luoguang City. I can vouch for what this woman says is true. There is indeed a half-emperor there, and everyone in Luoguang knows about it. His memory flashed back to that day. The scene was truly terrifying. Black clouds blanketed the sky, lightning crashing down without pause. 10 days ago, a heavenly phenomenon had occurred over Luoguang City, lasting 3 full days, originating from the Teibai Sword Manor. Hearing this, the old man hastily let go and dropped her to the ground. I nearly caused a catastrophe. If I'd actually killed this girl today, that peak half-emperor and a great emperor would absolutely come hunting me down. When that happens, the situation would be 1,000 times worse than losing 20 secret realm tokens. Easing his tone, he asked her, what is your relationship with that boy? She gasped for air and answered, He is my senior brother. Senior brother? He fell into deep contemplation. Sanner seized the chance to catch her breath. That's right, no matter what happens, I will never reveal Master's identity. He told me once the secret realm ends and we get out, then he'll deal with these half-emperors. I must not act rashly. Besides, this half-emperor doesn't seem like he's going to make a move on me anymore. I just need to wait for Master to come out. As for him, he was pushing himself to the absolute limit to get out and save her. System, based on my current speed, what's the fastest I can fully refine this? System minimum time required 1 full day. Hearing 1 day, he froze solid. By the time he got out, she might be nothing but a corpse. What? A whole day? By the time I get out, won't it already be game over? Then what? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became for her safety. The little girl was clever enough to stall them for no, but he couldn't guarantee they wouldn't make a move eventually. At this point, he pulled out a crimson spirit pill. No other choice, things had come to this, it was all or nothing. The moment he swallowed it, his eyes blazed with light. Sparks erupted around him. Refine for me. Gradually, the sparks spread and spiraled into massive vortexes of energy. Hold on, girl, wait for me. Back at the gateway, a familiar flash of light appeared once more. Could it be someone else is about to come out? The light intensified, signaling the last person to exit the secret realm. The trial was over. Everyone stood dumbfounded. It's over. That's impossibly. Only 7 days have passed. There should be 3 more days left. Some cried out, where are my disciples? Wait, where are the people from our holy land? Not a single one of our holy land's people came out. The gateway's light faded to a dim purple glow. The last survivors had emerged, yet many were nowhere to be seen. What the hell? What's going on? Where is the Senluo secret realm? Something felt deeply wrong. He furrowed his brow. What in the world is happening? He glanced back toward where Sanner had been and his heart lurched. She was gone. Where did that wretched girl go? His disciple spoke up. She must have used the distraction to activate some kind of secret escape technique and slipped away. Old Yan's face flushed red with fury. How dare she slip away right under my nose? He raised his hand, energy crackling. Fine, I'll shatter both your legs. He formed a crimson sigil and hurled it toward the spot where she had been sitting. Threads of red light streaked after her, piercing deep into the forest. She heard the sound and spun around just in time to see the crimson dot bearing down on her. The red sigil closed and detonated. Boom. The blast sent her crashing to her knees. Pain radiated through her entire body. I'm still too weak. I gave everything I had to escape, and they still caught up to me in no time. Burning with defiance, she screamed, I swear as long as I make it out of here alive today, I will train harder than I ever have in my life. A beam of light shot down from above, striking right where she stood. Kaboom! She cracked one eye open, and there he was, the Supreme One. Master, she cried out with joy. He glanced down at her and said, girl, remember what you just said, hard training. Reuniting with him, she is overjoyed beyond words. Master, you've already left the secret realm. He glances down in alarm, his eyes lock onto her neck, where angry finger-shaped bruises are still imprinted across her throat. Seeing his disciple injured, his heart twists. Little girl, you've suffered because of me. Now that we've reunited, the weight on her heart finally lifts. As long as Master is here, Sanner can feel safe. Wrapped in his arms, she fears nothing anymore. Moreover, Master's embrace is so warm, so comforting. his arms tighten around her inside the flying ship. And she is startled when he pulls out a ring and holds it out to her. "Take this," he says, placing the ring in her hand. "Tell your senior sisters to use the crystal stone energy inside it to rapidly level up their strength." As he speaks, he slides the golden ring onto her finger. The moment he finishes, he sets her down, strides straight out, and slams the door shut behind him. Seeing this, she rushes to the door and screams, "No, master." "Then what about you?" As he speaks, he weaves a spell to turn the ship around and send it flying back. "Go back first. With you here, I can't fight at full power." The ship soars high into the sky and gradually vanishes from sight. From the distance, Elder Enguillerme comes charging in. Trying to run, "Stay right there." Seeing the old man rush toward him, Yibei turns to face him and begins channeling his technique. His eyes roll back to pure white as purple lightning crackles around his body. A purple orb of multi-layered thunder punishment materializes before him. The arcs of purple lightning grow denser and darker, enveloping his entire body. The battle officially begins. Both sides unleash their techniques and clash. Inside the flying ship, she watches her master fight alone. "Master, master, you have to hold on. Wait for Sanner. Once I reach Teibai Sword Manor, I'll immediately bring the senior sisters back to help you." After the battle, every tree in the surrounding forest lies toppled. Elder Enguillerme hovers in midair, his tone cold and detached. "Boy, you seized quite a few opportunities inside the secret realm, didn't you? Your cultivation jumped from profound mystery realm, first layer, all the way to the 9th layer." Loose strands of hair hang over Yibei's face, concealing whatever thoughts churn behind his eyes. Seeing him like that, the old man assumes he's frightened and grows even more smug. As he speaks, his eyes turn vicious, teeth grinding together. "Should I congratulate you, I wonder?" Yibei glances at him, calm as still water. "So it was you who bullied my girl just now." The old man doesn't flinch. He flashes a sinister grin. "So what if it was me? If I had caught that little wretch earlier, I would have ground her into 1,000 pieces. Do you really think having a half-emperor sister and a great emperor master means you can offend our 9 great holy lands?" The moment he hears those words, Yibei's expression darkens. His hands begin weaving. A techniqueth purple lightning orb crackles back into existence. A plume of smoke erupts in the middle of the forest. Elder Enguillerme freezes at the sight of his spell. What was that just now? A transmission token, or some kind of hidden treasure. Boom, a beam of light slams straight into the old man. He lets out a piercing scream. "What?" The old man crashes to the ground. He scrambles upright, disbelief plastered across his face. "How is this possible? My spiritual energy, my great Tao power, it all vanished in an instant." Before he can even regain his senses, a rope coils around his body, the force constricting tight. "What?" From afar, the Supreme One appears. In one explosive motion, Yibei swings the rope with every ounce of strength. The old man's body smashes into the ground. A flash of light, the rock beneath shatters into fragments. After slamming him down, Yibei hovers in the air, gazing down at the cracked and shattered earth below. Where did this mob come from? You're despicable. If you've got the guts, fight our elder one-on-one, fair and square." Yibei merely glances at them, the corner of his mouth curling. "Don't rush. Once I'm done with this old fossil, you're next on the list." Even after that earth-shattering blow, the old man still runs his mouth. "Damn you, if you've got the guts, let me go." Yibei stares at him and scoffs with utter contempt. "Sorry, I don't have the guts." Unable to bear it, the old man screams, "Old Mew, Old Chen, what the hell are you two standing around for?" Hearing Elder Enguillerme call their names, the two flinch and exchange nervous glances, their faces twisted with extreme tension. Seeing their hesitation, Chen Chu roads a threat. "If I die, I'll haunt you bastards for eternity." Seeing no choice, the two launch their attacks, but the techniques are deflected right back. Everyone present is stunned. They actually failed to break through that massive black coffin. Just how hard is this thing? Even 2 half-emperors going all out couldn't crack it. What kind of divine technique is this? The two are equally bewildered. What sorcery is this? "Impossible," the leader shouts. "Everyone. All of us charge together. I refuse to believe that with this many of us, we can't break through this turtle shell." Inside the coffin, Yibei remains utterly composed, watching the fools outside unleash their futile barrage. Elder Enguillerme is drenched in cold sweat. He clearly has countless chances to kill me, yet he keeps holding back. Why? He sneers through gritted teeth. "You little brat, just you wait. Once I recover, I'll chop you into 1,000 pieces." Outside, the group has exhausted every ounce of strength trying to breach the barrier, all for nothing. They pant and wheeze, unable to form a single coherent sentence. Damn it, we went all out and still couldn't break through. One of them, dripping with sweat and gasping for air, gives up and staggers away. That kid may be strong, but at best, he can only destroy Elder Enguillerme's physical body. After all, the divine soul of a half-emperor powerhouse isn't so easily annihilated. Besides, there seems to be some kind of sealing power at work inside. Yubei speaks, his voice ice-cold. Time's almost up. His expression turns grim, he draws his sword. Seeing this, the old man's face drains of color. What do you want? Swish, a single stroke, Elder Enguillerme's head rolls from his shoulders. The blade's arc is nearly invisible. Only by looking at Yi Bei's sword-wielding hand does one realize he just beheaded the man. Seeing him execute the elder without hesitation, the remaining men gape in horror. This kid's lost his mind. He actually dared to kill him, another one echoes. Does he not realize this isn't just killing a half-emperor, it's inviting catastrophe upon himself? Done, Yi Bei lands on the ground utterly calm. A green glow emanates from Elder Enguillerme's severed neck. His soul flies out, attempting to escape the barrier, but fails. His spectral face is contorted from the violent impact. He can't believe it. What? I can't get out. The group outside stares in stunned silence. This black coffin can actually imprison a divine soul. What the hell kind of heaven-defying divine technique is this? And he's only at the profound mystery realm, yet he managed to destroy a half-emperor's body like that. Who the hell is this kid? Elder Enguillerme's soul circles around Yi Bei, spewing insults. You little bastard, how dare you destroy my physical body? I'm in my divine soul state now, all your attacks are useless against me. Bet you're regretting it, aren't you? He continues to taunt him. Unless you can reach the Saint Realm, you can't harm me in the slightest. Thinking himself clever, the old soul sneers. That black coffin technique of yours isn't it about to fade? The moment it disappears, I'll grab you barehanded. Then, Yi Bei snaps, lashes out, and slaps the soul square across the face. Yi Bei says with utter disgust, "Shut up." The old soul freezes in disbelief. No, that's impossible, how can you? Outside, the group starts yammering again. Kid, I advise you to release him. He's a direct disciple of the Phantom Ghost Great Emperor from Tianchai Holy Land. If you actually kill him, not even your master will be able to protect you. That's right, release our elder and we guarantee that once the black coffin vanishes, we absolutely will not lay a finger on you. Yi Bei thinks, what a bunch of idiots. Do they really take me for a fool? Or do they think I was born without a brain? The killing intent in their eyes is plain as day. They're here to end me. The idiots outside still spout empty threats. We guarantee we'll spare you. Hearing this, his rage ignites like oil poured on fire. Spare you? I wouldn't dare believe it even if I wanted to. He swings the chain with savage force, laws cleaving Elder Yan's soul in two. The men outside freeze solid, cold sweat pouring down like rain. He actually dared to kill a half-emperor, and not just the body, but utterly annihilated even the divine soul. The group exchanges grave looks. A profound communication realm cultivator killing a half-emperor. If someone like this is allowed to grow, the 9 great sacred grounds would face an unimaginable threat. Elder Chen strokes his chin in thought. Indeed, that boy reeks of vengeance from a mile away, after all. We did send a whole squad into the secret realm to hunt him down. Wait, something just clicked. He calls out loudly, you, boy, Xingyao sacred ground, we sent people into the secret realm. Did you kill them all? Meanwhile, Yi Bei casually pulls a ring from Elder Yan's corpse. You're only figuring that out now. Your half-emperor here must be a bit slow on the uptake. His fists clench tight, fury reaching its peak. The other disciples erupt in outrage at his actions. You bastard, put down our sacred grounds property this instant. Seeing them seethe only makes him lean further into it. A half-emperor, after all, there's bound to be some good loot, right? With that thought, he clutches the ring, his gaze hardening with resolve. Then I'll just take everything. Witnessing his brazen theft, those men are boiling with rage, teeth grinding audibly. System, the black coffin will vanish in 90 seconds. Alert, monitor your remaining time. Showing the last shred of mercy, he warns them. All of you listen up. I'm giving you 1 minute. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, when the time comes, your regret will mean nothing. Truly, they won't shed tears until they see the coffin still defiantly challenging him. Death is at their doorstep, yet they run their mouths. If you've got the guts, then make your move. Once that black coffin fades, it'll be your death day. I don't believe a mere profound communication realm brat can defeat 2 half-emperors plus over 10 Saint King powerhouses. Yi Bei begins the countdown, 4-3. The leader of Honglian sacred ground hears this, suddenly stiffens and immediately orders a retreat. My apologies everyone, Honglian sect just remembered we have pressing matters to attend to. Seeing this, others scramble to retreat as well. Us too, only the blockheads remain behind to face him. You're all cowards, this brat is clearly just bluffing you. They wager that once the black coffin vanishes, he'll bolt for his life, utterly pathetic. But eBay remains perfectly calm, waiting for the final seconds. The last few seconds tick away. Each passing second, his gaze carries killing intent sharp enough to end lives on the spot. I was going to let you wretched dogs keep your miserable lives, but you just couldn't tell good from bad, could you? Insisted on charging headfirst into death. The final seconds drain away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The black coffin dissolves into nothing, and with it, the hour of reckoning for those fools has arrived. They charge at him, challenging him to the death. eBay watches those pitiful wretches and cracks a smirk. Well then, don't blame me. The Supreme Demon Emperor raises both hands, weaving an incantation. A violet formation array materializes in the air. The group freezes, eyes wide. A ghostly phantom reaches from behind. Wrapping its arms around the leader, his face drains of all color as cold panic takes hold. That feeling, a green miasma, engulfs the entire area. Wailing screams echo everywhere. Run, run! The fools finally whip around to look, but it is far too late. eBay stands with a darkened expression, violet light blazing in his eyes, lightning crackling around his body. He thrusts his hand forward, lightning slams straight into the earth. Kaboom! A cataclysmic explosion erupts. Amid the blast, mysterious peach blossom petals swirl from nowhere. The shockwave alone threatens to blow everything away. Lightning bolts grow fiercer, slashing back and forth across the field. The group is thrown flat on their backs. The leader, face bloodied and battered, lifts his head to stare. What the hell kind of divine ability is this? Even a single strike from a great emperor might not be this terrifying. One disciple gasps, no wonder that brat dared to kill a half-emperor. No wonder he always wore that carefree, fearless expression. He had this terrifying trump card calculated all along, prepared to drag us into oblivion together. His face contorts in agony, sweat dripping in torrents. This kind of person is truly terrifying. Elsewhere, the crimson lightning bolts gradually fade away. The space around him is riddled with cracks floating in the air, spatial tears left by the clash. He appears wounded, his face twists in pain. Damn it, right now I can't even channel half a point of spirit power. System host exploited a pill to forcibly fuse with the secret realm core within 2 hours. However, as a result, host's cultivation directly surged from profound communication realm 1st layer to 9th layer, causing severe meridian rupture throughout the body. Unable to use spirit power, he leans against a tree trunk. Forget spirit power, I can barely even move right now. His expression hardens, his fingertips flicker with faint violet light. But if I stay here with only this trace of spirit energy in this void of a space, recovering my body could take an eternity. He raises his hand instinctively. A black portal tears open. I need to figure a way out to absorb the ambient heavenly spirit energy from outside and recover. He peers insidiously, pitch black emptiness. What the hell out there? Is there even a place I can absorb energy from? He slumps slightly, then that means I'm stuck inside a spatial turbulence. He sits down and counts the spirit stones he's collected. Well, I'll call this a success for now, for the time being. I can only rely on these to slowly recover. Beneath his palm lies a heap of green spirit stones radiating a soft glow. 1 day later, the airship returns to Taebaisword Manor. Spotting the ship's return, everyone is taken aback. Master is back? Wait, that can't be right. The Senluo secret realm hasn't even been open for a full 8 days. The young woman beside them finds it equally strange. Exactly wasn't it supposed to last 10 days? The airship touches down. Everyone stares in shock at his and her unexpected return. What's going on? Seeing this, Taebai steps forward and approaches the ship's entrance. She calls inside, Master, are you in there cultivating? Hearing Taebai's voice, Zio-san rushes out crying, 4th sister. Taebai freezes at the sight. Sanner crumbles, sobbing uncontrollably. Sister, she can't see the Supreme Master anywhere. Only now does it dawn on Taebai. Wait, where is Master? From inside the ship, Sanner cries and wails, Senior sister, this flying ship was force-locked from outside. One glance at the locking technique and Yushin recognizes it immediately. This is unmistakably Master's handiwork. Juju senses something is terribly wrong. It's over. Master must be in serious trouble, and not a small kind either. That's why he sent Sanner back to Taebaisword Manor while he himself couldn't return. Clang! Taebai forces the door open. The moment it swings wide, Sanner lunges forward and throws herself into Taebai's arms, sobbing, 4th sister, it's all my fault. I'm the one who dragged Master into the trap. Get it together first, stop crying, and tell me exactly what happened. After several minutes of recounting, Sanner's eyes are swollen red. That's everything that happened. Sister, it's all my fault. I'm the one who dragged Master into danger. Hearing Sanner's account, fury blazes inside Teibai like wildfire. Her eyes carry a look that could kill. Tianchai sacred ground, I will not let you get away with this. 3 great sacred grounds, just you wait. I will come for every last one of you and slaughter you all. How dare you touch my master? How dare you lay a finger on my master? A sinister smile curls across her lips. Good, Tianchai sacred ground, good, very good. With that, she boards the ship with Sanner, turning it back toward Yi Bei's location. She turns to Sanner. Sanner, when Master sent you away, did he leave any instructions, any final words? At this question, Teibai pauses, thinking it through. Knowing Master's character, whatever he does, he always considers the bigger picture and leaves himself an escape route. After a moment of recollection, Sanner suddenly remembers. Yes, Master definitely said something. She hands over the ring that Yi Bei had instructed her to give to Teibai. Master told me to deliver this to you, senior sisters. Sanner relayed his words to everyone. Master says let the sisters use the resources inside to cultivate diligently. When he returns, everyone gasped in disbelief. What? Zhuge and Yushin froze solid, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. Master actually said that. Sanner didn't quite understand the reaction. Zhuge leaned over and whispered to Yushin. Senior sister, Master told us to go back and cultivate diligently. If we go find him now, won't we get? Even Teibai's face paled. His hands trembling slightly. We're already almost there. If we get scolded, so be it. Upon arriving, the place was a wasteland. A massive crater yawned in the ground. Sanner stared in confusion. It was perfectly fine just yesterday. How did it suddenly turn into this? Teibai took one look and knew it was Yi Bei's doing. Master must have used a forbidden technique. Sanner's jaw dropped. Oh my god, Master created all of this. That's absolutely terrifying. Yushin scanned the area, then said flatly, let's go. I've already sensed it. There's no living presence nearby. Hearing that, Sanner turned to Teibai. Big sister, so we're not going to look for Master. What if Master right now is? Zhuge cut in. Something of this scale, Master could create it with a casual wave. Remembering the Supreme's instructions. We should listen to Master and go back to cultivate diligently. Who knows, he might come back to test our progress in a few days. That makes sense. Fine then. Spatial turbulence. Threads of light coiled around him as he sat in meditation, his hand clutching a glowing spirit stone. After a long time, his body had barely recovered. He'd burned through every last spirit stone in his Tianchai half-emperor ring over the past few days. Yet the meridian damage across his body had only healed by 10%. His face looked utterly spent. He still needed to find a way out of this spatial turbulence fast. He'd barely clawed his way back to life. There was no way in hell this great lord was going to waste his time stuck here. He turned his gaze to the deep black void ahead. You're the one. He began channeling his technique. Purple lightning crackled to life. More and more arcs of lightning surged around him. His eyes glowed a terrifying violet. Myriad thunder strikes. He poured every ounce of his remaining strength into shattering the black barrier. He muttered to himself, just a little more. A blinding flash of light, and after countless attempts, he finally broke free from the secret realm. At last, he escaped that god-forsaken place. Before the joy could even settle, he glanced down. His stomach lurched. He was in freefall. What the hell? He steadied himself, forcing his mind calm. Don't panic. With my current physical resilience, even without spiritual energy shielding me, the worst I'll suffer is minor injuries. And just like Thaith hit the ground, hard kaboom. The impact was brutal, but he forced himself to stay composed. I'm already gravely injured. What's a little more pain? Gritting through the agony, he consoled himself, just find a place to cultivate and recover, and everything would be fine. After the fall, it took him some time to stabilize. Half a day later, he'd recovered roughly half his spiritual power. His meridian condition had begun accelerating its recovery. Though only slightly, could sit up now, but walking was still a gamble. While he was meditating to restore his spiritual energy, a voice echoed from the distance, Woman, did you really think you could escape from us? From afar, a young woman streaked across the sky, with 3 figures in hot pursuit. They chased after her, shouting, The entire Chongsu heavenly domain has placed a bounty on everyone from your Renren Hall. You'd better surrender quietly. Don't make this harder than it needs to. Bue didn't track down a shop owner this easily just to let her go. They were closing in fast. If we can capture her alive, we'll score a whole set of precious saint-grade cultivation techniques. The woman clenched her teeth, pouring every last bit of energy into her speed to keep them from catching up. Hearing those words, his heart jolted. He stopped his recovery mid-cycle. Renren Hall, could it be her? The 3 creeps taunted her. Hey little beauty, don't run, big brothers will be gentle. Disgust twisted her face. She swore to herself if she couldn't escape today, she would die before letting harm come to the Hall Master. He seemed to read her thoughts. His voice rang out, "Come to me. I guarantee you won't die." She turned toward the sound. Their eyes met. Something in his gaze told her to trust him. "Come here." She kicked off a tree trunk, changing her trajectory. She veered sharply and flew straight toward him. He looked at her and asked, "Renren Hall, founded on the Great Tao." Panting from the sprint, she managed, "Yes." He pressed on, "Do you know Bai Yuling?" She answered quickly, "I do." His gaze lingered quite open, lie on her ample chest. He caught only fragments of her words. "Hall Master Bai is the founder of our Renren Hall, and the greatest physician alive." A faint smile crossed his lips. He mused to himself, what a twist of fortune, ending a lead on his 99th disciple by sheer luck. So she'd settled in the Changsu domain and opened Renren Hall. But why hadn't she reached out to her fellow sisters all these years? She spotted the pursuers closing in behind her and quickly ducked behind Yi Bei. "They're here." The three of them still carried themselves with absurd arrogance. "Running? Why'd you stop?" She clung to his arm in fear, hiding behind him. One of them spoke up. "You think finding some third-stage profound mystery realm brat is going to save you?" The fat one sneered, "Give up already. Come willingly into Big Brother's arms." "That's right, behave, and the three of us promise we'll be gentle." Yi Bei found them utterly repulsive. But he kept his composure and spoke softly first. "Have you never heard the saying, 'What men do, heaven watches. Evil begets evil and good begets good'? It's not that karma doesn't come, it's that the time hasn't arrived yet." They burst out laughing. "A half-crippled wreck like you wants to play hero and save the damsel." The tallest one let out a derisive snort. "You've got to be kidding me." His eyes shifted sharp, lethal. He raised one finger skyward. "Like right now, don't you feel someone watching you from above?" The three looked up along his finger. A bolt of lightning crashed down and struck one of them dead center. The other two stood frozen, jaws on the ground. Clear skies, not a cloud in sight, yet lightning just struck, and the power behind it was absolutely insane. They whirled on him, shouting, "Yao, is that you're doing?" Another bolt slammed down, striking the one standing right beside him. The last one bolted, running for his life without looking back. "Ghosts, it's ghosts. How could he possibly let that one escape?" "Oh, right, and more thing I forgot to tell you." That same sinister smile. "When you start wondering whether you've run into a demon, don't second-guess yourself. Your judgment is spot on." The last one didn't make it far before he, too, fell under Yi Bei's hand. Witnessing everything, she stared in shock, dying to know who this man was. This young man's aura was clearly frail and weak, an idiot. He hadn't moved an inch from where he stood, and in the blink of an eye, he'd killed 2 divine court realm experts. When it was over, he turned to look at her. She quickly bowed. "This junior is the branch manager of the 5th Division of Renren Hall. Luo Xuan, I am grateful for the senior's life-saving grace." He looked at her seriously and said, "Tell me everything about the Hall Master from beginning to end. Don't leave out a single word." Her expression darkened. "Yes, senior." Amid the verdant forest, she sits down and begins recounting the entire story to him. 300 years ago, while the Hall Master was evading those holy lands, she carelessly had her identity exposed. After that, the people of the Tianchai Holy Land captured Hirvan, though the Hall Master never joined their ranks. A hint of sadness crosses her face as she speaks. For a full 100 years, the Hall Master was placed under house arrest within the Tianchai Holy Land, never once stepping beyond its borders. He turns to look at her in surprise. As she continues, she recalls that by the 150th year, after gradually earning a measure of trust from them, the Tianchai Holy Land finally allowed the Hall Master to seek out a few medical talents within the surrounding territories. However, female powerhouses at the Saint King realm always accompanied her, watching her every move. When the Hall Master had endured in secret for 250 years, she finally established Renren Hall. She developed it covertly, growing the organization into a formidable force right under their noses. She also dispatched people to scour every corner of the lands for the Tangezi rebirth pill. His expression turns grave, eyes narrowing tight, searching for the Tangezi rebirth pill. Noticing the shift in his expression, she pauses her story. "Senior, shall I continue?" She resumes her account. After the Hall Master spent another 50 years stabilizing her position, just a few dozen days ago, she finally broke through to the Saint Realm. But unexpectedly, the second Holy Prince of the Tianchai Holy Land suddenly made a request to the Tianchai Holy King, demanding that the Hall Master marry him. But how could the Hall Master possibly agree to that? So she immediately sent word to everyone. The members of Renren Hall revolted on the spot, fleeing from the Changsu domain at full speed. She also dispatched agents carrying news to other celestial districts, trying to spread the word as far and wide as possible. With the situation reaching a boiling point, the hall master entrusted me with a mission: bring this prescription to Renren Hall. They'll understand. Her voice drops low as she utters the final words. There are only 15 days left. The wedding day is almost here. The hall master once told her most trusted confidant, even if it costs her life, she will never marry into the Tianchai Holy Land. The instant she finishes, a streak of blazing light whooshes past, cleaving the earth in two. She topples backward, her face twisted in terror. Senior, are you all right? His face darkens with fury. Tianchai Holy Land, you lot truly have no shame. Imprisoning my disciple for 300 years, and now you dare demand she marry one of your own. Little lass, endure just 15 more days. Once those 15 days pass, your master will deliver a gift so grand it'll shake the Tianchai Holy Land to its very foundations. He regains his composure. It's nothing. I've only just arrived in the Changsu domain these past 2 days. Your hall master and I are old acquaintances. After hearing all of this, it's only natural for rage to burn in his heart. He pauses for a moment, then turns to her. By the way, how skilled are you in medicine? She puffs out her chest confidently. Senior. This junior won't boast about other things, but when it comes to medical skills, no matter how grave the injury, no matter how severe the ailment, I can bring anyone back. Right person, right time, he says. Then give me an examination. Yes, Senior. His face is drenched in sweat. So this is it. She begins taking his pulse. Good heavens, this senior's physique is absolutely extraordinary. She is astonished by his condition, and yet, despite everything his body has endured, he's still alive. Noticing her strange expression, he asks, what's wrong? Can it be treated? She starts in surprise. It can. However, given the resources available at my current level, I can only perform a treatment with a very low success rate, just enough to stabilize the injuries. He says calmly, the treatment you're referring to is acupuncture, isn't it? She stares at him wide-eyed. If I were to dedicate my full effort to treating you, how many days would I need? She thinks for a moment. At least 7 days before she can finish. He cuts straight to the point. Good, then let's start from the lower body first. She begins channeling her healing arts. He ponders silently. If I coordinate with her treatment, I should be fully healed in 4 to 5 days at most. I have to make the most of this window breakthrough from the 9th layer of the profound mystery realm to the divine court realm. That way, my third trump card will finally be unlocked. His thoughts drift to the little lass suffering in captivity. If she was captured by the Tianchai Holy Land 300 years ago, there could be other disciples of mine imprisoned in there as well. Even if none of my disciples are in that prison, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He gazes into the distance. 15 days, tight, sure, time is limited and everything has to move fast. But going a little crazy should do the trick. She finishes preparing her techniques, her cheeks flushed pink, and says softly, Senior, you can remove your robe now. Hearing this, he moves to comply without hesitation. Seeing his actions, she turns beet red and screams, Senior, you don't need to strip completely. Before she finishes, he's already fully undressed, but thankfully, it's not as she feared. It turns out the senior didn't actually need to take everything off. Flustered, she stammers, Senior, then I'll begin now. The sky above is clear and blue, a gentle breeze whispering through the trees. Ah, how peaceful. 2 days later, outside the Tianchai Holy Land's compound, he crouches behind a nearby boulder, eyes scanning the surroundings. After a moment of silent observation, he recalls what she told him. The Tianchai Holy Land is divided into distinct tiers. The outermost and second layers house the outer and inner disciples in their respective cultivation zones. The innermost layer is where the great emperor, Holy Lord, other great emperors, and half-saint elders reside in their cultivation grounds. She had sketched the Hall Master's location on the ground to help him visualize the layout. Hall Master Bai is confined in the innermost layer. With the situation thoroughly grasped, he assigns her a task. Good, now relay this information to the Tabai Sword Manor at once. After that, we split up. She responds cheerfully, yes, Senior. He strides forward calmly toward the 2 guards. Though his meridians have fully recovered, and the injuries are no longer critical. The intel Liu Oxuan provided last time made one thing clear: Thai's operation calls for brains, not brawn. Spotting a stranger approach, one of the guards shouts, who are you? This is the Tianchai Holy Land. Without a pass, you are forbidden to enter. He flashes a smile. He produces a token, one of our own. The 2 guards eye the token carefully. Oh, looks legit. In a flash, he lunges forward, both hands shooting out to seize each guard by the throat. Purple light erupts around them, accompanied by crackling arcs of lightning. In the next instant, both guards collapse to the ground and he vanishes without a trace. Illusions materialize. The two guards find themselves trapped in an entirely different dimension, utterly terrified. Where the hell is this? He descends from above. This space belongs to me. He swings a familiar whip back and forth several times before speaking. Now I ask one question, you answer one question. The two guards bristle with rage at his audacity. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you order us around? Do you have any idea we're people of the Tianchai Holy Land? With one flick, he brings the whip cracking across a guard's face, not with overwhelming force, but just enough. The pain is excruciating. The guard collapses, clutching his face and writhing on the ground. It hurts, I'm dying. He shifts his gaze to the other guard, face pale as though staring death itself in the eye, drops to his knees and kowtows frantically for mercy. Great hero, tell me what do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. Seeing this, he speaks plainly. Tell me everything, every last detail about the Emperor Transformation Pool of your Tianchai Holy Land. The guard doesn't dare hesitate. The Emperor Transformation Pool is nearly as large as a lake, located in the core disciple zone. It's the most heavily guarded treasure in the entire Holy Land. Saint King level figures are assigned to watch over it around the clock, and they rotate on patrol every single day. He glances up at Yi Bei with an awkward smile. So, stealing the Emperor Transformation Pool is basically impossible. Yi Bei listens and scoffs. Oh really? Too bad. Just because others don't have the ability doesn't mean I don't. Returning to the Tianchai Holy Land's perimeter, he uses a transformation technique to assume the appearance of Elder Yan. The incident at the Secret Realm Forest happened not long ago, and the two Holy Lands are separated by an entire celestial district. By all logic, news of the Tianchai Half-Emperor's death shouldn't have reached this place yet. His outward appearance gradually shifts, morphing into an entirely different person. If that's the case, then I'll temporarily borrow your identity. The guard speaks up. Greetings, Elder Yan. He reaches out and opens the door, unless he runs into someone at the Great Emperor or Half-Emperor level. Ordinary people simply cannot see through this transformation technique. As long as he passes through this door without being detected by anyone in the core area. His clear-eyed thought is cut short as a voice calls out from behind. Elder Yan, why have you returned so quickly this time? Did you have a good harvest? He stiffens, beads of sweat form on his forehead as he glances sideways. It's over, just as expected. Fear something, and it appears. Behind him stands someone from the Holy Land. Elder Yan is in a state of extreme anxiety. The goal is within arm's reach now. I'm not about to throw away this critical moment and start over from scratch. As for this Saint King expert, bluffing should do the trick. He doesn't turn around, only asking, "It's so late, what are you doing here?" The other man grins brightly and replies, "I've been accumulating merit for 100 years and finally exchanged it all for one day's qualification to cultivate at the Emperor Transformation Pool. Waiting for this day has truly not been easy." At the mention of the Emperor Transformation Pool, his expression hardens. The Emperor Transformation Pool. This person is actually about to enter the Emperor Transformation Pool. He pauses, then replies, "Yes, not bad." Sensing something isn't right, the other man begins to grow suspicious. Elder Yan seems off today. He brushes the man off. "Go cultivate at the Emperor Transformation Pool. I still have matters to attend to. I'm heading out first." Seeing this, the other person doesn't think much of it and takes his leave. Understood. He bows to see Elder Yan off, but when he raises his head, the man is already gone. He gasps. Half-Emperor experts are truly terrifying. His voice carries a tinge of envy as he murmurs, "When will I ever have strength like that?" What he doesn't know is that our protagonist has already left a wisp of aura on him, just enough to track his every move. Late at night, the curtain of darkness falls, finally allowing the last few stars to shine across the sky. That man has arrived at the gates of the Emperor Transformation Pool. Two masked guards spot the approaching figure. One of them speaks up. 200 years, and someone's finally come to cultivate. He says nothing, simply producing the invitation letter. The guard takes it and verifies its legitimacy. A scanning spell sweeps over his body. Verified. System access granted. The gate opens automatically. He steps inside. A clear, swift flowing current rushes past. He is overjoyed. Every second spent here is impossibly precious. Wasting even one is a sin. He strips off his robes and tosses them aside. A jade bead slips from the clothing and falls. The crystal bead gradually dissolves into smoke. From within the smoke, Yi Bei appears. Unexpectedly, he has that man to thank. Thanks to his fortune, he successfully infiltrated the Emperor Transformation Pool. Without this, relying on my own power alone, I likely couldn't have passed through those layers of strict security at the entrance. He pauses his thoughts for a moment. Judging from what those guards said, this Emperor transformation pool rarely sees visitors. As if something crosses his mind, his eyes narrow, but now still isn't the best time to act. He surveys the surrounding terrain. After all, this is a heavily guarded zone of the Tianchai Holy Land. The moment any anomaly appears, it will likely attract half-emperors or even great emperors immediately. A day later, a guard walks in and announces loudly, "Time's up, you need to leave now." Hearing this, the other person replies, "All right, I'll come out right away." He puts his clothes back on and walks out. After that person leaves, the guards begin their inspection of the Emperor transformation pool. From beneath a small ornamental rock, he can see the guards' feet as they patrol and inspect the pool. He goes silent, thinking and analyzing for a long while. Based on their daily patrol frequency, this operation must be executed with utmost caution. Better safe than sorry. After a moment of deliberation, he transforms back into a jade bead. The bead drifts downward through the flowing water, a translucent aura radiating outward from its surface. He materializes, streams of light wrapping around his body. He says with delight, just cultivating within this spirit liquid alone, the progress is already several times that of the outside world. Moreover, there's a mysterious power within this liquid extremely similar to the power of the great Tao. Suddenly, he senses something. Wait, the spiritual energy concentration in this lake is this high. He transforms back into a bead and drifts deeper. Then below, there might be even more astonishing treasures. Back in the day, besides teaching my disciples, I led them wandering through all kinds of secret realms, hunting for every heaven and earth opportunity we could find. He recalls his students. In the end, every single disciple leveled up considerably. Innate Tao physique, 9 yin holy body, mysterious yin physique, sword vein physique, the list goes on. Recalling those memories, a tear slips from his eye. Coincidentally, opportunities fitting for his own body are far too rare, even if they exist. They can only upgrade his mental realm, soul, and treasures. He thinks of the luck others possess, his voice tinged with regret and envy. As for the kind of fortune that could defy heaven and change the fate of his crippled physique, has never once encountered it. But thinking it over, he still feels fortunate. After all, he's alive again this time. In his eyes, one can see joy and anticipation for the future. Finally, the tables have turned. He descends deeper and deeper. He can clearly feel the intensifying pull of the current. His face grows extremely tense. This terrifying water pressure rave I surface now, I'll be crushed into a meat patty instantly. Central zone of the Tianchai Holy Land. Over here, a young girl with despairing eyes gazes out the window. Master, Linger will probably be joining you soon. Are you very lonely down there? Her eyes heavy with age far beyond her years, as tears begin rolling down her cheeks. Linger wanted to find a way to bring you back to life, but it seems I won't live to see that day. Even at this moment, her thoughts drift to her sisters. She's still worried about those junior sisters of hers. If any of them get injured again, there will be no one left to heal them. The more she thinks, the more she can't hold back her tears. A tear falls, she whispers, "Master, if only you were still here with Linger, how wonderful that would be." Over here, the jade bead passes through a crevice and sinks to the very bottom of the river. Spotting something, it stops. He rushes toward a boulder and his eyes widen. That's the wisdom treasure, the true treasure hidden within the Emperor transformation pool. He laughs aloud. The Tianchai Holy Land possesses a wisdom treasure of this caliber, yet it has only produced 3 great emperors. What an absolute waste. Now another problem arises. Although he's found the wisdom treasure, how does he store it in the desolate void space? If he goes outside, just thinking about it sends chills down his spine. He considers the situation this truly won't work. The moment he leaves the desolate void space, the terrifying spiritual pressure around him will crush him into paste in an instant. By then, not even his soul would survive. But could something like that really stump his genius brain? An idea flashes through his mind. He raises a finger. Purple lightning crackles, skill activated, lightning punishment. The bolt strikes hard against the boulder, causing the surrounding rocks to shift slightly. He has already deduced the situation. Indeed, due to the existence of this wisdom treasure, the hardness of the surrounding rock has undergone an enormous transformation. He begins calculating, channeling larger bolts of lightning. In a single day, he can only unleash 36 thunder strikes. Based on the situation, each bolt must be used like a blade, not a single one can be wasted. Massive bolts of lightning encircle the boulder, hammering away at it. But they only manage minor cracks, barely chipping off fragments. After a round of calculations, he estimates that to chisel out the entire treasure, he needs roughly 70 more lightning strikes, which means he must stay at the bottom of the pool for at least 2 more days. He sits on a nearby stone and begins cultivating. A small green orb appears in his palm as he channels his power. After all, the spiritual energy in this pool is several times denser than outside perfect for grinding. Since his body remains hidden at the very bottom, the patrolling guards above cannot detect any anomaly whatsoever. 2 days later, his tightly shut eyes snap open. After that stretch of time, he has finished cultivating. Excellent, my cultivation has reached the divine court realm. The cultivation speed of this body truly lives up to its reputation. He stands before the boulder containing the Tianchai Holy Land's treasure. If before my revival I had possessed the luck and innate talent of my current self, within 300 years, how could the 9 Holy Land's half-emperors have stood a chance against me? His strength is sufficient. He raises his hands and begins forming a formation array, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Now it is this seat's turn to put on a show. With a single strike, he shatters the surrounding boulders, revealing a colossal azure spirit stone directly before him. Seeing this, he chuckles softly. It seems that once this supreme treasure is recovered, aside from the terrifying spiritual energy at the bottom of the pool forcibly dissipating, nothing else has changed. He begins the ritual to retrieve the stone, and a vortex manifests before him. The water follows suit, churning into massive whirlpools. The next day, the guards arrive for their inspection and are struck with absolute shock. They shriek in panic. The Emperor transformation pool is gone. One guard rushes to sound the alarm. A blaring emergency siren echoes throughout the Tianchai Holy Land. Hearing the alarm, everyone is startled. The highest alert level, what on earth has happened? As far as I know, this is the first time such a thing has occurred since the founding of the Tianchai Holy Land. Someone reacts, realizing the gravity of the situation. Only a catastrophe could trigger this level of alert. Those nearby tremble in fear. Stop babbling, everyone, focus your spirit and prepare for battle. Deep within, Linger rejoices, cause chaos, let the chaos run wild. It would be best if it escalates until the wedding ceremony is cancelled. Standing in the desolate void, Yi Bei gazes at the spirit stone, thinking it is fortunate I reached the spirit court realm. Otherwise, with only the strength of the illusion perception realm, I could never have pulled this off. Sensing his own power, he smiles, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. With his cultivation broken through and the supreme treasure in hand, it is time to head to the next destination. While he is reveling in his triumph, a deafening sound startles him. He looks up and hears the guards saluting, "Greetings, Holy Lord, greetings. Supreme Elder." 2 hulking figures appear. Standing there with grim, scowling faces, one guard stammers, "Holy Lord, this Emperor transformation pool." Before the guard can finish his sentence, the man lashes out with a surge of power, obliterating the guard on the spot. The remaining 2 guards are paralyzed with terror. The attacker does not stop. He grabs another guard by the throat. He hoists the man into the air. "Tell me why this has happened." The guard gasps. The divine power is too overwhelming. The guard struggles to choke out the words, "Holy Lord, spare me. We have been diligent in our inspections every day. There were no anomalies." Turning with a savage glare, the man barks, "Where are the logs for the past few months?" The guard hastily presents them. "Holy Lord, here they are." He scans them briefly. The last time it was used was 3 days ago. His companion speaks up, "Holy Lord, I shall immediately take men to search the entire city for clues." Sensing something amiss, he snaps, "Do not panic, the thief is still nearby." The 2 guards turn deathly pale. What? A jade token manifests behind the guard. With a stern face, he issues his command, "Seal the city at once. Search the area around the Emperor transformation pool again. Remember, leave no grain of dust unturned." The man obeys. "As you command, Holy Lord." Below, Yi Bei is slightly taken aback. "It seems I underestimated them. I must be more cautious with the gift I have planned for a few days from now." He transforms into a jade bead and slips out. "What is this? Was it not said that a squad of Saint King Realm experts guards this place?" As he projects his divine sense inward, he muses, "Did they know I was coming and leave specifically for me?" Back in the void, he continues to control everything smoothly. A 3D projection of the building's structure forms in his mind. He can clearly see the position of every guard. A guard appears, covering his mouth to suppress a long yawn. The timing is perfect. The highest-ranking grunt here is only in the Saint Realm. I will stand on no ceremony then. With a few maneuvers, he appears outside. Seeing a stranger, the guard reflexively stammers, "You." Yi Bei waves his hand lightly in the man's face. "You what?" Drop. From afar, the voice of another guard rings out. "Liu Wan, are you done cleaning yet? We are supposed to go to the back level to clean." He hurriedly vanishes into thin air. "Liu Wan." The guard peers inside to look for him. To his surprise, he sees Yi Bei, who has transformed into the guard, busy sweeping. "Coming, I'm coming." "You fool, I called you so many times, yet you only answered once." This old man thought something had happened to you. He smiles awkwardly. Nothing happened, nothing at all. That was close, thank goodness I acted quickly. Let's go then. The guard assigns him to the 3rd underground level of the celestial prison. No one usually comes here for 10 or 15 days. You just need to pretend to be cleaning when the big bosses are about to arrive, understand? Ibe scans the surroundings, realizing the 12th underground level is for light punishment. This floor houses heavy punishment cells, but it doesn't seem to aid his next plan much. A soft noise echoes. He turns to look into the corner room. As he approaches, the sound becomes clearer. Ibe gazes at the door, intrigued. The guard returns to warn him, we are not allowed in there. Ibe grunts in response. The guard explains that the room holds prisoners guilty of grave crimes and abominable acts. Whispers echo through the dim corridor. Those whose cultivation bases have BEEN Chinese letter crippled are kept alive because they still have some use, though most are under heavy seals. To break the seals, one must be at the Saint King realm or higher and possess the precise unsealing technique to successfully free the inmates. He listens intently, missing no detail. Is that so? Having given the orders, the guard heads out. I'm leaving this place to you. I'm going to catch some sleep. He nods. He reverts to his true form. He begins to channel his power. For a barrier of this level, penetrating it is effortless. He radiates a faint aura to perceive his surroundings. He frowns, noticing that every cell is an isolated space, separated by only a few meters. He ponders for a moment. Since this is the deep underground celestial prison, even a minor tremor should not attract any attention. A gruff voice resonates. Oh, they've sent a little brat from above today, so the hard way didn't work and now they're trying the soft approach. Startled, Ibe turns to see the 2nd elder of the Tianchai Holy Land, Yuanda. What a farce. He asks loudly, tell me, what is your status and what is your cultivation base? If I find you satisfactory, I might just take you out of here. Beneath his long hair, the elder opens his eyes halfway, a brilliant light radiating from Ibe before him. Seeing that power, the elder is utterly astonished. He shouts, who are you? A 1st-tier spirit court realm cultivator appearing here. Never mind, he turns away, your chance has passed. Seeing the opportunity vanish, the elder panics, wait. His voice hoarse, he says, I am the former 2nd elder of the Tianchai Holy Land, Lion Yuand. His next words make Ibe pause. A late-stage half-step emperor, imprisoned here for 700 years. Ibe smirks, how interesting. The former elder of the Tianchai Holy Land is actually rotting away in here. This holy land is truly skilled at cleaning house. He begins to weave his technique. Within seconds, the cell door shatters into dust. Yuan stares in disbelief, baffled by the stranger before him. This is truly bizarre. The aura on this youth is clearly only 1st-tier spirit court realm. Yet that one blow was equivalent to a full-force strike from a saint realm expert. He speaks coldly, devote 10 years of your strength to me and I shall grant you your freedom. Agree and offer a wisp of your soul. Refuse. And I will waste no more breath on you. Having been saved, Yuan is immensely grateful. If he truly can save me, the elder thinks, placing a hand on his chest, 10 years is nothing. Even 100 years is better than this dark abyss. He draws an orb from his heart, wreathed in purple mist. Seeing this, he smiles, very good. Good, decisive enough. Looks like this old man's hatred for the Holy Land runs deeper than anyone can fathom. He also casts a spell on the old man's body. Now all that's left is to fully remove the seal on him. Massive bolts of lightning engulf the entire cell. The lightning crashes down on him, ringing a scream of agony from his throat. He swings his palm, restructuring the soul-binding seal on Nguierm Distro-Kletter-1E9C's body. A strange mark appears on his forehead. As the mark materializes, his condition visibly stabilizes. Done. The old man bows deeply before him. Old servant Nguierm Distro-Kletter-1E9C pays his respects to the master. He feels slightly embarrassed. My name is Ibe, just call me my lord. Don't worry, I always keep my word. After 5 years, I'll grant you your freedom. The old man replies softly, yes. The sound of the scarlet lightning shackles snapping apart. As he speaks, he waves his hand. The Emperor Transformation Pool materializes. With this, you should be able to recover your strength in no time. Right. Seeing the noble treasure before him, the old man is utterly stunned. This is the Emperor Transformation Pool liquid. He's in total shock. Is this even possible? But the Emperor Transformation Pool liquid, how did you obtain this, my lord? He turns away coldly. Just use it. If it's not enough, tell me, but don't you dare ask for more. The old man scrambles to respond. It's enough, more than enough, more than enough. After seeing Enguillerme de Strocletter-1E9C speak up, the old man realizes his master likely intends to subdue others next. I'm familiar with this place, I know most of the people here too. Allow me to guide you, my lord. Seeing Enguillerme de Strocletter-1E9C released, the prisoners in the other cells are utterly stunned. My lord, right this way, the old man gestures. They begin to stir. Old man lion, how did you get out? Don't tell me that divine court realm brat walking next to you actually released you. Saint King realm experts guard the outside. Every seal on us is top grade. How could a mere divine court realm kid possibly break one? He turns to the old man, his eyes saying it all, your turn to perform. The old man understands and gives a slight nod. Yes, my lord. He begins channeling strands of purple light. The surrounding prisoners are utterly shocked. Holy shit, the old man's cultivation is back. Old man lion, teach me too. Just get me out of this godforsaken place and I'll follow you for 100 years. The old man turns and points toward Yibei. My apologies everyone, this old servant has no power to help. From this day forward, I am the humble servant of my lord here. All matters are decided by him. My seal and shackles were removed thanks to his grace alone. The two in that cell exchange stunned glances. Is this really the same stubborn, indifferent old man we knew? More importantly, that divine court realm kid actually broke his seal. That's insane. Yibei rubs his chin lightly, sensing something's off. That shouldn't be, how can they not be here? Noticing Yibei deep in thought, the old man asks, my lord, are you looking for someone? An idea strikes him. Right, wasn't there a former elder of the Holy Land right next to me? He immediately questions the old man. Let me ask you, does this celestial prison have a 5th level? The old man quickly denies it. My lord, the celestial prison only has 4 levels. I know these cells like the back of my hand. He pauses. My lord, are you looking to subdue someone even more powerful? On the 4th level, there are 2 hidden cells designated for maximum security prisoners. Would you like to see them? Just what he wanted, his face lights up. So the 4th level actually has hidden cells, not bad, they must be the ones. A few minutes later, the old man leads him to a wall. My lord, it's right here. Yibei raises his palm and casts a spell on the wall. Impressive, this holy land hides things deep. I didn't expect a concealment array to be set up here. The formation pattern materializes on the wall and begins to spin. A few seconds later, the wall splits in two. The old man fills him in on a few things. My lord, the person imprisoned in the cell before you, I've heard she's extremely dangerous. Back then, she caused enormous trouble for the Holy Land. If 2 elders hadn't joined forces, they might never have captured her. His expression remains cold as his hands move deftly, forming another formation. Inside, a girl slumps forward, her hands bound in chains. Sensing movement, she slowly lifts her eyes. He swings his hand hard. Yibei furrows his brow, thinking, could I have been wrong? His expression shifts, his eyes turning fierce. He orders Enguillerme de Strocletter-1E9C to open it. The old man doesn't dare hesitate and acts immediately. Yes, my lord. A doorway materializes through the barrier. Seeing inside, his expression shifts from fierce to utterly stunned. A girl lies within her body ravaged. Face hung low, devoid of all vitality. He speaks, his voice low. Tell me, how did you end up in here? The girl doesn't bother looking up. Her voice is venomous. Get lost. Sooner or later, I will raze this Tianche holy land to the ground. But she pauses for a few seconds. Wait, that's not right. That voice, she lifts her face and looks at him. Master, seeing his disciple reduced to this state, his heart aches beyond words. His eyes glisten with tears as he gently pats Li Mo's head. You silly girl, you've suffered so much. Her face overflows with immeasurable joy at seeing him again. Master. Her eyes brim with pent-up grief, resentment, and grievanceal erupting at once. Master. This wretched disciple has finally met you again. She leaps up and throws her arms around him, clinging tightly. Enguillerme de Strocletter-1E9C stands nearby, utterly bewildered. The most dangerous prisoner here is calling my lord master. Oh heavens, just what kind of master have I pledged myself to? The sound of chains shattering. He smiles gently and asks, we don't have much time. Tell me, how did you end up in here? She answers nervously, Master, if I say I walked in here on my own, will you go easy on me later? The moment she finishes, he roars like a tiger. Are you kidding me? You came in here willingly. Seeing his fury, she hastily pleads, Master, just hear me out first. He regains his composure. Speak, what idiotic thing did you do this time? She begins piecing together the story for him. 130 years ago, after I broke through to the Saint King realm, I happened to hear that the 4th level of the celestial prison in the Tianche Holy Land held several super powerful prisoners. After hearing that, I immediately started planning. Back then, I was really confident. After all, if I could turn them into my undead minions, my power would surely skyrocket. So I relied on my mastery and meticulous application of the Great Tao. My undead powers got me flagged as an extreme-level threat by the Holy Land. She recalls the memories of that fierce battle. In the end, two half-emperor experts had no choice but to join forces and attack. She answers with an innocent laugh, trying to deflect. And that's how I got thrown into the 4th level of the celestial prison. The more he hears, the more his blood boils. His fists clench so tight they nearly crack as one swing away from smacking her. Others would run from this place if they could. And you charged straight in on purpose. Worse yet, you delivered yourself to the deepest level of their prison. Seeing his anger, she starts whining and acting cute. Master, your disciple will never do it again. From now on, I'll obey every word you say. Please stop being angry, okay? Indeed, no one can get past the beauty trap. Forget it. System Disciple Reunion 418, Reward Great Tao Resonance. Great Tao Resonance divine ability allows the host to synchronize Great Tao power with one disciple. Duration 24 hours. System cooldown 10 days. Currently available Great Tao Resonances: Undead Great Tao, Formation Great Tao, Architectural Great Tao. System host, please select a resonance to activate. Seeing this, his eyes light up, his heart soaring with excitement. Resonate with what exactly? This is clearly the ability to replicate another person's Great Tao power. He grins from ear to ear. In just 10 days, it'll be the Holy Land's grand ceremony. An ability like this, he has to save it for that day, no matter what. While he's celebrating, she waves her hand, conjuring a bit of magic, and says, Master, those bastards from the Holy Land may have sealed my cultivation, but my summoned undead can still operate within the spatial dimension. She continues cultivating her summons. She manifests a half-emperor level undead. A smug, self-satisfied grin spreads across her face. Furthermore, your disciple also harvested the undead of 4 half-emperor powerhouses and over a dozen late-stage Saint Kings from the 4th layer of the heavenly prison. He flicks her forehead. His expression is pure contempt. Something like this is worth risking your life over. Flick. He raps her on the head. The sound echoes even outside. If you want to find stronger undead, he says, where should you go? Ancient battlefields, the outer territories, war zones, primordial ruins. Which one doesn't have something stronger than this place? What if the Holy Land decided not to keep you alive? You'd have become an undead yourself. Did you even think about that? She clutches her head and listens obediently. Yes, disciple won't dare again. Yanda just stands there, jaw on the floor. What the hell? She suddenly pauses and asks, Right, Master, why are you here? After a brief explanation, a few minutes pass. So that's what happened. Hearing his story, her blood begins to boil. So, Tianchai Holy Land, you dare imprison my junior sister for 300 years. I swear on my life I will turn your entire Holy Land into undead. He tosses her a bucket of Emperor Transformation liquid and commands, 10 days. I don't care how you do it, reach half-emperor for me. She obeys immediately. Yes, master. She begins cultivating. To save my junior sisters this time, I'm going all out. He watches her, his gaze soft and warm. This silly girl, if I'm not a little hard on her, she really won't learn. Suddenly remembering something, he turns to look at Yandu, his eyes gleaming with greed. Don't just stand there gawking, you'll get yours too. Yandu's face lights up. Thank you, my lord. A moment later, he steps outside and says, after clearing out the 4th layer of the heavenly prison, all of you go get some rest. His eyes turn cold and vicious. Tianchai Holy Land, next, you're all going to enjoy the grand gift this great lord has prepared for you. 7 days later, before the gates of Tianchai Holy Land, he and Yandu appear. A disciple on guard asks politely, May I ask which faction the young master belongs to? I'll need to report it upstairs. He radiates a bone-chilling aura. Yi Bei, no faction, I'm just here to enjoy the show. He pauses. That is if the Holy Land welcomes me. Wondering whether the Holy Land will welcome him. Name. The disciple hears this, bows hastily and stammers, welcome, welcome. He opens the gates wide. Please come in, young master. She scans the surroundings and whispers, Master, let's just storm in now and rescue junior sister before the great emperors can react, strike before they even know what hit them. If we wait for all the Holy Land's forces to gather, we won't be able to save anyone. He cuts her off. Don't rush. His eyes blaze with killing intent. We wait for all of them to show up, then we handle them all at once. She panics and tugs at him, but master, the other side has 3 great emperors. He blinks, genuinely confused. Are great emperors supposed to be impressive? She and Yan freeze solid. My lord, aren't great emperors supposed to be strong? He says calmly, neither of you has low aptitude. Becoming a great emperor is only a matter of time, so what's there to be afraid of? Bei doesn't consider this a big deal at all. He looks at the two of them with a carefree smile, his words light as a feather. When they're all here, I'll handle two of them. The last one is yours to practice on. Standing beside him, Yan De breaks into a cold sweat. My lord plans to take on two great emperors, by himself. A sharp sound rings out. They're here. The Holy Land's people drop to their knees in greeting. The three great emperors of Tianchai Holy Land have descended. The sect master of Tianchai Holy Land stands with razor-sharp eyes, watching from the entrance as Liner steps forward in her wedding attire. Yan De observes and relays the intel to him. My lord, according to Tianchai Holy Land's traditional wedding customs, the bride and groom enter from opposite sides and meet in the center. They hold hands, bow to the heavens, exchange vows, and the marriage is officially sealed. Outside, Liner and that man step in from both sides, converging at the center. Liner's life will end the moment those vows are spoken. Almost there, it's all about to end. She thinks to herself, if only she could kill him right here, right now. Taking the Holy Son's life in front of everyone now, that would be glorious. The wedding ceremony officially begins. The grand wedding commences. A golden rope flies out, crack whipping straight at the figure behind Liner. The rope lashes the bridal veil clean off Liner's head. She stands there, bewildered, completely lost. He appears from behind, speaking softly. Sorry about that, this bride is mine. Hearing his voice, she whips around. Master. That gaze still the same loving warmth he always reserves for his disciples. You've suffered, child. Liner throws herself into his arms. She breaks down sobbing. It's master, it's the master I've been dreaming of day and night. You actually came. The crowd around them erupts in murmurs. Isn't that the mysterious young man who just walked in earlier? No ways, no freaking way. Is the ex-husband here to steal the bride? Then what about the second Holy Son? Over on his side, the second Holy Son is so furious his blood practically boils, a burst of crimson energy erupting from his mouth. Let go of him, Liner. The blast of crimson energy rockets straight toward the two of them. He holds Liner close and casually waves his hand, deflecting the attack. The crimson energy dissipates, completely overpowered. The second Holy Son roars in fury, channeling every ounce of power. Where the hell did you crawl out from, brat? You dare crash Yuaner's wedding. Boom, a deafening crash echoes through the hall. Everyone reflexively turns, a streak of purple lightning crackling with arcs of electricity hurtles straight at him. A massive hole tears open in the ceiling. The force is immense, the strike plunges straight through to the ground floor. A gaping crater forms in the earth, and at its center a long sword driven deep into the ground. Seeing that power, Liner's eyes go wide. Huh. That sword energy, fourth senior sister. Teibai, Zhuge Fu, and Yushin descend from above. Release our junior sister. Their sudden appearance leaves everyone stunned. It's them. Liner cries out with joy, senior sisters. Watching it all unfold, he flashes a confident smile. Victory is already in his hands. Very good, everyone's here now. Tianchai Holy Land next, you're all going to savor the grand gift this great lord has in store for you. Everyone assembles into formation, an imposing, terrifying sight. Those who don't want to get caught in the crossfire leave. Now. I'll give you 10 seconds, otherwise he doesn't even finish his sentence before the crowd scatters in a frenzy. Stop watching the show already. Run, or you won't have heads left on your shoulders. The second Holy Son charges at him in a blind rage, crimson aura blazing. Take your filthy hands off her, don't touch Liner. He holds Liner calmly, unmoved. In that instant, Limo darts out, her eyes sharp as blades, and cuts off the second Holy Son's path. Her gaze burns with fury. Before he can even process what's happening, she lands 2 clean hits. He swings back, screaming, "You dare." Limo parries his counter. Enraged at being deflected, he lunges again. Let's see how many hits you can take. She vanishes, then reappears directly behind Tianchai Holy Land's second Holy Son, Yuaner. Her voice is ice cold. Don't move, or my hand might slip and your precious Holy Son becomes one of my undead. Recognizing Limo, the crowd stiffens. One of them stammers, It's the girl who practices forbidden undead arts." The second Holy Son sneers. And here I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a bunch of escaped convicts causing trouble. He sneers harder. What you think taking the Holy Son hostage will get you out of here alive? Hearing this, Bei smirks. Taking the Holy Son hostage. Sorry about that, I don't need one. A bolt of lightning tears through the air and strikes Yuaner dead on. The crowd watches in horror, every last drop of color drains from their faces. He flies into a rage, eyes blazing with fury, hands weaving a spell. VI letter 1 EC5 NER, a pair of massive flame hands materialize. You dare kill my vi letter 1 EC5N, die. Yuanda shouts in alarm. My lord, be careful, that is the Tianchi Holy Lord's ultimate technique. Mystic Sky Palm. As for that ultimate technique, Bei's expression doesn't change one bit. His hands calmly form a counterspell. It's just the Mystic Sky Palm. Nothing more. Kaboom! A sky-shattering explosion erupts. The Holy Lord stumbles back in disbelief. This is the power of spatial laws. He starts calculating. A 3D map of the area projects in his mind. His eyes narrow-focused solely on how to kill Yi Bei instantly. There are only a few dozen meters between us. Well then, what a pity, today none of you are leaving alive. A subordinate beside him blurts out. Saint Master, it's bad, they're not trying to escape. A massive black storm cloud has formed above the Tianchi Holy Land, with lightning striking everywhere. Limo launches her attack. Undead calamity beasts erupt from the black clouds, grotesque creatures with razor-sharp fangs that lunge straight at the Holy Lord. The people on the ground barely have time to react, leaping away to dodge. Two of them charge toward Limo. Kill that undead wench now, one shouts. If we don't, the Holy Land will suffer catastrophic losses today. Jitaibai materializes behind them. Dream on, you'd better reconsider whether you even have the guts for that. He swings his staff hard, bringing it crashing down on them. Lai Yushin and the others soar in from both sides. Damn it, where the hell did these hellish women come from? The women unleash their techniques, but the enemies are no pushovers, dodging every strike. Suddenly, one of them turns to look toward Yi Bei. Everyone, look, it's that boy. Yi Bei channels his power and erects a massive formation at breakneck speed. Water sloshes from a massive vessel, threatening to spill over at any moment. Azure waters spiral around his body. Just looking at them sends shivers down one's spine. The attacks begin firing at the speed of light. Good heavens, is he even human? That power-boosting speed is absolutely terrifying. An elder strokes his chin. Perhaps it's just a secret technique for temporarily boosting power. But to raise his cultivation by so many realms, doesn't he fear the backlash? He stands tall amid the murmuring whispers. Has this one fallen to demonic corruption? Good Hevenchi's aura has already reached half-saint level. What is this kid planning? Linger and Yuan De can only stand there watching in stunned silence. Someone fallen to demonic corruption with eyes that clear and lucid. Besides, this is Master, even demons pale before Master. Yi Bei replies simply. The surging demonic energy rolling over my body is one of the 5 trump cards I unlocked after breaking through to the Divine Court realms. Supreme Demon Bone. The Holy Lord senses something's wrong. No good, I have to take down that boy fast. A voice rings out across the battlefield. The Tianchi Holy Land's Grand Master has arrived. Yi Bei turns to warn Yuanda. Old man Li, protect the girl. If she loses even a single hair, I'll have your head. The old man bows deeply, trembling. Yes, this old servant will protect her with his life. Yi Bei finishes his instructions and turns suddenly to be greeted by a massive flaming hand bearing down on him. Mystic Sky Palm, he sees through the Holy Lord's intent instantly. Spatial lock. Locking down space so I can't run again. Even as he speaks, his hands weave a spell. A massive orb of crackling energy forms in his palm. Pity, I will fight to the bitter end. Even if I have to play every single trump card, I will annihilate the Tianchi Holy Land. His expression darkens, his voice drops to a deadly growl. Holy Lordy. Midair, both sides clash in a violent, earth-shaking collision. He blocks, so does his opponent. He recognizes his enemy's true strength, hand grows more cautious. Damn it, on the surface I have the upper hand, but in reality my soul was just rattled by his palm strike. I nearly didn't break free. I can't afford to underestimate this kid anymore. One wrong move and he'll corner me to my death. He rockets downward like a missile. Did you even eat today? The Tianchi Holy Lord is this pathetic. The Holy Lord whips around in shock, eyes wide. His hands flash to block. Fury blazing across his face as he hurls a torrent of fire back at Yi Bei. Yi Bei remains perfectly calm. The two strikes collide, sparks erupting everywhere. The power of law radiates from the clash of blinding light that strikes terror into all who witness it. Both sides fight with everything they have. Sweat pours down their faces. Teeth grit so hard they creak, straining to hold their ground. The light intensifies with each exchange, so blinding that no one can keep their eyes open. The Holy Lord sinks into deep thought. Both this boy and those hellish women below are giving me a hard time. These people have terrifying potential. Reaching the Great Emperor realm is only a matter of time for them. Sweat drips from his brow drop by drop. He's about to hit his limit. If they ascend to Great Emperor, I'm afraid it's the Tianchi Holy Land that will be crushed, totting at them. Kaboom! A massive explosion tears through the sky. he pours every last ounce of power into one final, devastating strike aimed straight at Yi Bei. Yi Bei simply stands there unfazed as the strike closes in. As if he saw it coming, a confident smile crosses his face. So he's going all in on this one. A colossal fireball erupts in the center of the Tianchai Holy Land's courtyard. The Holy Lord stares. The figure is gone, vanished. He collapses into the deep black crater. Dead. The Holy Lord watches the scene, then kaboom, an enormous explosion erupts, flames scattering everywhere. The women are utterly shocked, even they didn't expect it to end this quickly. Finally, that monstrous youth has been dealt with. That palm strick, even a great emperor would lose the ability to fight. In the center of the courtyard, a smoking fire pit blazes, let alone some kid who boosted his power to half-saint with a secret technique. They stop thinking about it. The Holy Lord turns to the women. All right, I've dealt with that troublesome one, now it's your turn. From beneath the flames, a voice rings out burning with fury. If you want to touch them, you'll have to go through me first. What? His face twists in utter confusion. How is this possible? He's still alive. The smoke slowly clears. Yi Bei stands there without a single scratch. He emerges from the flames. The women are stunned, unable to believe what they're seeing. Master. Yi Bei thinks to himself, if not for the supreme demon bones shielding me, that strike would have killed me for real. Disbelief is written all over the Holy Lord's face. How is this possible? Is that even a human body? Fear creeps in, streams of sweat pour down his face. A kid who boosted his power to half-saint with a secret technique. How can his defense possibly be this strong? Seeing through the deception, Yi Bei decides to unleash his final move. I was going to hold back, but now it seems unnecessary. System activating divine ability Great DAO Resonance. The system interface rapidly appears. System available Great DAO Resonances Undead Summoning Great Dao Sword Great Dao Formation Great Dao Architecture Great Dao Host. Please select a resonance target. System Undead Summoning Great DAO selected. Azure light envelops everything. Above, a colossal formation materializes in midair. He begins absorbing the spell energy. The formation surges with massive waves of power. The Holy Lord recognizes it immediately. The Emperor Transformation Pool. Isn't this the water from the Emperor Transformation Pool that mysteriously vanished a few days ago? Damn it, so the thief was him. He overestimates himself and orders his soldiers to charge. He's dead for sure. Seeing the situation, the women rush to intercept. Your opponents are us. Chi Teibai swings his sword. Azure Lotus sword dance. The strike slashes straight across the enemy's faces. The two are beaten until their faces turn pale. Damn it, why are these two demonesses so hard to deal with? On this side, Limo launches her attack. Undead Calamity, a horde of monstrous creatures surging toward them. The masked one panics slightly, swinging his arms to strike back. Curse it, you disgusting things, don't come any closer, just die already. The other one charges straight toward Yi Bei. You little brat, stop right there. Seeing this, Zhuge Fu and Yushin leap forward to shield their master, blocking his path. The two of them, along with Li Mo, strike at him. Yi Bei stands behind, hands forming seals as he raises them skyward, dimensional summoning. From the distance, a wave of crimson energy rolls in. Everyone turns in bewilderment to see a procession of enormous crimson wooden golems marching forward. These are, what the hell are those things? They follow in Yi Bei's footsteps, matching his stride. One golem opens its gaping maw and belches fire. Another massive one spins, and a vortex of flame materializes around it. He furrows his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend what's happening. That colossal golem unleashes a massive wave of fire. His figure vanishes, lunges at Yi Bei like a moth to a flame. Kill this bizarre young man, and all the creatures he summoned will disappear instantly. Thud! A streak of white chi pierces through, then a wave of red chi engulfs him. Vanishes. To his shock, Yi Bei is nowhere to be found. The wooden golems charge into attack. He darts back and forth like a moth, slamming into the golem horde. That brat was feigning east to strike west. His target was never me. It was the Holy Lord. Damn it, what a treacherous little snake. The golems fight with reckless abandon. He crashes downward, slamming into the ground with a billow of white smoke. After a grueling battle, his stamina is depleted, wheezes heavily. These bizarre behemoths feel no pain, fear no death, and possess terrifying combat prowess. What on earth are they? Yi Bei sits resting, surrounded by his disciples. Are they going to kill him? Understood, master. His eyes flash with light. He looks up to see a ring of blazing fire encircling them, blasting Yi Bei and the others away. Sensing something wrong, Yi Bei warns them to be careful. A swirl of white mist and he disappears. They are utterly frustrated. Damn, I've actually slipped into the void. Yi Bei speaks sharply after him. Teibai responds clearly, yes, master. Master, it's the deep forest within the Tianchai Holy Land. He and Yushin glide through like the wind. Teibai looks around and says, "Master, if we keep heading this way, we'll reach the most forbidden place inside the Tianchai Holy Land." Bei ponders for a moment, then turns to ask Yanda, "Old man Li, is there anyone in the Holy Land more powerful than the Saint Lord?" He replies, "Reporting to your lordship, the strongest being in the Tianchai Holy Land is the Saint Lord himself." Hearing that, Bei thinks it over. That's strange. The Tianchai Holy Lord clearly could have fled faster, yet he didn't. It's almost like he's deliberately luring us somewhere. Deep in this forest isn't this the forbidden grounds? Yuanda is equally puzzled. Why would the Tianchai Holy Lord come to this place? Before them stands a massive wooden gate. Limo senses a foreboding presence. "I can feel an immensely powerful undead aura nearby." Yuanda steps forward and says, "Only the reigning Tianchai Holy Lord is permitted to enter this place. No one else is allowed inside. However, during my time as an elder, quite a few disciples tried to sneak into the forbidden grounds seeking fortune, but not a single one made it out alive." Bei speaks bluntly, "Open it." Yuanda gestures with his hands as he speaks, "My lord." He presses his palm against the gate. The gate groans and slowly swings open. Bei reminds everyone to exercise absolute caution. Once inside, no carelessness allowed. They all answer in unison. In the distance, a wisp of energy watches their every move from the deepest recesses of the forbidden grounds. From within, a voice speaks. They've followed. He shouts desperately, begging, "Ancestors! Oh great ancestors, Tianchai faces catastrophe, please lend us your aid." A voice echoes from the depths, "Ungrateful wretch, how dare you squander the legacy our ancestors entrusted to you." The voice is indistinct, but he is paralyzed with terror, frozen stiff. Bei finally finds him. There he is. Before anyone can speak, a bolt of fire erupts and rockets toward Bei at blistering speed. He smirks inwardly. The voices ring out, "On our turf, you have no right to run wild." He stands in the middle of the doorway, surrounded by talismans. A thunderous boom echoes through the cavern. A wooden creature is blasted out. Bei reacts in time, shielding everyone from the flames. Teibai stands dumbfounded, unable to process what just happened. What was that? Linger, standing beside Bei, turns to look in that direction and says in horror, "Senior sisters, look." Face monstrous faces. Behind him, enormous, terrifying phantom silhouettes have materialized. Yuanda's eyes widen in sheer terror. Aren't those the likenesses of every past Saint Lord of the Tianchai Holy Land? Bei doesn't understand. He turns and asks, "What did you just say?" Yuanda is drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. "But the first Saint Lord died nearly 10,000 years ago. How can they appear here?" The Tianchai Holy Lord bellows furiously, "Ancestors, it was these people who destroyed the Tianchai Holy Land. Those colossal monsters were summoned by them. Even now, the Great Hall of the Holy Land is littered with skeletal remains." The moment he finishes, a bolt of purple light pierces straight through his body. He breaks out in a cold sweat, gasping for air. The spectral souls behind him impale him mercilessly and speak, "Go now. Rest easy and depart. Consider it the last good deed you'll ever do for us." The words barely leave their lips. His jaw drops, his eyes roll back, and his body withers into a dried skeleton. Everyone watching is stunned. Bei stands still, observing quietly, his eyes growing sharper. The spectral souls stand towering before them, eyes flickering with cold, menacing light. Linger trembles with fear and clings to Bei's arm. "Master," one of the ancient figures murmurs. "Though this little one has the weakest cultivation, I quite like her." As he speaks, he whips out a chain, lashing it toward Linger to drag her over. Linger shakes in terror, but it's not that easy. The chain nears her face when Bei's hand flashes like lightning, seizing the chain mid-flight. Bei casts a cold glance, his voice flat. "You think you can touch my disciple?" The Ancient One speaks with arrogance. "Oh, only at the 8th layer of the Divine Court realm." How embarrassing for this generation's Holy Lord, couldn't even handle someone at the 8th layer. Utterly worthless. He yanks hard on the chain as he speaks. "Well then, beggars can't be choosers. As long as we absorb your origin power, perhaps we can finally break free from this place." The chain in Bei's hand doesn't budge an inch. The disciples grow anxious. Bei continues speaking, "Classes, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Don't worry, your turn is coming." He grips the chain tight. A wave of blue radiance explodes outward. The Ancient One stares in disbelief at the power before him. "What?" Bei smirks and yanks the chain back, replying softly, "Keep going, did you stop?" He panics as the chain jerks him forward. "Who the hell are you?" His voice cracks with terror. I flash a cold smile, yanking the chain even harder. "I'm the one who came to level your Tianchai Holy Land." Yanked off balance, he screams, Old man, let me go, boss, everyone help. This brat is terrifying, he's absorbing my origin power." Hearing the cry, the rest charge forward. 3 chains whoosh through the air, flying straight at me. Limo shouts anxiously, "Master, be careful," but what happens next surprises even her. I snatch all 3 chains with my free hand in one swift motion. Both hands gripping the chains tight, I stand wreathed in a purple aura looking absolutely god-tier. This level of demonic energy, you can't even begin to compare. He freezes solid from sheer terror. I drag him across the ground like a ragdoll. No impossible. How can anyone in this world resist that power? The so-called boss, who was all tough talk just minutes ago, breaks down screaming, "Mercy! Spare me, my lord, we were wrong, please let us go. We'll swear loyalty to you." The girls watch from the side, stunned. How does Master have demonic energy on him? Hearing those pathetic words, I let out a contemptuous laugh. "Swear loyalty to me, sorry you're not worthy." In seconds, I drain him until nothing but a desiccated husk remains. I stand amidst the haze, glancing at the pile of withered corpses with nothing but disdain. I ask them, "That thing gets in the deepest part of this place, isn't it?" The remaining ones cower like obedient dogs. "Why, yes, my lord, you're absolutely right, it's inside." He stammers, begging for his life. "My lord, I never did anything evil. It was all those others who led me astray. I'm innocent." Without a second thought, I cast a spell and erase him from existence. "No, my lord." Done, I turn to Limo with a lesson. "Limo, remember this stench. Until you reach the great Emperor realm, never accept demonic creatures like these as your undead servants." She nods firmly. "Yes, master. Let's move. Time to find out what turned those things into that sorry state." Everyone responds in unison. As we walk, I think to myself, absorbing the origin energy from those dark creatures didn't raise my cultivation, but the compatibility with my supreme demon bone has increased significantly. Tabai trails behind and asks curiously, "Master, those dark creatures just now," she barely gets the question out before I cut in, "those 4 were likely divine souls that were transformed through a demonic artifact. They gained an unnaturally long lifespan, but were imprisoned here by that same artifact." She nods thoughtfully. "So that's how it was." We venture deeper into the cavern, arriving at a vast chamber. At its center sits a cabinet positioned within a ritual circle. "I'll go check it out, wait here for me." "Yes, master," they respond. I approach the crimson platform, step by measured step. I sense it clearly. Whatever is making the supreme demon bone resonate with heat is right here, inside this cabinet. I place my hand on the cabinet and begin channeling my power. After a moment, a colossal humanoid creature materializes before me. I stare in surprise. This corpse, it's from the demon race. I study it for a long moment. Judging by its condition, it's been dead for tens of thousands of years. What's more, its bloodline is extraordinarily noble, its rank far from low. Information about the demon race floods into my mind. The demon race, an incredibly fearsome species. They possess terrifying power, immense immortal potential, extraordinary lifespans, and an insatiable hunger for destruction. Clearly, tens of thousands of years ago, the demon race had already been defeated by an alliance of humans and beast clans. So why is this corpse here now? That doesn't add up. I recall that soul I captured earlier. Let's see what it knows. I project into the spatial dimension. The moment he sees me, he begs, "My lord, please release me." I stand before him, pointing straight at his face. "Tell me everything about that demon race corpsey, very last detail. Otherwise, I'll grind what's left of you under my heel." "Why, yes, my lord." He recounts the story in excruciating detail. "I found that corpse in the outer perimeter of the Zhangzhou domain's secret realm. The demon was mortally wounded at the time, barely clinging to life. Driven by greed, I didn't finish him off. Instead, I brought him back to the Tiantai Holy Land and left him here. Through him, we discovered a method of achieving near immortality, but we also fell into the demon's trap. We couldn't leave this place, and even ended up transformed into these monstrous forms, neither human nor ghost." His voice takes on a note of anguish as he speaks. "After that, I gathered the holy masters of the Holy Land across multiple generations. After 1,000 years, we finally found a chance to break through to reclaim our freedom. But you didn't expect I cut him off coldly, to run into me instead. Heaven sees everything you've done. This is nothing but karma catching up." I conjure bolts of lightning and hurl them at him. He screams in agony. I stroke my chin in thought. Who would have thought the demon race, supposedly extinct for tens of thousands of years, still hasn't been wiped out entirely? I return to the outside world. For the Xunwu realm, this is far from good news. I raise my hand and channel power into the cabinet. It begins to lift off the ground. With a sweep of my arm, the cabinet whooshes into the air. I cast a spell, summoning a massive incense burner. I spin it in midair with raw power. Yibei speaks a single word, "Burn." A ring of blazing fire erupts around the incense burner. I pull my hands back, pressing my palms together to begin the refinement. Everyone present can only stare, utterly speechless. What is this? Linger murmurs, turning to Teibai with wide eyes. Fourth senior sister master is already this powerful. Teibai smiles gently and turns to her. Master was always this strong. Even if a saint descended in person, Master could cut them down swiftly even back when his cultivation was only at the body-tempering realm. Limo reaches over and pats her head. Right now, Master's cultivation has reached the divine court realm. If he killed a great emperor, I wouldn't even be surprised. Bottom line, Master is beyond formidable. Zhuge Fu and Yushin chime in. 300 years ago, Master was the person we admired and revered most. 300 years later, nothing has changed. Exactly. Linger's eyes shine with pride. You're right, whether Master protects us or we protect Master, as long as we're by his side, that's enough. 1 hour passes. Within minutes, every soul in this place dissolves into nothing. I return to the group. It's done. Let's go. Our business here is finished. Yes, they answer in unison. Linger stands still, lost in thought. She can't explain it. Master's cultivation level hasn't changed at all. Yet she can clearly feel he's become something entirely different from before. Sensing her gaze, I turn to look at Linger. What is it? What's on your mind? She flushes red and quickly looks away. And nothing, Master, it's nothing. I tease her with a grin. Linger, honestly, that wedding dress looks stunning on you. I draw out the words deliberately, savoring her reaction. Earlier I was too busy fighting, I didn't even get a proper look at you, little one. Teibai stares at me in shock. She never knew Master had this side. Limo is frozen solid. WL's yeah. Off to the side, Zhuge Fu and Yushin grumble with envy. Seriously, when we first met, Master never praised us like that. Right. Yushin adds with a pout. Back then, not only did we get whipped, Master gave us a thorough scolding on top of that. Her face flushes deep crimson as she recounts the tale. Hearing their story, Teibai and Limo exchange smug looks. You two really had it rough. Lucky us, we never got beaten, just got a stern lecture. PTUI. Hearing that, the other two nearly spit blood. That's what they call discipline through love's pair, the rod, spoil the disciple. Linger's face burns scarlet as she turns her back to me. Thank you for the compliment, Master. He falls silent for a moment thinking, then says to her, this time your master arrived late, causing you to suffer at Tianchai Holy Land. She turns to him. Master, being able to see you again is the happiest moment of Ling Er's life. He pats her head. Silly girl, from now on, your master and your senior sisters won't let anyone bully you ever again. She opens her eyes wide and stares at him. Ling Er hopes she can stay by her master's side forever, never to part. Suddenly he realizes something and turns to ask the system. Hold on, system, where did you stash the reunion reward for me and the little girl? It's been half a day already. Why is there no response whatsoever? He closes his eyes to investigate the system, pondering for a while. Could it be that because little Ling Er was imprisoned for so long, the trigger conditions are different from the other disciples? Having figured something out, his expression shifts. He turns to Ling Er. Ling Er, come here and give me a hug. Upon hearing this, the other disciples are stunned. Even Ling Er freezes up. What does Master mean by this? Could it be that because he hasn't seen her in so long, he's been eagerly yearning to rush over to her? Ling Er stares at him, eyes wide and frozen. At that moment, he hugs her tightly, making her face turn beet red. Everyone around them watches and stifles their laughter. Yuan De stands nearby, also in disbelief. He never expected the great lord to have this side to him. Seeing her stiff body, he wonders, this little girl used to be so lively. Why is she so hesitant and slow now? Meanwhile, she's blushing with joy, but he detects no changes. He asks, system, is that enough? I've already done this much. Why are you still not responding? At this point, the system responds. Reunion with Disciple 518. Reward cultivation speed boost x20, host goal achieved. He beams with excitement. Cultivation speed increased another 10 times. Now that's a reward worth having. He turns, pats her head and reminds her, Ling Er, you need to start working hard now to reach the 3rd stage of the Saint Realm. You're probably the weakest among all your senior and junior sisters. She replies shyly, yes, Master. Ling Er will do her utmost to catch up with her senior sisters. He smiles warmly at her. Good, when we head back, I'll ask Yushin. Yushin, in 10 years, all of you will come to the Yi Emperor tomb to pay your respects to me. Yushin responds promptly, yes, Master. He continues asking, come to think of it, this year is the year of the ceremony, isn't it? Hearing the question, she snaps back to attention. Yes, Master, calculating the dates, next month falls on the day of the ceremony for you. But since you've returned to life now, I feel we should either cancel or seal off the Yi Emperor tomb. Otherwise, it doesn't look auspicious at all. He responds to her words, no, this year's ceremony will be held as usual. Hearing that, everyone is taken aback. Hey. They deliberate among themselves. Master not only refuses to destroy it but actually wants to continue the ceremony. What does Master mean by this? Teibai figures something out and says, I think Master must have his reasons for doing this. Zhuge Fu responds, makes sense. Outside the Tianchi Holy Land's main hall, he surveys the area and assesses. It seems that while we were in the main hall, the criminal's master released from the heavenly prison and the spirits of the fallen disciples have already wiped out every last remnant of Tianchi. Very good. Teibai asks Master, how should we handle this area then? Yuan sees the situation and speaks up to offer his suggestion. This place can be considered a blessed land of feng shui. The celestial spiritual energy and all kinds of resources here are nothing to scoff at. But hearing this, he gets fired up and cuts in. Not demolishing it, what? Are we supposed to keep it around for the holidays? Limo is equally furious. Master speaks true. This godforsaken place imprisoned junior sister for 300 years. Keeping it around is just bad luck. Ling watches fearfully from the side. Master, senior sister. The flames of hatred burn higher. Limo says through gritted teeth, Master, your disciple will go destroy it right now. But Yibei seems to have noticed something. Hold on. He strokes his chin in thought. Wait a few more days. Right now we have something more important to do. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out as Yushin descends from above. Sister, Master. Hearing her disciple's voice, Teibai instinctively looks up. Yushin slams straight into her chest. Yushin, why are you here too? She answers, gasping for air. Master told me to come. Seeing that everyone is now present, his eyes turn more cunning. Very good, now that everyone's here it's time to get down to business. At this moment, as the group stands atop the cliff, he begins forming hand seals. Shimmering light radiates around him. A sphere of fire materializes. Now then, children, whoever has the most skill gains the most. In an instant, he flies into the incense urn before the astonished eyes of his disciples. What is Master doing? Not sure, it looks like he's entered a cultivation state again. Teibai is puzzled by what she sees. She instructs everyone to sit down and prepare for cultivation. Perhaps Master intends to unleash a divine technique to break through and help us along the way. Yes, senior sister. Everyone is pulled into a different space. He is casting a spell. Yuanda looks around, jaw dropped in shock. His voice is so loud it could wake the dead. A spirit vein underground. Limo is stunned and staggers back. Heavens, I never imagined Tianchi Holy Land was hiding a spirit vein beneath it. No wonder it flourished for 10,000 years. Someone exclaims in shock. It not only makes techniques circulate on their own, but even secret arts and martial skills are advancing. Teibai is utterly stunned. This is truly miraculous. Yibei sits quietly, cultivating within the mysterious golden core. He closes his eyes tightly, sensing the energy surging toward him. A day later, Yibei maintains the same posture. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, gazing at the spiritual energy swirling in his palm, and murmurs, have I reached the limit? The first true trial every cultivator must face, breakthrough to sainthood. Though this trial has blocked millions of geniuses, Yibei raises his palm high as energy radiates in all directions. He roars, break for me. He channels even more force, determined to consume every last drop. Supreme Demon, bone refine it all for me. Instantly, a mysterious spiritual force materializes between Yibei's brows. It flashes brilliantly through the air. He shouts, shattering the chains. In a flash, a massive hole is torn through the barrier. Yibei floats serenely in the air, bathed in that golden, radiant energy. He clenches his fist, sensing every wisp of aura around him, and exclaims, I've become a saint. Though my current cultivation is at the first stage of the saint realm, the further I go, the harder it gets, especially since I'm practicing that technique, the most difficult of all chaos. Samsara scripture. He shudders just thinking about the next time. This time, borrowing the spiritual energy of an entire holy land and half the emperor transformation pool barely got him to the saint breakthrough. So what about next time? Suddenly, Yibei notices a cluster of dark clouds gathering high in the sky. He startles, a realization dawning. Tribulation clouds. That girl reached peak half-emperor over 20 days ago. Now, influenced by my breakthrough, she's finally about to break through to emperor. If she wants to become an emperor, then let her become an emperor. Teibai approaches him, wreathed in verdant spiritual energy. She asks anxiously, Master, should your disciple suppress her breakthrough and go somewhere else? How powerful an emperor tribulation is, I don't know. She speaks with absolute courage. But if the tribulation I've summoned ends up hurting you or my junior sisters, that's unacceptable. Yibei's expression turns stern as he commands. No need to suppress it. Fly into the sky and use your full power to endure the tribulation. Leave everything else to M, and she dashes off in an instant. As she soars through the air, she thinks without her master, she would have been a failure her entire life and would have died long ago. If not for master, I would still be drowning my sorrows at the Teibai Sword Manor. She harbors the deepest gratitude toward Yi Bei. Without her master, she could never have become what she is today. In the still midair, lightning suddenly churns and surges. A bolt of deep purple heavenly lightning descends like divine punishment. Teibai summons her spiritual power while closing her eyes and chanting, "Master is Father, Master is Heaven." She thrusts her palm forward, conjuring a barrier to block the thunderous strike that just crashed down. Teibai fights with everything she has to hold her ground against it. She tells herself the Emperor Tribulation consists of 9 rounds of lightning tribulation, each more devastating than the last. Endure all 9, and one can ascend to Great Emperor. At this moment, Yi Bei's gaze turns razor sharp. He hesitates, but this time, things are different. Teibai, despite her petite frame, pours every ounce of her strength into blocking the incoming strikes. She draws her sword with a solemn expression, the Xunyuan sword intent. From below, an arcane purple demonic array flares to life, merging with Teibai's spiritual power to resist the lightning bolts assailing her from all directions. Without warning, a bolt of lightning strikes down directly upon her. Teibai, caught completely off guard, is engulfed in its entirety. She freezes for several seconds, her face clearly etched with panic. The people below witness the bizarre phenomenon and cry out, "Sister, 4th senior sister." Yi Bei's eyes widen as he murmurs, "This is." Just then, Teibai grits her teeth, enduring the vicious backlash of the heart demon lightning. Teibai curls her body inward, as if trying to shield herself from the raging tempest. Yi Bei surges forward, but is blocked by a colossal dragon of deep purple. The 2 female disciples in midair panic, scrambling for a way to help. The energy contained within this bolt of lightning is far too immense and more ferocious than 7 or 8 bolts combined. What do we do? Can 4th senior sister withstand this in her current state? Shan'er clasps her hands together in prayer. "Sister, you have to hold on." High above, Teibai still clutches her body as the dragon coils around her, its tongue flickering ominously. A voice echoes across the heavens, "Myriad thunder, one strike." Instantly, a devastating bolt of lightning crashes down. The purple dragon, struck by the lightning, shrieks without end. Yi Bei hovers above, extending 2 fingers to channel his spiritual power and suppress it. Teibai turns her head, gasping in panic. "Forgive me, master, this disciple was distracted just now." She shudders at the thought so close. She had nearly been consumed by the heart demon. Fortunately, in the end, she remembered her master, remembered Shan'er, and remembered all her martial sisters. He moves to her side and speaks in a low voice, "As long as you've awakened, all is well." However, for now, Teibai's eyes fall upon a green circle spinning before her, ceaselessly devouring energy, and she blurts out in alarm, "This." Yi Bei raises his head and explains, "When someone intervenes in the Emperor Tribulation, it triggers the Tribulation's wrath. Once the Tribulation's wrath manifests, one faces eternal doom in 1,000 tribulations without redemption." She lowers her head and sighs. "Master," this disciple acknowledges her fault. Without a single word, he rockets straight toward the center of that circle. Teibai's eyes fly wide open. "Master, what are you doing?" Yi Bei replies coldly as he flies into the vortex, "The Tribulation's wrath is even better. This master possesses a supreme treasure that can only be refined within the lightning tribulation. Perhaps this is this master's destined opportunity." Limo stands below, burning with anxiety as she speaks. Master charged straight into the tribulation cloud. That is where the lightning tribulation's power peaks. Will he be all right? Should we go help master? Teibai descends before the 2 and quickly stops them. "Don't go." One person intervening in the tribulation cloud has already caused such a tremendous disturbance. If another enters, it will only bring master more trouble. Blay. She offers her final plan. "If master faces mortal danger, I will sever this tribulation cloud with a single strike." At that moment, Yi Bei stands alone before the gaping maw of the colossal purple dragon. He presses his lips together, raises his hand high, and conjures a sphere of fire upon a blazing red magical array. These 2 terrifying forces collide head-on. They crash into each other, unleashing crimson lightning that engulfs the entire sky. Before long, the energies gradually dissipate. High above, only an ethereal green glow flickers. Teibai strides forward and instructs, "All of you, continue your cultivation below. I will go stand guard for master." The junior sisters respond at once. "Yes." She launches herself into the sky, soaring toward the shimmering glow. Teibai grips her sword and gazes at Yi Bei, who sits at the center of that radiant sphere of light. Yi Bei has his eyes tightly shut, his brows deeply furrowed as though bearing some immense pressure. After a while she beams with joy and says, "Master, congratulations on breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm and successfully refining the supreme treasure." He humbly replies, "This master should be the one congratulating you on becoming a great emperor." A system notification chimes. 5 disciples have broken through to the great emperor realm. The disciple reunion function is upgrading. Ibe asks in bewilderment, I already have 5 disciples who have broken through to the great emperor realm." His face lights up with excitement as he asks, "Teibai, among all your martial sisters, which number do you think you are in breaking through to the great emperor realm?" Teibai calmly raises 5 fingers, most likely the 5th. He asks in surprise, "How do you know that?" She laughs awkwardly and raises 1 finger to share her reasoning. "Master, just now while breaking through to the great emperor realm, I suddenly had a premonition. That is how I knew I was the 5th to break through." Ibe places his hands on Teibai's shoulders and presses further. Then can you sense their exact locations? She startles, then answers honestly, "Master, this disciple has already tried." She points in a direction, her voice uncertain. "I'm not sure whether my senses are flawed or the distance is simply too vast, but they should be somewhere in the southwestern region of the central continent domain." He stares blankly in disbelief. The central continent domain, isn't that where the phantom vestige discovered the demon race? As Yubei flies onward, he suddenly speaks. "Teibai, this master has a task for you." Teibai responds eagerly, "Just say the word, master. This disciple will give her all." He pauses, then commands, "Next month is the day of the ancestral ceremony. Before then, you and the others must use the Brocade Shadow Division or any other means to summon every reachable martial sister back." She is somewhat taken aback and hesitates before asking, "Master, why?" She cannot fathom why he would want to do this. "Master has clearly already returned to life. Must we still hold a memorial ceremony? Do you know what rank the Xingyao Holy Land holds?" Teibai furrows her brows and murmurs, "Xingyao, today I have finally become a great emperor. Now I possess the strength to stand against the Xingyao Holy Land, but if we wish to declare war, Xingyao ranks 3rd on the surface. The Xingyao Holy Land has only 3 great emperors, but this disciple has heard that those 3 are fellow disciples. Their master is none other than the previous Xingyao Holy Sovereign." She lowers her head in contemplation. "But that one did not perish. He has been in seclusion all along. 1,000 years have passed. I fear he may have already broken through to an even higher realm." Yibei turns his head and thinks to himself, "The foundations of a holy land truly surpass ordinary comprehension." A confident smile spreads across his face. "However, even if the remaining 8 great holy lands grow mightier, so what? When the day of the ceremony arrives and I reunite with more disciples, my strength will surely surge. By then, even declaring war against the 8 great holy lands will hold no fear." Having mulled it over, he clears his throat and declares, "Teibai, after the ceremony, the Xingyao Holy Land shall be our first target for conquest." She clasps her hands together and bows. "Understood." This disciple understands. She places her absolute trust in him. When Master says something can be done, it will be done. "Master, when contacting the other martial sisters, should we tell them that you have returned to life?" Yibei flashes a crafty smile. "A surprise would be far more delightful. This master wants to see how those girls have grown after 300 years. He lays down the punishment for everyone. Linger was imprisoned in the Tianchai Holy Land for so long, and no one even knew. When it's time for Master to dish out the whip, every last one of you gets a share." Teibai immediately drops to his knees in repentance. The junior sisters follow suit. Sanner and Linger are still glancing around, completely lost. The 2 click their tongues and slowly bend their knees to follow their senior sisters, but before they can fully kneel, a wave of spirit energy stops them in their tracks. They stare in shock. Yibei raises his chin to stop them. "What do you 2 brats think you're doing? They're your senior sisters. They're the ones who failed their duty." His face darkens, anger etched in every line. "If I'd arrived 200 years later, wouldn't Linger have been locked up for another 200 years? Linger blurts out anxiously, "Master, you can't blame the senior sisters. It's my fault. Please don't punish them." Fu kneels alongside them, lost in thought. This scene hasn't appeared in Ajesh. Never imagined it would take 300 years before he'd witness it again. He waves his hand. "All right, all of you get up. Master has other matters to attend to." He instructs them, "I've already told Teibai what you all need to do. Junior sisters, coordinate with him." The junior sisters respond in unison. "Yes, Master." Teibai asks hesitantly, "Master, are you heading to Zhangzhou?" Yibei nods. "I'll be quick in and quick out." He thinks to himself, heading to Zhangzhou to find one of my great emperor disciples, but more importantly, there might be news of the demon race there. Yushin suddenly produces a small vessel and presents it to him. Master, this is a small, upgraded flying vessel. Its speed doesn't fall short of a full-size ship at maximum velocity. You should reach the Zhangzhou domain in just 2 days. He strokes his chin approvingly. Excellent, I like it. He sets a deadline. Next month we regroup at the Yi Emperor tomb. They stand at attention and comply. In Zhangzhou domain, outside Vermilion Bird City, an enraged voice suddenly rings out. Is this how you people do things? This is the first time I've ever seen discrimination like this. Someone else feels it's unjust and speaks up. Exactly, why don't spirit beasts have to line up to enter the city? What era is this? Still pulling the discrimination card? Ridiculous. A bystander points and interjects. It's not discrimination. Demon race is offering a massive reward to find an alchemist in the Zhangzhou domain. Yibei hears this and strokes his chin in thought. The person next to him starts chattering. I hear the demon race's patriarch is nearing the end of his lifespan. The 4 great demon emperors issued a proclamation across the entire Zhangzhou domain, seeking a way to extend his life. Anyone who shows results gets handsomely rewarded. But years have passed since the proclamation went out. Plenty of people tried their luck, yet virtually no one succeeded. Yibei raises his hand with a friendly, probing smile. Good sir. May I ask who exactly are the 4 great demon emperors you mentioned? The 2 men jump in surprise. The guy whips his head around, visibly shocked. You don't even know the 4 great demon emperors? Golden Rock Great Emperor Diao Zhuang, Azure Ox Great Emperor Niu Fen Xiao Tribe Great Emperor Da Feifei Great Sage equal to Heaven Sun Wuxiao. Yi Bei feels a chill run down his spine. He stammers, what did you say the last emperor's name was? The pink-haired guy holds up a finger. The Great Sage equal to Heaven Sun Wuxiao. But it's perfectly normal that you haven't heard of Herthai's Great Emperor, is simply too legendary. He speaks with admiration. Her talent within the demon race is said to be once in 10,000 years. 200 years ago, she was merely a saint king. Even back then, she already proclaimed herself the Great Sage equal to Heaven. Yi Bei frowns, deep in thought. Can't be mistaken, the great emperor he's talking about is Sun Wuxiao. She cultivates the great Tao of strength. Me 5th disciple. From saint king to half-emperor, then to great emperor only took 100 years. Yi Bei poses another question. Good sir. Then why does the great sage also want to help the demon patriarch find a life-extending pill? The man coughs once and recounts. Well, that requires telling the glorious history of the great sage. Back in the day, she single-handedly swept through half the demon race's territory. In the end, the patriarch emperor took a liking to her and kept her by his side to nurture. Afterward, the patriarch wanted to take her as his disciple, but she flat out refused. The patriarch wasn't even angry. He simply said that if the demon race ever faces a catastrophe, he hopes she won't stand by and watch them die. The great sage agreed. Later, after she became a great emperor, she attacked the Licheng Alliance Holy Land. She didn't just slaughter thousands of their experts, she even seized their divine artifact treasures. The guy finishes with a grin. In the end, if the patriarch hadn't stepped in to shield her, she probably would have been beaten to death by the Holy Land's emperor. Yi Bei can only laugh bitterly. If I'd known this would happen, I never would have told that monkey journey to the west. This brat really thinks she's the great sage equal to heaven for real. He rests a hand on his chin, pondering. Wait, after I broke through to the divine court realm, I unlocked the 9 heavens longevity pill. Let me check if the system can display the info. It's a 7th grade pill recipe that extends lifespan. 1st grade is the lowest, 9th grade is the highest, but it requires incredibly rare natural treasures to refine. After refinement, each pill extends a person's lifespan by 100 years, but it only works once. Repeated use has no effect. Yi Bei's face scrunches as realization hits. So that's how it is. Half an hour later, a man writes with a brush and asks, "Are you an alchemist, or are you just carrying pills?" Yi Bei replies, "Alchemist." The man asks what grade. Yi Bei coldly drops 2 words, 7th grade. The man mutters while writing, 7th grade. Suddenly the man freezes. He whips around and yells, "Wait, 7th grade." He squints menacingly. Do you have any idea how much the demon race despises liars? Do you even know what it means to be a 7th grade alchemist? Let me spell it out for you. He explains the most powerful alchemist on the entire continent right now is Yao Xingqian, the 9th grade alchemist. He only broke through to 7th grade when he reached the Saint King realm. The news hits like a thunderbolt. Yi Bei is stunned. Yao Xingqian. The man picks up his brush and answers, "Who is Yao Xingqian?" "She's the person with the strongest alchemy talent in the past 10,000 years. Your cultivation is only at the 1st layer of the Saint realm. What the hell are you compared to her?" Yi Bei's disdain is written all over his face. He thinks that girl is my 22nd disciple. I'm her master. You tell Muhat am I compared to her? After some deliberation, the man sighs and waves Yi Bei in. Fine, go on ahead. The man just assumes he's bluffing. Never seen anyone talk such big game before. Yi Bei walks inside thinking, now what? These days you tell the truth and nobody believes you. Well, since you praised my disciple to the heavens, I'll let it slide. Out on the street, everyone is chattering loudly. Yushin Pill Convention recruiting alchemists, Saint Realm and above, 3rd grade alchemists and above. Sign up, no, don't miss your chance. Come to the Yanwu Pill Convention. Accepting from Divine Court Realm late stage onward, no alchemist grade requirement. As long as you have alchemy talent, you can register. Yi Bei raises a finger and asks for directions. Excuse me, do you know where the Xingqian Pill Convention's recruitment point is? The middle-aged man frowns with disdain. Your cultivation is only at the first layer of the Saint Realm. That's it. Yi Bei is utterly speechless, sweat pours down his face, he groans inwardly. The Saint Realm, so what? Does being at the Saint Realm mean I deserve to be looked down on? Can't someone at the Saint Realm be a 7th grade alchemist? A girl from the neighboring shop kindly points the way. Young master, that red building in the back, that's the Xingqian Pill Convention. She mentions their recruitment requirements. But a grand pill convention like Xingqian doesn't recruit random passersby like us, you know. Their standards are insanely high. Without exceptional alchemy talent and at least 4th grade alchemist rank, they won't even glance at you. Yi Bei scratches his chin. That's so. She waves him over with a smile. Young master, you have quite the extraordinary bearing. How about I put in a good word with our pill convention? Come join us instead. Yi Bei cuts her off. I appreciate the offer, miss. The woman watches him walk away and calls out frantically, young master, don't go, young master. Not long after, Yi Bei arrives at the gates of the Xingqian Pill Convention. 2 guards at the door whisper to each other, wants to join the Xingqian Pill Convention, does he? Yeah, bring him in. One of them extends a hand. Young master, right this way. He feels a tinge of surprise, a slight unease settling in. That's it, no follow-up questions or anything. When Yi Bei steps inside, a sea of people awaits ahead. He rests his chin on his hand, a smile forming. Seems the Xingqian Alchemy Association truly lives up to its reputation, so many people eager to join. A man stands on the stage, arms spread wide, and announces, welcome everyone to the Xingqian Alchemy Association. We will now begin the first trial. Peng Shan, the Peak Saint King, clasps his hands behind his back and continues with a solemn tone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Peng Shan. I know you've all come here for Association Master Xingqian, but Master is currently in closed door cultivation. So, we will be conducting the assessment in her stead. The crowd below buzzes with murmurs. A 7th rank alchemist and a direct disciple of Yao Xingqian. These 2 credentials alone cement an extremely high standing in the alchemy world. I wonder how the Xingqian Alchemy Association tests its candidates. Peng Shan's expression turns enigmatic, his tone half-veiled. Our first trial is. All eyes snap toward him. Even Yi Bei feels a flicker of curiosity. Suddenly, one of Peng Shan's eyes blazes with light. A magic formation materializes within his pupil, and a wave of mysterious energy radiates from his body, forcing everyone to look up in awe. Everyone stares blankly at the tiny green motes floating before them. What the hell is this? At this moment, he ponders thoughtfully, sensing the strange phenomenon from just now. So that's what this is. Peng Shan quickly explains. When refining pills, an alchemist must focus their entire mental state without a single distraction. And when unexpected incidents occur during refinement, one must remain calm, never panic. Peng Shan explains the action he just performed. Many rare treasures used in pill refinement are one of a kind. One careless mistake and you may never get a second chance in your entire lifetime. Therefore, anyone who flinched back is eliminated. Anyone who closed their eyes is eliminated. Anyone who panicked is eliminated. He gazes down with cold eyes and commands, my spy. Rit sense has already enveloped this entire hall. Those who have been eliminated leave immediately. The crowd frowns at the sudden rules, everyone voicing their disapproval. What? You can't be serious. That's it, we're done already. This is way too abrupt. Why not test our actual alchemy skills? Exactly, it ended before it even started. The Xingqian Alchemy Association is completely unfair. Only Yi Bei remains standing in place, nodding with quiet approval. Interesting, a woman standing behind him clears her throat. The aura the senior just released, its power only reaches the mid to late stage of the Saint Realm. An aura of that level, had everyone sensed it beforehand, they all could have withstood it. Peng Shan stands on the stage and announces, requesting those who were just named to leave the hall immediately. those below can only sigh and lament. I knew it. The Xingqian Alchemy Association isn't so easy to get into. Everyone trudges out dejectedly, grumbling as they go. Right? Plus, I've heard the number of people who pass even the first 2 trials is incredibly small. Even so, the Xingqian Alchemy Association never lowers its standards. After all, anyone who makes it into the Xingqian Alchemy Association is a genuine alchemy genius. He turns around and commands, "Now follow me to the next hall." The second trial begins in 10 minutes. Only a handful of people remain below, answering in unison, "Yes, senior." Ibe smirks to himself, quietly impressed. Seems Xingqian has an eye for talent. This one has excellent aptitude, a calm temperament, and sharp eyes, truly born to refine pills. Just as Peng Shan turns his head, he notices Ibe still standing there, seemingly dazed. He sizes up the young man with a glance. This youth only has first-layer Saint Realm cultivation, the lowest here by far, yet he passed the first trial effortlessly. This kid is the real deal. At that exact moment, Ibe seizes the opportunity and locks eyes with Peng Shan. Instantly, Peng Shan's mind spins into a dizzying spiral. Peng Shan is baffled. Wait, compared to Master's gaze, this youth's eyes are even more. He quickly shakes his head, burying his face in his hands to snap himself out of it. No, definitely an illusion. He doesn't dare believe it. Perhaps I was seeing things. How could a youth at the Saint Realm possibly possess eyes like that? A book appears on the desk as Clear Heart Pill Recipe, opened and laid out neatly. He explains about the first round. The first trial tested mental fortitude. It doesn't reveal much on its own. The second trial is where we can truly assess one's alchemical aptitude. Peng Shan looks at everyone standing before their desks and announces the rules. The second trial is pill refinement. I will provide you with the recipe and ingredients. Simply refine 1 Clear Heart pill to completion and you pass. The Crow. WD looks down at the book, surprised. That's it, that's all, as a 4th-rank alchemist. Even though she's never refined this particular 2nd-rank Clear Heart pill before, she's confident she can pull it off. A woman cheerfully raises 2 fingers, summoning a pill furnace before her. Just watch, an hour is all I need to produce a perfect pill. He raises his hand, throwing out an absolutely insane requirement. Oh, I forgot to mention this trial forbids the use of pill furnaces. This rule makes the crowd scowl and slam the tables in protest. What? No pill furnaces? Is this a joke? How the hell are you supposed to refine pills without a furnace? This is completely impossible. Only Ibe reads through the book while smirking quietly. Xingqian, you're still as mischievous as ever. Peng Shan raises his voice to explain, trying to ease the crowd's frustration. You think it can't be done? I'll have you know, back when my master was merely a 2nd-rank alchemist, she once refined a 3rd-rank pill without using a furnace. He delivers a philosophical line. Master once said nothing is impossibly unimaginable. There is nothing that cannot be achieved. No task is too difficult, and unyielding will is needed. Hearing this, Ibe breaks into a cold sweat and silently curses. The so-called furnaceless pill refinement method was clearly invented because that girl blew up every single furnace she touched. She desperately needed to refine pills after that, so she came up with this out of sheer necessity. Thinking of her, he can hardly believe how it somehow morphed into a grand declaration reeking of motivational chicken soup. Everyone begins to focus on pill refinement, each harboring their own thoughts. With only 1 set of ingredients, failure means elimination. Refining pills without a furnace would normally require countless attempts to get right, but being forced to succeed on the very first trick clearly impossible. Ibe suddenly sweeps his hand through the air, summoning a series of strange objects into midair. Someone turns around looking confused. What's this guy trying to do? The person next to him chimes in. The Clear Heart pill alone uses over a dozen main ingredients, plus 7 or 8 supplementary ones. Is he seriously planning to dump them all in at once and pray for the best? Everyone stares at him and starts discussing. Refinement, timing, flame sequencing, purification methods. Not a single step can be wrong. One mistake and it's all ruined. Peng Shan feels a flicker of shock at this approach. An alchemist, this is an aura only a true alchemist possesses. Yet the more he watches, the more Peng Shan thinks Ibe is just showboating. He doesn't believe it's actually possible. A youth at the 1st-layer Saint Realm possessing an aura like this. Truly bizarre, but even if he's a genius, there's no way he can pull it off. After a brief moment, all the ingredients he summoned undergo rapid purification and coalesce, forming a blazing green flame. The crowd stares wide-eyed, every single one of them utterly stunned. What kind of flame is that? He's refining way too fast. Is he cheating? Even using a top-tier pill furnace to melt mystic ice blossom and remove impurities would take at least 2 full breaths. Bei waves his hand in an elegant arc, controlling that stream of spiritual energy. The energy is successfully refined in an instant, continuously drawing in the surrounding energies. Peng Shan's face twists in bewildered suspicion. Could this youth's alchemy talent actually surpass Master's by 100-fold? Bei casually flicks his finger snap and places one hand over his heart, calmly merging his spiritual energy into the shimmering ring of light floating in midair. Peng Shan's eyes go wide. He murmurs to himself in disbelief. This kid doesn't just have innate talent for alchemy, he has also mastered formation arrays, dual cultivating both at the same time. Where the hell did this monster come from? The onlookers can't help but stare in shock. He's halfway there. Next comes the most critical step, pill condensation. If he succeeds, the tranquil mind pill will be complete. Bei presses both palms close together and draws the ring of light back, placing it above his own head. It spins endlessly, forcing the spiritual energy to circulate at the speed of light. And because of it, Bei suddenly lets out a pained grunt. He shakes his head with a tinge of regret. Damn, if I had better fire control, the pill formation would have been a done deal already. Bei swings one hand decisively, commanding the energy source to bend to his will. One person shouts, "Hey look, that kid isn't done yet, he's still refining." A single pill, cloaked in azure flames, slowly descends. The woman standing nearby lets out a soft gasp. As expected, he failed. It makes sense when you think about it. He only spent a few minutes. To produce a finished pill, you need at least 3 hours. Given his cultivation level, failing was practically a given. Bei silently extends his hand to catch the incoming pill. The instant it lands in his palm, the outer shell cracks. In a flash, the black shell shatters into tiny fragments, revealing a translucent jade-green pill inside. The crowd freezes in stunned disbelief. The see it pill veins. Holly didn't just successfully refine a pill. He produced a top-grade tranquil mind pill with pill veins. This kind of tranquil mind pill is 5 times more effective than the standard version. Is this guy even human? He holds the pill in his palm, nodding with quiet satisfaction. Not bad. What's more, the 20x pill refining speed reward didn't just boost speed, it amplified the pill's effectiveness by roughly 10-fold. Not quite 20x, but still monstrous. Bei steps forward and asks Peng Shan, "Well, does my pill qualify?" Peng Shan raises his hand in a gesture of deference. "Young master, may we speak privately?" Bei clenches his fist and nods. I was about to suggest the same thing. Inside the small courtyard, a voice asks, "May I ask for the young master's honorable name? And do you have a master?" He clasps his hands behind his back, answering with a slight hesitation, "Bei, master, no." Peng Shan furrows his brow in thought. No master, yet his alchemy has reached this level. It seems I've still underestimated his talent. He makes his offer. "Bei, what if I introduced you to my master, Chairman Yao Xingchen of the Xingchen Alchemy Guild? Would you be willing to take him as your teacher?" Bei's expression twists, as though the question just insulted his very existence. Peng Shan pushes harder, trying to persuade him. "I know your alchemy aptitude is extraordinary, but the deeper you go down the path of alchemy, the harder it gets. 130 years ago, my master already broke through to the 9th grade alchemist rank, with a cultivation at the peak of half-emperor. He's just one step away from the legendary alchemy celestial master. But that one step has tried to cross it countless times and still hasn't succeeded." Bei narrows his eyes, finally seeing through the true motive behind this invitation. "So that's it. You didn't bring me here to join the guild, you want me to bow and take little Xingchen as my master." He shrugs with a smirk. "I don't mind, but I can tell you right now, once your master sees me, there's no way in hell she'll take me as a disciple." Peng Shan quickly retorts, "Impossible. If my master meets you, she'll be overjoyed." Bei thinks to himself, "Fair point, if little Xingchen sees him, she'll probably cry tears of joy." He imagines the scene, her throwing her arms around him, whining, "Master, your disciple missed you so much." Bei pictures himself gently patting her head, cooing softly, There, don't cry, don't cry." The thought alone makes Bei grin like a cat who got the cream. Peng Shan strokes his chin, calculating, "Let me think about the timing. My master's seclusion should be ending soon. She mentioned she'd make a trip to Zhangzhou once she came out." Bei suddenly interjects with a question. "Has your master been here recently?" Peng Shan immediately nods. "Yes, when news came that the lifespan of the beast emperor of the 4 demon emperors of the demon tribe was about to expire, Grand Sage Sun came seeking my master." He recalls the event with a hint of helplessness. "But even my master had no way to extend the beast emperor's lifespan at the time. After that, the Zhangzhou domain issued a public notice, searching for other alchemists or life extension pills." Bei falls into deep thought. Lifespan about to expire. The Beast Emperor's situation sounds eerily similar to his own predicament all those centuries ago. He closes his eyes and ponders. A standard 7th grade life extension pill would be utterly useless for a demon emperor of that caliber. A smile creeps onto his face, but what if it's not standard? He raises a finger, eyes gleaming with excitement. All right then, I'll wait here for your master to arrive. Peng Shan breaks into a delighted laugh. Wonderful. Before leaving, he adds, if you need alchemy ingredients, go ahead and take whatever's in stock. For rarer materials, we can sell them to you at internal pricing, guaranteed far cheaper than the outside market. Bei hears this and breaks into a cold sweat. He lets out a sigh. Seriously, how did this conversation pivot straight into a supply chain deal? If he didn't know Peng Shan was Xingchen's disciple, he'd think he just walked into some kind of guild scam. Lifespan fruit, 3 origin celestial clear blossom, crimson spirit lingjai, yin condensation grass, golden spirit seeds, blue star divine leaves. He strokes his chin and murmurs to himself, might as well refine the 9 heavens life extension pill right here, right now. Peng Shan is visibly startled. These are all rare, precious materials, each one worth a fortune. Is he seriously planning to refine a pill with them? He asks, curiosity eating at him. Bei, I'm a little curious. What grade alchemist are you right now? Bei looks up, answering with casual indifference. 7th grade, give or take. Though with the 20x refining speed boost and the black flame of the supreme demon bone, 7th grade is honestly the bare minimum I can operate at. Hey, ponders for a moment, then speaks. Alright, I have a request. If there's nothing else, I'd appreciate it if you could prepare those ingredients for me as quickly as possible. Peng Shan agrees immediately. Done. Absolutely, I'll get on it right away. 15 minutes later, a voice calls out from inside the room. Brother Yi, the ingredients you requested are here. He points toward the room ahead. This room has a high-grade pill furnace inside capable of refining anything at the 8th grade and below. The room houses a high-grade pill furnace, capable of refining 8th grade pills and below. Bei glances back and gives a quiet hum of acknowledgement. Peng Shan sets down a pile of ingredients on the table. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Bei sits beside the ingredients and stops him. No need, you can stay. Peng Shan's eyes widen in surprise. Really? He looks up astonished. Really? He bows his head with a grin. Well then, refusing would be rude, I humbly accept. Bei raises his hand, summoning the pill furnace into midair. Peng Shan stares, utterly bewildered. Wait, is he? He's not seriously planning to refine the 9 heavens life extension pill like this, is he? Bei turns and draws the precious materials toward him with a sweep of his hand, rapidly channeling them into the phantom furnace for refinement. The pill furnace hovers in midair, suspended by nothing but his will. Peng Shan watches, jaw-dropping at the meticulous precision. The phantom furnace's performance rivals surpasses any physical furnace he's ever seen. What's more, Brother Yi executes every incantation flawlessly and processes ingredients several times faster than any alchemist Peng Shan has witnessed. The next day at high noon, a mystical light suddenly erupts from inside the pill furnace. Suddenly shouts ring out from outside. Holly, everybody, look at that sky. Bei continues refining with calm composure, while Peng Shan whips his head toward the commotion with a sharp, huh. He frowns. During pill refinement, an alchemist must never be disturbed, failure at best. An exploding furnace and permanent damage to one's Tao of alchemy at worst. He strides to the door and throws it open. What's going on? The words die in his throat. Peng Shan freezes, his face draining of color. He looks up at the sky, thunder rolls, black clouds spiral inward, a wave of dread washes over him. Is that a pill tribulation? His voice trembles. Don't tell me even a standard 9th grade pill can't summon a pill tribulation. Only a peak 9th grade pill or something heaven-defying could trigger one. He can barely believe his own words. Then, Brother Yi actually summoned a pill tribulation. 2 streaks of white light whoosh across the sky above. Peng Shan furrows his brow, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he watches that fleeting shadow. Without hesitation, he launches into the air and gives chase. Before long, he clasps his hands and bows before a man. Peng Shan respectfully greets Your Excellency, the City Lord. It has been a long time, the City Lord of Zhuge City. Half-Emperor Zhu Kuei fixes him with a stern gaze and demands an answer. So this pill tribulation wasn't summoned by Brother Peng Shan. He presses further, could it be that Lord Xingchen is personally refining pills in the tower? Peng Shan shakes his head, stammering, No, me master won't arrive for a few more days. The one currently refining pills is actually a friend of this humble one. She envisions the pill furnace and the infinitesimal motes of light within, then exclaims, Pill success. At that precise instant, a formidable bolt of tribulation lightning crashes down upon the rooftop where Yi Bei is refining. The two immediately fly back together to observe from nearby. Inside the room, Yi Bei raises 2 fingers and launches the deep violet pill into the sky. It soars upward and collides with the streaks of lightning high above, unleashing several deafening booms. The two watch the spectacle with eyes wide as saucers, stammering suck. Success. Peng Shan muses inwardly with brother Yi Beino. With senior Yi Bei's alchemy, he is absolutely not a mere 7th grade alchemist. He is a genuine 9th grade alchemist. Suddenly, a peculiar radiance leaps out from within the room and streaks straight toward him and the half-emperor. Yi Bei orders sternly, Peng Shan, test the pill. Peng Shan responds without hesitation, thank you, Senior Yi Bei. She exclaims in shock, test the pill? A supreme grade pill like this still needs testing. Why isn't something this good offered to me instead? Without a word, he pops the pill into his mouth and swallows it whole. 10 minutes later, Peng Shan raises both palms and begins circulating his spiritual power. He shuts his eyes tight, drenched in sweat as though enduring an overwhelmingly oppressive force. In a flash, his entire body erupts with a verdant green energy that shoots straight into the heavens. Concentric rings of varying sizes envelop his frame before he finally exhales and steadies his breathing. Zhu Kuei, standing behind him, watches the spiritual power radiating from his body and speaks, Congratulations to brother Peng Shan for breaking through to the half-emperor realm. He realizes with surprise there is something else unusual your alchemy realm also seems to have. Peng Shan looks down at his own palms, then turns his head to reply, thank you, City Lord, my alchemy has indeed improved somewhat. At this moment, I may have just stepped into the ranks of an 8th grade alchemist. She repeats the words in disbelief, 8th grade. He furrows his brow in thought. From 7th grade to 8th grade is only 1 grade apart. Yet these 2 tiers represent 2 entirely different statuses. Yi Bei's voice echoes out from within the room. How is it? How much did your lifespan increase? The crowd hears this and murmurs in bewilderment. What? How much did the lifespan increase? Shouldn't the question be about how the cultivation base broke through? Or how much the alchemy realm advanced? Exactly what does this have to do with lifespan? Wait, what kind of pill was the senior in the tower refining? Peng Shan replies with utmost respect, reporting to Senior Yi Bei, I have gained a total of 300 years of lifespan. Brother Peng Shan, I ask you this, if this pill were given to Lord GMO, would it be effective? It would. Then he will surely be able to discern this young man's cultivation base. This confirms it, he declares. Then this young man at the Saint First Layer realm is indeed a genuine 9th grade alchemist. Yi Bei, none the wiser, remains immersed in his own world. It seems the problem lies in how I handle the pill tribulation during condensation. I still haven't reached perfection. Peng Shan speaks slowly. Senior Yi Bei, this is the city lord of Zhuke City. He has business with you, Yi Bei asks coldly. Speak, what is it? Hearing this, Zhu Kuei freezes, her expression going blank. After a long moment, Zhu Kuei finally regains her composure and speaks. I wonder whether Senior Yi Bei is aware of the matter concerning Demon Venerable GMO. I wish to ask Senior Yi Bei, would the pill just refined be effective for Lord GMO? Yi Bei extends his palm and replies bluntly, it would, but the effect will be greatly diminished. At most, it can extend his lifespan by 100 years. Zhu Kuei jolts in shock, disbelief written all over her face. What? 100 years? Are you speaking the truth? He continues. Indeed, her face drains of color. She bows deeply, clasping her hands in supplication. May I ask Senior Yi Bei, do you have time to accompany me to the Demon Beast tribe's central territory? Yi Bei calmly pours his tea and delivers his answer, my apologies. I refuse. His blunt refusal leaves the 2 of them frozen in place. Peng Shan hesitates. This matter, Zhu Kuei tries desperately to persuade him. Senior Yi Bei, please hear me out. If you agree to accompany me to the Demon Beast tribe's central territory and cure Demon Venerable GMO, whatever you desire, name it, and we shall provide it. Yeah. Bei picks up his teacup and blows on it with a soft huff, utterly indifferent to her words. She secretly furrows her brow in resentment. How hateful, no one has ever dared to ignore me like this. Zhu Kuei's gaze locks onto the ring on his finger. If I'm not mistaken, the supreme grade pill just refined must have been stored inside that ring. Zhu Kuei's eyes narrow. In that case, why not seize the pill by force? Although brother Peng Shan has just broken through to the half-emperor realm, I am certain I can crush him in the blink of an eye. Watching him leisurely sip his tea, Zhu Kuei thinks to herself, as for Senior Yi Bei's cultivation is merely at the Saint First Layer. He seems to hear Zhu Kuei's inner thoughts and asks, well, since gentle words won't work, are you planning to take it by force? Having been struck at the very heart of her thoughts, she falls silent, not daring to utter a word. Yi Bei sets down his teacup and speaks. How about this? I'll give you two choices. 1. He continues unhurriedly, you may try to seize the pill from me by force. If you succeed, consider it a victory. He presents the second choice. 2. Have the great saint come here personally and invite me. He presses his lips together and thinks, in the past, it was always I who sought out my disciples. This time, I finally get to experience the feeling of a disciple coming to my doorstep. The two of them hear this and gape at him, eyes round as saucers. Peng Shan breaks into a cold sweat, grumbling inwardly. Has Senior Yi Bei lost his mind? Zhu Kuei is a half-emperor. If she wants to seize something, it would be as easy as flipping her palm. Zhu Kuei also breaks into a cold sweat. Unable to fathom Yi Bei's intentions, you want the most hot-tempered great saint among the 4 great demon emperors to come invite you. What are you thinking? Without further hesitation, she summons spiritual power into her hand and growls, Senior Yi Bei, you'll keep your word. He narrows his eyes and replies with arrogance, naturally. Peng Shan sees the terrifying spiritual power surging from her body and shouts, Senior Yi Bei, no. In the blink of an eye, a figure is sent hurtling outward. Carried by sheer momentum, the person crashes hard upon the ground. He sits sprawled on the earth, overwhelmed with dread. Damn it, this time we're in deep trouble. Senior Yi Bei has shown me such great care. This time I must stop Zhu Kuei no matter what. Thinking so, Peng Shan quickly regains his composure and soars into the sky. At that very moment, several bolts of lightning crash down upon the rooftop, followed by a chorus of piercing screams. He grits his teeth, his heart seized with worry for Yi Bei's safety. Senior Yi Bei, he roars in fury. Zhu Kuei, I will not let you off. Suddenly Peng Shan freezes mid-step, a realization dawning on him. What happened? Those screams from just now were not from Senior Yi Bei, they came from Zhu Kuei. Yi Bei still stands in the room, casually beckoning with a wave of his hand. Not bad, keep going. Zhu Kuei collapses to her knees, stammering uncontrollably. Seeing this, he cannot help but hesitate. Isn't Senior Yi Bei's cultivation base at the first cycle saint realm? She bows low, places one hand upon the ground, and speaks in a heavy voice. I was careless just now. A look of absolute resolve flashes in her eyes. I will obtain this pill today, no matter what. Zhu Kuei channels every ounce of her internal energy into a demonic formation and thrusts it straight at Yi Bei's face. He stands tall without a shred of fear, even sneering. A green spiritual aura slowly rises before Yi Bei's body. With bare hands alone, he can trap her within his lightning barrier. Zhu Kuei glances around anxiously, cursing under her breath. In human form, she cannot withstand this much lightning, but reverting to her true form just to deal with a mere saint realm human, the humiliation would be unbearable. She has no choice but to withdraw her energy and admit defeat. Senior Yi Bei, I submit, I admit defeat. Yi Bei covers his mouth, chuckling as he taunts her. Surely I cannot take it back now, once the lightning is unleashed. It cannot be recalled. The instant his words fall, several bolts of lightning relentlessly rain down upon Zhu Kuei, leaving her with no choice but to endure the bombardment, crying out in agony. Afterward, Zhu Kuei's entire body is charred black smoke rising in thick plumes. She manages only a single word, you. Yi Bei regards her with a stern expression and mocks, well, do you want to be struck by lightning again? She scowls, hatred seething in her heart. Although those bolts of lightning appeared immensely powerful, they did not strike any of her vital points. This Senior Yi Bei must have deliberately held back. How infuriating. I am of the great demon beast clan. Yet a mere human at the saint realm shows me mercy. Truly humiliating. Zhu Kuei suddenly takes flight, catching Yi Bei off guard. She transforms into an enormous Zhu Kuei bird, soaring through the heavens above. As she flies away, she calls out in a booming voice, Senior Yi Bei, remember your promise. I shall go relay the message to that person for you right now. Yi Bei nods to himself in the room, a dark scheme forming in his mind. Excellent, the flying speed of Zhu Kuei is no worse than the small flying artifact I modified. He strokes his chin and murmurs, if I use him as a mount, that would look pretty impressive. With that settled, Yi Bei turns to Peng Shan. All right, he shouldn't be able to return anytime soon. In that case, take a stroll through Zhuke City with me. He can only comply. Yes, Senior Yi Bei. Peng Shan breaks into a cold sweat. Senior Yi Bei, you are truly calm. The great saint is about to arrive, yet we are still strolling around this leisurely. Are you certain we will be fine? Before long, Zhu Kuei arrives at the central territory of the Demon Beast clan. She descends upon an open clearing and reverts to human form. Zhu Kuei stands atop the wall facing the palace gates and announces in a booming voice. Zhu Kuei has an urgent matter to report to the great saint. Please relay the message. A figure rushes to her side and greets her with deep respect. Zhu Kuei pays her respects to the great saint. The fifth-ranked Great Emperor, one of the 4 emperors of the demon beast clan Sun Wuxiao. Dressed in alluring attire, she regards Zhu Kuei with a contemplative gaze, her expression stern as she asks, "What business do you have with me?" Zhu Kuei lowers her head and reports, "Your Excellency, I have found a pill that can extend the lifespan of Lord GMO." Without warning, Wuxiao reaches out and seizes her by the throat. She frowns and rebukes. "Do you have any idea how many people have said those exact words to me? Ever since I put the word out across the central continent, I have heard this news dozens of times. They gave me hope again and again. Yet every single time ended in disappointment." Zhu Kuei desperately defends herself. "Your Excellency, this time I witnessed it with my own eyes. Moreover, that senior is currently at the Xingqian Alchemy Assembly." Wuxiao furrows her brow deep in thought. "The Xingqian Alchemy Assembly." She releases her grip. Zhu Kuei nods firmly. "That's right, that senior is a 9th-grade alchemist." She recounts everything she witnessed. "I saw with my own eyes that Brother Peng Shan swallowed the pill senior refined. Not only did he break through to half-emperor, but he also became an 8th-grade alchemist. His lifespan was extended by a full 300 years. More importantly, that senior personally guaranteed that this pill can extend Lord GMO's lifespan by 100 years. Wuxiao strokes her chin and murmurs, "A guarantee to extend old man GMO's lifespan by 100 years, you say? Interesting, very interesting." She lifts Zhu Kuei's chin, a threat in her grip. "If I go there and find it is not as you described, then your bird life shall serve as payment." Zhu Kuei trembles with fear, breaking into a cold sweat, stammering, I dare not, this humble one speaks nothing but the truth, not an ounce of exaggeration." Wuxiao glares and orders, "Speak quickly." Zhu Kuei clasps her hands together and relays Yi Bei's exact words. "That 9th-grade alchemist says that to obtain the pill, the great saint must come in person and invite him before Lord GMO." Upon hearing this, Wuxiao bursts into laughter, spiritual power radiating from her body in oppressive waves. "He wants me to personally go invite him." The corner of her lips curls with contempt. "I'd like to see if he has the skill to back up such audacity." The blazing sun still hammers down upon the residential district. Fewer and fewer people venture outside, casting the scene into a somber gloom. Peng Shan carries an enormous bag, his expression one of reluctant unease as he broods over the situation. Although this place is far from the central territory of the Demon Beast clan, at Zhu Kuei's terrifying speed, she could make the round trip in 2 to 3 hours. Yet Senior Yi Bei remains utterly nonchalant. He has been following Yi Bei this whole time, casually eating, drinking, and shopping, showing absolutely no vigilance whatsoever. Yi Bei holds a candied fruit skewer and demands, "Peng Shan, tell me about your master. I want to hear the story." He can only obey. "Yes, senior." At that very moment, Zhu Kuei flies over and announces in a booming voice, "Peng Shan, Senior Yi Bei, I have brought the great lord. Please come up to meet." Wuxiao stands above, furrowing her brow, murmuring the name to herself. Senior Yi Bei, she feels a twinge of doubt. The surname Yi is exceedingly rare in this world. In all her years, she has only ever met one person bearing that surname, her own master. She asks Zhu Kuei, "A 9th-grade alchemist with the surname Yi, you said. Then do you know his full name?" Zhu Kuei answers swiftly, "This senior Yi possesses a cultivation base at the first cycle Saint realm, appears as a youth, and commands the power of lightning." Upon hearing this, she contemplates deeply. "It seems I am overthinking things. If Master is still alive with his heaven-shaking talent, whether he could even reach the profound transcendence realm after 300 years of cultivation is still uncertain." Zhu Kuei flutters down before Yi Bei, stammering, "Senior Yi Bei, I have brought the Great Lord before you. Please speak with the Great Lord directly about whatever comes next." Wuxiao suddenly widens her eyes at the familiar figure before her. She swiftly leaps off Zhu Kuei's head. Wuxiao lands with earth-shattering force before the two of them, as if issuing a challenge. Peng Shan clutches his bag with one hand while waving the other frantically, stammering his defense. "Esteemed great saint, please quell your anger." "Why yes, senior, he didn't mean it that way." Yi Bei unexpectedly places a hand on the man's shoulder, holding him back. Peng Shan whips around in shock, calling out softly, "Senior Yi Bei, you." Without a word, she immediately drops to her knees and performs a formal bow. He and Zhu Kuei stand rooted in place, utterly stupefied by the spectacle before them. Peng Shan, standing behind them, cannot help but wonder. The great saint kneeling before Senior Yi Bei, how can this possibly be? Sun Wuxiao raises her head, tears brimming in her eyes, her voice trembling. This unworthy disciple greets her master. Yi Bei's expression hardens as he scrutinizes her. "Wuxiao, how can you be certain I am the real one?" Still kneeling, Sun Wuxiao lifts her head and declares with conviction, "This disciple may fail to recognize anyone else in this world but her master. Even across 100 lifetimes, this disciple would never mistake him." He gazes at her face, a mixture of joy and fear, and thinks to himself that the last time he heard this form of address was 200 years ago, when his eldest senior disciple bid him farewell. Hearing her words, he muses inwardly, "She recognized me at a single glance. She must possess remarkably keen eyes." Peng Shan's soul nearly leaps from his body, cannot believe what unfolds before his eyes. What? Senior Yi Bei is actually the great saint's master. She turns around and issues a commanding order. "Zhu Kuei, take me and my master to pay respects to Lord GMO." Zhu Kuei nods in compliance. "Understood." Yi Bei glances over and instructs Peng Shan, "Wait here for Xing Chen. If you find her, tell her to hurry to Lord GMO's location at once." Peng Shan clasps his fists and bows. "Yes, Grandmaster." With that settled, the two mount atop Zhu Kuei and soar into the sky. He suddenly turns and asks, "Wuxiao, you stormed the Shangming sacred ground all just for this decayed staff?" Sun Wuxiao's voice drips with hatred. "Master, those sacred grounds were begging to be destroyed. They deserved death. Give me one more chance, and I will level every last one of them to dust." The system displays Reunited Disciple 6108 Reward Emperor Grade Skill Card. Yi Bei freezes, stunned. Only now does he recall, that's right after Teibai broke through to Great Emperor. The system mentioned that the reward mechanism was tied to leveling up. Could this be that very upgrade reward? He murmurs to himself, "Activate Emperor Grade Skill Card." The system announces the Emperor Grade Skill Card is activating. A golden fist materializes and Yi Bei clenches his hand around it. Marveling, World King Fisticent, that's some ultimate technique from an anime in my past life. Still, this skill isn't half bad. The only pity is that with my current cultivation base at the Saint Realm, I can only unleash 5 times the power of the World King Fist. He raises a finger and says, "Wuxiao, come here. Your master shall bestow upon you a divine ability. Give it a try." Sun Wuxiao agrees at once, "Yes, master." Yi Bei points a single finger directly at the center of her brow. Instantly, golden energy envelops her entire body, and she gradually rises into the air. A strange streak of light suddenly surges into her, accompanied by a thunderous boom that shakes Zhu Kuei's back. Zhu Kuei feels the impact ripple across her back and wails, "Great Saint, ouch, ouch, you're on my back, not on solid ground. Could you please be a little gentler?" A moment later, Sun Wuxiao bows deeply in gratitude. This disciple thanks Master for bestowing this divine ability. This divine ability truly suits this disciple perfectly. Had I possessed this divine ability back then, how could I have been hunted down by the Emperor Venerable of the Shangming sacred ground? She cannot suppress the smile spreading across her lips. Master is truly master. The moment we reunite, he gifts me such a magnificent treasure. Yi Bei leans in, raising a finger and whispers, "Tell Main your hands. How many times over can the World King Fist amplify your strength?" She calculates, reporting to Master approximately 50 times. She raises her arm, demonstrating the enhanced physique. Moreover, this disciple can still feel that this divine ability grows stronger as one's cultivation rises. Its true potential has yet to be fully tapped. He stares at her, utterly dumbfounded, and sighs, "Heavens above, I can only manage 5 times. Yet this girl pushes it to 50 and she hasn't even hit her limit." The more he thinks about it, the more envious he becomes. Yi Bei nearly weeps. It seems the gap between one person and another is nothing compared to the gulf between a person and a monkey. Zhu Kuei races toward the heart of the demon beast territory, gradually descending toward the ground. Yi Bei furrows his brow, sensing the spiritual power permeating the surrounding area. This aura, Great Emperor. Zhu Kuei suddenly soars back up as the city gates slam shut without warning, sending Sun Wuxiao into a cursing frenzy. "That stupid Bulwi, does it have to be you again? Do you believe this lady won't beat you to death with a single swing of my staff?" The Qing Niu Great Emperor Niu Fen, a mid-stage Great Emperor, crosses his arms and juts out his chin in challenge. "Damn monkey, if you've got the guts, come right ahead. This Lord Niu will settle the score with you once and for all." Hearing these contemptuous words, her face darkens like a thundercloud. Sun Wuxiao suddenly freezes and glances toward Yi Bei. He stands there, stroking his chin with a sly grin as if hatching some devious scheme. She grips her staff and stands before Yi Bei, shaking her head furiously. "Master, please believe me, I don't usually cause trouble. I've reformed a great deal, I promise." "Really? It's actually that stupid bull's fault. He thinks this disciple stole his ranking among the 4 emperors, leaving him dead last. So every time I come here, he insists on blocking my way and picking a fight. He's already ambushed me over a dozen times over this nonsense. Bei puts on a fearsome expression and orders coldly. Wuxiao, with someone as stubborn as this Qing Niu Great Emperor, you either ignore him entirely or beat him until he knows his place. Sun Wuxiao blinks in surprise, stammering, Master, you mean? Bei crosses his arms and replies, Go, just don't beat him to death. Her face lights up, understood, Master, this disciple gets it. With that, Sun Wuxiao swings her long staff down at Niu Fen's head, taunting, Stupid bull, take a blow from your big sister. He slams both fists together. Eyes blazing, fangs bared, and snarls, Damn monkey. She charges headlong into battle against the ferocious beast. Sun Wuxiao laughs triumphantly, Stupid bull, I've already given you face. Now sit back and enjoy the beating. He stares her down and sneers, after just a few days apart, your bragging has reached a whole new level. Sun Wuxiao clenches her fist, golden energy blazing once more. She hurls her fist at him and shouts, World King Fist and Fold. Niu Fen throws his head back, roaring at the golden energy barreling toward him. Child's play. A heartbeat later, a cataclysmic explosion engulfs the spot where he stands. Sun Wuxiao nimbly dodges aside, dropping to one knee with a groan. Damn it, that stupid bull actually went all out. Niu Fen recovers, wrenching his jaws wide to spew a torrent of mystical green energy. Die for me, you damn monkey. She does not yield a single step, standing her ground against him. Sun Wuxiao senses something amiss, furrowing her brow as she searches for a counter. She roars at the top of her lungs, World King Fist 25-fold. Spiritual power surges and condenses around her. Sun Wuxiao clenches her fist, feeling the overwhelming force coursing through it. She grits her teeth, straining against the power. To think that even at 25-fold, the World King Fist has already pushed my body to its absolute limit. While Sun Wuxiao is caught off guard, Niu Fen spits a blazing sphere of energy straight at her. Her expression darkens as she swings her arm to deflect. Bei, standing on Zhu Kue's back, calls out sharply, What are you standing there for? Fly higher now. She tilts her head skyward, stammering. Why yes, understood, senior. 2 terrifying forces own gold, 1 green-eyed head-on. A second later, Sun Wuxiao's golden spiritual power pierces straight through Niu Fen's emerald energy and slams it into the earth. Zhu Kue soars higher, craning her neck to observe the scene below. Bei narrows his eyes, gazing pensively downward. She watches the billowing dust and smoke rise, unable to contain her awe. The great saint is absolutely terrifying. She can fight the Qing Niu Great Emperor to a standstill despite his mid-stage Great Emperor cultivation. The ground below has been cratered into a deep abyss. Sun Wuxiao and Niu Fen lie sprawled at the bottom. Bei, standing on Zhu Kue's back, gives the order. Very well, descend and pick her up. Zhu Kue dives downward, calling out clearly. Senior, we're almost there. He lands beside her and asks with concern, Can you still move? Sun Wuxiao speaks with great difficulty, Master. Could you give me a hand? She offers a weary smile. I can't move at all right now. Bei gently scoops Sun Wuxiao into his arms. Let's go. Bei understands why she cannot move. He pieces it together from the earlier battle at minimum. Sun Wuxiao's second World King Fist pushed 20-fold, simultaneously driving her body to its absolute limit. For a short while, she would be completely immobile. Bei carries her and gently sets her down on Zhu Kue's back. Sun Wuxiao trembles, Master, it hurts so much. He soothes her hastily, All right, I'll be gentler. Zhu Kue's expression goes blank. What is this pitiful display supposed to be? Is this still the great sage whose temper was as fierce as fire, striking at the slightest provocation? He sits down, turns around, and suddenly asks, The last time you used it, how many times was the World King Fist amplified? She sprawls out, chuckling softly, 25 times. She laughs with pure delight as she speaks. Master, this divine ability of yours is truly invincible. The gap between each stage of the Great Emperor realm is immense. Yet this technique allows for leapfrog challenges. It is truly miraculous. Bei warns in a stern voice, Take this as a lesson. For now, you can handle at most a 10-fold amplification. Your current physique cannot withstand 25 times. Wu Zhao replies happily. Understood, Master, this disciple understands. 10 minutes later, Zhuke arrives at Jia Mo's territory. Looking at the familiar scenery before her, she says, Master, we have arrived. He urges them to move on. Wu Zhao follows behind. Yes, Master. The two walk slowly inside. She introduces the person sitting before them. Master, this is the Jia Mo demon venerable. Bei frowns, staring fixedly at him. He senses a strange aura radiating from the figure. Why does a faint trace of demonic qi cling to this Jia Mo demon venerable? judging by the reaction of the supreme demon bone. This demonic chi is many times stronger than all the ghosts and evil entities in the Tianchai Holy Land combined. GMO slowly opens his eyes, revealing purple pupils. Yi Bei ponders gravely, how could a demon venerable of such high cultivation possess demonic nature? GMO sits on his throne, scrutinizing him. Human brat, your reaction is just like that girl Xingchen's initial reaction. Wu Zio places a hand on Yi Bei to introduce him, old Jia. Last time Yao Xingchen was my junior sister, but this person is my master. He greets him loudly. This humble one, Yi Bei, pays respects to demon venerable GMO. The old man narrows his eyes and questions, little monkey, you say he is your master. She plants her hands on her hips and asserts, that's right, there is nothing my master cannot do, there are only things you haven't dared to imagine. GMO leans back into his chair and sighs. So what brings you here today? If you wish to leave the central region, I will not stop you this time, as long as you do not forget our agreement. Wu Zio raises a finger, speaking vaguely, old Jia, I do intend to leave this time. But before I go, I will resolve your lifespan issue. She proudly boasts about his talents, because no one else can solve this problem. In my master's eyes, this is not even an issue. Seeing her boastful expression, Yi Bei cannot help but sigh. You stubborn monkey, it has been 300 years. Why are you acting exactly like the Qing Niu great emperor? Your ability to talk big has improved drastically. You weren't like this back in the day. He bows his head in refusal. You should leave in peace. I will not hide the truth from you. A lifespan issue cannot be solved by just any alchemical pill. He does not believe her, feeling she is only trying to comfort him. Instead of wasting time on me, you should focus on cultivating to break through your realm. She clenches her fists, unwilling to give up. In this world, apart from Master, old Jia is the one I owe the most. How can I leave in peace seeing you like this? He produces a pill to intervene. Old Jia, you might want to try this pill. Watching him catch the pill, he continues, whether it works or not, you will only know once you try it. GMO reaches out and takes it. He examines it closely, thinking, this pill is the highest grade life extension elixir I have encountered in nearly 100 years. Thinking this, his face shows a hint of regret. It is a pity. In my current physical state, I fear, Wu Zio asks excitedly. Old Jia, how is it? GMO replies honestly, this pill is supreme, it can at least extend my life by 30 years without a doubt. She exclaims in surprise, 30 years. Old Jia, did you misjudge it? My master said it would extend it by at least 100 years. He laughs in gratitude. I originally only had 2 years left to gain so many years at Ansi. No matter what, I must thank you both today. He says magnanimously, from today on, you are honored guests of our demon race. If you need any help, just speak to me directly. Yi Bei replies nimbly, many thanks, old Jia. Wu Zio holds up her palm, urging him, old Jia. Hurry, I will protect you now. Go ahead and refine the pill. GMO mutters as he puts it in his mouth, is there a need for such haste? My lifespan hasn't hit the absolute end yet. He lowers his head, whispering behind his hand, Wu Zio, perhaps there is a way to save this GMO demon venerable. He instructs, from now on. Regardless of who it is, no one is allowed to disturb me. Do you understand? Yes, master, please go ahead, leave this place to me. As long as anyone comes to cause trouble, I will certainly beat them away. This is great, old Jia can be saved. If master says it is possible, then it must be possible. At this moment, he clasps his hands together and begins to cultivate, his entire body radiating a purple aura. The energies quickly surge out of GMO's body and rise into the sky. He clenches his eyes shut, sweat pouring down as he struggles to control the energy. A stream of green light lunges forward, as if wanting to devour that evil aura. This is devouring. The purple energy struggles, attempting to escape from the green spiritual power. GMO grimaces in agony. As expected, these are those cursed things. Every time I take life-extending pills, they devour it all. Then hide in my body, absorbing my vitality. Suddenly a voice echoes. Old Jia, these are the internal injuries you have suffered for many years, aren't they? His eyes widen as he gasps. Hey. He stares in astonishment at the phantom of him before his eyes. You are the master of that monkey girl, Yi Bei declares while his spiritual energy manifests. I can help you purge the demonic nature left behind by the demon race. GMO has no other choice but to comply. Very well. Give it a try. There are few in this world who can even recognize demonic nature. If he can identify it, perhaps he truly has a way. Thinking this, he promises, if you succeed, I owe you a great favor. As long as I live, whatever difficulties you encounter, even if it is to destroy some holy land, I will come to assist you. Of course, if you fail, it does not matter. I have endured this for tens of thousands of years. I can handle the last 30 years. He summons his alchemy cauldron and agrees. Very well, I shall begin. The alchemy cauldron flies into the sky in a flash, smashing through the roof as it rockets upward. The purple energy sources quickly flow into the cauldron. Bei clasps his fingers together and shouts, "Ascend." As he finishes, the alchemy cauldron continuously absorbs the aura, creating a purple ribbon surrounding it. The demonic chi howls as if unwilling to be destroyed. GMO stands up abruptly within the aura and laughs loudly. "Burn, burn them all to ash for me." He stands before him and explains, "Old Jia, the demonic nature is deeply rooted in your marrow. To eradicate it entirely, you must reveal your true form or you will suffer unbearable pain." GMO shows no concern for such things. "Pain, little friend, proceed as you wish. As long as you can purge all that demonic nature, do whatever you must." Bei nods, "Understood. Old Jia, reveal your true form now. I am about to begin." Suddenly, a massive black shadow appears from above, accompanied by a roar that echoes throughout the world. He sighs in surprise, "Damn, if I had known his true form was this big, I wouldn't have made this request." Looking up at the giant tortoise, he explains, "Master, Old Jia's true form is the Haitian ancestral tortoise. It is said to have an ancient bloodline, and its energy can shake the heavens and earth." Bei joins his fingertips, standing amidst a swirling vortex of green spiritual energy as he commands, "Wu Zio, this master is about to begin. Pay close attention." She hovers by his side, bowing in obedience. "Understood, master. You may rest assured." He thrusts his palms forward, surging with unleashed power, and bellows, "Supreme demon bone, ignite the heavens with black flame, refine." Instantly, the giant tortoise is encased in a blazing violet primordial spirit, while green flames roar to life beneath it. GMO watches in astonishment. He never imagined that the little girl's master could manipulate such savage black flame. "So be it," he thinks. "If this can purge this damnable affliction, I would endure tenfold the pain." In a heartbeat, the tortoise's eyes flare with brilliance as it enters a state of turtle breath meditation. Half an incense stick later, Wu Zio admires the scene in her heart. Master is truly peerless. At this rate, the old man might fully recover. At that moment, Niu Fen appears behind her, clearing his throat aggressively. "Damn monkey, what sort of trick are you pulling on Lord GMO?" Wu Zio casts a side glance, snapping back, "Stupid ox, you have eyes but fail to see MT. Tai, my master is treating Lord GMO." Clenching his fists, Niu Fen flares with rage. "You lie. Do you think I cannot sense Lord GMO's life force fading?" She replies coldly, "Believe it or not, that is up to you. If you want the old man to recover, stand aside and wait." Niu Fen raises his fists, vibrating with aggression. "I would be mad to believe you. How many humans actually wish for Lord GMO to live? Get that man to stop immediately. Or don't blame old Niu for risking his life against you." Wu Zio grits her teeth, thinking, "Stupid ox, I should have struck harder earlier and left you unconscious for months." On another rooftop, a peerless beauty watches the scene unfold. She is the second ranked of the 4 great demon emperors. Dio Zhuang gazes down and asks softly, "Great sage, what is happening here?" Wu Zio furrows her brows, explaining once more, "The one up there is truly my master. He is saving the old man. Believe it or not, I am ready to fight." Dio Zhuang's expression darkens as she growls, "Then I choose not to believe." Wu Zio never backs down. "Then let us fight. Do you think I fear you?" Both erupt with killing intent, ready to collide. Suddenly, Wu Zio pauses, stunned for a fleeting second. In the distance, a figure with several violet tails approaches at a leisurely pace. Wu Zio casts a side glance. Looking on, she recognizes her. It's her. None other than Da Feifei, the enchantress with violet fur and alluring red robes. Dio Zhuang turns her head and shouts, "Da Feifei, what are you doing?" "This concerns the safety of Lord GMO. That human must be dealt with." The speaker is the first ranked of the 4 great demon emperors, the 9-tailed celestial fox emperor. Da Feifei speaks, her voice calm. "Be still. I sense no malice from that human toward Lord GMO. It is highly likely the great sage speaks the truth. He is indeed saving him." She looks up at the manifestation of GMO wrapped in 2 streams of energy. "We shall wait silently. If there is any anomaly, we can act then." Niu Fen grunts in protest, but Da Feifei, he is a human. The Zio clan is in a sensitive period. Most humans have ulterior motives. Suddenly, a streak of red chi erupts and he freezes in his tracks, unable to speak. She stares him down. "My decisions are not yours to question." "Understood." Feifei bows slightly and says apologetically, "Great sage, I believe your words, but you must suffer this grievance for now." Dio Zhuang, standing nearby, bristles at the obvious double standard. Feifei stands between Wu Zio and Dio Zhuang, sensing the suffocating tension and keeping her guard up. Dio Zhuang sneers at Wu Zio, "Stop struggling, it is useless." This binding force is one of the innate divine abilities of the Celestial Fox clan, she says with immense pride. Do not speak to me of your early-stage demon emperor cultivation. Even if Niu Fen joined you, he could not escape. Dao Zhuang, let us make a wager. If I can break this binding within a minute, you shall call me Grandpa Sun from now on. Bring it on, Wu Xiao replies, summoning her spiritual power with a mocking laugh. And if I cannot break it within a minute, I shall call you Grandpa and bow to you. How about that? The other two women watch frozen as the challenge is thrown down. Niu Fen stands there stunned and anxious. Wait, this damn monkey isn't really. Dao Zhuang confidently accepts. As long as De Feifei doesn't assist you, I accept your bet. Wu Xiao drops a single word, cold and sharp. Done. She assumes a stance, clenching her fists. Spiritual energy cascades into her body, making her glow with brilliant light. Wu Xiao bellows World King Fist tenfold. Dao Zhuang remains unconvinced, taunting her. So what if you can use a forbidden technique? To break the binding force of De Feifei, you need the strength of at least a late-stage or peak-stage demon emperor. Her eyes burn like fire, she growls, counting each increase. World King Fist 15 times, World King Fist 20 times, 25 times. Feifei reaches out, panicked. Great sage, stop at once, you cannot keep going. Wu Xiao grits her teeth and roars. World King Fist 30 times. This wager is not about pride, but about my own Tao. She stands as a focal point of light, challenging the limits of her body. To transcend is to break through. Suddenly, a green circle manifests in the sky, and a brilliant surge of energy slams into the rooftop. Fortunately, the three have already retreated, narrowly avoiding the devastating impact. Niu Fen breaks into a cold sweat. That shockwave is terrifying. He stares at Wu Xiao hovering in the sky in fear, noting that despite minor fractures in her bones and meridians, her life force and momentum have not diminished but surged. Usually, using a forbidden technique lowers one's cultivation base or exhausts one's life force. Yet she only grows stronger. She floats coldly in the air, radiating a fearsome primordial spirit. Suddenly a voice resonates. Are you all trying to destroy this seat's demon god palace? Feifei is startled by the question, and Niu Fen is taken aback. Dao Zhuang exclaims, Lord GMO. They ask in unison, Lord GMO, are you all right? He replies with joy, I feel wonderful. GMO smiles, it has been 20,000 years, this is the first time I have felt this good. Feifei feels the joy ripple through her. In all these years, this is the first time I have seen Lord GMO so happy. Dao Zhuang laughs, it seems the great sage did not lie. That human was truly helping him. It appears we were merely suspicious. He raises his voice, the four of you shall behave and stay put. They answer in unison, understood. As he flies off, GMO ponders, the demonic essence that has tortured me for 20,000 years has been reduced by a third. Regardless of whether it can be fully destroyed, this human has done a great service to our demon race. At that moment, Yi sits cross-legged, regulating his breath. GMO watches him, thinking that this demonic essence and the supreme demon bone are like mutual enemies that can be absorbed and fully refined. He asks curiously, little friend, do you intend to transfer the demonic essence into your own body? Yi confirms with a stoic face, that is the plan. Yi lifts his arm, shouting, rise. The violet energy instantly pulls away from GMO's body. Under his command, it surges toward him. A second later, not a trace of violet chi remains on GMO, and he descends through the air. Wu Xiao sees GMO land and rushes over old man Jia. How do you feel? And where is my master? GMO bows his head hesitantly, I am fine, but your master, not wishing to affect us. He has retreated into the void, with the demonic essence to refine it himself. In the void, Yi stands alone, surrounded by the surging demon chi. He closes his eyes and enters deep meditation. This demonic essence is truly ferocious, only the heavenly pool treasure could barely suppress it. He clutches the threads of demonic essence in his hands. If he can use the supreme demon bone to refine them completely. Yi places a hand on his chest to summon his own energy, tearing them apart. He bellows, this will help me transcend several layers. Wu Xiao and GMO look up at the sky, where long cracks are appearing. A moment later, the void parts and he steps out from the ethereal shimmer. Yi has now reached the peak of the first, second, and third layer of the Saint Realm. Seeing him, Wu Xiao rushes forward and embraces him. Master, he holds his disciple and turns to GMO Jia. Old man, the demonic essence has been refined. Worry not, I wonder how does your body feel now? GMO bows, joining his hands in respect. This old man thanks you for your life-saving kindness, little friend. My lifespan has been extended. His face glowing, he continues, 10,000 years. The three others freeze, caught between sheer joy and profound astonishment. GMO expresses his deepest gratitude. If there is ever a time you need us, the entire Xiao clan will spare no effort to repay you. Bei descends to the ground and nods in agreement. Very well, it is settled then. De Feifei rests a hand delicately on her neck, her voice enchanting. From this day forth, this humble one vows to serve you as your consort. Noble benefactor, in gratitude for your kindness. Niu Fen shoves her aside and volunteers to follow Yi Bei. Women stand aside. Great benefactor, this old Niu admires you deeply. Why don't we become sworn brothers? You shall be the eldest. Wu Zio cracks him over the head and bellows, you get lost. If you become my master's sworn brother, wouldn't that make you my martial uncle? Dio Zhuang only shakes his head, arms crossed, and sneers coldly. She points and warns loudly, you foul bird, you have already seen my master's prowess. How are you still so arrogant? She quickly bows, pressing her palms together in greeting. Foster father, please accept your child's kowtow. Yi Bei is so startled he chokes on his own spit. He stares speechlessly at her shameless display. She adopts fathers with reckless abandon. Niu Fen grumbles. Damn it, I never thought you were that kind of person. No, that kind of bird. De Feifei covers her mouth and scoffs. Not for nothing did she graduate at the top of her class in opportunism. He waves his hand dismissively. Enough, enough, forget about the foster father nonsense. He turns to look at GMO. The clan elder and I still have matters to discuss. GMO looks suspicious. Little friend, surely you do not mean to discuss those demonic traces. Yi Bei strokes his chin in thought. Indeed, while at the Tianchai Holy Land, I encountered a cursed object with a similar demonic presence. The elder jumps in shock and stammers out a cry. What? That cannot be. GMO gestures as he enters the hall. Come, little friend, let us speak within the hall. Yi Bei crosses his arms and nods. Very well. The affairs of the demon race cannot be explained in a few words. We shall discuss them at length. The two sit opposite each other at the conference table, with the 4 disciples standing between them. GMO begins his tale. Deep within the Tianchai Holy Land, they harbored a relic of the demon race. Though I had never seen a living demon, the mere sight of those bones radiated a malevolent aura that was truly harrowing. As he speaks, his blood boils with rage. Those damned people of the Holy Land, daring to harbor the demon race. Yi Bei keeps a stern face and interrupts, do not worry, I have already obliterated them. Struck as if by a thunderbolt, the elder eyes him wide with shock. How is that possible? Even for us demon clans, dealing with the Tianchai Holy Land would require at least 3 great demon emperors acting in unison. Yet witnessing his strength, the elder pushes aside doubt, feeling only a surge of relief. Destroyed them, good, were it me, I would have razed them to the ground as well. Yi Bei raises a palm, cutting to the chase. Though the Tianchai Holy Land is no longer a concern, I know precious little about the demon race. I wish to hear what the clan elder knows of the events from 10,000 years ago, when the races united to resist them. GMO recalls the purple spiritual energy from that time and recounts how the Xuanhuan continent was far more prosperous than the demon clan alone. Boasted 7 emperor venerable powerhouses, and the humans even more. Yet even then, through the long, grueling wars against the demons, we suffered far more losses than victories. He continues, they were born as killing machines. They were the natural nemesis of all living beings. It was not until 20,000 years ago that we achieved a Pyrrhic victory at a devastating cost. His expression turns melancholic. Afterward, the demons retreated into the shadows and vanished from all records. Gratified by his savior, the elder smiles at Yi Bei, little friend, if you intend to investigate their hidden lairs. My clan is willing to accompany you. Yi Bei muses, clan elder, hearing you describe them as so cunning and elusive, I believe we should not alert them. We must prepare thoroughly first. A calculating look crosses his eyes. These demons are not easily dealt with. He must first push his own cultivation to its absolute limit. The elder exclaims, prepare what? Little friend, just name it. My Xiao clan will exhaust every resource to fulfill your request. Writing down a list, Yi Bei instructs, within 3 days I require these alchemy ingredients and heaven and earth treasures. The more, the better. Handing the list to De Feifei, he says, little Fei, you handle this. Devote your full focus to this task. Feifei kneels and bows respectfully. Feifei accepts the order. I shall not let you down, senior benefactor. He turns to the other 3 and commands, do you 3 have nothing to do? Come spar with me. Yi Bei tears off his robe, revealing his toned physique. He smiles confidently, no divine abilities, no demon energy, bare-handed combat only. He looks at the demonic energy in his chest. The potency of those refined remnants is immense, even absorbing a mere fraction has pushed his cultivation to the peak of the saint realm. He has a plan for the rest, but to use it merely for raw cultivation would be a waste. I shall temper the remainder into the foundation of my own body. Niu Fen also strips off his tunic, revealing a bulging, muscular chest. Since you have asked for it, senior, a little sparring is no problem. I just wonder how many blows a human physique can withstand. Dao Zhuang radiates killing intent, thinking, though the senior possesses great divine abilities, even the strongest human struggles to match the raw constitution of our demon kind. Since he is so confident, I shall test just how much he is worth. Wu Xiao cracks his knuckles and smiles brightly. He cannot refuse his master's command. Niu Fen plants his hands on his hips and warns, I am using my full strength. Yi Bei extends his firm arm and beckons them to attack. Begins. Wu Xiao waves his hand and summons his familiar iron staff. Gripping it tight, he lunges forward. As Wu Xiao swings down, Yi Bei catches the blow with one hand. He admires his own firm arm. Very good. The demonic essence is perfectly integrated into my foundation. But while Yi Bei is distracted, Niu Fen launches a surprise attack from behind. He lands a heavy blow, cracking the very ground beneath them into fragments. Yi Bei turns his head, finding the situation quite amusing. Humans truly need a good beating to reach their full potential. Wu Xiao clenches his fists, preparing a barrage of strikes. Before he can act, Yi Bei turns and strikes him squarely in the cheek, sending Wu Xiao flying backward. The next target is none other than Niu Fen. He takes a solid punch directly to the face. Yi Bei steps back, rubbing his shoulder. This is the way. If we are to fight, we must do so until we are satisfied. The disciple beside Jia Mo asks nervously, Great Demon Venerable, is it really wise to let the three demon emperors spar with Senior Yi continuously like this? The elder shakes his head, no worries. It is merely training, strengthening the body. It will end when the time is right. The battle intensifies as each of them struggles to pin Yi Bei down. The disciple watches, helpless. I do not see how this is going to end at the right time. 3 days later, Yi Bei stands before them and speaks in the middle of this. Without realizing it, we have been sparring for 3 days and 3 nights. Following such high-intensity training, the energy refined from the demonic remnants has fully transformed into his own foundation. He smiles triumphantly now. No matter how formidable the demon race is, they shall not be able to touch me. Niu Fen lies sprawled on the floor, face bruised, calling out, Hey, birdie, next time I want to fight someone, make sure you hold me back. Dao Zhuang, utterly exhausted, groans, I have taken more hits in these 3 days than I have in the last 100 years combined. Sitting on the floor, Wu Xiao adds, getting hit by master is painful indeed. But have you not noticed? What we've accumulated these past 3 days nearly equals 10 years of cultivation. She turns her head back in agreement. Don't even start. It's true, Thomi physique really is a bit stronger than before. He turns around, gazes at his own palm, and mumbles, I, Niu Fen, still want to get beaten to a pulp again. Jiamo walks up to him with a wry smile. Young friend, you've worked hard these past 3 days consolidating your own foundation while still finding time to train those 3. Yi Bei replies humbly, it was nothing, just lending a hand. Just then, Fei Fei slowly approaches from a distance. She bows her head respectfully and says, Greetings, Lord Jiamo, greetings, Senior Yi. These are the alchemy materials and natural treasures gathered over the past 3 days. Everything is here. He extends his hand to receive the crimson pill. Yi Bei examines it closely, muttering to himself, this is far too much. If that kid Xing Chen saw this, he'd die of sheer envy. After verifying nothing was missing, he instructs Jia Mo to stay behind and rest. Elder Jia, take your time recovering your body. Now that you've cast off 20,000 years of shackles, your realm is certain to advance another step in the days to come. Jia Mo is deeply moved. This is all thanks to your blessing, young friend. I am endlessly grateful. Yi Bei continues, then I shan't impose any further. Now I'll take Sun Wuxiao along to probe the demon clan's true strength. He turns and gently nudges Wuxiao. Come, little one, it's time you return to your master's side. She replies cheerfully, yes. Just as the two are about to leave, Fei Fei calls out, wait. She presses both hands to her chest, eyes shimmering with desperate plea. Lord Jiamo. Senior Yi, Fei Fei wishes to come along as well. Wuxiao scratches her head, utterly puzzled. My master is going, do you want to butt in? Fei Fei flicks her purple tail, trying to persuade them. Great Saint, that is not quite right. The Celestial Fox clan's territory is not far from the hidden secret land. I am intimately familiar with that place. She winks. Don't humans have a saying, familiar faces make for smoother dealings? If I accompany you too, I may very well be of great help. Yi Bei places his hands on his hips, nodding in agreement. Having a local who knows the way isn't half bad. Da Fei Fei, you'll come with us. Xiao Tong stomps his foot and protests loudly. Master, wouldn't it be more comfortable with just the 2 of us? Why bring along this nosy one? Niu Fen turns to Dao Zhu and mumbles. I also want to spend more time cultivating alongside Elder Yi. She stares straight into his eyes and continues. De Feifei had always ranked above her among the demon emperors. This time, she absolutely cannot let that woman monopolize this opportunity alone. With that thought, Dao Zhu speaks up. Lord GMO, Elder Yi, I also wish to join this expedition against the demon clan. Niu Fen is not to be outdone. Me too. She strokes her chin and lays out her case. The demon clan is cunning and unpredictable. Elder Yi, with a capable member like me at your side, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Lord GMO, don't you agree? He strikes the exact same pose, then tacks on 3 words. Me too. GMO watches the two go back and forth, brimming with confidence, and finds himself at a loss for words. He squints, sweat beading on his brow, and mutters to himself, am I Hang Sanzang on a scripture pilgrimage? Do I really need 4 demons accompanying me? GMO turns to eBay. I have no objections. You all must defer to the young friend's decision. Dao Zhu raises a finger, making her case. I can carry Elder Yi and everyone on my back. Ask the world who possesses the swiftest flight under heaven. None other than this golden rock. Each wingbeat spans 90,000 li. Niu Fen cuts in again. Me too. Wuxiao angrily grabs his horn and shouts, you land-bound ox, you have lost your mind. EBay suddenly punches his own palm, an idea striking him. That's it. I was planning to ride Zhu Kui, but compared to the golden rock, Zhu Kui's speed is as slow as a crawling snail. And so he decides to let her come along. Very well, you may come along too. She clasps her hands together and bows her head. Yes. Thank you, Elder Yi. Only Niu Fen remains, standing there dumbstruck, stammering without words. GMO quickly pats his head to soothe him. Those 3 are all going now, so surely. There needs to be at least 1 demon emperor staying behind to guard Zhangzhou. No. Niu Fen refuses, throwing a tantrum. Niu Fen feels wronged, but the ox holds his tongue. Everyone heads outside together. EBay offers his farewell. Well then, Elder Jiao shall take our leave. Wuxiao calls out loudly, old Jia, we're off. I'll miss you terribly. Dao Zhu adds, Lord GMO, we're departing now. With that, she soars into the sky, conjuring a burst of verdant energy that is dazzling to behold. The 3 of them quickly climb onto the golden rock's back. Eibei silently marvels. The golden rock truly lives up to its legendary reputation. Feifei outlines the plan. We're heading to the hidden secret land. It's no smaller than Zhuge City, serves as the trade hub of Zhangzhou. All manner of goods are bought and sold there. You can find anything. She ponders for a moment, then continues. That place is a lawless zone, countless factions, big and small, all vying for dominance. The strongest fist reigns supreme. Dao Zhu announces while soaring through the sky, Elder Yi, the hidden secret land is right below. We should proceed with caution. Let's go on foot from here. Agreed, land in that forest not far from here. Moments later, she descends into a lush, verdant forest. The 4 of them stroll out of the tree line and arrive before a grand city gate. One of them speaks. Beyond its well-deserved reputation for convenient trade, the hidden secret land also harbors an emperor-grade secret realm. Eibei fires off a series of questions. Does the Emperor-grade secret realm only allow Emperor-level cultivators to enter? Or is it that anyone can enter, with Emperor-grade opportunities waiting inside? Feifei raises 3 fingers to explain. The latter. Though there's no cultivation requirement to enter, the dangers within are such that even those at the Emperor level dare not take them lightly. And the method of entry changes every year, each iteration more demanding than the last. As if spotting something, her voice turns excited. Look, Elder Yi, that right there, that is this year's method of entry. Within the city, the hawking cries of small merchants ring out incessantly. 1 volume of the appreciation of ancient chess formations, just 10 high-grade spirit stones. Honored guest, care for a copy. Master the opening gambit, and who knows, you just might gain enough enlightenment to waltz right into the hidden secret realm. Wish to borrow the chess formations of heaven and earth to comprehend the grand Tao. Wish to break through your bottlenecks. Hands-on instruction on how to pass the very first game. Prices are affordable. Step right up and inquire. A short while later, 2 people locked in a chess game appear before them. A voice sounds, a chess formation, huh? Let me study it for a few minutes. My chess skills are rather well honed. No problem, we'll take turns playing that old man over there. His eyes sharpen. I have a feeling this Emperor-grade secret realm is deeply connected to the demon clan. Hearing this, Wuxiao stammers, Master, you just heard about Ithao, do you already understand? Unsurprisingly, all 3 chime in unison, we don't know how to play chess. As expected, the bystanders chatter, have all played 10 rounds and still haven't won the right to enter. That kid is terrible at chess but insists on playing. better to find Quan Hong and buy a secret realm entry booklet instead. Though his secret booklet can only be used once, with it in hand, anyone can safely enter the secret realm. Yi Bei overhears the mention of buying a secret realm entry booklet. He gently asks the fellow, "Excuse me, where might one find the seller of these secret realm entry booklets?" That one replied, "You're talking about Quan Hong. Just follow this road straight ahead, turn left, then right, again you'll be able to spot him." He eagerly added, "Only 2 copies remain. Highest bidder wind spirit stones aren't required. Other rare treasures are acceptable as well." On the other side, the crowd was frantically outbidding one another to get their hands on that book. "Our Feilong Pavilion is willing to offer 1 dragon human pill. Our Jingguang sect offers a superior grade holy artifact. Our Wanju Tiger clan offers 10 mystic grade heavenly treasures and earthly rarities." He had already arrived at the scene. Seemed this was indeed the place. The man sat there with arms folded, lounging comfortably as he waited for the highest bid to roll in. If he could exchange this for a truly fine treasure, the Great One would surely reward him handsomely. He noticed Yi Bei and taunted, "Kid, you've got a pleasing face. Go on then, what do you have to trade? If it suits me, I'll sell it to you." The surrounding crowd spoke with utter contempt. "A mere brat like that, there are even people who want to kill Yi Bei. If he can actually produce the secret manual, we'll simply kill him and seize it." Yi Bei sneered coldly, "My apologies, I don't purchase goods of unknown provenance." Hearing this, the man's face flushed crimson. He shot to his feet. Quite the bold tongue, fortunately. "I'm a man who values fate and affinity, otherwise I'd have thrown you out long ago. Now speak, what provenance do you wish to know?" Yi Bei provoked him further. "Tell me, are you a vessel inhabited by the demon tribe? Or perhaps you're just their dog?" Hearing this, his fury only intensified. He lashed out, his vicious, razor-sharp claws slashing toward Yi Bei. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Before the blow could even land, Waxio materialized behind him and drove a fist straight into his face. Yi Bei remained perfectly composed. "I'm saying that your body reeks of the demon tribe's foul aura. The stench is unbearable." De Feifei snarled, "Merely a half-emperor, and you dare act so insolent." The surrounding crowd was startled by the 3 women's sudden appearance and began to murmur, "Aren't those the 3 beast tribe great emperors? What are they doing here? Could that young man actually be the beast venerable GMO?" Yi Bei stepped forward, towering over the man. "You are human, are you not? What did the demon tribe promise you? Enough to make you sell your life for them?" The man's face was twisted with pain, yet he showed no fear, and still he dared to threaten them. "I advise you to release me at once. If I die, the demon lord will gut every last one of you like fish." Yi Bei, no longer able to maintain his composure, began channeling a technique upon the man. "Truly a loyal dog. Since you refuse to speak, I'll simply extract your memories myself." Enveloped by Yi Bei's technique, the man let out a wretched, agonizing scream. "Arghch." Black chi poured from his mouth as Yi Bei rifled through every last one of his memories. So it was Yaoyu were the one who used soul domination on Quan Hong. Just as Yi Bei had suspected, the demon tribe was behind it all along. Even more foul-smelling black chi continued to billow from the man's mouth. "My lord, save me, hurry." The escaping chi coalesced into a malevolent spirit that materialized behind the man. "All these years you have gathered countless true treasures for me. You may consider your service concluded." The spirit crushed the man's throat in an instant, then shot into the distance without a backward glance. "As for the rest of you, I have no time to deal with you now." Yi Bei hadn't expected the spirit to flee so quickly. Seeing it bolt, Waxio surged forward. "Where do you think you're going?" "Halt, you cur!" De Feifei and Xing Chen charged after them as well. "Great Saint, we're coming to aid you." All 3 dove through the gaping void after it. Within a vast, lightless dimension, colossal chains hung in every direction. An enormous skull-like face materialized at its center and boomed. "I sent you to monitor Quan Hong. How did things come to this?" The demon's spirit answered hastily. "Please quell your anger, my lord. Though this subordinate's work was hardly commendable, I have managed to lure 3 beast tribe great emperors straight to you. You may feast to your heart's content." Upon hearing 3 beast emperors, delight flickered across the skull's face. 3 beast emperors, but the women, though they had flown in after the spirit, found themselves trapped outside an invisible barrier and could not breach the interior. "Demon tribe, crawl out here this instant. 200 millennia of suffering that Lord Jia Mo endured you will pay for every last second." The skull erupted in cackling laughter and hurled its massive chains toward the women. Come help me trim my nails, won't you?" The force of the swing was so overwhelming they had no time to react. All 3 were sent crashing through the air. A tremendous explosion rocked the ground. The devastating impact left them dazed and reeling. What manner of demon is this? Even the three of us beast emperors combined can barely stand against him. He launched a devastating techniquelicust kicks the chariot. Heaven-shattering blows rained down without mercy, draining the last of the three women's strength. The demon's true form fully revealed itself. He roared and swept an enormous hand to seize all three at once. Truly formidable, no wonder even that old man struggled. Enraged, he clenched his gargantuan palm, ready to crush them to pulp. You dare pry into the affairs of my demon tribe? Then come inside, I shall tell you everything myself. As the colossal hand closed in, a bolt of lightning streaked across the void from out of nowhere. Cross heaven lightning to greet you. Seeing his disciples battered and beaten, Yi Bei could stand idle no longer. He raised his hand and unleashed a devastating technique. Dark Flame Divine Fury. The sudden attack caught the demon completely off guard and his rage erupted. Damn it all, who dares? Who can actually counter my demon tribe's divine ability? After that devastating strike, Yi Bei observed that the demon remained completely unscathed, and even he was genuinely surprised. So this is the true power of one of the demon tribe's mightiest. He can withstand lightning and flame. Truly, one must not underestimate him. The spirit of the dead man materialized once more. My lord, it's him. He's merely at the peak of the saint realm. Yet he dares rely on a handful of petty tricks to challenge you. You blind fool, you have eyes but fail to see MT, Tai. The skull sensed the mortal danger and declared, this one harbors hidden depth. She poses a grave threat to my plans. He must be eliminated. No mercy. The spirit beside him scoffed, my lord, surely you wouldn't waste your true power on a mere mortal. The skull's eyes blazed with scarlet lightning as fury consumed him. I will see you die here. This is non-negotiable. A torrent of crimson energy surged toward Yi Bei like a raging inferno. Yi Bei remained perfectly calm. He closed his eyes and began chanting, unleashing the Grand Tao of Divine Ability Resonance. The Grand Tao of the Undying Soul, the Grand Tao of Formation Arrays, the Grand Tao of the Sword, and the Grand Tao of Architecture. At the final syllables, a piercing azure light erupted in his ice. Grand Tao of the Sword Bamboo, Vajra Pillar Guardian. A blazing golden aura engulfed his entire body. The two forces collided head-on, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. Yi Bei had deployed a protective formation array to shield his body. He strained with every ounce of his strength, beads of sweat streaming down his face. The mortal world possessed far too little energy to sustain such power. Seeing Yi Bei's dire state, the women rushed to his side. Master, let us help you. He turned and roared, run, all of you, I'll hold this place. The two forces locked in a deadlock stalemate, sparks erupting in every direction. Hearing his command, she couldn't bear to leave. But Xing Chen assessed the surrounding situation and warned, Monkey Girlevin, the three of us cannot withstand the power of this nether dark divine light. Yi Bei roared, get away all of you, now. A bolt of lightning tore through the air and slammed directly into Yi Bei's body. He was blasted away, his defenses finally shattered beyond repair. A colossal explosion engulfed him. Lightning cleaved the earth in two. The ground split apart as smoke and dust blotted out the sky. Believing Yi Bei slain, the skull erupted in laughter. So pathetically small, before the might of this lord his very soul scattered like ash. That technique drained far too much of my power, retreat into the deepest reaches of the secret realm. Aboard the great beast, the group discussed among themselves. We beast emperors are simply not on the same level as that thing. How on earth did Lord Jia Mo manage to battle monsters like these 200 millennia ago? Seeing the devastation before them, the girls urged each other to flee at once. What in the heavens was that kind of attack? Forget about that damned emperor-level secret realm. Your lives matter more. Stay away from the entrance. There really are demons in there. Seeing this, Xing Chen rushed over, scooped Wu Zio into her arms and soared into the sky. Those still hiding within the concealed grounds who did not flee at once would likely be obliterated just like the town. Wu Zio was crestfallen. Master, where are you? Xing Chen consoled her from the side. I believe that with Senior Yi Bei's abilities, there shouldn't be any major problems. At this moment, he was gravely wounded, hiding behind a massive boulder. A bleeding gash ran down his arm. Fortunately, the supreme demon bone shielded his body. His injuries were only superficial. He sat there, mulling over every detail. Previously, I thought that hidden secret realm was optional, go or don't. It hardly mattered. But now it seems this realm is one I cannot afford to skip. Finding him safe, the two girls were overjoyed beyond words. Master, you're all right, thank heavens. Wu Zio rushed forward and threw her arms around Yi Bei. I was so worried about you. He chuckled softly, patting her head. Little monkey, do you think so little of your master? He released her and turned to issue an order to Xing Chen. Dao Zuo returned to the Grand Elder's side at once and informed him of the situation here. Xing Chen obeyed the order without delay. As you command, Senior Yi Bei, she transformed into a blue bird and shot across the sky at blistering speed. Below, Yi Bei spoke to Da Feifei, I need to enter the secret realm and investigate the situation. You two have internal injuries. Rest and recuperate out here, there's no need to be so hasty. Why not wait until Wu Xiao and Da Feifei have finished their recovery, then enter together? He stood and addressed Wu Xiao and Feifei. This matter cannot be delayed. Any hesitation and the situation will shift beyond our control. The moment he finished speaking, he shot into the air. Standing before the portal, he reached out only to be repelled by a violent backlash. Seeing this, he paused to think. The demons could pass through the secret realm's entrance and launch their attacks with ease, meaning there was surely more at play within. A new idea forming, he began to cast a spell. A stream of qi radiated from his palms, which he pressed against his face. Now half his body morphed and distorted. Like this, it should work, shouldn't it? He murmured. Dark clouds blotted out the sky as he spoke in a cold voice after confirming the situation. Summon the Grand Elder and have him seal off the entire hidden realm. I'll go in first. Wu Xiao and Feifei watched him in silence from below. He began to phase through the spatial barrier. Within the secret realm, all was pitch black. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and assessed the situation just as he had suspected. Temporarily assuming a demon form allowed him to pass through with ease. He fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Although his soul-devouring technique on Quan Hong had been interrupted, he had still gleaned some information. In the Great War 20,000 years ago, the demon race sent a portion of their most vital members here to ensure their lineage would endure. Hiding in secret until now, his eyes darkened. The supreme demon bone discomfort was written plainly across his face. Never before had anything produced such a powerful pull on the supreme demon bone. In the surrounding darkness, only a single silhouette stood motionless. Yi Bei furrowed his brows. Ever since entering the secret realm, he had sensed something wrong with that mountain. Sure enough, he shot toward it without hesitation and had to probe it to the very end. He soared through the sky, guided solely by his senses, until he reached the mountain. He stopped. He could feel it now. The thing pulling at the supreme demon bone was at the summit. He peered down at the swarm below, teeming like ants, and whispered, there are at least 2,000 to 3,000 here. If they all pour out of this secret realm at once, the consequences are unthinkable. Suddenly, a torrent of overwhelming pressure slammed into him. What kind of pressure is this? Boom! He plummeted straight into the earth, crashing down with a devastating explosion. The impact was so severe it left him reeling. The suppressive force radiating from this mountain, it was as though a flight prohibition formation had been designed specifically for this region. Several beast-faced demons nearby caught sight of him and snarled like wolves. You dare try to pull a cheap trick like that? Did you really think you could ascend the holy mountain so easily? As long as the stone tablet atop the mountain stands, no matter what great demon lord comes from where, they can only obediently walk. Hey! The leader bellowed. Newcomers to the demon race, register with me. No registration, no pilgrimage to the holy mountain. Yi Bei's expression shifted subtly. I entered this secret realm 20,000 years ago to cultivate in seclusion. I'm unaware of what this pilgrimage to the holy mountain entails. I humbly ask for your explanation. Seeing Yi Bei's ignorance, the demon puffed up with arrogance. Teach another country bumpkin. He explained, once one entered the 1,000-meter radius of that colossal stone tablet, one could sense the dense, wondrous Tao laws emanating from it. He continued, his voice brimming with pride. After ascending the holy mountain, all 6 demon emperors and the demon venerable, under the stone tablet's influence, comprehended the demon saber to its fullest depths. A golden opportunity lay right before him. Yi Bei's eyes lit up. This demon race's stone tablet sounded like a supreme heavenly treasure. It was undoubtedly far more powerful. If I can claim it for myself, this trip will be a windfall beyond measure. Out of nowhere, a curly-haired demon, his locks coiled like instant noodles, shoved him. Not registered, then get lost. He bellowed, a little sprout like you wants to climb the holy mountain, don't make me laugh. Yi Bei sneered coldly, so confident are we, then let's have ourselves a contest. The demon had no idea who stood before him and continued to act playful and provocative. Both began ascending toward the summit together. The demon looked down on Yi Bei with utter contempt. If you can't handle it, just crawl back down. A demon without strength has no business climbing the holy mountain. After a while, the one who collapsed first was undoubtedly him. Yi Bei didn't even spare him a single glance. Is that all you've got? Can't handle it, then crawl back down. The demon collapsed on the steps. I can't go on, brother. Yi Bei's sweat poured down in streams, but he pressed on relentlessly. The summit was near. The supreme demon bone could already sense the stone tablet. He suddenly froze in his tracks. Wait beside the stone tablet. He turned his head. The massive, skull-faced demon from earlier, the one who had blasted him twice, was here too. The demon was sitting there, basking in recovery after the previous battle. Fortunately, our demon race possesses the divine treasureth chaos stone tablet. In less than half an incense stick's time, I'll be fully recovered. Just as Yi Bei stepped onto the final stair, the sound of footsteps made the demon turn his head. Yi Bei flashed a smile of utter sincerity, so convincing, it was almost real. Greetings, Senior. He thought to himself, enemies on a narrow path indeed. First, stabilize the situation, then act according to circumstance. The demon knitted his brows. To be able to climb to this height. Impressive. Which clan do you belong to? Yi Bei drew closer, speaking with an innocent air. Senior, I am a lone cultivator with no clan affiliation. The demon extended an invitation. Without a clan, you have no stable resources for cultivation. Why not join this emperor's clan instead? Yi Bei flashed all his teeth in a grin. Senior is truly kind. Then, feigning surprise, wait, aren't you injured, Senior? I have some healing pills right here. He inched closer. The demon remained oblivious, replying calmly, your kindness this emperor acknowledges. But this emperor's injuries are not. A jade-green orb shot straight at the demon's face. The demon dodged. Yi Bei launched his assault. The supreme demon bone erupted to full power. Yi Bei's expression turned iron-hard. He had to win. The suppressive force of this stone tablet was truly formidable. Only by unleashing the supreme demon bone at full capacity could he barely resist it. The demon saw his fury and flames flickering in his eyes. You. A human. The demon recognized the old trick. Yi Bei sneered coldly. Going to use that same move again. He charged straight at the demon head-on. Too bad at this distance, it's far too close for you to react. He slammed his fist directly into one of the demon's eyes, forcing it shut. He struck the demon's eye dead on. Last time, my dark fire failed to damage your foundation. He delivered another devastating blow to the demon's eye. Now try this on for size. The agony made the demon scream to the heavens. The demon flung his mouth wide open, inhaling every wisp of chi around him. You want me dead? You haven't got the skill for that. Gasp! Both his cheeks swelled to grotesque proportions. Yi Bei watched the demon's actions. Rather than being burned alive, you'd choose to self-destruct. But perhaps he had miscalculated. It was not self-destruction. A torrent of crimson chi laced with black particles erupted outward, sending Yi Bei flying. The celestial demon's soul devourer changed trajectory. The clusters of black particles rocketed straight toward him. The demon bellowed with his mouth flung wide. This move. You cannot withstand. He roared, I will devour you inside and out. On pure reflex, Yi Bei raised his arms to shield against the black particles. But what he never expects is that those black spots gradually burrow deep into his flesh. One by one, they infiltrate his body, corroding it from within. Well, brat, does it feel as though tens of thousands of ants are gnawing at your bones, now that the demon race's power has invaded your body? His body is mottled with crimson welts, yet he speaks slowly, his voice steady. Indeed, this one has felt agony beyond what any mortal should endure, but I must thank you. A surge of newfound power erupts within him as the supreme demon bone ignites on its own. He soars upward, an aura of crimson energy radiating outward and enveloping him. What that power impossible? He extends his hand and seizes his opponent. From the very beginning, you never realized me. Black fire is not the result of gathering and releasing spiritual power. It is born from the supreme demon bone itself. He grips the enemy's skull tight. To know neither yourself nor your foe, that is the very reason for your defeat. All that remains is a shriek of agony. My divine spirit, it's burning. In mere moments, the creature vanishes without a trace. His soul scattered to the winds, his spirit utterly obliterated. He raises his hand and clutches the wisp of divine soul. Step by step, he advances toward the colossal stone tablet. With this, no one can stand in his way. With the Chaos Stone Tablet combined with the supreme treasures of the Celestial Pool, forging 108 Emperor Realm disciples is now well within reach. The closer he draws to the stone tablet, the more violently the earth quakes. The ground beneath his feet fractures under the immense pressure. Yi Bei knows the situation grows dire. The closer he gets, the stronger the suppressive force becomes. The trembling intensifies until it drives him down to one knee. He slams his fist into the ground. Even with the supreme demon bone, the suppressive force is overwhelming. He can only advance inch by inch. A voice calls out from afar, something's happened at the stone tablet. I heard the eye demon's cries. We should go check. The mountain ascending ceremony is of utmost importance to the demon clans. Nothing must go wrong. These auras, they belong to two demon emperors. Two figures with horse-like faces and bestial heads begin their investigation. A human? I didn't expect that. Where did the eye demon go? This is troubling. We can't even mask our presence in time. They scan their surroundings, finding no trace of the massive-headed demon. One of them, a green-haired figure, notices the lingering crimson aura and sneers. It seems that good-for-nothing eye demon was killed by this one. That fool draws his bow, ready to challenge him, intent on driving him away from the Chaos Stone Tablet. I shall give you one chance to live. Leave now, or before he finishes, he looses a volley of arrows, trailing crimson light. They streak through the air like a swarm and burst apart mid-flight like fireworks. Hearing this, Yi-Bei pauses for several seconds. He thinks in astonishment. 2 volleys. Were those arrows comparable to nuclear blasts? He assesses the situation. At most, he can handle 1 demon emperor. If both attack together, he fears it will be impossible to withstand. In the end, a spark of determination flashes in his eyes. Then so be it, I'll settle this. No point worrying about consequences. The system detects his intent and triggers a warning. The system predicts Yi-Bei's plan to forcibly activate Grand Dao Resonance while it is still on cooldown. Warning: forcing this action will cause severe, lasting damage for an entire week. Heedless of the warning, he roars with all his might, Grand Dao of Force. Yi-Bei channels every ounce of his power, straining to uproot the massive stone tablet. The 2 demon emperors stare in disbelief. Old Blade, look, is he trying to rip the Chaos Stone Tablet out of the ground? Yi-Bei grins. Exactly what you're thinking. Seeing this, the archer fires a volley of arrows straight at him. Don't you dare! The arrows race toward Yi-Bei, but he ignores the enemy's barking. Your arrows cannot harm me. From behind, 2 more arrows fly at breakneck speed toward him. But as they draw close, they strike what seems to be an invisible wall and clatter to the ground. The archer's fury only intensifies. Damn it, I forgot the closer one is to the Chaos Stone Tablet, the stronger the suppressive force becomes. The green-haired demon rises and declares, Old Archer, it seems this brat has a counter for ranged attacks like yours and Old Eyes. Leave him to me, I'll cut him down. Go summon the other 3 demon emperors. We absolutely cannot let him take the Chaos Stone Tablet. He stamps his foot and raises his blade. This single strike will cleave you in 2. Before him, Yi-Bei strains with all his might to lift the tablet. Yi-Bei summons every last ounce of his strength and heaves the stone tablet upward. At last, the tablet breaks free. Both man and stone are launched backward by the sheer force of the extraction. The green-haired demon is still charging forward, swinging his blade with reckless abandon. Yi-Bei soars into the air and sneers, until we meet again. The demon erupts in fury. You dare. Before the words even fade, Yi-Bei hoists the stone tablet onto his back and rockets into the sky. Soaring through the air, he thinks, with this momentum, I can blast straight through to the secret realm's exit in one go. Below, the surrounding demon clans see the streak of light and scream, move. Something's crashing down from the mountain. He stands with arms folded, pondering. The massive suppressive force radiating from the tablet means these demons simply cannot keep up with me. A plume of white smoke rises. Outside, the crowd waits anxiously with no sign of his emergence. The secret realm's exit. This humble one has brought Lord GMO. Senior Yi still hasn't come out. GMO stands in silence. His weathered eyes fix upon the secret realm's entrance. From the depths of the secret realm, Yi-Bei bursts out alongside the stone, crashing through the exit. He collapses to the ground. Without a moment's rest, he casts a spell to store the stone tablet away. Once stored, he turns to GMO in urgency. Elder Jia, you're here, help me quickly. He descends upon the secret realm's entrance. Very well. No time to waste, I know a thing or two about sealing formations. The 2 begin working their arts together. A colossal formation array materializes around them. Elder Jia's ancestral formation intertwines with a portion of the suppressive force siphoned from the stone tablet. Inside, the 2 demons are one step too late. This is bad, Old Blade, the exit has been sealed. I know, stop them, no. He roars. With a thunderous boom, the entrance to the secret realm slams shut. The 2 demon emperors are trapped inside. Damn it all, their fury gives way to dread. Old Archer, the demon venerable will kill us for this. Stop talking and start thinking of excuses. With the task complete, GMO turns slowly to Yi-Bei. With a seal like this, even an emperor venerable would struggle to break free. Young friend, what exactly did you witness in there? He answers in broad strokes. Inside, there is a demon venerable commanding several thousand demons, along with 6 demon emperors. I managed to slay one. Upon hearing Yi Bei's words, everyone around gapes in shock. You slew a demon emperor. Jiamo's expression shifts to one of profound gratitude. Had young friend Yi not risked his life, the demon race would have become a catastrophic threat. This old man is eternally grateful. Yi Bei waves his hand with a light laugh. You flatter me. Without pause, he continues, the demons pose no threat for the time being, however. I have personal matters to attend to, so I will be taking Wuxiao and leaving Zhangzhou. Seeing him off, Jiamo, along with Feifei and Xing Chen, bids him farewell. This place shall be guarded by myself and the remaining 3 monster emperors in rotation. Young friends, you and Wuxiao may leave without worry. Wuxiao turns to him. Master, where are we headed? A faint smile plays across his lips. To attend the grand ceremony that your master holds once every 300 years. Seeing this, Xing Chen speaks up. Senior Yi, I volunteer myself as your mount. Hearing this, he and the others instinctively turn to look. He thinks to himself, she's no match for Jin Peng, but he's needed elsewhere to guard this place. Still, the Zhuke's speed is by no means lacking. After a moment's thought, he speaks, let us make a stop at the Xingshan Alchemist Association first. Xing Chen carries him and the others to a certain dwelling. A beautiful woman emerges and opens the doors wide. Xingshan speaks gently, 5th senior brother, it's been months, how have you been? Then she adds hastily, Lord Jia Mo's condition is extremely difficult to treat. The root cause lies in old injuries. With pills alone, we can extend his lifespan by a few years at most, I truly. Before she can finish, Wuxiao cuts in, silly old man, Jia's illness was cured long ago. Your intelligence network really is slow on the uptake. Xing Chen turns with a beaming smile to make the introduction. Look who's come to visit. The moment Xingshan lays eyes on him, her eyes light up brilliantly. He calls her name, his voice warm and gentle. Xingshan. The moment she sees Yi Bei, tears of emotion stream down her face. Master, is it truly you? He teases, if it's a fake, you can return me for a replacement. Seeing him, she drops to her knees in a formal bow. Disciple Yao Xingshan greets her master. Through her sobs, she stammers, this disciple has missed you so much. He speaks to her with tender affection, you are the president of the Alchemist Association now. What is there to cry about? To stop her tears, he adds with a grin, you're not the little girl from back then who used to blow up her own pill furnaces every day. The moment the reunion concludes, the system flashes a notification, reunited with Disciple 7108. Reward Half-Emperor skill card. Congratulations, you have drawn the host's exclusive skill spatial teleportation. Ecstasy floods through him. With this, traveling anywhere in the future will be effortless. He rubs his hands together and opens the skill card. He skims through the instructions for the new skill. The mechanics seem similar to those in video games, but he has never heard of anything like this existing on the Xuanhuan continent. He examines the 3 locations marked on the map. I can find and establish waypoints on my own then. He sets out to place spatial coordinates at various locations. Xing Chen enters and speaks, Senior Yi, shall we continue on our way? Let's go. Sometime later, Yi Huangling stands before a tomban. The women present are struck with shock. This mausoleum is absurdly enormous. Xing Chen sighs in wonder. Even the tomb of a great emperor would not dare be built on such a scale. He draws his sword and speaks. Zhu Kui, find yourself a spot and rest at your leisure. The blade's tip points toward the ground, radiating light. Seeing his actions, Xing Chen asks curiously, Master, what exactly are you planning to do? The sword emanates a brilliant glow as he stands before the mausoleum, observing. He issues his command. Niu Fen, stand behind the character for 3. Xing Chen, stand behind the character for 2. The moment he finishes speaking, everyone springs into action. Xing Chen quips his master, assigning rewards based on which character we stand behind. Sun Wuxiao chimes in from the side. Does that even need saying? When has master ever treated us poorly? A voice echoes from outside it. Seems someone has already entered the main hall. Is that so? Who could possibly be faster than us? The other disciples are already present. As expected of the venerable Master Sun Wuxiao and Xing Chen, 2 junior sisters, have also returned to his side. Seeing Teibai, Sun Wuxiao is overjoyed. It's been so long. I can't believe Teibai's senior sister has also stepped into the great emperor realm. Before she can finish, Yi Bei speaks. I'll assign your positions first. Once that's done, you can catch up. He divides them into groups. Teibai, stand behind the character for 5. Zio Fu, Zio Shan, Li Moth, rest of you. Stand behind the character for 1. Linger tugs at his sleeve. Master, did you forget about Linger? tugging at my sleeve. He hands her a small vial and instructs, hold on to this for now. When I give the word, distribute it to the others. A nearby voice rings out. Teibai senior sister, everyone arrived before us. Hearing someone call her name, Teibai turns around. Xiao Tong for the 40th rank. Grand Tao of Truth Xiao Tong present. Seeing her laden with supplies, Teibai asks, why are you carrying so much food? She laughs sheepishly. It's Master's grand sacrificial ceremony held once every 300 years. I prepared some offerings. Seeing everyone gathered, she beams. Huh. Fifth senior brother is here too. And junior sister Yuling, it's been so many years since I last saw you. Yibei lets out a few soft coughs, then gently calls out Tonger. He steps forward. Seeing him, the smile on her face freezes solid. She stares, dumbstruck, then screams at the top of her lungs. A G-ghost. It's Master's spirit has appeared. She faints on the spot, faints. After all these years, Xiao Tong's courage is still as tiny as ever. He turns to the others, help her up and take her to rest first. The group stares at Xiao Tong collapsed on the ground. Footsteps sound from outside. She listens, then tells Yibei, Master, more people are coming. The newcomer appears to be Aoyang Leng, ranked 8th, cultivator of the Usura Grand Tao. Everyone turns to face Aoyang Leng, who stands confronting Yibei. For 300 years, every time the sacrificial ceremony arrives, senior sister Aoyang is one of the disciples who unfailingly appears to pay respects to their master. Those who cultivate the Usura Grand Tao are cold and ferocious by nature. Apart from their master and eldest senior sister, she respects no one. Aoyang Leng steps inside. Seeing him standing there, she cannot hold back her tears. Master, her fists clench tight. Damn it. She whirls around and screams through gritted teeth. Li Mo, hearing her name called, Li Mo freezes. What? Before she can regain her wits, a colossal hand surges forward and seizes her in its grip. Cease this rash behavior at once. A whip cracks through the air with a piercing shriek. Have you forgotten? Hearing those words, she freezes. Master, could it be that you've truly returned to life? She refuses to believe her eyes and steps closer for a better look. Up close, he is nothing like a mindless spirit. His chi and blood are vibrant, his life force abundant. She sniffs the air. That whip strike from moments ago that lashed across her divine sensation was real. Convinced at last, she drops to the ground in the Grey Wolf tribe's deepest prostration, her entire body pressed flat against the earth. Disciple Aoyang Leng pays respects to the venerable master. He gently helps her to her feet. Rise, you children have endured much all these years. A small hand tugs at his robe from behind. He turns to find Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong, tears and blood streaking down her face, sobs. Venerable Master, fate dealt its killing blow upon this disciple. I thought I would never see you again in my lifetime. Master, please lash this disciple twice as well so I can snap back to reality. He asks with concern, Tonger, when did you come to? He pats her head gently, then says, all right, Xiao Tong, Xiao Leng. The two of you follow the arrangement and go stand behind your numbered characters. His tone turns stern. Since you've all arrived before the other group, this master will address certain matters first. His face darkens with reproach. Do you still remember what this master once taught you? Unity is strength, yet among your senior and junior brothers and sisters, many of you have lost contact with one another. He strikes Teibai until her entire body turns red from the welts. After the punishment, he turns to Linger. Little Ling, the punishment is done. Bring the medicinal pills to them. Sun Wuxiao lies sprawled on the ground from the beating. He speaks. These are pills that I had Da Feifei of the demon race gather rare spiritual ingredients and earthly treasures to refine. Though this master has punished you, I do not wish for internal injuries to linger because of it. Linger carries the vial to her senior sister's side and gently pours the medicine over the wounds. Apply it. Once done, he speaks softly. What comes next is the moment for all of you to break through. Fearing they might be apprehensive, he offers gentle reassurance. Focus your efforts on comprehending the power of the Grand Tao's laws. With this master present, even if you break through to Emperor, I can bear the heavenly tribulation for you. Everyone sits in a circle and responds in unison, yes, master. He smiles to himself while they cultivate. He should set the first spatial teleportation point at the Yihuang Mausoleum. He buries a green stone into the ground. The moment it sinks in, something seems to flash past. Meanwhile, a group of people sprint frantically in the distance. One of them shouts, sisters, run faster, the Yihuang Mausoleum is just ahead. Today is Master's grand sacrificial ceremonial. The senior and junior sisters will be gathered there. They'll surely help us shake off our pursuers. Hearing the commotion, Xing Chen whips around in alarm. The group stands before her. She blocks the entrance and declares, "Who are you?" Senior Yi Bei is handling matters inside. Unauthorized persons are forbidden from entering. They reply, "We 5 sisters are all master's disciples. Let us through at once." A voice echoes from within. Could it be 5 element sisters? Hearing the voice, they freeze in shock. Could that voice belong to master? The door slowly opens. He steps out with a warm, benevolent smile. So many disciples have gathered. Only you 5 sisters remain as united as ever. That brings this old man great comfort. One of them steps forward and addresses him. "Master, the Xingyao sacred ground ambushed us 5 sisters on the road, seeking revenge." His expression hardens. The Xingyao sacred ground doesn't know its own limitations. "Master, those from the Xingyao sacred ground knew they couldn't match us, so they hired a terrifyingly powerful mercenary. Meanwhile, the Xingyao sacred ground pursuers tracked the sisters down. That grudge from a month Agatho's needle strikes nearly shattered this emperor's divine sense to pieces. Today, I will ensure their very souls are obliterated. Though we've brought reinforcements, we mustn't be too careless," says the one wearing a black mask. "You 2 emperors worry too much. No matter how capable he may be, with me here, there is nothing to fear." They found them Xingyao cultivators speak with utter brazenness. That brat and his 5 disciples are all present. He clenches his teeth until they creak. "They dare come here to challenge me. They don't know their own limitations. I know I cannot defeat you alone, which is precisely why I brought reinforcements." The elder sneers. "So you summoned me here just to deal with some greenhorn brat? It seems the Xingyao sacred ground has truly declined." "Ex-sacred ground, Elder Meluser." Hearing this, he pauses. "Ex-sacred ground." He begins his introduction. The ex-sacred ground originates from a kingdom in the western reaches. A faction that journeyed from distant lands, seizing territory on the Xuanyuan continent and declaring sovereignty. It boasts 20 core members and thousands of martial retainers. In their mother tongue, the number 20 is written as X. Over time, everyone came to call them the ex-sacred ground. Between the 2 strokes of the X lies a central dot. He elaborates further. Their exotic dark arts from beyond are impossible to defend against. Meluser raises his hand, his expression shrouded in impenetrable darkness. He bares his teeth in a savage grin. "I need only a single move to render him unable to counterattack." Meluser grips his weapon and roars savagely. "Take this!" In an instant, dozens of streams of spiritual power come crashing down. Those pillars of spiritual power slam into the ground around him, forming a cage. Yi Bei shows not a trace of alarm. His tone drips with contempt. "Is that all you've got?" With that, he curls his left hand into a fist and presses it against his right palm, forming a seal. Then he calmly draws his sword. Yi Bei slashes at the pillars of spiritual power. The strike is no more effective than a cat's scratched pillars remain utterly unscathed. Seeing this, Yi Bei furrows his brow and speculates with a grave expression. Could they be woven from the trunk of a 10,000-year spirit tree, impervious to any blade, capable of sealing all manner of divine abilities? Meluser hears this and praises with arrogance. "You have some knowledge." His conjecture confirmed, he drives his sword into the ground and immediately shifts to a fire-summoning incantation, calling forth black flames. "If I cannot cut through it, then I shall burn it to ashes before your very eyes." The supreme demon bone knows no constraints. But this time, the flame hadn't even taken shape before it fizzled out completely. Yi Bei froze stiff as a board, his face blank as an ape's. "What?" The supreme demon bone is unusable. The system promptly reminded him, because the host previously refused to heed its advice and stubbornly activated Grand Dao resonance. The use of the supreme demon bone is now restricted for 1 week. Cold sweat beads across his brow. He curses inwardly, completely forgotten about that. The Chixu Emperor sees this and erupts into laughter, swiftly summoning an entire deluge of blood. "Yi Bei, you little wretch, are nothing but a caged beast. Killing you is as easy as reaching into a bag." The torrent of blood surges forth, inundating the world as it roars toward where he stands. Yet before the raging tide, Yi Bei remains utterly composed, issuing orders with calm authority. "Jin Peng, 5 elements sisters, go erect a formation array. Do not let Chixu's blood flood into the Yi Huang mausoleum." The Chixu Emperor also divides his forces. "Li Huo, Marcel and I will handle Yi Bei. I'll trouble you to deal with the rest." The Li Huo Emperor responds, "No problem." With roles assigned, the Chixu Emperor speaks with smug satisfaction. "My blood sea has already manifested. Anyone who touches it perishes in an instant. You cannot step into the void realm. You can only sit here and await death." Thus, the viscous tide of blood circles and encloses Yi Bei's prison like a coiling serpent. At the eye of the vortex, Yi Bei closes his eyes and steadies his mind, circulating his energy. He knows he alone cannot burrow through the earth to escape, but they don't know what else he can do. A heartbeat later, his eyes snap open. He chants the teleportation incantation. Outside, Xingchen also pours every ounce of strength into her task. Wave after wave of blood smashes against the spiritual barrier, sending tremors that echo throughout the entire canyon. The Lihuo Emperor arrives in a flash, his voice dripping with arrogance as he bellows, "A mere half-emperor dares oppose my Xingyao sacred ground." Before either side can clash, a swirling vortex tears through the air. The Lihuo Emperor is struck squarely on the shoulder by the spiraling blade. His face freezes in disbelief, his mind reeling from the shock. What? That's Yi Bei's sword, a treasure of the ex-sacred ground. Wasn't he supposed to be sealed away? How is this possible? Before he can even regain his composure, the sword hurtles back like a returning boomerang. It returns precisely to the hand of its master Yi Bei. He grips both the supreme weapon and his freedom. Yi Bei sneers with contempt, "A worthless cage like that dares to hold me." Xingchen maintains the protective barrier while asking, "Senior Yi Bei, are you all right?" Yi Bei appears nonchalant on the surface but remains inwardly vigilant, though he speaks with ease. Spatial teleportation is not without its cooldown. If the elders of the ex-sacred ground manage to trap him again, things will get troublesome. He needs to cripple Marcel first, then deal with Chixu. Having mapped out his plan of action, he strikes immediately. Marcel sees his opponent coming for him and sneers, "I don't know how you escaped, but I'll claim your life in a single move." Those towering pillars of spiritual power rocket forth once more. Yi Bei, alone with his sword, his expression grave, murmurs, "I never stumble twice against the same attack." The Chixu Emperor suddenly summons a tidal wave of blood. It crashes down a blood deluge that floods the mortal world, forcing Yi Bei to leap skyward to evade. He gazes down at the crimson tide below, his mind racing. Dealing with Chixu himself is simple. The elders of the ex-sacred ground, however, carry artifacts capable of restricting divine abilities. That is truly troublesome. A faint smirk curls at the corner of his lips. "Got it." Yi Bei lands nimbly and cuts a sharp turn, instantly shaking off the pulsing tide of blood. He turns toward the Chixu Emperor and calls out with open provocation, "Chixu, isn't it revenge you crave? Come, Thenmi head is right here, come and take it if you dare." The old man hears this and erupts in fury, jabbing a finger at his face and howling, "Damn you, don't you dare try to goad me, brat. Think you can lure me closer? Don't even dream of it. Watch as my blood sea annihilates your very soul." With that, he condenses the writhing tide of blood into a single massive sphere. Seeing Chixu fall right into his trap, Yi Bei grins broadly and forms his hand seals. "Whoever told you I wanted to lure you close?" In an instant, heavenly lightning tears straight through the sphere of blood. The Chixu Emperor stares in frozen horror as the lightning descends, crashing directly into his body. He is blasted into the earth, sent back to the embrace of the soil. By the time Marcel realizes what's happened, it is already too late. His face turns taut as a bowstring. It's over. That brat saw through it. The Blood Sea divine ability didn't originate from Chixu himself, it was channeled from the Zai Desolation Grounds. Once Chixu's power ran dry, he could no longer control it. While the two scramble to face the rain of blood, Yi Bei lounges at ease and quips, "You two really love raising your hands high to unleash your techniques, don't you? How's that working out for you, stomping on your own feet? Caught in the blood deluge?" Malus shouts in both frustration and helplessness. "My artifact can only restrict divine ability. Could it possibly block the waters of the Zai Desolation Grounds?" He is swept away by the raging flood, howling in defiance as he vanishes. Yi Bei stands beneath the rain of blood, watching the current carry them off, and remarks, "This is what you call the hammer rebounding on the wielder." The Xingyao sacred ground, the Chixu Emperor, struck dead by Yi Bei's lightning. Marcel of the ex-sacred ground perishes at the hands of the Chixu Emperor. When the rain finally ceases, he turns to his disciples, "Go inside the mausoleum and cultivate alongside the other sisters." The 5 element sisters respond in unison, "Yes, master." With the disciples settled, he tosses a jade vial to Xingchen. Yi Bei smiles warmly, "This is a celestial-grade pill refined by my own hands. Take it." Xingchen accepts with neither arrogance nor servility. Bowing respectfully, Senior Yi Bei's generous gift, Thai's humble one is endlessly grateful. No sooner has the matter with the sacred ground been settled than the sky is swallowed by dark clouds. Yi Bei's thoughts catch up and he furrows his brow in puzzlement. An emperor tribulation manifests, and with twin tribulation clouds, which 2 of my disciples are breaking through to emperor level. Outside the mausoleum, thunder fills the heavens. Within the Yi Huang mausoleum, the sisters meditate each in their own corner. Xing Chen steals her resolve, her mind wholly devoted to her master, with the pill bestowed by her master shielding her body, and the tribulation cloud of her grand Tao not being especially fierce, she is certain she can endure it. Moments later, several bolts of heavenly lightning descend with overwhelming might. Through it all, Xing Chen remains unmoved, endures, and successfully transcends the tribulation. The system chimes. Emperor achieved Xing Chen pill refinement grand Tao. Taibai lets out a long breath of relief. Junior sister Xing Chen's tribulation went smoothly. What a blessing. Sun Wuxiao, however, knits his brows tightly and murmurs, but the other tribulation cloud is extraordinarily fierce. Who could it be? In that very instant, the owner of the other tribulation cloud snaps her eyes open. Ouyang Ling's power erupts, her eyes blazing like twin stars. She bolts to her feet, and her heavenly lightning crashes down immediately after. Unlike Xing Chen, her body suddenly exudes a thick black mist that swirls like dark fog. The black mist solidifies, transforming into a massive whip that lurches forward. It charges straight into the heavens, clashing head-on with the heavenly lightning itself. Taibai's eyes widen in shock. He cries out, "Wait." Junior sister Ouyang, she appears to be suffering chi deviation. Ouyang Ling's power detonates, her eyes burning like blazing lanterns as she roars. The golden radiance is blinding beyond measure. Limo squeezes her eyes shut in astonishment. Just how powerful is Shedaring to catch the lightning tribulation with her bare hands? She doesn't stop there. Ouyang Ling lets out a thunderous cry and summons 4 colossal phantom hands. Seeing their senior sister losing all reason, Sun Wuxiao summons his staff and says, "Fourth senior sister. Right now only if we combine our strength can we subdue her." Taibai draws his sword and answers, "Things have come to this pass, there's no other way. We cannot allow her to descend into chi deviation and wreak havoc." While the two confer, Ouyang Ling has already drawn dangerously close. Fortunately, Yi Bei returns just in time to quell the storm. Wait a moment. Ouyang Ling doesn't recognize any Onish, presses her attack without pause, her giant hands lunging toward him. Yi Bei raises his index finger and channels his art. 2 fingers press against her forehead through empty space as gentle waves of spiritual power ripple outward. Several seconds later, Ouyang Ling's pupils return to normal. Consciousness floods back and she relaxes her spirit, allowing Yi Bei to regulate her energy. In that solemn atmosphere, he speaks with stern yet gentle guidance. "A Lang, you cultivate the Usura Grand Dao, also known as the Slaughter Grand Dao. It is supremely ferocious and unyielding. If you clash head-on during a breakthrough, it is no different from pouring oil on fire. You must overcome ferocity with gentleness, and that requires proper guidance." Ouyang Lang absorbs his teachings and immediately sits down to digest his words. The spiritual energy surrounding Ouyang Ling turns pure and refined. She devotes herself wholly to the Tao. Emperor achieved Ouyang Ling Usura Grand Tao. Reunited with disciple 8108. Reunited with disciple 9108. Reunited with disciple 10108. Reunited with disciple 11108. Reunited with disciple 12108. Reunited with disciple 13108. Reunited with disciple 14108. Emperor skill card 1 obtained. Half Emperor skill card 6 obtained. Inspection reveals the host does not possess the Usura Grand Tao. Activating Grand Tao Foundation exchange function. Rare Grand Tao Foundation requires 10 Half Emperor skill cards. Ultra Rare Grand Tao Foundation requires 20 Half Emperor skill cards. Master Grade Grand Tao Foundation requires 50 Half Emperor skill cards. Mythic Grade Grand Tao Foundation requires 100 Half Emperor skill cards. Hearing this, Yi Bei curses under his breath. Damn it all. The system had such a critical function and only tells me now. He fires back, "System, what about Emperor skill card? Show do those factor in?" The system replies, 1 Emperor skill card equals M Half Emperor skill cards. Hearing this, Yi Bei's expression turns contemplative, calculating furiously. If that's the math, then I currently have 10 Half Emperor skill cards. No matter what, I need to scrape together at least 50 to exchange for a Master Grade Foundation. The hour of the Wu Hour approaches ceremony is nearly at hand. Everyone who can come has already arrived. Moments later, the mausoleum doors swing open once more. Linger asks at once, "Senior sisters, you arrived so early." The arrivals are the 70th ranked disciple, cultivator of the Wind Grand Tao, Mo Fengsu, and the 75th ranked disciple, cultivator of the Defense Grand Tao, Yan Shan. The system chimed, reunited with disciple 15,108. Reunited with disciple 16,108. Yi Bei materialized to greet Xiao Feng and Xiao Yan. Both jolted in shock and instinctively cried out, "Master." Just like that, reunited with disciple 17,108. Reunited with disciple 18,108. Reunited with disciple 19,108. Reunited with disciple 20,108. Two groups of disciples in the courtyard chattered and laughed merrily. Turns out it was their master. Some time passed, they waited and waited, yet no one else arrived. Yi Bei's spirit sank slightly. Only 20 people had shown up. Yu Shan stood to the side, bewildered, and muttered, "Even for the minor worship ceremony held every 10 years. 40 to 50 senior and junior sisters always attend. Why is today like this? Master, today is truly somewhat abnormal." Hearing this, Yi Bei shifted into a serious demeanor. He knew it was normal for some disciples to be in seclusion for 8 or 10 years attempting breakthroughs, making them unable to attend. But this was the grand ceremony and only 20 had come. That was far from normal. An anomaly of this magnitude surely meant something was wrong. Ouyang Leng then spoke up, "Master, I believe I know where the other senior and junior brothers and sisters are. After the worship ceremony 10 years ago, the eldest senior sister came to find me, asking me to accompany her in seeking opportunities. But at the time, I was stuck in a bottleneck and politely declined. Moreover, most of the sisters who attended the last ceremony left the Central Plains region with the eldest senior sister. So I suspect they may now be in the outer battlefield." Upon hearing this, Yi Bei knitted his brows, his expression deepening with contemplation. He asked sternly, "That girl, did she leave any message before she left?" Ouyang Leng answered, "No particular message, but she did mention that their journey to seek opportunities was related to the Time Grand Tao." Yi Bei heard this and furrowed his brow in confusion. The Time Grand Tao. Yu Shan asked, "Master, shall we set out for the outer battlefield now?" Yi Bei answered immediately, "Not yet. A grand spectacle is about to unfold here. As it happens, all of you have recently broken through. It is the perfect time to find some opponents to test yourselves against." Limo spoke with lofty detachment. "Find someone to spar with." Xiao Tong blushed and said confidently, "Besides us senior and junior brothers and sisters, who else could possibly serve as sparring partners here?" Zanwuxiao and Teibai spoke with cold, severe expressions. "The Xingyao sacred ground." Linger puffed her cheeks and asked innocently, "Is that the one the blazing fire great emperor let go? If they went back to call for reinforcements, counting the time, they should be arriving any moment now." Yi Bei smirked. "Rather than storming their gates, it is far better to sit here and let the prey come to us." At that very moment, at the floating island headquarters of the Xingyao sacred ground, the blazing fire great emperor knelt before the throne and reported solemnly, "Sacred ground master, crimson blood has been slain, body and soul utterly annihilated. I beg you to exact justice for us." The figure half reclined on the long chaise spoke unhurriedly, reproachfully, "You acted of your own accord and brought this upon yourselves. How dare you blame others? The Xingyao sacred ground has no need for such disgraceful trash." The blazing fire great emperor fell silent, his entire body trembling like a leaf. Without warning, a needle shot out and pierced straight into his chest. His eyes flew wide open in utter disbelief, and just like that, he collapsed with that expression of shock frozen on his face. The sacred ground master of Xingyao disposed of him and declared, "Those who dare humiliate the people of the Xingyao sacred ground, I will not spare a single one of them." On Yi Bei's side, he was assigning roles to his disciples. Right on cue, Xiao Tong brought a great spread of food. Everyone ate while waiting for the enemy to strike. "Xiao Tong said sweetly, "Senior brothers and sisters, we have every flavor you could want." Yan Shan narrowed his eyes and pressed. "Senior brother Xing Chen, back then, didn't junior sister Tian Lai go with you to the Central Plains region?" "Where is she? Why isn't she here?" Xing Chen answered with an awkward expression. "We parted ways after that." Hearing this exchange, Yi Bei's interest was immediately piqued. He asked at once Tian Lai, "Xing Chen, tell me about Tian Lai's situation, just be honest." Seeing his disciple fall silent and say nothing, Yi Bei grew suspicious. When he had ranked his disciples, it was never based purely on strength. Though Su Tian Lai was ranked 100th, her talent was extraordinarish, adapted to cultivation with astonishing speed. And the grand Tao she cultivated was unlike anyone else's. The grand Tao of greed. Her heart overflowed with avarice and ambition at every moment. She not only challenged her senior sisters, attempting to usurp their rankings, but even dabbled in heretical and unorthodox cultivation paths. Had Yi Bei remained in the world, he would have had every confidence in reforming this disciple. But his lifespan had been exhausted, and he could no longer keep her in check. Now it seemed that Tian Lai had indeed run into trouble. Xing Chen hesitated for a long while before finally confessing, "Master, regarding junior sister Xiaosh, junior sister Tianlai, joined the Tianla sacred ground 50 years ago." The moment those words landed, Yi Bei's face turned black as the bottom of a cauldron. Everyone froze. Limo blurted out unconsciously, "Impossible." Others instinctively refuted. How could junior sister Tianlai possibly join a sacred ground? Even Ouyang Leng shared the same thought and spoke up in her defense. There must be some misunderstanding. Junior sister Tianlai was forced into joining, wasn't she? Senior brother Xing Chen, didn't they capture junior sister Tianlai and coerce her into joining? But there were those who disagreed. Someone stomped their foot hard. Sun Wuxiao said through gritted teeth, "Don't you dare assume Tianlai is so innocent. She joined the Tianla sacred ground of her own free will." Yan Shan retorted in agitation, "How is that possible? Senior brother Wuxiao, are you sure?" Sun Wuxiao raised his hand and cut her off. "Stop. Stop right there. I know exactly what you are about to say." Seeing the disciple so stubborn, Yi Bei commanded, "Out with it. If you know something, then speak." Sun Wuxiao clicked his tongue and explained, "Among the sacred grounds, the Tianla sacred ground ranks second. But the one Tianlai wanted to join most wasn't Tianlai, it was the limitless sacred ground, which ranks first. In the end, for reasons unknown, after being rejected by the limitless sacred ground, she joined the Tianla sacred ground instead. When I first heard this news, I didn't believe it either. I thought she had gone to infiltrate deep into the enemy's ranks, but shortly after she joined the Tianla sacred ground, several fated opportunity grounds that Master had painstakingly discovered were all seized by Tianla's forces. Not only that, several junior brothers also had their identities exposed simultaneously and were hunted down by the Tianla sacred grounds agents. Tell me, is all of that just a coincidence? Can any of you truly believe that?" Hearing these words, Ouyang Leng seemed convinced at last. Teibai closed her eyes in frustration. Even Yi Bei erupted. His spiritual power spiraled out of control, surging in all 8 directions. Under that overbearing pressure, Xing Chen couldn't help but shudder. "Master is truly furious," he thought. "This is the first time I've ever seen Master like this." In that moment of extreme tension, a golden hairpin suddenly materialized out of thin air. Teibai noticed it in a flash, and her expression changed instantly. She shouted a warning and drew her sword to block. "Master, watch out." The hairpin, imbued with tremendous force, drilled and twisted against the blade. Feeling the power radiating from it, Teibai bit down on her teeth in shock. She thought, "It's just a peacock spirit pin. How can it possess such immense power?" Sun Wuxiao and Ouyang Leng shouted in unison. Fourth senior sister, we're coming to help. The 3 united to resist the hairpin, yet they still could not hold it back. The pin broke past them and surged forward. Someone gasped, 3 great emperors joining forces, and they still couldn't withstand it. At that very moment, Yi Bei chuckled and spoke. "A golden peacock spirit pin. It seems the Xingyao sacred ground master can no longer sit still." He simply extended his hand, waiting as the hairpin flew toward him. His legs stood firm as temple pillars. Yi Bei caught it barehanded and snapped it in an instant. His expression darkened with fury as he declared, "As it happens, I've been sitting on a belly full of rage with nowhere to vent, and these fools have delivered themselves to my doorstep." Instantly, the grand mausoleum's gates swung open to welcome those uninvited guests. The Xingyao sacred ground cultivators, arrogant beyond measure, sneered, "No matter how formidable the demon lord who slew Crimson Blood may be, having taken a direct strike from our sacred ground master, even if he isn't dead, he's surely crippled. His rabble of disciples are nothing. We have over 20 great emperors and half-emperors backing us. Crushing them will be child's play." Yi Bei led his disciples out to meet the assault head-on. "Follow me out of the mausoleum. I've kept you all sitting in meditation long enough time to stretch your limbs." In the span of a single breath, the Xingyao sacred ground's forces were virtually annihilated. Corpses littered the ground. One survivor, barely breathing, trembled with terror and thought, "Heaven show, is this possible? How is every single one of them this powerful?" Yi Bei lifted the man by the collar and smiled. "Go back and tell your sacred ground master if he wishes to stand against me, Yi Bei. Then come in person. Sending a single feather to strike at me from afar is nothing but a coward. Begone!" He flung the man aside like a sack of refuse. Sun Wuxiao asked, puzzled, "Master, why didn't we take this opportunity to follow him and storm straight to the Xingyao sacred ground? We could have dealt with that bird of a sacred ground master once and for all." Seeing his disciples' frustration, Yi Bei explained patiently, "Though the Xingyao sacred ground has suffered devastating losses this time and won't dare act rashly, their sacred ground master remains at their main stronghold. He must not be underestimated. Moreover, I've heard that an emperor venerable ancestor is perpetually in seclusion there. Do not act rashly for now. I have my own arrangements regarding them. For now, we head to the outer battlefield to find our people." In his heart he silently added Luo Zucheng, "At last, we shall meet again." Yi Bei then issued instructions to Dao Zuo, asking her to transport them there. Xing Chen bows respectfully. This one obeys Senior Yi Bei's command. He then turns to his disciples Qi Teibai, Sun Wuxiao, and Ouyang Lang. "You three accompany me to the outer battlefield." All three respond in unison, "Yes, master." Yi Bei surveys the remaining disciples and issues his decree. "This expedition cannot accommodate too many. The rest of you are dismissed. Go cultivate on your own." Once the tasks are assigned, Yi Bei mounts Jin Peng and sets off with his three disciples. At the same moment, a cultivator of the Xingyao sacred ground dangles in the Grand Tutor's grip, feet off the ground, face ashen, gasping for breath. "Saint Master, have mercy." Yet those pleas only make the Grand Tutor squeeze harder. In the next instant, the cultivator is discarded like refuse. The Grand Tutor's expression remains cold as ice. Trash. Assembling another punitive force of that scale in such a short time would certainly alert the ancestor. She has no choice but to let that Yi Bei wretch off the hook for now. The moment those words leave her lips, the corpse suddenly radiates a blue glow of spiritual power. The corpse speaks, its tone dripping with mockery. The Xingyao Saint Master displays her divine might by wasting her own soldiers, yet proves herself a coward. Hearing this, her pupils slit vertically like a reptile's. She roars, "Who dares speak such madness?" The voice repeats the same words without end. The Xingyao Saint Master displays her divine might by wasting her own soldiers, yet proves herself a coward. The Saint Master of the Xingyao sacred ground's face turns black with fury, her eyes glinting with malice. "Yi Bei, you little wretch, I swear I will flay you alive and tear out your tendons." Before her rage subsides, the surrounding space trembles. A booming voice thunders forth. What is all this commotion outside? At the sound of that voice, the Grand Tutor stiffens, pressing her lips together. An ancient, weathered face materializes. Its tone imperious. "Grand Tutor Saint Master, what has transpired?" She dares not delay. She immediately prostrates herself in apology. Reporting to the Emperor Venerable Ancestor, it is merely some reckless fool using a sound transmission technique to issue a challenge. That this disturbance has interrupted your eminence's closed-door cultivation, this disciple deserves 10,000 deaths. As though listening to an amusing monologue, the old man chuckles. 10,000 deaths, is it? Then take this ordinary mirror and look at yourself. Tell me, does your expression match the trivial matter your mouth describes? Seeing her own reflection in the mirror, the Grand Tutor slaps both hands over her eyes, pleading desperately, "Ancestor, please, no. You know I cannot bear to see my own reflection. Why must you punish me like this?" The Xingyao Ancestor encircles her with the mirror, his tone lofty and imperious. "Of course I know of your phobia. This is merely a test of your resolve. Truly a fine Saint Master." The Grand Tutor plays along, trembling like a frightened little white rabbit. Yet the moment the ancestor departs, she drops the act and lets out a cold laugh. She turns to the mirror, strikes a satisfied pose, and hums a cheerful tune. "The ancestor treats me rather well. I was just wanting to check whether my hair had gotten messy." Meanwhile, Jin Peng has already arrived at the entrance to the outer battlefield with Yi Bei's group of 4. Spotting the majestic giant bird soaring through the skies, the guards immediately bellow, "Who goes there? Don't you know that flight is forbidden at the outer battlefield entrance? Get down here this instant, or I'll slaughter your beast for breaking the rules." Before the guard can even establish his authority, Sun Wuxiao silences him with a single swing of his staff. The fool who dared defy the heavens hurtles backward and crashes into the canyon wall. Sun Wuxiao plants his Ruyi staff into the ground and declares with absolute dominance, "Rules. In our Xiao clan, the mightier fist is the rule." Seeing their comrade dispatched in a single blow, the remaining guard scrambles to apologize. "We pay respects to the great Saint Sun. This lowly one knew nothing. Please forgive us. We wouldn't dare waste your time." Sun Wuxiao lifts his chin dismissively. "Scram, you are pardoned." The guard hastily hauls the unconscious man away, bowing repeatedly. Yes, we're scramming right away." Moments later, another group approaches with greetings. "We pay respects to the great saint. We pay respects to the great emperor. We pay respects to the great sage equal to heaven." Sun Wuxiao waves them off. "No need for such formality. I'm not petty like Jin Peng." He then looks up and calls out, "It's all clear down here. Bring master down." Hearing this, Xing Chen descends at an unhurried pace. The other 3 leap off the giant bird's back, each landing with effortless cool. The onlookers, witnessing their overwhelming presence, begin to whisper among themselves, "So that is the great saint's master. He's just a young man, yet he stands in the most honored position between two human race great emperors." A middle-aged man calls out in a hushed voice, "Great saint, great saint." Sun Wuxiao asks haughtily, "What is it?" The man reports immediately earlier. "A group dressed in black, they called themselves the Night Demon Sect, asked me to relay a message. They wish to request an audience with you, Great Saint. They asked me to pass along their request to meet with the Great Saint's party." Sun Wuxiao lets out a nonchalant, "Oh, the Night Demon Sect." He then orders, "Bring them over, the rest of you are dismissed." Shortly after, the Night Demon Sect members kneel in a half-kneel, half-bow, and call out in reverence. The envoys of the Night Demon Sect pay respects to the great Sun Wuxiao. The cold white duo steps forward. Ouyang suddenly speaks, "Junior sister, do you recognize these people?" The leader of the group swiftly turns and bows. The Night Demon Sect pays respects to Qi Teibai, pays respects to Ouyang. Teibai frowns. "Who are they?" Sun Wuxiao glances at Ouyang. "Eighth junior sister, are they friends of yours?" Ouyang replies with utter confidence, "I have no friends." Yibei finally speaks up, "The Night Demon Sect, the name seems quite fated with me. Since fate has brought us together, rise and speak." Hearing that tone, a thought flashes through the young man's mind. He blurts out, "You may I ask this great one's name?" Memories from a decade ago surge forth. A black-haired young woman once declared, "The patriarch never truly died. One day, he will appear before us. When that day comes, every last one of you must obey the patriarch's commands. Remember his name well." Those memories overlay the present moment. Yibei speaks softly, his voice resonant. "Yibei." The instant the Night Demon Sect hears the name, they slam to the ground and shout in unison, "We pay respects to the patriarch." Yibei startles the patriarch. He immediately raises a hand. "Wait, isn't your sect master Luo Zucheng?" The leader raises his head and answers earnestly, reporting to the patriarch that is correct. Yibei ponders silently. His expression turns contemplative as thoughts of Luo Zucheng cross his mind. "Stand, rise," Yibei then asks, "You came all this way surely not just to pay respects, correct?" The leader replies respectfully, "The patriarch speaks true. 10 years ago, before the sect master entered the outer battlefield, she entrusted us with several portraits, instructing us that should we encounter the person depicted, we must deliver these items to them." Yibei extends his hand. A small formation array glows to life, and a red seal mark instantly appears on the surface of the jade. Yibei picks up the 2 jade pieces, his face full of contemplation. Inside the jade talisman lies a map marked with a single red dot. This must be the treasure site that the last discovered. The young man asks once more, "Patriarch, what shall we do next?" Yibei's expression turns solemn as he issues his directive. "I will enter the outer battlefield with 3 disciples to find your sect master. As for your mission, investigate every secret of the Xingyao sacred ground. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you shall never be defeated in 100 battles." The masked figures spring into action immediately. The young man kneels and shouts, "Understood." Yibei then turns to his disciples, his tone warm yet firm. "Very well. Next, we enter the outer battlefield. Dangers lurk at every turn, take care of yourselves. Teibai looks at Ouyang with concern. "Wuxiao, and I will be fine. My only worry is that 8th junior sister will slaughter her way through until heaven and earth are turned upside down." Yibei couldn't care less and gazes ahead. "Don't go overboard, move out, we're entering the outer battlefield." The trio passes through the barrier together, stepping into the outer battlefield. Sun Wuxiao glances around, then blinks in confusion. Where's master?" Hearing his voice, he whirls around only to find Yibei pressing his face flat against the barrier, unable to squeeze through. He nearly bursts out laughing. Yibei rubs his face, grumbling internally, "Damn it all. This outer battlefield, it was I who designed the realm restriction." He mutters in frustration, "Isn't it just a Saint King realm requirement? I'll just cultivate it then." With that, Yibei summons 2 crystalline orbs into his hands and begins circulating his power to cultivate. Before long, a brilliant flash erupts between the 2 peaks, followed by a violent explosion that sends shockwaves rippling across the land. System notification: realm breakthrough, confirmed Saint King realm. System notification: host has entered the outer battlefield. Upon entry, the power of rules will randomly distribute participants to different locations. combat with opposing factions will commence immediately. Here only cruelty and indifference reign supreme. Battle merit points serve as the outer battlefield's currency, exchangeable for items and passage permits. An initial allotment is granted upon entry, subsequent points must be earned through combat. He stares at his own hands, recalling the bitter hardships of his previous life back then. No matter what he tried, he could never break through. How different from now, where he can shatter realms at will. System continues. The power of rules commences distribution. Instantly, the spiritual power of both Sun Wuxiao and Aoyang Leng begins to fluctuate. Teibai, of course, senses it at the very same moment. Even Yi Bei is enveloped by a surge of spiritual power. He quickly grasps the situation. Once factions are assigned, everyone will be forcibly scattered to different points across the outer battlefield. He gave detailed instructions, reminding each of them to carry their map Jade Talisman, and to rendezvous at the Fortune Land your eldest senior sister has marked. All three responded in unison, and so the four of them split off in 4 different directions and departed. Yi Bei soared in a zigzag pattern, weaving past several stone pillars before landing abruptly in front of a red tent. Still wreathed in his spiraling spiritual power upon landing, he drilled a round crater into the ground. Several seconds later, Yi Bei finally reverted to human form, landing in a kneeling stance. The place he had arrived at was called the Werewolf Camp. 2 figures heard the commotion and emerged. The short one muttered, "Boss, look, someone new showed up. Wonder which dark-skinned, twig-legged brat got dumped on us this time." Yi Bei examined the bracelet on his wrist, quite pleased, and murmured, "This thing must be for tallying battle merit points. 300. That's a decent haul." The group deliberately stomped their feet to draw his attention. The leader stretched out his hand with a greasy grin and offered, "Little brother, venturing into the outer battlefield with only a month of King Realm cultivation is quite dangerous. How about Big Brother here shows you around?" One listened to that tone and Yi Bei knew the newcomers harbored ill intent. He regarded them with an icy gaze. Yi Bei's eyes immediately locked onto the white cloth wrapped around his opponent's wrist. The leader also noticed Yi Bei's bracelet and silently read the number 300,000. He grew even warmer, placing a hand on Yi Bei's shoulder and acting chummy. "Brother, is this your first time at the outer battlefield? You don't have anyone with you, do you?" Seeing this behavior, Yi Bei began to piece things together. The outer battlefield had one ironclad rule: when members of the same camp killed each other, battle merit points were merely lost, never transferred. But according to the system, there was a loophole. The method: have an outsider kill a camp member, then kill that outsider and seize the points. Realizing this, Yi Bei immediately put on his act and said with a naive grin, "There are 4 of us in total, but only I got assigned here." The leader's desire to strike grew even stronger. This youth was almost certainly a core disciple groomed with vast resources by some sacred ground. Naive, worldly experience nil, the perfect prey. On the surface, the leader warmly guided Yi Bei to a stone pillar and began his meticulous explanation. "Brother, see, the outer battlefield is dotted with sturdy black towers like this one. Before each tower stand 2 steels, one called the God-Killing Rankings and one called the Battle Merit Rankings. Making it onto either list means you've become a renowned powerhouse of the outer battlefield." Yi Bei raised his eyes and scanned the lists, then froze mid-glance. His disciple had topped both rankings at once. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The demon sex holy maiden, Luo Zucheng, not only ranked prominently on the battle merit rankings, the God-Killing Rankings bore her name as well. Just how recklessly had this girl been fighting? Then again, it was hardly surprising after all. She cultivated the destruction Grand Dao. While Yi Bei was absorbed in the rankings, the men behind him grew restless. "Boss, shouldn't we make our move now? Cripple that brat's cultivation and toss him to the beastmen. 300,000 battle merit points, easy as pie." The leader bared his teeth, brimming with confidence. "Don't rush, this brat's already been won over by my warmth, not a shred of vigilance. Now we strike." He began drawing his broad saber, creeping closer. But before he could do anything, Yi Bei spoke. "Oh, that's right, I've got a treasure here. Would you all like a look? What do you think of this?" Saying so, he materialized a stone that radiated 7-colored light. The group's eyes went wide. A fine treasure. An instant later, the stone erupted with an overwhelmingly powerful suppressive aura. The leader's face contorted. Gritting his teeth in sheer bewilderment, the entire group was slammed flat by crushing gravity. His underlings panicked. "B-boss, we can't move." The leader fared no better, teeth clenched, straining to rise but utterly helpless. Yi Bei calmly sat down and peeled the cloth wrappings from their wrists. The black stone bracelet displayed its number in stark clarity: 1,100,000. Yi Bei smirked and muttered, 1,100,000 battle merit points. not bad at all. Indeed, robbing the robbers was the fastest path to riches. Having dealt with the leader, he shifted his attention to the rest. One of them carried 430,000 points. The other had 390,000. Bei sat before the one with fewer points and delivered a bitter remark. 390,000 battle merit points. You're not cutting it. He looks tougher than you, and yet, your points are even lower than his. The leader was terrified beyond measure, hastily making promises laced with threats. Withdraw your divine ability now, we swear we won't harm you. On this outer battlefield, danger lurks everywhere. Forming a team with us is the only way to survive. Bei stared at him and said, play tricks on others long enough and someday you'll find the tables turned on you. When you robbed others of their battle merit points, did you ever show mercy? 8 of you combined 3,800,000 points. Not bad at all. Having sealed their fate, he snapped his fingers. The leader's consciousness vanished instantly. Bei gazed into the distance and murmured, now I need to find someone to send these lot on their way, don't I? He bound the entire group and dragged them into the forest. Bei wandered aimlessly, waiting for someone to take the bait. Fortune smiled upon him just as he passed through a gorge. Someone appeared. A green-skinned orc stood atop a stone pillar and bellowed orders. Brat, leave the people behind and scram. It barked impatiently. Are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying? Couldn't be more perfect. He tossed the bait over without hesitation. If you want them, they're yours. The orc was ecstatic. A single swing of its club sent 3 prey to their deaths. It immediately checked the points on its wrist after the kill. The bracelet displayed a dazzling number 3,800,000 points. The orc erupted in joy, cheering wildly. 3,800,000, I've struck it rich. But barely a moment passed before a voice reached its ears. You haven't struck it rich, I have. No one knew when, but Bei had already materialized behind it. He extended his hand and commanded, hand it over. The orc tried to resist. Bei's fist crashed into its skull, knocking it out cold. The instant the orc collapsed, the numbers on its bracelet fluctuated wildly, while Bei's bracelet displayed 4,260,000 points. He admired his harvest, brimming with satisfaction. 4,260,000, not bad, not bad, plenty to exchange for good things at the Black Tower. This trip wasn't in vain. Next, he produced a jade token time to head for the fortune land his eldest disciple had marked. He studied the markings and calculated mentally. Looks like my current position is a bit far. Even at full speed, it'll take 2 hours. Before Bei could even move, a stone came hurtling toward him. He caught it reflexively midair and crushed it to dust. His gaze turned razor-sharp as he growled, who's there? Hearing his call, the person stepped out from hiding without hesitation. She tossed a few small pebbles and asked arrogantly, you're Bei, the patriarch of the Yi-demon cult. Bei responded casually, I didn't expect news to travel this fast, even out here on the outer battlefield. Even a little girl like you has heard of me. She bristled with displeasure and raised her voice. HMPH. It's not that news spreads fast, it's that this young lady's information network spans far and wide. Let me ask you one question, what is your relationship with Luo Zucheng? Seeing her curiosity, Bei's mischievous streak flared to life. He crooks his finger in provocation. Who are you? What is my relationship with Luo Zucheng? That is none of your concern. She completely fails to pick up on the provocation and confidently introduces herself. I am the only daughter of the Shadow Moon, Palace's Palace Master Guzioner. I have pursued Zucheng for many years. Sooner or later, we will become Dao companions. Hearing the girl's brazen self-revelation, he loses all interest and turns to leave. Out of nowhere, had never heard Luo Zucheng mention she had such inclinations. Seeing him completely ignore her, Zioner flares with rage and shouts, stop right there. Don't think that just because you're the ancestral master of the demon sect, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. Tell me this instant, what is your relationship with Luo Zucheng? Bei, eyes half-lidded, cut straight to the point. Don't you like Luo Zucheng? Have you confessed? Zioner actually flushes, bashfully twisting in embarrassment. Confess? Who says liking someone means you have to confess? Seeing this reaction, Bei immediately deduces the answer. The corner of his mouth twitches. Could this be unrequited love? But he is not one to offer comfort. Instead, he casually rubs salt into the wound. We haven't you confessed then? Why shouldn't I confess? You haven't even been rejected once because you never had the guts to confess in the first place. And yet you walk around acting like you're some celestial maiden. Struck by one blow after another, Zioner's embarrassment boils over into fury. She demands, we duel. If you can beat me, I'll leave immediately. But if you lose, you must tell me Luo Zucheng's whereabouts. Bei flatly refuses. Forget it, I'm afraid that when you lose, you'll go crying to your daddy. Second on the Godslaughter ranking, I can't afford to provoke that, can't afford it. Provoked beyond restraint, Zioner loudly guarantees, "Rest assured, if you defeat me today, I swear my father will not cause you any trouble." Just what he was waiting for, he sets the terms at once. "How about this? As long as you can touch even the hem of my robe, I'll count it as your victory. What do you say?" He thinks to himself, my mood is rather good today, might as well humor this little girl for a bit. Zioner doesn't hesitate, she agrees and charges forward. "You said it yourself." Ibei calls out to the Chaos Stone tablet, summoning the miraculous stone into existence. His face cold as forged iron, he thinks against a single opponent, this radius of suppression is more than enough. Zioner is indeed crushed by the gravitational force and halts mid-stride. She recognizes the stone in Shakthai's inorganic suppression force. Before she can react, Ibei appears before her and declares, "The outcome is decided, you cannot move." He turns away and says, "I've spared your dignity as a woman and didn't increase the pressure to pin you flat to the ground. You should know when to quit, stop clinging to me." Yet he finds he cannot take a single step. Only then does Ibei realize he's been caught off guard. A flicker of bewilderment crosses his mind. "HMPH, what is this? I can't move." Behind him, Zioner slowly rises to her feet. Her voice brims with triumph, "You're not the only one who can immobilize others." Zioner manipulates the surrounding stones through the air and sneers, "Don't even think about running." Ibei senses the power radiating from his opponent, and is startled this girl wields the power of laws. He quickly identifies the strand of law force. She hates nothing more than being looked down upon. She grinds her teeth and snarls, "Don't treat this young lady like some ignorant, sheltered girl." Ibei, ever the provocateur, confirms she truly is a sheltered lady, a sliver of advantage and already strutting around, puffed up with pride. Zioner fumes, "What did you just say?" Ibei ignores her outburst and softly chants the lightning art. Seeing the arcs of lightning crackling across his body, she jolts in shock. In an instant, Zioner is struck by heavenly lightning, becoming the most luminous figure on the entire battlefield. After the thunder recedes, she has been roasted into a charcoal chicken. Ibei rolls his wrists and casually lectures, "You abandoned all defense for a full-power offensive. That left your head completely exposed. I controlled the force of the lightning art just enough to knock you down. No threat to your life." Zioner struggles to her feet, fuming. "Ibei, you despicable coward, you didn't even wait for me to get ready." He shrugs helplessly. "Despicable, elder sister, for the love off use your head, if you met an enemy or some foreign tribe, and told them you needed to use the latrine before fighting, do you think anyone would actually wait for you?" Zioner screams in fury. "Yuan Emperor Realm Cultivator, who even talks about using the latrine. You are utterly crass, absolutely vulgar." Ibei refuses to argue with a child and turns away. All right, wipe your face. From now on, we go our separate ways. River water shall not interfere with well water." She stomps her feet in fury like a rampaging ape, shrieking, "I'm so angry, so angry, so angry." After a few steps, he glances back and frowns in confusion. Ibei asks directly, "Why are you still following me? Didn't we agree loser leaves?" Zioner forces stubbornness into her voice. "HMPH, can't I happen to be going the same way? Besides, I didn't lose. Did I ever admit defeat? This young lady still has plenty of trump cards, but I'm tired today. I simply don't feel like fighting anymore." Ibei feels a headache brewing, utterly exasperated. This girl is far too troublesome. He resigns himself and lets her tag along. Fine, if it's on the way, then so be it. After walking for a while, she asks Agunai, "Bei, where exactly are you going? Is Zucheng there too?" Walking alongside him, Zioner seethes with jealousy. How does such an insufferable person know Zucheng? What kind of tangled relationship exists between him and Zucheng? The two continue traveling together until they reach the territory of the Bird Beast King Insect clan. Along the path into the lair, they pass several skulls and skeletal remains. Past the stone pillars, a white serpent slithers down to greet them. Zioner lets out a soft gasp. Above, the ceiling is studded with suspicious web-like cocoons. Growing timid, she suggests, "Ibei, let's take a detour." He refuses immediately. "This swamp zone stretches on endlessly. A detour would cost us several extra days." Ibei seizes the opportunity. "If you're that scared, why don't we part ways right here?" Zioner's mouth proves braver than her gut. She burns with indignation. "I am the daughter of an emperor venerable, a great emperor powerhouse. I'm not the least bit afraid." The two venture deeper and deeper until Ibei murmurs, "There seems to be movement up ahead." At the bottom of a deep chasm, Aoyang Lang stands alone, her sword cleaving relentlessly through the swarm. Ibei arrives and remarks, "That blade. Already this swift, as expected of Alang." Aoyang Lang hacks away endlessly, but the swarm barely diminishes. She bursts out in frustration, "They just won't die. No matter how many she slays, they never end. one wave falls and another surges in to take its place. Ouyang Leng can only continue swinging her blade in a frenzy. By the time she is utterly spent, the insects have piled up into a grotesque mountain. Panting heavily, she mutters, "There must be a powerful queen insect lurking somewhere, commanding them all. If I don't cut the head off the snake, I'll be ground down to nothing." The instant her strength falters, the swarm launches silk threads in unison. Ouyang Leng swings her blade to sever them, but the silk refuses to snap. Before long, 5 strands of silk entangle her blade. She can barely move. Only now does she realize she has fallen into a trap, softness overcoming brute force. With her sword restrained, 2 thick silk strands seize the opening and shoot toward her. Drained and desperate, she thinks, "Damn it, I can't dodge this." At that critical moment, Yi Bei intercepts in time. Ouyang Leng exclaims with joy, "Master." He catches several silk threads in his hand, gives a light tug, and casually delivers a lesson. "Leng, your fighting style is renowned for its overwhelming force. Against rigid opponents, it excels, but against something like this, it falls noticeably short." He merely utters a single chant, "Supreme Demon Bone Ignite." Purple flames streak along thread-like veins, racing all the way to the source. The blazing inferno rages on, its momentum growing ever fiercer. Under such overwhelming firepower, the insect swarm is incinerated into nothing but charred husks. Ouyang Leng stares in stunned disbelief, his jaw hanging open. Yi Bei retracts his hand and remarks, "Their formation. With a density this thick, they're like iron chains binding a ship. Fire is the optimal solution." Gu Zioner waits for the flames to subside, then flies over to their side, tilting her chin up in the pose of a sage passing judgment. This detestable fellow actually has some tricks up his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, he's burned that many insect slaves to death. Ouyang Leng notices her and silently speculates, a woman traveling with Master. Could it mean Master and eldest senior sister? Meanwhile, Yi Bei eagerly picks up a roasted insect, takes a whiff, and mutters with a satisfied expression, "Its appearance may be disgusting, but roasted, it actually smells pretty good." He pops the bug into his mouth, thinking to himself, "In my previous life, I used to eat roasted silkworms just like these from roadside stalls at the night market." With that thought, Yi Bei slows his chewing to savor the flavor. After savoring the taste, he offers, "You too want some?" Zioner immediately hisses, "I absolutely refuse." "Any of it?" Ouyang Leng also murmurs timidly, though it is Master's command. But before he can finish, a mysterious voice suddenly rings out. "Since time immemorial, only our insect clan devours humans, never the other way around. You will pay a heavy price for this." The moment those words end, the cavern shakes violently. Yi Bei hears the voice and lets out a light laugh. As expected, it's never that simple. The ground cracks open more violently with each passing moment. What manner of thing is about to emerge? Before long, a rain of insects surges out from the crevices. The swarm floods the cavern, their imposing might blanketing the entire ceiling. They gape, their enormous maws lined with countless fangs, drool dripping in sickening rivulets. Waves of fearless insects charge toward the 3 of them. Yi Bei swiftly issues his order, "Leng, lead Gu Zioner and break through the encirclement. They're here for me." She answers hastily, "Understood." Zioner flares up at these words and unleashes her technique. "Don't underestimate this young lady. I don't need anyone to escort me." Gravity suppression. Under the effect of the gravity law, the insects are temporarily unable to draw near. Yi Bei presses his palm to the ground, inscribing a formation array, and declares, "You like to win through sheer numbers, then I'll turn the tables on you." Grand Dao Resonance, Undead Dao Summoning. In an instant, a blindfolded zombie materializes. Ouyang Leng wonders aloud, "Master, what exactly are you planning?" Zioner is equally baffled. What use is summoning such a feeble corpse?" Yi Bei waves his hand and issues the command, "Go play with them." The zombie opens its maw and charges into battle. The insects swarm toward the new enemy on sight. The zombie, impervious to pain, continues its relentless advance. Yet the swarm is so vast that in mere moments, the zombie is completely engulfed by insects. Zioner watches in alarm and cries out anxiously. Against a swarm that blots out the sky and covers the earth, a single zombie is utterly useless. "Hey you there, let's charge in and rescue Lord Yi Bei." Ouyang Leng smiles calmly and says, "Don't be so reckless. Watch." The blindfolded zombie has long since fallen still, letting the swarm tear and gnaw at its body. But upon closer inspection, when an insect bites into the zombie's flesh, its entire body undergoes a complete transformation. In the blink of an eye, it mutates into an insect zombie. The zombified insects cease their feeding and let out shrieking cries as they turn on their own kind. Zioner stands frozen, her mouth agape. Ibe explains with a grave expression. These insects consume the zombie's blood and flesh. They have been infected by the virus. Next, I simply wait for them to spread. On infects 10, 10 infects 100, 100 infects 10,000, then I give the order to let them fly. My zombie insects can spread the virus regardless of whether they bite others or get bitten themselves. In an instant, the tide of battle reverses. When the swarm retreats into the crevices, he calls a halt. No need to pursue. Ziner grows even more perplexed. Why aren't we pursuing them? Ibe replies mysteriously, don't be reckless, I've already laid out a complete plan. Ziner hears that familiar tone and clicks her tongue, cursing under her breath. Truly, master and disciple are both the same kind of shameless people. The three of them stand atop the cliff face. She asks, what do we do next? Ibe says with utter calm, wait. A pair of luminous eyes flickers at the bottom of the ravine. Those eyes belong to the swarm's alpha. It raises its gaze and mutters, they can't even handle a single insignificant human. I'll have to take matters into my own hands. The moment those words leave its mouth, a black insect suddenly sinks its fangs into the alpha's leg. By the time it detects the anomaly, it is already too late. What? His zombie virus even has an incubation period. It takes no time at all. Its very own cells are invaded and replaced by zombie cells. The virus spreads at horrifying speed. Before long, the alpha undergoes full zombification. The alpha's wretched shrieks echo up to where the three stand above the ravine. When the cries finally fall silent, Ibe announces, the time has come. A few seconds later, the alpha crawls up from the ravine. Ziner's mind reels at the sight. Her eyes go wide as she exclaims, that's the true form of the Wulu King. Ibe raises his wrist and murmurs, the Wulu King's battle merit has been transferred to Muhich, means it's dead. Let me see how much the 50th rank on the battle merit rankings is worth. On his wrist, the display reads clearly 325,876,277 points. Ziner is hit with culture shock once more and cries out, heavens, over 300 million. Ouyangling says proudly, with master's strength, 300 million is nothing extraordinary. Besides this massive sum of battle merit, there's an even greater prize. He extends his hand toward the Wulu King zombie, casting a retrieval spell, and says, a powerhouse of the insect clan like this will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. For now, it shall serve to guard the Chaos Stone Tablet and the Heavenly Pool treasures. With the matter settled, the three take their leave. With this obstacle cleared, the marker left by Luo Zucheng is no longer far away. Ouyangling speaks up, master, shall we continue onward? Ziner cries out excitedly, don't even think about leaving this young lady behind. Meanwhile, a group of cultivators gathered near the Black Tower erupts into commotion. Look at battle merit rankings have shifted. Who got knocked down? Sun Wuxiao, drawn by the commotion, suggests, fourth senior sister, there's quite a stir over there. Let's go take a look. Teibai responds coldly, don't be nosy. We need to head to the fortune ground that eldest senior sister marked for our rendezvous. But the playful Sun Wuxiao, ever bold-hearted, simply drags her over to join the crowd. It won't take much time. As the two draw near, shock overtakes their faces. The reason is the name that has appeared on the battle merit rankings. Bei now sits firmly at rank 50. Sun Wuxiao stares at the display in utter bewilderment. I've heard the battle merit rankings haven't changed in years. Master's efficiency truly defies all reason. Teibai, her expression grave, analyzes according to their master's temperament. Knowing master's nature, he likely didn't just surpass the previous ranker, probably killed him outright. Before her words even fade, a man suddenly appears on the auction stage. New auction item. New auction item. Ranking 50th on the battle merit rankings, Human Yi Bei, currently possessing 325,876,277 battle merit. Starting price 3 million battle merit points. For those with the nerve, bid 3 million and gamble for a shot at 300 million. Team up, take him down. And split the hall. His companion holds a different view. Anyone who makes the battle merit rankings is no ordinary figure. I say we don't invite trouble, let's hope no one takes the bait. The auctioneer on stage continues. Additional intel, the Human Yi Bei is at the Saint King realm, belonging to no sect or school. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupts into fervor. A mere brat at the Saint King realm who's amassed that many battle merit points must have stumbled upon some lucky fortune. Let's go kill this Saint King whelp and claim those hundreds of millions of points. A reward of over 300 million. What could be more lucrative than this? The entire crowd bids frantically, 3.2 million battle merit. I'll take this intel for 3.5 million. I hope no one dares compete with me. 4 million should, 5 million. I refuse to believe anyone can bid higher than that. Teibai watches the unfolding scene, her brows furrowed tight and murmurs. Although Master possesses boundless divine abilities, becoming the target of the entire public like this, I fear it will bring great trouble. Just when the stone seemed set to stop at 5 million, someone cried out, I bid 10 million. I Jaiwudi bid 10 million. This fellow who goes by the Dark Monkey King belongs to the Wuji sacred ground. Jaiwudi. The moment his identity was revealed, no one dared to compete. They all yielded the floor in unison. The holy son of the Wuji sacred groundwi, is he here? Even if someone could bid higher than 10 million, none dared call out. Offending anyone from the Wuji sacred ground never ended well. The auctioneer proceeded according to protocol. If no one else bid, this item would go to Jai Wudi of the Wuji sacred ground. Once Wudi had also secured the stone, his expression turned smug. Excellent. As long as I follow the coordinates embedded in this locating stone, I can track down that eBay. 300 million battle merit points practically in the bag. He channeled a wisp of spiritual power into it, and a red dot marking Yi Bei's position flickered to life. At the same time, Yi Bei was also following a jade piece to locate his first disciple. The destination was roughly ahead. Ouyang pointed forward and shouted, Master, look, that must be the place. The two of them stood atop a cliff. Before them, several towers pierced the sky like ancient spears. Under his master's contemplative gaze, Ouyang earnestly explained, during my time fighting on the outer battlefield, I heard that senior sister and the other junior sisters all train in one of the most perilous locations. Yi Bei listened and remarked, indeed, this place lies along the main thoroughfare yet is utterly devoid of people. Those 3 white towers likely house some manner of mechanism ordinary folk would not dare approach. Suddenly his expression shifted. Someone is coming. Before his words even faded, a pillar of light descended right before them. It was none other than Jai Wudi. He crowed with delight, found you 300 million. The dust settled, revealing Wudi's true visage. He sneered, his tone dripping with condescension, offer your head obediently, and I shall grant you a swift death. Yi Bei didn't even spare Wudi a glance, remarking coldly, just another beast drawn by the scent of blood. Gu Ziner finally caught up, panting breathlessly. Hey, why are you two running so fast? Wait for me. Seeing her, Wudi grew even more pleased, the young mistress of Shadow Moon haltrally, a buy one get one free deal. Ziner's voice turned frigid. Jai Wudi. The outer battlefield is not a place where your Wuji sacred ground can throw its weight around. If you want to fight, then come. He laughed wildly, raising his fist with contempt, with just you. With that, Wudi slammed his fist into the ground. The devastating force obliterated an entire section of the road. The patch of earth beneath Ziner's feet cracked wide open. She gasped in shock. Such power. Wudi surged forward in a burst of momentum, declaring smugly, Yi Bei, you whelp, take this. Liangling saw the opponent's crushing force and panicked. She hastily cried, Master, that punch is no ordinary strike, you cannot take it head on. Before she even finished speaking, Yi Bei shoved her aside. Liangling hadn't expected this. Her face froze in astonishment. Master, at the sight, Wudi cackled even louder. Not wanting your disciple to be buried with you. I'm so moved I could almost shed tears. Yi Bei replied with effortless, imposing calm, is that so? Then I too eagerly await the sight of you weeping. He extended his hand and caught the strike. The opponent's bone-shattering punch failed to push him back even a single step. Wudi's fist trembled slightly, while Yi Bei's hand remained utterly steady. Wudi was shaken beyond belief. His eyes registered what his mind refused to accept as he muttered, impossible, absolutely impossible. That punch carried 60% of my full power. Even a great emperor could not have blocked it. Yi Bei cracked a faint smile and declared, I must admit you do possess some skill. My hand actually felt that. You claim you cultivate the invincible Grand Tao. To defeat me, you'd need to cultivate a technique specifically designed to counter the Yi Bei Grand Tao. These words ignited a towering inferno of fury within Wudi. He swung his other fist. How dare you be so arrogant? But before the blow could land, Yi Bei had already driven an uppercut into his throat. Under the impact, Wudi lost his balance for an instant. Yi Bei glanced at his own fist, his expression tinged with puzzlement. The sensation from that punch felt off. Seeing this, Wudi's tone turned even more arrogant. Your strength is considerable but utterly useless against me. The invincible Grand Tao is truly invincible, just as its name implies. Hearing this, Yi Bei laughed dismissively. Your offense is weak, yet your defense is strong. You should call yourself the Iron Turtle Tao instead. Iron Turtle, the mockery reignited Wudi's blazing fury. He lunged forward, fists flying. The two traded blows in a furious barrage. Dust billowed in all directions, obscuring the battlefield from outside view. Xioner gaped in astonishment. So this is what Yi Bei looks like when he's serious, can actually stand toe-to-toe with Jai Wudi. Yangling corrected her with immense pride. No, it's not that they're evenly matched. Master is merely gnawing on a big crab. Xioner, ever curious, unconsciously made the association gnawing on a crab. As the dust gradually cleared, only one figure remained standing: Yi Bei. He announced coldly that the victor had been decided, yet Wudi, defeated, still wore a grin. Where he found such confidence was a mystery. He bit out each word, his voice weak and strained. Wudi leaped to his feet with a sinister laugh. I can afford to make as many mistakes as I please, but you only need to make one and you will die by my hand. But before he could act, Yi Bei stomped his foot squarely into Wudi's stomach. Wudi's gut convulsed violently. He nearly vomited his lunch on the spot. Yi Bei withdrew his leg nonchalantly, letting Wudi's body slam into the rocky mountain face. This fellow was tenacious and utterly annoying. He thought with exasperation, wasting time squabbling with this iron-shelled turtle won't accomplish anything. As for Wudi, the more formidable his opponent, the better. His grin only widened. Is this all you've got? Then just watch how I'll grind you to death. Yi Bei chuckled softly. A new idea. Your suggestion of grinding to death isn't bad at all. As he spoke, he performed a technique. A massive spatial gateway tore open, and the horde of zombie worms he had recently subjugated was summoned forth. He spoke with a half-smile. Iron Turtle, allow me to find you some playmates. The swarm of insects surged out in torrents. Wudi dismissed them with contempt, his arrogance only growing. Mere insects like these, damn it, Jai Wudi is truly being looked down upon. As the swarm drew near, he tensed his body and circulated his power. Yi Bei turned to leave. Rest assured, kill 10 and the insect queen spawns 100 more. Keep going, and you'll have enough to play with for an entire year. This seat has important matters to attend to and no time to entertain you. Wudi wrapped himself in spiritual power, punching and kicking at the worms while raging, bastard, get back here. But no matter how many he slew, another tidal wave of insects surged toward him. Only then did Wudi truly feel the pressure. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, how do they keep multiplying the more I kill? Yi Bei and Aoyang departed. He didn't forget to remind Xioner, let him amuse himself at his own pace. Let's go, Xiaoling, don't fall behind. Gu Xioner joined them. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the destination. He studied the map and said with a grin, this should be the place. Looking up, they spotted 2 women clad in black standing guard before the entrance. Who are you people? This is a restricted area. Unauthorized persons are forbidden from approaching. The 2 spot a familiar face and whisper among themselves. Isn't that Gu Xioner from Shadow Moon Palace? Chasing the sect master all the way to this place, should we praise her tenacity, or call her a leech that refuses to let go? Upon hearing this, Xioner erupts in fury. Who are you calling a leech? What business is it of yours? Yi Bei cuts in without even sparing them a glance. Enough, sees this commotion. The 2 women guarding the gate are startled the moment they lay eyes on him. This gentleman's bearing, temperament, or could it be? Yi Bei regards the 2 and speaks. Are you from the Night Demon sect? The instant they hear his words, both drop to their knees and cry out in unison, Night Demon. Truck Ying and Li Kui of the Night Demon sect, we pay our respects to the Grand Patriarch. He responds flatly, rise. Leave Hank Shuan for Latterhurry and lead me to Luo Zucheng. Upon recognizing Yi Bei's identity, they hold nothing back and reveal everything they know. Grand Patriarch, this place is the fortune ground of the sect master herself. However, one must expend a considerable amount of merit points to enter. Yi Bei turns and says, Little Lang, stay here with them and stand guard. I'm going in. She offers no objection. Seeing her master step inside, Xioner scrambles to follow. Wait for me. But she cannot keep up and is blocked by the entrance gate. Xioner lets out a pained shriek. Liang Lang, standing beside her, can only smile wryly. The gate chimes, displaying the required fee, 10 million merit points for entry. Seeing this, Xioner erupts once more. Have you gone mad? 10 million for some fortune ground? What kind of devilry is this? Yi Bei steps forward, the corner of his lips curling as he murmurs, Zhu Cheng, at last this master can see you again. Xioner, practically fuming, curses through gritted teeth, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Last time, senior sister Zhu brought so many people in, there's no way every single one of them had 10 million points. The 2 gate guards explain in turn, this fortune ground has a unique feature, Rion may pay the entry fee on behalf of others. Last time, everyone's entry fees were deducted from the sect master's personal account. That's right, if I recall correctly, the total came to over 300 million that time. Shortly after, he is teleported to a dimly lit, somber place. Yi-Bei approaches the lone structure near the teleportation point, stands before it with a contemplative expression and murmurs, "This white pagoda is it truly worth 10 million merit points." Then he calmly pushes the door open and strides inside. 10 million or no teat matters not. Inside the tower, a single stone lion statue radiating cold light stands at the center. Seeing someone enter, it beams a bright smile and welcome. Those who enter this tower and wish to comprehend the grand Tao of any floor must first pass that floor's trial. Hearing this, Yi-Bei's face turns cold as steel. Comprehend, trial, do I look like someone with leisure to spare? The lion statue, ignoring his words, continues per its programming. If one fails the trial and misses the chance to enhance their strength, then the 10 million entry points are rendered a waste. He waves it off with visible irritation. That is none of your concern. Seeing Yi-Bei defy all reason, the stone lion grows fearful. W8 he seizes the statue and hoists it off the ground, issuing a cold command. I have no time for your prattle, open the second floor for me, now. Immediately, 3/4 of the floor panels split apart and a staircase leading upward materializes, ready for him to ascend. Yi-Bei strides up the staircase to the next floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he finds several disciples meditating around an incense burner. He speaks, only the 5 of you. The disciples hear his voice and snap out of their meditation. She turns and sees Yi-Bei, her expression freezing in shock. That voice, Master. The sisters, overjoyed at the sight of Yi-Bei, speak in a breathless rush. It truly is Master. We pray this is no illusion conjured by the second floor's trial. Master must have sensed that eldest senior sister is in danger and has come to save her. Yes, if it truly is Master, then eldest senior sister will be safe. It must be so. Hearing that his eldest disciple is in peril, he demands urgently the eldest girl. What happened? Tell me everything now. By the time he hears the full account, the time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed. Yi-Bei understands at last and murmurs, so the entire time trial tower is shrouded in overlapping layers of the laws of time. The rate of time's flow differs on every floor. First floor, day in the outside world equals 2 days inside the tower. Time ratio 1 to 2. Second floor, 1 day in the outside world equals 5 days inside the tower. Time ratio 1 to 5. Third floor, time ratio 1 to 10. Fourth floor, time ratio 1 to 50. Fifth floor, time ratio 1 to 100. Sixth floor, time ratio 1 to 200. Seventh floor, time ratio 1 to 500. Eighth floor, time ratio 1 to 1000. Ninth floor, time ratio 1 to. A disciple speaks on behalf of the group. Eldest senior sister sought to master the laws of time, so she resolved to challenge all 9 floors of the tower. She spent 2,000 years to pass the first 8, which means she has consumed 1,000 years of her lifespan inside the tower. Hearing this, Yi-Bei closes his eyes and calculates. For ordinary humans, cultivating to the half-emperor realm grants an additional 3,000 years of lifespan. Breaking through to the great emperor realm extends the maximum lifespan to 10,000 years. The sisters breathe easier and laugh with relief, if that's all. Then eldest senior sister has no reason to worry, still has nearly 9,000 years of lifespan remaining. But Yi-Bei is far from reassured. He presses on. Wait, how long has Luo Zucheng been trapped on the 9th floor? 2 disciples answer in turn, since eldest senior sister stepped onto the 9th floor. More than 4 years have passed for years by outside world time. Yi-Bei hears this and unconsciously furrows his brow. More than 4 years, he murmurs, calculating in silence. At the 9th floor's time ratio, Luo Zucheng has burned through nearly 8,000 years. Combined with the 1,000 years already consumed, that mean this foolish girl's lifespan is nearly gone. The female disciples murmur with sorrow. Over 30 senior and junior sisters have attempted to storm the 9th floor to convince senior sister Luo to leave it, but never mind the 9th floor, not a single one has even set foot on the 8th floor in 10 years. Seeing his students blaming themselves, Yi-Bei rises and reassures them. Enough. Continue your cultivation. Now that this master has arrived, you need not worry any longer. Just wait for me. You foolish girl. Yi-Bei wastes no time. He reaches the 8th floor in an instant. On this level, he must defeat an armor guardian, armed with nothing but his sword. He leaps forward to battle. The colossal armor announces per its programming, this one is the guardian of this floor. Those who dare attempt to ascend to the 9th floor shall be shown no mercy. Its eyes blaze with killing intent, ready to annihilate. Yi-Bei, pressed for time, cleaves a single stroke, severing the guardian's head clean off. Out of my way, the guardian, its skull split apart, collapses heavily before the stairway to the 9th floor. Yi-Bei plants his foot atop the fallen guardian's head and strides toward the staircase. Time grows ever more dire, and Yi surges ever faster. He rockets up to the 9th floor. A world of verdant blossoms and lush greenery unfolds before him. Arriving, he finally reins in his speed and descends gently. Yi breathes in the atmosphere and sighs. At last, the 9th floor. He notices a stone stele at his feet and glances at it. A single line is inscribed, "Defeat the heart demon within the allotted time." Seeing these words, he can only sigh, alas. If this foolish girl could truly let go of the obsession festering in her heart, she would have shattered the heart demon long ago. He has barely arrived on the 9th floor when the earth begins to quake violently. A colossal serpent erupts from the ground, its presence thunderous and overwhelming. Stretching 100 meters long and rising directly before him, it is impossible to ignore. Yi stares at the creature, his eyes widening in shock. The serpent fixes its gaze upon him with unmistakable hunger the moment it surfaces. His attention locks onto the jewel embedded in the serpent's forehead. A person is imprisoned within it. That person is none other than Luo Zucheng, the very disciple he has been seeking. The serpent spirit flicks its tongue and bellows. "Insolent brat, how dare you set foot in the time trial tower? The lifespan of this great emperor last cultivating within is nearly spent, shall become my meal. And how convenient that you've appeared as well a fine seasoning for the feast." Yi, already intent on carving the beast apart, sneers with contempt. A mere serpent, borrowing the might of the laws of time and yet so full of noise. The serpent spirit, never one to endure such humiliation, roars in fury. "You dare insult me? Then I shall devour Yutai's aunt of the Saint King realm as my appetizer." Yi unsheathes his sword, his expression brimming with supreme arrogance. "You dare look down upon the Saint King realm? This one believes this dull blade alone is more than enough to take your life." He swings his sword directly at the serpent. Blazing, searing flames erupt forth in a torrent. The jewel imprisoning Luo Zucheng cannot withstand the devastating force. A crack spiderweb across its surface, and within seconds it shatters completely, freeing the one within. And so Luo Zucheng falls into Yi's outstretched arms. He cradles his disciple close, his voice soft and tender. "You foolish girl, at last we meet again. Only 3 years of lifespan remain. At this floor's time ratio of 1 to 200, your true lifespan in the outside world is a mere 60 days. If I had arrived 2 months later then." As these murmurs escape his lips, her eyes slowly open. Luo Zucheng drifts into a distant Memorian old street, a young Yi extending his hand toward her eye. "I'm Yi, what's your name?" That silhouette from years past, though magnificently beautiful, it was a vision she would remember for all eternity. She was lost in reminiscence when a sweet voice gradually roused her. The moment Luo Zucheng opened her eyes, she found herself cradled in the arms of the one she had longed for. She called out unconsciously, "Master," but remembering the trials of recent years, she stopped herself at once. Luo Zucheng's expression was weary, her tone icy. "So within the tower's time, you've seen that my lifespan is nearly spent. And now you've changed the form of the trial. Within the tower's time, I have no need for your end-of-life consolation." Yi heard her words and felt a deep ache in his heart. He softened his voice, "Girl, I'm sorry, your master arrived too late." Luo Zucheng pressed her palm against his chest, her demeanor fierce as she barked, "Heart demon. This time are you trying to play the emotional card? But could you at least put some effort into it? My master could never break through even the body-tempering realm until his dying day. How could I possibly have reached such a lofty realm?" She snapped her eyes open, voice like a blade of frost, "You are courting death." Never did he imagine that a reunion which should have been so moving would unfold in such a heart-stopping manner. Luo Zucheng spoke without a shred of mercy, and her palm slammed into his chest. The devastating strike sent him hurtling through the air. Even someone with Yi's monstrous physique was left coughing blood. He staggered upright, one hand pressed to his chest, muttering this destructive power. A fresh palm imprint from Luo Zucheng was seared deep into his robes. Yi let out a groan, unable to help sucking in a cold breath. "You damned girl. Do you really want to obliterate your master into a heart demon with that one palm?" Having no other choice, Yi pulled out his signature whip. His confidence brimming. This was a weapon unique to him alone. Surely she would recognize it. But this time his calculation was dead wrong. The moment she saw it, her voice dripped with sarcasm. "Oh, using a divine whip now. Impressive. I have finally conjured something new." Seeing that the girl was even more stubborn than he had anticipated, Yi grew furious. This damned girl was still as obstinate as ever. Before her opponent could react, Luo Zucheng charged at full force. To avoid being beaten to death by his own disciple, he had no choice but to fight back. The two sides collided, and the tremendous force devastated the surrounding area. Every boulder in the vicinity shattered beneath the residual shockwaves of their clash. Bei's patience snapped, his voice dropping noticeably colder. Zucheng, have you had enough? Luo Zucheng halted her assault and without warning, placed both hands on his shoulders. She hung her head low, her expression one of bitter anguish and unwillingness. Seeing his disciple so deeply dejected, Yi Bei was racked with self-reproach. Zucheng. The tenderness in his voice only stirred her heart further, and she bit her lip in bitterness. In her despair, Luo Zucheng suddenly pulled him in and kissed Yi Bei. He never saw it coming, his eyes flew wide in shock. After who knows how long, she finally released his lips. Luo Zucheng, in a moment of weakness, buried her face against his chest and bared her soul. Heart demon, let me pretend you are my master for just this once. I want to say a few things. Yi Bei was momentarily at a loss for words and simply listened in silence. Luo Zucheng murmured, drowning in boundless self-reproach, Master, I am useless. 9,000 years have passed, and I still couldn't clear the entire time trial tower runeable to attain the laws of time Dao to bring you back to life. But in these 9,000 years, I only missed you more and more with each passing day. I remember the most beautiful days we shared. Master, do you remember them too? When you personally taught me to cook, I was so clumsy you scolded me countless times. Master also taught me to make cotton candy, taught me to make fireworks, taught me to ice skate. Yi Bei, Zucheng will probably join you in just a few more days. I truly hope that day arrives sooner. After she had poured out everything in her heart, he finally spoke in a gentle scolding tone. Silly girl, is your master truly worth all this? Always refusing to grow up like Thisho, can your master ever rest easy and let you stand on your own? Allow your master to teach you once more. He lifted her chin and kissed her deeply. This time it was Luo Zucheng who was left wide-eyed like a startled deer, her mind going completely blank. At first she gripped his robes tightly in resistance, but then she came to her senses and Luo Zucheng surrendered completely. Yi Bei whispered into her ear, silly girl, don't resist in a moment, don't struggle. Luo Zucheng answered dazedly, yes, master. Not long after, from the outside, the walls of the tower's highest floor suddenly cracked and crumbled. Yi Bei burst through the wall, clutching his first disciple, and leaped out of the spirit tower. He then descended as light as a drifting cloud, landing safely. At this point, Luo Zucheng was utterly bewildered. Wait, isn't this outside the time trial tower? Why would the heart demon? Only then did she realize this was the real person. She hastily leaped from Yi Bei's arms. The shock came too suddenly, Luo Zucheng could scarcely believe it. Master, is it truly you? Yi Bei smiled gently and elegantly, teasing, just a moment ago it was you, and now suddenly it's master. He puffed out his chest with pride. If this weren't truly your master in the flesh, those 2 palms of your destruction, Grand Dao, would have long since obliterated my very soul. The memories of the past few minutes came flooding back, and she was mortified beyond measure. What do I do? I just force-kissed my own master and said so many things I'd die of shame to repeat. What do I do? What do I do now? Yi Bei saw this and murmured with relief, this silly girl is still hung up on trivial things like this. No wonder she was stuck in there for 9,000 years. Truly, the love tribulation is the hardest to overcome. Now then, to the matter at hand, silly girl, begin your breakthrough now. Your master will stand guard for you, Luo Zucheng said self-deprecatingly. Master, it isn't that I don't want to break through, it's that I fear I cannot survive the Emperor Venerable Heavenly Tribulation. Hearing this, he changed his approach to encourage her. Silly girl, if you don't undergo tribulation, how can your master hold your hand and ascend with you? She never imagined she would hear him say such a thing. One day her mind went completely blank. Seeing her dazed with surprise, he called out, why the daze? Could it be you truly think you'd rather die than be together with your master? Luo Zucheng hurriedly replied, I want to. Zucheng is willing. Master, then I'll begin now. With those words she flew off in haste. Yi Bei watched her go and patiently called out with encouragement, I'll be waiting for your triumphant return. Luo Zucheng soared to the summit of the towering spire, her voice ringing across the heavens. The Emperor Venerable Heavenly Tribulation descends. Mighty purple spiritual power erupted, slamming into the tower's peak. At that moment, a sphere gradually radiated beams of violet spiritual energy that shot straight down toward where Yi Bei stood. His expression remained utterly calm as he tilted his head upward to gaze at the sky. The scene shifts swiftly to a somewhat dim and gloomy space. 2 female guards stood by the pillars. A green-haired girl paced back and forth anxiously, chin resting on her hand. Why haven't they come out yet? Suddenly the pillars began to tremble, leaving Xioner frozen in a daze. Her eyes flew wide in shock. Xioner, standing with her back to the spatial gate, looked down the staircase and called out, Hey, you 2, look at that. The 2 women spun around in unison. They realized with a jolt of alarm his energy signature did not belong to the Holy Lord. Xionar looked up at the darkening sky, where a familiar lotus-shaped purple sphere was coalescing, and gasped. The Emperor Venerable Heavenly Tribulation. Her voice rang out before the forming image of that sphere. Zucheng, what is going on? How could she possibly break through to Emperor Venerable so quickly? Cold sweat poured down her face as she exclaimed, "My father spent a full 1,000 years preparing just to face the Emperor Venerable Heavenly Tribulation." Meanwhile, Yi Bei stood tall and unmoving, allowing the shockwaves to surge toward him. He smiled with excitement and murmured, "The heavenly tribulation's intensity is determined by the grand Tao power cultivated by the one undergoing it. This caliber of tribulation cloud, truly worthy of the destruction grand Tao." Suddenly, massive bolts of golden lightning shot forth, converging rapidly upon a single point in the sky. Luo Zucheng's figure materializes, her expression solemn. She raises her hands and channels her spiritual power. A massive surge of spiritual power, laced with golden bolts of lightning, rockets straight toward the purple light in the sky, detonating in a tremendous explosion, yet it is shattered by the figure within the lotus-shaped domain. "You call that weak?" The instant her words fall, multiple streams of golden spiritual power converge upon a single point atop the tower. From that golden radiance, 3 divine souls gradually manifest. Luo Zucheng straightens her back and speaks. They were all once heaven's favored children paragons who dominated their respective eras. Yet none could have foreseen that after perishing to an Emperor Venerable's heavenly tribulation, they would become mere remnant souls, consciousness erased, sealed within the tribulation itself. The 3 souls unleash spiraling vortexes of spiritual power, as if attempting to pierce through her figure atop the tower. Luo Zucheng's body gradually rises, a purple halo enveloping her form, her voice booming across the heavens. "The dead should act as the dead. What need is there for them to show their faces in the mortal realm? Luo Zucheng," she declares with unwavering resolve, "annihilate." With that, she unleashes her formidable spiritual power straight ahead. The startled voices of 2 female disciples ring out from below. "Look, isn't that the eldest senior sister? Master is there too." The one beside her also cries out, "Heavens above, an Emperor Venerable Heavenly Tribulation." At that moment, Luo Zucheng's silhouette stands firm atop the tower. "Whatever horrors remain, come at me all at once." Grotesque, mouthless phantoms now swarm across the sky, clustering together in dark, writhing masses. Behind her head, a massive purple lotus sigil materializes. She calmly closes her eyes. "I shall teach you, this delusionally arrogant heavenly tribulation, to broaden your horizons." Suddenly, Luo Zucheng's eyes snap open, now pitch black, demonic, and she grins with wild exhilaration. "Destruction grand Tao." Instantly, a titanic pillar of purple spiritual power slams into the earth. The surge stands like a mighty column, splitting the heavens asunder. Her body now radiates tremendous purple spiritual power. Violet motes of light, crackling with thunder and lightning, rain down upon the ground. Yi Bei watches the spectacle before him, joy swelling in his heart. She has successfully undergone tribulation. The system chimes in with an announcement. Demoness Sect Master Luo Zucheng Emperor Venerable. Early stage Emperor Venerable. A clear blue sky of radiant light appears. Yi Bei's figure flashes before her. He speaks. "Come here, let me give you a hug. Congratulations on breaking through to the Emperor Venerable realm." Luo Zucheng shyly turns her head away, stammering, "Master, the junior sisters are all here. Perhaps we should reconsider from a different perspective." The 2 silhouettes below crane their necks upward, calling out, "It's fine, eldest senior sister. We'll cover our eyes, we won't look." Yi Bei disregards them all and wraps his arms around her in a tight embrace, congratulating her in a moment drenched in romance. "Last Luo, congratulations. You truly live up to your title as everyone's eldest senior sister." His arm, Yi Bei's other arm, extends outward in a grand gesture as he declares, "Disciples, your master has returned. These years you have all endured much." His voice booms across the crowd below. "From this day forward, whoever dares bully us, we shall make them pay the price." His feet touch the ground with practiced grace. He sweeps his gaze over the crowd and continues, "Whoever looks down upon us, we shall strike back and slap their faces." Yi Bei flicks his robes and turns. "Henceforth we shall fear no man and tremble before no power." Suddenly, the system panel materializes with the results. Reuniting with Disciple 20,108, reward Emperor Venerable skill card. Reuniting with Disciple 23,108, reward Great Emperor skill card. Reuniting with Disciple 24,108, reward Half Emperor skill card. System panels race to appear before him one after another. reuniting with disciple 59,108 reward. Half-Emperor skill card, reuniting with disciple 60,108 reward. Half-Emperor skill card, reuniting with disciple 61,108 reward. Half-Emperor skill card. Yi Bei's expression remains calm, a faint smile breaking across his face. They all pop out in rapid succession. Let me tally up the count. He raises a hand to stroke his chin, calculating with solemn focus. Emperor Venerable skill card 1. Great Emperor skill card 1. Half-Emperor skill cards, 52. A rare grade Grand Dao requires 10 Half-Emperor skill cards. A super rare Grand Dao requires 20. A peerless grade Grand Dao requires 50. And a mythical grade Grand Dao requires 100 Half-Emperor skill cards. Moreover, a single Great Emperor skill card is equivalent to 10 Half-Emperor skill cards. Yi Bei looks down and asks, System, is this Emperor Venerable skill card equivalent to 100 Half-Emperor skill cards? The system responds, 1 Emperor Venerable skill card equals 50 Half-Emperor skill cards. Hearing this, Yi Bei grits his teeth, his blood boiling with rage as he curses. I knew it, when has this wretched system ever been so generous? But regardless, at last, I can finally exchange for a mythical grade Grand Dao. His voice rings out, System, I wish to exchange for a mythical grade Grand Dao. Multiple system panels flash with announcements, initiating exchange, initiating exchange. A grand system panel materializes, congratulations to the host for mastering the mythical grade Grand Dao, the Genesis Grand Dao. The mythical grade Grand Dao is compatible with one additional Grand Dao of a different tier. Notes. Yi Bei looks up at the floating text, questioning the Genesis Grand Dao. HMPH, it even comes with annotations. The text on the panel begins to shift. Note, legendary grade Grand Dao, Genesis Grand Dao. Prerequisites. 1. The host must have already mastered the power of another Grand Dao. 2. The host must possess a personal microcosm. 3. The host must possess a divine artifact to anchor the microcosm. After verification, the host is temporarily unable to receive the legendary grade Grand Dao. Yi Bei erupts in fury, bellowing, I've collected 100 Half-Emperor skill cards and that's all you give me. His expression immediately shifts back to seriousness as he mutters, eyes glued to the panel, requires a personal microcosm. That primordial mist realm should serve without issue. Mastering the power of another Grand Dao is simple enough. It's only the final requirement, the divine artifact, that poses a problem. Yi Bei raises his hand and produces a dazzling green stone. The system flashes an introduction, Chaos Stone Tablet, Superior Grade Emperor Artifact. He holds the crystal-like stone closer. As expected, merely a superior grade Emperor Artifact. Where am I supposed to find a divine artifact now? Suddenly his gaze drifts to something in the distance. A thought strikes him, I've got it. Yi Bei raises his head to gaze at the towering structure. System, what grade is this white tower? The system panel materializes with an explanation, Time Trial Tower, Supreme Grade Emperor Artifact. Only one step beneath a divine artifact. Hearing this, Yi Bei strokes his chin and grins with glee. I have a bold idea. Immediately, he extends his spiritual sense outward, probing comprehensively. In his eyes, the tower shifts in hue. His voice continues, every formation has its core. Find the tower's core and everything falls into place. He thinks to himself, the core should be on the 10th floor. The system abruptly appears to access the hidden 10th floor. One must first pass the inner demon trial on the 9th floor. A wave of surprise surges through him. He glances over and at that very moment, a slender hand reaches out and grasps the hem of his robe. Luo Zucheng's soft voice reaches him and he looks down in surprise. Master, let me accompany you to conquer the inner demon. Scene transition, a quiet, desolate clearing known as the 9th floor. Yi Bei shuts his eyes and issues a command. Come, inner demon. The moment his words fall, wisps of green mist begin to materialize. He is transported to a strange room. The figure of Yi Bei from before his transmigration sits upon a chair. This place is the apartment I lived in before I transmigrated. A strange voice echoes. Transmigration, disciples, the outer battlefield. It was all nothing but a dream. Yi Bei stares into the mirror and silently questions. This is me in the truest sense. The voice denies everything. It was merely a long dream, one difficult to wake from. He turns his back, gazing out toward the distant buildings. Inner demon Ha, you think you can deceive me. You calculated so meticulously, yet you still made a fatal oversight. With those words, a victorious smile spreads across his face as he stares directly into the mirror. Yi Bei's figure remains standing before the mirror. His voice rings out, before my transmigration, the city I lived in was perpetually shrouded in fog. It was never this vivid, never this clear. A faint smile gradually illuminates his face. Above the mirror, the ceiling suddenly begins to warp and twist, oozing with a strange purple liquid. Yibei's silhouette slowly emerges from behind the viscous liquid. He grins. So it turns out the true inner demon was my desire to return to that beautiful yet agonizing world. If there truly comes a day when I must return, then I pray I will not go alone. Yibei's eyes close when they open again. His irises have turned an ethereal, otherworldly white. The inner demon dissolves into nothingness. At that very instant, Yibei's eyes revert to normal. He looks down in astonishment. Before him lay Zucheng, her body resting upon his lap in deep, peaceful slumber. Asleep already. I don't know. How long has it been since this girl last had a full, uninterrupted sleep? He gently places a hand atop her head. Even this sleeping position looks utterly uncomfortable. Yibei smiles to himself, thinking what 10th floor, all of that can wait until she wakes. After all, this is the 9th floor of the Time Tower, a place where time is never in short supply. 2 days later, Zucheng drowsily parts her eyelids. He asks gently, awake now. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, her body lurches toward where he sits, and she exclaims in disbelief. Master is still here, thank goodness it was all just a dream. She looks up at him and asks, when did Master pass the heart demon trial? Your disciple was careless, please punish me, Master. Yibei replies, punish you for what? This Master only just completed it a few minutes ago himself. He raises a hand and recounts the visions from the past 2 days. On the other hand, you girl, 2 full days of sleep, and the only thing missing was the drool. Zucheng's face flushes crimson with embarrassment. Master has spoken. Yibei reaches out to pat her head, letting her pout in mild indignation. All right, once you're fully awake, go pay a visit to your junior sisters. A moment later, he suddenly springs to his feet and declares, this Master has broken through the 9th floor. Now, I shall attempt the hidden 10th trial. As his words fall, Yibei's figure vanishes entirely from the space, leaving Zucheng standing alone, gazing into the empty air. The scene shifts. Drops of water fall gently upon a strange, dark surface. An azure glow envelops his surroundings. He gazes into the pitch-black void and murmurs, as expected. With a name like Hidden Floor so dark you can't even see your own hand before your face. Before him, a miniature tower rises, encased within a glowing sphere core of the Time Tower. Without hesitation, Yibei reaches out and touches the sphere. The moment his hand penetrates the sphere, it begins to wither and age his flesh. Yibei watches as half his body rapidly ages. He lets out a breath of admiration, truly worthy of a time-aspected artifact. He must strike fast and decisively. The arm holding the stone erupts with spiritual power, shrouding it in a luminous aura. Yibei channels the green stone into the sphere and chants the incantation of the supreme demon, bone-fusing the Time Tower with the Chaos Stone Tablet. By now, the sphere's influence has begun aging his face, yet he remains grimly focused, weighing the possibilities. If the fusion succeeds, its quality will surely ascend. If it fails, the lower-grade Chaos Stone Tablet will be ground to dust by the Time Tower. His will surges, igniting a reckless fire within him. A carp that does not leap through the dragon gate can never become a dragon. He has no choice but to gamble. Instantly, the green stone flares violently, cracks spiderweb across its surface before it shatters beside the miniature tower. Seeing this, he curses in fury. Chaos Stone Table, to you are a divine artifact of the highest caliber. How can you crumble so easily? Yibei's mind races at lightning speed. Wait, these fragments, I have a use for them. The sphere glows with azure light, its interior displaying the image of a tower. Yibei stares at it intently, his hands weaving seals like a master exorcist. Since forced fusion is impossible, I'll use the Chaos Stone Tablet as reinforcement material to upgrade the Time Tower. Instantly, the shattered fragments begin gathering beneath the base of the sphere. A surge of relief washes over him, Goodits absorbing them. Now all that remains is to see whether it is success or failure. Within the ring of light, the finished product gradually takes shape. Yibei's hand remains pressed against the sphere, his expression solemn as he murmurs, this crude method of reinforcement is still too mechanical. I need something to suppress the Time Tower's rejection reaction. His brows furrow, eyes burning with resolve. On his half-aged face, a decision crystallized. There is only one way. His eyes shift to pure white. Gritting his teeth, he unleashes the demon bones eruption. His voice thunders, I'll draw it into my sea of consciousness, simultaneously refining and reinforcing. Yibei's hands clench around the sphere as he lunges forward, embracing it through gritted teeth. It's merely a weapon of an emperor. Even a high-grade one, so what? I refuse to believe I cannot tame you. As his words ring out, the sphere is absorbed into his body. Before his inner eye, a vision manifests, true form of the supreme demon bone, its colossal grip locked tight around the tower. Before it, he seems utterly insignificant. A smile slowly spreads across his aged face. Excellent Time Tower is gradually absorbing the fragments. It can already be classified as a quasi-divine artifact. If this were handed to anyone else, the initial refinement alone would require 80 to 100 years to say nothing of complete refinement. Gazing closely at the miniature tower, he continues, but I had the foresight to prepare the supreme demon bone with its devouring nature. If I pour everything into refinement, roughly 8 months should suffice to fully refine and reinforce the Time Tower. As his words settle, spiritual power billows around Yi Bei. He glances down at his hands. Once this divine artifact is fully processed, only time remains as the obstacle. A moment later, his voice sounds behind Zhu Cheng, startling her. Zhu Cheng, I have returned. She spins around in shock. Master face. Yi Bei's appearance resembles a frail elder leaning on a cane. She stares in stunned disbelief. Zhu Cheng. This master suffered a backlash from the Time Tower. It devoured all my spiritual power in reverse. I fear my remaining lifespan is not much. Zhu Cheng's body surges forward, throwing her arms around him. If master wishes to die, then Zhu Cheng will follow you. Tears streak down her face. This disciple never wants to endure the agony of parting with you ever again. Hearing this, Yi Bei gently raises a hand and chides softly, silly girl. From now on, stop spouting nonsense about dying together at the drop of a hat. Zhu Cheng lifts her head to look at her masteringly, to find him smirking. The aged facade already crumbling as he uncorks a pill bottle and swiftly swallows 2 pills. His aged eyes close. In an instant, Yi Bei's face returns to normal. He grins at her, pointing at the bottle. See, it was merely physical exhaustion. 1 pill refined by Xing Chen and recovery is instant. Upon seeing this, Zhu Cheng whirls away in a huff. If master teases me like this again, I won't speak to you anymore. He flusters immediately. All right, this master was wrong. I won't tease you like that again. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoes through the towering stone space. Teibai Wuxiao and the others have arrived. Zhu Cheng, it's time we leave. Your junior sisters from the tower, I've already escorted them to the fortune grounds. There's no longer any reason to remain here. Before his words even fade, a green, serpentine tail whips through the air at blinding speed. A body, translucent as water, materializes with a gaping maw. In a flash, a razor-sharp slash streaks through the air like lightning, striking straight into the monstrous fish. As the creature crashes down, a female figure emerges from its body. Only this many battle points, and it was this huge, no less. Gu Ziner glances down and scoffs in disdain. HMPH, what's so impressive about a mere 10 million battle points? Just to see senior sister Zhu Cheng, I'd risk it all. 2 figures appear unexpectedly, their voices carrying toward her. This young miss has always been this reckless, hasn't she? The one beside him chimes in, she is the very embodiment of our grand elder. Beside them stand Sun Wuxiao and the girl, arms crossed, dozing on their feet. Gu Ziner's voice rings out, I'm heading elsewhere to farm battle points. Senior sister Zhu Cheng, if she comes out, send me a voice transmission. The girl beside them flashes an OK hand sign. Of course, I'll notify you, but in her heart, she thinks the exact opposite. I absolutely will not tell her. At this moment, 2 rings of light gradually form in midair. Yi Bei and Zhu Cheng step through the portal. The 2 women immediately drop to their knees in a deep bow. We greet the Grand Ancestor, we greet the Sect Master, your subordinates report. The entire Yi Demon Sect welcomes the Sect Master's return. The one beside them continues. The enthronement ceremony for the Grand Ancestor must also be held in grand fashion. Yi Bei waves his hand dismissively, a gentle smile on his face. No need for extravagance, sincerity is enough. The 2 girls bow their heads in acknowledgement. Yes. On the other side, Wuxiao throws herself at Zhu Cheng, weeping with longing. First senior sister, please let me hug you. Teibai also steps closer. First senior sister, all the junior sisters have missed you dearly. After so many years apart, Teibai Wuxiao. All of us have become great emperors. Zhu Cheng smiles warmly and replies, but sailing against the current, if you do not advance, you fall behind. Do not neglect your cultivation from here on. Wuxiao, still clinging to her, nods obediently. Yes, first senior sister, her voice booms outward beyond the estate. Master, first senior sister. On such a fine day, how can we not drink? A moment later, a wine jar slams onto the table with a resounding thud. Zhu Cheng stares at the jar in surprise while Yi Bei grins and asks, Leng, where on earth did you get this? She smiles brightly, explaining to the group before her the journey was dull, so she brought some along herself. Yi Bei says to her, "This fine wine of your tribe this master has long heard of its renown, yet never had the chance to taste it." 5 cups of wine are filled to the brim. Leng raises her cup and addresses the other 4. "Congratulations to us sisters on our reunion, a toast to master, and a toast to eldest senior sister." All 5 drain their cups in unison. Yi Bei brings the cup to his lips and downs it in a single gulp, praising it with a hearty sigh. "Ah, good wine." Yi Bei wipes his mouth and looks at her, offering a word of counsel. "Girl, your tolerance has never been good, just take it easy." But what meets his eyes is the sight of Zhu Cheng drinking with the force of a warrior, wine flowing like water, making him break into a cold sweat. Zhu Cheng sets her empty cup down on the table, her face flushed crimson from drink. "Master and all the junior sisters have drained theirs. As eldest senior sister, how can I go easy?" On the other side, Wuxiao, thoroughly drunk herself, pushes her cup toward the black-haired girl. Come, come, come. You are the disciple of the Grand Elder, this time you must drink too." Leaving the black-haired girl wailing and crying out for Lord Wuxiao to save her. Wuxiao's drunken face appears as she says, "Finish this cup, there's still another one waiting." Leng, her face flushed red, chimes in. "Fourth senior sister, finish this cup and there are still 3 more, which makes Teibai break into a cold sweat as she refuses. No, no, just 1 bowl is enough, I've already given up drinking." Ignoring her entirely, Leng and Wuxiao continue their drunken exchange between the 2 of them. "Eighth, come on. 5th senior sister, you want a one-on-one duel. If you pass out, I'm not carrying you to bed." "Me pass out, you must be joking." Meanwhile, Yi Bei stands watching the young ones before him and says to the person beside him, "Look." Wuxiao and Leng are at it again, just like 300 years ago. Zhu Cheng's body leans close against him. "Master." Seeing this, he gently looks at Zhu Cheng and says, "This girl has truly had too much to drink. Let me take you somewhere with a breeze to get some air." Having said that, he leads Zhu Cheng outside, which startles Teibai into turning around and asking, "Where are master and eldest senior sister going?" A moment later, Yi Bei has brought her near a great ancient tree. He says to her gently, "The air here is clean and fresh. Leave this girl here for a bit and she'll sober up." Zhu Cheng hears this and immediately retorts, "HMPH, I'm not drunk. Sober up from what?" Yi Bei opens his eyes, looks at her and speaks softly, "You are drunk, girl." She refuses to listen. Zhu Cheng pokes a finger into his chest, leaving him stunned. "I'm not drunk." She boldly embraces Yi Bei, her face flushed red as she gazes up at him. "Drunk or sober, what difference does it make at a time like this?" Then she draws her face close to Yi Bei's and whispers, "Maz." Back at the pavilion, Teibai gazes upward at burning hearts floating into the sky. She wonders, could the relationship between master and eldest senior sister have already? With the air of a devoted shipper of the Yiluo pairing. She clasps her hands together. Teibai excitedly raises a hand to cover her nose as rays of sunlight stream down from the azure sky. At that moment, the silhouette of a young maiden comes dashing toward Yi Bei and Zhu Cheng, who are both blushing. She calls out anxiously, "Zhu Cheng Jai." Both of them recognize the voice at once and instantly regain their cold composure. Oh no, they forgot Gu Ziner was here. She continues calling out, not expecting something to streak past her face, slicing off a few strands of her bangs. "Zhu Cheng Jai." Zhu Cheng raises her hand, displeased, and says, "I recall I made myself perfectly clear last time. Stop clinging to me." Ziner sees her cold demeanor and the fresh wound on her cheek, and nearly bursts into tears. Zhu Cheng shows not the slightest concern. Her face brims with killing intent. "Did you think I was playing with you?" Yi Bei reminds her. "Zhu Cheng, do not cause a death this time." She replies, "Rest assured, master. I am only being firm enough to make her retreat." Ziner panics, wanting to explain. "Zhu Cheng Jai." She immediately erupts in a fury, summoning power into her hand, as magical orbs materialize in the air around her. "I have told you countless times, stop calling me that." The others sense the impending eruption and rush over at once. Ouyang Leng, witnessing it firsthand, exclaims in amazement, "Emperor Venerable, that is the Emperor Venerable realm." Teibai nods in agreement, though it is truly a world of difference compared to how eldest senior sister used to be. Zhu Cheng gives a single shout, and the magical orbs launch toward Ziner in a devastating volley. Someone moves in time, standing between them to shield her. The figure draws a sword and swings the cleaving arc, deflects the orbs into another direction entirely. The resulting shockwave sends the surrounding trees crashing to the ground. Ziner recognizes who just saved her. The man is the master of the Shadow Origin Hall, Emperor Venerable Gu Hengxian. He does not let down his guard, quietly assessing the situation. He never expected her to have broken through to the Emperor Venerable realm so swiftly. Moreover, her strength is in no way inferior to his own, with so many formidable allies at her side. Seeking a peaceful resolution is the only wise course. Zhu Cheng points straight at his face. Gu Hangshan, how long do you intend to indulge that daughter of yours? He can only clasp his fists and bow his head. So it is Sect Master Luo. Congratulations to Sect Master Luo on successfully breaking through to the Emperor Venerable realm. My daughter has been reckless and ill-mannered since childhood. I presume she offended Sect Master Luo just now. I humbly beg for your magnanimity in pardoning her. Zioner hears this and freezes as if turned to stone. Father's father, how could you? Gu Hangshan bellows, silencing her at once. Shut your mouth. Zioner lowers her head, aggrieved. Meanwhile, Gu Hangshan thinks with a splitting headache his willful, unreasonable daughter became infatuated with Luo Zucheng the very first moment she laid eyes on her, and has been obsessed ever since. He always knew sooner or later she would cause a disaster of this magnitude. Zucheng responds with iron resolve. Magnanimously forgive her. Gu Hangshan, considering the usual relations between our two factions. 100 million merit points and 100 years of confinement. Do you find that acceptable? He glances toward his daughter and weighs his options. 100 million battle merit points is a steep sum. But it is merely like cutting away a piece of flesh. It won't damage the foundations of his power. The confinement of Gu Zioner would also serve to temper her reckless emotions and bring her back to her senses. Gu Hangshan sheathes his sword and smiles in reply. Sect Master Luo is truly magnanimous and generous this way. The Shadow Origin Hall can continue to maintain its cordial relationship with the Yi Zun sect. A truly joyous occasion indeed. Zioner's hands clench into fists as she trembles, thinking, Zhu Chengjai, you are too cruel. Why must you be so heartless? All I did was like you. I just wanted to be by your side. Why do you treat me like this? She bites her lip in fury, certain it is that man who appeared out of nowhere. Yibei, he is the one who drove a wedge between her and Zhu Chengjai. Damn him. Zioner glares viciously at Yibei. It is all his fault. If only he would disappear, then Zhu Chengjai might accept her. Yibei quickly senses something is wrong. Behind Gu Hangshan, Zioner begins channeling her power luminous energy coiling around her body. Gu Hangshan's expression turns to shock. He seems to have guessed his daughter's intent. That rebellious girl's eyes, could it be she intends to? This is bad. Zucheng demands, killing intent flashing in her eyes. What do you think you are doing? She immediately erupts in fury, unleashing her power. The sheer pressure of it makes both father and daughter recoil. You dare make a move against my master, then don't blame me for giving you no quarter. He spreads his arms wide to shield his daughter, urgently begging for mercy. Cult leader Luo, please show mercy. I am willing to pay any price. I beg you, spare my daughter. But Zucheng intended to settle the matter once and for all. She raised her hands and channeled her spiritual power. If you must blame someone, blame your own daughter. At the critical moment, Yibei walked over and gently patted her shoulder. Speaking softly, she's just a child, haven't they already offered compensation? You want even greater compensation? He contemplated, then asked, how would you like to compensate? Speak. Gu Hangshan desperately negotiated 200 million battle merit points. Furthermore, my daughter will never appear before any of you again. My lord, would that be acceptable? Zucheng caught the smile on Yibei's face and thought with wide eyes, master wants to pull his signature trick again. He stroked his chin and smiled, double it. 400 million, I'll allow you to pay in installments, as long as everything is settled within 100 years. Gu Hangshan and his daughter were utterly shaken. This markup is far too ruthless. But glancing at the situation before them, every last one of them brimmed with killing intent, their combined pressure suffocating. Gu Hangshan was at his wit's end. In this situation, refusal was simply not an option. Only now did Zioner begin to feel remorse, father and daughter alike. He spun around in fury and delivered a resounding slap. You reckless girl, how dare you still run your mouth? Then he bowed deeply and said, my lord, thank you for sparing my daughter's life. 200 million battle merit points. Once your excellency returns to the frontline encampment, you may claim them at our Shadow Moon Hall at any time. As for the remaining 200 million, the Shadow Moon Hall will make up the difference as swiftly as possible. Yibei was satisfied with this answer. Very well. Gu Hangshan breathed a secret sigh of relief. Then we shall trouble you no further. With that, the father and daughter immediately took their leave. Yibei chuckled. This Shadow Moon Hall master was rather decent. He then turned and issued orders. Teibai, all of you rest here for now. Regroup. She bowed and answered, understood. Yi Bei then turned to Zhu Cheng. Girl, come, let's take a walk outside. I happen to have something to tell you. She promptly obeyed and followed. Yes, master. The scene shifts to 10 li outside the fortune grounds, where Zhu Cheng and Yi Bei stroll side by side. She asked Master, is there something you wish to tell me? He replied gently after Master is done speaking. Don't get agitated, keep calm. Zhu Cheng blushed. What does Master mean by that? Is it something difficult to say? How am I supposed to react after hearing it? She pondered anxiously. Should I grab onto Master's arm? Yi Bei took a deep breath, then began. Su Tianli has joined the Tianla sacred ground. Zhu Cheng was utterly shocked. Su Tianli, she actually betrayed us. Yi Bei patted her shoulder. There are still over 3 months until the heavenly rankings rewards refresh. Once the rewards are distributed, we'll head back out again. The die is cast either way. A day or two sooner or later makes no difference. This girl has many virtues, it's just that there are certain things she simply cannot see through. He finished speaking, sighed, and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Yi Bei sensed someone approaching. Both turned to look. Who goes there? The figure spoke with brazen arrogance. Yi Bei, don't think controlling a few Wulu King insects can exhaust me. I won't stop. Yi Bei recognized who it was and sneered with contempt. Oh, after fighting the insect servant for so long, you still have the energy to come looking for me? That's rather impressive. But barely a moment later, the man collapsed face first onto the ground. Yi Bei was rendered speechless. Very well, he had overestimated the man. Zhu Cheng inquired about the situation. Master had already subdued that Wulu Fang. Recalling her own initial confrontation with him, she knew he had been an extremely formidable opponent. He replied, it was fortunate really, had the opponent been swapped with anyone else from the combat list. The master fears he would not have been their match. While they were discussing this, something began emerging from Wu Dai's body. Tusk, Jai Wu Dai of the Wuji sacred ground, a brainless brute, through and through. They both watched as a dark shadow materialized. Jai Wu Dai's own shadow was devouring him whole. And the figure finally revealed its true form, a member of the Shadow clan. It laughed wickedly. I'm not the shadow of this trash. I merely used him as bait to reel in the big fish. Zhu Cheng analyzed and assessed the Shadow clan, neither fully human nor inhuman. Masters of assassination and concealment, notoriously wealthy on the battlefield. I once slew 2 great emperor-level Shadow clan warriors. One was worth 80 million battle merit, the other 100 million. Yi Bei chuckled, then this one is also a big fish. He began channeling power into his hands. After all, a Shadow clan emperor venerable should be worth no less than 300 million, shouldn't he? Then he launched his attack straight at the enemy. The enemy tilted his head to dodge, then immediately countered. He could perceive the shadow technique's nature and sensed. My realm. This kid is no simpleton, huh? Yi Bei kept his guard up, noticing something forming beneath his feet. The enemy continued with evident interest. There's a very familiar scent on you. It's faint, but I can detect it. He pondered. Then nodded. I remember now. This scent belongs to the one called the Demon Beast Emperor Venerable Jia Mo 10,000 years ago. He was the nightmare of the outer battlefield. No matter how many times the twin heavenly rankings refreshed, this old demon Jia Mo could always leverage his terrifying might to swiftly secure a spot in the top 5. What a pity, just when I had mustered the full strength of the Shadow clan, ready to slay him, he vanished from the outer battlefield for reasons unknown, and has yet to reappear to this day. Yi Bei smiled thoughtfully. I never imagined that the young Jia Mo the Demon Venerable was so formidable. Zhu Cheng asked, you assembled the entire Shadow clan to kill him. Then she continued with her deduction, if I'm not mistaken. You're ranked 37th on the Assassin God rankings and 40th on the Battle Merit rankings, Shadow 9. The enemy laughed, you've figured me out. Yi Bei extended his arm, blocking Zhu Cheng. Girl, you've just broken through to Emperor Venerable. You need to stabilize your foundation. Leave this one to Master. The enemy regarded him with contempt, merely a peak saint king realm cultivator. Yet he refuses aid and dares to face an Emperor Venerable alone. Yi Bei replied with composure, very well. Another one who looks down upon the Saint King realm, then I'll conveniently break through a little. And just like that, he instantly shattered through to the half-emperor realm. His body blazed with radiant light. The enemy charged toward Yi Bei, his tone still dripping with contempt. What a pity, such magnificent talent, only to perish here. He roared, 9-layer kill formation. His clones and talismans encircled from all directions and began their assault. Yi Bei retreated a step to evade. He frowned, is all you know how to do swarm like a bunch of flies. Infuriating, Yi Bei flipped through the air, executing a series of dodging maneuvers to evade the onslaught. The enemy's eyes blazed with fury. An ordinary half-emperor can't even match a ninth of my power. You truly are different, worthy of my full seriousness. Hearing this, Yi Bei bellowed, "Spatial law." He drew his sword and slashed. One who held a name on the twin rankings was indeed no ordinary foe. You actually possess something as advanced as spatial laws. But unfortunately, you rely solely on clones and size manipulation. What a waste of heaven's gifts. The enemy's body was bisected. He immediately activated another power to heal the Shadow Clan's secret body reconstruction technique. Shadow 9 gnashed his teeth. He said through clenched jaws, "I've cultivated spatial laws for less than 100 years. I'm still not proficient. But the secret techniques of the Shadow Clan, I mastered those long ago. Your sword can never outpace my regeneration. The moment your strength runs dry, I'll swallow you into this maw filled with spatial laws and reduce you to ash." Yi Bei sneered, "Very well, since you so thoroughly despise my sword, I shan't argue further." He unleashed yet another power. Asura Grandao Resonance. Instantly, countless iron-gauntleted arms wielding blades materialized around Yi Bei. He smirked provocatively, "Come, try my blades. Let's see just how fast your regeneration really is." Provoked, Shadow 9 instantly swallowed Yi Bei into his body. Then he sneered, "Your strength is even weaker than that mouth of yours." But barely a moment later, a brilliant flash erupted. Yi Bei wielded the iron-gauntleted arms to cleave apart the entity that had devoured him. He sighed, "I'm utterly sick of this trick." Meanwhile, the enemy broke into a cold sweat, clutching his body. Yi Bei turned his head and commanded, "Shadow 9, show me a different spell." But the enemy was already gripped by fear. How could this be possible? He had clearly been swallowed and trapped within the domain of spatial laws. The Shadow Clan's regeneration speed simply cannot keep up with the killing pace of his 6 swords. Shadow 9 turned to flee. While the Green Mountains remain, there will always be firewood. I must run. But before he could take a single step, a sword pierced clean through his chest. Yi Bei asked with a smile, "You must be wondering why the spatial laws couldn't claim my life, aren't you? With that crude, half-baked mastery of spatial laws you possess, you couldn't even scratch my supreme demon bone, let alone injure my true body. I've said it long ago, spatial laws in your hands are nothing but a heavenly treasure squandered, useful only for slaughter, nothing more." He screams for mercy, but the blades show none. His body is cleaved apart. Yi Bei watches the figure slowly dissipate and smirks. "An assassin, yet he insisted on facing me head-on. This is the fate you brought upon yourself with your arrogance." He collects the residual power left behind. "The spatial Dao Law is now mine." Luo Zucheng approaches Yi Bei. "Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the spatial Dao Law. How many merit points did this one carry?" He calculates mentally 1.5 billion, plus his own 1.8 billion in total. Yi Bei asks, "Girl, how many merit points do you have?" She reports immediately, 6.578 million. Yi Bei ponders, 6.578 million merit points, ranked 12th. I wonder where your master stands now. Luo Zucheng laughs brightly. "You'll find out when master returns to the front lines. Unwrapping the rewards yourself is the only way to feel that sense of surprise. But only the top 20 rankings have worthwhile rewards. Anything below that, master surely wouldn't deign to notice." On the ranking display, Yi Bei's position surges upward by 34 places. He raises his hand. With no pressing matters at hand, he finally has time to sort through his recent gains. Yi Bei examines the things he has absorbed into his body. The chaos reincarnation of the supreme demon bone absolutely demands cultivation. The Time Trial Tower's core is still being refined, and the spatial Dao Law also requires time to comprehend. Luo Zucheng looks up at the sky with a bright smile. "Master, focus on your secluded cultivation. I'll first use the Night Demon Sect's secret arts to conceal your whereabouts, then notify Teibai and the others to stand ready for orders." Several days later, the chamber door slowly creaks open. Yi Bei exhales a weary sigh. Too slow, suddenly. His eyes are greeted by Luo Zucheng's chest directly in his face. She leans down and asks, "Does Master wish to break through straight to the Emperor realm? Perhaps there will be unexpected benefits." He rests his chin in thought. That's a fair point. But breaking through to the Emperor realm is unlike any previous realm. I must devote every last ounce of my strength. After that, Yi Bei clasps his hands together. 2 colossal ethereal hands instantly manifest behind him. Luo Zucheng watches as the 2 great hands envelop his body, allowing him to focus entirely on his cultivation. She issues her command, "Teibai, you myself, 5th junior sister. An 8th junior sister will form a 4-directional formation to guard Master's tribulation." Teibai bows deeply. "Understood." Outside, storm clouds and thunder gradually converge. Sun Wuxiao senses something amiss and immediately exclaims, "Master's tribulation clouds have arrived." but this is strange. She gazes at the phenomenon, white lightning tribulation. First time seeing such a thing, and the clouds keep spreading. Scene shifts to a mysterious land. Several figures stand atop rooftops, observing and discussing. Lord Jia Mo Niu Fen, everyone come quickly, look at this bizarre phenomenon in the sky. Scene shifts to the Xingyao sacred ground. A man stands atop a towering pavilion, observing the world below. He speaks in astonishment. These tribulation clouds which Emperor Venerable is about to ascend. A great upheaval is upon us. Thunder begins to crash down with ferocious intensity. Lightning bolts strike the earth, shattering the ground. Countless bolts rain down like a meteor shower, as if seeking to obliterate everything in their path. Near the mysterious region, Da Feifei panics at the sight of the lightning. This is Yi Bei undergoing his heavenly tribulation at the Xingyao sect master's palace. The sect leader is utterly stunned. This is the celestial ladder. Yi Bei's disciples are equally astonished. Sun Wuxiao exclaims, "Master, do you have any idea how many god-slaying powerhouses the celestial ladder will attract?" The celestial ladder shines down directly onto Yi Bei's position. He looks up with an awkward expression. I really didn't want this much of a spectacle. This is just a breakthrough to the Emperor realm, after all. The two standing beside Luo Zucheng are dumbfounded, witnessing such a sight for the first time. Sect. Master, even when you broke through to Emperor Venerable, you never staged such a grand spectacle. She simply responds with pride. What are you even saying? This is my master we're talking about. The one beside her breaks into a cold sweat, fearing they've misspoken. Right, it is we who are ignorant. Luo Zucheng suddenly senses something. She announces, I've detected Itanother Emperor Venerable's aura locked onto this location. She raises her voice, prepare yourselves, protect Master through his tribulation. The other disciples respond in unison, yes, first senior sister. Yi Bei stands within the tribulation light, his body gradually ascending. Good, high enough. At this moment, countless foreign figures materialize, seemingly intent on stopping him. Luo Zucheng, Sun Wuxiao, and Aoyang Leng immediately sense the arrivals. Teibai gasps in astonishment. 7 Emperor Venerable level powerhouses have arrived at once. Aoyang Leng grins, not bad, is senior sister scared. Yi Bei seems utterly unfazed, merely smirking. A tribulation of this magnitude was already front-page worthy. If I happen to casually slaughter 7 Emperor Venerable powerhouses during it, now that would be the ultimate headline. He surveys the incoming figures. Around the celestial ladder, many figures have gathered, both strangers and familiar faces alike. Gu Hangshan speaks, I never imagined our reunion would be watching you ascend the celestial ladder. A giant wielding a massive axe thunders his name in a booming voice. A masked figure speaks, I watch you in silence, eyes unblinking. Then another pair of beauties arrives. We are the Emperor Venerables of Mirror Twin City, Qinghua Ferry and Zixia Ferry. Luo Zucheng shows them no respect whatsoever. You too. Your combined battle merit doesn't even amount to half of mine. What are you babbling about? Suddenly, another voice chimes in with a warning. Luo Zucheng, do you have any idea what catastrophe this heavenly anomaly Yi Bei has wrought will bring upon your Tiangshuan continent? Luo Zucheng recognizes the speaker, a figure from the 36 sacred grounds. Her face darkens. He speaks with an air of superiority. Do you even understand the history of the Tiangshuan continent? Do you know of the Qianglu Immortal Pavilion and the Celestial Ladder? Luo Zucheng cares nothing for his words. She begins channeling her spiritual power, ready for battle. Anyone who dares obstruct my master's opportunity shall die. A voice calls out from behind the two black-robed figures. It is Gu Hangshan. Nonsense, what history, what utter drivel. He approaches, one hand clasped behind his back. You lot on person being shameless is one thing, but all 7 of you. And then you have the audacity to lecture us about history. You're looking down on the people of the Tiangshuan continent. Does no one here know of the ancient Qianglu Immortal Pavilion and the Immortal Realm? Gu Hangshan finds them utterly laughable. He corrects them with an air of absolute authority. The long-haired one turns to face him and counters, 7, aren't you the 7th? Gu Hangshan startles, realizing his words inadvertently counted himself among the shameless. Yi Bei sits high above in a cross-legged position, stroking his chin and tilting his head in contemplation. He glances downward, whether casually or deliberately hovering within the celestial ladder, and speaks. Oh, that's right. Gu Hangshan, you didn't lead this rabble here to disturb my tribulation, did you? Gu Hangshan hastily refutes, jabbing a finger at the two sacred ground figures. A grave misunderstanding, Lord Yi Bei. Don't listen to their nonsense. How would this old man dare disturb your tribulation? He gestures earnestly at the assembled crowd, making his case with utmost sincerity. Before arriving here with these people, I truly did not know this anomaly was caused by your tribulation. Yi furrows his brow, his gaze drifting upward, too bothered to respond. Gu Hangshan gesticulates, explaining with great flair, legend has it that in the Tiangshuan realm, once one's cultivation reaches Emperor Venerable, it hits a ceiling because this world is bound by an ancient curse. His eyes flash with stately resolve. To break through this limitation, there is only one way through the celestial ladder's radiant illumination. Half like a blazing sun, half like rolling thunderclouds. The celestial ladder that Lord Yi Bei is now ascending. Once he succeeds, he will immediately attain the transcendent immortal realm, and the entire Tiangshuan realm will benefit immensely. Yi Bei waves his hand wearily. Are you done? If so, get lost. Yes, sir. Gu Hangshan coughs several times, glancing around to subtly bring up another matter. That, Lord Yi Bei, the other day my daughter caused some trouble and she still owes you. Yi Bei chuckles. So that's it. You only stepped forward for me because of this. No problem, a trivial matter. You may leave. Gu Hangshan finally releases the worry gnawing at his heart. He clasps his fists in gratitude. Many thanks, my lord. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoots into the sky and vanishes. A blazing red-purple aura swirls around the two black-robed figures. The short-haired one raises a violet sphere, crackling with golden-white sparks, and laughs. We should thank Gu Hangshan. His ramblings only confirmed we must destroy you before your breakthrough succeeds. Yi Bei grins with a mocking sneer. A perfect 10 on the challenge scale. Destroy me, then what are you waiting for? Otherwise, ascending this celestial ladder would be far too boring. His gaze shifts to the long-haired one. He asks with mock courtesy, would the fortune-teller like to go first? The man grinds his teeth. Fortune-teller? I despise being called a fortune-teller. The purple energy laced with red-orange grows ever larger. Violet spheres crackling with lightning hover within thin wisps of smoke. Spirit of the primordial clan, we forged a blood alliance that roamed heaven and earth for 10,000 years. Today, our grand army descends once more. Teibai, overwhelmed by the spectacle, stammers, Huhat is he trying to do? It doesn't matter, focus on protecting our master. Luo Zuchang stood among her junior sisters, answering Teibai's unspoken question. She clenched her fists, her attitude mirroring Teibai's. Her voice dripped with boiling fury as she declared, they truly intend to sabotage Master's ascent of the celestial ladder. Sun Wuxiao's expression shifted. What is that in the sky? A massive dark power, formed by countless evil insects spreading into a vortex, hurtled toward the celestial ladder, which blazed with golden radiance. The short-haired one, purple flames swirling around his body, reached out to gather the fire. Pitiful, this supreme demon emperor so young, yet knowing not how to enjoy his youth, instead choosing to climb the celestial ladder. He roared with power, flinging rings of force toward the seated Yi Bei. Let me show you the consequences. Yi Bei simply sat there, neither flinching nor dodging. Another surge of power intercepted his attack, resonating before dissolving into the void. He noticed the devastating force of that strike and was slightly surprised. The next moment, however, he regained his composure, his gaze flickering with dismissiveness. Indeed, I had nearly forgotten about you lot. Yi Bei's female disciples formed a defensive perimeter before the celestial ladder. A few stray bolts of lightning still crackled across Zhu Cheng's body. Despite this, the leader's blazing momentum was overwhelming. She stood ready to lay down her life against any who dared interfere. She commanded urgently, junior sisters, today, even if we must die, we hold the line until Master succeeds. Tens of thousands of pitch-black evil insects buzzed and swarmed around the celestial ladder's radiance like a tempest trying to blot out the sun. Yi Bei saw through their crude tactics, feeling his abilities slighted. He spoke in a contemptuous voice, you want to use mere insects to gnaw through the celestial ladder? How amusing. Do you truly think a handful of bugs can stop me? Zucheng channeled divine power into one hand, setting it ablaze. Purple flames spiraled with white light at their core. Her technique surging to full force, she finally unleashed a beam of light that pierced through the encirclement, annihilating every last insect that dared disturb her master. Charred insect husks rained from the sky. Zucheng held the blazing flame steady. The short-haired one clapped his hands. What terrifying destructive power! A single move swept the entire insect tide clean. The distraction ploy had succeeded. He was pleased, but alas, it was far too late. When had the long-haired one slipped in? Laughing haughtily, he clasped his hands behind his back and threw out a taunt. Yi Bei, why don't you let me climb this celestial ladder in your place? Sun Wuxiao cursed under her breath. Damn it, when did he get in? Master Youngling shouted out as well. Yi Bei glanced lightly at the two disciples behind him. Unusually calm, he gestured for the two of them to quickly go about their tasks. This one is mine to handle, you two take care of the others. He flew toward his opponent. Cyan mist curled and drifted around him like tangible immortal chi. The long-haired one snorted coldly, his lips curling in a triumphant smirk. Cyan light and purple chi collided head-on. The two techniques slammed into each other, neither side conceding an inch. Two late-stage powers clashed in a sphere 100 times the size of the Xingyao sacred ground's tiny purple orb. Spiritual power swelled violently before detonating, unexpectedly shoving both Yi Bei and his opponent back 3 paces. He quickly bent forward to break, his momentum surged higher. Not bad, even stronger than I predicted. Zhu Cheng, not far away, called out with worry, Master, your eldest disciple is now a sect leader commanding tens of thousands. Go do what you must, don't worry about me. Yi Bei said calmly. He rubbed his wrist, which had just taken a powerful blow. Zhu Cheng cupped her fists and nodded. Understood. In a flash, her disciple's nimble silhouette vanished into the distance. He mused to himself. An idea already solidifying, this was a perfect opportunity for them to grow. Yi Bei shifted his focus to the main battlefield. His eyes turned frigid. The Xingyao sacred ground, is it? I'll play with you. 2 black-robed figures stood tall on the heights, gazing down with imposing might. Below, Yi Bei looked up, ready to declare war. Upon Zhu Cheng's return to the junior sisters, Sun Wuxiao exclaimed with joy, eldest senior sister. Zhu Cheng commanded sternly, junior sisters, each of you pick an opponent, slay them in master's stead. The two sides now faced off directly. Sun Wuxiao squared up against the giant. Sun Wuxiao had chosen the giant as her target, despite the giant's grotesque appearance turning her face a shade paler. The great emperor equal to heaven was no empty title, her fire chi was already blazing behind her. The giant's expression grew even more bizarre. He carried an enormous iron axe on his shoulder, its blade several times the size of his own head. Teibai frowned, her aura surging, as she fixed her gaze on the masked figure. The figure was completely shrouded. His face hidden, no emotion was visible. All that was known was that he, too, was watching her. Zhu Cheng had originally planned to team up with Aoyang Leng in a twin-sword combination to eliminate the 2 fairy maidens. But Aoyang Leng suddenly raised her hand to stop her. She said, eldest senior sister, leave those 2 to me. I want to test just how far my strength has reached after breaking through. Zhu Cheng nodded from behind, entrusting the heavy responsibility, and let Aoyang Leng advance a few steps. Very well, senior sister trusts you. The king fairy maiden raised an eyebrow slightly, smiling as she asked, wasn't it supposed to be 2 against 2? The Zif fairy maiden beside her mirrored the same expression. Zhu Cheng turned away, her reply dripping with mockery. To deal with 2 weaklings like you, my junior sister alone is more than enough. Zih made a show of stroking her chin, sizing up Aoyang Leng as though she were a child. Dark-skinned little sister, playing at being a flood dragon are we? Have you even grown all your scales yet? Aoyang Leng gripped twin sabers at the ready, the blades crackling with electric light. Her lightning technique appeared formidable. Why waste words? Come. Zhu Cheng approached from afar and called out, Master He, why are you back? Yi Bei, seeing her return, which was not according to plan, was somewhat surprised. Zhu Cheng answered honestly, the 8th junior sister wishes to test herself. She has decided to face 2 Emperor Venerables alone. How about it? In the end, it's still 2 against 2. The short-haired one remarked. In truth, whether 1 or 2 opponents, the Xingyao sacred ground harbored no fear whatsoever. Yi Bei reached behind Zhu Cheng, his fingers threading through her long hair. He smoothly wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close, lifting her lightly with one hand. He spoke with effortless arrogance. I should actually thank you lot for today volunteering yourselves as training fodder for my disciples. At such close range, Zhu Cheng's face could no longer hide its blushing embarrassment. The long-haired one gathered blazing crimson demonic power in his palm, the surrounding air warping. With mocking arrogance, he declared, fine then. Killing you today will serve as eliminating 1 more variable from the outer battlefield. The demonic power darkened with each passing moment, swirling at its core into a brilliant crimson radiance. Master and disciple, their minds linked without a single glance, silently confirmed their respective targets. Eldest girl, the short-haired one is yours. Zhu Cheng harbored the exact same thought. The short-haired one had long viewed master and disciple as a thorn in his side. His irritation festered. He looked down on Zhu Cheng, the rightful sect master of the demonic cult, ranked 12th on the Godslayer rankings. Peerless in absolute power, yet she fawned coyly in a man's arms. The sight was truly nauseating. Hearing those words, her eyes blazed instantly. The fury had reached its peak. her entire body ignited, as though something long sealed had broken free from its bonds. "You may insult me, but you dare insult my master. You dare insult my feelings for him." With that, she gathered a powerful surge of technique energy in her palm. The surrounding motes of light converged into it, emitting beams of purple radiance. "Prepare to face divine punishment." Zhu Cheng charged forward, unleashing her technique. The impact thundered across the distance. A blackish-purple beam of power, shaped like a colossal claw, hurtled toward her opponent like a raging gale, seizing everything in its path. He stood calmly in place. The short-haired one leaped high to dodge. The terrifying force swept past him. Had he been even a second slower, he would have been shredded to nothing. He shot a glance, acknowledging the power. This destructive force is truly terrifying. Suddenly, a flash of alarm crossed his eyes. From the left, Zhu Cheng in her surge of power hurtled toward him. She struck in a flash. He reacted in time, sweeping his hand to deploy a blocking technique. Her rapid follow-up caught him completely off guard. The force continued its momentum, the claw strike from before leading the charge a direct, overwhelming pounce. The short-haired one hastily crossed his arms in an X-guard, forming a defensive barrier. Both streaks, one purple, one black, vanished simultaneously. Yi Bei raised a hand to shield his brow, his eyes tracking the fading light trails from the fierce clash. He chuckled softly, the corners of his lips curving into a wistful smile. This silly girl, still as hot-tempered as ever. But before he could sink into memories, a voice sharp as ice and dripping with arrogance rang out from ahead. "Still have time to worry about others. Your opponent is right here." Yi Bei lowered his hand and withdrew his gaze. His focus finally shifted to his opponent. The surrounding space seemed to shatter in an instant. Crimson vortexes filled the sky, linked by threads of blood-red lightning interweaving like an electric net, activating a massive formation array. At its center, the long-haired one raised his hand high, manipulating the entire formation. Yi Bei's eyes narrowed, his expression darkened, a flicker of doubt crossing his features as he paused to scrutinize. He crossed his arms, his expression as though he could read his opponent's mind, and calmly exposed the technique. "Kid, if I'm not mistaken, those insects of yours are the celestial star primordial fire, correct? What's the matter, want to see the hellfire?" The long-haired one, hearing the contempt laced in Yi Bei's words, immediately unleashed the hellfire. Black flames erupted, surging and releasing in waves, deep crimson fire, like hellfire smoldering in the abyss, roaring upward. He pointed decisively at Yi Bei, commanding his divine technique to lock onto that target. Yi Bei showed not the slightest tremor. He calmly gathered streams of blue-white lightning into his palm. He tilts his head slightly and casually drops exactly 4 words, "Cold as steel, that is my intent." On Luo Zucheng's side, the junior sisters wage their own fierce battle no less intense. Wave after wave of mighty force strikes down from above. The ground where the impacts land shatters into fragments of all sizes. Rubble and dust explode outward at speeds the naked eye cannot follow, leaving only blazing afterimage white streaks tearing through the air. The giant looms toward his target, his massive body radiating an invisible suppressive force. He swings his wing-shaped axe overhead, the blade brimming with crimson lightning power, rings of light coiling tight around its edge. He roars a show of dominance, Ula. Sun Wuxiao's fists now flicker with blue flames, utterly unfazed by the oppressive killing intent he exudes. Sun Wuxiao flashes a battle-hungry grin and praises, "Not bad, you're a strong one." Blue flames crackle around her fists, hissing in bursts, wrapped in a layer of verdant light brimming with vitality. Sun Wuxiao states simply, "30-fold World King Fist." The words barely leave her lips before the giant roars again. A fist blazing with fire surges to meet the descending red axe. The two blazing forces collide, and the heavens thunder with the explosion. Her figure melds into the torrent of blue flames as she charges forward to meet the challenge head-on. Elsewhere, Teibai soars through the air like the wind, her sword strokes slicing space into star-shaped trajectories. Behind her, the grand sword formation manifests as a radiant circle half blue, half red, carrying the splendor of the Milky Way. The masked figure, bare-chested and crackling with lightning, lifts his head to glare at Teibai. Chaotic energy gathers into several purple-blue sparks that spread wide a sinister abyss of darkness contrasting against her radiancy as he growls fiercely. Teibai swoops down, the masked figure surges forward, sword collides with sorcery and a white flash erupts. The tremendous force sweeps across the ground, the shockwave triggering a landslide explosion that illuminates the surrounding void. On this side, the Jingsong Emperor Venerable witnesses it all. Fairy King He raises a hand to cover her mouth and laughs. Sisters, you truly are formidable. In a one-on-one duel, you haven't fallen into the slightest disadvantage. Zia follows up with a blunt taunt. But with only a single pair of hands, where does your confidence come from to dare face two opponents at once? Ouyang Leng's expression hardens, realizing they regard him as nothing more than a shrimp. The corner of his lips curls slightly upward. Who said I only have a single pair of hands? Golden sorceress light spreads from his back to his shoulders, gradually taking shape. Shadows coalesce into clearly defined arms. Additional limbs sprout from his back, each wielding a magic sword. They weave into a formation of concentric rings blazing like the sun, while Ouyang Leng himself grips twin swords gleaming with spiritual radiance. Ziha shows no surprise. She has long since gathered sufficient power into a sphere too large to hold in her hands. The longer one gazes upon the orb, the more it resembles a great pupil. Ziha speaks nonchalantly. Interesting, but we have no intention of fighting you on those terms. She lifts it with her power. The sphere swells by the second until it could easily swallow dozens of people whole. Even Ouyang Leng's imposing aura falters before this fearsome weapon of the two female emperor venerables. She feels the orb's immense gravitational pull dragging her in. Gritting her teeth, she braces her stance and mutters, such terrifying power. Nearby, Sun Wuxiao suddenly slides backward, clearly being dragged by the invisible gravitational pull. Even the surrounding rocks and earth are not spared. Caught off guard, she cannot resist in time, her eyes widening in alarm. Teibai, also caught in the gravitational pull, is dragged to within a few meters of Sun Wuxiao. Massive boulders hurtle past their faces. Unable to grasp the situation, Sun Wuxiao asks fourth senior sister what's happening. Teibai's expression turns grave. An overwhelmingly powerful force is pulling us in. The orb high above seems to wield ultimate dominion, sucking all fractured rock and earth into the sky, dominating the vast terrain. Sun Wuxiao loses her composure, clenching her fists, words spilling from a troubled mind. Damn it, we need to find a way to destroy that thing. From behind, A Leng's voice rings out, fifth senior sister, don't panic. If we join forces, we can destroy it. Sun Wuxiao turns to look at the eighth disciple. Teibai's azure lotus sword dance crackles with her signature purple lightning, radiating fierce momentum. Sun Wuxiao's tenfold world king fist erupts with fierce green energy, her Ula chains slash a testament to her bold arrogance. Meanwhile, a searing current radiates heat through Ouyang Leng's veins. Teibai builds momentum and swings her sword in sweeping arcs through the air. Her blue and purple techniques intertwine beautifully, as if painting the cosmos itself. Sun Wuxiao gathers fist energy in her palms, lightning crackling with power, and surges forward. Ouyang Leng charges in with a torrent of blazing fire, his sword strike utterly unyielding. The three techniques converge as 1-3 strikes from three directions assault the orb simultaneously, blasting it apart in midair. Above, the sky trembles. Below, a chain of electrical impulses sweeps across the space. Even beside the celestial ladder, everything seems dwarfed. The orb leaves behind a glittering afterimage, refracting a halo like crystal. Yi Bei watches from beginning to end, satisfaction swelling in his heart. He silently praises, my disciples know how to cooperate splendidly. Excellent. Back to Luo Zucheng, her battle shows no sign of ending. She pursues the short-haired enemy with her techniques, carving blazing purple arcs across the sky. He stands firm within his barrier, left hand extended to maintain the shield, poised and ready. Luo Zucheng's eyes blaze with fury. She channels all her strength into a devastating kick imbued with the way of heavenly lightning. The destructive force of Luo Zucheng's blow shakes the entire region, spreading with terrifying magnitude. His barrier holds, but the surrounding earth and rock are flung helplessly backward, sent flying by a single palm strike from Luo Zucheng. Yi Bei feels that his years of teaching have been somewhat repaid. Witnessing his disciples fight, a surge of pride rises in his chest. He praises without reservation, my disciples have improved immensely. This master is thoroughly at ease. The long-haired enemy raises his voice, swirling a torrent of red demonic power in his hand, preparing to strike. Still worrying about your disciples? You should worry about yourself first. The so-called hellfire surges forward, accompanied by thousands of bizarre, ancient insects buzzing ominously. They bare their fangs, beating their wings in a deafening cacophony. Yi Bei, his aura lofty as the highest peak, gazes down at the swarm of vicious insects closing in on him. Returning to Luo Zucheng's battlefield, the initial impact was powerful enough to bleach an entire area white, but the battle is far from over. Luo Zucheng's relentless punches struggle to push back that barrier. The short-haired enemy leans into a defensive stance. He speaks to her, "Foolish girl, do you even understand the history of the Tiangshuan Plain?" His right hand swings up an axe blazing with red fire, and he bellows, "Let this 2,000-year-old elder teach you a lesson." Luo Zucheng's eyes widen at the blade hurtling toward her. A white radiance sweeps across the ground at blinding speed. Luo Zucheng leaps back just in time to dodge, but the attack relentlessly pursues. The short-haired enemy's gaze locks on, fixing his prey in his sights. He declares in a low voice, "Don't even think of running." He channels his power and hurls the axe spinning like a disc, homing in on the exact position. Luo Zucheng's reflexes are razor-sharp. She twists and retreats instantly, the axe grazing perilously close to her flesh. Yi Bei's hand gathers a ring of green light. He commands, "Come." Instantly, the axe changes trajectory, swooping past Luo Zucheng and shooting straight toward Yi Bei. The short-haired enemy having missed his target and lost his weapon roars in fury, "My axe." Luo Zucheng looks over and calls out. Master Yi Bei has seized the prize at just the right moment and smiles with satisfaction. The Zacian axe can strike down insects. He hurls the axe, cleaving through the hellfire insects in a single stroke, utterly obliterating the long-haired enemy's technique. Luo Zucheng calls out belatedly, "Master, leave some for me." The short-haired enemy, driven mad by Yi Bei's master-disciple duo, turns livid, eyes burning crimson. He swings his axe furiously and screams, "Don't you dare underestimate me. Elder Changyuan is over 2,000 years old." Facing his unstoppable onslaught, she shows not the slightest tremble, settling into a fighting stance. Luo Zucheng's pupils frost over with ice. In the depths of her eyes, killing intent stands unshaken. She calmly invokes the destruction Grand Tao. Instantly, a powerful torrent of energy spirals around her body like lightning before surging toward him. This is no simple counterattack. The long-haired one on the side panics and shouts his teammate's name, "Killer." Yi Bei seizes the opportunity and sprints away. He is still staring wide-eyed in shock when he spots Yi Bei running ginly, then does he snap awake. He gives chase while screaming, "Yi Bei, don't you dare dream of ascending to the path of immortality." Yi Bei smirks, thoroughly pleased with himself. What perfect timing. Suddenly, a blazing red vortex tears open in the sky, enveloping the celestial ladder and radiating a blinding halo. Yi Bei finds this strange and abruptly halts. He looks up in astonishment, a question mark forming in his mind. What is this? From the heavens, an old man's face peers down a red beard and long nose. So this is the calamity that the Xingyao sacred ground warned of regarding the celestial ladder. Hong Chen waves his hand, conjuring blinding streaks of light. He speaks in a stern voice, "Those without qualification need not dream of ascending the celestial ladder." Hearing this, Yi Bei is somewhat startled. A powerful surge of light envelops Hong Chen's body. He glances aside as a streak of light sweeps past. The two enemies are struck with terror by the spectacle. Unable to dodge in time, one of them is swallowed whole, his entire body seeming to evaporate. Seeing this, Yi Bei murmurs under his breath, "Serves him right." Hong Chen stands like a deity, gazing down from on high. He asks in a commanding voice, "Is your name Yi Bei, young man?" Yi Bei replies calmly, "That is correct, I am Yi Bei." He continues, "The Tiangshuan Plain, so it finally has someone worthy. A straight-talking man who speaks no obscures. I am the foremost being of the Tiangshuan Plain to have stepped into the void immortal realm. Today, I have come to test you." Hearing this, Yi Bei's face clearly reveals his delight. He is so pleased he could burst. Hong Chen lowers his head slightly, chuckles softly, then speaks, "If you wish to enter the void immortal realm, then sing with me." Under the dim, ethereal light, Hong Chen begins to belt out his song with fervor. "Hong Chen is the greatest, Hong Chen is the strongest, sing along with me. Hong Chen is the greatest, Hong Chen is the strongest." Seeing that burning passion, Yi Bei is momentarily rendered speechless. He thinks to himself in disbelief, is this truly the number one of the Tiangshuan Plain from back then? The three disciples smile awkwardly, thinking to themselves, is this truly the world of the strong? Yi Bei shouts, "Where do you think you're going? Instead of helping me eliminate this trash, you come here wanting me to sing and dance with you." Hong Chen points downward, saying leisurely, "You still have 9 steps left on the ladder, hurry up and climb." Yi Bei ascends step by step. But suddenly a bolt of lightning strikes down beside him, startling him. He shouts in anger, "What are you doing? Are you messing with me?" Seeing this, Hong Chen simply crosses his arms before his chest, his voice brimming with smugness. "It's no trick. The final 10 steps of the celestial ladder reach one you ascend brings an irresistible trial. There's even a risk of utter annihilation." Undaunted, Yi Bei continues ascending. He speaks with defiance, "Just one more step. Let's see what else you can do." Hong Chen bursts out laughing, asking again, "Are you sure you won't sing?" Yi Bei answers confidently, "I came to ascend the celestial ladder, not to sing." The moment the words leave his mouth, his body suddenly freezes in place. Yi Bei thinks to himself, "Damn it, what's happening? My body won't move." Hong Chen smirks, speaking with satisfaction, "Brat, this old man quite likes that unyielding spirit of yours. But if you won't listen to me, there's nothing I can do. The trial of the celestial ladder is not something you can resist." Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning rain down upon him. Yet Yi Bei can only watch, unable to do a thing. Amid the deep blue sky, his body vanishes into the void. Teibai exclaims in shock, "Master, he's vanished." Yi Bei is transported to an unfamiliar dimension. He surveys his surroundings, murmuring, "This doesn't seem to be the entrance to the void immortal realm." Yi Bei shouts, "Hong Chen, get your ass out here!" The old man's face materializes behind him, his voice sinister, "Little brother, this is a time-space distortion zone not under my jurisdiction." Yi Bei's hand shoots out, seizing Hong Chen's beard and yanking hard, "Old dog, I've already climbed the celestial ladder, so why am I not entering the void immortal realm? Explain yourself." The old man yelps in pain. "Can you stop pulling? This old man truly just came to tease you." Hong Chen glances at him sidelong, continuing, "When exactly did you finish ascending the celestial ladder? Are you pretending? I am the number one of the Tiangshuan plane. You think I can't see through you?" Yi Bei lets out a thoughtful "Oh, go ahead, guess what I'm pretending." Hong Chen grits his teeth in frustration. He replies, "Brat, you and I were equally cunning back then. Knowing someone wanted to block your ascension and had sealed the passage to the void immortal realm, at the very moment the lightning struck, you used your full power to warp time and space." Yi Bei speaks with undisguised pride. "Old Hong Chen, you're half right, but I only used half my strength." Hearing this, Hong Chen is briefly stunned. He clears his throat a few times and admits, "In truth, I also only used half." He raises both hands, conjuring a hazy stream of spiritual power. Yi Bei declares, "I saved the other half for now." Seeing the sight before him, Hong Chen asks in astonishment, "What are you doing?" Beneath the blinding radiance, he continues, "My dear first disciple, your destruction grand Dai, your master, can manifest it right here." Seeing this, Hong Chen praises him, "Not bad, brat. You're using the destruction grand Dao to gather the overloaded energy, warping time and space once more. You're turning the very energy that blocked your entry into the void immortal realm into a mark of karmic reincarnation." Suddenly, dazzling bolts of lightning erupt across the sky. Li Kui exclaims in shock, pointing upward, "Look, has the illusory scenery appeared?" Hangshan adds, "I thought Lord Yi Bei was done for. As expected, nothing can faze him." Yi Bei raises a brilliant golden sphere in one hand. Laughing aloud, "Immortal gate, your void immortal realm truly loves playing games of illusion and concealment." Yi Bei continues, "The celestial ladder is meant for undergoing tribulation and ascending. Yet you tried to drive me to my death. If I weren't strong enough, who knows how many times I'd have died already. Since that's the case, you no longer need to exist." His raised arm descends in a commanding gesture. The golden sphere surges forward. The sphere crashes down, unleashing a devastating impact. Yi Bei clenches his fist and roars, "Explode." The instant the word leaves his lips, a massive explosion erupts. Shattered fragments scatter in every direction. He steps through the newly fractured void and remarks, "Now this is the real immortal gate." Light pours from the rift, engulfing an entire corner of the sky. A gentle stream of light drifts in from somewhere, enveloping the bodies of Ayang Leng and Sun Wuxiao. She looks bewildered, murmuring softly, "This light feels so soothing. It feels like my realm has been infused with power." Enveloped in the light, Yi Bei silently assesses the situation. He can sense the divine essence of this place is incredibly dense. But why have I only broken through to the Emperor Venerable realm? Is this celestial ladder one that accumulates much but yields little in breakthroughs, or is it toying with us? Suddenly a voice rings out, "If you wish to fight my master, you'll have to go through me first," he declares. Yi Bei gazes downward, filled with curiosity. Luo Zucheng stands facing 10 late-stage Emperor Venerables. One of them speaks up. Yi Bei just broke through to the Emperor Venerable realm and already caused such a commotion. A man who just broke through to Emperor Venerable don't be so arrogant. Yi Bei descends gently beside her, responding calmly. 10 Emperor Venerable Realm cultivators have arrived already. Are these the words of those who refuse to accept that I allowed the Tiangshuan plane to absorb the celestial ladder's power? Luo Zucheng calls out softly, "Master, She stares them down and continues, Master, these 10 late-stage Emperor Venerables must have far too much free time. They're just looking for trouble. He merely chuckles, speaking calmly, a bunch of idlers with full bellies and nothing better to do. One of the 10 speaks up again. The celestial ladder opened the jade immortal pavilion and unleashed such tremendous energy. Yet you only managed to break through to Emperor Venerable. You're truly worthless. You'd be better off handing that energy over to us. Yi Bei taunts coolly, if you have the strength, come and take it. The moment the words leave his mouth, they charge at him, shouting, Kill him and seize the immortal pavilion's energy. Yi Bei scoffs, they truly don't know their own limits. Suddenly his eyes widen, formation rings materialize in his pupils. From above, waves of demonic power rain down with savage fury. A trembling voice stammers, they're dead. Luo Zucheng stares at the chaotic devastation before her in utter disbelief. Her eyes widen as she watches, her voice brimming with awe, a single fist, and he obliterated 10 late-stage Emperor Venerables. Luo Zucheng continues, Master, you helped the entire Tangshuan plain cultivate, and these ingrates still refuse to submit. They even dare covet the immortal pavilion's energy. They truly don't know what's good for them. Yi Bei responds gently, Girl, there are still many more who refuse to submit. Do you believe me? She turns to him and replies, Of course I believe Master's words, but I still find it utterly unreasonable. After all, this benefits everyone. He smiles faintly, his voice full of certainty. It seems the number of those who refuse to submit is still vast. Hundreds of cultivators surge toward them, darkening the entire sky. Swiftly, all of Yi Bei's disciples gather. He speaks with amusement, I prefer them coming in droves. After all, besides your master, my disciples also need some practice. The moment he finishes speaking, his 3 disciples surge forward, his voice still echoing in their ears, my disciples-charge. Slaughter every last Emperor Venerable. From this day forward, you shall dominate both rankings. At the same time, the enemy mob charges forward in a frenzy. They scream relentlessly, Kill them, we need that power too. Yi Bei is incapable of treating people fairly. Drash. In stark contrast to the chaos before them, Yi Bei and Luo Zucheng remain eerily calm. He murmurs softly, Beyond those who refuse to submit, there are also delusional ones driven by jealousy. These people are truly terrifying. The battle between the two sides rages fiercely. The cultivators refuse to relent, charging forward wave after wave. The battle descends into utter chaos. The entire space is consumed by an eerie purple-black hue. Yi Bei's female disciples move with the speed of light, carving perfect arcs of destruction. He praises them, all of you have improved greatly. Luo Zucheng claps her hands joyfully beside him. Beaming, let's give everyone a round of applause for their progress. Suddenly, several figures charge toward the two of them. Yi Bei, seemingly unconcerned, says coolly, These fools who seek their own deaths, leave them to my first disciple. Take this, Luo Zucheng exclaims, Divine cannon. The enemy sneers contemptuously, You golden-haired girl, a cannon. What kind of weapon is that supposed to be? It can't possibly kill anyone. Her entire body radiates killing intent. Luo Zucheng raises her voice, threatening the fools, Come and find out. Her whip lashes forward like an endless streak of light. One of them, caught off guard, barely grazes it. He freezes in an instant, the whip coils tightly around his body. His limbs cannot move. Realizing what has happened, he panics, thrashing wildly. Before Luo Zucheng, each attacker still surges forward like lightning. Gu Hangshan suddenly freezes in his tracks. Thinking to himself, this guy is incredible, killing Emperor Venerables is like crushing mosquitoes to him. Thank heavens I didn't pick the wrong side. Several of them turn and flee in terror. They cry out in panic, We miscalculated. These creatures are no ordinary Emperor Venerables. Retreat. Yi Bei extends his hand and shouts his command, All disciples, pursue them. Don't let the experience points escape. Hearing this, Sun Wuxiao chuckles softly and responds with delight. Defying Wuxiao's expectations, Taibai's face reveals unwavering resolve. Ouyang Leng doesn't flinch either, she stares straight ahead with deadly seriousness. Luo Zucheng remains utterly expressionless, her piercing gaze fixed upon them. Several days later, a jet-black stone tablet materializes out of thin air. At a glance, golden characters can be seen radiating light upon its surface. System announcements flicker into existence across the void. Rank 49 on the God-killing rankings, Sun Wuxiao of the Heavenly Profound Plane. Rank 48 on the God-killing rankings, Taibai of the Heavenly Profound Plane. Rank 47 on the God-killing rankings, Ouyang Leng of the Heavenly Profound Plane. Rank 45 on the God-killing rankings, Yi Bei of the Heavenly Profound Plane. Rank 35 on the God-killing rankings, Gu Hangshan of the Heavenly Profound Plane. Across the vast expanse of sky, a small vortex materializes from nothing, radiating a brilliant glow. The vortex gradually expands. Its light intensifies, growing ever more dazzling. From within the vortex, Zhang Shu and Fu Zheng step forth. Zhang Shu speaks up. The spiritual power density of this rabble is practically refusates enough to make one wretch. Fu Zheng chimes in beside him. Indeed, if not for Hong Chen and Yi Bei, even given another 10,000 years, they couldn't cultivate anything worthwhile. He furrows his brow, his expression turning grave, and continues, we should hurry and complete the task our celestial lord entrusted to us. The two continue to hover in midair. Zhang Shu speaks again, regardless, if Yi Bei hadn't ascended, the two of us would never have had the chance to descend to the lower realm. Fu Zheng nods in agreement. Brother Zhang speaks the truth. Only when someone intercepts the celestial path can the plain passageway be opened, granting us this opportunity to descend. Zhang Shu adds, following the celestial lord's will, I shall head to the Tianla sacred ground to help restore their former glory. Fu Zheng nods beside him. The celestial lord speaks wisely. Then I shall pay a visit to the Tianchai sacred ground to gather some intelligence. No sooner had the words left his lips than the two split off in opposite directions, their voices trailing behind. Let us meet again once our tasks are complete. Her delicate, porcelain feet leisurely dip into the water. Luo Zucheng turns to Yi Bei and says, Master, here is the God Slayer cannon back to you. This time we owe our success to it. He smiles gently, savoring the comfort of the water, and replies, keep it. Consider it a gift from your master. Suddenly, the God Slayer cannon shifts of its own accord. Luo Zucheng screams as the tendril coils tightly around her body. Seeing this, Yi Bei bursts into laughter. All right, no more teasing. Only then does Luo Zucheng calm down, beaming as she says, Master, I also have a gift for you. Please look down into the water. As if by chance, his roving eyes wander shamelessly until blood practically spurts from his nose. She notices and clutches her body in embarrassment, shrieking, You! Where are you looking? I meant down in the water. The moment the words leave her mouth, Yi Bei plunges beneath the surface. Bubbles rise steadily to the top. A moment later, he resurfaces clutching a stone in his hand. Found it. Luo Zucheng grins radiantly. That's the qualification material for the Twin Heavens rankings. With it in hand, we'll definitely break into the top 5. Yi Bei examines the stone and nods approvingly. Well done, but the materials on the rankings list are only enough for one person to use. Luo Zucheng smiles brightly. This is material your disciples specially gathered for you, master. Of course it's for you to use. Amidst the serene atmosphere, Yi Bei's voice rings out once more. That won't do. This is a matter concerning our entire sect. Tomorrow we head to Black Tower Square. There's bound to be the intelligence we need. Luo Zucheng tosses a bundle of papers high into the air. Standing tall, she declares in a booming voice, I, Luo Zucheng, demand all available intelligence on the top 20 of the Twin Heavens rankings. Bring me everything you have, name your own price. With Yi Bei and Luo Zucheng standing before the crowd, she continues, within 2 days. Gather all materials and deliver them to Black Tower Square. Whoever brings useful information shall be handsomely rewarded. The crowd below erupts into cheers, eager to earn their fortune. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise from seemingly nowhere. No need to wait 2 days. Yi Bei asks in confusion, who's there? Nearby, 2 figures lean back to back against each other, greeting them with unmistakable flair. We are the first singing troupe of the Outer Battlefield Dragon Phoenix legend. Luo Zucheng and Yi Bei exchange bewildered glances. Wandering minstrels. They pay no mind to the stunned expressions and press on, please call us singers. We're here to gift you experience points. The two suddenly turn dead serious. Yi Bei asks in a heavy tone, gift us experience points. Flustered by the killing intent, they hastily explain, wait, we don't mean you should turn us into experience points for yourselves. Hearing this, Yi Bei lets out a soft oh. They breathe a sigh of relief and laugh sheepishly. We're singers who have traveled the land, performing across every outer battlefield. We've met more people than songs we've ever sung, so we're here to help you track down experience points. The one beside him adds, when it comes to intelligence on the Twin Heavens rankings, no one knows more than we do. The two continue, we've long admired the husband and wife duo that you are, and have always wanted to collaborate with you at least once. The young man grins and negotiates, whatever the two of you want, we have it all. But we have a condition of our own. Yi Bei responds with a hint of amusement, you wish to negotiate terms with me. Luo Zucheng has already stopped paying attention to her surroundings. She simply lowers her head, her face flushed crimson. Husband and wife. The young man produces a blue card and speaks softly. I need the two of you to cooperate. Just show your faces on this. Yi stares at the object in his hand and asks in confusion, what is this? In an instant, the object transforms into a tablet-like screen. The blue-haired young man grins. Honored ones, do me this favor, the higher you climb in rank, the more your heroic figures will be displayed across the plains. Yi freezes, then asks in bewilderment, a live stream. He turns to Luo Zucheng. Lass, give it a try. She presses the switch with her index finger and says it works perfectly. Suddenly the massive screen flickers to life, displaying the images of the two. Look at that, Luo Zucheng exclaims in excitement, laughing joyfully. It can even do this. The young man taps the screen and continues, imagine our heroic figures displayed right here, like a music track blasting on stage. Incredibly impressive, he points down at the crowd below and shouts, look, this is your magnetism together. We'll bring excitement to every outer battlefield across the land. Yi strokes his chin thoughtfully. I see now. This performance will earn you far more than a few times the bounty reward, won't it? They lower their heads respectfully. Truly, nothing can escape Lord Yi's discerning eyes. Their voices continue, then what are we waiting for? The Jade Medallion and the rankings list of the strongall of it is yours. Yi crosses his arms and smiles. I'm impressed. Beside him, Luo Zucheng nods eagerly, yes, yes. Several days later, the screen continuously displays images of Yi and Luo Zucheng alongside news of their surging ranks. God-killing rankings rank 20, combat merit rankings rank 26, God-killing rankings rank 15, combat merit rankings rank 18. He has become nothing short of a celebrity. The announcements keep pouring in. God-killing rankings rank 10, combat merit rankings rank 14. She fights without rest. God-killing rankings rank 9, combat merit rankings rank 11. God-killing rankings rank 7, combat merit rankings rank 10. Yi grips his sword, an aura of terrifying power surging to the heavens. God-killing rankings rank 6, combat merit rankings rank 8. Their ranks continue to soar. God-killing rankings rank 4, combat merit rankings rank 6. Finally, after several days, both of their rankings have skyrocketed beyond all expectations. Luo Zucheng rank 3 on the God-killing rankings, rank 4 on the combat merit rankings. Yi rank 2 on the God-killing rankings, rank 3 on the combat merit rankings. Standing before the square, they speak with voices brimming with admiration. Just as expected, in a mere 10 days, both of you have broken into the top 3 of both rankings. Being able to stand alongside our idols, what a joy it is. Yi is about to leave when he turns back and says softly, I also thank you both for the intelligence you provided. The young man clutches his belongings tightly and murmurs, ah, right Lord Yi, yesterday during our mobile performance. A fan from the Tianchai Sacred Ground mentioned that the forces you stationed there have been slaughtered to the last man. The moment those words fall, both of them speak in unison, who did this? The young man scratches his face and says hesitantly, matters beyond the outer battlefield. I'm not clear on the details. If you have the time, it would be best to go see for yourself. Yi turns to them and says solemnly, very well, thank you both for everything these past days. Yi suddenly becomes more serious than ever before. He whispers, lass, there's no need to farm ranks anymore. Once the 2 ranking systems distribute their rewards tomorrow, we head straight to the Tianchai Sacred Ground to assess the situation. 3 days prior at the Tianchai Sacred Ground, a furious voice echoes across the land, who is it? Who dares? A subordinate marches up before Fu Zhang and bellows, who's making all this racket? Don't you know this territory belongs to Lord Yi? The instant those words leave his mouth, a powerful hand surges forward and clamps around his throat. Even hoisted into midair, the subordinate shows not a shred of fear. He shouts, who are you? How dare you lay hands on me? Lord Yi will surely deal with you. Fu Zhang shows no mercy. He retorts, who does this Yi think he is? The Tianchai Sacred Ground is the homeland of our celestial lordiate. He dares to claim it as his own. The subordinate grabs at his hand, trying desperately to pry it free, and snarls through gritted teeth, Lord Yi single-handedly conquered the Tianchai Sacred Ground and stationed us here to guard it. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain tears through Himhai's eyes, flying wide open. Fu Zhang shows not the slightest hesitation. Without mercy, he crushes the life out of the man. His face twists with rage as Fu Zhang growls, you dare slaughter my Tianchai disciples. I shall purge every last one of you in the name of our celestial lord. Yi's enmity between us two has grown far too great to ignore. A massive crowd has gathered outside the gates. Among the crowd, a young man sweeps his gaze across the scene and speaks up. The Twin Heavens Rankings rewards are about to be announced. I wonder what the prizes will be this time. Another person chimes in with a mocking tone, remarking that those two freaks of nature, Yi Bei and Zhu Cheng, are probably about to awaken some new power again. All eyes turn upward, eagerly awaiting their appearance. The two of them swiftly materialize in the center of the crowd. A surge of spiritual power envelops their bodies, lifting them high into the sky. The two of them settle within a luminous formation circle. Luo Zucheng can no longer endure it. She speaks up, "Master, my body is burning up." Yi Bei hears this and encourages her with a stern voice. "Hold on, girl, this proves the reward is well worth the pain." Below them, another figure stands on the ground, tilting his head upward to watch. Such overwhelming energy. Is this truly the reward of the Twin Heavens Rankings? Suddenly, countless luminous fragments materialize around him, taking him by surprise. Yi Bei strokes his chin and queries aloud, "World power, what exactly is that?" The system instantly responds. A world tree is growing within the host's body. A tiny speck of light suddenly ignites in the center of Yi Bei's chest. He immediately pulls open his robes to inspect it. The system quickly displays a new readout. The current level of world power is 0. Special ability acquired: spatiotemporal displacement and consciousness comprehension. Should the host consent, they may create a new environment within the desolate world while simultaneously gaining awareness of every living creature within it. Level up condition: 1,000 souls. Yi Bei sees this and immediately mutters, 1,000 people, it seems this wants me to go around harvesting heads. He figures that world power means within his own small world, he is the master of all creation. Space and time alike bend to his will. Yi Bei rests his hand on his chin, his expression contemplative. He wonders, could I conjure up a pretty lass in there, I wonder? Suddenly, the system below flashes continuously with new warnings. Warnings, warning, the current worlds cannot generate human life. The warning board blares again, leaving him helpless. He can only sigh in exasperation. Fine, fine, I get it. Yi Bei stands before the circle and says he'll go outside to check on the girl. Murmurs and hushed whispers ripple through the crowd. Last time I ranked on the God Slaughter rankings with 2,000 kills, all I got was a single superior grade spirit stone. That's not too bad, honestly. I only received an ancient scroll. I wonder what Lord Yi Bei received. No more voices emerge as the sphere begins pulsing violently. One of them exclaims in awe, "What overwhelming power!" Yi Bei slowly steps through the gate. It seems the girl has reaped quite the harvest as well. He places a hand atop his head and muses, "Let me see how far that girl has progressed." Yi Bei's gaze turns sharp and cold. The scene reveals a formation circle being struck by bolts of lightning descending from the heavens above. Inside the circle lies Luo Zucheng. His face instantly flushes crimson, his mind screaming, "Where are this girl's clothes?" He immediately channels his technique, sending a cascade of light downward. He roars, "Everyone get the hell out!" The overwhelming surge of power instantly sends everyone flying, leaving no room for protest. Now only Yi Bei and Luo Zucheng remain. He grits his teeth, damn it all. Had I known the girl would finish cultivating so soon, I should have retreated into the world first. Yi Bei closes his eyes tightly, then speaks. Before this girl wakes up, it seems I'll have to stand guard here the entire time. Below, a great multitude stands in orderly formation, listening attentively to the announcement being made. The immortal sovereign has sent me down for two purposes: first, to restore the Tianla sacred ground to its former glory; second, to select gifted youths to join the sects of the upper realm. The moment those words leave his mouth, two young men below immediately vie to speak. The upper realm has boundless spiritual energy and inexhaustible resources. Anyone who ascends there would strike it rich beyond measure, wouldn't they? Exactly. Look at this immortal, still young, yet already at the mid-tier of the Emperor Venerable Realm. Trenthok continues to speak. In 2 days, a breakthrough ceremony will be held here. The immortal sovereign's grace shall bestow a bright future upon the entire clan. Everyone shouts in unison, "We thank the immortal sovereign." Suddenly, a hand reaches out from behind Trenthok. Creeping toward him as he continues his address, a voice murmurs, "I wonder, how is the Vice Realm Warden doing?" The hand swiftly lands on his shoulder, freezing Trenthok in place. He whips around with a snarl. "Who dares ambush me?" It is none other than Thien Liat herself, her voice dripping with honeyed sweetness. "A realm warden dispatched by the immortal sovereign himself, and yet you only react after I've already placed my hand on your shoulder. It seems I truly am a rare genius." Trenthok's face instantly flushes scarlet as he desperately avoids Thien Liat's gaze. "Mist, I truly failed to sense your presence." Who are you? This emboldens her further. She leans in and begins whispering into his ear. My name is Su Thien Liat. I am exactly the person you need here at the Tianla sacred ground. Well, do you want me? The people below, seeing Thien Liat growing intimate with Trin Thuk, are enraged beyond words. That demoness again, what are you trying to do, you wretched woman? Release that immortal at once. If you want trouble, come face me instead. Shortly after, Trin Thuk composes himself, clears his throat, and addresses her. Miss, let us step apart before we speak. But she refuses to listen. Acting coquettishly, Trin Thuk insists that won't do. I want you to agree to it right now. Thien Liat murmurs softly into his ear. Realm Warden, on this Tangshuan plain, how many people do you think could embrace you without you detecting their presence? As if ensnared by her spell, he finds himself unable to break free. Trin Thuk concedes the point. Indeed, very few could manage such a feat. Having seemingly achieved her objective, Thien Liat continues. Exactly. So what are you still hesitating for? Agree to it, choose me now, let me become one of yours. The soldiers below can no longer contain themselves and bark out orders. You vixen, release him at once. Su Thien Liat, how much more trouble do you intend to stir up in the Tianla sacred ground? Thien Liat stares at them with a challenging gaze. These worthless juniors have been jealous of me for ages. Let me tell you something. Sir, I am actually Yi Bei's disciple, but I have never once submitted to that man. Take me with you, and you'll gain easy access to every piece of information about the man who just underwent tribulation. With that, Trin Thuk places his hand on her shoulder and leads her inside. What you say actually makes a great deal of sense. He nods. Come, let us continue inside to discuss matters regarding Yi Bei. Scene transition. Luo Zucheng has been cultivating in earnest. She slowly opens her eyes. Seeing this, Yi Bei smiles faintly and asks, awake, how do you feel? Hearing his voice, she immediately turns to face her master. Luo Zucheng's face brims with confidence as she reveals, I have broken through to the peak of the Emperor Venerable Realm. The Destruction Grand Dao has also advanced 2 tiers. Delighted, Yi Bei exclaims, wonderful this time. Your master has harnessed the power of the Immortal Pavilion and the Twin Heavens rankings rewards together, evolving an entirely new Grand Dao. The World Power. Hearing this, Luo Zucheng is utterly stunned. World Power isn't that the legendary ability to create and destroy heaven and earth. No sooner have the words left her lips, she freezes, her eyes darting down to her own robes. She exclaims loudly, where are my clothes? Yi Bei's calm voice is her only reply. You were cultivating up in the sky and nearly put everything on display. These words leave her flustered and she cries out, stop talking about it, please stop. Seeing her distress, Yi Bei chuckles softly and reveals, I was jesting with you, how could your master ever let anyone spy on you? Luo Zucheng grips his robes gently and whispers, yes. Scene transition. 2 strips of torn fabric lie still on the ground. Thien Liat, her figure alluring, slowly speaks, why don't I take the origin merging pill first? Trin Thuk, lying on the bed, replies, right now. You only rank 2nd in the Tianla sacred ground. The sacred master of Tianla hasn't even taken theirs yet. Hearing this, Thien Liat furrows her brow and counters, if I swallow it first, wouldn't that make me the sacred master? He continued to speak, the immortal lord and the holy lord of Tianluo are old acquaintances. If you swallow it first, you would be going against the immortal lord. She cast a glance toward Zheng Shu. World leader, let me tell you something, the one who slept with me last time was the holy lord of Tianluo. Instantly, Zheng Shu shot to his feet and raised his voice. Could it be that before he could finish, Tianli swiftly confirmed his suspicion. That's right, it is exactly as you suspect. I am the true power behind the regent. Zheng Shu's face darkened as he spoke in a deep, heavy voice. Little girl, are you playing us for fools? Tianli posed her request with a gentle tone. If you had known about my relationship with the Holy Lord, would you still have agreed to my terms earlier? Zheng Shu's hand reached for the 8 trigram circle on the bedside. The rendezvous had gone on rather long, had nearly forgot about the vice world leader. A voice emanated from within the 8 trigram device. World leader, I have discovered that the Tianchai sacred land has been completely plundered by Yi Bei. I have already slaughtered every man Yi Bei left behind here. I will wait here for Yi Bei to arrive so I can punish him. When the time comes, I will send word. Prepare your forces and come together. Suddenly, she froze, a realization dawning on her. Yi Bei. Tianli furrowed her brow, her expression displeased. She thought to herself, Yi Bei dares set foot in the Tianchai sacred land. Only now did Zheng Shu respond. That wretch, the Tianchai sacred land is the homeland of our immortal lord. Yi Bei certainly has some nerve. Tianli tilted her head, speculating. from what you are saying, you mean to kill Yi Bei. He revealed without the slightest guard. He destroyed our immortal lord's homeland, the Tianchai's sacred land. I shall punish him fittingly. Hearing this, she sidled up close to Zhang Shu. Then don't we share the same objective? He lowered the 8-trigram device, somewhat taken aback by her words. What do you mean the same? You also have a grudge against Yi Bei. She did not hesitate to lay it all bare. World leader among the 108 disciples under Yi Bei's command, I am ranked 100th. But apart from the first disciple, Luo Zucheng, not a single one is stronger than me. Yet Yi Bei has never once acknowledged me. For years, I have traversed every corner of the Tiangshuan plain, all for the day I could defeat Luo Zucheng, then overcome Yi Bei himself. Tianli continued, if I consume the origin fusion pill, within 2 days I will break through to the next realm. My defeating Yi Bei would also be helping all of you, wouldn't it? He averted his gaze and spoke. I too want you to help us deal with Yi Bei. As for the Holy Lord of Tianluo, Tianli placed a finger to her lips, her tone dripping with honeyed reassurance. Rest easy. I will persuade the Holy Lord of Tianluo. He will agree to let me consume the origin fusion pill first. Scene change, a booming voice erupted. What? The origin fusion pill requires a poison test, and it must be my Tianli who serves as the test subject. Zhang Shu held a box in his hand and spoke in a measured tone. Rather than say a person swallows the origin fusion pill, it would be more accurate to say the origin fusion pill swallows the person. Tianli stepped forward as well, her voice soft and coquettish. Holy Lord, allow me to test it first on your behalf. I am willing to sacrifice myself for our Tianluo sacred land. The Holy Lord of Tianluo lowered his voice and began to speak calmly. How could I possibly allow the brightest star of the Tianluo sacred land to risk herself as a mere test subject? At that moment a thought surfaced in his mind. We had clearly agreed that the immortal Lord would bestow the origin fusion pill upon me first. Now they stage this farce. Could it be that this world leader has secretly struck a deal with Chu Tianli? Then Zhang Shu chimed in as well. The Holy Lord has already declared her the brightest star Therefore, the likelihood of her being consumed is exceedingly low. He gritted his teeth and stared at his own pale hand. Then wouldn't the probability of me being consumed be even lower? Why not let me test it directly? Tianli began to dredge up the past. Holy Lord, have you forgotten the oath we once swore to each other? Her hand deftly traced across his broad chest. Back then, I said we would share everything with each other, and you agreed to it time and again. Having said that, Tianli probed gently. You will agree this time as well, won't you? His eyes shifted to a deep, luminous purple, as though bewitched by her charm, and he unconsciously uttered his consent. Very well. Suddenly, the Holy Lord of Tianluo's pupils blazed with searing light. Immediately after, a radiant glow erupted fiercely beside both of them. He held a luminous pearl in his hand, gazing at them with eyes brimming with contempt. So you dared to bewitch me. I didn't expose you before because your body still held some use. But I never imagined a woman like you would be so lacking in propriety as to scheme for the origin fusion pill. What surprises me even more is that the world leader himself has been bewitched by this enchantress. She was gravely wounded. Now only Zhang Shu remained, and he spoke with absolute calm. Since you have seen through us, I have nothing more to say. Chu Tianli furrowed her brow slightly and declared, Holy Lord, over these 3 months, I have proven myself to be the foremost figure of the Tianluo sacred land. He revealed bluntly, so you no longer wish to conceal your intentions. Chu Tianli, no one is blind to your ambition, but I had hoped you would know to restrain yourself. He issued his command in a stern voice. Get out, Imperial Guards. Instantly, a host of figures clad in black materialized, surrounding both of them. She held a pill in her hand and spoke in a low, measured tone. Holy Lord, I came today to negotiate with you. I never wished for things to escalate to this. After all, when we first lived together, I did harbor genuine feelings for you. When Yi Bei underwent his heavenly tribulation, I told you that my goal was to reach his level of power. I wanted you to help me, yet you have never once transmitted the sacred land's secret arts to me. If that is how it is, he showed not the slightest fear, his voice brimming with defiance. Then make your move. She immediately swallowed the pill. Chu Tianli's eyes flew wide open, her face turning ashen. A surge of powerful spiritual essence erupted from her body. Zhang Shu spoke with arrogance. It's working again, she hasn't been consumed. A torrent of power exploded forth. The Holy Lord of Tianluo was enveloped by that sphere of energy, left with no recourse but to shout orders to his subordinates. Where are my men? Chu Tianli is staging a coup. Tianli extended her hand and threw a punch before his eyes. Rings of light materialized in its wake. Those rings surged forward, binding him tight and filling him with dread. Outside, Zhang Shu's disciples were in an uproar. It has been 2 days. Isn't the breakthrough ceremony supposed to take place today? Why are the Great Hall doors still sealed? A footstep echoed softly. Inside, the Holy Lord of Tianluo desperately tried to dissuade her. Chu Tianli, if you become Holy Lord, they will never submit to you. But she paid not the slightest heed. If I were to publicize the scandal between us, they would never submit to you either. And if we kill you right here and now, I will have my ways to make them bow to me. Zhang Shu, standing beside her, spoke up brazenly. Holy Lord, the lady's intentions are crystal clear. I suggest you cooperate. A simple power transfer ceremony will suffice. I have other valuable treasures that I can offer you. We have no intention of killing you. Only now does he truly feel fear before the power she wields. I should never have accepted you into the sect. Sadly, there is no antidote for regret in this world. Today, I shall grant your wish. The doors slowly swing open. The Holy Lord of Tianluo points a finger at her and speaks in a measured voice. I hereby declare that the next Holy Lord of the Tianluo sacred land shall be Chu Tianli. Today I wash my hands and lay down my sword to retire from this world. I thank you all for your years of care. The new Holy Lord shall rebuild the Tianluo sacred land from the ground up and lead you all to the pinnacle of glory. This leaves everyone stunned, their faces a mix of shock and bewilderment. Why such a sudden declaration? What happened? The Holy Lord is getting old, and Chu Tianli does possess real strength. Her face darkens instantly. I am not the same person I was yesterday. Yibei, just you wait. A streak of spiritual essence races across the sky outside. Luo Zucheng speaks mid-flight. Master, I often recall the days when Chu Tianli first entered the sect. She was always cheerful, bouncing around with unbridled energy. Yibei remarks casually, not every disciple is like you, able to put my mind at ease. She falls into a brief silence before adding that even back then, she could see that young girl possessed an indomitable spirit. Hearing this, he offers his own assessment. Unfortunately, I fear that spirit of hers has long since curdled into something unrecognizable. Before long, both of them descend upon the Tianluo sacred land. A thick blanket of mist swirls beneath their feet. Luo Zucheng glances around, a hint of bewilderment on her face. How did the sacred land end up like this? Yibei adds that the temperature here is typically twice that of the outside world. Suddenly, the earth trembles violently beneath them. Sensing something amiss, she shouts in alarm, Master, watch out. Both leap skyward at once, but escape proves impossibly. A massive formation encircles the entire land. A barrier. Yibei shows no reaction. He simply draws a single vertical arc with his technique. In the next instant, the barrier shatters to pieces. He speaks in measured tones, this is no ordinary barrier. Had we blundered in recklessly, that very power would have crushed us to death. The space they now stand in is shrouded by a curtain of black. Luo Zucheng murmurs softly, Master, the ambush laid here is far too formidable. Immediately after, Yibei speaks up as well. Zulu, if one could say, I once destroyed more than half of the Tianluo sacred land. Then now it may as well be considered annihilated in its entirety. Back in the clearing, a dark silhouette comes hurtling toward them. He reaches out at once, catching the figure midair. The body is limp and light, devoid of any response. Luo Zucheng examines the figure, her expression grave, and surmises. A dead person. Yay. Bei does not deny her suspicion. Instead, he explains slowly, My dear girl, this was the one I left behind to govern the sacred land. The others have likely all been slaughtered. He extends his hand and asks, was it Chu Tianli's doing? Hearing this, Luo Zucheng cannot help but gasp in disbelief. It can't be. Has her power already grown enough to conjure a barrier of this magnitude? Before her words fade, Yibei cuts in swiftly. My dear girl, regardless of whether it was Chu Tianli or not, one would need at least the cultivation base of an emperor venerable to set up an ambush of this scale. In other words, I can use this opportunity to gain more points and level up my world's power. Does he think the strong have come knocking of their own accord? Fu Zhang hovers above, his voice deep and commanding as he issues his challenge. Yibei, you destroyed my Tianchai sacred land. Do you have any idea what consequences await you? Yibei blinks with mild surprise at his words. Consequences, as if stepping on an ant on the roadside requires deliberation. Consequences. Luo Zucheng chimes in without missing a beat. Of course not. Fu Zheng produces a talisman card, his face brimming with arrogance. The lower realm has so few capable people that it let a fraud like you play king. It's high time someone opened your eyes to what real power looks like. Do you even know what it means to offend those you should never have offended? Yibei strokes his chin, his expression utterly indifferent. Is that all? You presume to lecture me on how to conduct myself. Luo Zucheng, you go. Ever since your last breakthrough earned you the rewards from the Twin Heavens ranking, you haven't found a single worthy opponent. This is the perfect chance for you to get some training in. She turns to him and obeys without hesitation. Yes, master. Fu Zheng raises the talisman card high and bellows a command. the instant he does. The clear sky turns dark and thousands of corpses begin rising from the earth. Bei instructs carefully, Zhu Cheng, "Can you discern the origins of these creatures?" She fixes her gaze upon them and reveals that, on the contrary, they bear a striking resemblance to the Tao of the undead practiced by their junior sister, Zhang Li Mo. Hearing this, he replies, "Indeed. Rather than calling it a resemblance, one might as well say they share the same root. You never had the chance to spar with Li Mo before. Facing these as a stand-in isn't a bad alternative. Go." Luo Zucheng obeys at once. "Yes." Fu Zhang holds a golden talisman high above his head. His face is pitch black, seething with fury. "Your arrogance and overconfidence will only hasten your deaths." The soul-binding talisman activates, the corpses fully resurrect. The cadaver bears its rotted, decayed fangs. He hurls the talisman toward them, issuing the command to swarm. The undead instantly surge forward in a torrent. Luo Zucheng shows not a shred of fear. She unleashes her signature technique straight ahead, but another wave of corpses crashes in from behind. The moment she turns, the undead are already upon her. They pile on in endless waves. Fu Zhang watches the spectacle and bursts into delighted laughter, taunting them. "That precious disciple of Yorkshire Skull is probably being ground to dust as we speak. Bei, do you regret those words you spoke just now? If you get on your knees and kowtow to me now, I might yet leave you both with intact corpses." Bei, on the other hand, remains utterly composed as he replies, "There is one thing you said that rings true. Arrogance and overconfidence will only hasten your own death. Why don't you look for yourself?" The undead swarm tries to pin her down, but Luo Zucheng erupts with a colossal surge of power, blasting every last one of them away. Fu Zhang, however, remains unfazed. "I underestimated you," he admits, "but what you witnessed was merely a tenth of my strength. The real show is only just beginning." The eyes of the undead glow as a rasping voice croaks out, "The true terror of the soul-binding corpse talisman lies in this. As long as the corpses remain, I can resurrect them endlessly." Fu Zhang continues, "The stronger my opponents, the more they kill, and the more they kill, the stronger I become." His arrogance is written plainly across his face. "Bei, it's time you bid farewell to your beloved." The words barely leave his mouth when something plunges into his back from behind, and a torrent of blood erupts forth. Luo Zucheng levels her weapon straight at him. "Master once said when slaying bandits, strike at the ringleader." Fu Zhang stammers, "This thighs is." She cuts him off before he can finish. She continues, "Did you think I would just stand by and watch you assemble this army of the dead?" She is mid-technique when the skull behind her slowly rises, manifesting from the shadows at her back. She seems to sense its presence, yet her expression remains perfectly calm. "Master, I thought the people from the immortal realm might prove a bit stronger. In the end, they still crumble at the very first strike." A hoarse, rasping voice echoes through the air, "To wound my primordial energy this gravely, it seems I underestimated you." Luo Zucheng's pupils contract as the skull creature spews a torrent of blue qi. Zucheng can do nothing but curse through gritted teeth. Damn it, yet she reacts in time, unleashing the Tao of Annihilation. At the same moment, the skull creature readies its own counterattack. A massive explosion erupts instantly. The skull creature howls violently. Bei extends his hand and speaks in a slow, deliberate tone. "Lass, aside from the lesson of strike the head to kill the snake, there is one more technique I shall teach you using the enemy's own methods against them. Tao of Disciple Resonance, Tao of the Departed Soul." The skull creature involuntarily slaps its own beak shut. Another skull creature surges forward, seizes its companion's face, and slams its head down. Zucheng spins on her heel and shouts, "Master, please take your time, don't rush. There is one more technique to come." The corner of Bei's lips curves upward as he speaks unhurriedly. It is called strike while the enemy is wounded to claim their life. Tao Resonance, Tao of Annihilation. The two skeletal remains lunge at each other, unleashing waves of murderous aura between them. Two figures observe the battle from high above. The girl speaks, "Forgive your disciple, master. I have disappointed you." Bei replies, "To have battled someone from the immortal world to this extent. This master is already quite pleased." He turns to her, speaking with gentle instruction, "However, your strength was by no means inferior to his. In the end, it was a moment of complacency that led to your downfall." A jade orb radiating pure immortal energy materializes before them. Zucheng gasps in surprise. Both raise their eyes toward the orb. "Immortal energy," she exclaims. "Master, there is yet another surprise." Bei continues, "The divine soul must have shattered, causing the immortal energy to coalesce. This can be considered an immortal-grade spirit pill of the highest order." She launches herself toward the orb. "Master, allow me to retrieve it for you." The instant her fingers touch the orb, it darts away erratically only to land in another's hand. Zhu Cheng stares at the man with sharp vigilance. Who are you? He tilts his head back with arrogant disdain and demands. Treasures of the immortal world, do you rabble from the lower realm truly dare covet them? Her gaze narrows razor-sharp. Zhu Tianli's voice drips with mockery. Eldest senior sister, it has been far too long. Yi Bei's expression remains utterly calm. So it is you. She continues. Zhu Tianli. Tianli raises her hand, condensing a torrent of powerful spiritual energy. What, master, can you no longer recognize your own disciple? Seeing this, does it not stir any memories? A surge of purple-black spiritual energy rockets toward the two of them. Yi Bei watches her display with absolute composure. He raises his hand, deflects it effortlessly, and redirects the force back at her. Her again. Yi Bei's eyes flash with killing intent as his fist clenches tight. A traitor to the sect naturally I could never forget, and you are no longer worthy of calling me master. She snarls in fury. Is it because I betrayed the sect? Or is it because you all mistreated me first? Zhu Cheng calls out urgently. Tianli, how did you come to look like this? Hearing this, Tianli's indignation only deepens. Look like what? The person I am now, is it not what you all forced me to become? She recounts events of the past. Back then, Master produced a golden core pill and secretly told me it would be given to me alone because I was the most obedient, the most talented, and the most diligent. At the time, I believed every word of it. As she speaks, hatred seeps into her voice. Only later did I learn that you gave the same special treatment to every one of them. What I yearned for but could never obtain was nothing more than a common candy to them. Tianli raises her hand, manifesting a sphere of sinister qi. I will no longer be the person I once was, and everything you owe me I will make you repay, bit by bit. A colossal wave of dark immortal energy surges into existence. Luo Zucheng shouts, Tianli, that's not true. It was your own insatiable greed, you were never suited for it. Yi Bei sighs helplessly and turns to instruct her. Enough. Step aside and stand behind me. She has been blinded by hatred. She is my disciple. Leave this matter to me. She obeys. Yes, master. His eyes carry the weight of duty. A day as one's teacher, a lifetime as one's teacher. If she is willing to turn back and repent, I can still treat her as I once did. Tianli hears this and, as if provoked beyond control, hurls a blast of immortal energy straight at Yi Bei. Advise me to turn back. Oh, master, I'm afraid you no longer have the standing to do so. That destructive torrent of power hurtles toward Yi Bei. He raises his hand, manifesting azure immortal force. I have told you before, what the Tao of greed abhors most is a bottomless heart. The more desperate you become, the easier it is to fall into error. Without warning, black serpents materialize and coil tightly around his body. The dark immortal energy swallows Yi Bei in a frenzy. The serpents drain his strength, his complexion turning ashen. The serpents of greed, parasitic creatures planted long ago. Once ensnared, all of one's power is siphoned until total depletion and death. She speaks with a voice full of cruel certainty. Perhaps you could have broken free before, but now, with the power surge granted by the Origin Fusion Pill, not even an Emperor Venerable could escape these coils. Master, this is the last time I shall call you that. The dark energy blazes with blinding light, devouring everything. From above, the radiance swallows nearly all in its path. Zheng Shu's voice drips with contempt. So this Yi Bei killed Zheng Fu, yet I thought he was some formidable figure. In the end, a mere Chu Tianli was all it took to finish him. I need not even lift a finger. As expected, those from the lower realm are utterly useless. He issues an order, clean up the rest. Tianli responds, understood. She descends before Zhu Cheng. Tianli's face is twisted with provocation. Eldest senior sister, if you try to flee now, I'm afraid it's too late. Zhu Cheng's expression turns grim, defiant. You think you alone are enough to kill our master? She conjures a sphere of immortal force and hurls it at Tianli. The orb detonates, unleashing a shockwave of immense magnitude. Everything along its trajectory is razed to the ground. Without warning, Tianli materializes behind her. Eldest senior sister, you are strong indeed, but the me of today is far stronger. Zhu Cheng tenses, every nerve on high alert. A flash of light streaks past through the shimmer, the ghostly outline of a serpent tail thrashes wildly. Something seizes her body in an iron grip. Tianli hoists her into the air. Gazing upon her captive, Tianli brims with triumphant malice. Luo Zucheng, so this is all you amount to. You wielded the Tao of annihilation with such arrogance, yet it proves utterly worthless. She cackles with exhilaration. Your annihilation Tao is nothing to me now. I wonder, will Master even bother taking in a disciple like you in the afterlife? The blinding radiance overwhelms her senses, making it agony to endure. Suddenly an explosion erupts, stunning the two observers. What happened? Why does my heart feel such a dreadful premonition? A pillar of light rockets skyward. Tianli screams in disbelief. Yi Bei! That azure radiance streaks toward Luo Zucheng, pulling her free. His arms wrap around her and Yi Bei scoops Zucheng up, his face brimming with joy. Zucheng startles, Chu Tianli seethes with fury, questioning in disbelief. How are you still alive? Imprisoned by my greed serpent, you should have withered and died long ago. Yi Bei regards her with half-lidded eyes, his tone deceptively gentle as he explains, I have given you more than enough chances, hoping you would turn back. Yet time and again you pushed my limits, betraying your master, harming your fellow disciples. She erupts in uncontrollable rage, unleashing her full power. Enough talk. Kill me if you dare, you won't be so lucky to survive this time. That sinister chi surges toward him like a tidal wave. He watches it approach, utterly unmoved. Yi Bei casually raises a single finger to suppress it. She is stunned. We won't the black snake move? This has never happened before. Could Yi Bei's realm completely counter my dark arts? Chu Tianli wipes the blood from her face and screams, get out, leave me. Yi Bei watches as the black serpent begins to spiral into madness. Now he is truly furious over her actions. You think you are strong, in truth you are nothing. He unleashes his power outward. Two streams of immortal chi collide with earth-shattering force. Yi Bei's voice turns glacial with rage. What you pride yourself on most is the ability to devour others' power through the greed Daoth's very greed Dao. It led you step by step down the path of ruin. Now I shall reclaim it. She fires back without an ounce of weakness. Then try it. Yi Bei chants each syllable in a low murmur. Dao resonance greed Dao. His eyes flare with a complex formation diagram. A seismic explosion erupts as two streams of Kione sinister, one righty ouse collide head-on. She senses the situation turning dire. It seems I'm losing ground. Impossible, my greed Dao, it's being devoured. Chu Tianli watches in horror as her magical serpents are pushed back. Two smaller serpents suddenly turn and sink their fangs into each other. Chu Tianli is stunned. That can't be. She witnesses her power crumbling before her eyes. Impossible. How could I lose? The monster's razor-sharp fangs stand poised to devour everything. A notification materializes. Greed Dao reclaimed. Reward Emperor skill card. At this moment, Yi Bei stands like a wrathful god, gazing down at her as she crumples to her knees on the ground. Every last shred of her will to fight has been utterly shattered. The world leader watches with undisguised contempt. Useless trash, even after consuming my origin fusion pill, you can't do a single thing. You can't even handle Yi Bei, how unfortunate. This seat won't waste any more time on you lot today. Without warning, Luo Zucheng charges toward him. Using Chu Tianli as a human shield and thinking you can just flee, not so easily. He raises his palm and strikes at her abdomen. Can't deal with Yi Bei, then I'll deal with you. In a blur, Yi Bei materializes behind him and hurls Zheng Shu into a black void. Get in there. The void seals shut, trapping him within. Zucheng turns to Yi Bei with a questioning look. Master, do we really have to kill her? They gaze at Chu Tianli lying unconscious on the ground. Suddenly, a voice thunders from the rift in the heavens above. Where are the disciples of this immortal lord? Hearing that voice, both of them startle and look up toward the sky. The master of Zheng Shu and Chu Tianli materializes. The two watch warily. An immortal lord, that familiar. Arrogant Tonish must be the master of Fu Zheng and Zheng Fu. He asked, what are your disciples' names? You don't even register in my eyes. I don't recall names. She erupts with a torrent of immortal chi. You insignificant ants dare challenge this seat. You truly don't know the meaning of death. He replies calmly, what a coincidence, I've lived and died several times already. Why don't you help me remember? Yi Bei raises his hand with unhurried ease, blocking the blast. Two streams of force collide head-on. Zucheng speaks up with a suggestion. Master, she won't be easy to handle alone. How about I join you? He explains gently, it's fine. This immortal lord's power is nothing remarkable. How could she trouble your master? The old woman ponders. No good. Too great a disturbance will invite heavenly punishment. My time here is running short. As it happens, this boy's talent surpasses even Chu Tianli's. Making him a vessel would be ideal, and if I can bring him to my side, I might kill two birds with one stone. She speaks up. Young man, I see great spirit in you. You are a fine seed. If you are willing to call me master, this seat can let bygones be bygones. These treasures shall all be yours. A scroll glows with light nymph charm technique. This leaves Yi Bei highly entertained. Zucheng blushes with embarrassment. The old woman hastily stammers, how embarrassing. I grabbed the wrong one. This is the correct one. The two are left utterly speechless. Yi Bei grins, arms folded. What a pity. The greatest pleasure in my life is being someone else's master. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Her voice rises to a furious pitch, "Don't be so ungrateful." Suddenly she falls silent. She realizes something. This is bad. If I don't return now, I'll lose 300 years of Tao cultivation. Without warning, a blinding radiance erupts from her body. "I'll spare your life today, but you've slain 2 of my disciples. Next time we meet shall be the day of your death." Zucheng stares after her, bewildered. She just left. Zucheng suddenly realizes something and whips around. "Something's wrong," she shouts Chu Tianli. She turns to her master. "Master, she caused all that commotion just to take Chu Tianli away." He replies softly, "It wasn't about taking Chu Tianli. She could only take Chu Tianli. If she stayed any longer, she herself would have perished." Zucheng presses further, "But what use is Chu Tianli to her?" He answers gently. Fu Zheng himself probably knows the answer. "Let's go, it's time we find him." Bei and Zucheng stand within a spatial void. A desolate micro-world. In this small realm there are no secrets I cannot uncover. Everything Fu Zheng experienced from birth to death. How did he conspire with Chu Tianli? What purpose did they have in descending to the lower realm? A few waves of my hand are all I need to uncover the truth. Bei channels a thread of immortal qi. Images of Chu Tianli and Zheng Shu materialize before them. Bei could never have guessed that all of his obedient little disciples were already in my grasp. Zucheng gasps, her eyes flying wide. "What?" Chu Tianli's face twists with malice. "No matter what happens, I will never truly lose. Even if I die, Bei's precious disciples are all in my hands. They will avenge me in my stead, making him taste betrayal and deception more agonizing than death itself." At this moment, every last detail of her sinister scheme is laid bare before both of them. Bei narrows his eyes and remarks, "If the disciples of Bei could be bought so easily, they wouldn't be worthy of being called the demon queens." Zucheng asks her master, "Master, will the junior sisters be in danger?" Bei answers, "Whether the demon Chu Tianli's words are true or false remains unverified. The only way to uncover the truth is to find her." Zucheng speaks gravely. "The passage leading upward has been sealed. One must wait until the next person undergoes ascension. After someone ascends, it may be 100 years before another can follow. By then, the junior sister's situation will only grow more perilous, I fear." Instead, he replies with utmost ease, "I've thought of someone. But first, little girl, you need to help me with something." Brilliant sunlight bathes the heavenly realm as wind rustles through the leaves with a gentle whisper. Yao Zun sits in deep meditation amidst the vibrant wilderness. His mind is utterly still, not a single stray thought or worry lingers. Suddenly he opens his eyes and bellows, "Who goes there? Get out here at once." To reach the 9th floor of the Time Tower, one is certainly no ordinary person. "Your Excellency, why not come out and speak?" Luo Zhusheng's silhouette appears before the demon venerable. He stands up in a fit of rage. "If you refuse to show this old man respect, do not blame me for being discourteous." A gust of wind howls as he lunges forward. Abruptly, the boulder behind him shatters into dust. Why does this person's technique feel so familiar? The demon venerable channels power into his legs and springs back. Standing atop a massive rock, he raises his voice, "Who are you? How do you know this cultivation technique?" The demon venerable's eyes turn cold. He remains silent. He roars, "Then don't blame me for what happens next." With that, he executes a technique, summoning a bronze serpent. Facing the bronze serpent, Luo Zhusheng does not waver, walking forward at a steady pace. She watches the surge of power with complete composure. "In this world, there are not even 2 people who can evade my divine turtle return technique." Suddenly, she spreads her arms, manifesting a stream of azure immortal force. It is the great Tao of destruction. The 2 currents of immortal force clash, but an external force suddenly intervenes, shattering his power. "Please, show mercy, Jialan." Bei waves his hand, instantly dissipating the immortal force. Seeing this, the demon venerable is taken aback. Bei greets him with a faint smile. "It has been a long time, old friend." The demon venerable leaps down happily and walks toward him. "Little friend Yi, so it is you?" The demon venerable asks with curiosity. "Little friend Yi, who is this beside you?" Bei introduces her with a cheerful expression. "This is my eldest disciple, Luo Zhusheng." Bei turns to her with a teasing look. "I was the one who sent this girl to kill you just now." The demon venerable demands in anger. "What did you say?" Bei speaks with a somber tone. "I said she is the person I sent to kill you." Bei endures a strike of dazzling golden immortal energy. The demon venerable punches toward him in fury. "Ever since you started helping me dispel my poison. Was this all orchestrated from the start?" Bei replies, "Correct." The demon venerable speaks, his voice trembling with bitter disappointment. "I wasted my trust in you, regarding you as the savior of my demon race. What a mistake that was." He is so furious that he struggles to find words. The demon venerable retracts his hand, refusing to stoop to Bei's level. Forget it, leave, for the sake of you saving my life. I will not fight you today. Yibei laughs and hurries to explain, old friend, do not be angry, I was merely joking. I came to find you this time because I wish to help you ascend. Looking skeptical, the demon venerable sneers with contempt. Helping me ascend? Are you helping me go to the western heaven? Yibei pats his head and replies, isn't this just to gauge your current cultivation realm? He continues to explain, besides, killing you serves me no purpose. He realizes he may have pushed his joke too far. The demon venerable turns away in a huff. This old man is already at the peak of the Emperor Venerable realm. I am only one step away from ascension. I only need 100 more years. I have no need for your help. Old man, he hurries to explain, fearing a misunderstanding. It is like this. I have a necessary reason to go to the immortal realm, but someone must undergo ascension. Only when a soul ascends can I open the gateway to the immortal realm. I have considered it thoroughly, and in this Tangshuan plane, you are the closest to ascension. Hearing this, the demon venerable retorts, you should have said so earlier, why be so cryptic? He replies without hesitation. It is just that while I am one step from the peak of the Emperor Venerable realm, breaking through could take several hundred more years. By then, I fear I will be unable to assist you. Yibei speaks gently, you do not need to worry about that. If you agree, I can help you ascend right now. Hearing this, the demon venerable is shocked. What? He falls into deep thought. He is talking about ascension. How could it be so simple? In another space, the heavenly lake Holy Land, he asks Yibei, have you prepared everything? My demon race has not had anyone ascend in 100,000 years. Regardless of success or failure, this old man will try once today. Yibei nods. Good. Yibei clasps his hands to gather spiritual energy, drawing from the origin of the 9 heavens tribulation. The demon venerable prepares to receive that surge of immortal energy. Come, old friend, he clenches his fists and chants a mantra. Good fellow, this ascension tribulation is truly different. I have waited 100,000 years for you. From the high heavens, a bolt of lightning strikes toward him. Luo Zusheng pulls on Yibei's sleeve with a heavy heart. Master, are we about to say goodbye? He turns back and gently pats her head. Silly girl, this master will go ahead to scout the path. Once I have explored it, I will come back for you. When I find a way to break the shackles of the laws, I will bring you all up. Luo Zhang speaks softly. She lowers her eyes in sadness, thinking that if she were stronger, she could accompany her master to the immortal realm. Sooner or later, I will stand at the same height as master, serving as a firm pillar of support rather than being a burden as I am now. He comforts her while stroking her hair. Whether Chu Tianli speaks the truth or not, I cannot be certain. Stay in the lower realm and gather news of the other disciples. I will go to the upper realm to track her. You control things outside. I will handle the inside. We shall cooperate. She bows her head. This disciple understands. The lightning continues to rain down. Little friend Yi, hurry and help me. I can barely hold on. Yibei suddenly realizes. Heavenly tribulations have strengths and weaknesses. He waves his hand, releasing a blast of immortal energy, causing an explosion in the high heavens. Witnessing this, Luo Zusheng is slightly stunned. Yibei looks on with cold disdain. Is that truly all it amounts to? The demon venerable speaks to him. Little friend Yi, I have heard of you shattering the immortal ladder, seeing it with my own eyes. I cannot help but be amazed. The younger generation surpasses the old. Yibei responds sincerely, many thanks, old friend. Suddenly, an immortal pavilion appears within a black hole. Luo Zusheng watches in astonishment. Why is this immortal pavilion black? From within the pavilion, a brilliant point of light emerges, casting its radiance upon everything. The demon venerable looks up at the halo before him, stunned that the pressure of this immortal pavilion is so immense. Yibei stands beside him, pondering. This pavilion looks no different from the others I have seen. The color. Perhaps because you are a demonic beast, the transformation during ascension manifests differently. Yibei then summons a Bagua formation on his hand. Old friend, I will help you, since these are all passages to the upper realm. The weakest point should be identical. Experience makes it easier. Combining the mark of reincarnation purgatory and the great Tao of strength, he targets the pavilion's weakest point. He launches the energy toward the portal. The demon venerable witnesses the scene, his eyes wide with shock. He is forcibly breaking it open. If I could ascend with little friend Yi, I would not have had to fly up on my own. Visions of precious gems dance in his head, his eyes shining. Jade liquid, countless exotic treasures, eternal lifer demon race can finally rise up. His morale surges. He clasps his hands, saying, little friend Yi, let me assist you. Yibei's brows knit suddenly. As the light begins to shatter from within, Yi Bei steps back in annoyance, standing by Luo Zhu Shang and swearing under his breath, "Damn it, that was too much power, I've cracked the portal." A voice calls out from somewhere, "Little friend Yi, save me." It is the demon Venerable. He has been caught in the suction of the fracture and cannot escape. Yi Bei launches himself downward, and as he descends, he doesn't forget to address Luo Zhucheng above. "My girl, the matter of the remaining sisters is left to you." His figure vanishes instantly into the rift he tore open with his own power. The rift slowly seals shut. A streak of light plummets down onto the tiled rooftops, crashing through them with a deafening clamor. Yi Bei walks down the street, surveying his surroundings. So this is the upper realm. There is no sign of the old man. Could the shockwave have hurled him elsewhere? The streets teem with guards wielding chains, dragging prisoners along. "Move it, walk faster or I'll shatter your legs." Among the crowd, one of them suddenly spots Yi Bei. "Hey you there, the newcomer, someone go seize him." A rat-eared youth nearby volunteers eagerly. "I'll handle it." The quality of newcomers these days is truly abysmal. Barely a handful ever meet the standard. He strolls up to Yi Bei, sizing him up from head to toe, stroking his chin as he appraises. "Wonder which backwater plane this one ascended from. Shapeshifting into that race no less. Which plane, I wonder? Speak now." Yi Bei pays him no mind, casting only a cold, indifferent glance his way. Seeing the man before him utterly unfazed, the rat-eared youth raises his elbow, ready to strike. "I'm talking to you." Yi Bei says not a single word. He simply hooks his foot around the youth's leg, catching him completely off guard and sending him crashing onto his back. Yi Bei plants his foot squarely on the wretch's face. He gazes down with utter contempt. A measly rat demon dares to question this sovereign, truly courting death. How could the wretch dare put on airs after being crushed so thoroughly? He lies prostrate on the ground, groveling. "Spare me, my lord, please spare this worthless life with your noble foot. This lowly one can lead you to the arena and the reception hall." Hearing this, Yi Bei pauses for a moment. The arena, he lifts his foot off the wretch's face, stroking his chin in contemplation. Seeing this, the rat-eared youth kneels beside him and speaks. "However, what you may not know, my lord, is that all demonic beasts who ascend here are forced to go. Only by competing in the arena can they obtain resources. Winners live, the weak are eliminated. Those who lose or attempt to flee will die without a whole corpse." After hearing his explanation, Yi Bei falls into deep thought. It seems the so-called heavenly Tao and ascension are not meant to bestow blessings upon mortals, but to maintain the balance of power across every plane. He fears that after so many ascend here, they won't even hold the status they once had in the lower realm. With such a vast disparity, he wonders how the elder has fared. A short while later, both of them stand before the gate leading into the arena. The rat-eared youth has long since shed his earlier arrogance. Now he bows deeply, speaking to Yi Bei with utmost respect. "This is it, my lord. Once you go in and register, you'll receive a token to compete." Outwardly, he appears meek and obedient, but deep in his heart, he thinks the arena is truly no place of good fortune. "Just you wait, soon you'll suffer beyond measure." Then they enter together and the youth shouts loudly, "A newcomer has arrived, come greet him." Yi Bei walks at the front, a calculating smirk playing at the corner of his lips. "On the contrary, I'd love to see what petty tricks you lot can muster." A pair of hands clasps together in greeting. "Rest assured, my lord, we will certainly take good care of this newcomer." The rat-eared youth has already sidled up to a man in a green cloak, grinning as he whispers. This demon's strength is no joke, has already reached the peak of the Emperor Venerable realm. Once tamed, he'll fetch a handsome price. Without a second word, the green-cloaked man produces a pouch of silver and tosses it to the youth. "Your reward." The youth accepts it with glee. "Thank you, boss, the rest is in your hands." Witnessing this scene, Yi Bei closes his eyes and lets out a soft laugh. "So the immortal world is this dark, is it?" Two henchmen behind him glare fiercely. "Listen up, being sold to a noble of the sacred land is your blessing. Don't you dare be ungrateful." Hearing this, Yi Bei responds with calm composure. "A blessing? Selling your own kind into bondage for profit? I dare say no demon in existence would covet such a blessing." The green-cloaked man's patience runs dry. "Enough talk, attack." Receiving the enemy's battle signal, Yi Bei's aura immediately blazes with overwhelming momentum. His gaze is resolute as he stares ahead, might as well settle them all at once. He channels his internal energy, activating his greedy Tao absorption. The henchmen are suddenly ensnared by that tremendous force, crying out in shock. "What's happening? I can't move, I'm stuck. I can't budge, he's draining our power." Seeing this, Yi Bei regards them with mild contempt. "With such feeble strength, you dare call yourselves beast traders. You truly disgrace the demon immortal world." The green-cloaked man shows no panic. Instead, he grins maliciously. "Disgrace? Don't celebrate too early, young one. Let me see what kind of demon you truly are. He raises the staff in his hand. Yi Bei follows his gesture. Instantly, a formation array materializes beneath his feet, and chains begin to emerge one after another. The green-cloaked man smirks with mild surprise. The soul chaos formation, it hasn't been deployed in ages. I'm afraid it's grown rather bloodthirsty. You'd best be careful. Yi Bei replies with complete indifference. Why must it come to this? Then he calmly conjures a violet flame. I only came to register. Yet you insist on forcing me to stay and raise your entire operation to the ground. His eyes turn razor-sharp in an instant. The sovereign demon bone flame erupts immediately after. At this moment, the green-cloaked man finally realizes the person before him is no ordinary being. He collapses to the ground in terror. Impossible. You're clearly only at the Emperor Venerable realm. Yi Bei gazes down at him. Human or demon, it matters not. Those who traffic in beasts shall all meet the same end: annihilation. A thunderous boom erupts and the area detonates. When the battle ends, a deep, desolate crater surrounds Yi Bei. Wisps of purple smoke slowly drift outward. As if recalling something, Yi Bei strokes his chin. If this was a beast trading shop, there must be many demons held captive within. Perfect for upgrading my desolate little world. A moment later, a tightly sealed door stands before him. He kicks the door open and charges inside. So they're all in here. Yi Bei grins mischievously as he looks down. The demons caged within all turn their stunned gazes upon him. Outside, a voice rings out, crying for help. Hearing the desperate cries, people rush toward the source of the commotion. What was that sound? Go check it out. At the gate leading to the arena district, Yi Bei strides out with commanding presence. Two members of the South Heaven Battlegrounds Law Enforcement Squad spot him emerging and exclaim, "That's him. He just slaughtered every last one of those beast traders." One squad member narrows his eyes, his expression growing complex. This demon, with barely a fraction of his strength, wiped out the very beast trading ring that has plagued the lords for ages. Seems this one is no easy adversary. Perhaps he can stand against the new mad overlord of the battleground. He then steps forward and decisively blocks Yi Bei's path. Wait, this annoys Yi Bei slightly. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. The man immediately bows and clasps his hands in greeting. Please, do not misunderstand. I am the captain of the South Heaven Battlegrounds Law Enforcement Squad. We mean you no harm. Yi Bei responds flatly, no harm. I just slaughtered several hundred of your demons. I don't mind telling you they were nothing but trash. The South Heaven Battleground has no shortage of fighters, but a demon of such noble talent as yourself, how could we ever harm you? If anything, we're desperate to recruit you. Only now does Yi Bei ask, then what exactly do you mean? The captain lifts his head, his gaze resolute. I hope you will become the overlord of the South Heaven Battleground. Hearing this, Yi Bei is caught completely off guard. What? Afraid that Yi Bei will refuse. The squad captain explains, relying solely on your own strength, you wiped out the anti-demon hall. Even the overseer who stood at the threshold of the void immortal realm was killed by you in a single strike. If a genius like you were to become the leader of our South Heaven Battleground, we would surely strike terror into the hearts of every Senluo Battleground faction. Hearing this, Yi Bei does not hesitate for even a breath. He turns and continues on his way. He says flatly, no interest, don't block my path. One of the squad members, seeing his attitude, curses furiously. This man is truly arrogant beyond belief. Let me handle him, I'll show him what we're made of. Another squad member swiftly blocks his path. Someone even the squad captain dared not provoke. Have you lost your mind? The squad captain, undeterred, persists in his persuasion. Countless people would kill to join our South Heaven Battleground. Rare treasures, cultivation techniques, intelligence, name it, and we have it. Yet Yi Bei's answer remains a cold, unwavering refusal. He replies, no need. He casts an icy glance over his shoulder. There is someone I must find. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being discourteous. Seeing that persuasion has utterly failed, the squad captain switches to threats. You annihilated the anti-demon hall and offended Tianluo immortal land. Even if you leave here today, don't think you can. Before the words leave his mouth, Yi Bei seizes him by the throat and hoists him clean off the ground. Hearing a familiar name, Yi Bei fixes him with a stare. You said, Tianluo immortal hall. The other two, sensing the situation spiral out of control, shout anxiously, Captain, let him go, release our captain. The squad captain, strangled within Yi Bei's grip, speaks with great difficulty. We never dared touch the anti-demon hall, precisely because of its ties to Tianluo immortal land. Now that you've destroyed it, only the protection of our South Heaven Battleground can guarantee your survival. Hearing this, Yi Bei ceases his quarrel. He releases his grip and lets the man drop to the ground. Tianluo Immortal Hall. Today, they've truly bitten off more than they can chew. The squad captain, still unwilling to give up, presses, "So, does that mean you'll agree to join our South Heaven battleground?" Yi Bei ponders his words. Rather than storming Tianluo immortal land alone, why not leverage the South Heaven battleground as his shield and dismantle his enemies piece by piece? What he thinks, he speaks aloud. "I agree." Having achieved his goal, the squad captain rises and says, "I'll take you to meet the old pavilion master first." As they are led through Changyun Pavilion, a soldier standing guard outside suddenly whispers to his companion, "Captain, that man is formidable indeed, but can we really trust him?" The squad captain snorts, "If he can't do it, then can you?" He then launches into a lengthy explanation of the current crisis. "In the four-way battleground tournament, 3 of our main squads have already been crushed. Only one remains, barely clinging to life. If that last squad falls and the Senluo battleground's newcomers seize our momentum, our South Heaven battleground will plummet to dead last among the 4 great battlegrounds. After that, none of us will ever be able to hold our heads high again." The soldier listens and nods slowly. "I understand." Then he continues, "His strength is truly unfathomable. This man's cultivation base is an abyss with no bottom. I have a feeling he can bring an earth-shattering upheaval to this battleground tournament." Seated inside, Yi Bei overhears every word from the 2 men's mouths. He understands immediately. No wonder they came seeking him. So the South Heaven battleground truly has no one left who can fight this match. A figure approaches him. You're Yi Bei, correct?" He replies coolly, "Correct." Pavilion Master Shang opens his mouth and exhales with tremendous force. That single breath, infused with overwhelming internal energy, sends Yi Bei's robes billowing violently. The 2 guards standing outside are battered by the shockwave of internal energy, clutching their heads as they struggle to remain standing. Yet no matter how fierce the force, Yi Bei remains virtually unscathed. He stands calmly in place, thinking to himself, the void immortal realm is even more formidable than he imagined. If they were to fight, he would have only a 40% chance of victory. Pavilion Master Shang, seeing the man before him entirely unaffected by his pressure, is visibly taken aback. Is this truly someone at the Emperor Venerable Realm, standing against my full pressure without sustaining even a scratch? He praises aloud, "Very good. Which demon beast clan do you hail from? How many times have you broken through your body's physical limit?" Humans and demon beasts have always been at bitter odds. If this man discovers Yi Bei is not a demon beast, things could turn troublesome. Better to fabricate a story. Thinking thus, Yi Bei answers, "I come from an ape clan in a very distant plane. As for the body's physical limit, what exactly is that?" Pavilion Master Shang places a hand on his shoulder. "You mean to say you haven't broken through your body's limit even once?" Yi Bei pauses for a heartbeat, then murmurs inwardly, "Genesis Tao Metamorphosis Art." A towering, colossal ape materializes behind him, radiating primal ferocity. Upon seeing this, Shang marvels aloud, "So you truly haven't broken through your body's limit?" Yi Bei forces an awkward smile. "That was close, nearly exposed. Fortunately, the Genesis Tao holds his spiritual consciousness steady." Shang continues his praise. "Young man, fortune smiles upon you." Yi Bei responds with feigned humility, "Forgive my ignorance, I hail from a remote backwater. I've never heard of the body's physical limit. Could the Pavilion Master explain in greater detail?" Pavilion Master Shang obliges. "The body is a treasury of limitless potential. Humans primarily cultivate the soul and spirit, while our demon beast kind relies far more on the raw physical form. Every demon beast that reaches the Emperor Venerable Realm gains the ability to break through the body's physical limit." He conjures a sphere of luminous energy in his palm and continues, "For the first breakthrough, one must locate the 5 elemental spirit treasures of heaven and earth: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. By harnessing the power of the 5 elements to identify the body's limit, one then activates a secret art to shatter it. If the first breakthrough succeeds, the body's raw power will double." Hearing this, Yi Bei grows curious. If one can break through all 5 times, couldn't one tear apart even a heavenly tribulation? Shang replies, 5 times, breaking through 4 is already defying the heavens. Yi Bei's tone turns deadly serious. "Then I'll break through 4 times first." Shang, certainly misheard, lets out an incredulous huh. Shang clarifies, "Young friend, although your talent is extraordinary, each breakthrough of the body's limit requires no small amount of time, half a year at the very least, several years at most. Some never manage 4 in their entire lifetime." Yi Bei furrows his brows. "You don't think I can do it?" Shang explains, "It's not that I doubt you, it's just that in 8 hours, our last squad's fighter is scheduled to enter the arena. There simply isn't enough time." Yi Bei turns without ceremony. 8 hours is more than enough. If you don't believe me, I'll start right now. Shang calls out to stop him. Hold on a moment. He extends his palm. Take it. No need for courtesy. Even one should suffice for your needs. Though refining it thoroughly in such a short time will be difficult, a large storage pouch materializes from his hand. Don't be discouraged. After the tournament, I will personally instruct you. Yibei swiftly turns back, snatches the pouch with practiced ease, and flashes a grateful smile. Many thanks for your generosity, Pavilion Master Shang. Then I shall go prepare for the tournament. Shang is left utterly speechless. This kid truly has no shame whatsoever. On the 9th floor of the Tower of Time, Yibei kneels before a bagua incense burner at its center. Here, time flows 2,000 times faster. 8 hours in the outside world equates to nearly 2,000 years within. With this time, he can refine and temper his body to achieve the first physical limit breakthrough before the tournament begins. Let's begin. He flips through several pages and discovers some have been torn out. Surprise flickers across his face. Even the immortal world has pirated books. Why are pages missing? Forget it, it won't affect the refinement of these treasures. 9,981 days later, the Bagua formation erupts in blinding light. Yibei's eyes snap open wide. Success. Suddenly, Lin Feng lunges at him, staring straight into his eyes. Master. Startled by the scene, Yibei freezes for several seconds. He asks Lin Feng, why are you here? Lin Feng replies coquettishly, it's not just me. All the senior and junior sisters have been waiting here for you for so long. Then she and the other female disciples each vie with one another, calling out master in sweet, doting voices. Yibei. The scene before his eyes is scandalously provocative. Yibei can barely suppress a violent nosebleed. Lin Feng presses close against him and begins whispering intimately, Master, we were brought here by Chu Tianli. We've been waiting for you for so long, have you forgotten about us? Yibei closes his eyes in silence. He forces his mind to still, striving to think clearly. Something is profoundly wrong with these girls. Regardless of the seductive beauties surrounding him, calling out his name. Having grasped the crux of the issue, Yibei cannot help but smile. I see it now. Those missing pages contain the essence of the limit breakthrough. The breakthrough refines not only the physical body, it tests the practitioner's spiritual consciousness as well. No wonder. Lin Feng drifts behind Yibei, her expression darkening ominously as she calls out, Master. Yibei's eyes blaze with golden fire. The bagua incense burner before him erupts into searing flames. He gradually returns to calm. This time it might actually succeed. At the highest point of the fortress, the captain of the law enforcement team stood beside Pavilion Master Kang, making idle conversation. Pavilion Master, the match will begin in less than half an hour. We've scoured the entire South Heaven battleground, yet found no trace of that brat. Could it be that he seized the secret treasure and fled? The old man replied without haste. Then the two silently observed the match unfolding in the arena below. Thunderous roars from below echoed upward. Countdown 9, 3, 2, 1. The newcomer king of the Senluo battleground wins. The supreme newcomer king of the Senluo battleground. Amidst the deafening cheers, the newcomer king merely smiled with quiet confidence, standing with his arms folded across his chest. The captain sensed the unfavorable situation and turned to the figure beside him. Pavilion Master, what do we do now? Pavilion Master Kang was no less anxious as he spoke. I believe he is certainly not one driven by greed for wealth. Just wait. The host of the match stood at the center of the arena and bellowed, the fourth group of the four-direction battleground is about to begin. First, allow me to welcome the contestant from our South Heaven battleground to the stage. Hearing this, both men gazing down from above were visibly startled. The captain spoke with a tone of bitter regret. It's all my fault for bringing back a thief. Who could have imagined he'd flee right under our noses? The host's voice continued to ring out without pause. We invite the contestant from the South Heaven battleground to enter the arena. Please take the stage at once. The sand in the hourglass had nearly drained to the last grain. The final hope was slipping away. After waiting endlessly with no sign of the person, the host had no choice but to prepare to declare the match forfeited. Hereby, I shall announce the contestant of the South Heaven battleground. A voice suddenly cut through the air. Wait! Yibei strode into the arena at an unhurried pace. Lin Feng, still donning the guise of the newcomer king, fixed her gaze intently upon him. This was Yibei, sensed the other's stare locked firmly on his person. He looked back. Lin Feng murmured inwardly, that feeling, so familiar. Neither spoke a single word. Lin Feng stood there watching Yi Bei stride past her, a gleam flickering through her eyes. She folded her arms and cast a sidelong glance at his retreating figure. As he walked further away, Lin Feng murmured in bewilderment, "What is this person's identity? Even the soul-probing technique cannot reveal his true face." The entire venue erupted into chaos at Yi Bei's sudden arrival. Who is this person? How dare he challenge the newcomer king? He appears to be the newcomer from the South Heaven battleground. He's taking someone else's place. I knew Idun look, and you can tell he's a rich brat playing at war. The South Heaven battleground still had a slimmer of hope, but now that this trust fund brat has taken the stage, they might as well wait for total annihilation. The host, seeing that the one he had been waiting for had finally arrived, immediately raised his hand and bellowed, "The match begins." In the spectator stands, a green-haired woman leaned languidly against her man and drawled, "What I despise most in this life are men like him, nothing like the commanding presence of our great lord." Relying on his own strength to stand where he is today, the blonde-haired man declared with a grin, "Brothers, let this young master show him the cruelty of the real world, so he won't embarrass himself out there again." A demonic beast let out a thunderous roar and charged. The demonic beasts surged toward Yi Bei one after another. He regarded the beasts before him and could only smile faintly. Then he summoned the sovereign demon flame. Twin spheres of violet light instantly materialized on either side of his hands, doubling in intensity. Before his words even faded, those twin violet lights abruptly expanded like a maelstrom, unleashing a devastating force that threatened to obliterate everything in its path. The green-haired woman who had just moments ago sneered contemptuously at Yi Bei was now struck completely dumbfounded, her jaw hanging open. The blonde-haired man beside her wore an expression of equal astonishment. Sharp sounds of cutting and tearing echoed relentlessly through the air. The match ended in an instant, after every last demonic beast had been annihilated. The wisps of violet smoke gradually dissipated, leaving only Yi Bei's solitary silhouette standing at the center of the arena. The entire venue, having witnessed the spectacle, erupted into an uproar. What the hell just happened? Where are the beasts? That was insanely fast. In all these centuries, I've never witnessed anything so thrilling. Voices continued to ring out, ceaseless and fervent. Those beasts were all at the Emperor Venerable realm, and he slaughtered them just like that. I need to get his autograph. So damn cool. The host raised his hand and thundered, "The match is over." Then he continued, "I hereby announce the result of this battleground match." Meanwhile, Yi Bei slowly approached the arrogant blonde-haired man, who couldn't help but recoil in terror. "Don't kill me, the top three all advance, you have already won." Yi Bei calmly surveyed the man before him from head to toe. "Then why should I keep you around to face me in the next round?" The blonde-haired man frantically brandished his status as a shield. "I'm a young master from a great clan. I'm only here to experience the world. Who knew everyone here would be so vicious and they even slaughter demonic beasts?" Then he retreated in terror, pleading, "Yi Bei, don't kill me. In the next round I'll forfeit to you for certain. Also, my family is incredibly wealthy. Whatever you desire, I can give it to you." Yi Bei regarded the blonde-haired man without urgency and spoke, "It's not impossible to spare your life. That depends entirely on how you perform." The blonde-haired man understood the implication at once. He leaped to his feet and addressed the stands with a grand proclamation. "Hear me, all of you, from this day forth, this man is the boss of me, Yu Li. He is also the great benefactor of our Kinkyu clan. Whoever dares offend him shall have offended the entire Kinkyu clan." The spectators, seeing him pull such a shameless trick, seethed with fury. That damn rich brat, there's no way to deal with him. But the blonde-haired man couldn't care less, for at this moment he was already gesturing with a welcoming hand toward Yi Bei. "Boss, right this way." His tone was dripping with flattery. "I've already sent word to arrange a private VIP room for you. You can rest and prepare for tomorrow's semi-final match." Yi Bei spared no words of praise. "Well done." Lin Feng stood not far away, watching his retreating figure, a question ceaselessly echoing in her heart, "Who exactly are you?" Inside the rest chamber, the captain stood before them both. "Lord Yi, the pavilion master's judgment was truly impeccable. This is what he asked me to deliver to you." In his hand lay a gleaming ring. The blonde-haired man leaned close and whispered into Yi Bei's ear. "This originless ring, fewer than 5 exist across the entire immortal realm. There must be something extraordinary sealed within it. Pavilion Master Kang really knows how to play his cards." Yi Bei addressed the captain courteously, "Then convey my gratitude to Pavilion Master Kang. The secret treasure he provided last time was of great aid to me." The young man clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Very well, this one shall take his leave first." The door closed shut. The blonde-haired man immediately spoke up to warn him. Boss Yi, absolutely do not let that law enforcement captain and pavilion master king deceive you again. Yibei asked with slight confusion. Deceive me? The blonde-haired man explained, although this ring and whatever's inside it are quite valuable. The true prize for first place in this tournament is far more formidable. Hearing this, Yibei told him, then tell me what exactly does the first place prize contain? He immediately replied, Pavilion Master Kang is after it precisely because the prize contains the key to the immortal realm. Yibei merely snorted coldly and said, I have no need for a mere trinket like this ring. That morning shouts echoed from within the city walls. The first match, it's my turn to take the stage. A crowd gathered around the referee in the draw lots box. Yuli stood beside him, stealing a glance at the slip of paper in Yibei's hand before asking, Boss, what number did you get? He looked and was struck with surprise. The slip in his hand bore the number 7. Yuli shouted into Yibei's ear. Boss, this round you get a buy, no need to fight. What incredible luck. This drew envious murmurs and bitter whispers from the surrounding crowd. Damn it, he drew the empty lot again. How lucky can one man be? Someone nearby retorted, lucky you say. Even if he relied on drawing the blank lot to enter the finals, failing to claim the championship still wouldn't count as dethroning the rookie king. After the lots were drawn, the referee stepped forward with congratulations. Although our promotion tournament offers a total of 12 spots, only the 7 of you present have earned your place in our finals through your own strength. Congratulations to each of you. Xiao Li raised his hand to his mouth, as if terrified his own words might slip away and be overheard. He leaned in and whispered to him, setting Ming to deep contemplation as well. This year's competition has been extraordinarily fierce. These people are formidable. Across the 4-team bouts, not a single one had fewer than 2 promotion qualifiers advancing. Truly terrifying. Especially that rookie king who appeared out of nowhere a year ago. She meets gods and slays gods, never once tasting defeat. She fights as if her life depends on it, seemingly dead set on claiming the championship. At this, both of them turned their gaze toward a figure loitering near the referee's table, chattering away. Tu Li said, the champion's prize is decent, I'll grant you that, but it's hardly worth fighting to the death over. He picked up the thread. To push that hard, she's either a battle-crazed maniac, or there's something within the champion's prize she covets desperately. The referee raised his hand to announce the commencement of the semifinal round. Apart from the one who drew the blank lot number 7, remaining 6 would battle in pairs, whittling the field down to 4. Before the words even faded, the woman standing nearby cut in. Wait, I have something to say. She lifted her chin to face the crowd, her voice ringing clear. 6 into 3 plus the blank lot holder for into 2, 2 into 1, too tedious. Forget it, all of y'all come at me at once. A cluster of spectators nearby regarded her with contempt and sneered. 1 against 6, has she lost her mind? Does she think we're mere cannon fodder of the great emperor realm? A young man in rather scanty attire spoke up. She's the strongest one here. If the 6 of us gang up on her together, we actually stand a chance of fighting for the top 3. If we go one at a time, I'm afraid you lot won't even make it to the finals, you imbeciles. The one who had just been sneering paused to reconsider. There was sense in that. If they could bring down the rookie king, they could still vie for the championship. The other 2 were still chatting and laughing, without the rookie king in their way. Perhaps they could even claim the title, contradicting themselves with every other sentence. You speak and I agree. The scantily-clad youth continued. We don't agree either. At this point, with one person volunteering, even the referee would find it hard to refuse. If no one has objections, then it's settled. Then let us proceed. Ming spoke up. Wait, I have something to say. He produced his lot and waved it before the crowd. I drew the blank lot. Why should I have to fight alongside all of you? I don't agree. Someone immediately cursed him as a fool. Another chimed in, it's always the talentless who resort to such cheap tricks. She then offered her own proposal. If this young brother had the fortune to draw the blank lot, he could skip this round entirely and advance straight to the finals, facing whichever 1 or 2 victors emerged from this round. The referee beside them asked, does anyone object? He simply turned and walked away. I have no objections, take your time. The referee raised his hand and declared, very well. The format of this match is hereby changed to a free-for-all. The last 2 standing shall earn their spots in the finals. I hereby declare the match officially begins. The instant the words left his mouth, the scantily-clad youth conjured a row of jagged ice spikes and launched them at her. The ice coiled around her legs, yet she didn't so much as flinch, merely casting a cold glance at the frozen bindings. The 3 other youths lunged as well, slashing toward the rookie king. Before their strikes even connected, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing the arena in dust and debris. He stood off to the side, savoring the spectacle while resting his chin in thought. When the dust settled, all three still stood tall, but she had vanished. In a flash, a wave of power surged toward the trio. That single strike cleaved them clean in half. The referee's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping. Tu Li, trembling beside him, stammered to the scantily clad youth, "Can I withdraw now?" The youth seized him by the collar. "That's not for you to decide." The brute then hurled him straight toward the Rookie King, causing her to whip around and fix her burning gaze upon him. She sidestepped without a word, letting him sail past like a rag doll. A killing blow shot toward her, but she caught it barehanded. It turned out to be the youth's weapon. With the attack neutralized, she spoke, "You've lost." The youth looked up, a smirk twisting his lips. "Don't be so sure." Suddenly, the beam she held sprouted vicious barbs that lanced into her hand. The Rookie King's face contoured edge had fallen for his trap. The scantily clad youth cackled wildly, his other hand producing a crescent-shaped scythe. He declared that he had succeeded. She grimaced, her eyes blazing with unyielding ambition, her words dripping with arrogance. "No one can stop me from claiming the championship." Her face dark as the abyss, she extended her palm. Power began to converge. She readied herself to deliver a devastating palm strike. She surged forward, forcing him to desperately defend. He watched from outside, eyes wide, as someone atop the city walls screamed, "That's the Void Grand Palm Seal." Her palm strike sent him hurtling into the distance. The arena platform itself shattered in the wake. When the technique subsided, a blackened scorch mark stretched across the ground before her. She stood there, towering and unwavering, and declared, "The match is over." The referee stepped in. "Wait, there's still one person left on the field," he said, pointing toward Yu Li. Yu Li lay sprawled on the ground, yet jolted in terror at the sight of her devouring gaze. The referee scurried off, shouting that the match continued, while she drew ever closer. Zhao Li screamed, scrambling backward away from her. I thank your entire family. Don't come any closer." Suddenly, a strange voice cut through the air with a warning, "Spare him, or the people on the field will discover you are not a demon." She froze as if struck by lightning. The Rookie King then strode right past Yu Li. His expression was a mixture of elation and terror as he hung on her every word, counting himself lucky as if someone had just saved his life. The referee, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, broke into a cold sweat. The referee announced, "I hereby declare that the ones advancing from this semi-final round are Yu Lion, the Rookie King, Lin Feng." He lay there on the ground, screaming with disbelief and joy. "Is this for real? Even lying flat on my back, I still made it to the finals." Under a clear blue sky with wisps of white clouds drifting lazily, she walked to the base of a tree and said, "Come out." He stepped forward without a moment's hesitation, appearing before the Rookie King. Before she could enter the Three Kingdoms formation, she spoke, "You. Who are you? How dare you insult me by claiming I'm not what I am?" Without missing a beat, he replied, "If it were an insult, I wouldn't have come." She extended her hand and said, "Whatever you want, speak plainly. I can give you anything." He smirked and laid out his terms. "Then how about this? Withdraw from the tournament and let me claim the championship." Her eyes blazed as she snarled, "Fine, fine." Instantly, she pressed two fingers together, forming a pitch-black vortex aimed straight at him, and murmured, "Then let's see if you have the strength to take it." He showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, a victorious smile played across his lips. Before the attacks even collided, an explosion erupted, yet he didn't budge an inch. It was she, the one who had launched the strike, who stumbled back several steps. She had to admit it in her heart, this person's strength was overwhelming. Damn it, at her current state, she likely had only a 30% chance of victory. She furrowed her brow tightly, weighing every option with care. A wise man does not suffer needless losses before his eyes. She would recover first, then settle the score. Straightening her posture, she said to him, I can give you the championship, but I want the longevity realm quota within it." He wore the face of a villain as he said to her, "You surrendered so quickly. What if I said no? What if I want everything?" The Rookie King's face darkened, her eyes hollow and void of all warmth as she spoke. The scene shifts back to when he and Yu Li were conversing. Yu Li said, "All manner of miraculous artifacts, exotic legacies beyond counting, superior grade divine artifacts, the power of laws, everything can be found. There are even those who have been catapulted directly from the great Emperor realm to the void immortal realm." He glanced at Yu Li and said, "No wonder so many people fight to the death, risking their very lives just to compete in this tournament." Zhao Li replied, "Boss, there's something you don't know. The most extraordinary prize among them is the legendary Great Tao of Life and Death. It can resurrect the dead as long as one is below the Great Emperor realm. They can be brought back to life." Returning to the present, he narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Resurrect the dead, save oneself. He gazed at her once more with a smile, a realization dawning in his heart. It truly is the third disciple Lin Feng. Now gazing upon the Rookie King, he sees the silhouette of Lin Feng before him. The referee stands alongside the three finalists who have advanced to the inner rounds and announces in a booming voice, "Esteemed audience, welcome to the grand finale of our Four Corners arena." After countless rounds of fierce battles, three contestants have finally emerged, standing upon the fighting stage. He glances over at Hirsch, stands with arms folded, her expression stern and commanding. The referee introduces her with great enthusiasm. One is the Rookie King, boasting an undefeated record. He turns his gaze to the other figure, a man brimming with confidence, also standing with arms crossed. The referee's voice rings out clearly. One is the dark horse Yi Bei, who appeared out of nowhere without any prior reputation, possessing nothing but the ability to smile brightly and wave at the spectators along the city walls. The referee begins to stammer. And then there is the Western Zai Fox. The referee raises his fist and declares, among these three, who shall ultimately claim the championship title today. Welcome, everyone. Join us in our climactic showdown to determine which contestant your hearts believe deserves to. Wait. Several youths standing atop the city walls shout out, mocking him. What's going on? Does he also want to imitate the Rookie King and take on two opponents at once? Wu Li shrugs and utters words that leave both the Rookie King and the referee utterly stunned. Before the match begins, I wish to inform everyone apologies, but I forfeit. He waves his hand dismissively, continuing to ramble on. I'm telling the truth, my strength is nothing but a nobody who got into the finals through connections, just here to enjoy the show. There's no way I could actually win. I may be rich, but I'm not stupid. Therefore, I relinquish my right to compete. He then winks at Yi Bei and flashes a thumbs up, silently conveying his thoughts. Boss, the two of us are counting on you. The referee picks up the voice transmission device, raises his hand, and announces, since contestant Wu Li has wisely forfeited, we shall proceed directly to the championship match between our Rookie King and Yi Bei. Who among them shall claim the title of champion? In the grand prize, let us all watch with bated breath. The two of them stand face to face. Killing intent erupts between them like a thunderclap. She furrows her brows, mulling over her options. Yesterday she had just fought the Scorpion King and sustained severe injuries. Though she has recovered considerably, her current combat power stands at only 70%. If she goes all out, she might just be able to kill this man and silence him for good. Her hands form seals, and streams of power converge around her palms. The Rookie King has yet to escape her troubled thoughts. She must end this quickly, a swift, decisive victory. He grins with amusement, raises 3 fingers, and declares, Rookie King, 3 moves. If you can defeat me within 3 moves, the championship and the secret are both yours. In his heart, he cannot help but think fondly, this foolish disciple still hasn't realized who I am. She wants to kill me, just a bit of teasing. She furrows her brows tightly, her eyes flashing as she demands, what did you say? He responds nonchalantly, how about it? Do you not agree? The power behind her back coalesces into a great dragon. Around her, that same force swirls and envelops the Rookie King in its wake. She speaks, if you insist on courting death, then I shall gladly oblige. The dragon hurtles straight toward where he stands, its power erupting as though it would devour him whole. Flames roar upward, yet his figure is nowhere to be seen. Her eyes widen as she exclaims, where did he go? When the white smoke clears, he stands there as steady as an ancient mountain. Completely unscathed, he speaks quietly, 1 move. She grits her teeth, her face scrunched with fury. Raising her hands to ready her stance, it seems I've underestimated you. Then what about this move? A palm descends from above his head, blazing with myriad colors, yet they all converge into a single devastating point. Yi Bei raises his head to look at her, extends his hand, and in his heart he chides her fondly. How many times did I teach you back then? Every single time there was a minor flaw. So many years have passed and you still haven't changed. At that moment, a blinding flash of light erupts from his palm, with a single pointed finger. Her technique is shattered and scattered to the winds in an instant. The roaring cheers from the surroundings only fuel his smugness further. She freezes, disbelief painted across her face as she cries out, This is the ultimate killing technique Master taught me. How is this possible? He grins broadly without answering, but within his heart, a teasing remark has already formed. Shocked aren't you? Foolish disciple. The two lock eyes. She furrows her brow deep in thought. This man is far too strange. Why can he see through every single one of her techniques with such ease? The feeling he gives off is so achingly familiar. Done, he replies calmly, 2 moves. After the third, it's my turn to strike. She channels her fury. Her arm blazing with crackling green sparks has no choice but to use that technique. Master once said. She clenches her fist, the thunder circuit begins to surge through her meridians. In mere moments, brilliant arcs of lightning fill the space around her, and with them come her words. Unless one stands at death's very threshold, this must never be used. But she no longer cares. Her eyes blaze with absolute resolve as she cries out the name of the technique, the martial sovereign's grand Tao. Behind her, a great circle manifests, inscribed with ancient talisman runes. At its center pulses a single point of emerald light. She seems to have steadied herself and speaks to him, "The stronger you become, the stronger I become. Let us see who can endure until the end." He gazes at the technique, his expression unchanged, utterly unmoved, and thinks the martial sovereign's grand Tao can replicate any opponent's techniquisame form, same power. The stronger the force it faces, the stronger it becomes in return. He replies placidly, "Oh, is that so?" He raises his hand and sweeps out two crescent-shaped arcs of power, saying softly, "Then let us try this." That single strike carries overwhelming force as it surges forward. She sees the technique and cannot help but jolt in shock. Her eyes fly wide as she thinks, that's the very talisman circle I just unleashed. He extends a palm, within it swirls what seems to contain 10,000 stars. Lin Feng strikes out with a palm, and from his side an identical palm is thrown in response. The two palms collide, sending a tremendous shockwave rippling outward. Dust and smoke choke the air. Within that haze, he asks her gently, "Little Feng, do you still not recognize your master?" She stares in bewilderment, then cries out, "Master." Tears well in her eyes as she continues, 300 years. You've truly come back to life." He steps closer, spreading his arms wide toward her. "Well, aren't you going to come let your master have a proper look at you?" He beams, eyes crinkling with warmth, calling out to his little lass. And she, eyes still glistening with tears, calls out once more, "Master." Then suddenly she drives her fist straight into his gut. He doubles over, eyes bulging, the world spinning black. She declares through gritted teeth, "That's for making me wait 300 years. The referee, standing nearby, watches in stunned silence. She steps down from the stage and looks at him, trembling, clutching his stomach. She says, "It really is, Master, so I wasn't dreaming." He can only tremble and reply, "Whether it's a dream or not, couldn't you have tested it yourself? Did you really have to treat your master this way?" The two quickly exchange hushed whispers. He says, "That really hurt. I used a secret art so you wouldn't recognize me." She replies, "I just couldn't believe it." He says again, "Don't be sad anymore." The match is still ongoing, yet she directly forfeits the championship. "Now that you've come back to life, Master, this championship means nothing to me anymore." She raises her hand high and declares, "I forfeit." The entire arena erupts into chaos over this decision. "What, are you kidding us? Where's the referee? This is a fixed match, isn't it?" The referee steps forward and tries to persuade her. "Rookie King, are you serious? You are this year's most promising contestant." She responds coldly, "Absolutely. The Rookie King's word is iron. I do not go back on it." The referee persists, trying to dissuade her, "But if you forfeit, the audience who bet on your match will suffer catastrophic losses." She merely waves her hand dismissively, "That has nothing to do with me. I've already forfeited, handle the rest yourself." In the end, the two of them walk away together, leaving the referee standing alone on the stage. As they leave, she says, "This afternoon, they'll be distributing the championship prizes. Master, let's go rest for a bit." He responds, "Very well, I too wish to know how you've been living all these years." The crowd above seethes with rage, cursing and shouting. "Damn it, I spent all my money on this. It was definitely a fixed match. The Rookie King and that Yi Bei must have conspired to swindle us." The arena descends into pandemonium. A debt must be repaid in kind. Hall Master Hang on this side seethes with rage, crushing the teacup to powder in his grip. He slams the table and roars, "Look at our samsara arena, we're about to claim the championship, and you show me this. Do you think you can hand over the champion's title just like that? It's not that simple." He shouts, "Where are you?" his face black as thunder. "You dare defy my orders, go teach them a lesson." Cutting to the newcomer king, and Yi Bei happily shuts the door, then says to him, "This time no one will dare disturb us." He smiles at her. "Won't you show your true face to your master?" She immediately forms hand seals and transforms, replying, "Yes," reverting to the form of Lin Feng. He sits down on the chair and asks, "Lin Feng, explain yourself. How did you end up here? And why do you look like this now?" She scampers over and replies, "Me." The moment Lin Feng puts one foot on the ground, she accidentally trips over the hem of her skirt and tumbles face first toward the floor. Yi Bei catches sight of the voluptuous curves swinging before him and nearly suffers a nosebleed. He flushes crimson and turns away, covering his embarrassed face. 300 years apart, and you've certainly groan. Lin Feng's face burns just as red as she scrambles to pull her skirt down. Stammering an explanation perhaps, she's still not quite accustomed to this form. She lifts her head and says, "It's fine now. Back then, after you died, all the senior and junior sisters were devastated. Everyone exhausted every possible means. But none could find a way to bring our master back to life. One by one, the senior and junior sisters gave up hope. I nearly gave up myself until I met someone." According to her account, a figure draped in a crimson cloak, riding atop a dragon, appeared before her. At the time, I had fallen into some desolate wasteland, battling a flood dragon. That person advised me to spare its life. He said he could fulfill my conditions, so I told him my story. Afterward, he fused the flood dragon with me, and that is how I ascended to the demon immortal realm. When I first arrived, I knew no one, and my strength was far from formidable. I endured a great deal of suffering back then. Once again, the image of Lin Feng is reflected among the stars. The two sit side by side, chatting happily, and he even pats her gently on the head. Lin Feng beams brightly and says, "But thankfully, once I learned of the longevity realm's existence, all that suffering melted away." He replies, "While I was gone, you all endured great hardship on my behalf." She says, "As long as you could return, it was all worth it." Suddenly, the wall to his left explodes into rubble. He and she stare in shock. Lin Feng and Yi Bei both rise to their feet on high alert. She knows who has come and says, "It's the people from the Samsara arena." She immediately transforms back into the newcomer king's form and says, "Master, rest for now. Leave these people to me. Leave these people to me." He and the newcomer king stand shoulder to shoulder, ready for battle. He says, "They've already struck at our doorstep. If we don't go out and teach them a lesson, the fault would be ours." She answers, "Yes." The enemy stands at the gaping hole in the wall and sneers, "You conceded defeat right in the middle of the arena, shaming the Samsara arena before the entire world. According to the covenant, upon defeat you must surrender all materials in your possession, return to face punishment, and compete on Samsara's behalf." She shows not a shred of fear. "Just as I expected from your kind, I want to annul the pact with you." The man sneers, "The hall master predicted you would say that." He sweeps his arm, and thousands of crimson streaks surge toward Yi Bei and her. "Once you've stepped through the gates of the Samsara arena, you have no right to decide your own fate." She attempts to catch them barehanded, but to her shock, she fails to snag even one. Worse still, the crimson streaks bind her in place, and she cries out, "What?" One hand extends forward, weaving a spell, while the other rests behind his back. "I forgot to mention once you sign the tournament's covenant. You are bound by the power of the pact's rules. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot escape these bindings. If you admit your mistake now and hand over the flood dragon's divine soul dwelling within you, I may yet spare your life." Defiance blazes in her eyes. She gathers her strength even as she spits the words, "In your dreams." Enraged, he lashes the crimson bindings again and again, roaring, "You are courting death." At that moment, Yi Bei extends his hand. Violet lightning crackles and dances around his palm. He sweeps his hand, and every crimson binding disintegrates into nothing. Seeing that a single hand isn't enough, the enemy brings his second into play, muttering without end, "You're nothing but a mere insect who just broke through to the Emperor Venerable realm. You win one championship and already you've forgotten your place." These crimson bindings inflict no physical harm, but those who can break free of them very few have I ever met. He and she look up at the dense web of crimson threads. Yi Bei shows not a flicker of hesitation. He speaks, "Before I shattered the limits of my body, fighting someone at the void immortal realm would have given me slim odds of victory. But now you are no match for me." At that very instant, his eyes erupt with violet radiance of Dao annihilation art. Purple lightning rains down around him in a torrential deluge. It spreads outward in a vast expanse, annihilating everything in its path. The enemy steels himself and attempts once more. He screams for the bindings to tighten, but nothing manifests. Yi Bei raises a hand with an utterly bored expression. "Is that all you've got? I haven't even exerted myself yet." The enemy's jaw drops in disbelief. "What did you just say?" The crack of a finger snap rings out, and a violet sphere that tears through everything in its path hurtles straight toward the enemy. The sphere engulfs him completely. He howls in agony. When it's over, Yi Bei and she walk up to where the enemy lies. She says, "Master, you've grown even stronger than before." The enemy forces the words out through gritted teeth. "Impossible. How can anyone overpower the strength of the covenant?" His face is covered in wounds, yet he grits his teeth and demands, "Who in the world are you?" Yi Bei speaks, and in his palm, a black hole of cosmic void materializes. "If you wish to know who I am, why not step inside and find out for yourself?" A blood-curdling scream pierces the air. yet Yi Bei and she have already departed through the massive hole in the wall. She says something and he answers simply, "Let's go. Enough, it's time to collect the champion's reward." Outside in the stands, a mob of people is in an uproar. The newcomer king's lost, drag him out here and make him apologize. Is this some kind of conspiracy by your arena, just to swindle us out of our money? Explain Yi Bei's identity right now, or we absolutely refuse to accept this result. Get out here now. I don't know either. Who knew that Yi Bei would be that formidable? He even made the newcomer king cry. It's definitely a conspiracy. The referee is surrounded by furious shouts. He hurries to defend himself. I'm not deceiving you. I bet on the newcomer king too, and I lost everything. A man grabs the referee by the collar and roars, I don't believe you. While the mob continues to rage and scream, behind them Yi Bei and she stroll away calmly. Just as they pass by, the referee points at Yi Bei and screams, there go Yi Bei and the newcomer king, go after them. The entire mob whips around to stare at him, then surges forward. If we kill him, there'll be no champion left. Kill him and the champion's reward will be ours. Yi Bei fixes them with a single glare and they stumble backward. They start pushing each other forward. His aura is absolutely terrifying. Why don't you charge in first? Let's all attack together. How can I do it alone? The mob of gamblers, united by their shared losses, rally together as one. One of them shouts aloud, I'll count to 3 everyone attacks together. Yi Bei pays them no mind. His expression cold as frost, he raises his hand and opens the sovereign demon palace. The entire mob of gamblers howling before him is sucked inside. He withdraws his hand and the gateway shrinks into a speck, settling neatly into his palm. The system abruptly materializes. Desolate small world upgrade complete. Current level 1, check your reward. Current world level. Level 1, check the current world level reward. Level 1, ability awaken dominion over life and death. The host may kill or resurrect any living being within the desolate small world. Yi Bei smiles faintly, gazing down at his own palm. Not only can he extract the memories of those who enter the small world, but he can also arbitrarily command their life and death. Then once they set foot in my small world, wouldn't I be invincible? The system immediately answers the question you just asked. In theory, that is correct. However, only when the host's cultivation base surpasses the opponent's can they be captured within the miniature world. Afterward, both of them stride toward the gate. Yi Bei speaks to Lin Feng, who is currently assuming the identity of the newcomer king. Let's go claim the reward. She answers without hesitation. Yes. Yi Bei speaks again. His next words drip with sarcasm. The strong bully the weak, a truth that never changes. Within the packed crowd, someone pushes through and rushes forward. Excuse me, please step aside. The gate slowly swings open. Yi Bei clasps his hands behind his back. The man who just burst out shouts at the top of his lungs. The champion of this 4 directions arena is none other than Yi Bei, the jewel of our South Heaven arena. His right hand hoists a jade green command token high into the air. He turns to Yi Bei, champion Yi, this is all yours. Up in the stands, spectators cling to the stone railing, whispering among themselves, 1,000,000 spirit crystals, a single one would sustain us for half a year. What does that even amount to? The longevity realm command token, now that is the true treasure. Yi Bei gazes down calmly and reaches out to accept the jade token from the man. Suddenly, from atop the towering wall, a man leaps down. He roars, if you want to claim the reward, you'll have to ask whether our Samla arena consents. You colluded with our outside contestant, slaughtered my most trusted aide, and you still dare claim the champion's reward. Yi Bei's expression turns cold as steel, his piercing gaze sweeping toward the interloper. The man wheels toward Yi Bei, who holds the jade token. Today, I shall carry out heaven's will and seize this reward in the name of the heavens. Gritting his teeth, he lunges to snatch the jade token, but his hand is blocked. He is sent hurtling backward. The one who struck him away now stands tall and imposing, shielding Yi Bei from harm. It takes a long moment before the man regains his composure. He looks at the person who blocked him, his brows knotted tightly. Pavilion Master Shang. Pavilion Master Shang stands before Yi Bei, his expression serene as he regards the man. Hall Master Heng, you have lost your composure. As one who holds authority over the Samla arena, to be unable to accept even a single loss, and now you seek to rob a junior. Hall Master Heng remains utterly shameless. Whoever is more formidable gets to call the shots. Elder Shang hears such words and scoffs in disbelief. He issues a challenge, then why don't you try it yourself? Instantly, the 2 seniors face off on the arena floor, their auras surging, one emerald, one crimson, rising in towering columns of pressure. Yi Bei watches the 2 from the side, clutching the jade token tightly. The newcomer king steps up behind him. Her voice tinged with admiration. Pavilion Master Shang's divine might is truly formidable. Is this the power of the void immortal realm? Hall Master Heng stares at Elder Shang, his expression devoid of emotion. Suddenly, he lowers his voice. Old man, do you wish to make an enemy of the Samla arena for his sake? Elder Shang is a man of unwavering integrity. He does not yield under such pressure. He responds to Hall Master Heng's question. If you are an enemy of us, though our South Heaven arena is not what it once was, should we be provoked thus, we would not fear a battle to the death. Hall Master Heng snorts coldly, whirls around and storms off. After Hall Master Heng departs, Elder Shang turns back and speaks softly to Yi Bei. Young friend Yi, all is well now. Yi Bei offers a courteous smile. I am grateful, Pavilion Master Shang. Yi Bei then turns to Lin Feng. You bore the title of newcomer king, yet on the journey here, you were bullied by others. Sign this Overlord's Pact. This will handle the Samla arena matches on your behalf. Lin Feng immediately refuses. Master, do you know why I claimed the Jade token in the first place? It's no longer needed now. He tosses the Jade token into Lin Feng's hands before she can refuse. Inside, there is not only a life-and-death enlightenment of the Grand Tao, the other items are also immensely beneficial for one's growth. Take it. Lin Feng no longer refuses and accepts his kindness with grace. Thank you, Master. Elder Shang, standing nearby, overhears the newcomer king address Yi Bei as Master and grows curious. Master, Yi Bei speaks calmly, there is truly nothing to hide. This is a disciple I took in from the lower realm. Elder Shang, upon hearing this, breaks into a cold sweat, his expression shifting to one of indescribable emotion. Your plane truly harbors crouching tigers and hidden dragons, just a single sect and it is already this formidable. The enforcement captain once told me that making you the boss always felt surreal. But now I officially declare you are the second elder of our South Heaven arena. Yi Bei maintains a polite smile outwardly. You honor me too much. Yet inwardly he thinks in no time at all. He's already elevated me to such a lofty position. Pavilion Master Shang truly knows how to scheme. Elder Shang smiles, clasping his hands behind his back. Our South Heaven arena has gone far too long without a talent like you. You eliminated the traitor elder and won the championship for our South Heaven arena. As our second elder, all of the South Heaven arena's resources shall be at your disposal. Yi Bei responds with calm composure, then I shall not refuse. Suddenly, Elder Shang seems to recall something. His gaze drifts to the Jade token in the newcomer king's hand. Ah, that's right, although this Jade token is exceedingly precious, it is not the only one in existence. The newcomer king need not feel guilty. There are 100 entry tokens for the longevity realm in total. By the time they are distributed to the various demon immortal realms, very few remain, but with effort one can still be obtained. Yi Bei's expression remains unchanged. Please elaborate. He explains Tianqiao City lies at the junction of the demon domain and the territories of various other races, falling under no single faction's jurisdiction. Finding another Jade token there is not impossible. His eyes grow wistful. Inside as well, there is a place known as the Heavenly Pride Pavilion. If it recognizes you as a Heavenly Pride, you can obtain a portion of extraordinary fortune. Before opening the longevity realm, making a trip there would be greatly beneficial. In the forest a voice rings out. The auction in Tianqiao City often features many rare treasures. Who knows, there may even be longevity realm Jade tokens among them. During the day outside, a loud announcement rings out. All denizens of Tianqiao City are forbidden from engaging in private combat, prohibited from flying, and may not destroy public property. Violators shall be severely punished. Yi Bei and the newcomer king stroll together through the bustling streets. Gazing around at the lively avenue, the newcomer king suddenly turns to Yi Bei. With so many races gathered in Tianqiao City, I expected endless conflict. Who knew the rules would be so strict? It seems rather peaceful here. No sooner does she finish her words than a robbery erupts in the middle of the street. A young man shouts, "Stop, return my ring." The fleeing thief hears his shout and hurls back. Only a fool would stop. The victim hears this and ceases his pursuit, coming to a halt. His hands gather a mass of ice. If that's how it is, then don't blame me. A blinding bolt of lightning crashes down from the heavens onto the street. Zhao Li is struck, his body charred black. His hair standing on end, and he protests, "This isn't fair. He was the one who stole from me." Yi Bei approaches from behind and speaks calmly. Zhao Li. Zhao Li hears the familiar voice and whips his head around. Boss, he rushes forward and clings tightly to Yi Bei. Boss, it's really you. Lin Feng, acting like a proper shrew, stomps her foot hard into Zhao Li's face and steps back before speaking. Yi Bei smiles warmly, his voice gentle with concern. Why are you here? He scratches the back of his head. After the match ended, word reached home that I came to Tianqiao City to auction something off. but before long, my ring was stolen by that man. Now I don't have a single coin left. Yi Bei smiles faintly, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. He thinks to himself, what a rich fool, yet he still speaks up. We're heading to the auction as well, let's go together. Xiao Li's expression melts into that of a grateful puppy. Boss, I knew I chose the right person to follow. Yi Bei pays no heed, turning to walk on. Lin Feng, however, steps up behind and delivers a kick that sends Yu Li flying to the side. She speaks to Yu Li coldly, stay away from my master. A short while later, walking behind Yi Bei, Xiao Li says to the master and disciple pair, this is the Heavenly Pride City auction house. Don't let the exterior fool you, the inside is far more extravagant. The floors are paved with premium spirit stones, and even the mounts are crafted from rare celestial spirit wood. Lin Feng turns to Yu Li and asks, then what are the conditions for entry? He forces an awkward smile and out of habit scratches his head. Before entering, we need a spirit crystal card. It won't cost a small sum. Unfortunately, my spirit crystal card and all my spirit crystals were stolen. Upon hearing Yu Li's words, she turns to Yi Bei, master. Over the years, I've saved up quite a few spirit crystals. If you need them, they're all yours. He answers without hesitation, this master has such petty change as well. Let's go. At the entrance, the card vendor sits there with a bored expression, casting a contemptuous glance at the three of them. He says nothing, his disdain is written plainly across his face. Where did these paupers crawl from? Let's get this over with quickly. He explains to the three of them in a perfunctory tone. The red spirit crystal card is the lowest tier 100 low-grade spirit crystals. If you can't afford it, then scram, don't waste my time. Xiao Li is utterly outraged. He slams both hands on the counter and roars, you dare look down on us. The vendor leans back in his chair with an air of arrogance, lazily pointing at the clothes Xiao Li is wearing. It's not that I look down on you. A man who can't even afford a decent set of clothes shouldn't be wasting both our times. Lin Feng's fury erupts. She slams her fist into a pillar, splitting it clean in two. Does this qualify us for entry? The vendor gazes at her coldly, not a flicker of fear in his eyes. His contempt remains undiminished. I don't care how strong you are. No money. No entry. Lin Feng's rage only intensifies at his attitude. She lunges forward, but Yi Bei catches her sleeve and holds her back. What's the price of your highest tier spirit crystal card? The vendor answers without a shred of courtesy. Red card 100, green card 10,000, purple card 100,000. Xiao Li slams his hand on the counter. In the black cards. The vendor has no desire to waste words but answers anyway, right. Black card 500,000. If you can buy it, buy it. If not, get out of the way. Yi Bei smiles faintly, gently placing a small box on the counter. Tell me, is this enough? The vendor remains utterly indifferent. His contempt toward the three unchanged. What the hell is this? Some kind of weed. Suddenly, a woman with raven black hair approaches from afar. What's going on here? The vendor immediately rises to greet her. The shopkeeper crosses her arms coldly, her gaze sweeping over the three standing at the counter. What's the matter? The vendor reports respectfully, this person brought some ordinary spirit herb and wants to exchange it for a spirit crystal card to gain entry. She peers inside the wooden box. Resting on a green silk cushion is a ginseng root that appears extraordinarily rare. The shopkeeper's eyes widen in shock as she beholds the ginseng in the box. She exclaims, blood harmony ginseng. The more she gazes upon it, the more her excitement mounts. Legend has it this was brought out from the longevity realm. It may resemble a dried weed, but it contains the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. A cultivator at the great emperor realm who consumes it can directly break through to the next realm. She lifts the ginseng root with both hands and says to the vendor, forget the purple card, thighs is more than enough for a black card. The vendor lets out a startled cry. The shopkeeper immediately breaks into an ingratiating smile toward the three. Honored guests, you've surely heard that today's final act is exceptionally enticing. Is that why you've come? Please write this way. Yi Bei has no idea of the ginseng's true worth. He merely thinks to himself that it sounds even more formidable than a longevity realm jade medallion. Inside the hall, Yi Bei sits majestically in his chair while the shopkeeper hovers at his side, ceaselessly fawning over him. This is our auction Sky Sudeth most prestigious VIP hall. It offers the finest position and view. We've also prepared 4 Emperor Venerable Realm bodyguards for your personal safety. He refuses without a moment's hesitation. Bodyguards won't be necessary. The shopkeeper adds with eager reverence. Very well, should you fancy any item, simply press this button to notify me. The item's cost will be deducted directly from your black card. Much obliged. Yi Bei's courtesy earns him a mark of goodwill in the shopkeeper's eyes. What a fine man, talented, wealthy, and courteous to boot. She smiles at him. Then I shall take my leave. Should you need anything at all, you may send me a voice transmission. The door to the room closes shut. Xiao Li, standing nearby, speaks to Yi Bei. Boss, I've seen my share of rare treasures. That blood harmony ginseng is worth far more than 500,000. That shopkeeper just made a huge profit. Yi Bei replies calmly, whatever fee she charged, she'll render service to match. A shopkeeper of her caliber surely understands the principle behind it. Lin Feng chimes in, I wonder if this auction will have any jade medallions. Xiao Li answers her with the air of a seasoned veteran, don't worry about the jade medallion. When the time comes to find one, we'll find one. My father told me this auction is exceptionally grand. There will definitely be owner, rest assured. The sound of a bell rings out. The auctioneer stands upon the stage and declares in a booming voice, I hereby announce the 9th grand auction now begins. Below, one of the attendees speaks up, what are you here to bid on? Another nearby chimes in, I heard some big shots are attending this auction. I'm not buying anything, just here for the spectacle. The first one continues to his companion, then I'd rather not miss out either. The auctioneer beams brightly, standing on stage with his hand resting upon a red silk cloth. Fine words need no excess, fine goods need no waiting. Today I won't beat around the bush. This auction item can be called the rarest treasure to grace our stage in dozens of auctions this year. The red silk cloth is swept away, revealing a suit of armor, displayed in all its glory upon the pedestal. The crowd murmurs in confusion, what is that? The aura emanating from it is terrifying. Another person in the crowd recognizes it immediately, the Asura battle armor. The auctioneer begins his brief introduction of the item on display. This piece is called the Asura battle armor. A patron acquired it several hundred years ago from the desolate wasteland, a forbidden zone of utter peril. After verification by our team of professional appraisers, this Asura battle armor has been classified as a divine artifact. Yuli peers down from the upper floor window, eyes gleaming with excitement. Now that's a fine piece. Ordinary Emperor artifacts can boost combat power, but a divine artifact like this allows one to fight entirely above their realm. Yi Bei ponders in silence on it, and you become invincible among Piercedominant even against those a tier above. Worthy of being called the ultimate armor for close quarters combat. All three speak in unison, our junior sister would look perfect in it. From above, the auctioneer's voice rings out, the Asura battle armor starting bid 100,000 spirit crystals. The auction begins now. Several people in the crowd deflate upon hearing the starting price. You buying? One asks. The man beside him grins. 100,000 spirit crystals could sustain a low-grade demonic beast for several lifetimes. Let's just watch and see how it plays out. This is probably reserved for the VIPs on the second floor. We'd best not get our hopes up. At that moment, a voice rings out from a second-floor suite. 150,000! The crowd below erupts in excitement, craning their necks upward. Suite number 3 in the sky wing, that's the Tianluo immortal land. Damn, that's generous. Xiao Li looks over Yi Bei and asks, boss, should we raise the bid? Yi Bei smiles, 200,000. The auctioneer on stage responds with great enthusiasm. We have a bid. 200,000. Sky suite number 420000. Do I hear any higher? 200,000 going once. Room number 3 raises the bid to 250,000. Yi Bei's expression remains cold as iron. He decisively raises the bid to 500,000. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupts from room number 3. Bang! The occupants of the adjacent room number 4 have shattered their cups in a fit of provocation. They've gone mad with Raginable to raise the price any further. The auctioneer announces 500,000 second call. 500,000 third call, sold. The crowd below erupts into murmurs. Who exactly is the person in the heavenly numbered room 4? Going head-to-head with the Tianluo immortal domain. 500,000 for a single piece of armor, truly extravagant. Some below cannot help but exclaim, this is only the first item, and the bidding is already this fierce. If they truly go for each other's throats later, the spectacle will be even more magnificent. Coming here today was absolutely the right decision. After the first item is sold, the second item is brought onto the stage. Next, allow us to present our second item. The auction drags on for quite some time, nearly consuming an entire session, yet the crowd inside remains fervent. Inside room number 4, Xiao Li marvels, boss, you're truly incredible. You have made it so that those in heavenly numbered room 3 can't buy a single thing they desire. Seeing their furious tone, I find it quite amusing. Lin Feng, on the other hand, grows increasingly anxious. so many items have been auctioned. Yet there is still no sign of the Longevity Realm Jade token. Could it really not be here? Yibei sits back in his chair and says to her, perhaps not. The auctioneer stands on the floor below. She continues with great vigor. The next item, the consignor made an incredibly difficult decision before agreeing to put it up for auction. If you wish to obtain a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, countless rare treasures of heaven and earth, and endless paths of cultivation, then you absolutely cannot let this pass. It is none other than the item to follow. She announces loudly the entry Jade token of the Longevity Realm, starting price 100,000. Lin Feng immediately bids 200,000. Room number 3 has also been waiting for exactly this moment. 500000. The crowd below now has fresh fuel for their heated discussions. 500,000. The Tianluo immortal domain must be coughing up blood from sheer rage. Yibei smirks cunningly. Today, meeting the people of the Tianluo immortal domain, I won't let them take a single thing. He raises the bid to 800,000. A voice rings out from the adjacent room number 3. 800,000. Does he truly believe that anyone who obtains the Jade token can emerge from the Longevity Realm alive? Inside the room are two young women. The orange-haired lady is none other than Tianli herself. She stands with her hands on her hips, asking the girl beside her, who on earth is the opposition? They dare oppose our Tianluo immortal domain. The person beside her responds in a flat, emotionless tone. To protect the privacy of their clients, the VIP auction rooms are all enhanced with additional layers of magical concealment, making it impossible to discern anyone's true voice. Tianli grits her teeth. Her entire budget for this trip is only 2 million spirit stones. If she continues to bid against him, she fears she won't be able to secure the final item. On the auction floor below, the auctioneer announces Longevity Realm Jade token 800,000 once, 800,000 twice. Tianli calculates inwardly if she cannot obtain it this time. She will simply wait for the next time the Longevity Realm opens and seize someone else's token by force. Finally, the auctioneer bellows 800,000 3 times. Sold. The gong's chime reverberates throughout the entire hall. Congratulations to our honored guest in room number 4 for securing this item. Inside room number 4, Lin Feng looks as though a tremendous weight has been lifted from her shoulders. Wonderful. Zhao Li stands beside her, smiling as he speaks to her. Say, I told you it would definitely be here. He leans down and asks Yibei, boss, do you still have funds, including the item from today as well? You've already spent several million spirit stones. Yibei smiles and replies, purchasing everything in today's auction should pose no problem. Suddenly, Lin Feng hastily points below. Master, look, the final item. Below, the auctioneer stands beside a lacquered red wooden box. The final item, its identity and origins are quite extraordinary. Therefore, we have decided to put it up for auction without a formal appraisal. Starting price 10,000 spirit stones. The crowd below buzzes with murmurs. No appraisal. They don't even know what it is and they're putting it up for auction. Anyone who bids on it is a fool. Another person counters, quite the opposite. The more no one dares bid on it, the more likely it is to be a truly rare treasure. The people below also enthusiastically join in the bidding for this final item. Then I'll bid 20,000 spirit stones. I'll join in for fun with 10,000. Even if I don't win, at least it'll force the wealthy ones to shell out 50, 0 or 100,000. In room number 4, Lin Feng is asking for Yibei's opinion. Master, can you sense anything? Regarding the aura of that item, Yibei does not disappoint her. He immediately replies, it is the aura of my second disciple. Lin Feng raises her hand to her chin in contemplation. Second senior sister and this item are definitely connected. Moreover, I faintly sense that it harbors an immense hidden fortune. Yibei says to her, do you still remember the Chaos Soul reincarnation art that I taught you? Try circulating it. Lin Feng immediately responds, yes, master. Lin Feng closes her eyes in concentration, her hands forming hand seals as she channels the Chaos reincarnation art. On the auction floor below, the red box displayed on the stage begins to tremble violently. The auctioneer standing beside the box suddenly sees it shaking with such ferocity that she startles, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her eyes. Below, everyone erupts into fervent whispers. What's going on? The auction item is resonating. After completing the technique, Lin Feng turns to report to Yibei. The auction item and my Chaos Soul reincarnation art share the same origin. They are resonating with each other. Yibei gazes intently downward. Indeed, they are resonating. Lin Feng continues, the hidden fortune within it is incredibly abundant. If we can obtain it, our entire sect will reap immense benefits. The two of them converse so passionately that they forget there is another person present in this very room, Xiao Li. He stands beside Yi Bei, bewildered, listening to their exchange without absorbing a single word. I clearly understand every individual word, so why does it feel like I can't comprehend a single sentence? In room number 3, Tianli stands gazing through the window, a gleeful smile spreading across her face. Then a booming voice rings out from the second floor, 1,500,000. Upon hearing this, everyone on the first floor is struck dumb. No one utters a single word. The auctioneer beams. The guest from room number 2 has placed the highest bid in our history. Today shall become an unprecedented day in the annals of our auction house. She flashes a bewitching smile. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 1,500,000? Another voice rings out from the second floor, 3 million. Below, the crowd on the first floor erupts. He's already bought so many things today. Does he really have 3 million? Don't tell me he's just spouting nonsense. Has the auctioneer even bothered to verify how many spirit stones he actually has? Normally, even a major domain only yields 700,000 to 800,000 spirit stones in annual income. I refuse to believe that in a single auction, he can casually spend several million. The people on the first floor cannot bring themselves to believe it, deluding themselves in their denial. Spending money like that, the person standing beside him picks up the thread. He alone has already swept up so many fine items. If his card still holds that much money, then I have nothing to say. But if it doesn't, then the auctioneer had better conduct a thorough check. Even the auctioneer is just as bewildered, so much so that she cannot find words. She thinks to herself, although that young man did indeed produce a rare treasure of heaven and earth, at most it was only worth 1 million. Such treasures are already exceedingly rare. Producing 2 or 3 more is simply impossible. Perhaps I should still verify his funds. The crowd below, seeing the auctioneer's conflicted expression, unanimously roars their approval. Check it, check it, check it. The shopkeeper ascends to the second floor, room 4. She steps into the room wearing a plastered-on smile and addresses Yi Bei with a proposal. I sincerely apologize, honored guest, but might you show us the 3 million spirit crystals beforehand? Of course I believe you, it's just that all eyes are on us right now. Neither of us can back down gracefully, so I can only trouble you for a moment. Yi Bei glances at her and breaks into a meaningful smile. My apologies, but at this moment, I truly do not have 3 million spirit crystals on hand. The shopkeeper freezes upon hearing this, staring at Yi Bei as he sits unperturbed in his chair. What? Not just the shopkeeper, Evan Yu Li is caught off guard by Yi Bei's words. He shouts, What do you mean? We don't have 3 million spirit crystals. Lin Feng barks back, keep your voice down, everyone outside can hear you. The crowd below erupts into a fresh wave of murmurs. What? They don't have 3 million spirit crystals. The shopkeeper, flanked by 2 burly men behind her, regards Yi Bei and Lin Feng's group with visible displeasure. Surely this isn't some kind of joke, is it? Yi Bei rises and approaches the shopkeeper. He speaks calmly, the precious blood ginseng I gave you was worth 3 million, was it not? The shopkeeper is visibly irritated, yet she restrains herself to address Yi Bei. That goes without saying, it's just that today's auction total has already exceeded 3 million spirit crystals. If you can produce another precious blood ginseng, it would clear today's entire debt. Xiao Li bristles with indignation and barks at her. Produce. Another one. Do you think they grow on trees? Who could possibly produce that many at once? But Yi Bei does not disappoint. Yi Bei produces 2 more stalks of precious blood ginseng, along with several other rare herbs. The shopkeeper, who had been in a foul mood and was about to put the 3 of them in their place, freezes solid upon seeing him produce so much. Yi Bei regards her without a single wasted word, asking only one brief question, enough. She clutches the front of her robe tightly. Perhaps too stunned for words, she can only manage a forced smile. Of course it's enough. Then she shoots a glance at the subordinate standing behind her. Well, hurry up and bring the items over. Lin Feng, standing right behind Yi Bei, speaks up with displeasure. You've offended our master. And now you want to take our treasures as well. The moment Lin Feng finishes, the shopkeeper flinches as if struck at her sore spot. She bows deeply. This humble one sincerely apologizes. Honored guest, I've been in this trade for many years. Yet today I was deceived by someone. I simply couldn't stand the sight of it. As compensation, the final auction item today will no longer be put up for bidding. We shall hand it to you directly at market price. Does that satisfy you? Noticing the deafening silence, she thinks to herself, I've already offered such a steep concession. Surely you could say something. Contrary to her expectations, Lin Feng asks coolly, is that all? The shopkeeper lifts her head. Then what is it you need? Just tell me. Within reason. We will certainly satisfy you. Yi Bei has been waiting for precisely this opening. He speaks at once. Indeed, there is one matter on my end. I wonder if you can be of help. Yao Luo, standing nearby, mimics Lin Feng and peers down at her with furrowed brows. HMPH didn't think agreeing would be this easy. The shopkeeper is somewhat taken aback. Please go ahead. Yi Bei lays out his request. Is there a way to swiftly ascend to the immortal world? The shopkeeper straightens her back and addresses Yi Bei normally. Ascension relies entirely on one's own cultivation. If one seeks a shortcut, it requires pills or some fortuitous encounter. But speaking of rapid ascension, as if struck by a sudden thought, her eyes gleam with realization. Indeed, there is one thing that could accomplish precisely that. The shopkeeper extends her hand and closes her fingers. A few small, cyan-hued objects materialize in her palm. She speaks an upper realm seal. When a being of the immortal world perishes under certain circumstances, an upper realm seal like this will manifest. It serves as a crucial marker by which the heavenly Tao makes its distinction. Should someone from a lower world obtain it, they can evade the gaze of the heavenly Tao. Yi Bei extends his hand and accepts it. He asks, is the heavenly Tao so easily fooled? The shopkeeper explains, you are not wrong. This is only temporary, at most 3 months, at least 3 days, before one is cast back down to the lower realm. Yi Bei accepts the upper realm seal and says to the shopkeeper, thank you. The shopkeeper withdraws and closes the door behind her. Then shortly, I shall bring the final auction item. Over to you. The crowd below, having watched the drama unfold for quite some time, erupts into chatter once more. What, no more auctioning? I hear the entire lot's been bought out by the fourth heavenly pride. Seems like a deliberate jab at Tianluo Immortal Land. We couldn't bid on anything today anyway, we bother worrying about it. Tianluo Immortal Land has been tyrannical for far too long. It's high time someone put them in their place. Next, the two men who had been following the shopkeeper struggle to carry a red wooden chest up from below. From room 3, Tianli roars, who dares make a commotion outside? How dare you snatch everything from our Tianluo Immortal Land? The girl standing behind her speaks cautiously. This humble one is at fault. I truly cannot say. It was a stranger who only recently ascended. Tianli frowns. Someone who just ascended yet possesses such wealth. Are you trying to deceive me? The girl behind her maintains her respectful tone. How would we dare offend Tianluo Immortal Land? We speak only the truth. Tianli raises her hand and bites her nail, her mind racing Somyeon opposing her with such immense wealth and that strangely familiar feeling. A face flashes in her mind, and she dares not believe it. Yi Bei, impossible. How could he have broken through so quickly? She coldly questions the girl behind her once more, though the girl still maintains a respectful demeanor. Who exactly is the person across from us? The girl does not answer, merely mumbling a few vague sounds. She storms out, if you won't tell me, I'll see for myself. Whether it's Yi Bei or not, I'll know soon enough. Outside, the door guard at the tavern shouts, esteemed guest, you cannot do this. Tianli boldly throws open the wooden door with both arms. Behind her, the purple-haired manager cranes her neck to peer inside. Tianli stares at the empty room and exclaims, gone already. The person beside her breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Thank heavens they've left. If this honored guest and Tianluo Immortal Land had crossed paths, it would have been a nightmare for both sides. She looks inside and says to Tianli, you've seen for yourself, it's not that I refuse to tell you. This honored guest came and left in the blink of an eye. How could someone like us dare interfere? On the surface, the shopkeeper offers a placating smile. That honored guest is extraordinarily wealthy and likely operates in many circles. If I happen to pick up any information about him, I'll be sure to notify you, won't I? But in her mind, she thinks the exact opposite. Tianluo Immortal Land relies on the backing of the 9 Great Immortal Alliance. Offending everyone in the immortal world who, in their right mind, would tell you anything. Upon hearing the guest is wealthy, she begins to convince herself that this cannot be the person she is looking for. Someone this wealthy, it definitely isn't Yi Bei. Perhaps last time I suffered at his hands I was simply too rattled. With the meager spiritual energy on the Tangshuan plane, even after several hundred more years, he could never ascend. The heavens darken, Chu Tianli's gaze darts downward. Startled, she retracts her hand. It is a voice transmission from the Immortal Lord. Something urgent has occurred at the Immortal Land. Bring the treasure back at once. She flashes a cunning grin toward the shopkeeper and speaks. Shopkeeper, our Tianluo Immortal Land hasn't secured a single item at this auction. Surely you wouldn't mind offering us a little something as compensation, would you? The instant her words fall, Chu Tianli moves like lightning. Spiritual essence surges from her palm, ripping a cyan jade from the shopkeeper's person and pulling it into her own hand. The shopkeeper's heart roils with silent fury. The origin fusion pill they took from us last time hasn't even been settled yet. And now they're taking more. Damn it all. Outwardly, her face is plastered with a strained smile for this esteemed customer. As long as the customer is happy, that's all that matters. Tianluo immortal land, just you wait. A star-strewn night sky blankets everything below. The silence is strangely absolute. In an instant, 3 voices ring out from the street below, shattering the stillness of the night. Boss, thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, I would have failed my father by not securing the auction item. Since we've got the goods, let's head back quickly. Boss, once I've delivered the item, I'll come find you right away. Yi Bei's expression hardens. She glances at Xiao Li standing beside the human king, crosses her arms, and warns him coldly. Don't you dare go back. That single auction item already cost Master tens of thousands of spirit crystals. Xiao Li fires back. When the time comes, I'll definitely bring back even more to repay you, boss. A moment later, the human king walking beside him asks, Master, the people from Tianluo Immortal Land were standing right across from us just now. Why didn't we confront them? Yi Bei explains, mere remnants and broken soldiers there, not worthy of us making a move here. Our priority now is the Heavenly Pride Pavilion. Suddenly, a foot appears on the rooftop above. The eavesdropper has heard every word of their conversation. They immediately sense someone behind them. The human king murmurs solemnly to Yi Bei, Master, someone is watching us. Hearing this, Yi Bei replies calmly, I know, 3 groups have been tailing us since the auction ended. Heavenly Pride City forbids private combat. What good does following us do? Do they intend to rob us of what we carry? She glances at the human king and continues. Though Heavenly Pride City forbids open combat, it doesn't prohibit ambushes and cornering. As long as you don't channel spiritual essence and keep things discreet, long as the city's rule formation doesn't detect Yao, you can do as you please. The human king asks cautiously, then what do we do? Just let them tail us. Yi Bei reassures her with a steady answer. Let them follow for now, they can't do anything to us in the short term. Without warning, a short, white-haired old man materializes before the 2 of them. The old man's voice rings out with a question, startling Yi Bei into looking down at the diminutive figure. Esteemed ones, you seem to be heading for the Heavenly Pride Pavilion, are you not? The old man, clad in beggar's rags, extends his hand with a shameless grin splitting his wizened face, slipping into a practiced beggar's whine. This old man knows these parts well. How about you give me a small tip and I'll lead the way? Yi Bei says to the human king without expression, let's go. She strides ahead, opening her mouth to explain to the figure behind her. Ever since heaven and earth were born, the Heavenly Pride Pavilion has stood. All who come to Heavenly Pride City make the pilgrimage. If it acknowledges you as a Heavenly Pride, boundless fortunes await. If it does not, those who dare step inside are burned to ash. That is why ordinary people never attempt it. After a long while, a grand estate materializes before them. At the center of its gate, a strange spatial rift gapes open. The 2 of them crane their heads upward. The human king, standing behind, murmurs in wonder, so this is the Heavenly Pride Pavilion. Suddenly, the short old man from before darts in behind them, flashing a grin. Well, come closer, let me have a feel of those fine robes. Since you've already arrived, I'll just help myself to that tip of yours. Seeing this, Yi Bei furrows her brow. The old man's body crackles with agile lightning, and a bolt rockets straight toward where the 2 of them stand. She floats gently to the ground. By now, a thin haze blankets the area as bolts of lightning erupt ceaselessly from the earth. The 2 of them turn to face the old man. Yi Bei, hands clasped behind her back, speaks. I knew you harbored no good intentions. Within the haze, a band of beggars from the old man's gang begins to emerge. The short old man at their head stands tall, locking eyes with Yi Bei. You dodged it again. He jabs a bony finger toward her, then turns to the mob behind him like a cunning fox. Everyone, attack. I've just dosed them with my drug. Their spiritual essence is completely sealed. Seeing them about to charge, Yi Bei and the human king turn around and sneer. Even. The Tianfa gang has come to rob us. That final auction item truly is a fragrant piece of bait. Tianlei and every passerby are all swarming in. With those words, Yi Bei rockets straight into the structure known as the Heavenly Pride Pavilion. Into the Paviliano. The human king behind her immediately takes flight and follows. Yes. The 2 vanish beyond the threshold, as though swallowed whole. Seeing them gone, the mob outside dares not follow. They turn on the short old man, voices sharp with reproach. Why'd you push them so hard, old man? Well, that's just great. Anyone who enters the Heavenly Pride Pavilion without being chosen is annihilated by the power of heaven and earth reduced to ashes. He went in there. So both the man and the ring are as good as lost. Damn it! Beyond the gateway of the Heavenly Pride Pavilion, two streaks of spiritual essence flash downward like lightning and slam into the ground. As the haze gradually clears, two familiar figures take shape. Yibei turns her head to look at the girl standing behind her and asks, Lin Feng, you've reverted to your female body. Lin Feng raises a hand to rub her head and struggles to her feet. This place is strange. My transformation technique was forcibly undone. Yibei stands, surveying the barren clearing they've arrived in, and remarks, this place isn't just desolate, there's not a wisp of spiritual essence to be found. Everything feels unnatural. Should we scout around? The immortal world is always brimming with spiritual energy, yet this place has absolutely none. Does it even deserve the name Heavenly Pride Pavilion? She raises a hand to scratch her chin in thought, then suddenly realizes something. Yibei turns to Lin Feng at her side and issues an order. Lin Feng, channel all of your spiritual essence and try. Lin Feng's eyes widen. She brings her hands together and answers, yes. Lin Feng begins to calm her mind and close her eyes. In that moment, a cyan glowed hallmark of spiritual essence manifests, forming a ring above her head. Suddenly, Lin Feng looks down in shock at the pitiful wisp of spiritual essence she has managed to muster. She gradually realizes the surrounding suppressed spiritual essence. She turns to Yibei and says, Maz, this place restricts spiritual essence. Her lips curl with contempt. Heavenly Pride Pavilion, my foot. It's nothing but an empty prison. In the next instant, Lin Feng's eyes fly wide open in shock. A colossal shadow engulfs her from above. A massive golden bell erupts from another gate in the distance. Both of them crane their heads upward. Yibei stares at the spectacle before her and breathes. The Tianbao Xuanzhang, Lin Feng's voice echoes through the space. Du Li once said, when the Tianbao Xuanzhang tolls, it heralds the birth of a heavenly pride. Strange phenomena will manifest across the land to welcome them. But the Tianbao Xuanzhang appearing here, what does that mean? Yibei lifts her gaze to the bell above and explains. It means that the moment one steps into the Heavenly Pride Pavilion, one's qualification as a Heavenly Pride has already been acknowledged. Whoever can make this Xuanzhang toll shall be the Heavenly Pride. Lin Feng's face lights up with excitement. When I heard Du Li speak of it, I thought the Tianbao Xuanzhang was the mark of success. I never imagined it was actually the final trial. She looks down at Yibei and asks, but with our spiritual essence sealed, reaching it is nothing but a fool's delusion. Master, what do we do? Yibei answers, since this is a trial of the Heavenly Pride, it surely demands extraordinary ability, wisdom, or fortune to unlock. Lin Feng scratches her cheek, blinking in confusion. Master, I still don't quite understand. Seeing this, Yibei ponders seriously, formulating a way to explain. A bell doesn't necessarily need to be struck to ring. Vibrate the air around it, make it tremble and shake, and it will produce sound. To shake a bell this massive, you'd either have to drain the air from this entire space or flood it with spiritual essence until it roils and churns. Either way, that would create sound. Lin Feng stares blankly, her mind racing at full capacity, then suddenly recalls the final treasure from the auction. In an instant, a wooden cabinet materializes on the barren ground. Yibei stands on the far side of the cabinet, watching Lin Feng. Before the young man can fully register the scene, Yibei instructs him, circulate the chaos samsara art within your body. Lin Feng obeys without hesitation, reaching toward the cabinet and begins channeling his own spiritual essence into it. Suddenly, the cabinet begins emitting violent tremors. She opens her eyes and exclaims in excitement, it's working, disregarding the cabinet's relentless shaking. Yibei explains, circulate the purgatory samsara art within your body faster, only the final spark is missing. Instantly, the cabinet erupts with a blinding radiance that shoots straight into the heavens. Waves of tremors emanate from the cabinet. Lin Feng's eyes fly wide open as he exclaims, it succeeded, beside him. Yibei smiles triumphantly and says, indeed, it works. At this moment, the great bell above their heads spins like lightning, gradually releasing golden rays accompanied by a seven-colored rainbow. The scene shifts to the outside world. From atop the great manor, pillars of light erupt skyward, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The booming sound reverberates into every corner, even the narrowest alleys. The people below clutch their heads, screaming as though their skulls are about to burst. What kind of sound is that? It's so piercing, my head feels like it's about to explode. Two elders on a nearby rooftop also stare upward in shock, sighing in astonishment. That is the Heavenly Treasure Mysterious Bell. Once the Heavenly Treasure Mysterious Bell tolls, a heavenly pride shall be born. It has been several hundred years since I last heard this bell ring. The scene shifts beyond the forest. The sound has traveled all the way here, sending flocks of birds scattering chaotically across the still night sky. Beneath the dense canopy, Luo Zucheng is walking through the woods when she suddenly halts. She glances up at the sky, asking in confusion, "What is that sound?" Back inside the space, the interior of the great glowing bell reveals imagery resembling a miniature universe. Two small figures stand beneath the bell, bathed in a seven-colored radiance. Lin Feng's voice echoes, "Is this the true form of the heavenly treasure, mysterious bell?" She stares wide-eyed at the vision before her and tells him, "There seems to be something in there, calling out to me." Lin Feng breaks into a cold sweat and turns her head. "Master." Yi Bei smiles gently and says, "If you wish to go, then go. You have sacrificed so much for your master already. Now that your master has been revived, do as your heart desires." He then reaches out and places his hand on her shoulder. Lin Feng looks up at him with gratitude and says, "Thank you, master." She gazes at him and promises, "Master, you are too kind. Once I break through to the next realm, I will come find you." Yi Bei reaches out to ruffle her hair, saying, "Silly girl, go on." Hearing this, Lin Feng uses her movement technique to shoot straight toward the great bell, opening her mouth to reply, "Yes." Yi Bei gazes upward and sighs to himself. "It seems that in the hundreds of years I was absent, all my disciples have grown considerably." The system panel suddenly flickers to life with a reward notification. Disciple Reunion 62,108. Reward 1 Emperor Venerable Skill Card. He glances at the system panel, his tone tinged with reproach. Only now does it issue the reward. Yi Bei strokes his chin thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the system panel. "If I recall correctly, I currently have 2 Emperor Venerable skill cards. Are there any new exchange events available lately?" The system issues a notification, latest event plain binding with the desolate small world. Upon seeing this, he seriously envisions 2 massive blue spheres. That thing the system mentioned, plane binding. Could it be directly linking a plane to the entrance of the small world? Moments later, the system panel floods with dense lines of results. Binding with the Heavenly Prefecture plane requires 100 half-Emperor skill cards. Binding with the Insect Race plane requires 100 half-Emperor skill cards. Binding with the Upper Realm requires 1,000 half-Emperor skill cards. Yi Bei suddenly recalls someone. His hand still resting on his chin, he scratches it and smiles calmly. "It has been a while since I've seen that Luo girl. Let me bring her up here." The fortune of the Heavenly Pride Pavilion should be enough to help her achieve ascension. He makes a request to the system. "System, I wish to bind with the Tiangshuan plane." The system activates and the linkage begins. A demonic spatial gateway materializes before him. He turns without a shred of fear and steps through. Moments later, beneath a beautiful night sky adorned with countless stars, crack, a strange sound echoes through the air. The young woman turns her head left and right, searching for the source. Luo Zucheng turns back, her expression full of bewilderment. "Have I been missing master for so long that I'm hearing things?" The demonic spatial gateway opens behind her and Yi Bei appears, saying, "Silly girl, I told you I would come back for you." Luo Zucheng whips her head around toward him, staring at her master in shock. Yi Bei leans in, bringing his face close to hers and asks, "Girl, what were you just muttering?" The closeness causes her cheeks to flush scarlet. Both their faces begin to heat up. Luo Zucheng, unable to bear the embarrassment, pushes him away. "Master, why are you here?" His own cheeks flush red as he stares at her, momentarily dazed. "Your master missed you." Hearing this, Luo Zucheng's expression returns to normal as she asks him, "Master, aren't you in the immortal world? Why have you appeared here?" He looks at her and explains, "I used the desolate small world to establish a direct link with this entire Tiangshuan plane. I've come this time to bring you into the immortal world. However, entering requires certain measures." He raises his hand and produces a bolt of green lightning. Before Luo Zucheng can finish her question, Yi Bei presses the lightning directly into her forehead, causing her eyes to widen in shock. "There, it's done," he smiles and says, "With this, you can temporarily evade the heavenly Tao's suppression and enter the immortal world." Luo Zucheng raises her hand to touch her forehead, gratitude filling her voice. "Thank you, master, thank you." Then he takes Luo Zucheng's hand, intending to lead her to the space from before. "Come, let me show you something wonderful." Moments later, the demonic spatial gateway slowly closes behind them, revealing the familiar, colossal bronze bell looming overhead. 2 figures gradually step out from the gateway. Luo Zucheng gasps in astonishment. The spiritual essence here is incredibly dense. With this much energy, ascension is entirely within reach. Behind her, Yi Bei follows with his hands clasped behind his back. He folds his arms, regards Luo Zucheng and orders, "Cultivate here and undergo ascension." She obeys without question. Yes, master. Luo Zucheng sits down, assumes a meditative posture, and hand seals gradually form around her. Bolts of lightning begin appearing in the sky, matching the pace of her cultivation. Luo Zucheng opens her eyes blazing with resolve and steels her heart. For master, for all of us I must succeed. Immediately after those words, massive golden bolts of lightning begin raining down like a torrential storm. Outside, atop the great tower, a second pillar of familiar light identical to the one from Lin Feng's ascension erupts skyward. Sounds resembling a tsunami begin spreading through every street and alley. The two elders from before still stand on the rooftop, their jaws dropping for the second time in a single day. How little time has passed, and yet another heavenly pride emerges. Meanwhile, beneath the bell's radiance, Yibei glances at Luo Zucheng cultivating in deep focus and praises her with a nod. Worthy of being my first disciple ascending so quickly, and even earning the recognition of heavenly pride. Luo Zucheng's entire body is now enveloped in a powerful torrent of spiritual essence. She has begun preparing for her breakthrough. Yibei speaks calmly. Next up, it should be my turn. Yibei raises one hand and conjures the chaos samsara art. His expression is now one of towering pride and supremacy as he gazes downward, uttering a single command, go. Instantly, the purple orb he has just forged surges forward, striking directly into one side of the massive bronze bell. The shockwave generated by the collision in the sky sends Luo Zucheng's body hurtling through the air. She raises her hand to block the residual shockwaves rippling past her, silently marveling the hidden oppressive force of the mysterious bell. If not for Master's protection, any ordinary person would have been obliterated on the spot. Drawing closer to the epicenter of the explosion, a set of vertebrae resembling colossal titan bone materializes, coiling around Yibei's back. These vertebrae gradually radiate streams of emerald spiritual essence outward. Luo Zucheng's eyes and mouth fly wide open as she exclaims, Master, your supreme demon bone. Yibei senses the presence behind him and furrows his brow. He thinks, the supreme demon bone, it seems it cannot be suppressed. He hastily clasps his hands together and executes his cultivation technique, his eyes blazing with determination as he roars. Since it cannot be subdued through ordinary means, I shall refine the supreme demon bone. At this moment, a strange blue sphere has formed behind him, while beneath his feet, a raging torrent of spiritual essence spreads outward in all directions. With blazing momentum, Yibei's eyes erupt with violet light as he chants the incantation, the heaven-burning art. The moment his words fall, the violet spine behind his back vanishes completely. In its place, a blue-violet spiritual essence envelops Yibei's body. Success! Zucheng hastily flies up to him, calling out, Master. Instantly, his azure flame surges toward Zucheng, causing her to shut her eyes and raise her hands to shield herself. Seeing this, Yibei turns his head to admonish her. Silly girl, unlike the supreme demon bone. This celestial rule one technique burns through an opponent's spiritual consciousness and spiritual essence with devastating force. Seeing that she cannot draw near, Zucheng stands rubbing her hands together and obediently replies, yes. His hands gradually condense the spiritual essence into a small, exquisite blue-violet sphere. Having completed what needed to be done, Yibei extends his hand towards Zucheng in inquiry. Zucheng, you should have reached the void immortal realm by now, correct? She reaches out and grasps his hand in reply. Yes, master. Zucheng raises her azure eyes to gaze at him, silently thinking as if stepping into an immortal realm. The distance between herself and master has shrunk by yet another step. Yibei then holds her hand and flies toward the demon's spatial gate that stands open before them. Good. Your master shall take you outside to see what the upper realm looks like. Zucheng expresses her gratitude. Thank you, master. The scene shifts to a crowded street. The surrounding crowd covers their mouths, whispering about the two of them. Are they the heavenly pride? Heavens, just where do they come from? Could they be people from the Tianluo immortal land? No, if they were from the Tianluo immortal land, there would have been a grand commotion already. Seeing a scene reminiscent of the lower realm, Zucheng mutters, the cultivation of those in the immortal realm surpasses the lower realm. So why do they seem so ordinary? Yibei glances at her and corrects her words. It is not that they are ordinary, it is that you still do not fully grasp your own strength, lass. He raises his hand to explain. Even in the upper realm, you are a first-rate heavenly genius. Naturally, they look upon you with different eyes. Suddenly, a strange voice rings out. Honored guests, please hold. The two of them turn to glance at the speaker. Yibei looks at the person approaching and asks, Shopkeeper? The woman addressed as the shopkeeper steps closer, recognizing him. Honored guest, I was not mistaken about you after all. To think that within merely 2 days you would be recognized as heavenly pride. Yi Bei turns his head and replies, a trifle, really. But he fails to notice that the eyes of the two women have met, both equally astonished. Standing beside him, Zhu Cheng hears his words and glances over. The shopkeeper breaks into a cold sweat, her gaze falling upon the woman beside him as she wonders to herself. He switched companions already, that fast. Yi Bei's voice rings out, cutting through her thoughts. Very well, what business do you have with me? The shopkeeper replies, I wish to present you with a gift. The scene cuts swiftly to another location. A teacup is smashed violently against the ground, shattering into pieces. A stern, elderly man sits upon his chair, roaring with fury. Look at the mission you've completed. Chu Tianli below bows in salute. Immortal Lord, after I departed the South Heaven battleground, that person appeared out of nowhere. The destruction of our counter-demon hall was truly beyond anyone's anticipation. She furrows her brow and explains, as for the auction, his wealth was simply too vast. The Immortal Lord rises to his feet, placing his hands behind his back, grumbling at the figure kneeling on the floor. Drash, we of the Tianluo Immortal Lando, we truly need to pay for what we take. He grinds his teeth and speaks down. Forget it, I shall assign you a new task. Go to the South Heaven battleground and bring back the one who destroyed the counter-demon hall. This Immortal Lord has use for him. Chu Tianli breaks into a cold sweat, her heart sinking. Could it be that the Immortal Lord intends to discard her? No, I absolutely cannot let that person return alive. She opens her mouth to obey. Understood. The scene pans upward to the ceiling. Below, an ancient, empty coffin sits beside the entrance to a secret tunnel that has been opened. Footsteps echo down each descending step. The shopkeeper's voice reverberates through the vast chamber where only a single coffin remains. This is the gift I wish to present to you. Yi Bei replies, this one does not like beating around the bush. Whatever it is, speak plainly. She begins to introduce the person inside the coffin. This person is the sect master of the Blood Soul sect Hai Zio. Her cultivation base is at the true immortal realm, several hundred years ago. Because of a certain carved artifact you once made, she was hunted down and killed by wicked forces. The shopkeeper smiles and explains, moreover, you can use the item in your possession to resurrect her. In doing so, you would gain a subordinate at the true immortal realm. Yi Bei, intrigued, raises his hand to stroke his chin and asks, a being at the true immortal realm. For me to command at will, just what is your auction house planning? As the shopkeeper, do not beat around the bush. She speaks frankly, I won't fear your ridicule. The truth is, our auction house currently has no one capable of subduing her. That is why we wish to hand her over to someone who can make proper use of her. Hearing this, Yi Bei asks with suspicion, why must it be handed over to me? The shopkeeper makes a solemn request. I wish for you to help me take vengeance upon the Tianluo immortal land. Hearing that all too familiar name, Zhu Cheng, who has been standing behind them all this while, chimes in, the Tianluo immortal land again. She furrows her brow and recounts, the Tianluo immortal land has committed countless atrocities over the years. Relying on the allied might of the 9 great immortal lands, they have oppressed countless factions. Our auction house has suffered more than its fair share of losses as well. She turns to look at him. That is why we hope to find someone who could help us exact our revenge. Before she can finish, Yi Bei lets out a light chuckle and finishes the sentence for her. As it happens, I too am searching for the Tianluo immortal land. The shopkeeper wastes no words, smiling as she confirms. Indeed, so do you agree to my request? The one inside this coffin is a subordinate that countless people covet. As long as one possesses that carved statue, one can claim her. No sooner has she finished speaking than Yi Bei delivers a line that leaves her stunned. However, that statue has already been shattered by me. The shopkeeper exclaims in shock, what did you say? He immediately produces a small red fragment and presents it. This is the very fragment of that statue. The shopkeeper stands frozen, able to utter only a single word. The shopkeeper snatches the fragment from his hand, holds it up to her eyes for close inspection, and curses through gritted teeth. Damn it, are we just supposed to let them get away with this? Yi Bei listens but places his hand upon the coffin first before saying calmly, I only said the statue is shattered. I never said Hai Zio cannot be resurrected. The shopkeeper asks breathlessly, what did you say? He begins to reiterate, I can resurrect Hai Zio on my own. Her invitation I accepts. Beside them, Zhu Cheng stares intently at his smiling face. At this moment, Yi Bei places his hand upon the coffin and begins to forge a space within. The shopkeeper nearby watches his actions, her face breaking into an elated grin. Wonderful, with your assistance we have hope. In the blink of an eye, he takes the coffin and Zhu Cheng, vanishing from the room, leaving the shopkeeper standing alone, head full of enormous question marks, turning left and right in search of them. Where did you go? Within a desolate spatial realm, Bei emerges from a spatial gate carrying her and the coffin. Zucheng surveys the surroundings. Bei explains, the power of this level 2 desolate world can command life and death, resurrecting anyone I desire at will. His eyes fall upon the coffin as his other hand rises and snaps. The coffin gradually lifts into the air, pulled by some unseen force. A pair of eyes, bright as blazing lanterns, open in the darkness. From within the coffin, a figure soars skyward, trailing golden spiritual essence in clouds of dust. The two of them stand below, gazing upward without a word. A white-haired woman materializes above them, encircled by a blinding halo of radiance. She gazes down at her own hands and murmurs, "Am I alive again?" Haizio furrows her brow, glancing downward to ask bluntly. Yaon of the Tianluo immortal lands people. Before Bei can answer, she bares her fangs and lunges at him, screaming, "Die!" Bei looks up without dodging and commands, "Kneel." Suddenly, an invisible force presses down upon her body, forcing her eyes wide open in shock. Haizio is slammed to the ground before him by the crushing force. Her body trembles as she grinds her teeth, thinking, "What is happening? Why can't I move?" Bei raises his eyes and gazes down at her. He smirks and says, "I was the one who resurrected you. Now if I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. So tell me, will you obey?" She refuses to submit and retorts defiantly, "You wish to command the blood soul sect master. Dream on." Seeing this, Bei raises one foot, takes aim at Haizio's head, and stomps it hard into the ground. He grins like a demon, gazing down at her. "How do you feel now?" Bei presses his foot upon Haizio's skull. She kowtows before him and speaks with utmost reverence, "Master, please give Haizio your orders. The one thing this servant respects above all is strength. As long as you are stronger than me, I will obey your every word." Though she speaks thus from an angle no one can see, Haizio's brow creeps into a frown, her eyes burning with resentment. She thinks to herself, "But the day you are no stronger than me, then don't blame me." Bei gazes down from above and asks coldly, "Do you know how you died all those years ago?" Haizio, still with Zhen Ying's boot grinding down on his head, answers, "Immortal Lord Tianluo, in order to seize that statue. Joined forces with her and the 9 great immortal lands to ambush me. The weak cannot overcome the strong, yet in the end he still failed to claim that statue." Bei strokes his chin, calculating, "Is that so? Is that so? Go do something for me." She answers without a moment's hesitation. The scene shifts to the Tianluo immortal land. The sky is clear and bathed in sunlight. Haizio stands atop a lofty tower. She gazes down from on high, her expression frigid and inscrutable, her thoughts unknown. Haizio recalls his earlier words, "There is a stratagem called feint east, strike west." The 9 great immortal lands united are difficult to defeat head-on. But if Haizio is sent to sow terror among them, sowing discord becomes a simple matter. 3 of them sit at the table as Bei instructs her. Haizio is to infiltrate the 8 great immortal lands of Tianluo. Give them a surprise, no need to fight to the death, strike and withdraw, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Luo Zucheng grasps the plan and continues, "Once they're frightened in the east, we strike at their west. The Tianluo immortal land, the stronghold of the 9 great alliance. Strike directly into the enemy's heartland." Bei looks at her and nods, "Correct." He turns to Haizio, raising a single finger. "So, Haizio, now is the perfect time for you to hit the 8 great immortal lands. Then spread a few rumors while you're at it." She nods in acknowledgement. Back in the present, Haizio begins to channel her dark arts. A sphere of concentrated arcane energy materializes in her hand, radiating formidable power. Haizio murmurs, "Tianjia immortal land, then we start with you." She smiles faintly, flicking her wrist to send the arcane sphere hurtling downward. It rockets toward the earth below and erupts in a colossal explosion that blazes across the entire sky. The people at the Tianluo immortal land cry out in panic. "What's happening? Enemy attack, sound the alarm. There's a traitor, the one who caused the explosion is over there. Seize them immediately." Elsewhere, Bei sits calmly, sipping his tea without a care in the world. Luo Zucheng asks, "Master, what do we do next?" The waiter at the inn asks curiously, "Esteemed guest, perhaps you and your Dao companion have also come to attend the 9 great immortal lands alliance recruitment fair this time?" He wonders aloud. "Recruitment fair?" The waiter sighs, "Haven't you heard? The longevity realm has already been opened, hasn't it?" Previously, the Immortal Lands Alliance expeditions suffered abysmal success rates and massive losses of talent. So they've opened a recruitment fair. Anyone who passes the assessment earns a free Longevity Realm Jade token, along with vast quantities of rare treasures and natural resources to advance their cultivation. She looks at the waiter with curiosity. There's such a good deal. The waiter nods. Of course, anything obtained within the secret realm must be split 50-50. But even so, plenty of people are going. You two should absolutely give it a try. Yibei speaks up. Luo lass, you've only just ascended and haven't yet gauged your own strength. As it happens, this is a fine opportunity. Your master will take you for a bit of fun. Luo Zucheng replies, thank you, master. At the Alliance Recruitment Fair, the announcer bellows, Late Stage Great Emperor Power Index 34. Spiritual Essence Index 40, failed. Mid-Stage Emperor Venerable Power Index 45, Spiritual Essence Index 40, failed. Next, the crowd murmurs in disbelief. Even late-stage Emperor Venerables can't pass. Ridiculous. This is the entrance to the Longevity Realm. Of course the standards are ruthless. Did you think it was as simple as ascension? Not a single person has passed today. Not just Tade. Throughout this entire year's recruitment fair, aside from Chu Tianli, not a single soul has passed the assessment. The two of them stand among the crowd. Luo Zucheng clenches her teeth in fury. Chu Tianli has with the Tianluo immortal land after all. Yibei gently takes hold of her hand. Luo Zucheng startles at the sudden contact. He smiles reassuringly. Relax, she's merely a traitorial deal with her along the way. She's not worth this level of vigilance. The Tianluo immortal land is our true objective. Come, let's go test your strength. The examiner spots the two of them and calls out, I can see you two are like a dragon and phoenix Perrier bearing is extraordinary. Why not give it a try? Testing costs you nothing. Yibei says modestly, we've only just ascended. We merely came to join in the excitement. We don't really understand all of this. The man reassures them it's just a simple test. All you need to do is throw one punch at the apparatus. No need to be nervous after all. Nobody has passed yet. Yibei steps up to the testing apparatus. A long, rectangular device glowing with purple luminescence says, like this. Yibei clenches his fist, settling into a solid stance. He throws a thunderous punch into the purple apparatus. The display on the testing apparatus flashes instantly 93. Yibei turns to the examiner and asks, is like this? The examiner stares at the number, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull. He can only stammer a single word, this. The crowd below is equally stunned into silence. Power Index 93, the highest power index in recorded history. Is this man really a newcomer? Quick, notify the immortal lord. A genius has appeared. Yibei gazes at the testing apparatus, puzzled. Could this thing be broken? I haven't even used my full strength yet. The examiner forces a strained smile. Perhaps not. Yibei turns to Luo Zucheng with a cheerful grin. Luo lass, you try it too. This machine isn't broken after all. Luo Zucheng answers. Luo. She too throws a punch at the testing apparatus. The display instantly reads 89. The examiner's jaw drops for the second time, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Luo Zucheng turns to Yibei, blinking in confusion. Is this how it's supposed to be? Yibei thinks to himself, looks like it really isn't broken. The examiner claps his hands excitedly, startling both of them into turning around. He beams with delight. 2. Prodigies, please wait a moment. Our immortal lord is on her way. The two of you will surely earn her favor. Yibei's eyes grow cold as he thinks silently. The Tianluo immortal lord. Luo Zucheng's gaze sharpens with gravity. It seems another battle is about to begin. He wraps an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close, and says calmly, my wife and I are merely here for entertainment. We have no interest in other matters, nor do we wish to meet any immortal lord. The examiner immediately protests, you can't. He begins to plead, as long as you pass the Spirit Index test with a score above 60, you'll qualify for entry into the Longevity Realm. With your talent, once inside the Longevity Realm, you'll surely obtain countless rare treasures beyond measure. And when you emerge, you'll be esteemed guests of our 9 great immortal lands. Yibei gazes at Luo Zucheng with gentle eyes and replies, not interested. At this, her face flushes crimson with shyness, her fingertips pressing together bashfully. The examiner continues to plead. Whatever you desire, just say the word. As long as you agree to stay, we'll give you anything. Yibei smirks, a glint of cunning in his eyes, and asks, anything? The examiner breaks into a nervous sweat. Please go ahead. Yibei still has his arm draped around Luo Zucheng's shoulders. My wife's constitution has always been frail and weak. She cannot bear hardships on her own. For years, I have been searching for rare treasures and natural elixirs capable of nourishing and restoring her body. Hearing his words, Luo Zucheng's face flushes crimson with embarrassment, yet she smiles secretly in her heart. Wife. The people below listen in stunned bewilderment. His wife has a power index of 89 and she's frail. The examiner thumps his chest confidently. No problem at all, understood. I'll make the arrangements for you right away. Bei lays out his terms. Then I need 10 stalks of spirit ginseng, 10 immortal spirit fruits, 10 portions of earth flame fire, 100 bottles of immortal elixir, and 200,000 high-grade spirit crystals. The examiner listens to his conditions, his face frozen in bewilderment, question marks practically floating above his head. The examiner can hardly believe his ears and asks again, could I have misheard? The soldiers below erupt in fury. Boss, you didn't mishear. He's toying with us. Stop wasting words. Let's just seize him and hand him over to the immortal lord. He orders their capture, his voice cold as steel. 2 soldiers immediately charge forward. Luo Zucheng instantly turns serious, her icy gaze fixed upon them. She lashes out with her whip, sending the 2 soldiers hurtling through the air. Luo Zucheng holds her whip with open disdain. Master was not wrong. These immortal world rabble are nothing more than a disorganized mob with slightly stronger spiritual essence. She gazes at the whip in her hand, astonished, and speaks to Bei. Master, ever since breaking through the Heavenly Pride Pavilion, the Golden Whip's power is tenfold what it was before. He says gently, try wielding the Tao of Destruction. Below the late-stage void immortal realm, no one can stand as your match. The checkpoint officer immediately drops to his knees and kowtows. Esteemed ones, it was all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. The heavenly treasures you spoke of, we have them all. We will deliver them into your hands shortly. Please spare our lives. Bei gazes down from above, a contemptuous sneer curling his lips. A misunderstanding. The man stares up at him, drenched in cold sweat. Of course it was a misunderstanding. I merely sent them to inspect your spiritual essence. I never expected those wretches to misread my intentions and raise their hands against you. The words leave his lips, yet fury roils silently within his heart. Just you lot wait. When my immortal lord arrives, he will show you what true terror means. The checkpoint officer forces a strained smile to ease the situation. Now then, please allow me to re-examine your spiritual essence readings. Bei glances at the testing apparatus. 60 counts as passing correct. He immediately responds, indeed, with your strength you will surely pass with ease. His hand touches the purple testing apparatus, and a faint glow of light swiftly emerges. Bei smiles and withdraws his hand. The testing apparatus immediately displays the number 60. The man's jaw drops in shock. He thinks to himself, he deliberately controlled the reading. How terrifying must his true strength be to manipulate the value at will? Absolutely peerless. Luo Zucheng places her hand on the testing apparatus immediately after. The display flashes 60. The surrounding crowd erupts in murmurs. The checkpoint officer stammers in bewilderment. This is. She glances at the score and says casually, my apologies, I tried my very best. Suddenly, someone lets out a piercing scream. SOS. All 3 turn in unison toward the source of the voice. The man shouts, someone is attacking, it's an ambush. The 8 great immortal lands spread the word now. A guard staggers in, gasping for breath. It's the sect master of the Blood Soul sect, he's returned for vengeance. The crowd descends into chaos, voices overlapping. Wasn't that the one who massacred the Blood Soul sect master's domain? Damn it, wasn't he supposed to be dead? Notify the immortal lord at Onsuno. Someone asks in confusion, how has the Blood Soul sect master come back to life? Another snaps back, who cares how he was resurrected? He's clearly here for revenge. After how the immortal lord treated him back then, what else could it be? Move now, the checkpoint officer bellows. Everyone calm yourselves. He grips the guard's shoulders, his voice taut with anxiety. What in the heavens happened? The guard reports the 8 great immortal lands have suffered devastating losses. The Blood Soul sect master struck and fled. His whereabouts are untraceable. The communication arrays have also been compromised. That is why the immortal lords have dispatched me to relay the message. The headquarters must prepare. The checkpoint officer ponders gravely. The immortal lord's orders were clear, do not let these people leave. Confirm the array nexus and relay the intelligence to the immortal lord. He turns to the soldiers and commands, you lot secure the array nexus. No one leaves this place, not a single soul. I will report to the immortal lord. The soldier bows his head in obedience. Yes, sir. Bei speaks up, officer, are we not going to meet immortal Lord Tianluo? The checkpoint officer looks at him with a polite smile. My apologies, an urgent situation has arisen. We must first deliver the report to the immortal lord, after which we will arrange an audience for you. Bei steps forward slowly. There's no need. The man blinks in confusion. What? He explains there is no need to deliver the report to the immortal lord, because the enemy has already breached their defenses from within. The checkpoint officer whips his head around, scanning every direction. Where? Yi Bei lets out a cold smile. Several streams of spiritual essence ripple into existence around him. He extends his hand toward the man, his palm opening to reveal a glowing spell circle. Yi Bei answers, right here. In the next instant, he hurls the spell directly at the man's skull. The checkpoint officer collapses instantly under the blow. Yi Bei smirks, I am your enemy. The soldiers, seeing their leader struck down, roar in fury and charge at him. Yi Bei regards them with contempt, an egg thrown against a rock. He channels his power. A black hole-like vortex materializes, tendrils of purple energy spiraling around it. Yi Bei commands, Luo girl, capture the rest of them and throw them into the void desolation microrealm. Luo Zucheng responds crisply, understood. The system announces population count 51,425,000 complete. Venerable Realm 2050. Void Immortal Realm 120. The scene shifts to another location. A hand clamps around someone's throat like a vice. Chu Tianli hoists the person by the neck, her voice frigid. Where is the one who destroyed the anti-demon hall? The terrified man spills everything. Heavenly Pride City. I saw them heading toward Heavenly Pride City, she thinks to herself. Heavenly Pride City, what a coincidence. Chu Tianli presses further, what is his name? The battered man answers, I think his name was Yi Bei. She hears the name and stiffens, biting her lip. Chu Tianli's eyes widen, her mind racing with conjecture. Yi Bei at the Heavenly Pride Pavilion auction. Could the mysterious bidder who competed against me have been Yi Bei? At the tea house from earlier, the attendant replies, that honored guest has already gone to the Heavenly Pride Pavilion. She stands before the tea house, a purple vortex swirling before her eyes. Chu Tianli seethes with rage. Damn it, always one step behind him. Where do I even find him now? A talisman emerges from the purple vortex. She catches it, realizing a communication talisman. A voice resonates from the talisman. The immortal land has been attacked. The communication arrays are destroyed. All disciples who receive this return at once. Chu Tianli is taken aback, her thoughts spinning. Yi Bei. After defeating everyone present, Luo Zucheng speaks up, Master, the people here are nearly dealt with. Shall we seek out Chu Tianli and immortal Lord Tianluo now? Yi Bei turns his head, sensing something. No need to search. Chu Tianli descends from above, her voice laced with fury. Yi Bei, Luo Zucheng, I've finally found you. She clenches her fists so tightly they tremble, whether from rage or fear. Not even she knows. Yi Bei regards her with a mocking gaze. What's the matter? Have you grown afraid at the sight of me? Your hands won't stop shaking. She wraps her arms around her trembling body, her dark expression twisting into a terrifying smile. Fear. This is nothing but excitement. This is not your lower realm today. I will settle every debt from the past. Yi Bei replies coldly, what a coincidence. This venerable one was thinking the very same thing. As the words leave his lips, he thrusts a finger toward Chu Tianli's forehead. She is caught off guard, unable to react in time. Yi Bei swings his arm and unleashes a spell. Chu Tianli nimbly dodges. She seizes Yi Bei's wrist. That day you stripped me of my greed Dao, leaving me bereft of all my divine abilities. The agony was beyond measure. Chu Tianli grips his arm tightly and spins around to face him. Though I despise you thanks to you, I was able to abandon those inferior divine abilities and follow the immortal Lord to cultivate the dual Dao. She finishes speaking and snaps her leg upward, poised to strike. Chu Tianli lashes out with a kick. Yi Bei raises his arm to block, his cold eyes narrowing with curiosity. The dual Dao, Yi Bei muses inwardly. Could the system resonate with this? The thought barely forms before his mind, conjures a vivid, intimate scene of himself and Luo Zucheng. He thinks of that very scene, his face flushing red with longing. If only he could cultivate this great Dao together with his eldest disciple. A system reminder chimes. The great Dao resonance function has not yet been unlocked. However, given Chu Tianli's special identity, the host may fully recover the great Dao resonance after completely subduing her. Yi Bei seizes her leg, smiling with absolute confidence. No problem at all. Chu Tianli presses all 10 fingers, toes through executing some manner of supreme technique. A torrent of purple qi erupts from her mouth, striking directly at him. Yi Bei is engulfed by that purple qi. Startled and stunned, his eyes begin to glaze over, losing all focus. Zucheng covers her nose, eyeing the surrounding mist. Master, be careful, this pink fog is treacherous. No sooner do the words leave her mouth than she flushes scarlet, reaching out toward Yi Bei. Master, I'm burning up. With that, Zucheng collapses to the ground. Tianli bursts into laughter. By now, he must be drowning in the warmth of that beautiful woman from his homeland. He won't give a damn about you. Yi Bei, I've woven a beautiful dream for you. What a pit-eyed tenderness is laced with death. She smirks, her hand surging with spiritual essence. Go to hell and keep dreaming. The blow strikes Yi Bei squarely in the chest. He collapses immediately. Tianli gazes down at Yi Bei and declares with satisfaction, "Farewell, Yi Bei." He lies on the ground, eyes still wide open. She tilts her head back and laughs at the heavens. At last Yi Bei is dead, her revenge is complete. A voice echoes from behind Tianli, having fun. She whirls around in shock. Who's there? Yi Bei stands perfectly unscathed, his hand radiating divine power. He regards Tianli with contempt. Was that dream pleasant enough for you? She stares in utter disbelief. How can you still? Purple flames engulf Tianli's entire body. She clutches her head, screaming in terror. Yi Bei, you can't kill me. Your disciple is in my hands. He extends his hand, his voice cold as a blade. The same Li, and you think you can fool me twice. Die! Yi Bei clenches his fist. The purple flames detonate instantly. An unexpected voice thunders through the air. So it was you who destroyed my vessel. He startles, whipping his gaze toward a barrage of light streaks hurtling at Yi Bei. He leaps skyward with explosive agility, evading the onslaught. A figure steps forward, standing face to face with Yi Bei. None other than the immortal Lord himself. He raises his hand, drawing back the black-purple streams of qi. Those streams converge and compress into a single small pill. The immortal Lord stares at the pill in his palm, gnashing his teeth in fury. The vessel. Qi nurtured for so long lost just like that. Fortunately, her immortal qualification wasn't wasted. Every last trace was absorbed by the world pearl. Yi Bei regards him, a note of mockery lacing his voice. Chu Tianli truly served a magnificent master. I doubt she'll survive now. The immortal Lord furrows his brow. Time and again you ruined my schema-san, now you've slain my disciple. Today, I shall make you understand the price of defiance. Since you've killed Chu Tianli, dark power erupts from him in a ferocious torrent, his voice booming. Then take her place, become my vessel. That stream of dark power radiates outward, seeking to envelop and seize Yi Bei. Something red appears beneath his feet. He glances down in alarm. The red tendrils begin coiling around him, catching him off guard. He channels dark magic through his hands, striking down at the crimson streams of qi beneath his feet. Yi Bei roars, break. The immortal Lord smirks with disdain. Yi Bei catches that smirk and falls into deep contemplation. His eyes fly wide open as a realization strikes him. Weithai's target isn't me. Yi Bei whips his head around and sees Zhu Cheng completely engulfed in that crimson qi. He screams, Luo Lass. The immortal Lord chuckles. Didn't see that coming, did you? My true target was never you. Yi Bei fixes the immortal Lord with a gaze seething with murderous fury. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you barge right in. The immortal Lord bursts into contemptuous laughter. A brat who just ascended dares spout such arrogant words. You truly have no idea of the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth. He leaps high into the air. The spot where he stood still radiates a purple glow. Yi Bei roars in fury, cocking his fist back as spiritual essence erupts from every pore of his body. His speed is so overwhelming that the immortal Lord is left frozen, unable to react in time. System notification: Great Tao Resonance, amplified 60 times sovereign authority. He raises his arms to block the attack, his mind racing. This power, it absolutely isn't the strength of a late-stage Emperor Venerable. He was deceiving me. The punch is so devastating that even the immortal Lord grimaces, forced to stagger backward. Unable to withstand it, the immortal Lord is sent hurtling by Yi Bei's blow, crashing straight into the wall. He clutches his arm, thinking something is wrong. His power isn't just from divine abilities, it's predominantly the primal strength of his physical body. Could it be his body is? I have to test him. If it's true, this is too good. The immortal Lord's expression turns solemn. Let me test this. He raises his hand and threads of spiritual essence begin to coalesce from his palm. The immortal Lord conjures an enormous arrow, impossibly long and massive. He leans back and hurls the arrow straight toward Yi Bei. The arrow streaks forward like a bolt of lightning. The impact shakes the very earth, the sky blazing with blinding radiance. As the smoke gradually clears, Yi Bei stands there without a single scratch, tall and unyielding. He stands there, coldly mocking. The mighty immortal Lord thighs is all you're capable of. The immortal Lord's eyes go wide with shock, his mind racing. Its truth truly possesses the innate true dragon immortal body. My power contains the force of heaven and earth itself, channeled through the world pearl. The only thing that could withstand my attack unscathed is the true dragon immortal body. How wonderfully effortlessly obtained, and found so easily at that. Yi Bei envelops his body in spiritual essence and speaks with supreme arrogance. This is the Fenshin Gi I obtained from the heavenly pride. Pavilion not long ago specifically designed to incinerate your spiritual essence and soul. Today I shall test its might. The immortal lord responds, it seems I've underestimated you. The immortal lord furrows his brow, his voice calm, but killing me won't be that easy. Yi Bei curls his lips into a smirk and points upward. Hai Zio sighs him. The immortal lord whips his head around in alarm, only to find Yi Bei standing before him with a triumphant smile. A blast of chi surges in from the front. The immortal lord turns back just in time, realizing too late that it was a trick. Yi Bei's fist slams into his abdomen with lightning speed. Spiritual essence coalesces into a purple vortex on the immortal lord's abdomen. Then Yi Bei summons the Fenshin Gi. He drives a devastating blow forward. The immortal lord's left hand seizes Yi Bei's wrist in a desperate grip, cursing inwardly. Damn it! Moments later, he regains his composure. This is the best opportunity to obtain the true dragon immortal body. I cannot let it slip away. All in. The immortal lord stuffs a pill into his mouth. Immediately, a torrent of dark chi surges toward him. Yi Bei's expression darkens. This is bad. That true pearl actually allows him to devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He mutters, not enough, still not enough. Yi Bei calculates if this continues, the Tianluo immortal lord will fall into chi deviation sooner or later. It seems he doesn't even need to act. The Tianluo immortal territory will destroy itself. The most pressing matter now is to find Zhu Cheng. Where? The immortal lord channels all his power into his fist and brings it crashing down. Yi Bei, once I kill you, your body will be mine. Yi Bei channels his strength into his arms to brace for the blow, thinking where could he have hidden Zhu Cheng. The two forces collide, producing a thunderous explosion that shakes the earth violently. Yi Bei is forced from offense to defense. This Tianluo immortal territory relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain its equilibrium. Now that the immortal lord has devoured the spiritual energy, the realm will collapse sooner or later. He must find the lass immediately. The immortal lord raises his foot, preparing to stomp down. You're dead for sure. Yi Bei shouts excitedly, Hai Zio have truly come. The immortal lord's entire body erupts in flames. Trying to trick me again, I won't fall for it a second time. Bolts of lightning converge from the sky, gathering toward the two figures. He suddenly realizes and spins around, but the ground beneath has already been struck by a massive lightning bolt. A woman clad in crimson robes stands opposite. Yi Bei clasps his hands. Hai Zio pays respects to her master. Yi Bei smiles in return. Well done. First capture the Tianluo immortal lord. The immortal lord suddenly screams. She's top knot comes completely undone. Both Yi Bei and Hai Zio freeze for an instant. The immortal lord's face darkens ominously. His gaze razor sharp as he tilts his head and speaks in a frigid tone. Yi Bei, you never cease to surprise me. First, the true dragon immortal body, and now these good-for-nothings. This immortal lord has coveted their immortal qualifications for ages, but never had the opportunity. He fixes them with a piercing glare. He extracts the immortal Korea. Blood-red sphere hovers above the immortal lord's head, wreathed in dense, sinister energy. He instructs that brat the Tianluo immortal lord something about him is off. Hold him off first. This venerable must go find that last Luo. She nods. Yes, Yi Bei strokes his chin. The Tianluo immortal lord could not have taken the last Luo far in such a short time. To maintain control over her, he would surely keep her here. At that thought, a realization strikes him. Could it be that he also possesses the spatial Tao, one capable of tearing space asunder at will? His fingers interlock as he slowly circulates his spiritual essence, putting the theory to the test. The spatial Tao tears apart, the sky cracks open, forming a rift. Yi Bei brings his palms together and unleashes the technique. The spatial Tao tears asunder. Cracks spread outward in all directions, vast chunks of space crumbling away until finally Luo Zucheng is revealed. Yi Bei catches her unconscious form in his arms just as the entire space shatters into fragments. He frowns in alarm, looking up. This is bad. We have fallen into the Tianluo immortal lord's formation array. The Tianluo plane is collapsing rapidly. If we push any further, we'll be cast into the spatial chaos currents and never escape. Yi Bei's eyes widen as he stares upward. The immortal lord's voice echoes from afar. Yi Bei, remain in that chamber for all eternity, imperishable and alone without end. Yi Bei holds Zucheng tightly, vigilantly dodging the spatial debris surrounding them. This is bad. The Tianluo Immortal Lord has linked the formation array to the immortal world's plane itself. If they cannot find a spatial fragment to pass through, they will be lost in the darkness forever, never to return. Within one of the fragments, he gazes intently at beautiful women in modern attire stand chatting and laughing. Yibei exclaims, Su Xing, Su Zin. He ponders the earth plane. Yibei assesses the situation. The Tianluo Immortal Lord has destroyed the passageway to the immortal world. Returning will be impossible for the time being. He reaches a decision. Since things stand as they do, they might as well head to the earth plane first and see what awaits. If I can find Su Xing and Su Zin and obtain the system's rewards, I may yet be able to pinpoint the immortal world's coordinates and return. Settling scores with the Tianluo Immortal Lord can wait until then. With that, he rockets straight into the Earth fragment. Earth plane, I have arrived. Streaks of lightning. Violent purple bolts crash down upon a dazzling metallic object. Yibei and Zucheng stand in the middle of a bustling urban street teeming with people. He speaks. The Oriental Pearl Tower Demon City. We've returned to Earth. She asks at his side, is this the homeland Master once spoke of? Zucheng's eyes widen as she exclaims in admiration, Master's homeland truly brims with spiritual essence. So many talented individuals. And the cultivation bases of these people all exceed the half-emperor realm. He is left speechless with bewilderment. How does Earth have spiritual essence? Something is wrong. What on earth happened here? In a corner, a crowd gathers in small clusters, chattering animatedly. Can you really obtain a divine legacy just by crowding in? Another person cuts in. Exactly. What's the point of pushing and shoving? It's been so long and nobody's actually witnessed an inheritance. Some are even rallying others. Our Yanwang civilization only has 3 inheritance artifacts to its name. It'll be packed later. Brothers, charge. An elderly woman knocked down in the crowd lets out a heavy sigh. A young man at the front turns around and snaps, what's an old hag doing coming to join the commotion? Serves you right. Another young man kneels down to help her to her feet, retorting, what kind of person are you? That's right. So what if you're at the Emperor Venerable realm? Apologize to the elderly lady. The first youth sneers in this era of immortal cultivation. Living this long without cultivating deserves to be bullied. Yibei channels a strand of spiritual essence, forming a bubble that hoists the youth off the ground. The youth hangs in midair, limbs immobilized, and whips his head around, gnashing his teeth. Who the hell are you to lay hands on me? Do you have any idea who my father is? Yibei raises his hand even higher. He speaks in a grave tone. In this era of immortal cultivation, you still drag your father's name out the door. Isn't that just asking to be bullied? He then performs the soul search divine ability. The youth's body snaps backward, both hands clutching his head as he screams, how dare you do this to me? My father will definitely. Yibei clenches his fist. Then let your father come keep you company. The person trapped within his spiritual essence bubble is obliterated. Zucheng approaches nervously and asks, Master, what were the results of the soul search? His expression is grave. It turns out that after I left, Earth endured so many tribulations. Yibei begins recounting what he witnessed. After I departed that year, Earth's spiritual essence gradually recovered. Catastrophes descended, demon hives began emerging everywhere, the factories within cities all crumbled. Guns proved useless against the monsters. He continues, conventional firearms lost their effectiveness and humanity was devastated. A female sorceress swings her scythe, cleaving through a colossal demon. Fortunately, Heaven as Fairhumans began awakening abilities and started receiving inheritances. Strange markings can be seen inscribed across the sorceress's back. Yibei then mentions the appearance of 3 towering skyscrapers, each housing a divine artifact. Heavenly Pride inheritances once again brought light to humanity. People constructed divine halls of inheritance: Thunder Divine Hall, the Serpent King Divine Hall, the Ocean Divine Hall. The 3 great divine halls finally enabled humanity to resist the demonic beasts, temporarily preserving peace and civilization. Yet nearly all the divine halls ended up in the west, along with the building housing the Serpent Head divine artifact. The east possessed only a single Serpent King divine hall on Serpent Island. As he speaks of this, his expression darkens, turning solemn. Our Yanwang civilization has no inheritances, and for that we are despised. Zucheng comforts him, Master, as long as you have returned, who would dare bully Yanwang? Yibei replies evenly, indeed. Not only must we find Su Xing and Su Zin, but we shall also see justice done for Yanwang. Their hands clasp together as spiritual essence envelops them both in a protective barrier. She ponders aloud, but the earth plane is so vast. I wonder where Su Xing and Su Zin could possibly be. He answers this master has his own method. Zhu Cheng senses something unusual. Master hand seems to be trembling. Yi Bei lifts his hand and examines it, scrutinizing the back of his hand for a long moment before speaking. Something inside is resonating with my body. Her expression shifts to sudden realization, as though recalling something important. Those people earlier mentioned something about an inheritance artifact. Yi Bei's lips curl into a faint smile. Those who receive the divine legacy inheritance can awaken a type of power and even absorb the faith energy of the masses to forcibly temper their divine soul. It seems our arrival has already gifted us quite the welcome present. Blazing sunlight pours down upon the rooftop of a towering skyscraper. Zhu Cheng stands in a crimson dress, her face flushed with embarrassment, both hands clutching the hem tightly. Master, is this really appropriate? Before her flustered demeanor, he stands opposite her, stroking his chin in appraisal, nodding with satisfaction. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Besides, didn't you want to wear this for your master to see? Zhu Cheng swiftly changes the subject. Master, we should attend to the matter at hand first. Have you been able to discern the origin of this inheritance artifact? Yi Bei responds calmly. Just now, this master probed it with spiritual essence. The power within this inheritance artifact bears a striking resemblance to the heavenly treasure mystic bell in the heavenly pride pavilion. Perhaps both originated from the chaos power of heaven and earth. Her eyes light up with excitement. If you can inherit this divine legacy, you will certainly be able to advance through several realms. A man's boisterous laughter startles them both, and they turn to look. He stands filming them from a distance with his phone, speaking in a mocking tone. Brothers, come quick and watch this joke. Yan Wang has found yet another fake rock to swindle people with, and there are actually 2 idiots here who believe it's real. He gleefully poses the question, a worthless old stone used to scam the Yanwang government, and they actually call it an inheritance artifact. The people of Yanwang really are fools. The man throws his head back, laughing even louder. Netizens flood the comment section with fervent remarks. As far as the world knows, Yanwang is the only nation without inheritors and without a divine hall. Another comment reads, the Western divine halls are the true pinnacle. Even more comments pour in with mockery. I can't believe Yanwang actually has people gullible enough to believe they have inheritance artifacts. The comments continue to pour in relentlessly. Brothers, head to the scene and teach those 2 fools a lesson. Yi Bei and Zhu Cheng stand before a diamond-shaped stone. The final comment captures the attention of the entire nation. Wait, hold on, everyone, look, what are those 2 doing? He performs his technique, channeling spiritual essence into the stone. Will of inheritance stone erupts with blinding radiance. A blue-hued figure materializes, its voice dripping with arrogance. Human, defeat me, and you shall claim the inheritance. Otherwise, you shall only. The 2 of them look up in shock. Yi Bei concentrates his power into his right eye and immediately senses something. Yi Bei shifts his hand seals, summoning earth and stone for defense. Tao resonance, shield of the great Tao. The devastating blow slams into the protective stone barrier. The blue figure raises its hand once more, preparing the next strike. Human, you summoned me and blocked my attack. Not bad, but alas, you are still lacking. The spiritual essence binding the earth and stone begins to dissipate. His left eye flickers, spiritual essence floods into his legs. In one swift motion, his hand seizes the figure's neck from behind. His other hand clamps down on its head, catching the blue figure completely off guard. What's the rush? The real show hasn't even started yet. The figure is stunned. Somyeon appeared behind it without making a single sound. Yi Bei continues his calculations. If you and the heavenly treasure mystic bell were both born from the power of heaven and earth, then having been tempered by chaos, the heavenly decree within you can be refined and absorbed by me as well. With that, he executes the heaven-burning unified technique. A surge of purple lightning coils around him, striking the earth and unleashing a thunderous roar. The azure silhouette vanishes. Yi Bei hovers in the firmament as a resonant voice echoes. You have finally arrived, my successor. He gazes down at his hands, savoring the sensation. Luo Zhusheng lifts her head, a joyous smile blooming on her face. Master, you have succeeded. The mobile phone rests atop the debris, screen still aglow. 3 figures streak toward the high-rise urban district simultaneously. The god of thunder, god of X, and god of the sea convene to discuss their response. For tens of thousands of years, the Yanwang lineage has been dormant, yet now a successor has emerged. We cannot allow him to resonate with the power of faith. I am the only true Eastern deity, they unanimously resolve. A frantic voice screams to exterminate the Yanwang god. All 3 wear grim, twisted expressions. The women notice Yi Bei floating in the air and rush forward in unison. He is there, his inheritance still incomplete. Kill him. Seeing this, he curls his lip in mockery and raises a hand to prepare his strike. You think a mere avatar can sever the inheritance of this seat? A beam of blue light streaks forward with terrifying speed, shaking the very fabric of space. The god of thunder, god of sand, and god of the sea are forced to turn away, shielding their eyes from the blinding radiance. The god of sand suggests a strategy. He has basically completed his fusion. I fear our avatars are no match for him. The god of thunder counters attack his divine soul. That is when the inheritance is most vulnerable. It is their only weakness. She smiles and replies, I understand. The god of thunder's gaze sharpens, locking onto Yi Bei. Little brat, it is a pity you are of Yanhuang blood. Otherwise, you could have served as our lackey and lived a few years longer. He retorts smugly, clenching his hand into a fist. Has no one told you? Only others serve as lackeys for me. She unleashes a divine art, launching a soul-shattering assault. He closes his eyes. My apologies, but this one's soul is currently in the void immortal realm. As he opens them, Yi Bei's eyes radiate a shimmering golden light. I am invincible. The god of thunder freezes as golden light envelops his body, rendering her spiritual power void. The god of X and the god of the sea rush to catch the collapsing god of thunder. Thunder god, thunder god. With eyes half closed, she rasps out an explanation. He devoured our attack. He raises his hand, channeling power for a killing blow. Now it is my turn. Golden feather, holy calamity scourge. He bellows. A crimson orb encased in golden light streaks toward the three deities. The golden lightning, like rays of the sun, flashes through everything, vanishes in an instant. A voice echoes in the air, don't celebrate too soon. We will definitely make you pay. Yi Bei replies, Yanhuang has no need for Western deities. Luo Zhushang is utterly shocked, thinking to herself, Master has grown even stronger. I must redouble my efforts to keep pace with him. He descends to the ground and asks, Luo girl, what is the matter? Luo Zhushang shakes her head and smiles faintly, nothing. I was just wondering why Su Xing and Su Zin came here. Yi Bei turns away. You should ask that 7 days from now. She grows more curious. Will you have news of them in 7 days, master? Inside the serpent-adorned temple of the Snake Kingdom, the god of the sea sits across from the god of sand and the god of thunder, posing a question. What is the background of this youth? How have I never heard of him before? The god of thunder speaks his divine soul, and the realm of his divine abilities are terrifyingly high. I have never heard of such a person either. The god of the sea analyzes. For such a deity to suddenly appear, he must be aiming to seize the faith of the common folk. What must we do? The god of sand finally speaks. Trying to compete with such a whelp is absolutely impossible. The god of the sea probes. Only what? She ponders. Only that if the three of us fight him, the outcome will be difficult to predict. If we both end up wounded, we will only be exploited by others. That would be quite troublesome. The sea deity agrees indeed. The god of thunder props her chin on her hand, recounting the past. Do you still remember our other enemy? The other two startle. The leader of the demonic beasts, the god of thunder, recounts 20,000 years ago. When the earth's spiritual energy recovered, we borrowed the inheritance to control the emerging demons. Who could have imagined? The city engulfed in flames, smoke blotting out the heavens. 300 years ago, a leader emerged, breaking through our defenses again and again. High-rises exploded, causing massive shockwaves that laid everything to waste. We have clashed many times, and each time we were forced to suffer. Negotiations were always rejected, and now a youth with similar strength has appeared. The leader, the demonic leader, is our enemy, and this youth is also a thorn in our side. The image of Yi Bei makes her vigilant, her expression deeply solemn. Hear me out. The god of thunder suggests let us draw this youth out and let him clash with the demonic leader. Once they both are injured, we can sit back and reap the rewards. Having said that, she rubs her chin in thought. The problem is, how do we lure him out? The god of sand laughs. I have already sent someone to deliver an invitation to him, claiming we wish to negotiate. The god of thunder is skeptical. Will he believe it? She says confidently, naturally he will. This youth is still young and clearly has not experienced much of the world. We give him a few benefits, let him take the bait, and then deal with him. The letter with the red seal is delivered to Yi Bei. He chats with Luo Zhushang, thinking they can lure me with these meager benefits. Truly foolish. She asks cautiously, if we know it is a trap, should we go? Yi Bei says without hesitation, naturally we must. If we don't, how can we watch the show? With a provocative look. He adds, I only fear that inviting a god is easy, but sending them away will be difficult. 2 streaks of azure light descend simultaneously at the temple gates. The god of sand comes out to welcome Yi Bei and Luo Zhu Sheng. It is our honor that you two would come, setting aside past grievances. Seeing that everyone has arrived, she cuts straight to the chase, smiling stiffly while gesturing for them to enter. No need for formalities, now allow me to show you our treasures. Gold, silver, and jewels glisten, dazzled beyond sight. Luo Zhu Sheng cannot help but praise, this is the treasure vault, it is indeed a remarkable place. The god of sand introduces them enthusiastically, you truly have a discerning eye. This place is the result of myriads of selections. The spiritual power contained within these artifacts only increases over time. If an ordinary cultivator were to train here, their progress could be 10 times faster. He speaks unburdened by courtesy. After causing me such great mental distress last night, are you preparing to use this as compensation? She smiles, attempting to bargain with Yi Bei. These are all heavenly treasures, you are young and have likely never used them. Feel free to choose whatever you like, she mutters inwardly. I'll make you pay for this later. He complies. Since you are so generous, we will not stand on ceremony. He has already calculated everything, wondering if he can move all of their goods into his desolate dimension. Luo Zhu Sheng stands still observing. The god of sand smirks, thinking these items have already acknowledged their owners. If you can't take them, don't blame me. A storage pouch flies out, siphoning all the treasures inside. She stammers this. The god of sand turns pale with panic. Yi Bei raises a hand, drawing objects with his spiritual power while lazily answering his companion. May, the god of sand says uncomfortably, please take whatever you wish. In reality, she is seething with rage. Damn you little brat, just you wait. The floor, empty, only the sound of the wind whistling through. He tilts his head and says with a cheerful affirmation, thank you for your gracious hospitality. From today onward, we are one family. The serpent deity reluctantly accepts. Indeed. Yi Bei narrows his eyes and makes his demand. Since we are now one family, I have a request wondering whether you might oblige. The serpent deity's face bulges with veins, her mouth twisting. Just say it, she thinks, flames raging in her skull. I must endure. He shoves his hands into his pockets and casually makes his proposal. When I first arrived, I found the serpent deity's divine temple quite magnificent. I was filled with nothing but admiration. Now that I have also obtained an inheritance, I wonder might I build a divine temple facing yours. Yi Bei adds, it doesn't have to be too extravagant, just slightly larger than your divine temple will do. The serpent deity grinds her teeth in fury. Her rage is plain for all to see. You two are truly bullying me beyond all reason. He seizes the scepter, startling her out of her stupor. The serpent deity senses something amiss. Her hand trembles involuntarily, his strength surpasses even yesterday's and it far exceeds her own. Yi Bei laughs with amusement. Are the two of us not good enough? The serpent deity has no choice but to comply. You two are wonderful, it is my own shortcoming. I shall go build your divine temple at once. Her complexion turns more livid than before, barely containing her urge to erupt. She thinks I must endure, let him revel in his arrogance a little while longer. Sooner or later, I will make him wish for death. Stepping out of the divine temple, Yi Bei praises her with satisfaction. You're quite diligent. The serpent deity replies, of course, but aside from this, I have also specially prepared a grand gift for you. He asks with curiosity, a gift. She explains, perhaps you have never heard of it. The divine inheritance that has preserved our standing and spiritual power until this day, it is all thanks to a secret realm. The serpent deity further elaborates on that extraordinary place. It contains countless heavenly treasures and fortuitous encounters. Every treasure vault you laid eyes upon back there, each one was brought back from that realm. Yi Bei smiles, his expression brimming with interest. A place so extraordinary, would you truly be willing to hand it over? The serpent deity suppresses her fury with all her might. For one of your esteemed power to enter the secret realm alongside use it is our honor. How could we possibly refuse? He does not press the matter any further. He waves his hand dismissively. Very well, if that's the case, then lead the way. The scene shifts to a certain secret realm. The serpent deity explains as she walks. Here. This is the territory of the demonic beasts. Their leader is extraordinarily savage. Brother Yi, this time we are counting entirely on you. Yi Bei stands still, observing in silence. Luo Zhu Sheng, however, finds something peculiar and speaks up. You call this a beast's lair. Yet there isn't a single stir of movement. Are you deceiving us? How could that be? The serpent deity laughs it off. How could that be? She says the words, but deep inside, she grows increasingly anxious. Normally, this place would have erupted into chaos by now. Why is there not a single disturbance today? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion tears through the air, shaking the entire forest and sending birds scattering in all directions. All three sense the anomaly and look up. the serpent deity exclaims, "They're here." She turns to him with a plea, "Brother Yi, we're counting on you." Everything has gone exactly according to her initial calculations. The serpent deity makes no effort to hide the smug expression on her face. She thinks once you provoke the leader of the beast lair and both sides are grievously wounded, I shall make my move and deal with every last one of you. Suddenly, footsteps snap through branches. Somion is approaching. The serpent deity quickly senses it, her expression turning anxious. She turns toward the sound, her mind racing. No way could they really be this fast. But upon recognizing the thunder deity and sea deity, she relaxes. "Oh, it's just you two." Both leap down from the trees toward the serpent deity. The sea deity speaks, "Of course, didn't we agree beforehand to watch over that creature together and capture every last one of them?" The thunder deity nods in agreement. "That's right." The serpent deity lowers her guard and turns her back. "When you two didn't announce yourselves, I thought you were demonic beasts." She continues speaking to the two she believes to be her allies. "Follow me, we still have much to prepare." Little does she know behind her, a massive maw gapes wide, poised to snap shut. A deafening roar erupts, accompanied by a blinding flash of magic that illuminates the entire area. The serpent deity reacts just in time, swinging her scepter to conjure a protective magic circle around herself. She demands, "Who are you people? Why do you impersonate the sea deity and the war deity?" Only now do the two figures shed their disguises, revealing their true forms, Su Zin and Su Xing. Su Zin grins mischievously. "Didn't you go to great lengths to find the leader of the demonic beasts? What's wrong? Now that you found them, you don't recognize them?" At that very moment, Yi Bei and Luo Zucheng return, hurling two figures to the ground. "Were you looking for these two?" The sea deity and the war deity appear to have lost consciousness. Both lie motionless, their hands bound behind their backs. The serpent deity cannot believe her eyes. "Sea deity, war deity, you too." But an even greater shock awaits Su Zin and Su Xing. Both drop to their knees before Yi Bei. Su Zin pays respects to master. Su Xing pays respects to master. Realizing she has fallen into a trap, the serpent deity finally understands. "So you and the demonic beasts were in league together all along. No wonder I had never heard of you in Yanwang before." Yi Bei pays her words no heed and responds with a smile. "All of this is thanks to you. This sovereign was able to reunite with my disciples this quickly because of you." The serpent deity curses in fury. "So from the very beginning you had been scheming against me." Curses. Yi Bei raises two fingers and speaks with magnanimous grace. "Since you so kindly helped us reunite, I shall offer you two choices. The first, take your own life. The second, we kill you ourselves." But the serpent deity is not one to accept her fate so easily. She instantly channels her spiritual essence, forming a grand formation that converges a powerful beam of emerald light. "Do not think that obtaining an inheritance is enough to defeat me. I am one of only 3 inheritors upon this entire continent." But before she can finish, a beam of radiant light crashes down upon her. The serpent deity's entire body is engulfed by the pillar of light, unable to break free. Su Zin raises her hand to command. The demonic beasts behind her stand poised, awaiting her order. She sneers. "I can't be bothered to waste words on you." The serpent deity refuses to yield. She has already managed to erect a protective magical barrier around herself. She plants her scepter into the ground and issues her command. "People of Serpent Island, offer the power of your faith unto your deity, and your deity shall vanquish all calamities from your midst." Su Zin responds with calm composure. "The great Tao of beasts advance, my children." Instantly, the demonic beasts charge toward the serpent deity. The serpent deity raises her hand, channeling all her power into the scepter until it blazes with blinding radiance. Serpent spirit petrification, the demonic beasts draw ever closer. Their claws reach out, yearning to tear apart the body before them. But in the blink of an eye, a beam of emerald light from the scepter blasts straight toward the beasts. It howls in agony and rapidly turns to stone before the serpent spirit's bewildered eyes. Su Xing and Su Zin seize the opening, lunging forward to wrench the scepter from her grasp. The serpent deity raises her glowing scepter high. "Before, you had beasts to take blows for, Yao, making you arrogant beyond measure. Without them, do you truly think you can defeat me?" Su Xing and Su Zin seem unaware of the danger, pressing their advance against her. The scepter flares once more, serpent spirit petrification. Its radiance is truly blinding and unbearable. Luo Zucheng is forced to shield his eyes with both hands to avoid being harmed. Yi Bei waits for the blinding light to dissipate, then quickly surveys the situation. Zinger Zinner. Both are utterly stunned to find that Su Xing and Su Zin have been turned to stone. A surprise ambush from behind catches Yi Bei off guard. "Now it's your turn, you little brats." A flash of light erupts, illuminating the entire area. By now Yi Bei has been turned to stone. The snake deity approaches to examine him, then sighs in admiration. A true dragon immortal body, no wonder. She reaches out and laments, touching his petrified face. You don't look half bad like this. If your strength were just a bit weaker, I might have considered taking you in. What a pity Somion like you would never submit to another. Sooner or later, you would become my greatest threat. So bye-bye, pretty boy. But at that moment, something inconceivable occurs. The stone layer on Yi Bei's face begins to crack and shatter. The snake deity is stunned. I haven't even started yet. The outer layer of stone gradually crumbles apart. Yi Bei can already speak and move slightly once more. To think you could restrain me with your sorcery for 3 whole minutes. I underestimated you. In an instant, his hand shoots out and seizes the snake deity by the throat, hoisting her high into the air. She grits her teeth in defiance. You escaped my petrification that easily. The fact that he broke free from her petrification shatters her very understanding of the world. How is this possible? At this moment, Luo Zucheng also begins breaking free from the control, the stone on her face crumbling away entirely. Forgot to mention I too possess a chaos immortal body. The snake deity still cannot believe her own eyes. 2 supreme immortal bodies, plus an inheritance on top of that. Is that even fair? Yi Bei speaks as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Just because you've never seen it doesn't mean it's unreasonable. Hearing this, she begins to panic. If I beg for mercy now, is it too late? Yi Bei sneers with contempt. You harmed my disciple, die. He lets out a soft sigh. Because I care for them the most, this master has always watched over them. I will never allow them to suffer the slightest harm upon their return. Yi Bei raises his hand and opens the desolate minor world. After its upgrade, the desolate minor world's 2nd tier awakening ability grants dominion over life and death. As the minor world opens, he continues to explain anyone or anything with a cultivation base below Minance bound by the contract of this minor world. Their life and death shall be entirely at my mercy. Yi Bei commands rise my disciples. Immediately, 2 pillars of light descend upon the positions of Su Xing and Su Zin. The stone encasing their bodies shatters instantly. Both return to normal, though their clothing, for some inexplicable reason, crumbles away as well. Su Zin and Su Xing pay no heed to their vanished clothing. They rush forward in joy and throw their arms around Yi Bei. Master, I thought I'd never see you again. Master, I missed you so much. He flushes red and reminds them, you too. This isn't really appropriate. Luo Zucheng teases with a laugh. Aren't you going to come hug your senior sister too? Su Zin happily runs over and buries her face into Luo Zucheng's chest. Senior sister, we missed you terribly too. Luo Zucheng responds with a satisfied smile. Alright, I know. Yi Bei brings out 2 sets of robes and hands them to Su Xing and Su Zin, pressing them. Now then, explain. Why are you here? You nearly got killed by the snake deity. These are spare robes I prepared for you. Put them on first. Both accept them with delight. Thank you, master. Su Zin answers happily. Back then, after our parents passed away, my sister and I lived in utter hardship. We could only befriend birds and beasts. It was senior sister and master who took us in. Su Xing continues, you taught us how to survive and bestowed upon us the great Tao of beasts. Both continue in unison. We trained through bitter hardship, and after great difficulty, we finally broke through to the Saint Realm. Master Su Zin reveals their true purpose. We were heartbroken. We wanted to do something for you. So we came here to the homeland that Master once protected. Yi Bei repeats in disbelief, the homeland I protected. The 2 recount their journey with great enthusiasm. When we first arrived, the 3 great divine spirits had seized the land as their domain and oppressed anyone who didn't possess a divine inheritance. So we gave them a lesson or 2, but we couldn't defeat the 3 of them. So we quietly built up our forces in secret. Su Xing reports with a grin, now, every nation on earth has a branch of our forces. Master, now that you've returned, if we join forces, not just Yanwang, the entire earth will be yours. Yi Bei gives a satisfied thumbs up. Well done, you deserve a reward. Though he praises them, he swiftly resumes a stern expression. But just now, the 2 of you were careless and underestimated your enemy. That carelessness nearly cost you your lives at the hands of that temple's divine spirit. Had I not been there, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Zin pipes up, but master, you absorbed his cultivation base. It's not entirely a bad thing. Yi Bei flicks both of them on the forehead in irritation. Don't you dare talk back to your master. Su Xing and Su Zin fall silent at once. They clutch their heads and quickly bow. We're sorry, master, we were wrong. As if remembering something, Su Xing asks excitedly, Master, after absorbing the snake deity's cultivation base, has your body undergone any changes? Yi Bei examines his own hands and answers, my cultivation base has risen by 1 tier. I'm only a single bottleneck away from the void immortal realm. As for everything else, nothing has changed. Suddenly, the surrounding environment shifts, catching him off guard. He is transported to a strange realm, nothing but two planes of black and white. Bei frowns. Where is this place? Could this be some kind of prank by Su Xing and Su Zin? At that very moment, a silhouette with snow-white hair and robes materializes before him, asking cheerfully, "Mortal, would you be willing to become my servant and accept my inheritance?" He furrows his brow, studying the figure. Recalling the earlier battle, he deduces that this must be the snake deity's inheritance. She extends both hands, beckoning warmly, "Come, take my hand, and you shall receive my inheritance, eternal life, power without end." But Bei doesn't buy a word of it. With a snarl, he hurls his staff straight at her. "The last inheritance nearly killed me, and now this one comes so easily. I don't believe it. What the?" She shrieks in fury. "I'm offering you the hand of a beautiful woman, and you try to kill me. Is your head made of wood?" He calmly covers his ears. "I don't believe in free lunches. I'd rather seize it myself." Bei challenges her with confidence. "Enough talk. Show me what you've got." But she seems utterly unwilling to fight. Panicking, she waves her hands frantically. "Wait, please, I'm begging you. Can't I just ask nicely? I'm pleading with you, please accept my inheritance." Bei remains on guard. "Who exactly are you? Why are you trying to force your inheritance on someone else?" She introduces herself cheerfully. "I am an ancient celestial spirit named Jiangbia. I committed a crime against the heavenly mandate and was imprisoned within that staff for thousands of years. Now, at long last, I've been freed. All I want is to find a reliable host body, that's all." He is not swayed in the slightest by her grand status or sweet words. "A host body? What you really mean is body seizure. You want to take over my body and erase my soul forever, isn't that right?" Jiangbia blushes and strikes a seductive pose. "Would having a beautiful girl like me inside your body really be so bad? Or we could coexist peacefully. I could materialize from time to time and warm your bed for you." Bei shakes his head in refusal, his look of disdain leaving her utterly speechless. "This lord has no interest. My sect doesn't keep freeloaders." Jiangbia steps closer, both hands resting on his shoulders. The atmosphere grows strangely intimate. "I have other uses too, you know. Come closer, I'll tell you." Jiangbia closes her eyes, pressing close as her essence flows into Bei. A halo of light begins to emerge. He is utterly astonished. She speaks up cheerfully. "The chaos force within my body has already flowed into every part of your being. That desolate minor world of yours has probably leveled up." He raises his hand to inspect it once more. Indeed, it is exactly as he suspected. The form has materialized. Jiangbia points confidently at herself. "Well, have you agreed to accept me now? So long as you willingly surrender the true dragon immortal chi upon your person to me, I can obtain a physical body and remain by your side." Bei had just opened his mouth to reply, "That works, I suppose," but before he could even finish composing himself, she immediately presses her lips against his. Jiangbia seizes the opportunity and draws a portion of the immortal chi into herself. Bei's face flushes red as he sighs in exasperation. "What is it with girls these days? Do you not know that taking without asking is called theft?" Jiangbia grins mischievously. "So what? Thank you." She flicks her fingers cheerfully. "The deed is done, let us head back." In an instant, both of them depart the strange pocket dimension and return to the real world. Bei lets out a long breath. "We're back." Jiangbia responds with a bright, cheerful smile. At precisely that moment, the trio Su Zin, Su Xing, and Luo Zucheng arrive on the scene. Su Zin demands loudly, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Jiangbia hastily hides behind Bei and pleads, "You explain things to them." After 10 minutes of explanation, everyone finally understands the full picture. "So that is how it is. If that is the case, master, why not simply take her as a disciple? It could fill the vacancy left after Chu Tianli's death." Bei considers this it is not entirely out of the question, but Jiangbia immediately refuses. "Impossible, absolutely not." She plants her hands on her hips, her resolve ironclad. "A divine maiden such as myself would absolutely never become anyone's disciple. Even if you killed me, it would be impossible." Everyone stares at her with skeptical eyes. Bei ponders for a moment. Then he proposes a solution. "I can help you find a body to perform soul seizure, however. The condition is that you must remain by their side forever, protecting Suo Zin and Suo Xing and aiding them in all things." Hearing this, Suo Zin and Suo Xing are utterly shocked. "Master, do these words mean you intend to leave this place?" Bei hides nothing and answers honestly. "Your master came to Earth for 2 reasons. First, to revisit my homeland, and second, to see how all of you are doing. Since you are all living well with your influence stretching far and wide, your master's heart is finally at ease." He lays out his plan to reassure them. Your master must journey to many other realms to search for your senior and junior sisters, so that the whole family may reunite once more. Suo Xing and Suo Zin have no wish to part with their master, yet they know that once he has made his decision, it shall be done. They can only choke back their emotions and say, "Master, we will miss you dearly. Master, once you find our senior and junior sisters, you must send word to us." Luo Zucheng seems to have already sensed her master's true intentions. Yijiangbia watches wistfully as Yi Bei comforts his disciples. Having a master did not seem so bad after all, someone who shields you from wind and rain, who remains unchanged across hundreds and thousands of years, like family. An eternal pillar of support. Yijiangbia regrets it so much she could weep. I regret it so deeply. Yi Bei pays her words no mind and grins. Too late for regrets. Next, I shall help you perform the soul seizure. Yijiangbia is deeply grateful upon hearing this. The scene shifts to a small side street. Aboard a red convertible, Luo Zucheng finally asks, "Master, is it truly wise to place Yijiangbia's divine soul into the serpent god's body?" Yi Bei answers while driving, "One person wishes to recover her cultivation base, and the other wants a physical form. Is that not a perfect match?" She ponders for a moment, then says, "If those two end up fighting each other, it would certainly make for an entertaining show." But he quickly brushes the matter aside. "Leave them to sort it out among themselves. It was no easy feat to reach Earth. We have not even had our fun yet. Today we make the most of it." The car pulls up before a grand hotel. Both of them step out and walk inside. Passers-by gawk in admiration. A stunning beauty and a luxury sports car. Truly enviable. How much is a night at this hotel? 9,000 spirit stones. Yi Bei gazes upward and declares with absolute confidence, "Our small, desolate world can produce this much on its own. We can go wherever we please." Luo Zucheng, meanwhile, is still awestruck by the sight before her. The two of them enter the hotel together. He declares magnanimously, "Before we set off for the next plane of existence, let us indulge ourselves to the fullest." She nods in agreement. The scene shifts to the extreme northern reaches of the North region. Daylight reigns outside. Deep within a cavernous abyss, a pair of eyes snap open, blazing with cold light. The one who is meant to come has finally arrived. The owner of those eyes issues a command. "Guards, block the entrance and prepare to receive our guest." Snow blankets the vast expanse, and only a few footprints are visible upon its surface. Yi Bei and Luo Zucheng don thick outer robes and press forward side by side. She recounts that Zinger and Zinner had several junior sisters who ventured to this location. "But we have already been circling around here for over half an incense stick's time. Other than ice, there is nothing but ice here. Not a single living creature in sight. Are you certain the entrance is truly here?" Yi Bei speaks to calm her. "Do not be hasty. Do you still recall the words the senior spoke when guiding our disciple in comprehending the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation?" Luo Zucheng recalls the so-called 5 elements. Wood lies in the east, fire in the south, metal in the west, water in the north, and earth at the center. She surveys her surroundings, but at a glance, never mind metal, wood, fire, or earth, there is not so much as a single drop of water here. Everything is ice. What does any of this have to do with the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation? He counters, "We walked for so long just now, yet you did not notice the mysteries hidden beneath the layer of ice." Luo Zucheng replays the memory. Indeed, she had overlooked that detail entirely. He crouches down to inspect the surface and continues explaining. Above the ice lies a layer of lethal killing intent beneath the ice. Life teems in abundance. The fact that no formation can be laid upon the surface does not mean one cannot be laid below. All we need to do is locate the formation I, and we can enter the true extreme northern region. She follows the preceding conversation to deduce the nature of the formation I. Of the 5 elements present here, none is stronger than water. That means the weakest link must be fire. If we can strike its fire eye, we should be able to shatter this formation. Yi Bei places his palm upon the ice surface, truly a bright student. He channels his power into the formation array. Ripples of light surge across the surface. The formation eye lies directly beneath their feet. In an instant, the ground gives way, and both of them plunge into a bottomless abyss. Luo Zucheng screams in shock. At last, the two of them crash into the very depths of this place. He groggily rises to his feet, while she gazes around in utter astonishment. This is truly a heaven and earth of another realm. How wondrous. Without warning, an unfamiliar voice rings out. "Welcome to the extreme northern region." Yi Bei and Luo Zucheng turn simultaneously and discover a familiar figure bound high upon the blue ceiling. Yet she shows no response. Though her lips move, no discernible words come forth. Luo Zucheng loses her composure and cries out, Jia Lam, who reduced you to this state? Luo Zucheng's eyes glaze over, falling into a hypnotic trance. Sensing the anomaly, Yi Bei swiftly calls out, Luo Zucheng, calm yourself, you have fallen into its trap. She snaps back to awareness and rubs her temples, bewildered. What just happened to me? He explains the formation array above the ice was merely a side dish. The formation here is the true 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. It uses living beings as formation eyes and feeds on resentment and desire as its sorcery. Anyone who enters and cannot steady their own mind may either become a formation eye themselves, or become fodder for the creatures lurking in this place. Luo Zucheng exhales slowly. Maz, forgive me, perhaps I should have been calmer. But those blood-colored sound waves seem to have lured out the desire and bloodlust hidden within my heart. I could barely restrain myself. Yi Bei shares his own state openly. I too am anxious about our senior and junior sisters, so naturally I would be susceptible to its tricks. But from here on, we must be far more cautious because they are already upon us. The ground suddenly trembles violently. Both of them snap into high alert, scanning their surroundings for whatever approaches. What they face is a colossal beast, its maw gaping wide, lunging to tear them apart. Luo Zucheng strikes without hesitation, sending the monstrous creature hurtling backward. The two of them then calmly find level ground and land. She remarks, there really are monsters here after all. A sudden thought flashes through Luo Zucheng's mind. She turns to Yi Bei, that's right. Master, just now Jia Lam managed to mouth words to me, find that man and break the formation. Yi Bei and Luo Zucheng stand within the heart of the luminous sphere. An observer standing nearby surveys the two figures within and remarks, the people here are truly interesting. On Yi Bei's side, the two coordinate to strike back against the shark-like illusions. Luo Zucheng glances at him, saying, the attacks from these spirit beasts seem deliberate, trying to separate you and me. The man Jia Lan spoke of is likely the one pulling the strings behind these spirit beasts. The illusions surround them, closing in. Yi Bei replies, the more spirit beasts there are, the more certain it is that someone is manipulating them from behind. The more, the better. I would prefer the mastermind to reveal himself so I can see just how capable he truly is. He leaps into the air, intertwining his fingers as he chants solemnly, Great Tao Resonance, Great Tao of Beasts. A vast, multicolored circle erupts behind him, sending the shark illusions into a state of shock. The moment he touches the ground, the illusions scatter in flight. Yi Bei sneers in disdain. It seems this place is truly dangerous. Suddenly, Luo Zucheng's voice rings out, filled with confusion. He turns to her in surprise. Master, do you hear that? Someone is crying. A vortex-like illusion manifests before their eyes. Luo Zucheng and Yi Bei approach a seated figure together. She asks, who are you? Why are you sitting here weeping? Before them sits a woman with long red hair. She weeps, my master is dead. The two exchange looks, their eyes wide with shock. A single thought crosses both their minds. Yi Bei frowns as he asks, who is your master? The woman does not turn around, simply speaking into the void. I was young then, spirit beasts ravaged the village. They claimed they would leave if they were given a maiden. She huddles in on herself, head bowed, clutching her legs as she recalls the fake smiles of the villagers. My parents accepted 10 spirit stones from the village chief, abandoning me to my fate. They took me out of the village without a second thought. She closes her eyes, continuing, I was weak and helpless. There was no way to bind me and the fowl could not escape. Ling Fat threw me to the beasts. Bloody, viscous slime begins to manifest behind her. Unaware of the danger, her voice persists. It was my master who descended from the heavens, slew the beasts, and saved me. She opens her eyes wide, staring ahead as she remembers the silhouette of herself and a youth standing together beneath blooming cherry blossoms. He taught me how to cultivate, how to defend myself, and what it meant to have family. Her voice continues as she recalls clutching a large, red wooden box with the character Ming inscribed on the wall. But 300 years ago, I could only watch as my master died before me, unable to do a single thing. The woman keeps her eyes shut. I have wept for 300 years. My eyes have been blind for 300 years, yet I could not save anything. Standing behind her in silence, Luo Zucheng finally speaks. Jia Lan, is that you? The woman turns back, her eyes veiled, and replies, Senior sister. She adds, Senior sister, save me. Luo Zucheng gasps, Jia Lan, how have you become like this? I will take you away. Yi Bei steps forward quickly, brow furrowed. Wait. Luo Zucheng turns to him, bewildered. Yi Bei stares coldly, his voice stern. Have you forgotten? Jia Lan is still in the 5 elements Bagua formation, waiting for us to rescue her. A streak of energy flashes beneath their feet. It coils around the woman before them. Luo Zucheng stares, eyes widened as if struck by lightning. She turns to Yi-Bei, asking anxiously, "Master, is Jia Lan an illusion or a person?" Then her expression darkens. "Or have I been in an illusion since I stepped into the extreme north realm?" Yi-Bei reaches out, his voice calm and deep. "Tuy letter 1 EBFT Thuong. What nonsense are you spouting? Come here quickly." Watching Yi-Bei before her, Luo Zhusheng retreats, clutching her head and frowning. "Yao, you are all manifestations of my own desires. If I fall into your trap, I fear I shall suffer chi deviation and never return." She says sorrowfully, "Master, I will certainly break free from this illusion." Yi-Bei calls out, "Tuy letter 1 EBFT Suong. Tuy letter 1 EBFT Suong." He frowns and looks upward, contemplating. Since leaving that 5 elements Bagua formation, Tuy letter 1 EBFT Thuong has vanished. It seems someone is deliberately separating us to launch a sneak attack. Yi-Bei snorts, "Pity, you've kicked an iron plate this time." Eyeing the 2 Dorson red, 1 white, stuffs his hands into his pockets and says arrogantly, "Use whatever tricks you have. If you're going to be so slow and sloppy, are you afraid of me?" He observes the inscriptions above the doors. The left one is white and marked with life, while the right one is red and marked with death. He muses, "The gate of life and the gate of death." He says with interest, "So it seems you are quite confident, believing yourself to be a god here, holding the power of life and death over everyone. Do you expect everyone else to simply follow the path you've laid out for them? If you are so confident in your ability to kill me, then I shall choose the gate of death just to see." Yi-Bei turns toward the red door, hands in pockets, strolling in without haste. "After all, who truly controls my life and death?" The gate of death swings open, and a voice echoes, "I indeed did not misjudge you." Inside lies a cavern, with loud weeping emanating from within. Yi-Bei enters and looks in surprise at the woman before him, who cries as she says, "My master is dead." He approaches and reaches out, calling out in suspicion, "Jia Lan." The girl keeps her face buried in her hands, weeping. She looks at Yi-Bei and says, "Master, you have returned." He raises a brow in shock at the sound of her voice. Yi-Bei is quickly forced backward, as a cloud of dust erupts before him. He raises his hands to shield his chest, frowning as he curses. "Damn it!" An ancient spirit beast with gold-streaked features and blindingly bright eyes charges straight at him at breakneck speed. Yi-Bei's eyes go cold. Another ancient spirit beast. The extreme north realm certainly has no shortage of surprises. The man and the beast collide, their sheer power creating a massive shockwave of energy. Yi-Bei strikes at the ancient beast, landing a blow on its head before swinging his hand against its side. He leaps high into the air, observing the ground below. The beast charges upward, but Yi-Bei dodges with ease. They swap positions, and the ancient spirit beast stands outside the door. Yi-Bei stands inside watching it. He looks down at his own hands, evaluating. "There is something strange here. After fighting this Kilin several times, my physical strength, speed, and attack power have increased significantly." He stares coldly at the ancient spirit beast, suspicious. Is this place truly a supreme cultivation ground, a gate of death for the weak and a gate of life for the strong? The ancient spirit beast turns to look at Yi-Bei once more. Yi-Bei flexes his arm, a massive surge of energy enveloping it. He charges forward, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. They unleash an immense aura. A moment later, watching the ancient spirit beast gradually vanish before him, he says calmly, "After breaking my physical limits last time, I had yet to find a way to reach the 5th breakthrough. I never expected it to happen here, truly unexpected." He looks toward the distant cavern emitting light, his voice tinged with shock. "Wait, is it crying? Could it be that it doesn't want me to kill it?" The light dims, followed by a faint sound, as a red glow streaks over from afar. Yi-Bei's eyes sharpen and he shouts, "Who goes there?" A figure emerges from within, saying, "Yi, little friend, you have finally arrived." He turns to see an old man emerging from the cavern. The old man stands motionless, eyes glistening, hands clenched into tight fists. Yi-Bei stares at him, eyes wide with shock. "Old man, why are you here?" Before he can continue, the old man rushes forward, tears flowing, and grabs his leg, sobbing, "Yi, little friend, life has been miserable. I want to return to Tiangshuan. I want to return to the demon clan." Yi-Bei is stunned, eyes wide as he looks down at the man clutching his leg. "What?" After a moment, seeing the old man standing before him, he asks earnestly, "What on earth has happened?" The old man replies, "Ever since I ascended with you, I have been imprisoned in this place." Recalling the radiant portal, he recounts, "After you shattered the immortal pavilion, I expected to ascend, but the passage collapsed." Jia Lao continues, "I was nearly there, but a strange spatial turbulence dragged me into this abyss. A violent golden vortex consumed him." Jia Lao bellowed, "No." Yi-Bei narrows his eyes, reflecting, My strength was too great when I destroyed the passage. It seems I accidentally sent the old man here. Jia Lao stands before him, beaming. Yi, my young friend, I have been trapped here for nearly 5 years, now that you have arrived. Can we finally leave? Yi Bei crosses his arms, hands tucked into his sleeves, and asks, your cultivation base has reached the void immortal realm, hasn't it? Jia Lao sighs, how could I have been trapped here for 5 years without finding a way out? Yi, my young friend, there are things you do not know. The true terror here is not the spirit beasts, but the bizarre formations. This place has no sky, no earth, and no end. I have searched for 5 years without finding an exit. He points upward, analyzing. The most peculiar thing is the chaotic circulation of qi here. The most peculiar thing is the chaotic circulation of qi here. Yi Bei watches blankly. The circulation, explain. Suddenly, a transparent orb manifests in his palm. Jia Lao says, Yi, my young friend, come here and try it for yourself. He releases the orb, and it streaks toward the void, leaving them behind. Yi Bei watches the golden light fade, his eyes widening in sudden shock. It vanishes. It reappears, hovering directly behind him. Yi Bei glances back, utterly astonished. The orb zips past him and returns to Jia Lao's hand. Yi Bei inspects the orb, a skill that vanishes and reappears from another direction. Jia Lao grips the orb tightly. No, wrong. Attacks here cannot even travel in a straight line. The qi in one's body operates differently than in the outside world. It ebbs and flows like a torrent, battering your meridians. You are fortunate if you survive, but for many, the surge leads to death. He rests a hand on his hip. Everything we know about cultivation is appended here. Nothing is predictable. Stay too long, and your memories will shatter into chaos. For instance, I even feel that it was you, Yi, who destroyed the immortal passage and fell here. Yi Bei feigns calm, clearing his throat. It seems this place is indeed eccentric. Your memories are in disarray. How could I have done such a thing? He stares at Jia Lao. Then why is it that the moment I entered, my divine abilities operated differently than they do outside? Jia Lao's eyes are dim. The longer you stay, the greater the toll. You have just arrived, so the effect is minimal. Yi Bei furrows his brows. Jia Lao, in all this time, have you truly discovered no patterns? He replies, that is not entirely accurate. Close-range attacks still behave as they do in the outside world. Yi Bei strokes his chin, analyzing. So, the closer the proximity, the more consistent the time. The laws here are truly inscrutable. This reminds me of a theory I heard back on Earth. He recalls a goldfish bowl. If you trap a goldfish in a circular tank, he continues. To us, the world is normal, but to the fish, through the curved glass, the world is distorted. He looks into the fish's eyes. Everything humans perceive as absolute truth is a deception to them. Yi Bei frowns deeper. Could it be that we are currently inside a bowl, observed by someone beyond our perception, watching us jump about like fish? Jia Lao looks puzzled. What bowls? What goldfish? Yi Bei waves his hand dismissively. Nothing. My point is, to leave this place, we must either shatter the bold barrier or master the distorted laws of this world. Jia Lao sighs, too difficult, we cannot even find the barrier. Yi Bei lowers his head, eyes cold. Don't be impatient, I have a way. Inside the cave, Yi Bei confronts him. Jia Lao, give me all your cultivation base, your destiny, and your qi luck. I will blow this place apart. Jia Lao gasps in horror. Give you my life and cultivation. Are you asking me to die? Yi Bei answers with a faint, chilling smile. Exactly, it is the only way out. Jia Lao grits his teeth. Then will you surrender your own base to me so I can destroy this place? Yi Bei's eyes are hidden behind his hair. He sneers no. He lunges, hand outstretched, a multicolored energy sphere forming to strike Jia Lao. Yi Bei's voice is frigid. Jia Lao, you harbor the aura of another within you. How can I possibly trust you? Jia Lao bows his head, voice low. So you have discovered me. Yi Bei glares at him. If distance-based attacks are useless, we settle this up close. A massive explosion rocks the cave. Stones shatter and Jia Lao is thrown backward. Yi Bei stands unaffected, one hand in his pocket, clearing the dust with a wave. He speaks coldly, out at last, we meet at last. A voice booms, halting Yi Bei. He looks ahead, eyes wide, as a grand staircase emerges with a figure standing at the summit. Are you the man Jia Lao kept mentioning? The one behind all of this? The old man stands amidst a golden halo. Indeed, I am Ming Xuanchen, king of the extreme north realm. Yi Bei stays calm. Since you have no desire to kill me, I have no desire to fight. Return my disciples and this ends. Xuanchen descends the stairs. Before you arrived, I calculated that a genius would eventually come. But I never expected someone as extraordinary as you. He smiles gently. Exceptional talent, high comprehension, and a true dragon immortal body. Most importantly, you are the first to pierce my profound formations. Would you be willing to be my disciple and take charge of the extreme north? Yi Bei flatly refuses. Not interested, release my disciples now. A sphere of white energy glows in Xuanzhen's palm. Your disciples and that old man are safe, do not fret. Are you truly unwilling? Yi Bei scoffs, hands in his pockets. I have no time to rot in this dead hole of yours. The old man laughs heartily. Xuanzhen raises the orb, ignoring the rejection. Whether you agree or not, I shall impart this ancient technique to you. You are the only one worthy of this inheritance. Yi Bei loses patience. You spent so much effort testing me just to hand over an ancient technique. Xuanzhen begins to fade into transparency, his eyes filled with joy. It is not about whether I favor you or want to test you. Every step you took was destiny, but heed my warning, with great fortune comes great tribulation. If you have decided, you must see it through. Yi Bei asks skeptically, tribulation? You aren't lying to me, are you? As he places the orb into Yi Bei's hand, the old man says, this technique requires deep meditation. Master it and you can destroy the heavens, becoming the lord of all creation. Yi Bei studies the orb, wary. The power inside is too vast. To master it too quickly is to risk exploding. I should proceed cautiously despite his words. Xuanzhen has vanished, only the gate remains, slightly ajar. Yi Bei walks through the gate. He blinks in surprise. Master, why did you return so quickly? A loud voice echoes, he realizes, then crosses his arms. Speak, what is going on? At the threshold, Jia Lan rushes to him, weeping. I am sorry. Master. She looks up, tears streaming. Master, I can no longer be your disciple. He stares down, stunned. Huh. In the room, Jia Lan covers her face, sobbing. Master, I am sorry. Ming Xuanzhen forced his technique upon me. I am no longer worthy to be your disciple. Yi Bei raises his hand to his chest, rubbing it gently as he closes his eyes and lets out a breath of relief. I thought a second Chu Tianli had appeared, scared the living daylights out of me. He looks at Jia Lan standing before him with a helpless expression. Your master already knows about this. Ming Xuanzhen's power is formidable. Even if this one were to fight him, it would be difficult to determine a victor. That you were coerced is something your master can understand. Don't even talk about him. Just now, he forced me to hand over a cultivation technique as well. Jia Lan freezes, all movement halting instantly. She stares at him wide-eyed in stunned silence, not uttering a single word. A moment passes before she finally breaks into tears of joy. Master, to still be able to be your disciple, this is truly wonderful. Yi Bei places his hand atop her head in reassurance. Enough now, keep crying and this one won't acknowledge you anymore. Jia Lan stops crying, her eyes still glistening with sadness as she replies. This disciple won't cry anymore. He raises his thumb before her, one hand tucked into his pocket, and asks with curiosity. When this master arrived here, they said you and 7 other disciples had gone missing. What exactly happened? Jia Lan is so startled she stands frozen, unable to react in time. She grows anxious, beads of sweat forming on her face as she averts her gaze, evading the question. About that, let them come out and explain it to you together. Moments later, a cacophony of voices erupts without pause, accompanied by various body parts popping into view. My rear, my head, my chest. Inside the chamber, a group of young women kneel behind Jia Lan and declare in unison, your disciples pay respects to Master. The pink-haired girl at the front raises her head to look at him and explains, Master, all 8 of us were originally lacking in skill. It took us an agonizingly long time to break through to the Holy Saint realm. We could only watch with our own eyes as you perished, powerless to do anything. She closes her eyes, her expression sorrowful, filled with anguish. After you departed, we resolved to traverse the 3,000 worlds in search of immortal arts, hoping to find a way to bring you back to life. But we never expected that the moment we entered the extreme north region, we were trapped here, completely unable to escape. After that, we recalled an old man wearing half a black cloak, Ming Xuanzhen. He told us that if we simply waited here for 300 years, we would be able to see you again. He didn't deceive us. We truly have found you, Master. Yi Bei raises his hand to his chin, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. That man can predict events 300 years into the future, coupled with the extreme north region's bizarre formations. His abilities can truly be called extraordinary. He is indeed terrifying. Jia Lan adds cheerfully, Master, even though he is incredibly powerful, he's not a bad person. Yi Bei hears this and is slightly taken aback. She grins from ear to ear and raises her hand to continue. Earlier, he bound us here. It was only to punish us for stealing his spirit fruits and to stir up enough commotion to attract your attention. But I knew Master would definitely not cause a scene. Yi Bei, seething with irritation, reaches out and pinches both of Jia Lan's plump cheeks. Oh, quite the silver tongue you've got, haven't you? Jia Lan's cheeks are pinched red and she speaks through trembling, teary eyes. It's the truth, ever since I was small. Master rescued me from the clutches of demonic beasts and wicked people. I know Master is the most formidable person under heaven. You would never fall so easily. Yibei hears this, his face flushing red as he puts on a stern expression. Fine, this master will provisionally accept your flattery. Since this master has arrived, you no longer need to be imprisoned here. You may leave whenever you wish. She rubs her reddened, swollen cheeks and opens her eyes wide in astonishment. Leave, with master. Yibei gazes at his disciples before him, his eyes carrying a glint of amusement. Oh, each of you has forged your own heaven and earth. You need not follow this master, the choice is yours to make. Jia Lan glances sideways, a hint of sarcasm lacing her voice. Then why does eldest senior sister always follow master? Yibei notices. He raps his knuckles on her head with a frown. Who gave you permission to roll your eyes at this master? Right now, she's not just your eldest senior sister. For all you know, she may very well become your master's wife. Jia Lan clutches the bump now swelling on her head, too frightened to talk back. A chorus of excited voices quickly follows. Master, we've been here for 300 years. Living here is actually quite wonderful. The most important thing is, we feel there is no place more mystifying than this one. So we wish to stay and explore every last mystery this place holds. That's right, master. Yibei looks down at them, his expression calm and composed. Since that is your wish, this master shall fulfill it for you. The young women surrounding him speak in unison. Thank you, master, he responds without delay. Very well. At that moment, the system panel materializes before him, lines of text flickering across its surface. Disciples reunited 73,108 reward 24 Emperor Venerable skill cards, 200 Great Emperor skill cards. Yibei's eyes widen in astonishment. This time, the system is truly generous. Many Emperor Venerable skill cards. It's nearly enough to ascend directly back to the immortal world. He then turns his gaze to them. It is time to say farewell. Your master must also depart from this place. Have any of you seen your eldest senior sister? Where might she be? The pink-haired girl responds promptly. Eldest senior sister's willpower is formidable and her resolve unyielding, much like master's. She will break free very soon. It is merely a matter of time. Once master exits this place, you will surely see her. Yibei lowers his gaze to her and asks, before we part, this master wishes to ask have any of you seen the other senior or junior sisters? She replies no. The others quickly chime in no. A blonde-haired girl among the group speaks up. Actually, I think I may have seen someone. She thinks carefully as she recounts her tale. Back when I ventured outside for tempering, I happened to pass near the demon cave. I caught a glimpse of someone who looked like second senior sister but much like senior sister Hong Yue. I'm not entirely certain. I can't say for sure. Yibei hears this, his expression turning contemplative. The demon cave, you say? I have long heard that the terrain within is perilous beyond measure. Those who enter face 9 deaths and a single life. If a disciple were trapped inside, it would hardly be surprising. His voice echoes beyond the chamber doors. Then the demon cave it shall be, speaking of which. Perhaps I can discover some fortuitous encounter within. If I can activate Ming Shu Engine's true pearl and return to the immortal world. I doubt anyone would be able to stand against me. In Sand City, brilliant rays of sunlight cascade across the earth. A gentle voice suddenly rises into the air. Master, according to the map Jia Lan provided, the demon cave isn't far from here. Yibei gazes straight ahead, then let us rest here for a moment. Zhu Cheng replies, over there appears to be a tea house. Would master like to stop for a cup of tea to quench your thirst? Yibei nods at once. Let's go. A piercing scream suddenly tears through the air. Someone save us. A demon wielding a crescent-bladed scythe advances upon the townsfolk, ready to strike. The demon throws its maw wide open, revealing a grotesquely long tongue and rows of razor-sharp fangs. The townspeople shriek in terror. Yibei sees this and swings his arm. A single strike cleaves the demon's head from its body, splitting it in two. The townsfolk sob in fear, crying uncontrollably. Sister, I was so scared I thought I was dead. I haven't said goodbye to my sister yet. I haven't seen the grasslands. I haven't even had a single full cup of water. Yibei approaches them. Little one, you're not dead. The 2 children hear this and burst into tears of happiness. We're alive, I'm alive, but Eching and Grandpa Shui, they already died. Seeing the 2 children still wailing without end, Yibei begins to lecture. No, thisters are the most useless thing in existence. They will not save your family or friends. They will only drown you in sorrow and turn you into a coward. The children wipe their tears and reply, our sister and the general always said that water is the most precious thing we have in this place. Tears are water too, but every time we watch someone leave us, we just can't hold them back. Yi Bei comforts them gently. Cry then. Your weeping is a final farewell to those who have gone. Only when your cries ring out can the wandering souls who haven't yet departed hear your voices and perhaps turn back to look one last time. A moment later, the two children pour water for the master and disciple, whispering softly, "This is water we saved for our sister and the general. You must drink every last drop, not a single drop may be wasted." Yi Bei asks with curiosity, "You keep mentioning your sister and general. Who are they?" "You," the child asks. "From the look of you, you must be immortals from another land who have come here for tempering, right?" Yi Bei replies, "You could say that." The boy begins to explain. "Actually, immortals come to our land for tempering quite often. That's because past this region of ours lies the demon cave. They say the cave is filled with heavenly treasures and earthly rarities that can aid one's cultivation. But all I know is this: walk in that direction and what awaits you are flesh-eating demons. Those demons treat us as livestock." He continues. "They raise us like penned animals, and when the time comes, they hunt us down, draining our blood, flesh, and spiritual essence to fuel their own cultivation." Yi Bei asks, "Then why don't you leave this place?" The boy lowers his head. "It's not that we don't want to leave. It's that we cannot leave. Those demons have planted formation arrays all over this region. Unless someone kills them and shatters the formations, we will never be able to escape this place. Ever since I was born, I have never once gone outside. I have never seen the grasslands or the little streams my sister told me about." The boy bows his head and continues sorrowfully, "Our people are constantly being slaughtered. As soon as the children grow up, they are killed by those creatures. Even the immortals who pass through here cannot defeat those demons. One group arrives, then another falls. Only the general remains." He points upward. "Who is this general?" The boy replies, "The general is the most valiant woman in all the world. With a single bow, she fights with all her might, defending our territory in this corner of the land and saving us from the fate of being devoured." Zucheng is startled. It is Hong Yue. The boy continues, "The general is the faith of everyone who lives beyond the city walls. It was she who taught us how to protect ourselves and what it truly means to be strong. Today I came here to wait for her and my sister, but I never expected a massive demonic beast to sneak into the general's battle formation. That is why you all witnessed what happened earlier. All right then, since you saved my life, I've told you everything. Consider the debt repaid. You should leave this place quickly. Those demonic beasts are extremely dangerous." Yi Bei glances at him. "What if I say no?" The boy's eyes widen in surprise. "I'm serious. You should leave quickly. I'm not lying to you." Yi Bei finds his words intriguing. "I'd also like to meet this general of yours and those man-eating beasts as well." Suddenly, a tremendous boom echoes through the city. The boy spins around in alarm. It is the transmission bell. This is bad. An alarm this urgent means a massive horde of beasts has broken through. Our general is in danger. Yi Bei remains composed. "Come now, little one, lead the way. We'd like to join in on the excitement. Perhaps we can even lend your general a hand." A Qing roars in fury. "Go to hell, you wretched beast." The demonic beast is immensely powerful. A single swipe sends a Qing hurtling through the air. She is hurled aside, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Hong Yue raises her bow. "Heed my arrow." She looses the shot, streaks toward the demonic beast, and detonates with a deafening explosion. Both girls struggle to their feet. Hong Yue and a Qing stand shoulder to shoulder, watching as the demonic beast staggers backward. Hong Yue speaks in a low voice. "Something is off with today's beasts. Not only are their numbers greater, but their strength is 3 times what it usually is, as if they've consumed some sort of power-boosting pill." A Qing asks anxiously, "Then what do we do?" "We've already suffered heavy casualties today. If this continues, we won't be able to hold them off, and the city will be breached in no time." She steadies herself with a calm expression. "Panicking on the front lines will only hasten our defeat." A Qing calls out firmly. Hong Yue strides toward the sunlight. "My combat strength is the greatest. I will draw the brunt of their assault. You and the others focus on providing support. Hold out for as long as you can." A Qing follows behind. "But we've already been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. If you charge to the front again, I'm afraid." Hong Yue raises her bow. "Hesitation means defeat. If I do not give everything I have, how can I protect the ones who need protecting?" Yi Bei and his group arrive at the scene. The boy points down below. "That's where we've been fighting the beasts." Yi Bei's eyes light up. "Hong Yue, is it truly you?" Zucheng turns to him. "Master, shall we go down there?" Yi Bei instructs, "Go back first and tend to the wounded in the city. As for this battle, your master will certainly lend his aid." "Go back first and tend to the wounded in the city. As for this battle, your master will certainly lend his aid." The boy turns to look at him and whispers softly, "Thank you." Zucheng calls out, "Master, look over there." Hong Yue encourages her. "Ching, hold on, we will defeat them." Ching clings to Hong Yue's arm. "I believe in you, General." A horde of demonic beasts fixes its hungry gaze upon the two women. The two tense their bodies, watching the creatures with sharp vigilance. Yi Bei suddenly speaks up. "If you wish to harm this seat's disciple, you had best ask whether this seat consents first." Hong Yue is stunned, unable to comprehend what is happening, as the beasts are obliterated by the thunderous lightning of the Grand Tao. They howl in agony. Zucheng turns and asks, "Master, are these demonic beasts real or false?" Yi Bei replies at once, "Beast spirits and humans are alike, both are nourished and cultivated through spiritual energy. But true demons are born from resentment and desire. The paths of cultivation for humans and beast spirits differ, and so too does the aura they carry. The aura emanating from these creatures is undeniably spiritual energy. Therefore, they are beast spirits, not demons." "Not demons." Zucheng is puzzled, but isn't that place supposed to be a demon lair? How could there be beast spirits instead? Suddenly, a soft voice speaks from behind them. "Master, senior sister." The master and disciples startle, whipping their heads around. Hong Yue, cradling Ching in her arms, bows deeply. "Your disciple greets Master." Yi Bei gently extends his hand. "Little Hong Yue, come closer. A reunion gift for you, are you pleased?" She replies, "Thank you, Master, for driving away those beasts. But you're being alive again, Master, that is the greatest gift of all." He glances down at the girl lying in her arms and asks, "Good disciple, who is this person?" Hong Yue answers, "Her name is Ching. She is a sworn sister who has fought alongside me through life and death. Just now, she was gravely wounded protecting me. Master, I beg you please save her." He places his hand atop Hong Yue's head. "She helped my disciple. Of course your master will help her, but you yourself have endured far too much already." She lowers her gaze. "Hong Yue does not fear hardship. I only ask Master to save her." Yi Bei says her injuries are too severe. Only a celestial grade spirit pill can save her. Hong Yue produces a spirit pill. "I have one, Master gave it to me years ago." With that, she places the pill into Ching's mouth. Immediately, color returns to Ching's face. He says, "All right, set her down and let her rest." Then he asks, "Tell me, why do you treat this person so well? You yourself were unwilling to consume the immortal pill, yet you gave it to her without a moment's hesitation." Hong Yue drops to one knee. "I beg Master's forgiveness." Zucheng steps forward to help her up. Hong Yue, get up at once. "Master, do you truly not understand? If I had wanted to beg forgiveness, I would have done so long ago. Why would I wait until now?" Hong Yue averts her gaze and begins to speak. "After Master passed away, I wished to wander the world. I could not bear to return to that heartbreak in Tiangshuan. Eventually, I happened upon this place." Hong Yue casts her gaze downward, lost in old memories. "When I saw the innocent, lovable children here, I was reminded of how Master treated us. I simply could not bear to watch them be swallowed into the maws of those beasts, so I stayed." Hong Yue glances toward Ching and continues, "I raised Ching from a child. Her parents were slaughtered by demonic beasts. She and her younger brother could only survive by clinging to each other. Her will is like iron and she values loyalty above all else. I have always regarded her as my own little sister." Even now, Ching remains unconscious, but her complexion has visibly improved. As if explaining her actions, Hong Yue glances cautiously at Yi Bei and continues, "Master rescued us disciples when we were in need. So I did the same. I came to their aid when they needed help." Yi Bei lets out a long sigh. "You silly girl." Yi Bei does not truly blame Hong Yue. He closes his eyes and says in a resigned tone, "Enough, let us speak of this no more. Your master did not come here to rebuke you. I merely wish to remind you of one thing: the creatures you encountered are not demons, they are beast spirits." Hong Yue replies, "I knew there was something peculiar about them, but I could never pinpoint exactly what it was." "Tell me," he says. Hong Yue explains, "Though these beasts are formidable, their reactions sometimes lag as if something or someone is controlling them. Moreover, they do not devour the fallen, they simply kill and carry the bodies away. That is why I suspected someone is pulling the strings from behind." He strokes his chin in thought. Beast spirits and one's being controlled by someone at that, the feeling is somewhat familiar. After a moment he speaks, "It seems this demon lair is not a true demon lair at all." Hong Yue nods in agreement. "Indeed, I once scouted it in secret. The place is far too crude and the beasts are all of a single species. It bears no resemblance whatsoever to the demon lairs described in legend." Yi Bei closes his eyes. "This is most interesting. Who exactly has been propagating the existence of this so-called demon lair?" Once we find the one manipulating this demon lair, we will know who is truly pulling the strings. Hong Yue, rest well tonight. Tomorrow the three of us, master and disciples, shall storm the den of this false demon lair together. She beams with joy. Yes, master. The following morning, Yi Bei shatters the barrier with a wave of his hand. Their barrier has been destroyed by your master. The rest is up to you two. Your master wishes to see your true capabilities. Hong Yue announces, senior sister, same as before, whoever finds the lair's leader first wins. Zhu Cheng responds with a gentle smile. Agreed. With that, both of them shoot into the lair. Hong Yue draws her bowstring. 1, 2, 3. She drops 3 beasts in a single volley. Zhu Cheng matches her blow for blow. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She shoots a provocative glance. Hong Yue glances back. Well, senior sister, stop underestimating me. Zhu Cheng replies warmly, little Hong Yue, you have always been the little war god of our sect. Your senior sister has never once dared underestimate you. The words have barely left her lips when a deafening explosion erupts. Both land gracefully on the ground. Hong Yue points ahead. The leader of the lair, it's over there. The two girls stared down the leader, their gazes alone making it tremble in fear. Hong Yue raised her bow, fury blazing in her eyes. They had treated them like livestock for the slaughter, butchering, surrounding, tormenting them. Even a Qing had suffered. You are unforgivable. The instant the words left her lips, she released her fingers. The arrow hurtled straight toward the leader, who recoiled in sheer terror. Tears streamed down its face as it wailed inwardly, it's over, it's over. But before the arrow could finish it off, it was deflected with a sharp ring, plunging straight into the ground. Hong Yue whipped around. Senior sister, what are you doing? Zhu Cheng calmly explained, it wasn't me, it was master. Yi Bei spoke up, do not let hatred cloud your mind. He reminded Hong Yue the secret behind this demon cave has yet to be uncovered. What good would killing him serve? Hong Yue lowered her head. Forgive me, master, I was too rash. Seeing the opening, the leader began to bargain. You want to know the secret behind the demon cave, unless you spare my life. I will never tell you a single thing. Yi Bei stepped forward. You think I need to be threatened by the likes of you? Seeing it refuse to budge, Yi Bei's expression darkened. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. The sheer weight of Yi Bei's aura struck the leader with such terror that cold sweat poured down its body like rain. It thought, this man is truly terrifying. In that instant, it seemed to sense a presence more dreadful than death itself. Trembling violently, it dropped to both knees. I was a fool, a blind fool, to dare threaten you, my lords. Please spare me, I'll tell you everything. Yi Bei commanded coldly, and the creature began to stammer out its confession. It was the Tian Luo, immortal lord, who sent us here. I was tasked with taming demonic beasts for him, building a great demonic army. Yi Bei furrowed his brow. The Tian Luo, immortal lord, again. Hong Yue asked suspiciously, Sand City is barren and desolate. Why would he choose this place as a taming ground? Are you trying to deceive us? It answered hastily, Sand City hasn't seen rain in years, and the spiritual qi here carries a uniquely pure yang essence. Using the secret art the Tian Luo immortal lord provided, one can refine and corrupt spirit beasts into demonic beasts. I'm nothing more than a puppet he handpicked. None of this has anything to do with me. Yi Bei raised a hand to his chin, lost in thought. The Immortal Realm, the Anti-Demon Hall at the South Heaven Arena, the Auction House in Tianjiao City, the 9 Great Alliance, the recruitment of talents across the Immortal Domain. And now Sand City, all of it seemed woven together by an invisible thread. And that thread was none other than the Tian Luo Immortal Lord. He had poured so much scheming into all of this, all to seize resources, spirit beasts, and beast cores, immortal-grade treasures, and a demonic army. Yi Bei sneered coldly. He wants to become the supreme ruler of the 3,000 realms. Back then, Zhu Cheng and I had nearly unraveled his entire plot, dismantling the 9 Great Alliance of the Immortal Domain. And because of that, I was cast into another plane, only to stumble into his demonic beast army. It seems that in the shadows, all of this was already fated. His thoughts concluded, Yi Bei spoke a single command: kill him. Hong Yue's expression turned sinister. Understood. The leader slammed its fist into the ground in rage. You can't kill me, I've already told you everything. With those words, it summoned a portal from thin air. The moment Yi Bei noticed, the creature had already bolted through. Hong Yue was both stunned and furious. Damn it, it escaped. Curse it all, it's my fault I let my guard down for a single moment, and that wretched leader of the demon cave seized the chance to flee. Yi Bei consoled her, don't blame yourself. Look at this barrier, he had an escape route prepared long beforehand. Everything he said earlier was a lie to buy time. A sudden wave of unease washed over Hong Yue. her face flushing with anxiety. If he escapes and reports back to the Tian Luo Immortal Lord, bringing an army here, then what do we do? If that happens, I fear Sand City is doomed. Seeing her distress, Yi Bei reassured her. He's wounded. Not only has he lost the stronghold, he's also revealed far too much about the Tian Luo Immortal Lord. He won't dare go back to face him now. Zhu Sheng began. Then should we? Yi Bei cut in immediately. Give chase. Let's see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Both disciples answered in unison. Yes, master. Zhu Sheng smiled. Let's follow as well. With that, Hong Yue and Zhu Sheng leaped into the portal together and both froze midair. Hong Yue shouted, "It's a trap." A portal also split open beneath Yi Bei's feet. He was dragged into another world. The leader's aura had been right here just a moment ago. Now it had vanished completely without a trace. How? He surveyed his surroundings, murmuring, "What trickery awaits in this place?" Yi Bei stepped forward and pollen began drifting through the air. It made him sneeze. Yi Bei rubbed his nose. What kind of pollen is this? It can actually penetrate my physical body. He felt the world itself begin to tremble and cried out in shock. What's happening? The very foundation of this place seems to be shaking. Shards of crystalline glass soared back and forth across the sky. Yi Bei's expression went blank. What kind of trash realm is this? A single sneeze and it nearly shattered to pieces. A fairy spirit darted out, shrieking in alarm. A human has infiltrated the Manhua Sea. Where are the beasts? Someone's come save the beasts. Before Yi Bei could even steady himself, swarms of fairy spirits flew in from all directions. The golden-robed fairy leading them raised her hand and declared, "Human, take one more step and I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences." Yi Bei thought to himself, what manner of creatures are these? Their spiritual power is so pathetically weak. They didn't look particularly bright either. He spoke with confidence. With such meager spiritual power, you think I can't withstand it? Xiao Xing pointed a finger at him. Arrogant human, don't assume that because your cultivation base is strong, you are truly invincible. Though your realm is indeed unfathomably deep, and we may seem like nothing in your eyes if you kill even one of us, the Manhua Sea will spiral completely out of control. And when that happens, you will be annihilated along with our entire plane of existence. Yi Bei let out a faint smile and began to ponder. Thinking it over carefully, this was truly the simplest yet most effective survival strategy for low-level spirit creatures. These tiny beings were so fragile that a single flick of his finger would shatter their bones. How was he supposed to find what he was looking for without harming them? Xiao Xing spoke again, cutting through his thoughts. Well, scared now, human? Hand over 3,000 drops of spirit essence as a passage fee, and we'll let you leave safely. Yi Bei murmured the words spirit essence and suddenly an idea struck him. I've got it. Without hesitation, Yi Bei flung a clump of spirit essence into the air, where it burst and sprayed in every direction, leaving the fairy spirits both astonished and delighted. Spirit essence, so much spirit essence. Seeing how ecstatic these fairy spirits were, Yi Bei thought these little creatures are truly naive. They try to swindle people, yet all they ask for is 3,000 drops of spirit essence. A bit of unrefined essence dredged from the bottom of a valley would drown them all 10 times over, and he'd mixed in a little extra seasoning to boot. He murmured softly, take your time and enjoy, little ones. Flower petals fluttered gently through the air. Yi Bei continued onward, passing through a garden ablaze with crimson blossoms. After a short walk, he arrived before a coffin resting in the center of a sea of blood-red flowers. Inside the coffin lay a white-haired girl. The sight brought to mind some old fairy tale that every child has read at least once. He spoke, a coffin wreathed in flowers, who lies within? The girl lying there was Yun Qibei's 27th disciple. Xiao Li was lively and endearing, with a heart as vast as the sky. Sometimes foolish, sometimes adorable. She studied the great Tao with fervent devotion, yet always remained stuck at her bottleneck, never quite mastering its essence. The moment she could no longer sustain her cultivation, she vanished 300 years ago. Seeing her, Yi Bei was somewhat taken aback. He called out, Yunque. Standing before the coffin, he continued, Yunque, it's time to wake up. But no matter how he called, she did not stir. Yi Bei grew worried, no response. Could it be the same as 300 years ago? Should I try something? And so Yi Bei leaned down and kissed Yun. After that tender kiss, Yunque instantly awakened. Her eyes flew wide open, as though utterly stunned that her very first kiss had just been stolen. Success, my grand Tao of seduction, has finally reached fruition. At this moment, Yun Ju does not realize it is Yi Bei. Let me see who has achieved such mastery over my grand Tao of seduction. Facing the beautiful woman before him, Yi Bei speaks, you are awake. As expected, it is still the same. Yun Ju jumps in shock. Yi Bei stands, smiling. Are you not looking for someone to help you reach a breakthrough in the grand Tao of seduction? It is me. Yunju is speechless. Why is it master again? Finishing her sentence, she turns away and collapses back down, hurriedly saying, disaster. My grand Tao of seduction has not yet reached completion. I must lie down quickly and wait for someone to come and kiss me. Yi Bei is speechless, yet he maintains his composed demeanor. Yunju, my good disciple, 300 years have passed, will you not greet your master? Hearing this, Yunju squints her eyes. Then she pretends to be busy. Hush, master, do not disturb me. Yunju lies motionless in the coffin, pouting. Back then, it was because of master that everyone called me Zio Li. As a result, everyone viewed me only as a little sister. My seduction Tao remained unusable while all my sister's grand Taos took form. I alone was stuck at this bottleneck. I finally managed to lift my own restrictions. If I could only break through, I would succeed. But now, it has all been ruined by master. Before she can finish, Yi Bei pinches her cheek like a dumpling. The so-called restriction is simply to lie there like a beauty, waiting for another to kiss you. Only when someone is baited into kissing you of their own volition will you cultivate the grand Tao of seduction. Are you still going to play around? Get up at once. Yunju replies, it was almost a success. It is all master's fault for ruining my plan. Is it my fault, Yunju? Yunju pouts. It is exactly that way. Yi Bei turns away, saying, forget it. I shall treat it as if I never took you as a disciple. Just as he turns, Yi Bei suddenly pivots back and asks, what is wrong? Do you wish to acknowledge me as your master again? Yunju is seen clutching his sleeve in repentance. Master, I apologize. I was just impatient for a moment. Yunju continues, 300 years ago, I left the sect specifically to complete this plan, to open my eyes and see master yet again. How could I not be impatient? Yi Bei asks then, by your logic, is this one who awakened you from the Manhua Sea also harming you? Yunju clarifies, no, I must thank master for waking me. Master once told me that the true grand Tao of seduction is realized from within. Seducing with one's essence allows for the great Tao. A simple kiss cannot determine it. Master, look, your disciple has remembered every word. Yi Bei is pleased. She is truly a teachable child. Yunju complains, but master, you have remained exactly the same for hundreds of years. Nothing has changed. Suddenly, Yunju's chest and hips swell noticeably, leaving her stunned. Oh my, Yunju now looks exceptionally alluring. My chest and my legs, I succeeded. I knew that cultivation method for the restriction would work. Thank you, master. Yi Bei is speechless. She truly does not take her master's words to heart. Yunju flaunts her fiery physique. Look, am I not alluring? Yi Bei asks, tell me, what are you doing here? Yunju answers, I was researching the mysteries of seduction with these girls, but I accidentally inhaled pollen and fell into a deep slumber. Thanks to them watching over me, I was able to sleep for many years without harm. Yi Bei says, I feel relieved now. Yunju asks, by the way, what are you doing here? Master, are you here for me? Facing such a confident question, Yi Bei bluntly responds, have you ever seen a man here? I followed him inside. Yunju replies, are you foolish? Master, I could not see anyone while I was asleep. She produces an item and continues, but if you provide me with a sliver of his memory, I can use this pearl to help you find him. Seeing this, Yi Bei is incredibly shocked. He hurriedly asks, where did you get this pearl? This is Ling Wei's memory pearl. Without it, she would lose all her memories. He places his hands on Yunju's shoulders and repeats, where did you get this pearl? Before this question, Yunju stammers, I took it from a man. I tricked him to get it. Hearing this, Yunju hurriedly hands the pearl to him while bowing an apology. Forgive me, master. I did not know it was senior sister's memory pearl. I did not mean to. Yi Bei continues, Ling Wei's family was slaughtered when she was only 3, and all their spiritual treasures were plundered. To exact a crueler revenge or prevent her from retaliating, the enemies cleansed her spiritual roots and memories. Ever since, she has suffered from amnesia. In the Tiangshuan continent, I exerted all my strength to seize this memory pearl from a giant spirit beast on the spirit island, helping her stabilize her memories. Now that you possess this pearl, it is hard to imagine what Ling Wei is going through at this moment. You said the pearl can track the location of others through their memories. This proves that the skills Ling Wei developed have succeeded. If we use this technique, it may help us find the cave master and Ling Wei. Yunju asks, since Ling Wei is very strong, she must be fine. Master, can you use your own memories to sense where they are? Yi Bei nods. Very well. Then he begins to perceive the desert city and the ancient battlefield. Yi Bei signals, understood, let us go. Yunju replies, understood. After speaking, they return to the barrier, back to the demon cave from before. It turns out the 2 disciples have captured the little demon and are trampling it. If you run one more time, I will break your legs. Seeing this, Yi Bei speaks up. Hong Yue. Hong Yue turns to answer, Master, we have captured the leader of the ghost cave. Yunju, standing behind Yi-Bei, waves cheerfully. Long time no see, senior sisters. Luoya acknowledges her and asks, Master, what happened to you down there? Why is Yunju with you? Yi-Bei answers, it is a long story. Let us start with how you found this one. She answers, Hong Yue had gone out to clear her head due to a bad mood and encountered the leader at another exit. Zhu Shang hurriedly says he was injured, so Hong Yue caught him quickly. How could you have possibly known? No way, the little demon laments. Yi-Bei says nothing, his face cold as ice. He reaches out to search its soul. The little demon struggles in terror. Don't kill me, I will tell you everything. Yi-Bei replies, too late. With a mere clench of his fist, he makes the demon evaporate. Zhu Shang asks, what did you find? In the immortal realm, that was the true intention of the Tianluo immortal lord, Yi-Bei answers. We shall speak of the Tianluo immortal lord later. We have more important matters to attend to now. We must locate Ling Wei. What happened to Ling Wei? Zhu Shang is curious, how did Yunju become so alluring? Hearing this, Yunju happily hugs Zhu Shang. I am so happy you noticed, isn't it wonderful? Hong Nai stood behind her, smacking her on the backside while scolding. She is asking you to explain yourself. Stop hurting innocent people like that. Yi-Bei stood off to the side, feigning a cough. Ahem, let us talk as we walk. Hearing this, the three could only reply with polite deference. Yes, master. Back at Sand City, Young spoke up about the matter. Luo Zusheng, walking beside her, replied in shock, but we still have no idea whether junior sister Ling is even alive. It is very possible. Yi-Bei said it has been many years since Ling Wei lost her jade token of remembrance. Worrying serves no purpose. Once we settle matters here in Sand City, we shall head to the ancient battlefield to track down Ling Wei's whereabouts. As they walked a short distance, a young boy came running out to greet them. General, you've returned alive. Yi-Bei noticed him and asked in return, Xiao Liang, what are you doing out here? The boy stood before Yi-Bei holding out a small bottle and said, General, this is water from the sacred tree, saved for a long time. Please drink. Thank you, Xiao Liang, but my little sister won't drink it, Hong Nai replied. Xiao Liang asked, why not? General, are you trying to conserve resources for us? Don't worry. I can find more in the sands. Yi-Bei asked, hey, kiddo, you remember what you said you wanted to do when we first met? Xiao Liang replied, I said I wanted to see the grasslands, drink water from a great bowl, and see what green, flourishing trees look like. Why can't I have that? Yi-Bei said, yes, you can. I can fulfill that wish of yours right now. The moment the words left his lips, Yi-Bei snapped his fingers and declared, miniature withered world, bound to Sand City, transform now. The system suddenly activated, linking to the miniature desolate world. In an instant, the sky darkened. Thunder and lightning erupted with deafening roars, as if tearing the heavens asunder. Black clouds gathered en masse. Xiao Liang stared at the spectacle before him in utter astonishment, as though witnessing a miracle. The moment the black clouds formed, the rain began to pour in heavy sheets. This was rain. Seeing the sight before him, the boy was overjoyed. Grasslands, these were grasslands, and water and streams. Yi-Bei continued, and you? Do you still need water from a tree when you have all this? Witnessing Yi-Bei's act, Xiao Liang was deeply moved. He was utterly speechless with gratitude. I know that fate brought the general to us, defeated those monsters, and saved my little sister. Thank you. Yi-Bei smiled gently and spoke. It was nothing. Hong Yue was filled with gratitude. Thank you, master. Thank you for doing this for all the people of Sand City. Hearing this, Yi-Bei waved his hand dismissively. I grow weary of hearing such words. Hong Yue, stop tormenting me with them. Hong Yue replied softly. Yes, master. Yi-Bei continued, Hong Yue, I have shattered the seal imposed by the Tianluo immortal lord. You may lead these people away from here, or stay with them and continue to protect this place. But I must depart. Hong Yue began to question her master, but Yi-Bei cut her off. He continued, whether Ling Wei is still alive or not. As your senior sister's master, I must go to the ancient battlefield and track down Ling Wei's whereabouts. Stay here and rest easy. Young suddenly appeared beside him and asked, what about me? Yi-Bei replied, stay with your sister Hong Yue. If the Tianluo immortal lord returns, you must fight alongside Hong Yue and send word to me at once. Do you understand? Hearing this, Yun leaped into Yi-Bei's arms with glee. Yes, master, I will do as you say and I will miss everyone. Luo Zusheng chimed in, better yet, don't go getting charmed by some man and forgetting all about us. Yun huffed, I'm not listening to a single word. Senior sister, you can leave now. At the ancient battlefield, Luo Zusheng asked, Master, can you feel it? Unease and discomfort flickered in her iced sensation of a deathly aura lurking behind them. Suddenly, something shot straight toward Yi-Bei. Yi-Bei sensed it too and cast his gaze to the side. In an instant, a lion cub leaped into his arms. Yi-Bei instinctively caught it, a spirit lion. At that very moment, a band of bandits came charging over, yelling, "Stop right there, little beast." The master and disciple turned to look, utterly devoid of fear. The bandit leader stood in the center of the mob, jabbing a finger at Yi Bei and snarling, "You have eyes but fail to see MT. Turn our spirit lion at once, or I'll cut you in two." Yi Bei's eyes blazed like a demon's as he stared them down. "Say that again." Meeting Yi Bei's gaze, the bandits felt a chill run through them, their faces draining of color. A henchman whispered to the boss, "He's terrifying, should we even attack?" The boss rapped him on the head, "He's only scaring idiots like you. Once Ling Wei arrives, we'll give them a beating they won't forget. Show them that I am the king of this land." The henchman hurriedly answered, "Yes, yes, yes." Luo Zusheng said, "Master, they mentioned 13th junior sister Ling Wei. How do they know her?" Yi Bei replied, "Something is off, let us wait and see." The spirit lion in Yi Bei's arms sensed something and cried out, "Emreo." At that exact moment, atop the cliff, a green-haired girl with a sword in hand appeared. Seeing her, the master and disciple instantly recognized her. It was truly Ling Wei. "Junior sister Ling Wei." The bandits spotted her and exclaimed, "Ling Wei, you finally arrived." Ling Wei asked, "Have you caught that spirit lion yet?" It seemed the green-haired Ling Wei was their leader all along. The bandit leader pointed at Yi Bei and his disciple, tattling, "That one dared to defy me and even snatched our spirit lion. Kill him." Hearing this, Ling Wei turned and asked coldly, "Who dares to steal what is mine?" The master and disciple, seeing this, played along and taunted her. Seeing the brazen attitude of these uninvited guests, Ling Wei was utterly enraged. "Damn you all, are you mocking me?" The next instant, she charged forward like a war goddess, sword in hand, and roared, "Release the spirit lion or today shall be the day you die." She thrust her sword straight at Yi Bei, but to her shock he stood perfectly still, completely unharmed. Ling Wei stared in disbelief. "What the?" He didn't even flinch. Yi Bei flicked her squarely on the forehead and scolded, "Ling Wei, you dare draw your sword against your own master." The flick struck hard, and Ling Wei winced in pain. The bandits meanwhile kept cheering her on. "Ling Wei, keep going, kick his ass." Ling Wei clutched her head and demanded, "What did you do to me?" Yi Bei answered calmly, "Nothing at all, I merely helped you reclaim something." A strange, throbbing pain surged through Ling Wei's head after receiving that flick from her master. "My head, it hurts so much." Then she was suddenly swallowed into a dark, endless void. "My name is Ling Wei." She does not know when her memory loss first began. Her eyes grow dull and vacant. Every time she wakes, the world feels entirely new. When her memories fail her, she has no choice but to kill anything that stands in her way. Without memories, the only way to protect herself is to kill. Her eyes blaze crimson, brimming with murderous intent. Blood, corpses and carnage engulf her entire existence. But the next day, she forgets everything. Then one day, the bandit leader sneers, "Your name is Ling Wei, and you are one of us. You cannot kill me." Her eyes seem to sink into a vast, ethereal dream. They then hand her a pill that can sustain her short-term memory. They tell her that to cure her amnesia, she must keep killing until she finds that miraculous pill. The man produces a blue pill and says, "This soul-fortifying pill can temporarily stabilize your memory." Ling Wei accepts the pill and offers her thanks. "Thank you." In her memories, Ling Wei raises her sword. "My life was threatened time and again, but they always claimed it was for my sake." After countless battles against demonic beasts, Ling Wei had often wondered why she continued to aid them. There were times she refused, but inexplicably she would black out with a searing pain at the back of her skull. Upon waking, she would find herself in a demonic beast's lair, left with no choice but to fight. The image of that man's sinister grin flashes through her mind. It is not that she never doubted them, but each time they called her senior sister. A wave of familiarity surged from the depths of her heart, and that feeling shattered every last suspicion. And so Ling Wei was manipulated like a puppet, only to be discarded once her usefulness had run dry. But as the number of spirit beasts slain on the ancient battlefield dwindled, their gazes upon her grew ever more unsettling, like predators eyeing prey, hungry to devour her whole. They declared that after so many battles, her divine soul and physical body had reached their absolute limit. "She's of no further use. When the time comes, strike fast. Make certain she's dead, then reclaim what belongs to me." "Understood." "Yes, understood." In those desperate moments, the little spirit beast had protected Ling Wei without cease. Ling Wei's condition at the time was utterly wretched. That time, it saved her. Then she suddenly rose to her feet, gripping the Zhuoqing sword, and declared, "So it was the little spirit beast that saved me all those times, yet I remembered nothing. As for them, they waited until my memories were completely erased, then tricked me into killing the very spirit beast that had saved me time and again." Though the beast regarded her as its master and had continuously shielded her from danger, those bandits twisted everything. Senior sister, it's the one causing your memory loss. Eliminate it. The little spirit beast suffered an unspeakable injustice. Returning to the present, Ling Wei speaks, I remember now. Standing before those around her, Ling Wei continues, I remember. Now, you tried to kill me time and time again, and you tricked me into slaying the little spirit beast that saved my life on countless occasions. The bandits merely grin with smug satisfaction. So you've finally remembered, have you? But remembering now is far too late, senior sister Ling Wei. A forbidden formation suddenly materializes above Ling Wei's head, sealing all three master and disciples alike within its confines. Yet beside Yi Bei, the air feels perfectly safe. He speaks with calm composure. With a casual wave of his hand, a high-grade immortal barrier materializes a soul-suppressing cage. This ancient battlefield is rather interesting. Standing outside the barrier, the bandit shouts, Ling Wei, if you still had any value to us, we might have kept you around a little longer. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so utterly useless. Fury erupts across Ling Wei's face. Junior brothers, my ass, from the very beginning, you only wanted to turn me into your puppet killer. The bandit leader replies smugly, precisely. I thought no one was ignorant of such a simple principle. The big fish devours the small, even you should have known that. You trusted us too blindly, being deceived serves you right. Ling Wei raises her sword and retorts, since that's how it is, I no longer owe you any mercy. With that, she unleashes a flurry of sword strikes against the crimson barrier they conjured. Each slash brims with devastating power, and streaks of emerald light gradually emerge along the blade's path. Yet her strikes seem utterly ineffective. Ling Wei exclaims in disbelief, no response. How can this be? Could I have struck the wrong spot? A massive crimson rift tears open beneath her feet. A sudden, overwhelming exhaustion crashes over her. Without warning, spectral souls materialize and latch onto her body. The bandit leader bursts into triumphant laughter. Ling Wei, you didn't expect this, did you? This is the soul cage forged from 3,000 vengeful wraith souls. It tears through a person's spiritual power, layer by layer, until it rips the divine soul to shreds. You yourself plundered this prize for me, now it is used to crush feeble souls like yours. Ling Wei seethes with rage after being mocked, but tragically, she can do nothing only grind her teeth in helpless fury. The man stands with arms folded, continuing without a care. Don't be upset, once your divine soul is torn apart. I'll absorb all of your spiritual power. That way you won't have to worry about being used by anyone ever again, nor will you need to fight and kill day after day. But on the other side, Yi Bei and his disciple remain standing, completely unscathed. The bandit leader stares in disbelief. What is going on? Why are you unharmed? Yi Bei speaks with icy calm. Chirp, 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 I've tolerated your blathering long enough. Had you ever shown Ling Wei even a shred of kindness, this seat might have considered sparing your life, unfortunately. With that, a single surge of power shatters the barrier they created as though it were nothing. All three stumble backward in sheer terror. The leader blanches. How can something so absurd be possible? Yi Bei advances toward them, his aura radiating an extraordinary, majestic pressure. His cold gaze pierces through them as he commands, kneel. The three enemies find their bodies beyond their control. Unable to resist, they collapse to their knees, drenched in cold sweat. The top-knotted disciple trembles and whispers, his realm surpasses even that of a true immortal. How can we possibly stand against him? Elder, what should we do? The leader refuses to believe it, stammering, impossible. I have so many artifacts, so many pilsho, can we be subdued this easily? What do you intend to do with us? Yi Bei, his body wreathed in streams of black-violet energy, clenches one fist and raises it. His voice drips with cold hatred. You imprisoned Ling Wei in this place for 100 years without escape, exploiting her amnesia to manipulate her. Today, this seat will exact vengeance on behalf of my disciple. I will make you endure every ounce of suffering that Ling Wei was forced to bear. I will cripple your cultivation, seal you within this ancient battlefield, and torment you until transcendence is forever beyond your reach. The moment the leader hears this, panic seizes him and he begs desperately. I apologize. I had eyes but failed to see MT. Tai, but I never harmed your disciple. A desperate, agonizing scream tears through the expanse of the ancient battlefield. After the matter is settled, Luoya cheerfully introduces herself. Junior sister Ling Wei, this is our master just avenged you. And I'm your senior sister. Come, let us help you restore your memories. Though she has just been saved, deep down Ling Wei still harbors no trust for Yi Bei or Luoya. She speaks with suspicion. I once placed all my faith in them, only to be exploited. And now you want me to trust you? Are you perhaps even more masterful deceivers than they were? I will never place my trust in anyone ever again. Regardless of Yi Bei and Luo Ye calling out to her from below without cease. Seeing that no matter how loudly they call, Ling Wei refuses to turn back, Luo Ye turns to Yi Bei and asks, Master, Ling Wei has fled. Shall I bring her back? Why doesn't Master infuse the memory pearl into her consciousness? That way her memories could be restored. After hearing Luo Ye's question, he immediately replied, Ling Wei is in a state of distress right now. If we pressure her, I'm afraid the situation will only grow worse. I merely gave her a slight nudge of awakening. Luo Ye pressed further, what if Ling Wei loses her memories and disappears again? What will happen then? Upon hearing this, Yi Bei replied with calm composure, there is no need to rush, let her rest and recuperate, she will return. Luo Ye froze, the words escaping her lips before she could think. What? Yi Bei turned the question back on her. Think about it, foolish girl. If you were Ling Wei, what would you do? Upon hearing the question, Luo Ye earnestly rested her chin in her hand and fell into deep thought. If I were Ling Wei, with no one trustworthy around me and the constant threat of losing my memories at any moment, the first thing I would do is seek out a spirit medicine to stabilize my mind. He replied nonchalantly, exactly. Those 3 swindlers are holding the pill and I've already obtained it. She will definitely come back here. Master truly is brilliant. Yi Bei said with an expression brimming with pride, no need for flattery. Without such thorough insight, how could I possibly be the master of a full 108 disciples? Night finally descends. Ling Wei returns to the open ground from earlier that afternoon, where everyone had once stood together. After scanning the surroundings for a long while and seeing no one, she thinks to herself those 2 must have already left. Those 3 swindlers are probably still unconscious. The soul-stabilizing pill must still be in their possession. I'll carefully retrieve it and leave at once. Nothing serious will happen. Suddenly, Yi Bei materializes atop a towering tree branch and calls out in a booming voice, startling Ling Wei. You're looking for this, aren't you? Ling Wei looks up from below and asks in confusion, not only did you not leave, you even seized the soul-stabilizing pill. What exactly are you trying to do? Yi Bei replies leisurely, you'll understand soon enough. Move! At Yi Bei's command, little Atao being Luo Ye's order sleeps down from above, materializing behind Ling Wei. In one swift motion, she drives an acupuncture needle into the acupoint on Ling Wei's neck. Struck by the attack, Ling Wei clutches her neck, her voice growing faint. You despicable wretch. Then she gently slips into unconsciousness. After successfully drugging Ling Wei into unconsciousness, Luo Ye clicks her tongue in admiration. Junior sister Xing Chen's medicine is truly formidable. It can render even a cultivator at the level of heavenly sovereign unconscious in an instant. Yi Bei holds Ling Wei in his arms and carefully instructs, Liu, this ancient battlefield is fraught with danger. Stand guard here and ensure our safety. I will go restore Ling Wei's memories. Luo Ye immediately accepts the order. Yes, master. Yi Bei lays Ling Wei down on a flat rock. Then he sits down and begins to cast his technique to restore Ling Wei's memories. Yi Bei speaks softly, little Ling Wei, this memory pearl stores all of your past memories. Once you absorb them, you will never have to fear losing your mind again. He extends his hand toward the center of his disciple's forehead and calls out gently, release. Suddenly, a protective barrier flares to life around Ling Wei, blocking the memory pearl's energy from entering her body. The clash sends a wave of pain through her, and she groans. My head, it feels like it's splitting apart. Yi Bei is utterly taken aback. Impossible. Luo Ye rushes over to check on the situation as well. Master, why is this happening? Yi Bei ponders for a moment, then replies. Her spirit has been damaged and is incapable of absorbing the transcendent spiritual power of the wish pearl. Her physical body has instinctively rejected it. Seeing Ling Wei in such agony, Luo Ye grows deeply worried and immediately pleads with Yi Bei to help her. Ling Wei's face is contorted in pain. Master, please help her. He gently places his hand on the protective barrier and responds. Golden feather purification. Afterward, Ling Wei slowly opens her eyes and softly murmurs, Master, senior sister. Yi Bei kindly helps Ling Wei sit up. Luo Ye immediately asks upon seeing this, Ling Wei, you've recovered your memories. Ling Wei has only just awakened and is still dazed. She gently rubs her head and says, just now, a few fragments of memory flashed before my eyes. I saw all of you in them. You are my master and my senior sister. Hearing this, Luo Ye is overjoyed and turns to tell her master, Yi Bei. Master, Ling Wei's memories have been restored. Yi Bei quickly clarifies this is merely the result of the memory pearl forcibly penetrating her body. She will still lose her memories again. Luo Ye is stunned by the news. Seeing her distress, Ling Wei steps forward and tightly embraces her senior sister to comfort her. Senior sister, don't be sad. I've never once seen you cry. In my memories, you are incredibly strong. When dawn comes, I will forget everyone again. I hope you will forgive me for forgetting you once more. I don't mean to. Hearing this, Yi Bei gently steps closer, places his hand on Ling Wei's head and speaks tenderly, "Silly girl. We will restore your divine soul and your memories." Ling Wei feels reassured and nods with quiet gratitude. "Thank you, master." The sun is rising. After the sun rises, all three stand frozen in a moment of heavy silence. She returns to how she was before, remembering absolutely nothing. Seeing Yi Bei and Luoya standing before her, she asks coldly, "Who are you people?" Hearing this, Yi Bei remains as cheerful as ever. He introduces them casually, "We are your master and your senior sister. If you don't believe us, you can spar with your senior sister. After exchanging blows with her, you'll know that what we say is true." Master Luoya sighs helplessly, "You're provoking us into fighting again." But today's Ling Wei is very different. She speaks gently, "Old man, I believe what you say." Luoya is utterly astonished and immediately blurts out, "You believe us just like that? Wasn't yesterday completely different?" Ling Wei answers with a serious expression and a tone of deep respect. "Both of you are far stronger than I am. Killing me would be effortless. You have no need to deceive me. Moreover, your faces feel very familiar. They give me a sense of trust." Luoya breathes a sigh of relief and says, "If I had known it would be this easy, I would have come to find you right after your memories reset." Then the three of them depart together into the radiant dawn. "If that is the case, come with us. We will find the treasure to restore your divine soul." "Thank you, master." "Thank you, senior sister." Somewhere beyond the ancient battlefield, Ling Wei cannot help but look around. Seeing the desolate landscape, she asks, "Master, you said this is an ancient battlefield, so how can it be so barren that not a single divine beast is in sight?" Yi Bei patiently explains, "I examined your soul before you lost your memories. You were exploited by certain individuals. Those people have already plundered most of the treasure sites on the outer perimeter of the ancient battlefield." Luoya seizes the chance to tease Ling Wei, laughing while delivering a backhanded compliment. "You certainly made an excellent lackling. There's nothing left here at all." Ling Wei grows embarrassed and quietly apologizes. "Oh, it's because of me. I'm truly sorry." Yi Bei, walking ahead, also chimes in with his speculation. "Those despicable cowards only dared to operate on the outer edges of the ancient battlefield. In truth, the core battlefield is where the real treasures lie. There must be something there that they covet." Yes, the core battlefield. Luoya observes her surroundings and senses the spatial energy of this place for a moment before exclaiming, "The place where the primordial immortals clashed, it truly lives up to its name. This place is saturated with spiritual qi and battle intent. Immortal herbs and divine weapons are scattered everywhere." Ling Wei also senses the miraculous nature of this space, just as Luoya does. She immediately affirms that this is the perfect place for rapid cultivation. Seeing this, Yi Bei, standing ahead, carefully warns his two disciples. "Luoya, Ling Weithai's place may appear tranquil, but danger lurks around every corner." He turns to assign them their tasks. "Today I will not intervene. You two must defeat a divine beast of the immortal realm. Once it yields, its divine soul will be willingly offered to you, and only then will you truly absorb its energy." "Understood." Suddenly from the heavens, a colossal divine beast descends, a bird cloaked in sleek, jet-black plumage, its entire body wreathed in tendrils of violet light. The divine beast soars and coils through the skies above the ancient battlefield. Upon seeing this, Yi Bei immediately commands, "Go, Luoya, this is your chance." "Understood." Ling Wei, standing beside them, is also eager to test herself. She senses the divine beast drawing near and declares, "This is my chance as well." From afar, a divine beast in the form of a colossal white hound charges toward them. The moment it appears, it unleashes a thunderous howl. Hearing it, Ling Wei feels a twinge of unease. She instinctively takes a step back. She murmurs under her breath, "Heavens, is it calling for reinforcements?" Meanwhile, on Luoya's side, the divine beast is attacking her with wild ferocity. A gust of wind erupts, sending her robes billowing. Tendrils of violet radiance bloom like flickering flames, enveloping Luoya. Luoya stands her ground, arms extended, as she unleashes a technique to counter the divine beast's onslaught. She speaks calmly. "I possess the chaos immortal body, and at the Tianjiao Pavilion I was granted innate fortune. Your fire-based attacks are useless against me." "It's over, little phoenix." A colossal sphere of blazing energy laced with brilliant violet-pink lightning engulfs the divine beast entirely. Luoya reaches out and snatches a single stray feather from the divine beast drifting in midair. She swiftly returns, "Done, now we wait for Ling Wei." Back on Ling Wei's side, she is still locked in battle against the wolf pack. They surge forward one after another to attack her, but none of their strikes land. Every assault is swiftly parried and countered by Ling Wei. Refusing to yield, the wolves continue their frenzied charge. They gape their jaws wide, lunging at Ling Wei in a frenzy, but their speed means nothing to her. She sneers, too slow. Suddenly, Ling Wei's soul consciousness is thrown into turmoil. Her body goes rigid. Luoya's expression twists with alarm. The instant Ling Wei falters, the divine beast seizes the opening to strike. Yi Bei surges forward in a blur, intercepting the blow and shielding Ling Wei in one fluid motion. Both of them carry Ling Wei to safety. Luoya asks anxiously, "Master, what do we do now?" Ling Wei can no longer fight those giant wolves. Ling Wei collapses to the ground, clutching her head, her face contorted in excruciating pain. "My head and my soul, it hurts so much." Yi Bei carefully studies Ling Wei and speculates. This appears to be the aftermath of forcibly merging with the memory bead. The earlier battle has inflicted severe damage to her mind and soul. "We must leave this place at once." Understood. He then tears open a spatial gateway. The desolate minor world. He lays Ling Wei gently against a cliff face. Yi Bei turns to Luoya and speaks. Ling Wei's injuries are too grave and her soul has suffered too much damage. She can no longer remain lucid or speak with us. I can only ease her pain for now. Luoya, upon hearing this, grows frantic. She pleads, "Master, please, is there truly no other way?" Yi Bei kneels beside Ling Wei, examining her carefully, then continues. Her soul has completely fragmented. She can only heal her soul by fusing it with another soul. Therefore, she must subjugate a spirit beast to mend herself. In her current state, she is unable to do so. Within the desolate minor world, there are countless treasures of heaven and earth that I had gathered previously. All of them were already administered to Ling Wei, and the situation appeared to improve. Blood spirit ginseng, spirit great elixirs, blood python vine branches. Yet not a single one appears. He stands there momentarily stunned. Yi Bei murmurs in bewilderment, "How can this be? Why is nothing appearing at all?" Luoya, standing beside him, grows worried and urgently asks, "Master, is something wrong?" Yi Bei gazes pensively at his own palm and speaks. "Every herb and immortal medicine within this desolate minor world has vanished." Luoya presses further, "How could they suddenly disappear? Could someone have stolen them?" "That's impossible. This is a land you created yourself. Who would dare steal from you?" Yi Bei closes his eyes tight, fingers stroking his chin in thought. Could it be? Suddenly, from behind the cliff, a colossal beast emerges. The two sense danger and raise their heads. Ling Wei, though not lucid, instinctively activates her cosmic Tao manifestation technique. A single strike hurtles straight at the beast, but immediately a violent headache crashes over her, forcing Ling Wei to clutch her head in agony. Both of them freeze upon seeing the beast's true form. It is a small lion. It has devoured all of my treasures. Master, I'll kill it and feed every last morsel of its flesh to Ling Wei. Seeing this, Yi Bei immediately stops her. Wait, it has something to say. Yi Bei stands still, listening intently to its growling for a moment, then says, "I understand." Luoya, standing beside him and comprehending nothing, grows curious. She asks, "Master, what is it saying? Is it begging for its life?" Yi Bei then carefully conveys the lion's words to Luoya. It says it is willing to sacrifice its sacred soul to help Ling Wei recover her soul and memories. The words stun Luoya into an outburst. What? Despite the little lion's declaration, Yi Bei still wishes to be certain. He decides to confirm its intent once more. If not for the sheer coincidence that allowed you to stumble into this desolate minor world and consume immortal-grade treasures. With your aptitude, it would likely take tens of thousands of years to reach your current level of cultivation. Are you truly willing to relinquish your sacred soul to save Ling Wei? The little lion lets out a few more growls. Then so it shall be. He performs the sacred soul sacrifice technique. The moment the ritual activates, the little lion gradually shrinks in size, growing smaller and smaller until it finally rests, curled up, on Ling Wei's body as she lies unconscious upon the stone. The soul sacrifice ritual is complete. Yi Bei speaks a single, decisive word, "Done." Luoya, standing nearby, asks in wonder, "Master, to relinquish an innate sacred soul and forsake a million years of cultivation, that would be unimaginably difficult, even for a human being. What exactly is the relationship between it and Ling Wei?" Yi Bei gazes at the little lion sleeping peacefully on Ling Wei's lap and explains with warmth. It was born the offspring of an ancient divine beast, the beast lion, but was abandoned by its parents and siblings for being frail and lacking the will to cultivate. Its family members all achieved immortality after years of cultivation and departed from this place, and it alone remained, unchanged from its original form. At this moment, the spirit beast lies docile with its eyes closed upon Ling Wei's belly. An abandoned spirit beast, the lowest of existences, should have been devoured by other divine beasts long ago. Yet it somehow survived calamity after calamity on its own. Over 100 years ago, after Ling Wei arrived at the ancient battlefield, every time it found itself in peril, she happened to be there to save it. And every time she lost her memories, Ling Wei would forget it entirely. But no matter how many times her memories were erased, she would once again rescue the little lion and keep it company until the next memory loss. Later, the three of us came and helped Ling Wei temporarily stabilize her memories. And so it followed her ever since. Now, at last, it knows the true reason behind her memory loss and that she is in danger. That is why it is willing to sacrifice its very sacred soul to save her. The story moves Luoya deeply. She turns to Yi Bei and pledges, "Master, if there ever comes a day when you face such a fate, I am willing to sacrifice my divine soul for you." Yi Bei responds without hesitation, "I am more than strong enough. Would I ever need you to sacrifice yourself?" Luoya's cheeks flush crimson. She stammers shyly, "Of course I know you're powerful, I'm just saying." Before Luoya can finish, Yi Bei cuts in, "I understand." At this moment, Ling Wei happens to regain consciousness. She sits up, one hand pressed against her forehead, and sees her master and Luoya before her. Luoya immediately leans down to check on her. "Ling Wei, you're awake." Ling Wei sits on the ground, looks up at both of them, and speaks words of gratitude. "Thank you so much. I was able to restore my memories smoothly. It was all my fault. Back then, I sensed someone's betrayal coming, yet they still seized my memory core. If you hadn't come here, and if the little lion hadn't sacrificed its sacred soul to save me, I might have perished forever." Then she turns to Yi Bei and speaks softly, "Master." Yi Bei reads the look on her face and knows she has something weighing on her heart, so he speaks gently to coax it out. "I am your master. Whatever you wish to say, speak freely." Ling Wei hesitates before continuing, "Master, I may have to remain here. I wish to take the little lion with me to cultivate, mend its divine soul, and help it grow." Yi Bei speaks while reaching into his robes to retrieve something. "You are a disciple of loyalty and righteousness, a fine example for your fellow disciples. Naturally, I shall grant my approval. However, you have only just recovered, and this primordial battlefield teems with danger. Keep this pill, it can bring you back from the brink at a critical moment." Ling Wei's eyes widen in surprise as she gazes at her master, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, master." Luoya watches this and asks in confusion, "Master, I thought all your pills had been devoured by that little lion. How do you still have one?" Yi Bei throws his chest out, hands on his waist, and declares triumphantly, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, as your master. Did you truly think my treasury could be so easily plundered? We shall depart now and seek out your other fellow disciples." Ling Wei rummages through her robes in a hurry and says, "Master, this is a cultivation method I once obtained from hunting deep within the battlefield long ago. I tried to decipher it while my memories were lost, but I could never make sense of it. Then my memories faded and I forgot it entirely. Now I entrust it to you." Yi Bei takes the scroll in hand, and his expression shifts to one of utter astonishment. "These are the detailed ancient martial art methods that Ming Xuanchen once entrusted to me. An ancient martial cultivation method." Yi Bei turns the pages one by one, studying each carefully, and a look of deep satisfaction spreads across his face. "After studying just 2 pages, my body managed to consolidate the dragon-devouring light, and even restored spiritual qi to the life force that had been split apart before. However, the remaining pages, they are gone. Here, they were torn out." Ling Wei immediately explains, "Master, this scripture is extraordinarily mysterious. Tens of thousands across 3,000 different dimensions once possessed it. What I managed to obtain was merely a remnant. As for the missing pages of the scripture, it is said they lie upon Dongwu Island." Luoya notices and asks with concern, "Why is your face as red as a ripe tomato? Has your body not yet fully recovered?" It's not that." "Then what is it?" Ling Wei's face flushes an even deeper shade of crimson as she stammers. "Well, you see, the people of Dongwu Island have absolutely no sense of shame." Peach blossom petals flutter gently on the breeze. Before long, Yi Bei and Luoya set foot upon Dongwu Island. The people here are utterly uninhibited. They freely express their affections for one another everywhere, utterly indifferent to who might be watching. Luoya stands frozen in place, witnessing countless couples kissing openly in the middle of the road, and bashfully turns away. Ling Wei says exactly, "See, master, let's hurry and find the missing pages of the ancient martial method." She avoids one direction only to turn and stumble upon the same scene in another, leaving Luoya so flustered her face burns red as a tomato. She squeezes her eyes shut and resolves to try a different path. This way then. The moment she turns and opens her eyes, a man stands right before her performing indecent acts in broad daylight. Shock after shock forces her to shrink back with a cry. What on earth is wrong with the people here? Yibei grins and teases her. You truly are adorable, little Luoya. From behind Luoya, a young peddler rushes forward and accidentally bumps right into her. Make way please, make way. Staggered by the collision, Luoya loses her balance and falls straight into her master's arms. Careful. She is so mortified she can barely form words. I didn't mean to do that, master. Yibei gently steadies her and says, desire is an innate part of mortal nature. There is nothing to fear. The young peddler, having bumped into them by accident, immediately bows and apologizes profusely. I am terribly sorry. My deepest apologies to the both of you. I was carrying a heavy load and wasn't watching the road. Luoya replies softly, it's fine, thank you for bumping into me actually. It's been so long since I've been held by master like this. The young peddler pulls out a large jade and offers it to Luoya with a cheerful smile. I am truly sorry, miss. Please accept this spirit jade as compensation for my carelessness. Then he hoists his load back onto his shoulders and scurries away with a spring in his step. Luoya turns the jade over in her hand, puzzled, and looks to Yibei. Master, I have a strange feeling about the people here. Even a lowly peddler can casually produce an indestructible spirit jade that is anything but normal. Yibei hears her words, glances behind them, and says, take a closer look at the faces of everyone around us. Luoya sweeps her gaze across the crowd. Every person on this island wears the exact same expression, a smile. She is stunned, incredible, everyone is smiling. The elderly, the children, every last one of them nothing but smiles. How can this be? Yibei gently presses his fingers against Luoya's forehead, channeling an ocular spell into her eyes. Her vision begins to shift. Now then let us see whether they are truly smiling or weeping. The state of every islander becomes horrifyingly clear. They all wear smiles, yet tears glisten in every pair of eyes. Luoya gasps in alarm. Could they all be wraith illusions? Luoya looks around, bewildered, and murmurs, is everything here an illusion? Is everything here merely an illusion? Yibei explains their tears and smiles are both real. The weeping springs from deep within their hearts, while the smiles are nothing but a mask. Their weeping comes from the heart, but the smiles are only skin deep. Whoever can keep an entire populace frozen in such a state is no ordinary being. Let me investigate what is happening here. Yibei casts the soul probe technique upon one of the islanders. The man twitches slightly, but the spell seems to yield no result. Yibei withdraws his technique and turns to Luoya. I cannot peer into these people's past. Seeing this, she wants to try as well. Let me give it a try. Luoya casts her own spell upon the same person, but the result mirrors Yibei's utterly ineffective. She says with suspicion, I found nothing of these people's pasts, only their memories from this island. Who stripped them of their memories? What are they scheming? The flower petals. Yibei suddenly realizes something and declares, I understand now. Someone has been using cherry blossom petals to continuously erase and suppress everyone's tears, making these people forget their pasts and forcing them to keep smiling. If we can trace the source of these petals, we can uncover the secret behind this island, and finding the ancient martial scripture remnants will not be difficult. They both turn their gaze toward a building nearby. Luoya asks, Master, is it that place? Yibei nods in silent agreement. They move closer, only to discover what kind of establishment it truly is. Luoya gapes in shock. A pleasure house. Yibei says, let us step inside and have a look. Beautiful attendants greet the two of them at the entrance. They lavish praise upon their appearances without reservation. Oh my, he is so handsome. I want to spend the night with him. The girl beside him is gorgeous too. The attendants buzz with excitement, all clamoring around Yibei's group and the handsome young man. Do you need a membership card? We have all kinds of men and women here. Just hand over 2,000 and you'll get a 50% discount for the first time use. Correct. That's right. Exactly. Handsome gentlemen get an extra discount. If there are two of you, each gets one free service. The more people, the bigger the discount. Suddenly, Luoya is dragged away by two courtesans from the pleasure house. She screams, Master, save me. The other woman speaks gently. No need to be hasty, we offer services for men as well. You and this fiery hunk will enjoy an even better rate. How so? Yibei pulls out a crystalline orb of emerald green. He hurls it high into the air. For some inexplicable reason, peach blossoms fall even thicker than before. Then Yibei announces, this is a heaven-grade crystal, it belongs to whoever catches it. The courtesans all charge forward at once, scrambling to seize it. A heaven-grade crystal, it's enough for a lifetime. It's mine, I want it. With this, I'll never have to work again. Having smoothly dealt with them, Yibei grins at Luoya. Let's head around back. Yes, master. A girl appears up ahead, someone they know. Luoya calls out at once, Yi Meng, what are you doing here? She doesn't seem to recognize them. Who are you people? Yi Meng. Luoya rushes closer to Yi Meng and explains, this is our master and I am your senior sister. You don't recognize us. She immediately denies it. You must have the wrong person. I don't know either of you. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Luoya calls out after her in alarm, then turns to Yi Bei in a panic. Master, has Yi Meng lost her memory? He answers without hesitation. I probed into her soul consciousness. She hasn't lost her memory, she's deliberately avoiding us. Luoya starts taken aback. What? Zusheng turns her head puzzled. In the past, although Yi Meng wasn't as close to you as the other senior sisters, she always held you in the deepest admiration and reverence. A single word from you was enough to drive her to train with all her might, pushing to break through to the Spirit King realm. How could she possibly pretend not to know us? Yi Bei's expression turns solemn as he deduces, she left in Din and feigned treating us as strangers, only to encounter us again inside the inner courtyard of Din. It seems she harbors a deep, profound connection with this place. Without a moment's hesitation, he makes his decision. Let us press forward and investigate. She follows obediently at his side. Yes, master. Suddenly a strange noise startles Zusheng. In a flash, a thin thread wraps around her chest at lightning speed. Zusheng cries out in alarm, what was that sound? Just then, a warning echoes from within the chamber, any intruder who sets foot in the inner courtyard shall have no path of retreat. Boom, the entire area erupts into a sea of smoke and flame. She stands amid the billowing smoke, raising a hand to shield her brow. I can't, it's a bewitching formation trap. Yi Bei also covers his mouth, thinking to himself, we handled that just in time. Let's see what secrets you're hiding within Din. They coordinate in unison, feigning unconsciousness and sprawling on the ground. From the distance, two women approach. This one is indeed no ordinary mortal. He would make a perfect vessel for the Divine Mother. Bring him to her. The attendant beside her whispers, yes. And so, he is dragged by the female servants to a place bathed in verdant tree shadows. He keeps his eyes shut tight, curiosity burning within. They've separated me from little Luoya. What are these people planning? They halt at a certain spot. The subordinates quickly drop to their knees in reverence. Reporting to the revered Divine Mother, this man is a newcomer to the island. His physical prowess is extraordinary. He appears to be the very vessel your grace has been searching for day and night. This is why this servant has brought him here. Does your grace wish to put this newcomer to the test? The ancient tree responds, I understand, you may withdraw now. Yes, your grace, this servant thanks you. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei finds it utterly absurd. They want to sacrifice me as a vessel for some ordinary tree. Have all the people on the Eastern Isle lost their minds? No wonder they look so bizarre. Green vines begin extending toward him. Yi Bei senses the stench of danger growing ever closer. His eyes snap open. I can't hold back any longer. He leaps to his feet, his hands cleaving through the vines in savage arcs. Yi Bei seethes with fury, pointing straight at the tree. How can an ordinary tree undergo such a miraculous transformation? What is the meaning of this? I shall personally teach you to be a proper tree. He channels his spiritual chi to his fingertips' heavenly fire art. A second later, a blinding golden light erupts from the trunk. The ancient tree transforms into a stunning beauty, her verdant robes accentuating a flawless figure. Yi Bei studies the woman before him. She presses her lips together, her gaze fixed upon him. Yi Bei is taken aback. The attack left not a single scratch. This is no ordinary woman. If I were to clash with her, victory is far from guaranteed. I've run into a formidable opponent. He strokes his chin, flattering himself. But if she's taken an interest in this physique of mine, perhaps I can use that to my advantage. Yi Bei gazes up at her, floating effortlessly in the air, with an air of nonchalance. You truly wish me to become your servant? Far from killing him, the woman places a hand over her heart and bows her head in reverent, joyful welcome. Immortal sovereign, this humble one begs forgiveness for the offense committed against your distinguished self. I did not know your true identity until just now. Please pardon my transgression. Yi Bei's face goes blank. The immortal sovereign. Do I have even more aliases that I myself am unaware of? Zhao Jun speaks softly. Never did I imagine the day I would meet the reincarnation of the immortal sovereign. I suppose this must be fate's arrangement for me. Yi Bei ponders her words. Could this reincarnation of the immortal sovereign she speaks of be connected to my immortal dragon body? He presses on, what makes you revere me as this immortal sovereign? What is the true purpose of this island? She hastily explains, Immortal sovereign, please do not rush. This humble one shall conceal nothing from you. Before I answer your questions, would you be willing to grant this humble one a single request? Yi Bei narrows his eyes. What is it you want? Xiao Jun answers, I wish to undergo a session of dual cultivation with you. Afterward, I will surely reveal everything I know. He contemplates dual cultivation involves the harmonization of the Taiji Yin and Yang, the joint cultivation of two beings. She is a cultivator of immense potential. Perhaps after a session with her, his own cultivation base could advance considerably. Thank heavens she's in her human form now, and no longer a tree. If she reverts to her original form, I'm afraid I'll face many dangers during my cultivation. His eyes remained glued to her peach-like bosom, even as his heart desperately tried to deny it. I vow that my intentions in this matter are not driven by dark temptations. I merely wish to enhance the nourishing life force and unlock the hidden secrets of this place. I do this only for my disciple Yi Meng. Seeing the overwhelming spectacle before him, Yi Bei immediately agreed. Very well, I accept. Xiao Jun immediately wished to proceed and suggested, this humble one shall perform it right now. Hearing this, Yi Bei instantly wrenched his hand away and asked in alarm, so this is how the trees conduct a cultivation session. She smiled gently and explained, indeed, the branching extensions are the most vital parts of our divine bodies. When the branches intertwine, it makes two individuals feel as though they share an inseparable bond. This is how we divine beings perform a nurturing cultivation session. The two of them continued their unfinished affair. As they proceeded, he pondered in mere moments. The island's celestial spiritual power had already transferred swiftly from her body into his. In that brief span of time, his body had already touched the intermediate boundary of the void undying realm. This lady's power is truly miraculous. 1 hour later, Xiao Jun announced, it is done. Yi Bei immediately demanded, now you can answer my questions. Why do you call me the immortal king? Furthermore, I wish to know everything about this island in full detail. She replied cheerfully, the reason the humble folk address you as the immortal king is an absolute secret. This humble one would suffer heavenly punishment if she were to explain the cause to your majesty. For now, I'm afraid this must remain hidden, but I believe your majesty will learn the truth when the time is ripe. Hearing this, his face stiffened. You cannot break your word like this right after making use of me. Xiao Jun added, this humble one can still reveal the truths about this island to your majesty. Yi Bei snapped in warning, you had better tell the truth this time. She began to recount. It all began with a single thought of mine, a millennium ago. 1,000 years ago, I had matured and began wandering the mortal world, accumulating countless invaluable experiences. I realized that even when mortals labored tirelessly through rain and shine, most of them ended as failures due to lack of skill, or simply ill fortune. There are 10,000 reasons for it. They sank into silent suffering, losing loved ones and their aspirations alike. And so their lives grew ever more wretched and painful. Those sorrows compelled me to create a sanctuary for such people. In that place they would forget the past and live fully in the present. Everyone could do as they truly wished. Even if they suffered defeat, their spirits would remain unbroken. There would always be new doors opening, granting them the chance to begin anew. If they harbored no great ambitions and simply wished to spend time with loved ones, living in peace with the finest things this mortal realm had to offer, that would be perfectly fine. They could enjoy a leisurely life here. This is the paradise I created especially for them. Yi Bei listened and smiled. I understand now. No wonder all the people here smile as though flowers are blooming. You erased all their memories and channeled your spiritual qi through the petals to those who wished to nurture their souls but lacked the potential to do so. Xiao Jun nodded in agreement. Indeed, he pressed on, is that what you truly wanted? To cast their pasts into the void and drown them in innocence and beguiling illusions. Surely you have a higher purpose than that, don't you? Exposed, she could only reply, yes. This is merely a beautiful dream constructed for those who have endured enough bitterness and hardship in their original lives. Here, they can do anything they desire and achieve success in all things. In the future, if they find the courage to leave behind these enchanting illusions, I believe, they will also possess the bravery to face the suffering and sorrow they once endured in the past. At that time, they will no longer cling to the wondrous life they once had here, a life that was, in truth, transformed from their forgotten pasts. Yi Bei listened, then asked. Yi Meng never desired to enjoy the beautiful life here, and she chose to leave. And she was too disheartened to face her past directly, is that correct? But could she truly live with genuine joy in this place? She answered she had beseeched this humble one not to erase her memories, and after such a long time, she still lacks the courage to leave this place. Now that your majesty has appeared here, this humble one is certain she will return to living her true destiny with your majesty's aid. He spoke earnestly, truly, I hope she can recover successfully. For that to succeed, I need your cooperation. She asked in confusion, what does your majesty mean? The two of them stood beneath the shade of cherry blossoms in full bloom. Xiao Jun bowed her head and spoke carefully. Your Majesty the immortal king, you need not thank this humble one. Your resolve shall bring fortune not only to yourself but to this great island as well. I shall support your Majesty with all my strength. Yi Bei praised, excellent. Luo Zusheng gazed at Ding in astonishment. Master, they captured us yet did nothing to us, then released you and even showed you respect. What on earth happened? Yi Bei did not answer but asked softly. Little Luo, where is the highest point of Dong and Gung Island? Zusheng turned her gaze into the distance. The peak of Huaniu Pavilion commanded a panoramic view of the entire island. Under the blazing sunlight with cherry blossom petals dancing in the wind, the male lead's voice rang out. Come with your master to take a look, and you will understand what happened. One moment the petals were a breathtaking pink, the next, they shifted to gold, surprising them both. What's wrong? The petals have turned golden. What has happened? A golden petal drifted down and settled upon the water's surface. A pink-haired girl with a face veil suddenly noticed it. Everyone grew anxious at the sight. These are the peach blossom petals of the peach blossom divine spirit that protects us, the never wilt through all 4 seasons. Unless the peach blossom spirit has been wounded and its spiritual chi depleted, what on earth has happened? Moments later, an announcement reached the people. The mother goddess has been injured. Everyone flee. Invaders have breached Dong and Gung Island people from the Hehuo sect. A horrific battle is raging over there. Purple strands of spiritual power gradually dissipated into the air. The woman watched and muttered to herself, the Hehuo sect. 100 years ago they tried to conquer this peach blossom island. But the mother goddess annihilated their entire sect. Why have they suddenly attacked? Suddenly someone called out to Yimeng. The villains hovering in the sky looked down. We meet again. I never expected it to be you. 100 years ago the lesson you received was not enough. You've come today to be beaten again. The woman waved her hand lightly, her voice dripping with hatred. Back then, you stole the man with whom I practiced dual cultivation and crippled my cultivation technique. Fortunately, over these many years, through harvesting yang to supplement yin, I have restored my power. After years of investigation, I have finally found this opportunity. Today, every woman on Dong and Gung Island shall die, and every man shall join our Hehuo sect. With those words, she commanded, go, kill her for me. Seize Dong and Gung Island, charge, slay them all. Yimeng raised her hands skyward, summoning razor-sharp ice blades through the great Tao of glacial death. Instantly, towering pillars of ice coalesced beneath her. The two women faced each other in midair. Her power was no less formidable than it had been all those years ago. Your turn. The woman smirked. You've already fallen for my trap. In a flash, Yimeng was bound from head to toe by a blazing purple ring. What? She lifts the girl's chin while the latter's body remains bound by purple chains. Back then, you defeated me with that one move. Did you think I'd fall for the same trick again? Naive, today is the day I claim my revenge. You fancy yourselves kind-hearted, don't you? You want to protect this place. This king will now destroy it before your very eyes so you can feel a taste of the suffering I endured. Cries for help echo throughout the space. Is there no one who can save us? Eastern Gung Island has been destroyed. Everyone is in a panic. The peach blossom tree fires reached the peach blossom tree. Everyone put out the fire. What? Put out the fire. She glances in that direction. Without that tree, every last person here would regain their memories. A fate worse than death. Zusheng snarls, if you dare destroy that tree, I will drag you down to hell. The villain taunts further, since you put it that way. I simply have no choice but to destroy it. The ancient cherry blossom tree is about to be swallowed by a sea of flame. A terrifying inferno blazes in the distance. Several servant girls weep and beg, please save the tree, someone hurry and save our god. Yimeng's face darkens. She channels the Tao of ice, straining with all her might to break free from her bonds. She bursts into laughter. These are the immortal locking chains. These seal every last drop of your spiritual power. Right now, you're nothing but a helpless lamb. She can only watch as East and Gung Island is destroyed before her eyes. Yimeng feels utterly helpless. She can only lower her head and murmur, I was wrong. I shouldn't have crumbled. I shouldn't have thought that hiding here, pretending everything would be fine, was enough. Master, I was wrong. She plays her final card, tilting her face to the heavens and screaming, please, I beg Yao, save your disciple. Save East and Gung Island. The heavens answer. Thousands of rays of light cascade down, accompanied by a thunderous voice, whoever dares harm my disciple shall die. Her face contorts at the sight. Yi Bei and Luo Ye stand blocking the path before the sect master. She demands of them, who are you people? How dare you block the seat's path? Before she finishes, a strike slams squarely into her face, sending the sect master crashing to the ground. She clutches her face in fury. Who dares strike this seat's face? I will make you all pay. Yi Bei closes in and plants his foot squarely on the sect master, slamming her flat against the earth. She spits out a curse through clenched teeth. She stares at Yi Beihai's imposing build, the crushing weight of his spiritual power, his strikingly handsome face. Most of all, it's his effortlessly contemptuous bearing. He's the perfect specimen for harvesting yang essence. This brave warrior, your extraordinary spirit and power make you the ideal candidate for harvesting yang essence. If you're willing to join my Hehuan sect and cultivate, the detour will cost you a mere 500 years at most. Furthermore, this seat can petition the sect master to overlook your earlier indiscretion. Yi Bei listens, baffled. Why does everyone want to dual cultivate with him? And now even men are at it. Luoya speaks up. Master, he dares insult you. Let me kill him, Yi Bei instructs. Luoya, don't kill him. This master believes keeping him alive may still prove useful. She obeys at once and springs into action. Yes, master, a tremendous surge of power erupts forth. She strikes at the sect master, but the latter already has her protective chains at the ready. The sect master speaks without a shred of fear. I am the second in command of the Hehuan sect. Not only did you dare refuse me, but you want to fight me as well. You're courting death. The chains rocket toward her. Luoya's eyes blaze as she unleashes her spiritual power. Against the sect master's attack, she handles it with ease. The sect master is stunned. What? Luoya's awakened power shakes heaven and earth. She strikes at the sect master. The sect master sees this and thinks in terror, such terrifying strength, how is this possible? It seems I've brought calamity upon myself today. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the wisest. Luoya's eyes flash, sees through the trick at once. There will be no escape. Her figure flickers. In an instant, her hand is already before the sect master's face. She seizes the woman's head and, channeling her spiritual power, slams her into the ground with devastating force. She holds the sect master by the head and reports, Master, I've captured her. How do you wish to deal with her? The sect master threatens. You dare not kill me. If you do, the sect master will surely come to East and Gung Island to avenge me. Hearing this, Yi Bei directs Luoya, so there's a sect master behind her as well. It seems you're still lacking, Luoya. Deal with her too. She moves to strike. Yes, the sect master is terrified out of her wits. Wait. She points into the distance. Look over there. Luoya tells her master, the cultivation bases of those people are all above the Emperor's sovereign realm. They all appear to be heading for East and Gung Island. Allow your disciple to go and deal with them. Yi Bei agrees. Go. Zhu Sheng turns to leave. Master, your disciple will go capture them and wipe them all out. Hua Shen stares in bewilderment. What does he mean? Hearing this, Yi Bei glances toward her. She still doesn't get it. What is she saying? The protagonist speaks with magnanimous confidence. Peach Blossom Divine One, pay it no mind. This seat's disciples will help you handle these small fry. Hua Shen's eyes go wide, her jaw dropping. Small fry. These are heretical cultivators. All of them have reached the Emperor's sovereign realm, and their rampages have caused countless casualties. And you're sending a young girl who hasn't even finished her training to deal with them. Is he truly her new master? Yi Bei replies coldly. I guarantee I am her master. She places a hand over half her face and sighs, thinking although they are disciples of the reborn immortal sovereign, their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Fine, she'll trust them and see. If something goes wrong, she can still intervene in time. Hua Shen raises her hand and proposes, then what about the plan we discussed earlier? I pretend to be vulnerable and expose a weakness, then lure out everyone who covets East and Gung Island into the open net to catch them all, pulling the weeds out by the roots. Yi Bei dismisses it flatly. That was your plan, not this seat's. His words are the spark that ignites her fury. Then the formations I set up, the traps of Huanyu Pavilion, and the extras I ordered of it is scrapped. The protagonist cuts her off. Don't jump to conclusions, look over there. In the distance, Zhu Sheng throws a punch brimming with tremendous power. The next enemy is sent flying by a sweep of her arm. The others see Zhu Sheng approaching and scream in terror, don't come any closer. Killing intent flashes across her face. One eye blazes with an ominous light, the Tao of heaven's annihilation. Moments later, a devastating explosion erupts. Zhu Sheng returns to her master's side, safe and sound. Hua Shen's jaw drops. This power is nearly on par with the war god. The disciples of the immortal sovereign are truly terrifying. She speaks humbly, Master. It seems I was too heavy-handed with those people. Yi Bei shakes his head. It is not worth lingering over. With the matter of Dong and Gung Island resolved, our most pressing task now is your junior sister, Yi Meng. Luo Zhusheng speaks with deference. Junior sister Yi Meng was directly pierced through by the soul lock. Her foundation must have suffered severe damage. Master, please grant this disciple permission to transmit spiritual power to heal her. The flower deity cuts in, raising her palm. Wait a moment. The immortal Lord's disciples are truly dependable. They helped this deity eliminate those scoundrels in an instant. Therefore, the matter of Yi Meng should naturally fall to this deity to handle. Luo Zusheng looks to her master, seeking his counsel. He nods, she can be trusted. The flower deity tallies up the tasks at hand. As for junior sister Yi Meng's condition, this deity will do everything in her power to ensure her safety. But before that, this deity still requires the immortal Lord's assistance with one more matter. Inwardly, she thinks since we've already come this far, one might as well see it through to the end. Your disciple is in my hands. I refuse to believe you won't help. The disciple whispers from the side, is she really the guardian deity of Dong and Gung Island? Why, does she look so utterly unreliable? The male lead presses two fingers together, summoning a brilliant golden primordial chi. He extends his hand, tracing a luminous circle over the woman's body. The flower deity watches intently. What is it? She stirs awake just in that moment, clutching her head as if struck by a bolt from the blue. The flower deity is astonished. She's recovered. Yi Bei narrows his eyes and regards her. You're all right now. The woman slowly walks up to him. Master, thank you and I'm sorry. Master, just now from the second sect master of the Heiyuo sect's position, I sensed the aura of 41 junior sister Lingling. Su Lingling, the male lead is taken aback. What? I sense something amiss from Yi Meng, so I suspect junior sister Lingling has been captured by the Heiyuo sect. Luo Zusheng is shaken. Su Lingling's the weakest disciple among us in terms of cultivation. This is dire. The woman surnamed Yi grows agitated. I'm going to rescue junior sister Lingling right now. But as she moves to leave, a torrent of crimson vital energy surges forth, binding her in place. Yi Meng trembles with fear. What is this? The flower deity channels her primordial chi while issuing a cold warning. This is the barrier of Dong and Gung Island and your inner demons. Those who cannot break through their inner demons shall never leave this place. Yi Meng, what is it that you still fear? Yi Meng clenches her fists tight. I thought I had already prepared myself. Why is this happening? That's right, I'm completely unworthy of being Master's disciple. I lost Master. Lost everything. I was beaten until my entire body was covered in wounds, and I couldn't even protect Dong and Gung Island. So why did I ever think I could simply walk out of here? The male lead calls out softly. Yi child. Yi Meng looks up, her eyes brimming with tears. We will be waiting for you outside. We'll wait for you at the sect. She has no other choice, she can only comply. Yes, Master. Master and disciple arrive at a place dominated by towering stone mountains. Awe-inspiring in Scaleth Heiyuo sect looms before them. Just outside a small gate, white butterflies flutter in endless circles. The male lead takes a step forward and ventures inside. Unbeknownst to them, someone has been watching from the shadows in the distance. A subordinate glances downward and reports, Third sect master, that man killed the second sect master. Are we truly letting him walk in so easily? Should we report to the sect master and have him captured? She halts them. Fools, if someone is willing to remove the thorn in our side, we should welcome them with open arms, the subordinate persists. But his cultivation base is formidable. The third sect master cradles her own face, her voice dripping with allure. The stronger the man, the greater his value to me. No man in this world can escape this face of mine. Once I have him under my thumb, forget the matter of the second sect master. Revan, the first sect master, will have to show me respect. Inside, moss has already crept across the ancient walls and ramparts. Luo Zusheng ascends the steps, assessing the surroundings. Could we have fallen into a formation? Yi Bei seems to sense something. Don't be anxious, someone will come to us soon. As it turns out, those two were putting on a seduction act all along. A cry for help echoes throughout the space. The third sect master feigns terror. Someone please save me. Immediately, two streaks of brilliant energy shoot toward their location. A surge of golden spiritual power strikes the subordinate directly, sending him crashing backward. Yi Bei strolls over calmly. You're safe now. She erupts into a wailing, pitiful display. Thank goodness the two of you came to my rescue. You're so formidable. Had it not been for you, I fear I would have. Luo Zusheng asks softly, who are you? Why are you here? She lowers her head, putting on an innocent face. I live at the foot of the mountain. I came up to find my brother. But I never expected to run into that man. After finishing her act, she thinks to herself, this woman is far too vigilant, not easy to fool. Better to target the man instead. She rises to her feet and lightly brushes against the male lead's sleeve. Dear brother, how fortunate I am to have met you. Without you, I would have been utterly doomed. I can tell the two of you are good people. Could you please help me find my brother? He immediately agrees. Very well, but we don't know the way. I'm not sure how to help you search. She responds instantly. No worries, I know the path. I'll lead the way, just protect me along the journey. The male lead nods. No problem. She takes the lead, heading onward, this way. Yi-Bei instantly perceives the truth and whispers to his disciple, this woman is in league with that man from Beforathi. We're targeting us. We split up, you follow the man's trail to investigate. Your master will follow this woman and discover exactly what she's plotting. Still none the wiser, she sneaks a backward glance and murmurs to herself, now that you've set foot in my domain, an inescapable net awaits you. You will become this venerable one's prey. How delightful. The third sect master turns back and suddenly freezes. She stares at Yi-Bei, puzzled. Where did the person beside him go? Could she have sensed something was wrong and fled? Forget it. This is my territory now. I don't need the woman. As long as I capture this man, it's no loss at all. Once I conquer him, would I even fear any schemes he might have? Brother, my shoulder is so terribly itchy. Could you check for me? Perhaps an insect has bitten me. Yi-Bei had already seen through it all. He gazes at her, thinking inwardly, is this truly all the Heihuo sect has to offer? He plays along and replies, very well. She suppresses a smirk. As expected, men are far easier to handle. Once you fall prey to my unique technique, no matter how powerful you are, you will obey my every command. Yi-Bei reaches out to touch her, but a protective spell flares to life around him. The third sect master is caught completely off guard. What? She drops her disguise entirely, revealing her true nature. So you saw through me after all. But this is my domain, let's see how you escape. Yi-Bei regards her with utter contempt. Is that all? I expected far greater abilities from the Heihuo sect. He moves in a flash. In less than a single breath, he closes the distance and seizes the third sect master by the throat. She cannot even follow his movements, she can only gasp. So fast, Yi-Bei threatens her coldly. You have 3 breaths. Tell me what value you hold for me, or whether you live or die. I cannot guarantee. Her face drains of color as she scrambles to think. An invisible mountain presses down upon her body. Each breath she takes feels as though her flesh will burst apart, and even her soul writhes in agony. One more breath and my body will explode. Yet she manages to choke out the words, I can bring you to the sect master of the Heihuo sect. Yi-Bei appears to accept the third sect master's terms and releases his grip. She rubs her neck, pleading desperately. I am the third sect master of the Heihuo sect. I can help you meet the sect master. Please don't kill me. Yi-Bei immediately commands her to lead the way, but she responds hastily. It can't be done just yet. He fixes the third sect master with a piercing glare. Her face flashes with panic as she blurts out, no, I swear I'm not deceiving you. Please don't kill me. Our sect master possesses terrifying strength. Mere mention of her name strikes fear throughout the entire Dong and Gung realm. But she cultivates in seclusion deep behind the mountain each year, in a place protected by high-level suppression formations and impenetrable barriers. That is why an ordinary person cannot simply meet her. That's what I meant when I said it cannot be done right now. Yi-Bei still seems unsatisfied with her answer. He issues a cold command. You have 3 more seconds to explain yourself. 1, 2. The third sect master hurriedly replies, all right, stop counting. I'll lay it all out for you right now. Though the sect master rarely ventures out, she holds a grand sect assembly once every 3 months to handle internal affairs. The next one happens to be tomorrow, so only then can I bring you to see her. Whatever grudges or hatred you hold between you, just don't drag me into it anymore. Hearing this, Yi-Bei relents. Your worthless little life is spared for now. Very well, lead the way. I wish to rest. Yes, she follows behind him, silently scheming. You have deep enmity with the sect master. Wait until tomorrow, when you two clash and destroy each other, then I'll deal with you. The next day, inside the Heihuan sect, the third sect master leads Yi-Bei through the gates. She doesn't forget to warn him, the people attending today all hold prestige and reputation. Don't you dare provoke them. If you do, I won't be able to save you. He pays her no heed and even mocks her to her face. Someone like you managed to become the third sect master of the Heihuan sect, and these lackeys are supposed to be a threat to me. The third sect master is furious, yet utterly powerless to do anything about it. Not only does Yi-Bei look down on her, but now even the 6th hall master wants to bully her as well. Third sect master, I hear your assault on Dong and Gung Island ended in utter failure. How do you still have the face to return? The hall master beside him adds with a sneer, and you've brought back a fine-looking man at that. Are you trying to use him to atone for your failure? The third sect master threatens through clenched teeth. That insolent wretch, didn't he die on Dong and Gung Island? You want to try your luck too? The hall master doesn't back down and lunges straight at her. "You stubborn wretch, the sect master hasn't arrived yet. Thy's hall master will discipline you on her behalf." The third sect master dodges the strike, but the attack's trajectory shifts. Because of that, the blow hurtles straight toward Yibei. He sees it coming and bellows in a deep, thunderous voice. "You court deaths." Yibei's brow furrows, he snarls, "Seeking your own doom." He waves his hand, unleashing a devastating blast of power. In an instant, the emerald spiritual energy pierces straight through the lackey. Yibei narrows his eyes and glances toward the man beside him. The sixth hall master's eyes go wide with terror. That killing gaze, he was about to die. But then Yibei turns his head back toward the third sect master, and the man feels the sting of utter disdain. Yibei didn't even bother killing him. He's not worth the effort, the sheer humiliation. Damn it, he must be the helper the third sect master brought along. With his strength, if he enters the Heiyuan sect, won't he monopolize all our resources? Nothais absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. Suddenly, his gaze lands on a glowing treasure behind them. Ever since the sect master took office, the most prized possession has been this damaged statuette, is considered a sacred sect treasure. If I trick this newcomer into destroying the statue, I won't even need to lift a finger. The sect master will finish him off herself. The man hatches a sinister scheme, stealing a furtive glance at the two of them. "Heaven has a path you refuse to walk, hell has no door, yet here you come barging in. Newcomer, just you wait for death." He snatches the treasure and hurls it straight at Yibei. "Newcomer, try this on for size." The third sect master immediately recognizes it is the sect master's most treasured statue. Yibei scoffs coldly at the petty trick. In the blink of an eye, the treasure is cleaved clean in two. The onlookers stare, eyes wide as saucers, as the fragments clatter to the ground. Every last one of them is stricken with horror. "What?" They clutch their heads and scream in utter panic. The statuette's shattered. The sect master's most precious statue is destroyed. "Run for your lives." The sect master is about to erupt in fury. "If we bring the mounts now, can we still escape in time? This life flew by too fast. Everyone, let us meet again in the next life." Right at that moment, a woman strides in, her eyes burning crimson with fury. Who dares to smash the sect master's statue? They stare blankly and shout, "The sect master is here." The sixth hall master jabs his finger at Yibei. "It wasn't us who broke it, it was him." She snarls, her voice dripping with killing intent. "You're the one who destroyed this sect master's statue." Yibei admits without a shred of fear, "So what if it was me?" The third sect master forces a bitter laugh, her heart trembling with dread. "It's over, he's offended the sect master, it's truly over. I never should have brought him here." Forget the position of second sect master fears she'll be lucky to escape with her life, let alone her rank. Meanwhile, everyone else is brimming with smug satisfaction. "This time, let's see how you act all arrogant now. Don't look, a sect master kills far too bloodily. This newcomer is dead for certain." And yet the sect master drops to her knees and kowtows deeply. "Master!" Everyone nearly jumps out of their skins. "What?" The sect master kneels, lifting her head reverently. "Master, what wind blows you all the way here, old man?" He waves dismissively, exasperated. "Don't perform grand ceremonies the moment we meet. Stand up and speak properly." She whips around at the sect members and bellows, "What are you all still standing around for? Hurry and pay respects to the grand ancestor." Everyone drops to their knees in a rush. We pay respects to the grand ancestor. Only the sixth hall master remains standing, stunned and slack-jawed. Impossible. The sect master sees this and commands, "You there, come wipe the chair for the grand ancestor. He wishes to sit." The man clenches his fists until his knuckles crack, his brow furrowed, teeth grinding audibly. You people are going too far." The sixth hall master roars with fury and hurls a punch straight at Ling Ling. "You people are pushing me too far. I'll slaughter every last one of you." The punch rockets forward, fast and savage, yet Ling Ling has already seen it coming. A flash of killing intent flickers in her eyes amidst the hall master's enraged battle cry. "Drop dead." Ling Ling counterattacks, snaps a devastating kick straight at him. The kick slams square into the sixth hall master's face with bone-crushing force. She sends him hurtling through the air to the side. The sixth hall master snarls through gritted teeth, "Su Lingling, you are utterly unworthy of being the sect master of the Heiyuan sect." Ling Ling looks down at the man sprawled on the ground and declares, "The strong devour the weak. That I stand here is proof of my strength. If the sixth hall master doesn't accept it, you are welcome to try again. Su Lingling, I'll be waiting for you right here." The sixth hall master rubs his bruised face, admitting through clenched teeth, "You are indeed formidable. But you are arrogant and self-important, utterly indifferent to the survival of the Heiyuan sect. We have toiled across mountains and rivers for years. We only ever had one sect master. Then he jabs a finger at Yi Bei and shouts, and now some stranger just waltzes in. You say he's the grand ancestor, and we should immediately kneel before him. On what basis? Fine, then we have already found a new sect master for the Heiyuan sect. He is the supreme sovereign of the immortal realm, the Tian Luo immortal lord. We have already sent people to invite him. When he arrives, none of you will escape. Yet the moment the words leave his mouth, Yi Bei bursts into laughter, chased around like a stray dog. And you still dare claim the sect master's throne? This sovereign could reconsider finding a sect master for the Heiyuan sect, but are you worthy? Undeterred, the man presses on with a cold smirk. Laugh all you want. When the Tian Luo immortal lord arrives, you'll kneel and beg for mercy, and it will already be too late. Suddenly the great doors burst open. The sixth hall master looks outside and exclaims, "It is the Tian Luo immortal lord has arrived." Ling Ling looks as well, frowning in confusion. Who are you? The one who has arrived is Luoya. She speaks with solemn reverence. Master, your disciple has arrived late. Upon seeing that it is Luoya, Ling Ling's face lights up and she rushes over excitedly. Senior sister. Realizing the person who entered is not someone from his side, the sixth hall master stands stunned. Did you people intercept the messenger we sent? Ling Ling no longer wears her usual cold demeanor. She bounces over to Luoya with a bright smile and chirps, "Senior sister, you're here." Wonderful. Luoya gazes at her with an indulgent look. You always have some mischief up your sleeve. What are you plotting this time? Ling Ling grins from ear to ear and declares that all those years of preparation were not in vain. This day has finally arrived. Hearing this, Luoya is utterly bewildered. What? Ling Ling recounts her tale, her voice thick with gratitude. Master, senior sister, back in our sect, I was the most unruly one, yet everyone always indulged and pampered me. Whenever I got into trouble, it was always the rest of you who cleaned up my mess. Then I ran off on my own and never returned for so many years. Not only did no one blame me, you all even came looking for me. I am truly grateful. So after all these years of preparation, I want to present everyone with a surprise. Come forth. This is the surprise I've prepared. Well, do you like it? Yi Bei sees this and smiles warmly. This little girl is truly thoughtful. However, Luoya flies into a rage, locking Ling Ling in a headlock as she scolds her. Bringing the master this many beauties, you'd better explain to me exactly where the surprise is supposed to be. Ling Ling hurriedly explains herself. These are the first and second-rate spiritual cultivation physiques from the Heiyuan sect. Cultivating with them yields the progress of 1,000 miles in a single day. I wasn't willing to let just anyone have them. I wanted to save them only for master and senior sister. Luoya suddenly comes to a realization. Seeing that Luoya has stopped her assault, Ling Ling presses on excitedly. That's not all. I've prepared an even bigger surprise for everyone. When master and senior sister learn of it, they'll surely praise me. But to her shock, Luoya's fury only deepens. She furrows her brow and grinds out each word. An even bigger surprise. Do you intend to repay kindness with malice? Su Ling Ling beams innocently and asks, what's wrong? Senior sister, aren't you pleased with my arrangements? Luoya, instead of calming down, erupts in rage and bellows. Su Ling Ling, I, Luo Zushang, have remained single my entire life, and it is all because of you. She still cannot fathom why Luoya is so furious, and she asks, Wah? Hey. Senior sister, what on earth are you talking about? Behind them, Yi Bei watches the two of them and bursts into laughter. Luoya turns her ire on him. Master, you're laughing too. Aren't you going to explain anything? As for Ling Ling, she still stands there with a bewildered expression, glancing between the two of them. What? Explain what? Why is it that from the very beginning, I haven't understood a single word senior sister has said? Yi Bei is about to explain, your senior sister and I. But instead, he leans in and whispers something to Ling Ling. Upon hearing his words, she leaps up with a start. Wait. This is simply wonderful. Senior sister, you've finally succeeded. Yi Bei adds with a gentle tone. Little girl, your master has accepted your kind intention. But with your senior sister here, I wouldn't dare lay a finger on anyone. Luoya shoots Ling Ling a glare. I knew you were repaying kindness with malice. With that, she waves her hand and dismisses the attendants. Business taken care of, Ling Ling leads everyone toward a certain location. Luoya asks curiously, Ling Ling, what is this big surprise you mentioned? Ling Ling is in no hurry to reveal it. Thus you see. Master, senior sister, just follow me, you'll understand soon enough. Heavenly Spirit Lake behind the Heiyuan sect, it is a vast lake, and it is the grand surprise I've prepared for the two of you. Ling Ling introduces it proudly. This is no ordinary spirit liquid lake. This is the treasure that suppresses and anchors the Heiyuan sect, our sect's paramount safeguard. Yi Bei speaks up. The statue in the Grand Hall was merely a bluff meant to divert attention from the true prize. Smart of you to notice. She immediately agrees. Indeed, no one understands me better than Master. That was just for show to scare those fools. This is the true treasure of the Heiyuan sect. This celestial spirit lake has existed since the dawn of creation. The energy it harbors is the primordial chaos of heaven and earth. Don't let its ordinary appearance deceive you. Cultivating within it, one's body and mind can attain 1,000-fold enlightenment. The very first sect master of the Heiyuan sect relied on this lake alone to carve out a foothold in Dongyang. The previous sect master, when this seat still held her position, once told me a colossal secret lies hidden at the bottom of this lake. If one could delve into it, for a cultivator it would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. And for the sect itself, it would be the reversal of heaven and earth. Luoya hears this and asks in surprise, what kind of secret? So how did you delve into it? Ling Wei startles at the question. Yi Bei answers for her. This disciple was always lazy when it came to cultivation. Sure, she could put on a convincing act for outsiders, but only she herself knows just how many caddies and tails she truly weighs. Ling Wei points ahead and hurriedly explains, in truth, the secret beneath the lakelet alone. Delving into it, this disciple has never even seen it. I was simply waiting for the day I could bring Master and the two of you here to explore it. Luoya falls into thought. Though Ling Wei's power doesn't rival those at the void immortal realm, her status ranks among the very top. If even she cannot see through what lies hidden at the bottom of the celestial spirit lake. Yi Bei wastes no words. He acts descending to see for himself. Ling Wei quickly calls after them, Maz. To her senior sister, you two must cultivate diligently. Don't waste heaven's gift. I'll wait on the shore for you to return. Hopefully you can bring something back. Beneath the lake, everything feels deeply unstable. Luoya curses that little ghost. Ling Wei said this was a great place to cultivate. This is clearly one massive aphrodisiac lake. Yi Bei advises her dual cultivation is still cultivation. Luoya, let's not waste Ling Wei's good intentions. A crab appears, watching them from a distance. A sensible crab that simply walks on by. 3 days later, Luoya reports, Master, under your guidance, this disciple has broken through to the void immortal realm. But this disciple has checked twice now and still cannot find any hidden secret at the bottom of the lake. The form of Lu Mountain remains unseen only, its silhouette looms within the mountain range. The secret is right beside us. In other words, it is us. She is astonished. What? Luoya and Yi Bei move together through the water. The two suddenly phrase something is surging toward them. A colossal hand erupts from below, threatening to swallow them whole. Luoya feels the anomaly at once. The massive hand drags at her. She reaches out in panic, crying, Master. Yi Bei swiftly gives chase. Luoya is being pulled into the swirling vortex. She screams, Master, save me. This thing is draining my spiritual power. It seems I'm completely under its control. I have no strength left to resist. Yi Bei remains calm. He dives down swiftly and unleashes a devastating blast toward the vortex. Yi Bei frowns. Vortex remains completely unaffected. That strike carried at least 60% of my power, yet this vortex wasn't disturbed in the slightest. What secret or what trap lies hidden at the bottom of this lake? The vortex is practically invincible, and it's only growing more ravenous, devouring Luoya's spiritual power at a frantic pace. By now it has surely grown even stronger. The odds of overpowering it head-on are grim. The inner portal appears. He suddenly understands. So this is the legendary secret said to overturn heaven and earth beneath the celestial spirit lake. A path connecting to the immortal terraces and celestial pavilions of the immortal world. But the celestial pavilion he glimpsed just now seemed wrong, as if it had been ravaged. Could this vortex be an automated restoration system for the immortal terraces? Is it draining Luoya's spiritual power to repair the terraces and pavilions of the immortal world? If this continues, Luoya's spiritual power will be drained to nothing. No, I must save her. Once more, Yi Bei unleashes a relentless barrage of spiritual power, striking directly at the portal that just appeared. Yet the portal remains utterly unscathed. Yi Bei falls into deep contemplation, searching for a way to break through. This light is likely a divine miracle. Ordinary attacks, no matter how powerful, cannot interrupt its absorption process. Unless I take Luoya's place and become its target for energy absorption. As if suddenly realizing Yi Bei's next move, Luoya cries out hastily, Master, what are you? Yi Bei places his hand firmly upon the whirlpool. Luoya screams in alarm, Master. He gently reassures her, don't worry, Luoya, this whirlpool is nothing to your master, trust me. Though still worried, she defers to him, Master, your disciple believes in you. Bei calls out in a deep voice, "System, where are you? Get out here now." The system materializes, speaking respectfully, "Dear host, at your service." System, we have traversed countless dimensions and gathered quite a few disciples. By all rights, there should be plenty of skill cards and rewards stored up by now, shouldn't there? Burn all of them, use every last one to repair this immortal gate at the center of the whirlpool. The system responds promptly, "Understood, skill cards are ready, please check and claim your items." In that instant, a brilliant golden light erupts and envelops him. Golden talismans stream along the whirlpool, intensifying its power even further. Suddenly, Bei's eyes flash with a blinding radiance. He roars, "Intensify further." The moment the words leave his lips, the talismans transform into luminous halos that envelop the gate hidden deep within the whirlpool. Luoya stares in astonishment at the spectacle before her. This is the very whirlpool that had vanished after Bei's technique. The two of them gently descend and set foot down. "Luoya, let's go," Bei says solemnly. "We must return to the immortal realm." Luoya replies brightly, "Yes, master." They burst forth from beneath the waters, hurtling toward the gate floating high in the sky. They transform into streams of azure light and plunge into the gate leading to the immortal realm. The master and disciple touch down amid the ruins of an abandoned wasteland. Luoya exclaims joyfully, "Master, we've returned. Isn't this supposed to be the reception hall? Why is it in ruins? It looks as though a great battle was fought here." Suddenly, Bei lets out a violent cough. Luoya panics, crying out, "Master." Bei coughs up a mouthful of blood. He clutches his chest and comforts Luoya beside him. "Just now, clashing with that divine whirlpool, some damage to my spiritual power was unavoidable. Don't worry," she says anxiously, "Maz. Let this disciple help you." A sudden crack rings out. Someone is approaching. The two of them whip around to look. Luoya asks warily who goes there. A figure who appears is Xing Chen. She breaks into a radiant smile. "Master, senior sister. I've finally found you too." Luoya says in surprise, "Xing Chen, why are you here?" Xing Chen rushes forward and throws her arms around Luoya. "Master, senior sister, I've finally found you." Bei asks Xing Chen, "How did you end up in the immortal realm?" Xing Chen explains, "Master, didn't you originally instruct me to cultivate within the Tangshuan space? Later, I learned that you had ascended to the immortal realm, so I devoted myself entirely to cultivation and ascended as well. It's not just Memony senior and junior sisters have also made it here. We've even established our own power base in the immortal realm. However, no matter how hard we searched, we could never locate master or senior sister. We had no idea where the two of you had gone." Bei pauses briefly. "That's a long story." Noticing his injuries, Xing Chen exclaims, "Master, your wounds." He smoothly changes the subject. "Xing Chen, earlier you mentioned that you've established your own forces in the immortal realm." Xing Chen, failing to catch the deflection, answers, "Yes." Bei says, "Let us head to your residence first." Along the way, he speaks. Xing Chen agrees, "Yes." Upon arriving, she produces a pill and explains softly, "Master, although you are gravely injured, your physique is extraordinary. Moreover, there is a tremendous power within your body that is already naturally recovering. So please don't worry, after taking this pill, you should recover swiftly." Bei declines gracefully. "You've worked hard. This master still wishes to recover his spiritual power on his own. You may withdraw for now." Xing Chen bows respectfully and takes her leave. "Yes," she gently closes the door behind her. Suddenly, a voice echoes from within the room. "Bei, I have finally found you." He turns around, Pavilion Master Xiangyun. Elder Shang drops to his knees before Bei, pleading, "Brother Bei, I beg you please save our demon immortal realm from this calamity." Bei frowns slightly. "Elder Shang, I mean no disrespect, but I've only just returned to the immortal realm. How did you manage to bypass all the eyes and ears of the medicine immortal hall to find me?" The old man is taken aback by Bei's words. "In merely a few months apart in the immortal realm, your strength has already surpassed mine. I truly chose the right person. Young brother, please quell your anger. I was truly left with no choice but to resort to a small trick to meet you. Back at the Southern Heaven Arena, I already saw that you were no ordinary man. So while imparting the cultivation technique, I secretly left a mark on your body so that in times of need, I could trace your whereabouts. Rest assured this causes you no harm, otherwise you would have detected it long ago." He remains composed. "Go on, what exactly do you want?" Hearing this, Elder Shang reveals his purpose. "I hope you can return to the Southern Heaven Arena and take my place, lead the demon immortal realm." Bei murmurs pensively, "Take over." Pavilion Master Shang speaks hastily. ever since you battled the Tian Luo Immortal Lord and vanished. That Tian Luo Immortal Lord has done who knows what. His spiritual power has surged explosively, and he has been devouring countless forces across the immortal realm. Now he is preparing to close in on the demon immortal realm. We of the demon immortal realm have always been discriminated against in the immortal realm. Now, under his vicious schemes, our fate will only grow more wretched. That is why I implore Brother Yi Bei to step forward and save our demon immortal realm. Yi Bei crosses his arms, speaking with feigned humility. If I recall, Pavilion Master Shang's strength has always surpassed mine. Why come seeking the aid of a junior like myself? The old man explains, I dare not hide the truth from you. Last time I fought a battle against that Tian Luo Immortal Lord and suffered a crushing defeat. My spiritual power has been severely damaged. I am utterly incapable of rescuing the demon immortal realm. Yi Bei presses, how exactly do you want me to save it? Lead a mob of demon soldiers into battle. Pavilion Master Shang answers, in 15 days, the immortal realm will host the Grand Alliance Assembly. Forces from all regions will gather to compete against one another. The ultimate prize is a supreme-grade spirit tool and the position of Alliance leader. Brother Yi Bei, you were already crowned the rookie king of our Southern Heaven arena. Stepping forward in my stead now is the most fitting choice. If you can represent our demon immortal realm, I believe this will bring you 100 benefits and no harm whatsoever. What say you? Yi Bei ponders, then probes, will the Tian Luo Immortal Lord attend? Pavilion Master Shang replies he will not, for reasons unknown, although his subordinates continue to expand their reach. He has been in seclusion for half a year now. He likely won't show himself anytime soon. Yi Bei weighs the gains and losses. If I can leverage the demon immortal realm's name to seize the alliance leader position, then when the time comes, sweeping away the Tian Luo Immortal Lord in one stroke would be achieving grand results with minimal effort. Very well, I accept your invitation. Pavilion Master Shang is overjoyed. Wonderful. Then I shall return now and organize a contingent of soldiers to escort you to the assembly. Yi Bei immediately refuses. No need, I will make my own arrangements. Pavilion Master Shang grows anxious and stammers. But very well, this is the seal of the demon immortal realm. Whoever holds it is the rightful master of the demon immortal realm and may command our authority at any moment. I beg Brother Yi Bei to accept it. Yi Bei smirks with suspicion. Why? Do you trust me so readily? The old man explains, just as when I first met you, and again at the Southern Heaven arena, I believe my eyes have never deceived me. Yi Bei accepts it. From this day forward, I, Yi Bei, shall safeguard the demon immortal realm with all my strength. Pavilion Master Shang responds courteously, you have my deepest gratitude. Yi Bei then calls Luo Ya to stand behind him. Luo Ya, prepare yourself, we must set out again. Yes. 14 days later, Yi Bei, Luo Ya, and Xing Chen sit together in conversation. Xing Chen says the Grand Alliance Assembly begins in 2 days. Yet at this very moment, the paramount force of Lingxiao Palace has monopolized every single inn. Luo Ya flares up indignantly, isn't that showing utter disrespect to all the other forces? What blatant arrogance. Xing Chen adds, that's not all, by leaving only a single inn for the remaining forces. This move can also provoke the other factions into clashing before the Grand Assembly even begins. When the other forces tear into each other, and both sides suffer heavy losses, we can reap the benefits as the fishermen by the time the assembly arrives. Luo Ya snorts. Fortunately, they are still a first-tier power of the immortal realm. Resorting to such a crude ploy is truly beneath them. Yi Bei cuts in, the most effective method is the best method. Luo Ya protests indignantly, Master, you're taking their side now. Suddenly, a new guest enters the inn and demands 20 rooms from the proprietor. The proprietor replies, my deepest apologies, but forget 20 rooms. The last 2 were just reserved moments ago. Those are the people over there. Perhaps you could negotiate with them, you might still find a place to stay. He strides over aggressively and slams his sword down before them. He speaks calmly, calm yourselves, this one has come merely to negotiate. You all look unfamiliar, you must be from some minor backwater sect, correct? Not knowing of our Wanjim sect is only natural for the likes of you. The Wanjim sect is the second greatest power beneath the heavens of the immortal realm. Above us stands the Tian Luo immortal domain, and below us are countless disciples whose sword Dao is nothing short of peerless. Even outsiders must show us 3 parts respect when they see us. Hand over 2 of your rooms, and this young master may yet allow you to live until the Grand Assembly begins. Yi Bei bursts into laughter upon hearing this. A fool who cannot even book a room dares boast and calls himself a young master. He will not lift a finger for this. Little Luo, handle him. She responds, yes, master, the brat is courting death. Without wasting a single word, Luoya lunges into attack. His sword snaps clean in two, fury contorts his face. You dare destroy my blade, I will take your life. Luoya swings her saber downward in a blazing arc, a razor-sharp crescent of sword chi slamming straight into the pompous young master. His face darkens with rage as he sputters. Yao Yual. Yi Bei stands opposite the young master and delivers a cutting remark. Well, do you still wish to continue, young master? The young master hears this. He turns to leave but cannot resist throwing out one last threat. Just you wait. Above us stands the Tian Luo immortal domain. The moment I return, I will bring people to crush you all. Luoya watches him retreat and asks, Master, are we really just letting him go? Yi Bei answers calmly. Didn't he say he could bring us the people of the Tian Luo immortal domain? This seat rather hopes he can drag the one at the very top to us. Yi Bei gazes in the direction the young master departed, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Tian Luo immortal lorder battle begins now. Elsewhere, the immortal lord's face darkens as he issues a command. Someone, investigate a person for me. Before the arena, Xing Chen reports the events of the past few days to Yi Bei. That master of Lingxiao Palace is indeed formidable, using nothing more than the in-ploy. He has already caused several factions to clash ahead of schedule. Not only has he dulled the enemy's momentum, he has also subtly revealed his own strength. Yi Bei listens and replies evenly. He has some brains, but it's merely petty cunning. Whether he's god or demon, we'll find out soon enough. Xing Chen, standing beside him, says solemnly, Master, I swear I will not be a burden to you. Inside the arena, the announcement echoes in measured tones. The Liulai sect has entered the arena. The Wanjim sect has entered the arena. The Yao Immortal Realm, please enter the arena. Upon hearing the words, Yao Immortal Realm, a disciple from one of the immortal sects sneers, the Yao Immortal Realm, such a lowly tier of power, there's no need for them to participate. Others nearby rush to pile on. Don't say that, they are still a second-tier force, though perhaps second-tier in name only. More mocking voices chime in. The Yao Immortal Realm was only one tier below ours in the mortal plane, and they still dare dream of raising their heads in the immortal realm. Pathetic. The immortal sects continue piling on with ridicule. Whether the Yao Immortal Realm shows up or not, will claim all the spots. They probably don't even dare come. At that moment, the announcement rings out. The Yao Immortal Realm has entered the arena. Yi Bei and his three companions appear. Seeing them, an immortal sect disciple standing before Yi Bei sneers, Oh, they actually came, how impressive. But the words have barely left his mouth before he eats a crushing punch. Scram! He clutches his face and howls, You're courting death. His companions behind him shout, Don't bother with him anymore, Lingxiao Palace has arrived. Hurry, let's go broaden our horizons. Hearing this, Luoya grows curious. Before the sight of Lingxiao Palace, Xing Chen's eyes light up. That's Lingxiao Palace, their divine bird, it looks perfect for alchemy refining. A massive, blazing crimson bird soars in, bearing a palanquin on its back. Yi Bei remarks, Quite the entrance, already putting pressure on everyone before they even land. Luoya, standing beside him, evaluates the scene and admits, It seems the Immortal Domain Alliance assembly isn't as dull as I imagined. Things are getting interesting. Only Xing Chen remains fixated on the enormous bird soaring toward them. I want that bird, I really want that bird. From within the palanquin, a man emerges. The immortal sects that were so arrogant moments ago now drop to their knees in deference before the man. Lord Ning Shenzi, your honored seat is this way. Ning Shenzi turns his gaze toward Yi Bei's group, and Yi Bei gazes back, slight disappointment crossing his face. That's it. Shenzi, for his part, cannot help but find Yi Bei peculiar. The man shows not a trace of fear. Who is this person? He isn't the least bit afraid of my oppressive aura. Forget it, just another fool. At this moment, the assembly announcement rings out, summoning all participants. Will all participating contestants proceed to the barrier ahead according to the markings on your tokens and commence your matches? The host's voice booms across the arena. The Immortal Domain Alliance Assembly officially begins. This Immortal Domain Alliance Assembly is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is the disciples bout. Each sect may nominate 10 disciples to compete for advancement. The final victor who defeats all opponents shall claim first place. First round, the Yao Immortal Realm versus the Wanjim sect, begin. The young master from before is also present. He and his fellow disciples laugh uproariously. The Yao Immortal Realm heard the name of our Wanjim sect and didn't dare show up. Again, a blinding streak of light tears through the air, shrieking like a thunderbolt as it plummets from the heavens. It smashes into the ground at their feet, sending stone fragments flying in all directions. Luoya appears in that instant. She says coldly, "Hurry, what hurry? Are you looking for another beating?" The young master recognizes the newcomer as the very same person from before and stammers, "It's you." Luoya stands at a commanding height, radiating killing intent as she stares him down. "Didn't you say you were going to bring the people of the Tian Luo immortal domain to punish us? Then why haven't I seen a single shadow from them these past few days?" The young master roars in fury, "Don't be so arrogant. I've already reported to the Tian Luo immortal domain. They'll come to crush you very soon. So what if you came alone? Is your Yao immortal realm so pathetic they couldn't find anyone else?" Hearing this, Luoya immediately descends upon him in a blazing assault. "I alone am more than enough to wipe out every last one of you sitting here." Seeing this, the young master screams to his companions, "There are 10 of us and only one of her. Victory is assured, kill her." But before any of them can react, Luoya's razor-sharp chain whips tear through them all. In the blink of an eye, she alone crushes 10 opponents. They lie scattered across the arena floor, groaning in agony. Luoya's expression turns ice cold as she speaks in a low, menacing voice. "It's over." But the young master refuses to yield. A sudden, manic laugh escapes his lips as he shouts, "It's over for you. What a pity! The moment I saw you, I had already secretly laid down a formation. Die." Little girl, golden light erupts, blazing toward Luoya. Seeing her in peril, Xing Chen screams, "Senior sister," but Yi Bei, standing beside him, remains perfectly calm. "Xing Chen, you underestimate your senior sister." Just as he says, when the formation dissipates, Luoya stands completely unscathed. She steps out from the smoke and stands before the young master, her voice dripping with contempt. "This is your formation." The young master gapes in disbelief. "Impossible, that's the fire formation of our Wanjum sect. How can this be?" In an instant, Luoya counterattacks. A formation matrix materializes in her palm. It hurtles toward the young master with overwhelming force. He screams in panic, "Young master, save me." A deafening explosion erupts, engulfing the arena in a storm of dust and smoke. One of the immortal sect disciples immediately turns and flees. He mutters in disbelief, "Impossibly, absolutely impossible. She must have used some sort of sorcery. I must report this to the Tian Luo immortal lord." But before he can get far, a beam of light pierces clean through his body. Luoya watches him fall, her brow furrowing with disdain. "Trash, you couldn't even find the Tian Luo immortal lord if your life depended on it." The remaining disciples tremble in terror. Shesh alone wiped out 10 of the Wanjum sect's strongest disciples. What manner of person is she? She's terrifying. What was it she said earlier? She alone will wipe out everyone competing here. Is it too late to run? Ning Shenzi, who has been observing the match, speaks quietly to his subordinate the moment Luoya finishes. "From now on, in every match this woman participates in, add a little extra spice for her." The subordinate bows deeply and accepts the order. "Yes." And so the grand assembly continued. On the second day, Luoya swept away every other sect. Her streak of victories carried on through the third day, stretching unbroken all the way to the seventh. At last, the host stood before the assembled sects and announced, "The first round has concluded. First place goes to the Xia Oxian realm, second place Lingxiao Palace, third place Lingxiao Palace." Luoya walks over to Yi Bei and says, "Master, I've returned." He sees her and offers a word of praise. "Well done." Xing Chen, standing beside them, bursts out excitedly, "Senior sister, you fought the entire arena all by yourself. You're truly incredible. I thought for sure you'd fallen into mortal danger several times, yet you emerged unscathed and victorious every single time. You're far too amazing." Luoya, never one to be outdone in flattery, praised Xing Chen in return. "If our junior sister Xing Chen set aside pill refining and devoted herself entirely to the martial path, she could be just as formidable as you." "Senior sister." Xing Chen scratched her head sheepishly. "Senior sister, you saying that really makes this one feel embarrassed." Suddenly, Luoya turned to Yi Bei with a serious expression. "That reminds me, master, during the matches these past few days, I noticed something very strange." Luoya explained, "Ever since the first bout, every subsequent match seemed to have traps laid in advance, all designed to drive me into a corner and kill me." Xing Chen asked, puzzled, "Senior sister, you're so powerful, isn't it perfectly normal for people to set traps against you?" "Traps are normal, yes, but the sophistication of these traps is anything but. The sects I faced as opponents don't possess the resources or strength to deploy traps of that caliber. It must have been a major sect pulling the strings or several sects joining forces behind the scenes." Yi Bei speaks, "Someone has grown impatient and made their move. The earlier they act, the more vulnerabilities they reveal. Keep waiting, they will show themselves." Luoya nods at this. Understood. Xing Chen, junior sister, the first round of individual disciples has ended. Next comes the second round, the contest of sect strength. In the sect strength competition, the quantity and rarity of immortal treasures is what matters. The rarer and more precious, the better. Are you confident? Senior sister, this is my area of expertise. Insulting my immortal treasures is the same as insulting me. Xing Chen puffs out her chest, flexing her strength. Right now, I am the foremost alchemist in the void immortal realm. In the entire immortal realm, you won't find a second person who surpasses me. If I casually pull out a single pill, its value would dwarf the entire wealth of those petty sects. Well, Yi Bei chuckles, calling her bluff. You're blowing smoke up to the heavens. Still, master likes this confidence of yours. Meanwhile, deep within the inner chambers, a suspicious thief has stolen Xing Chen's medicine pouch. He thinks to himself with a cunning grin, let's see how you compete in the alchemy round now. He slips away into the shadows, but all of this was part of Yi Bei's plan from the very beginning. Xing Chen asks, Master, the ingredients inside were genuine, you're letting them just carry it off like that? Yi Bei replies, a well-laid trap is only interesting when someone steps into it. Luoya continues, tomorrow we will know exactly who our enemies are, lurking in the dark. Then we can face them head-on in broad daylight, Xing Chen declares with a grin. Lucky for us, I still have my secret weapon. The next day arrives. Liulai, the host, steps forward to announce the rules of the competition. This competition is divided into 3 rounds. The first round tests the strength of individual disciples. All sects may participate. The second round tests the collective strength of a sect. Only the top 20 on the immortal treasure ranking qualify to enter. The third round is a contest for the divine artifact. All sects may participate. The sect that accumulates the most victories across all 3 rounds shall be declared the winner. And the sect master of that sect shall become the alliance leader of our immortal sect alliance. Now then, the second round officially begins. Contestant sects, please place your immortal treasures upon the jade stone table. In this preliminary round, we shall evaluate the treasures based on the immortal treasure ranking and the rarity of the items to select the finalists. Already displayed upon the table: red spirit fungus, golden flame stone, mysterious ice flower, boundary crossing incense, and golden marrow spirit worm. The surrounding spectators gaze upon the treasures and erupt into fervent discussion. Red spirit fungus, golden flame stone, mysterious ice flower, boundary crossing incense, these are all top-tier immortal treasures. Some of these are treasures that even the ancient battlefield might not possess. This year's competition is absolutely insane. These are all first and second-rate immortal treasures. With items like these, perhaps even the ancient battlefields would have nothing to match. This year's competition has gone completely wild. They debate the power each treasure holds, but which one truly stands above the rest? The golden marrow spirit worm that can seize control of a person's soul consciousness, or the golden flame stone recovered from the Qingyang Hall? It's nearly impossible to choose. Is there even any need to hesitate? Obviously, we should choose Ling Xiao Palace's Celestial Soul Blood Fusion Pill. Back in the day, it was precisely this pill that helped Ling Xiao Palace carve out its first foothold in the world. The debate over the winner rages on, fierce and heated. That's right, the other immortal treasures may be valuable, but if the immortal sects put in the effort, they could eventually obtain them. But this Celestial Soul Blood Fusion Pill is not only refined from immortal-grade spirit herbs, it also demands an extraordinarily high level of alchemy mastery. It is both precious and exceedingly rare. I cast my vote for Ling Xiao Palace. Exactly, I choose Ling Xiao Palace as well. I too choose Ling Xiao Palace. Liulai, listening to the crowd's verdict, thinks to himself with satisfaction. It seems this year's grand competition of immortal power will once again be won by Ling Xiao Palace. Suddenly, Xing Chen appears out of nowhere. Wait a moment, would it be possible for me to enter this round? Liulai responds, I'm terribly sorry, contestant, but this round is restricted to the top 20 on the immortal treasure ranking. You truly cannot participate. Xing Chen produces her own treasures for all to see and asks, then what if I present these? Would that be enough to qualify? Liulai stares at the collection, his eyes widening in shock. Liulai catalogs her treasures one by one: red spirit fungus, golden flame stone, mysterious ice flower, boundary crossing incense, golden marrow spirit worm. A bystander cries out, every single one of those rare immortal treasures displayed on the table, she has all of them. Aren't they fakes? Xing Chen pays the remark no mind. Feel free to verify their authenticity yourselves. Liulai picks up one of the treasures and examines it. Every single one of them is genuine. Young lady, you've passed. You may enter the final round. but the surrounding crowd erupts in furious protest. What? You're letting this little girl just waltz in? Leoli glares at them and retorts coolly, if any of you can produce items of similar caliber, you may proceed directly to the finals as well. Can you? Xingchen, beaming with pride, adds one more thing. Oh, that's right, last night I also managed to refine a celestial soul blood fusion pill in a rush. Shall we count that in as well? What kind of background does this girl have? This is absolutely terrifying. Leoli makes the final announcement. I hereby declare that Lingxiao Palace, the Xia-Oxian realm, and the Leoli sect, these three sects have advanced to the finals. Xingchen bounces with excitement. Today was way too easy. In the distance, the sect masters of the Zuyu sect and the Lanyang sect have witnessed everything. Moving on to the finals, Leoli announces, contestants, you will now enter the final round. The final round shall determine the winner based on two criteria: the rarity and the value of the immortal treasures provided by each contestant. Contestants may present additional treasures to compete. Xingchen eagerly charges forward. Me first, she produces a spirit beast. A spectator sneers. It's just a spirit beast, what's so special about that? Xingchen's gaze sharpens. This is something I refined myself. The members of every sect reel in shock at her words. What? Yeah. Refining a living creature? Such a thing has never been heard of. How is this possible? She remains utterly unfazed. If you don't believe me, feel free to probe its body with your spiritual chi. Its body is constructed from immortal grass and celestial water, entirely different from the flesh and blood of ordinary beings like us. Probe it and you'll know for yourselves. The onlookers extend their hands and channel their spiritual energy to sense the creature. They exclaim in unison, it's artifact refinement. One of them trembles. No, she refined a living being. Such a technique, it defies belief. She seems to have outmatched every sect in one stroke. How terrifying. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll only humiliate ourselves. Better to forfeit now than face that disgrace. To everyone's shock, a contestant raises his hand. I withdraw. The Leoli sect forfeits this round. The disciples of Lingxiao Palace glance around nervously, thinking the palace master is still watching. If we lose this round, we will die without an intact corpse. We absolutely cannot lose. This is a treasure of our Lingxiao Palace, the very source of spiritual power for everyone within our ranks. I refuse to believe there is anything that can compare to the immortal grade treasure of our Lingxiao Palace. If you have anything else, bring it out. The moment he finishes speaking, the crowd erupts into murmurs. The very best of today, this is undoubtedly the champion of the day. So that is how Lingxiao Palace rose to become the most powerful force, all thanks to this. Has Lingxiao Palace been backed into a corner? Even their own secret technique has been laid bare for all to see. This is far too explosive. But at this moment, Xingchen breaks into a sinister smile. The effort was not in vain. She has finally uncovered the secret of Lingxiao Palace. My little spirit beast is rare, sure, but now it holds no value whatsoever. So congratulations, you have won. It is merely one bout. Losing it means nothing to us. His face turns ashen in an instant. Damn it, we have walked right into their trap. Xingchen happily runs over to Yi Bei's side. Master, your disciple's task is complete. He smiles warmly and replies, well done. Over here, Ning Shenzi grits his teeth in fury. You three from the demon immortal realm, this seat has underestimated you. How dare you snatch what belongs to this palace master? I will make sure none of you live to see tomorrow. Night descends upon the Immortal Alliance Inn. While everyone sleeps soundly, outside the door of Yi Bei's room, a pair of scrutinizing eyes gazes down upon the inn from above. Ning Shenzi's subordinate reports, Palace Master, our sweep confirms those three fools have not detected our formation array. They are currently fast asleep inside. A vicious expression twists his face. Kill them. The instant his words fall, fireballs rain down upon the inn in rapid succession. A thunderous explosion rocks the air. The inn erupts in towering flames, cries of fire filling the night as people scramble to flee. Yet no matter how they try, the inferno refuses to be extinguished. Help, they scream, gazing upon the carnage with an icy expression. Ning Shenzi declares, tonight, not a single soul leaves this inn alive. His subordinate replies with utmost respect. Yes, Palace Master. Time passes. The next day, everyone buzzes with discussion about last night's events. The blaze was identical to the one that struck during the previous Immortal Domain Alliance Grand Assembly. Lam Yang glances toward Ning Shenzi and murmurs under his breath, it is Lingxiao Palace's doing again. Is there truly no sect capable of keeping them in check? What about the people from the demon immortal realms? Their representatives this year are no simpletons. Perhaps they can chip away at Lingxiao Palace's arrogance, one strike at a time. Divine Sovereign Jio Vac speaks gravely. I hear they were also staying at that inn. The fire last night was immense. Perhaps they are no longer among the living. Sect Master Zuyu, Sect Master Lam Yang, do not lose heart. Have you forgotten who stands behind us? Looking around and seeing no sign of Yi Bei's group, Ning Shenzi smirks with satisfaction. It seems this year, our Lingxiao Palace will reign supreme once again. At this moment, Liulai appears and announces, due to certain special circumstances, only a select number of sects shall participate in the final round of the Immortal Domain Alliance Grand Assembly. This round is the final round of this year's competition, and it carries the highest point value among all 3 rounds of contest. The contest takes place within the secret realm. Any sect that can seize a divine artifact from the grasp of the divine beasts within shall be declared the victor of this round. A fervent reminder to all within the secret realm, life and death hold no distinction. If you wish to elevate your sect's standing, you must seize this opportunity and showcase your full prowess. Oh, and by the way, a sect has already entered the secret realm and begun the contest. Hearing this, everyone is stunned. What? But Liulai continues calmly, it was the demon immortal realm. Their divine beast was annihilated by Yi Bei in the blink of an eye. He sneers, this divine beast was defeated just like that, pathetically weak. Then they arrive. Bellowing, hand over the divine sovereign cauldron now. He smirks to himself, they have finally arrived. He offers them a piece of advice, today is the day of reckoning between my demon immortal realm and Lingxiao Palace. You lot still have time to leave. The 3 exchange cautious glances, mulling it over. From afar, Lingxiao Palace issues its command to them. Disregard Yi Bei. When I become the Alliance Master of the Immortal Domain, every single one of your sects will be promoted to Tier 2, all under the banner of my Lingxiao Palace. All 3 ignore the offer and stand with Yi Bei. Sect Master Yi, we stand with you. Ning Shenzi erupts in fury. You are courting death. Heaven offered you a path, yet you refused. Do not blame me for showing no mercy. Ning Shenzi lunges at the 3 and commands his divine beast. Firebird, kill them all. But suddenly, a surge of power strikes his divine beast. Ning Shenzi whips around in shock. Firebird, what is happening? His divine beast loses all strength and plummets from the sky. Ning Shenzi roars with fury. What in the heavens is going on? From a distance, Luoya sneers, I told you not to consume so many pills, but you never believed me. He is stunned to see them. You lot, you are still alive. Xing Chen speaks up first. You set a trap for senior sister during the competition. Then you sent someone to steal my immortal herbs. If we just sat around waiting to die, wouldn't that make us absolute fools? Luoya cuts straight to the point. Xing Chen, do not waste your breath on him. The Firebird has consumed the immortal herbs he stole from you. While it is still weakened, finish him off. She nods in agreement. Yes, senior sister. Ning Shenzi erupts into thunderous rage. You dare poison this seat's divine beast, prepare to die. Ning Shenzi faces Luoya and the other 2 alone. They join forces, yet even together, they seem unable to overpower him. Xing Chen is sent hurtling through the air, landing right at Yi Bei's feet. He offers her a condition to spur her on. Xing Chen, if you can slay Ning Shenzi, this divine sovereign cauldron and the blazing flame Firebird on the ground shall all be yours. It seems to be exactly what she desires. Xing Chen's eyes light up with excitement. This divine sovereign cauldron is not merely the ultimate pill-refining instrument, it can multiply my alchemy efficiency several times over. And it can even serve directly as an offensive and defensive weapon. It suits me perfectly. But Ning Shenzi, today you die. He is still locked in combat with Luoya when he spots Xing Chen approaching, and a chill runs down his spine. This is bad. She has activated the divine sovereign cauldron. Once again, Ning Shenzi alone must face 2 opponents. He unleashes his full power in an explosion that shakes heaven and earth. But this time, Xing Chen and Luoya emerge victorious, landing safely on the ground. Xing Chen completes her task and joyfully claims her reward from Yi Bei. The divine sovereign cauldron and the Firebird, they all belong to me now. Meanwhile, the 3 sect masters Zuyu of the Blood Rain sect, Sect Master Lam Yang, and Divine Sovereign Jio Vac, who witnessed the entire affair from start to finish, exchange glances and hatch a scheme. The divine sovereign cauldron has fallen into the hands of a mere slip of a girl. Suddenly, someone appears before Yi Bei. He sneers coldly, oh, so the 3 of you are still here. Lam Yang forces a smile. Ah, Sect Master Yi, we truly thank you for stepping in earlier. Without you, Ning Shenzi would certainly have killed us. Divine Sovereign Jiao Vac also speaks with feigned sincerity indeed. We have Sect Master Yi to thank. Hearing this, Yi Bei speaks bluntly. If so, then surely the three of you would not resort to such disgraceful acts as repaying kindness with treachery, burning bridges after crossing them. Lam Yang answers with conviction, of course not, absolutely not. Sect Master Yi, what happened earlier was surely just a misunderstanding. You three are the champions of this assembly and have claimed the divine artifact from the contest. We have come to invite you to assume the position of Alliance Master of the Immortal Domain. Yi Bei's expression darkens. He murmurs in a low voice, "Oh, is that so?" Lam Yang puts on a hollow smile on the surface, but beneath it, wheels of conspiracy are turning. Earlier, when he fought Ning Shenzi, we pretended to be on his side to lower his guard. Who could have guessed he remains on constant alert against us? Their strength is formidable. They even slew Ning Shenzi. I fear that even with all three of us combined, we would not be their match. It seems today we have no choice but to go along with the current and preserve our lives. Wait, the Immortal Lord commanded us to seize the Divine Sovereign Cauldron. If the cauldron is now in their hands, why not lure them to the Tian Luo Immortal Domain and let the Immortal Lord deal with them? That way, we save ourselves the effort and still earn the merit. Sect Master Yi, you have just assumed the mantle of Alliance Master, and you are the one toward whom all our hearts are drawn. We humbly urge you to swiftly assume your duties as Alliance Master. He replies softly, very well. But in his heart he is waiting to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. I, on the other hand, want to see exactly what you lot are planning. Moments later, the host's announcement rings out from beyond. I hereby declare the champion of this Immortal Domain Alliance Grand Assembly to be the Demon Immortal Realm. Yi Bei, representative of the Demon Immortal Realm, shall assume the role of Alliance Master. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupts into a frenzy of discussion. To think they actually killed Ning Shenzi. Him becoming Alliance Master truly befits his strength. But they are from the Demon Immortal Realm since the founding of this assembly. When has a Demon Immortal ever served as Alliance Master? Indeed, and the other representatives from the Demon Immortal Realm have not even shown up. Can those three even bear such a burden? Doesn't the Alliance Master bear the responsibility of protecting the other sects? Can they even convince the other sects to follow them? At this moment, someone kneels before him in salute. The Beiyu Sect Master steps forward and bows. The Beiyu Sect Master pays respects to the Alliance Master. Lanyang also performs a courtesy. The Lanyang Sect pays respects to the Alliance Master. The Jiao Viletter 1EA1C Divine Emperor continues. The Zuyu Sect pays respects to the Alliance Master. Seeing this, everyone suddenly freezes in place. At that moment, Lanyang speaks up. The Xiaoxian realm is a great power in the Immortal Realm. Everyone is well aware of the Alliance Master's strength. If anyone remains unconvinced, step forward and challenge our Beiyu sect first. Furthermore, the Tian Luo Immortal Territory has been running rampant and tyrannical. I fear only Alliance Master Yi possesses the power to deal with her. We beseech Alliance Master Yi to lead us against the Tian Luo Immortal Territory, capture the Tian Luo Immortal Lord, and reclaim justice for the Immortal Realm. Yi Bei watches the scene unfold in silence, thinking to himself, so you are all lackeys of the Tian Luo Immortal Lord. I'd very much like to see what tricks you lot have up your sleeves. The surrounding crowd begins to chime in, one after another. The Tian Luo Immortal Territory has been throwing its weight around for far too long. Whoever can overthrow them, I will follow as my leader. That's right, the Alliance Master should defeat the Tian Luo Immortal Lord on our behalf. Defeat the Tian Luo Immortal Lord. Yi Bei steps forward and addresses the crowd. From this day forth, I, Yi Bei, am the Alliance Master of the Immortal Palace Alliance. The Xiaoxian realm is the greatest power in the Immortal Realm, and Lingxiao Palace shall belong to me, Yi Bei. The moment he finishes, the people around him stare wide-eyed in utter shock. What? But Yi Bei pays them no mind. He declares in a booming voice, you have all suffered under the Tian Luo Immortal Territory for far too long. This seat shall uphold justice. But if anyone dares challenge this seat's authority, this seat will not hesitate to establish a little example. Does anyone object? The surrounding space falls deathly silent. Everyone averts their gaze, unwilling to draw attention. Seeing this, Yi Bei sneers coldly. Very good, it seems you all fully support this seat. Then return and make your preparations. In half a month, follow this seat to wage war upon the Tian Luo Immortal Territory. The crowd erupts in unified shouts, war upon the Tian Luo Immortal Territory, war upon the Tian Luo Immortal Territory, war upon the Tian Luo Immortal Territory, war upon the Tian Luo Immortal Territory. Behind Yi Bei, Lan Yang stands with a sinister smile spreading across his face. He took the bait. I must notify the immortal lord at Onseth. Fish has bitten the hook. Behind the mountain of the Rai Y Immortal Medicine Hall, Yi Bei consumes a pill and cultivates with fierce concentration within a bamboo grove. Just as he is focused on elevating his strength, Yi Bei's eyes snap open as a bolt of lightning crashes down upon him without warning. The surroundings are reduced to ruin, yet Yi Bei himself remains completely unscathed. Feeling the surging power within, he exclaims with excitement, "The pills Xing Chen refined are truly formidable. Combined with my cultivation at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, my realm has skyrocketed to the mid-stage of the Void Immortal realm in a mere 10 days. With my current strength, dealing with the Tian Luo Immortal Lord is more than enough." Sounds suddenly emanate from within the bamboo grove. Yi Bei whirls around vigilantly, but the grove falls into an eerie silence. Killing intent floods his senses. A punch hurtles toward him and an explosion erupts where Yi Bei stands. He evades in the blink of an eye and says, "Too bad you're too slow." Another attacker strikes from behind, but Yi Bei deflects it effortlessly, stopping the blow with a single wave of his hand. Yi Bei says flatly, "Second move and you've already lost again. Now it's my turn. If you can't take it, don't blame me." As he speaks, a colossal palm materializes in the air. Great Tao of the Shield, the devastating palm strike hurtles toward the ambushers with earth-shattering force. It turns out the attackers are none other than Yi Bei's own disciples. They crumple to the ground from his strike, wailing in protest. "Master, you used way too much force. That really hurts. You don't show us the slightest bit of mercy." He stands before them with a stern expression. "How rare to see such filial devotion every time we meet. You all come at your master with lethal intent. How am I supposed to dote on such children?" Wu Xiao protests grievously, "Master, we were just playing around, don't take it seriously." Tai Bai nods in agreement. "That's right, we just wanted to test Master's current strength, my great Tao of the Shield." The moment she finishes, Wu Xiao charges in. "Master, we missed you so much." Lin Feng asks with concern, "Have you lost weight? Have you found Master's wife yet?" At this moment, Luo Ye appears to quell the commotion. "Enough, everyone settle down, don't delay the important matters." Lin Feng grumbles as expected of senior sister, always so cold and stern. Wu Xiao adds, "Senior sister is only gentle with master, you fool." Lin Feng retorts, "How can master possibly be compared to the likes of us?" At this, Yi Bei suddenly asks with a grave expression, "Since your ascensions, each of you has established your own forces in the immortal realm. During this time, have any of you discovered a weakness in the Tian Luo Immortal Lord?" Lin Feng reports honestly, "Ever since Master departed the immortal realm, the Tian Luo Immortal Lord's momentum has been unstoppable like splitting bamboo. She has devoured countless forces across the immortal realm, and the Tian Luo Immortal Territory has become the foremost sect. Even when our forces clash with theirs, we suffer no small losses. Just when we thought the Tian Luo Immortal Territory was at the height of its power, poised to claim supremacy over the entire immortal realm, the Tian Luo Immortal Lord suddenly halted her conquest. She retreated to the Tian Luo Immortal Territory's cultivation's secret realm. Given her greedy and domineering nature, how could she possibly stop at a time like this? Everything about it reeks of something strange. I and several fellow junior sisters investigated in Secretand, uncovered an astonishing secret." Hearing this, Yi Bei furrows his brow. "What secret?" Lin Feng's expression turns solemn. "It appears the Tian Luo Immortal Lord intends to transform the entire immortal realm into a grand formation to sacrifice the immortal realm and annihilate it." Wu Xiao and Tai Bai exclaim in unison, utterly stunned. "What?" Tai Bai questions Lin Feng. "Destroying the immortal realm would mean destroying her own power and legacy. Has the Tian Luo Immortal Lord gone mad?" Luo Ye ponders silently. "Unless..." Hearing this, she asks urgently, "Unless what?" Yi Bei explains, "Unless, after destroying the immortal realm, she stands to gain something far greater. The Tian Luo Immortal Lord is power-hungry and self-serving to the core. Unless there is a greater prize at stake, she would never willingly abandon her life's work." Hearing his words, Lin Feng nods in agreement. "Master speaks the truth. My junior sisters and I were skeptical of our own conclusions after all. If the immortal realm is destroyed, there is nothing good in it for her. But upon further investigation, we discovered that the forces absorbed by the Tian Luo Immortal Lord can be merged together, forming a colossal Hunyuan Tiangang formation. Once the formation is activated, everything, both the living and the material, will vanish entirely, return to the primordial chaos of heaven and earth. That is precisely why we suspect the Tian Luo Immortal Lord intends to annihilate the entire immortal realm." Wu Zio chimes in, how terrifying, we must stop her at all costs. Yi Bei reassures everyone not to worry. She hasn't acted despite all this time, which means the formation must have encountered problems. Moreover, the immortal realm has existed since the dawn of creation. It's not something she can simply destroy at will. Lin Feng, when the time comes, lead your junior sisters to dismantle the formation's layout. She obeys without hesitation. Yes, master, he continues, Tai Bai Xingchen Wu Zioned you too. Last Luo Ya follow me to confront the Tian Luo immortal lord. Yes, 5 days later, Luoya unleashes her Techniqueth Great Tao of Heaven's destruction. Then comes Lin Feng with the Azure Lotus Sword Art, and finally Xing Chen with the 60-fold Realm King's authority. All three strike at a single point simultaneously. Meanwhile, the Beiyu Sect Master is speaking with Yi Bei. Alliance Master Yi, behind me lies the forbidden ground of the Tian Luo immortal territory. The Tian Luo immortal lord is cultivating within. Alliance Master Yi, you are our Alliance Master. Why don't you lead the way and guide us inside? Yi Bei readily agrees. Very well, the path ahead is parallel. Let this seat enter the formation first. He strides step by step into the base. A preset formation array reveals itself before him. Yi Bei sees this and sneers coldly, while everyone around him panics in alarm. Everyone be careful, there's a formation array. What is happening? Their desperation only deepens as their strength drains away. Elder, my spiritual energy has vanished. I can't channel my power either. Who set up this trap? Bai Wu's eyes narrow with cunning. The immortal lord has made his move. Yet a moment passes, and the immortal lord he placed his faith in is nowhere to be seen. Where is the immortal lord? Yi Bei finally reveals himself. Stop searching, this formation was laid by this seat. He glares. Sect Master Bai Wu, I must truly thank you. Not only did you help this seat secure the position of Immortal Alliance leader, but you also rooted out those spies who deceived Yu, allowing us to advance smoothly into the depths of the Tian Luo immortal domain. Bai Wu demands furiously, so you knew all along we were the Tian Luo immortal lord's people. You used us without a word. Yi Bei strikes without hesitation. After the Tian Luo immortal lord falls, I shall have the greatest merit. His eyes glint with killing intent. This seat shall reward you with a fine tombstone. He threatens. Yi Bei, if you kill me, the immortal lord will never forgive you. Yi Bei attacks without pause. Fear grips Bai Wu. Damn it, within his formation, my spiritual energy is completely gone. I'm no match for him. A single strike rockets toward him. Panic consumes him. Lan Yang screams in terror, Immortal Lord, save me. Boom, amid the billowing smoke, the Immortal Lord descends. Lan Yang heaves a deep sigh of relief. Immortal Lord, you've finally come to save me. The Immortal Lord stands tall before Yi Bei. Yi Bei, at last we meet face to face. This seat has waited a very long time for you. Yi Bei replies with perfect calm, this seat as well. Wu Zio blazes with fighting spirit at his side. Master, are we starting the battle now? I can't hold back any longer. Tai Bai raises his sword as well. This disciple is also ready. But to everyone's shock, the Immortal Lord does not come to fight. He speaks, there is no need for such haste. Today, this seat has not come to send you to your graves but to propose a partnership. Hearing this, Yi Bei grows perplexed. Luoya speaks with equal confusion. A partnership. The Immortal Lord opens with his proposal. Yi Bei, despite our past conflicts, this seat has always admired you. You are the most gifted individual this seat has ever encountered and the one with the greatest potential. At such a young age, you have already comprehended numerous facets of the Great Tao, and you continue to pass on your legacy. Yi Bei concedes to his words. I admit it. He does not speak falsely. Wu Zio agrees as well. He's not wrong about that. The Immortal Lord continues to elaborate. If I must seek a rival in the immortal realm, the only one worthy of standing against me is Yuan. You alone are worthy of becoming my partner. Yi Bei's tone hardens. What exactly do you propose? The Immortal Lord's voice drops low. Do you know what lies beyond the upper realm? Wu Zio, impatient, snaps, stop speaking in riddles, spit it out. He wastes no more words, declaring boldly, beyond the upper realm lies the dominion of the gods. Mortals live out their wretched lives chasing after a few dozen artifacts, toss them a trinket, and they'll tear each other apart. But the gods are different. Gods transcend both worlds. Gods are the masters of creation, the embodiment of absolute power. Life and death to a god is nothing more than a snap of the fingers. For paragons like you and me, godhood is our final destination. Yi Bei forces with me. I have discovered the method to ascend to godhood. Only the final step remains. If you aid me, we will surely succeed. Yi Bei sneers coldly. And that method of yours, it involves sacrificing the entire immortal realm to open the gateway to the upper realm, does it not? Tai Bai furrows his brow. Sacrifice the immortal realm. Wu Zio's fury erupts. Sacrifice the immortal realm. Doesn't that mean slaughtering every living soul in the entire realm? Yet the immortal lord remains unfazed, continuing his grandiose delusions. To use the immortal realm and the lives of these insects to carve open a path to the upper realm, that is their blessing. But at this, Lanyang, upon learning his true intentions, erupts in rage. Tian Luo, immortal lord, I trusted you. You swore to protect my Bai Wu sect. Was it all a lie? All the sects that bowed beneath you in the end, were we nothing but pawns to you? The immortal lord speaks with chilling calm. You and Ling Xiao Palace are of the same kind. With those words, a colossal palm materializes and slams down upon Lanyang. It crushes him in its grip, forcing blood from his mouth as he screams in agony. Crack! Lanyang's body is ground into minced flesh. Then with a flick of his wrist, Lanyang's corpse detonates into a spray of gore. The surrounding onlookers are struck dumb with terror, unable to utter a single word. Yi Bei regards the scene with an icy expression and a cold smile. Tian Luo, immortal lord, you do possess some measure of strength. Yet in these past several hundred years, you haven't advanced one bit, have you? The immortal lord falls silent for a moment. Yi Bei presses on. You hold the mightiest power in the immortal realm, and yet centuries have passed with not a shred of progress. What gives you the right to believe you can become a god? And what gives you the delusion that you can compare to me? The immortal lord's eyes narrow sharply. It seems, boy, that you are unwilling to cooperate. In that case, I shall have no choice but to kill you. Luoya steps forward. Master, let us take the first battle. The immortal lord speaks with dark menace. Then I shall start by butchering your precious disciples. After all, this would not be the first disciple of yours to perish at this seat's hands. Yi Bei's expression turns frigid. Disbelief colors his eyes. The immortal lord taunts, what? Last time when you were hurled into the spatial turbulence, some girl appeared out of nowhere claiming to be your disciple, called herself Zai Han or some such. Her strength was far beneath yours. A few casual waves of my hand, and I sent her on her way. Wu Zio's rage boils over. She charges at him. I'll kill you. But he sidesteps her strike with ease and dodges the next. He dismisses her power, ferocious perhaps, but still far, far too lacking. Wu Zio continues her relentless assault. In a blur, the immortal lord blitzes toward her. Her eyes widen in shock. So fast. Now the counterattack commences. A single devastating punch slams into Wu Zio's body. A lethal blow. She is gravely wounded. Luoya cries out in alarm. Wu Zio, with one opponent dealt with, the immortal lord turns to the rest. You two, no need for pleasantries. He surges forward without hesitation. Luoya warns Tai Bai, don't be reckless. Observe carefully and find his openings. Tai Bai responds, yes, senior sister. Luoya analyzes rapidly. The Tian Luo immortal lord has reached the true immortal realm. We haven't even reached mid-stage void immortal on one. It's nearly impossible to beat him unless we use some unconventional means. Hearing this, Xing Chen immediately hurls a spirit pill to Luoya. Luoya catches the spirit pill and swallows it. Power erupts within her. Luoya and Tai Bai join forces against the immortal lord. Both charge at him simultaneously. He is taken aback. Two brats at the early stage of the void immortal realm, yet they can actually wound a peak true immortal like me. Yi Bei's disciples truly are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What a pity you've all forgotten that you are standing on this seat's territory. Luoya immediately warns Tai Bai. Senior sister, watch out, these silk threads drain spiritual power. Both are ensnared. Luoya screams out, Senior sister. Immortal lord. He turns back to glare at Yi Bei with a menacing look. Yi Bei, behold the fate of your disciples. Do you regret refusing to cooperate with this seat now? Where is he? In an instant, Yi Bei has already appeared high above him. The immortal lord jolts in shock. Does he intend to summon the heavenly tribulation to shatter the formation and rescue his disciples? Yi Bei prepares to strike. The immortal lord roars furiously. Madman, he is summoning the lightning tribulation to force a breakthrough. The gap between the void immortal realm and the true immortal realm spans 107,000 soft years of cultivation. Even I required 100 years. To force a breakthrough like that is nothing short of suicide. At that moment, bolts of azure lightning tear across the sky. They plummet downward with devastating force, slamming into Yi Bei. He furrows his brow slightly, and says, the heavenly tribulation of the true immortal realm is truly terrifying. Not only is its speed blindingly fast, each strike feels like a stroll through the gates of the underworld. Were it not for my true dragon immortal physique, and the countless times I have shattered my body's limits, I would have long since exploded and died. As the words leave his lips, the heavenly tribulation crashes down upon Yi Bei with thunderous fury. He lets out a roar of agony. The immortal lord watches from afar, his voice dripping with feigned pity. What a wastia prodigy of a generation, falling just like that. But what is he doing? Yi Bei is not merely enduring the heavenly tribulation, he is trying to devour it. Since he cannot dodge it, he will swallow it whole. Bring it on, hit me harder. He covets the great Tao itself. Instantly, a colossal vortex materializes, engulfing Yi Bei completely. The lightning no longer brings Yi Bei pain. He has mastered them. He grins very well. Witnessing this spectacle, the immortal lord is stunned. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can someone devour the heavenly tribulation? Not only has he swallowed Ith, has turned the heavenly lightning into his own weapon. Is this man even human? Before the immortal lord can recover his wits, Yi Bei strikes heaven and earth lightning art. Bolts of lightning coalesce in his hands and hurtle forward, repaying every ounce of pain the immortal lord has inflicted upon him. The immortal lord grits his teeth and braces against the attack. He roars, pouring every last drop of his strength into a single sweeping motion. The lightning bolts scatter. But the cost is his complete exhaustion. He thinks to himself, Yi Bei's talent and strength are truly terrifying. Still, he has only just entered the early stage of the true immortal realm. He can threaten me, but defeating me is another matter entirely. On the contrary, if I can defeat him and absorb his power, I may be able to activate the core formation and trigger the chaos origin heavenly formation, opening the gateway to the upper realm. Without warning, Yi Bei appears directly before him. The immortal lord's eyes widen in shock. Yi Bei seizes the moment and strikes. The immortal lord refuses to yield and meets the blow head-on. As the two lock in a stalemate, the immortal lord suddenly senses something. His face drains of all color and he retreats in haste. He eyes Yi Bei warily, his thoughts racing. That lightning is far too ferocious. It has infiltrated my chest cavity and is attacking my meridians directly. If my realm were not superior, he would have already destroyed me beyond recognition. He turns to Yi Bei and demands, "What are you smiling at?" Yi Bei sneers at the immortal lord. "I'm laughing because you are about to lose. I used only half my strength just now and you could barely hold on." The immortal lord's brow creases with fury. The victor has yet to be decided. "Brat, do not be so arrogant." Then Yi Bei unleashes his second strike. Countless lightning bolts converge in the palm of his hand. "Can you withstand the next one?" The sight stuns the immortal lord. "The heavenly tribulation, you can summon the heavenly tribulation," he roars in defiance. "On what grounds? On what grounds can you break through to the true immortal realm in a mere half-day? On what grounds can you simply seize the heavenly lightning as you please, and turn it into your own weapon? Heavens, you are truly unjust." Watching him rave like a madman, Yi Bei responds calmly. "If your talent, background, and fortune allowed you to surpass others with ease, then naturally there will be those who surpass you as well. As it happens, that person is simply me. You reveled in the glory of standing above others, treating them as mere dust, as sacrificial lambs. The only difference now is that it is no longer you who stands atop. Soon enough, I will let you taste the feeling of being crushed beneath another's heel." The moment the words leave his mouth, he unleashes his technique, Lightning Tribulation Tempest. Mighty bolts of lightning crash down. The immortal lord screams in agony. Yi Bei watches and says, "It's over." Moments later, the immortal lord has been reduced to a charred corpse. Yi Bei steps closer and murmurs, "In your next life, do not be so greedy. When you covet everything, you end up with nothing." He approaches the orbs imprisoning his disciples. He reaches out and touches them. Instantly, Luoya and Tai Bai are freed from their bindings. Luoya drops to her knees and bows before him. Disciple thanks Master for his aid. He says gently, "Rise and stand." Tai Bai asks curiously, "Master, what about those sect members from before?" He replies calmly, "They fled long ago." Luoya presses further, "And the Tian Luo immortal lord?" He answers without a shred of emotion, "I killed him." From behind them, shocked exclamations erupt. "What?" The Jiaoa divine emperor demands, his expression one of sheer horror. "Who did they just say was killed?" Lan Yang stammers. The Jiaoa divine emperor quickly presses, "What happened to the Tian Luo immortal lord?" Lan Yang says in disbelief, "He was killed." Hearing this, the Jiaoa divine emperor staggers and collapses. Elder Chua whispers, "Could it be that the number one power of the immortal realm, a true immortal, was actually sacrificed alongside the Tian Luo immortal lord?" Lan Yang whispers back, "It's true." The Jiaoa divine emperor is consumed by terror. To kill the Tian Luo immortal lord single-handedly is beyond frightening. Suddenly, before Yi Bei, the assembled immortal sect members drop to their knees in unison, leaving Lan Yang and the Jiaoa divine emperor stunned. But the two quickly catch on and follow suit, shouting in unison, "Your subordinates. Humbly greet the Alliance Master. Alliance Master Yi, unrivaled under heaven. Alliance Master Yi, unrivaled under heaven." A grand edifice rised, great hall of the Immortal Alliance. Inside the chamber, Yi Bei taps his fingers lightly on the table and asks, "What brings Elder Shang to see me today?" Elder Shang laughs heartily and says, "Alliance Master Yi. Ever since the battle at the Tian Luo Immortal Domain where you slew the Tian Luo Immortal Lord and safeguarded the immortal realm, the great sects have all declared you the foremost being under heaven. The dark demon cult you founded has become the most powerful faction in the immortal realm everyone wishes to join." Yi Bei remains composed, taking a leisurely sip of tea. "So, Elder Shang, have you come today to join the dark demon cult?" Elder Shang laughs loudly and quickly denies it. "No, nothing of the sort. Thanks to you, the demon kind of the immortal realm can now live openly and with dignity. Therefore, this humble one must come on behalf of all demon kind to express our deepest gratitude." Yi Bei responds, his voice steady and even. "That day I borrowed your strength and you placed the fate of the demon kind upon my shoulders. It was nothing more than an equal exchange. There is no need for Elder Shang to concern himself." Elder Shang hastily responds, "It is not just the entire demon kind of the immortal realm is deeply grateful to you. I had originally intended to bring a treasure as a token of our thanks. However, I later learned that the dark demon cult has been searching for someone named Zai Han. So instead, I have come bearing news of her whereabouts, which I believe is worth far more than any treasure." The instant Elder Shang finishes speaking, Yi Bei rises to his feet and demands, "Where did you see her?" Elder Shang continues, "The longevity secret realm. After the great war of the 9 immortal domains when your whereabouts were unknown, I went to investigate in secret." His deep voice resonates throughout the chamber. "To my surprise, I found a girl on the brink of death there. I had wanted to save her, but her vigilance was extraordinary. She refused all help, swallowed 2 elixir pills on her own, and set off alone toward the depths of the longevity realm. Only recently, when I saw the search notices posted by the dark demon cult, did I realize that girl was your disciple. So I came at once to inform you." Yi Bei clasps his fists in gratitude. "Elder Shang, should the demon kind ever need anything, this seat will spare no effort." Elder Shang beams with delight. "Wonderful, then there is nothing else." Thy's humble one takes his leave, watching Elder Shang's departing figure. Yi Bei murmurs, "Zai Han, the longevity secret realm is fraught with peril. I wonder how you are faring now. Wait for your master. In 3 months, when the longevity secret realm opens, I will come for you." Then, accompanied by his 3 disciples, he sets off toward the entrance of the longevity secret realm. Teibai gazes at the massive gate ahead and asks in wonder, "Is this Changsheng's secret realm not renowned as a sanctuary of fortuitous encounters? Why is it so deathly silent? There is not a single soul in sight." Hearing this, Luoya calmly explains, "The Changsheng secret realm is indeed a holy land of opportunity, but it is fraught with extreme peril. Countless cultivators have entered, never to return. Naturally, it remains deserted. Furthermore, those who wish to enter must possess the jade token of the Changsheng realm, or the realm itself will obliterate them on the spot." Upon grasping the reason for the silence, Teibai remarks, "So that is the reason." Then Yi Bei speaks up, "Let us move. Zai Han is still within, waiting for us." Teibai bows respectfully, "Understood, master." The 4 of them step into a bottomless abyss that manifests inside the Changsheng secret realm. Huge boulders crash down, creating earth-shattering explosions to their left and right. After evading and blast, Luoya frowns and says, "Truly impressive. Is this the Changsheng secret realm? The moment we enter, it seeks to end us." Teibai, having just dodged an explosion, shares the same sentiment. Witnessing the situation, she cannot help but worry for Zai Han. "If even we find it exhausting to cope with this, not to mention that Zai Han is wounded, can she even survive in this place?" Suddenly, meteors appear unexpectedly above the 4 of them. A thunderous boom echoes, and debris scatters in every direction. Yi Bei searches his surroundings anxiously, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zai Han. "Zai Han, where on earth are you?" Wu Zio, looking toward Yi Bei, shouts, "Master, what do we do next?" "Forget about finding Zai Han, we were nearly killed just now." Suddenly, crimson-red meteors appear above Yi Bei's head, plummeting downward. Each one, burning with intense flames, streaks toward them at high speed. He remains calm, forming a hand seal to conjure a protective barrier, effortlessly blocking the onslaught of meteors. Observing this desolate place filled with falling stars, Wu Zio complains indignantly, "What a wretched place. It tries to claim our lives the moment we arrive, giving us no time to prepare." Teibai echoes his sentiment, gazing into the distance. Everywhere is barren ground and meteors. Where not even grass can grow. How can this be called the Changsheng realm? Suddenly, a piece of jade catches Luoya's eye. Look, she cries out, stepping closer to observe it. A purple jade pendant. Luoya picks it up and brings it to Yi Bei. Master, look at this. He takes it to examine closely and declares, this is the jade pendant I gifted Zai Han years ago. It has fallen here. Zai Han must have passed through this area. Wu Xiao chimes in. Zai Han is nowhere to be seen in the vicinity. She must have managed to escape. Thank heavens this is not a dead end, Luoya says, sharing her deduction with the others. However, this meteor shower is incredibly fierce and dense. Even Master has to struggle against it. How could Zaihan possibly overcome it? Perhaps the meteor shower will subside in a moment. Time passes, and 2 hours later, the meteors continue to rain down. The Master and his 3 disciples remain silent, unable to solve the riddle posed by Luoya. Finally, Wu Xiao breaks the tense silence. I have it. Zaihan must have shattered the meteors to carve out a path to safety. Master, why not give it a try? Luoya retorts angrily. With so many meteors, do you want to see Master work to death? Teibai adds, why don't you try senior sister? Wu Xiao laughs foolishly. Just a joke, just a joke. Master, what are we waiting for? What are we supposed to do? He stares fixedly at the falling meteors and poses a question to his disciples. Look at these meteors. Is there anything strange about them? Teibai replies, they are numerous and dense. Wu Xiao adds, and they are insanely aggressive. Luoya suddenly realizes something. That's not right. With so many falling, we should have been crushed by now, yet we remain unharmed. Yi Bei agrees with Luoya's assessment. Luoya is correct. When the meteors hit the ground, they vanish instantly, so the ground itself must be peculiar. Teibai asks in confusion, but we already probed the area with our spiritual power just now. This is just an ordinary place. There are no hidden mechanisms here. He replies calmly, it is a hidden mechanism. We simply do not have the right key. Luoya hears this and delivers the answer. Spiritual power is not the key to opening it, the meteors themselves are. Yi Bei continues, exactly. We must fall alongside the meteors, fending life through the pursuit of death. Wu Xiao realizes the truth and groans, damn it, this is such a scam. Those with weak spiritual power and cultivation can avoid the meteors and pass through quickly. But those with higher cultivation think too much. Which is why we've been trapped here for so long. Teibai urges Yi Bei to deal with the meteors. Since that's the case, let us drop the barrier and let these meteors crush us. Zaihan is still waiting. As soon as Teibai finishes speaking, Yi Bei snaps his fingers and the protective barrier dissipates. A massive meteor rushes toward the 4 of them. Watching the meteor approach, he says calmly, life and death are determined by fate. The massive meteor strikes, triggering a violent explosion. Unexpectedly, the 4 of them are teleported elsewhere. As the stones fall away, a fantastical scene emerges: eerie blue light and abnormally large mushrooms. Ouch, that hurt, one complains while another exclaims, this is paradise. As Xing Chen observes the surroundings, she suddenly screams, it's the immortal essence vine, a spirit herb that cures all poisons. And this root has at least a millennium of cultivation. If refined into an elixir, it could resurrect the dead. Though this immortal essence vine is unusually ferocious, I have the divine phoenix cauldron gifted by Master. Regardless of the cost, I must obtain it. Suddenly the vine immediately retaliates. Xing Chen screams in shock, what? Thorny vines from the immortal essence vine coil around her and suddenly tighten their grip. Seeing this, Wu Xiao rushes forward. Junior sister, I'm coming to save you. She strikes back at the thorns with rage. She attacks left and right, but the vines are too agile, evading all of Wu Xiao's blows before suddenly counterattacking. The thorns strike Wu Xiao hard, sending her flying. Fortunately, Yi Bei catches her. Wu Xiao says angrily, Master, this vine grows stronger the more it is resisted. Its strength is even more chaotic than before. If this continues, I fear we won't be able to save Xing Chen. Luoya offers her own insight. This is the Changsheng secret realm. The creatures here are extraordinary. Ordinary attacks will be useless in saving Xing Chen. Hearing this, Wu Xiao gets an idea. It's just a plant, they fear fire most, let's just burn it. But Yi Bei refutes, it is not that simple. Luoya adds, Master once taught us that refining items into immortal grade requires pure flames. Xing Chen used the fire of the divine phoenix cauldron just now and couldn't refine this vine. Our flames are even less capable. Wu Xiao asks anxiously, then Master, are we just going to stand by and watch junior sister Xing Chen die? Suddenly, an explosion rings out from where Xing Chen is held. Wu Xiao cries out in panic, did I misremember? Junior sister hasn't even made a move yet. From the thick smoke, a girl emerges. She carries Xing Chen and walks slowly toward the 3 of them. The face obscured by smoke becomes clear. It is Ning Biuli. Biuli approaches and hands the injured Xing Chen over to Wu Zio. This Changsheng's secret realm is not a place for the likes of you. Leave now while there is still time. Yi Bei looks at Biuli. Feeling a sense of familiarity, he muses that this woman seems vaguely known to him. Luoya bows to Biuli in gratitude. My thanks to your excellency for saving my junior sister. Ning Biuli turns away indifferently. No need, stop here. Do not go any further. Luoya calls out after her, may I ask for your honorable name? She coldly utters her name. Ning Biuli. That name startles Luoya and Wu Zio. Yi Bei furrows his brow. Ning Biuli, sister of Ning Shenzi of Lingxiao Palace, whom he slew not long ago. Ning Biuli. Luoya falls silent and draws close to Yi Bei, whispering, she is Ning Shenzi's sister. He lowers his voice in reply. No wonder she dispatched those immortal vines so effortlessly just now. Lingxiao Palace's 9-yang blazing flame is the most effective counter against such things. Wu Zio speaks up with a puzzled frown. We killed her brother. Yet she saved our junior sister. Master, what should we do? Yi Bei speaks with measured authority. Ning Shenzi was a tyrant who bullied the weak with his power. Killing him was no loss. As for his sister, debts of gratitude must be repaid. But if she becomes an enemy in the future, then she shall be treated as one. Hearing this, all three of his disciples respond in unison. Yes, master. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rings out from afar. Ning Biuli, where do you think you can run? Wu Zio startles in shock. She hastily turns to Yi Bei. Master, that shout came from the direction where Ning Biuli left. Shall we go take a look? In another location, silhouettes emerge. A group of figures has encircled a lone person. Biuli stands amidst the encirclement and declares loudly, I have already left the city of divine ordainment. I pose no threat to her position anymore, yet she still refuses to let me go. The leader of the soldiers sneers and relays his orders. The sovereign has decreed pull the weed by its roots, and only then can one stand upon the throne of invincibility. Ning Biuli, you possess only half your cultivation now. You are no match for us. Surrender obediently, and we may grant you a swift end. Hearing this, a cold sneer spreads across her face. Outmatched in strength, faction I built over many years, fallen into another's hands. I, Ning Biuli, dare to accept that, but for this sovereign to bow her head in surrender. Utterly delusional. Though my cultivation is not what it once was, dealing with the likes of you is still well within my power. The soldiers surge forward. One thrusts a spear straight at Biuli, but she deflects it with a flick of her wrist. Blow after blow, she parries every single strike. Surrounded on all sides, she shows not a shred of fear. Her counterattacks relentless. Biuli swings her arm, and her blade erupts with a brilliant golden radiance. 9-yang blazing flame. Geo! A sky-shaking explosion erupts, yet it fails to bring down the soldiers. The leader seizes the opening and hurls his spear toward the exhausted Biuli. She raises her blade to block. But the leader laughs savagely. The talisman the sovereign bestowed is specifically designed to counter your 9-yang blazing flame. The spear shatters Biuli's defense, sending her crashing to the ground. He gazes down at the weakened Biuli and sneers. Ning Biuli, so what if you were once formidable? In the end, haven't you still fallen beneath my blade? Prepare to die. The razor-sharp spear plunges straight toward Biuli. Just as she grits her teeth, resigned to death, the spear is suddenly cleaved in two by a surge of overwhelming power. A streak of azure light materializes and the leader is slain on the spot. Feeling no pain, Biuli opens her eyes and gasps at the scene before her. What? Yi Bei stands behind her, having appeared without a sound. He speaks calmly, it's settled. She rises slowly and offers him her gratitude. Never before has it been Ning Biuli who receives help from others. I have always been the one to aid others. This is the first time someone has come to my aid. My thanks, Yi Bei responds with polite restraint. We are simply repaying a debt, there is no need for thanks. Biuli sizes Yi Bei up, her mind racing with calculation. This man's aura appears faint and unremarkable. Yet he slew a late-stage emperor sovereign cultivator with a single strike. His cultivation is unfathomably deep. That casual act of saving her has inadvertently saved her own life. If she could forge an alliance with him and bring him into the city of divine ordainment, perhaps she could reclaim everything that was rightfully hers. She immediately cups her fists and bows. Since fate has brought us together, why not travel alongside this sovereign? This sovereign has dwelled in the longevity secret realm for many years. If you seek fortune or opportunity, I shall spare no effort to assist you. Luoya, standing behind Yi Bei, has already caught every calculating glint in Biuli's eyes. She furrows her brow and thinks, why does this woman gaze at master with such an unusual look? No, I cannot let her have her way. Hearing Biuli's proposition, Yi Bei nods in agreement. Very well. But at the same moment, Luoya refuses. No. A moment of stunned silence follows. The two stare at each other in bewilderment. Yi Bei clears his throat, breaking the awkward tension. We are searching for someone named Zai Han. Have you seen her? Bully picks up the conversation. Only 3 kinds of people enter the longevity secret realm. The first are the dead. The second are those with a sliver of fortune who manage to return to the immortal realm. And the third are those who have entered the city of divine ordainment. Your Zai Han, which of these 3 would she be? The moment she finishes, Yi Bei and all 3 disciples speak in unison, the city of divine ordainment. Bully explains. The greatest fortune of the longevity realm lies upon the path of longevity. And the path of longevity is situated within the city of divine ordainment. All who set foot in the city of divine ordainment are those blessed with a divine destiny. To enter the city of divine ordainment means possessing the fortune to transcend the 3,000 worlds and touch realms of power yet unexplored. It means having a chancia thread of possibility to tread the path of longevity itself. Wu Xiao blurts out eagerly, has anyone ever actually achieved longevity? Bully shakes her head, no. That is the city of divine ordainment, the greatest secret of the longevity secret realm. Countless have tried, those who fall are followed by those who rise, yet none have managed to unravel it. But recently I have sensed something. Faint and ethereal, that secret is on the verge of being unlocked. This sovereign has resided in the longevity secret realm for many years. I wielded considerable power and influence. But not long ago, someone exploited a moment of weakness and seized it all from me. Now I can do nothing but flee and hide. I wish to reclaim what is mine. You seek cultivation and a missing companion. Why not join forces? Luoya falls silent after hearing Bully's explanation, turning it over in her mind. Though Ning Bully gazes at Master with that strange look in her eyes. Her strength is formidable and she is intimately familiar with the longevity secret realm. Joining forces with her brings far more benefits than risks. Yi Bei, however, does not agree. No. Meanwhile, Luo Yaith, very one who bore prejudice against Beulah, suddenly concedes. Very well. Once again, the 2 lock eyes in mutual bewilderment. With no other choice, Yi Bei leans toward Luo Ya and whispers. Allying with someone whose cultivation has been sealed, and who is hunted everywhere, will only bring us trouble. Hearing this, Bully's face flushes red with fury. This sovereign saved your lives without regard for her own, and this is how you treat me. I risked everything for you, and you repay me with suspicion. But Yi Bei refuses to yield. Outside of my own disciples, I deal only in benefits, nothing more. Besides, we have already repaid your so-called debt of gratitude. Bully's face turns crimson. She stammers, you, then she rushes forward, grabs Yi Bei's leg and begins weeping and begging. Then I'm begging you, all right, please join forces with me. Wu Xiao stares at the spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. Hey, wasn't your character supposed to be the unyielding, never-bowing 21 type? You went straight to kneeling. Bully can only force an awkward smile. A woman must do what she must to survive. My cooperation with you is far from useless. After we enter the city of divine ordainment, I will use my remnant forces to help you quickly secure a firm foothold. I can also offer you treasures beyond anything found in the immortal realm. How about it? Yi Bei reconsiders. Ning Bully has dwelled in the longevity secret realm for years. If he can leverage her resources, finding Zai Han would be far swifter. And stepping into the city of divine ordainment would be an extraordinary opportunity for his other disciples as well. He relents. Very well, we will cooperate with you. Wu Xiao beams with delight beside him. Very good, the city of divine decree sounds quite interesting. Let us set off now. However, Ning Bully interjects, wait a moment, hasn't my cultivation been sealed? Rushing back now would be no different from courting death. I wish to restore my cultivation before leading all of you there. Upon hearing this, Luoya asks curiously, and how long will that take? Ning Bully reassures her, rest easy. Have you ever heard of Ning Shenzi of Ling Xiao Palace? That is my elder brother. Once I contact him and have him use a secret transmission technique to unseal my cultivation, we can depart very quickly. Yi Bei and his group grow wary of Ning Bully's proposal. Excitedly, Ning Bully pulls out a talisman, preparing to send word to her brother. I shall transmit a voice message to him at once. Xing Chen immediately snatches the talisman. Wait, she says, clutching it tightly, and speaks to Ning Bully in a fluster. There's no need to contact your brother. I can help restore your cultivation. Although I was indeed defeated by that purple vine just now, I am in truth an alchemist. Healing and cultivation recovery are my specialties. If you are willing to trust me, I can help you. Xing Chen inwardly lets out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she hasn't realized her brother is already dead. Otherwise, things would become quite troublesome. Ning Bully agrees without a moment's hesitation. Very well, I thank you. Xing Chen forces a smile. I should also thank you for earlier. Unconsciously, Ningbyuli's thoughts drift toward her brother. There hasn't been any news of my brother for so long. It seems I must find time to return and check on things. At this moment, the immortal vine is being refined within the divine phoenix cauldron. A jade-green pill gradually takes form. Xingchen retrieves the pill and hands it to Ningbyuli with a reminder. This pill was refined from that immortal vine. Due to the hasty refinement, it likely won't achieve the effect of reversing death and restoring life. But if used for healing, it should be more than sufficient. Ningbyuli accepts it with words of gratitude. Many thanks. She hesitates for a brief moment, then swallows the pill. Ningbyuli's eyes widen in astonishment as she feels the transformation surging through her body. A tremendous force erupts from within her. Purple mist billows outward in all directions. Feeling her body not only fully restored but even more powerful than before, she exclaims, "My cultivation has completely recovered. This is truly incredible. It was I who initially underestimated all of you. You not only slew a warrior of the Emperor's sovereign realm with a single strike, but you can also refine pills of such formidable potency. Your talent rivals that of peerless prodigies." Seeing that Ningbyuli has fully recovered, Yi Bei urges, "Since you've recovered, let us depart." Wu Xiao, standing nearby, furrows her brow. Right, let's get moving. Who knows where Zihan is waiting for us by now." In an instant, Ningbyuli soars into the sky. "Follow me," she commands. A short while later, before the towering gates of the City of Divine Decrees, everyone crouches in concealment, surveying the surroundings. Ningbyuli whispers, "To enter the City of Divine Decrees, one must pass an inspection at the outer gate using a token. I already possess the token. Walking in directly would certainly expose us. Therefore, I need all of you to create a diversion and hold them off for me." Xingchen nods. "No problem." Luoya ponders how to create the diversion. "A diversion, you say? How about I go in first, take out a few guards, and shatter the formation array at the gate? Or perhaps Wu Xiao should go first. She knows best how to draw everyone's attention." Suddenly, a hand shoves Ningbyuli out into the open. She tumbles to the ground, staring blankly at the guards. The moment they spot her, they bellow, "Ningbyuli has returned. Ready your weapons, kill her. Notify the great king at once." Ningbyuli flees in a fury, screaming over her shoulder, "Yi Bei, you damnable bastard." Ignoring her curses, Yi Bei walks away calmly. "Let's go." Witnessing this scene, Wu Xiao can only force a wry smile and mutter under her breath, "Master, that was ruthless." After that diversion, they enter the City of Divine Decrees without incident and settle into an inn. Radiant sunlight bathes the crimson doors in golden light. Inside the room, Yi Bei sits calmly before the table. After having shaken off the guards, Ningbyuli storms in, kicking the door open in fury. "Yi Bei, why did you throw me to the wolves just now?" He merely takes a leisurely sip of tea and responds, "Did you get in?" Yi Bei regards her and continues, "Did we get in?" Ningbyuli answers reflexively, "Yes, I got in." Hearing this, he says with perfect composure, "If you got in and we got in, then what is there to complain about?" But Ningbyuli's fury hasn't subsided. She slams the table hard. "Who does something like that?" Unbothered by her rage, he responds flatly, "Enough. Quit wasting words. If you still wish to cooperate, sit down." Ningbyuli glares at him through gritted teeth. Yi Bei asks her seriously, "After entering the city, did you learn any news?" Ningbyuli sets aside her anger and gets to business. "You needn't worry about that. I've already reconnected with my former subordinates. By tomorrow, I can deliver the intelligence on the person you seek." Wu Xiao brightens beside them. "Wonderful." But Ningbyuli isn't about to let them off so easily. She adds, "However, you must agree to one condition." She produces a green pill and declares, "Swallow this contract pill, and I will believe you are genuinely willing to cooperate. Only then will I reveal the information you seek." Luoya exclaims in shock, "What?" Wu Xiao glares at Ningbyuli furiously. "What you're saying is, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to threaten us with poison?" However, Xingchen discerns something unusual about the pill. "Wait, that isn't poison, it's a contract talisman." The moment Xingchen finishes, Ningbyuli confirms, "Correct, this talisman is a pact-binding oath. I have no intention of harming you. I merely wish to forge a deal." Wu Xiao asks with suspicion, "A deal? A deal?" Ningbyuli begins to explain. "In the beginning, I was a prodigy of the immortal realm, a pioneer who ventured into the City of Divine Decrees to claim its resources and establish the foundations of our Lingxiao Palace. It was during that time that I rescued a man named Shen Tiankui, who had been gravely wounded while undergoing heavenly tribulation to ascend." Xingchen recalls, "Is he the great king those soldiers spoke of? The very one who has placed a bounty on your head across the land?" Ningbyuli nods grimly. "Indeed. After I saved him, he feigned loyalty to me, but secretly he eroded my power bit by bit. In the end, he not only left me half dead with grievous wounds, but stripped me of all my forces. Wu Zhao speaks up. Then what does any of this have to do with your so-called deal? Ning Buli explains, my cultivation has mostly recovered, but the forces under my command have been completely dismantled. Fighting Shen Tianqui alone in his current state is far too difficult. That is why I need a reliable partner. Wu Zhao narrows her eyes with suspicion. We're hardly paragons of virtue, she says. Ning Buli retorts, but you possess formidable strength. More importantly, you are people who never abandon your companions. Wu Zhao glances at Yi Bei. Master, on that point she isn't wrong. Seeing the group lean toward agreement, Ning Buli proposes, therefore, I am willing to share my cultivation base with you. In exchange for helping you track down Zihan, we shall seal a pact. Swallow this contract pill and the pact is complete. Should one betray the pact, they shall bear all the punishment decreed by heaven and earth, their body rupturing unto death. Yi Bei speaks to Ning Buli with gravity, the cultivation of a true immortal, combined with the supreme divine power of the 9 yang blazing flameweather for mortals or cultivators. This is an extraordinary opportunity to ascend the heavens in a single leap. To dare stake such a thing as a wager, you are truly audacious. She responds with calm composure. Audacious, yes, but decisive as well. When I have set my mind on something, I always follow through. So tell Muhat is your answer. Will you accept my deal? Yi Bei picks up the pill and examines it. While your cultivation base holds no appeal for this seat for my disciples, it represents an extraordinary opportunity. If any of them is willing to swallow this pill, this seat shall agree to your terms. The moment he finishes, Wu Zhao pipes up eagerly, let me. The 9 yang blazing flame, how perfectly it suits me. She snatches the pill and pops it into her mouth. Instantly, a tremendous surge of power boils within Wu Zhao's body. She exclaims with excitement, this feeling gets incredible. Suddenly, a butterfly flutters in through the window. Ning Buli catches it and speaks, I have news of Zihan. Yi Bei responds at once. What is the situation? Ning Buli's expression turns grave. Zihan has not only entered the city of divine decrease, has been captured. She is currently imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon, in a separate underground cell. In a subterranean prison, a guard holds a purple orb in his hand. The great king has commanded that all of her soul consciousness be absorbed into this orb. The soldier beside him voices concern. Absorbing someone's soul consciousness is tantamount to destroying their very foundation. For a cultivator, this is utterly devastating and far too cruel. Meanwhile, Zihan lies unconscious, unaware of what awaits her. The guard grows furious at his comrade's words and strikes him hard. Fool, count the numbers in this year alone. How many have marched toward the Tao of longevity, falling one after another in endless succession. Offering her spirit consciousness to open the path to immortality is her supreme honor. She, being weak, knows only to submit. Understood. He instructed, this woman's strength is formidable. Capturing her from the outside cost us 3 true immortal realm experts. Her spirit consciousness is exceptionally tenacious. First, use 5 soul-locking nails to shatter her spirit meridians. Once her entire aura collapses and her consciousness falls into chaos, I shall arrive to absorb her essence. She will be obedient by then. Understood. Sharp, sinister needles glint in his hands. Facing Zihan, he says coldly, my apologies. With a flick of his wrist, a needle drives deep into Zihan's hand. The searing agony jolts her back to consciousness. Zihan's harrowing scream echoes up from the depths of the dungeon. Needle after needle strikes her body in succession. Her cries ring out, filled with utter despair. Just then, near the prison entrance, a fallen guard lies motionless. It is a silent testament that Yi Bei and his disciples have arrived. While Wu Zhao disposes of the remaining guards, the others advance with calm, lethal intent. Xing Chen scans the surroundings and murmurs, Master, this heavenly dungeon is riddled with forbidden arrays designed to suppress spiritual energy. With senior sister Zihan already gravely wounded, I fear she. Luoya frowns, his eyes flashing with killing intent. If they dare touch her, Shen Tianqui and this entire place shall be buried with her. Suddenly, a piercing cry rings out from the distance. They instantly erupt into motion, rushing toward the sound. Over there, Luoya shouts. A surge of overwhelming force slams into the stone wall. As the wall crumbles into dust, Luoya calls out, Senior Sister Zihan. Wu Zhao follows closely. Senior Sister, we have come to save you. Contrary to their expectations, they find Zihan in the midst of crushing the 2 guards who had just been torturing her. She grips their throats tightly, spitting out every word. If you had shown even an ounce of mercy, this would not be your end. Luoya and the others stare in wide-eyed shock. Sensing their presence, Zihan turns. She looks at them and says cheerfully, "Master, senior sister, junior sister, you have arrived." Yi appears, his gaze piercing. "Explain yourself, what is happening here?" Zihan beams, "Master, you finally came. This disciple has waited such a long time. I was severely wounded while ascending to the longevity realm and was in the midst of healing. Suddenly, a mob descended to hunt me. They were too numerous, and in the end I was brought here." Yi asks, his voice softening, "How are you now? What have they done to you?" Zihan replies happily, "I am your disciple, Master. What could they possibly do to me? At first I feigned injury to see what they were after, but they tried to kill me the moment I arrived. I had no choice but to teach them a lesson." Xingchen asks anxiously, "Senior sister, are you truly all right?" Zihan pats her chest with confidence, "Of course I am perfectly fine." Yet no sooner had she spoken than she erupts into a mouthful of blood. "Zir!" Yi cries out in alarm while Xingchen screams, "Senior sister!" Luoya gasps, "Senior sister!" A sinister laugh reverberates through the hall. A voice booms, "Yi, I have finally waited for you." Yi sneers, "Show yourself. Do you really think you can hide from me?" Shen Tiankui appears satisfied. "Not bad, you are truly the man I envisioned." Upon seeing Shen Tiankui, Ning Biuli shouts, "Shen Tiankui, what did you do to her?" He replies calmly, "Do not worry, I merely extracted her spirit consciousness." Yi glares at him, "You lured us here on purpose. The information Ning Biuli's former subordinates possessed it was your doing." Looking down from his pedestal, Shen Tiankui says, "Correct. Ever since you killed the Tianluo immortal lord, I have been watching you." Ning Biuli bellows in rage, "Shen Tiankui, what is your true objective?" He answers with composure, "Ning Biuli, you have stayed in this longevity realm long enough, you should know the answer. The greatest secret of the longevity realm is the path of longevity. For countless years, generation after generation has fallen, yet not a single soul has unlocked this secret. I once thought it was you, then I thought it was me, but we both failed. Until I saw you, Yi, a newcomer to the immortal realm who not only survived the space turbulence, but also strangled the Tianluo immortal lord. More importantly, since your arrival, the long-dormant city of divine command has begun to stir. So Yi, join forces with me. Together we will unveil the secret of the path of longevity and transcend this immortal realm." Yi says coldly, "I shall find the path of longevity myself. I have no need to cooperate with the likes of you. Furthermore, I have said it before, those who harm my disciples must die." Yi lunges forward like a bolt of lightning toward Shen Tiankui. Watching this, Shen Tiankui praises him. That strike was indeed not simple. A defensive barrier manifests, absorbing the force of Yi attack. Shen Tiankui attacks Yi with a smug grin. "Yeah. Let me test just how much power you truly possess." Yi does not hold back, forming seals to summon savage bolts of lightning. A deafening explosion shatters the heavens and collapses the dungeon. Shen Tiankui cannot help but applaud. "I set this array personally, yet you destroyed it entirely. You are truly the one I have been waiting for. Yi, I give you one last chance. Agree to cooperate, and you shall share this dominion with me. Refuse, and I shall tear your spirit consciousness from your body and end your life." Yi replies with calm indifference, "Waste no more breath." Gritting his teeth, Shen Tiankui says, "Very well, do not blame me for being ruthless." A swarm of horrifying skulls charges at him. Yi waves his hand, obliterating them in an instant. "Save these petty tricks, do you truly believe these can harm me?" Suddenly Luoya cries out, "Master," as a stray skull lunges toward her. Shady figures begin to surround the others. Yi assesses the situation. Zihan's consciousness is fading, her foundation is crumbling. If this drags on, she will not survive. He must end this now. Shen Tiankui has preemptively laid out these arrays, making it difficult to retreat. He must strike directly at his divine Sensi Swift. Decisive victory. Yi invokes the system. System, activate the one-time space lockdown item. As the command echoes, a cubic cage materializes, sealing Shen Tiankui inside. The entrapment leaves him visibly stunned. "What is this?" Taking advantage of the distraction, Yi lunges. "Today I obliterate this strand of your divine sense. Next time, I shall come for your true body personally." In his distant true form, Shen Tiankui coughs up a mouthful of blood as Yi's strike lands. His subordinates panic, Great King, Great King." Shen Tiankui waves them off. "It is nothing, merely the backlash of my divine sense being severed." He thinks darkly, "Yi, I know not how you suppressed my consciousness so quickly, but the next time we meet, I shall end you myself." Elsewhere, Xingchen continues to stabilize Zihan. "I have temporarily sealed senior sister Zihan's spiritual energy to stabilize her, but this is far from enough. We must retrieve her spirit consciousness to restore her fully. Ningbuli adds, her consciousness must be with Shen Tianqui. But he has grown exponentially in power. He is likely at the peak of the true immortal realm. You just fought him. If you go now, he will be prepared. Bei ignores him, focusing only on Xing Chen. Xing Chen, how much longer can Zai Han's body hold out? Xing Chen looks at Zai Han and replies, with my current abilities, if we retrieve her consciousness within half a month, she will recover. But if we fail, after a month, Luoya interjects, Master, Wu Xiao has infiltrated Shen Tianqi's camp. We should launch a pincer attack to recover the consciousness. Ningbuli agrees, if you are going, I shall join you, yet Bei refuses. We are not going. Luoya asks in shock, what? Bei explains, her consciousness is in his hands and his territory is heavily fortified. We would be at a disadvantage. Luoya asks, Master, do you have another plan? He nods. Indeed, I give you all 1 month. In that time, you must all break through to the true immortal realm. Then we shall take back what is ours. At his words, everyone gasps in disbelief. What? Ningbuli exclaims, break through to the true immortal realm in a month. Bei, have you gone mad? None of us are even at the true immortal realm. Even you are merely at the middle stage of the void immortal realm. To break through in a month is pure fantasy. Xing Chen adds nervously, Master, I am an alchemist. My cultivation speed is slower than my sister's. A month is truly too short. But Luoya steps forward. I can do it, she declares with resolve. Bei nods, good. Very good. He begins to circulate his spiritual energy. A sphere forms, radiating a mysterious ethereal blue light. Bei projects the sphere toward Ningbuli. As the blue light envelops her, she frowns through the haze. Bei, what are you trying to do? Suddenly, Ningbuli's eyes widen in shock. A strange sensation floods through her body, impossible to ignore. She hurriedly examines herself, her heart brimming with doubt. Wait, he is channeling his spiritual power into her. Bei remains composed, his voice resonating deep and steady. Ningbuli, receive this pillar of spiritual energy well. The words barely fade before a torrent of overwhelming power surges into Buli's body. At the same moment, outside the inn, a pillar of blinding light tears through the heavens and crashes downward. Dark clouds churn and roll in, blanketing the entire sky. Purple bolts of lightning slash across the void, as though threatening to rip apart all of creation. Buli's eyes turn pitch black, her heart trembles. He has summoned the heavenly tribulation all to help her break through. She cannot help but exclaim, terrifying, truly terrifying. He is merely at the mid-stage void immortal realm, yet he possesses spiritual power that defies the heavens. Most terrifying of all, he can summon the heavenly tribulation barehanded. Fortunately, I chose to cooperate with him back then. If I can truly borrow his strength to break through, I will be able to reclaim everything I have lost. Then a bolt of lightning descends with devastating fury, as though seeking to crush everything into oblivion. Buli does not dodge, she summons her blade, spiritual light erupting along the edge. Buli roars, her voice echoing between heaven and earth. Heavenly tribulation, I am coming for you. A torrent of terrifying power erupts from the tip of her sword, shattering the bolt of lightning that carries the will of heaven's punishment. Immediately after, a pillar of light rockets skyward, a colossal slash that cleaves through the dark, suffocating clouds. The radiance is brilliant and razor-sharp, splitting the sky into 2 distinct halves. Then all swiftly subsides, the dark clouds dissipate, the purple lightning vanishes, and heaven and earth return to tranquility, as though nothing had ever occurred. Inside the inn, Buli speaks with elation, I have succeeded. After so long, I have finally reached the peak of the void immortal realm. Just a sliver more, and I will be able to break through to the true immortal realm. Hearing this, Bei replies, 1 month's time, do you still feel it is not enough? Buli responds with certainty, it is enough. No sooner are the words spoken than Bei conjures a gateway. He speaks of the time pagoda within the desolate minor world where the density of spiritual chi and the speed of cultivation are hundreds of times greater than the outside world. Enter with your master. Within 1 month, every last one of you must break through to the true immortal realm. The 3 speak in unison, yes. Time flows on. 1 month later, Luoya has cultivated diligently. Luo Zusheng has reached the true immortal realm. Buli is the same Ningbuli, true immortal realm. Bei observes them and says, it seems you have all broken through. Xing Chen, standing beside him, praises without reservation, senior sister is truly formidable. With that, Bei turns to her, Xing Chen, it is your turn now. Hearing this, Xing Chen is momentarily stunned. Master, I cannot. Senior sisters cultivated step by step, reaching the true immortal realm through sheer perseverance and resolve. The only reason I have reached the mid-stage void immortal realm is because of those pills. I truly cannot do it. Suddenly Xing Chen's piercing shriek echoes through the air. Master, what are you doing? Yi Bei's voice drops, laced with threat. Xing Chen, do not disappoint your master. Xing Chen weeps after this. I will never trust master again. A towering pagoda of many tiers, its curved eaves following the ancient architectural style of the Tianqi Divine Palace. Suddenly, a violent explosion shakes the very fabric of space. A crimson radiance blazes to life, dyeing the entire sky red. Wu Xiao descends to the ground, his voice brimming with joy. Master, I have waited an entire month. Finally, everyone has arrived. Master, these past days I have been working from dawn to dusk, sabotaging every formation in the Tianqi Divine Palace one by one. Surely it is time for Master to reward this disciple. Yi Bei smiles and replies, but of course. Wu Xiao's expression turns grave. But Master, this Shen Tianqi has been practicing some unknown dark art. His cultivation has surged violently. I fear his current realm has already reached the peak of the true immortal realm. You must be extremely careful. A voice suddenly rings out. Yi Bei, you have finally arrived. Atop the pagoda, sunlight falls upon a tall, imposing figure. A purple circle glows in the palm of Tianqi's hand. This seat has been waiting for you for a very long time. Buli's eyes widen in alarm. The spirit flames on Shen Tianqi's body, they are the infernal flames of the longevity gate. Could it be that you have opened that gate? You did not hesitate to shatter the cultivation foundations of those immortals spanning hundreds of years, devouring their soul consciousnesses, all to exchange for your current fortune of qi. Hearing this, he nods with a curt reply. Correct. Buli grinds her teeth, her voice dripping with fury. You lured them with sweet words to serve you in the past. And today you slaughter them all without mercy, draining every last wisp of their soul consciousness. Shen Tianqi, you truly spare no means to achieve your ends. Tianqi responds with an air of absolute nonchalance. They betrayed you in the first place. I killed them for you, you should be pleased. She steps forward. I, Ning Buli, will absolutely never rejoice over such treachery and betrayal. Shen Tianqi, you have broken your oaths, seized my forces, and slaughtered so many innocents. Today I will cut you down. For the peace of the city of divine will. He bursts into mocking laughter. Ning Buli, you truly are a fool. Her pupils constrict. What do you mean? Tianqi points his finger squarely at Buli. After all this time, you are still so easily deceived by those closest to you. You cannot even see who your true enemy is. You rush to kill me, but you would be better served avenging the one who actually murdered your brother. The words strike her like a thunderbolt. What did you just say? A blinding red radiance flashes from the tip of Tianqi's finger. The beam pierces straight into Buli's mind. In the vision, Yi Bei orders from behind, Xing Chen, kill this Ning Shenzi. The divine emperor cauldron shall be yours. She bows her head. Yes. Zai Shen raises his hand, blocking Xing Chen's strike. His eyes burn crimson. An agonized scream tears through the air, rending the heart. A tear wells at the corner of Buli's eye. She whispers softly, brother. Zai Shen gazes at her, his voice gentle. Buli, brother has told you before, no matter what happens, the children of the Ning family must never shed tears. Buli shuts her eyes tight and nods. All right, Buli understands, brother. Yi Bei, it was you who killed my brother. Yi Bei remains utterly unmoved, as though none of it matters. Ning Shenzi was killed by this sovereign's own hand. Her voice comes out flat, emotionless. You killed my elder brother, you deceived me. You feigned cooperation, using me to infiltrate the city of divine will, and I, fool that I was, even saved your lives in return. But then why did you help me restore my cultivation? Why help me break through to the true immortal realm? Yi Bei, you are even more terrifying than Shen Tianqi. Even with a blade leveled at his throat, he does not so much as flinch. This seat has never once regretted killing Ning Shenzi, nor will I ever feel guilt toward you. If you wish to make your move, then come. Buli surges forward, howling, Yi Bei, you drove me to this. Violent power erupts from her entire body. She screams, I will kill you, Shen Tianqi. In an instant, she rockets toward her opponent. His voice is cold and contemptuous. Ning Buli, you fool, even now. You still choose to come kill me. Buli retorts, kill you first, then kill him after there is still time. He stands his ground. Killing me will only hasten your own death. The words barely leave his mouth before she beats her wings and unleashes a vicious slash at Tianqi. A crack appears in the armor along his arm. Tianqi's pupils contract slightly. Just 1 month apart, and you have already broken through to the true immortal realm. She tightens her grip on the hilt of her sword. Correct, everything, all of it was so that today, I could end you and reclaim everything that belongs to this palace. Tianqi erupts in laughter. What a pity, Ning Buli, you calculated 1,000 times over, yet never foresaw that when I served under you. I had already secretly glimpsed the secret scripture of your 9 sons' scorching divine art. Linksale Palace, you can absorb the divine power of the sun and transform it into the 9 suns' scorching divine art. But I, Shen Tiankui, can just as easily wield the black flames of the purgatorial furnace to crush you. This seat has scoured every fortune and every fated chance, and at last, in the infernal hells of the mortal world, I found the means to destroy you. Rings of power encircle Tiankui's entire body like a barrier. Buli's eyes fly wide open, stunned by the source of this power. A massive python materializes and lunges straight for her. Without hesitation, it opens its gaping maw and swallows the true form of the divine bird whole. Buli's body shudders violently. Her eyes flash as she feels an invisible force seize her body and pull taut. Shen Tiankui, not killing you when I had the chance was the most foolish thing this palace has ever done in all her life. As the python is about to swallow her whole, Tiankui speaks, "What a pity you will never have that chance again." In that very instant, a streak of light hurtles in from the distance. It pierces straight through the python's back, sending it thrashing in agony. Buli tilts her head, thinking to herself it was Yi Bei who intervened to save her. Seeing this, Shen Tiankui speaks up, "Yi Bei, you've finally made your move. You stood idly in midair while I let you live for 2 sticks of incense. You've grown more reckless with each passing moment. If I still didn't act, I'm afraid you'd never know how high the heavens stand or how deep the earth runs." He shifts his body and roars, "Cut the nonsense, come and try me." In the blink of an eye, Shen Tiankui materializes behind him. A palm strike descends. Yi Bei fails to block in time and is sent hurtling downward. Yi Bei slams hard against the tower's rooftop, dropping to one knee with his hand braced against the surface to steady himself. From above, Shen Tiankui activates a formation. Shields materialize one after another. "Yi Bei, you've fallen into my trap." The shields converge like an invisible cage, sealing Yi Bei within. Suddenly, streaks of crimson light begin to coil and writhe, forming rows of ancient runes. A sharp glint flashes through his eyes. "You miscalculated. My purpose today is not to kill you, it is to make you open the true gate to longevity for me." So it's a high-grade teleportation formation, but Shen Tiankui, did you not know? Other than ordinary cultivation techniques, the second thing this sovereign excels at is formations. Yi Bei's 4 fingers press together as he channels the Tao of destruction. Circles of power expand around him. Growing larger and larger, then in an instant, the formation Shen Tiankui erected shatters into fragments. Witnessing this, Shen Tiankui blurts out in shock, "How is this possible?" Yi Bei's body rockets skyward, hurtling straight toward him. He throws his fist forward. At the same instant, Shen Tiankui raises his own fist to meet the blow, but without warning. A blade pierces clean through Tiankui's chest. His eyes fly wide open in disbelief. "Ning Buli, it's you!" Buli, standing behind him, declares coldly, "This palace told you I would kill you without fail." With that, she yanks the manking sword free without hesitation. Buli turns her head slightly toward Yi Bei. He meets her gaze and asks, "What is it?" "Is it our turn now?" she demands. From behind, Xing Chen answers, "He wanted to kill us first." Over the years, Ning Shenzi has run rampant, oppressing every other faction. That much goes without saying. But every time the Immortal Alliance Grand Assembly convenes, whenever a new power rises, he strikes to kill without mercy. Not long ago, he seized the cover of a dark, stormy night and burned our guests alive. In such circumstances, if we do not kill him, then we are the ones who die. Hearing this, her eyes gradually dim as memories come flooding back. "Buli, if we are to do this, we must become the strongest in the entire immortal realm." Buli nods in response, "Brother, I will definitely succeed." He smiles gently. "Buli, you will always be your brother's pride." Buli's tears flow uncontrollably. "No matter when you return, brother will always be here." "Why did you have to save me? Why did you help me restore my cultivation? Why did you agree to cooperate with me? If you hadn't done all of that, I could have killed you without a shred of hesitation." Yi Bei gestures with his hand. "Go ahead. There is no need to hold back on account of what we've done. You once saved Xing Chen. That debt is already settled," she replies without hesitation. "The nuns strike. If you die, it shall be me avenging my brother. And if I die, then I will go below and atone before your brother. Is that acceptable?" A sudden gleam flashes in Buli's eyes. A deep, profound violet light. Xing Chen asks curiously, "Master," she charges in with the resolve to die. The energy of this single strike has consumed several hundred years of her cultivation. Even if it cannot kill, it will likely inflict considerable damage upon you. Furthermore, if this strike is blocked, I fear her cultivation will shatter completely and she will die. Yi Bei replies calmly, "I anticipated a day like today would come, but I never expected her to be someone so devoted to sentiment that in the end, she would make such a choice." So be it, let me be the one to end this. She speaks, Yi Bei, I do not regret knowing any of Yao, especially you. It's time this ended. He gently extends his palm forward, his lips murmuring an incantation soul clarification. When her attack surges toward him, Yi Bei's palm erupts with light. Small luminous circles emerge one by one and images of Beauty appear in succession. He whispers, forget. Forget everything, you can still hate with a pure heart and let go with a pure heart. This is the last gift I can give you. At that very moment, a crack appears, space warps and tears open into a rift. Her body collapses into unconsciousness. Yi Bei catches her. Luo Zusheng's expression remains emotionless. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. Xing Chen stands nearby with arms folded. Indeed, the ways of the world are cruel. Wu Zio rushes over, Master, since when did you know that technique? It was so cool, your disciple wants to learn it too. Yi Bei's voice drifts like a gentle breeze. Once we retrieve Zihan's soul consciousness, this master will teach you. She raises both hands high in excitement. That's wonderful, thank you, Master. Master, look, what is that? But just then, that silhouette darts away once more, leaving behind only a faint streak of light. Luo Zusheng speaks while soaring through midair. Even I have never seen anything like this before. Wu Zio shakes her head. I don't know either. Yi Bei's gaze turns sharp and cold. We'll know once we go and see. They all shoot forward in pursuit. The streak of light races past towering rock formations and vanishes into a dark crevice deep within the mountains. Before their eyes stands a massive stone gate, sealed shut. Yi Bei, Xing Chen, Wu Zio, and Luo Zusheng descend to the ground one after another. She furrows her brow at the gates. Why did that trinket from Shen Tianqiui's body fly all the way here? Could this be a trap? I confirmed just now that Shen Tianqiui absolutely cannot come back to life. Moreover, that thing earlier didn't seem to belong to Shen Tianqiui, so this likely isn't his trap. Wu Zio rolls up her sleeves and strides forward, brimming with fighting spirit. Whether it's a trap or an opportunity, we'll know once we enter. She channels her chi, places both hands on the gate, and pushes with all her might. The two stone doors slowly creak open, and blinding crimson light floods outward. It's open! Xing Chen's eyes widen as he exclaims in shock. That's the black purgatory Shen Tianqiui spoke of. Wu Zio speaks up. Shen Tianqiui must have obtained his fortuitous encounter here. That's why his realm advanced so rapidly. She asks, Master, should we go in and investigate? Yi Bei's voice rings out. Wu Zio, Xing Chen, what do you two believe lies inside? She raises her thumb and answers, the Black Purgatory is where Shen Tianqiui obtained the fortuitous encounter that allowed him to defeat Ning Biuli. Yi Bei's eyes grow deep and profound. But what this master sees is an enormous tree soaring into the heavens. Surprise flickers across Wu Zio's face. Could it be that an illusion formation has been set up here? Luo Zusheng speaks up, I also see a tree reaching into the heavens. She suddenly falters, that's not right. The desolate, withered aura emanating from within feels far too genuine. It bears no resemblance to an illusion formation. Could this be? Luo Zusheng brings a hand to her chin in thought. In truth, there are two gates before us. I once read about this in a tattered ancient scroll. In ancient times, there was a ruin that also had two gates like these. Only those with true destiny can find the real entrance scene to discover the paradise hidden within. As for the gate that ordinary people enter, it merely leads to the mortal world. This place is likely the same. Master, what lies within may very well be the path to longevity that Shen Tianqiui and Ning Biuli spent so many years searching for. Shen Tianqiui exhausted every ounce of his mind and strength, yet never imagined the path to salvation lay right beneath his feet. Xing Chen speaks softly, come, let's go inside. Master will wait here for the two of you to return. Yi Bei's hand slowly passes through the veil of light before him. Inside, an enormous ancient tree reveals itself, with hundreds of luminous circles floating in the air around it. Luo Zusheng takes hold of one of the circles, her voice tinged with doubt. This is Shen Tianqiui's soul consciousness. An image of Tianqiui materializes within the circle. She asks in confusion, these soul consciousness orbs hang everywhere, but why are they here? He walks as he explains. Before this, these soul consciousness orbs were all imprisoned by Shen Tianqiui. There is no escape. Now that Shen Tianqiui is dead, everything has been summoned here by the longevity tree. Yi Bei continues. This place leads to longevity and to death. Zihan's soul consciousness must be here as well. Zusheng gazes at the converging source of radiance and exclaims. There. He raises his hand, threads of light spiral around his fingertips. Yi Bei reaches out and gently touches the aura within. Then he hands it to her. The last Zihan can wait no longer. Take it back, your master will investigate what this place truly is. She accepts it, her voice resolute. The master's hand touches the tree trunk. He thinks so. This is the longevity tree. The Tao laws of time contained within are truly this profound. A voice suddenly rings out. What are you groping around for? Yi Bei whips his head around, his deep voice echoing. Who goes there? Vines extend outward in unison, writhing like living tentacles. Vines from every direction lunge at Yi Bei. He seizes a vine that had just coiled before him. Who are you? Longevity rests her chin upon her hand and speaks. This divine one is the avatar of the longevity tree. You are the inheritor chosen by the Tao laws. His hoarse voice repeats, the inheritor chosen by the laws. Could it be that whoever can perceive the true entrance to the gate of longevity is the inheritor chosen by the path of longevity? She gently raises her hand and explains, though your manners are crude, you are still the one chosen by the Tao laws. In my estimation, as long as you are acknowledged by the longevity tree, you can become the guardian of the longevity tree and obtain the path of longevity. Stand still and do not move. Leave what comes next to this divine one. A thought forms in Yi Bei's mind. The spiritual qi here is unprecedentedly abundant. Moreover, the very flow of time and air seems to pulse with the Tao laws of time. Opportunities lie everywhere. If I accept the destiny this woman offers, wouldn't I ascend to godhood right away? You have already accepted. In that very instant, Yi Bei's face freezes. His gaze sweeps around as he wonders what is happening. Longevity's expression shifts drastically. How is this possible? Could it be that you are not the one chosen by the Tao laws? Then how did you enter this place? Forget about ordinary people finding the true entrance to the gate of longevity. Even if they managed to enter, they would perish, unable to withstand this heaven and earth opportunity. Who on earth are you? Yi Bei stares at his own hand and murmurs, I am not the one who can inherit the path of longevity. Could it be the last Luo Ye? In her mind, the image of Zusheng surfaces, so it was she whom the deity summoned. Meanwhile, Luo Zusheng's entire body suddenly stiffens. She furrows her brow in confusion. Why does her soul suddenly tremble, as if someone is calling out to her? Zusheng turns her gaze to the gate before her. Her eyes widen. The voice comes from within. Suddenly, a pair of hands appears from nowhere, seizing Zusheng's shoulders and shaking her violently. Wake up, she startles and asks, Master, why am I here? Yi Bei speaks, there is no need to fear. How is Zihan's soul consciousness? She presses her hand to her forehead. I had just returned Zihan's soul consciousness when a voice suddenly appeared in my mind, calling me somewhere. Then I lost consciousness and ended up here. Longevity steps closer. It was this divine one who summoned you. You are the inheritor chosen by the Tao laws. Accept the laws, and you shall obtain the path of longevity. Why would you not agree? The path of longevity is the dream that countless souls seek. All you need to do is agree to sign a pact with me, and you shall receive it. Master the Tao laws of time and space and become a true god. Yi Bei observes silently, then asks, if she becomes the inheritor and fully takes on the path of longevity, what happens afterward? Longevity answers, naturally, she will eternally guard the longevity tree and the path of longevity, maintaining the balance of time itself. Zusheng falls silent. After a moment of silence, she answers, I do not agree. Longevity's expression freezes. What? She embraces Yi Bei, her voice soft and resolute. If it means leaving my master, I do not agree. Green light erupts from Longevity's palm. Human emotions are nothing but fleeting whims, while becoming a divine being is an endeavor spanning hundreds of thousands of years. To forsake godhood for a mere master, how utterly foolish. A wave of light engulfs them, lifting Yi Bei into the air and hauling him backward. Zusheng whips her head around in panic and screams, Master! Suddenly, Luo Ye's entire body turns rigid. She cannot move. It turns out the longevity maiden has placed a binding technique upon her. She issues a warning across the 3,000 realms, only a scant few can ascend to godhood. This divine one will not permit you to so easily trample upon such an opportunity. All the energy within Luo Ye's body begins to drain away, causing her to. She can feel it with absolute clarity. The destructive power that belongs to her is gradually vanishing, replaced by a force drawn from between heaven and earth. And her consciousness, her memories, these seem to drift further and further away from her. From afar, Yi Bei, who had been blasted away moments ago, suddenly charges at the longevity maiden to protect Luo Ye. Release her. Seeing this, the longevity maiden swiftly dodges, evading his attack. The longevity maiden stands to the side, gazing at Yi Bei with calm detachment before mocking him, driven by nothing but your own selfish desire. You seek to keep her bound to you, such utter selfishness. Yi Bei listens, then calmly responds, this venerable one knows how to guide her to godhood on his own. She has her own will. There is no need for you to meddle in others' affairs. The longevity maiden hears this and can only utter two words, how naive. Without further hesitation, Yi Bei raises his hand and unleashes his Techniqueth Heaven-Burn Convergence. Behind the Longevity Maiden, a barrage of razor-sharp energy waves suddenly materializes. The Longevity Maiden fixes Yi Bei with piercing eyes and speaks with disdain. "Mortal, you are indeed no ordinary being, but compared to a god, you are still far too weak." She attacks him in an instant. A blinding green radiance erupts, the beam of light tearing through the azure sky. The Longevity Maiden issues a warning, her tone brimming with absolute confidence. "Leave. This divine one may yet spare your life." Yi Bei answers, his voice ringing with defiance. He sneers at the Longevity Maiden, his expression cold as frost. "Then, don't blame me for showing no courtesy." Immediately, the Longevity Maiden sweeps her arm, launching her next assault. Facing her attack, Yi Bei's face contorts with shock. A searing beam of blue-green energy bears down on Yi Bei. He frantically raises a defensive barrier from his spiritual energy. However, the Longevity Maiden's attack carries far too much power. The overwhelming force crushes against his barrier, cracks spiderweb across its surface before it shatters into pieces. Yi Bei is hurled backward along with it. Stunned, he thinks, so this is the realm of a god. "She crushes me across realms without any technique, simply using boundless spiritual energy to overwhelm mine. The gap between a true immortal and a god is this vast. But Luo Ye is mine. This venerable one will not allow anyone to take her away." A furious roar tears through the void. She takes a step back, a realization dawning upon her. "You possess the true dragon immortal body. This is bad." Immediately after, from between the sharp fangs of the golden dragon, a blazing sphere of energy erupts forth. The attack is too devastating, her defenses shatter effortlessly. The Longevity Maiden is struck down, tumbling to the ground. She mutters in self-reproach. "So you possess the true dragon immortal bodith, reincarnation of a god. No wonder you could enter the gate of longevity. I was blind before, failing to see through your true identity." He stands majestic within a halo of golden radiance, his face devoid of all mercy. Coldly, he speaks, hand over the one who belongs to this venerable one. The Longevity Maiden hears his words and speaks weakly. No, she has already completed the hand seals. Her soul consciousness has undergone ascension. There is no returning now. Hearing those words, Yi Bei's expression turns ice cold. His voice thunders across the void, dripping with menace and iron resolve. "If the Luo lass cannot return whole, this seat will annihilate this place, and you shall be buried alongside her." The Longevity Maiden forces herself upright, firing back at Yi Bei with another challenge. But the moment she returns, she forfeits her only chance at godhood. "You are her master, have you not given a single thought to her wishes?" Yi Bei glances down at her, his face carved from ice. He enunciates each word. "Do you want to become a god or not?" "How does one become a god?" "By letting someone like you sit high above and dictate the path. If becoming a god means trampling on the wishes of others, then such godhood is better left unpursued." The Longevity Maiden is forced to confront the harsh truth. She thinks to herself, he is merely a true immortal, yet his aura alone fills me with dread. If he truly destroys this place, the consequences would be beyond all redemption. Besides, with his power, guiding Luo Zusheng to godhood is not impossible. Perhaps I truly have meddled too much. Very well, I can leave you all be, but you must find her and bring her back yourself. Luo Zusheng's memories have already dissolved into the river of time. Her soul consciousness has been seized by divine awareness to reclaim her original self. You must journey into the past and recover the consciousness that once belonged to her. Yi Bei hears this and asks, "How do I enter?" She begins weaving a series of arcane seals, murmuring instructions to Yi Bei as she works. "I will send you in. But you will have only 3 days. Within those 3 days, you must make her accept you as her master once more. If you fail before the deadline, not only will she lose her past consciousness forever, you, too, will be trapped in the river of time for all eternity. Remember 3 days." A blinding golden light erupts, engulfing Yi Bei's entire form and hurling him across the void of time. "Luo lass, I'm coming for you. Remember 3 days, fail, and you remain here forever." Yi Bei finds himself standing in the middle of an ancient town, surrounded by traditional wooden houses. This is 500 years in the past, the Luo lass's homeland. She is still just a little girl, and we have not yet met. I must find her first and earn her trust. But I'm stuck in this child's body, and that woman sealed my spiritual power. When will I ever find the Luo lass? He begins scouring every corner of the town, but every effort proves fruitless. Nothing in the eastern quarter, nothing in the western district. No spiritual power, a troublesome child's body, an entire day wasted. And he still cannot find her. The Luo lass can wait. I should eat something first, then continue searching. Shopkeeper, 1 steamed bun then. Just as he is about to savor the piping hot bun, furious shouts erupt from behind. "You whelp of the Luo family still dares show your face here. Get lost." Bei whirls around and immediately spots the Luo lass. A gang of ruffians has surrounded her, bullying and screaming at her to scram. "Luo family trash." Seeing this, Bei rushes forward and shouts, "Release her." The arrogant thugs sneer back, "You dare interfere, beat him." Bei suddenly remembers he is trapped in a child's body. A flicker of worry crosses his mind. Right now I'm just a kid. And my spiritual power is sealed. Dealing with these brats, I'll have to be clever about this. Got it. In the blink of an eye, Bei nimbly dodges the thug's attacks. A larger brute hefts a massive stone overhead, poised to hurl it straight at him. He bellows, "Out of the way, leave him to me." Bei swiftly sidesteps, sending the stone crashing down onto the bun vendor from moments ago. "My back." The bun vendor erupts in fury, chasing the thugs away with a roar. "You brats, are you courting death?" Bei watches with a smirk as the thugs scramble away in terror. "Let's see if you dare bully anyone again." Even while fleeing for their lives, the thugs cannot resist shouting back. "Just you wait, Luo family brat, you dare call for reinforcements, you're finished, and you kids don't you run." Bei approaches the Luo lass and says softly, "Luo lass, I'm sorry I'm late." The Luo lass tenses and takes a wary step back. "Who are you?" she demands. He replies gently, "Bei, someone who means to help you. Here, this bun is for you." "That's right, Bei." The Luo lass snatches the bun from his hand and bolts into the street. "Wait, never mind, before we ever met she was always this guarded." At this time the Blood Feather sect is slaughtering the Luo family. She alone survives, cast adrift into the world. Alone and scarred by suffering, I have only 2 days left to win her trust. I must help her avenge the Luo family by destroying the Blood Feather sect. For me, that would be effortless, but right now I have nothing. I need to find resources I can leverage. Suddenly, nearby chatter catches his ear. "Hurry, let's go watch the excitement. The Formation Array Guild has posted another unsolved puzzle. I heard the reward for solving it is 1,000 spirit stones, enough for an ordinary person to live on for years." Bei hears this and a satisfied smile spreads across his face. The Formation Array Guild, no need to waste effort, this is perfect. At the gates of the Formation Array Guild, 2 burly guards block his path. One sneers, "Brat, this isn't a place for the likes of you. Scram." The other adds with equal contempt, "Go home and play with your mother. Don't cause trouble here, or don't blame us for being rough." Despite being driven away, Bei does not flinch. "I'm here to solve your unsolved puzzle," he replies, his tone laced with challenge. "Your puzzle, only I can solve it." Hearing this, the 2 guards burst into raucous laughter. "You." They grab Bei by the collar, ready to toss him aside. "Get this brat out of here, don't let him block the path of the esteemed guests and officials." "Wait." At that very moment, a middle-aged man appears. He regards Bei with an appraising gaze and speaks, his tone carrying a hint of praise tempered by challenge. "Heroes emerge young. In the world of immortal cultivation, age has never been the measure of capability. Besides, one must have courage to even approach the board of unsolved puzzles at our guild. This young brother has quite the nerve, let him have a try." Though the 2 guards clearly disagree, they obey without question. "Yes, Guildmaster Zhuang." Bei immediately clasps his hands in a respectful salute. "My thanks." After being granted entry, Bei follows Guildmaster Zhuang inside. Far behind, the Luo lass sneaks along, tailing Bei from the shadows. Inside the ancient hall, a massive formation array adorned with mysterious rune patterns materializes before them. Guildmaster Zhuang, his bearing dignified and imposing, gazes at the formation and speaks, "Young brother, this unsolved puzzle is unlike any before it. Its difficulty is extraordinary. It is an ancient remnant formation from the primordial records. To this day, only one person has ever cracked it. Should you solve this puzzle, from this day forward you shall be an honored guest of the Formation Array Guild." Hearing these words, Bei stands before the formation array with undisguised confidence. A proud smile crosses his face as he declares, 500 years ago, this might have stumped many, but with my current ability, it is nothing more than an ordinary puzzle." Bei studies the formation array for a moment, then speaks abruptly, "I know how to solve it." The guild master's eyes narrow. Could I have truly misjudged him? He's just a child looking for attention. The moment Bei declares he has found the solution, 2 of the onlookers can scarcely believe their ears and break into mockery. "He must be lying." "What? That fast? Isn't this brat just putting on a show?" Guildmaster Zhuang gazes at the formation and begins to explain. This is the 4 symbols, 6 harmonies formation with a lotus seed core array eye. The point of damage in this formation appears to be the largest rift visible before the array eye. But the true point of damage lies at the formation's core. Yibei listens, then responds. If the core formation can be reconstructed, then the remnant array can be completed. President Zhuang stares at him in utter astonishment. His mind reeling with admiration, the boy had discerned the formation's hidden mechanism with a single glance. Yibei then turns to President Zhuang. He extends a hand and speaks, "President Zhuang, lend me a wisp of your spiritual power." President Zhuang nods in agreement, extending a single finger. Yibei launches himself upward, brushes lightly against the formation, then lands back down. Instantly, the formation dissolves. President Zhuang examines the results back and forth, his expression one of pure disbelief, without a shred of spiritual power. The boy had identified the formation's hidden mechanism and even repaired the entire array, a true prodigy. "Young friend, let us speak inside the hall." Yibei nods, replying with a single word. "Very well, however, I wish to bring someone along. Would that be acceptable? But of course, might I ask whom you wish to bring?" Yibei raises his hand and points straight into the crowd, directly at Luoya, who stands hidden in the back. "I wish to bring her." Luoya freezes in shock, then bolts to flee. Her mind races. When did he notice me? No, I must get away at once. But the instant she tries to run, Yibei's hand clasps firmly around her wrist. His expression is deeply reassuring as he speaks softly. "Do not be afraid. I am here to help you. There is nothing to fear. Your debts, your vendettas, I will settle them all on your behalf." Luoya remains half trusting, half doubting, a strange sensation stirring in her heart. Why does he give off such a familiar feeling? At last she musters the courage to ask, "Who are you?" Yibei replies bluntly, "I will help you. I will help you annihilate the Blood Rain sect. How about you take me as your master?" Luoya sinks into bewilderment once more. She presses Yibei further. "How do you know of the enmity between me and the Blood Rain sect, and why would you help me take revenge?" Yibei tightens his grip on her hand slightly, his voice tinged with urgency. "I know you will not trust me easily, but I truly am here to help you. Besides, right now you have nothing left to lose. Rather than cowering and fleeing in every direction, why not place one wager? Bet that I truly intend to help you and trust me." Yibei turns to President Zhuang, a shrewd gleam flashing in his eyes. "President Zhuang, I would like to propose a deal with you. What do you say? I will reveal to you the location of an ancient remnant formation. In return, you must lend me 300 intermediate formation masters." President Zhuang's expression shifts to one of surprise upon hearing this. "What? 300 intermediate formation masters? Young friend, your talent is truly extraordinary, but you possess neither spiritual power nor a sect to your name. Asking us to lend you 300 intermediate formation masters is rather excessive. Lending 300 intermediate formation masters to you would leave the formation guild as barren as an empty house in a deserted garden." Seeing this, Yibei explains, "I am not asking for them without compensation. 200 li north of Danth City, in a sunken lowland where neither trees nor grass grow, there lies an entrance to a primordial ruin. Beyond an ancient remnant formation lies the path inside, and I alone know how to enter. If you lend me the formation masters, I will tell you how to get inside." Hearing this, President Zhuang suddenly bursts into laughter, his tone laced with mockery. "A brat with not a shred of spiritual power, how could you possibly know the entrance to an ancient ruin? Young friend, you really shouldn't spout such grandiose claims." Yibei maintains his composure, his eyes gleaming with an unmistakable arrogance as he continues. "The primordial divine monarch formation, I have seen its interior with my own eyes." President Zhuang falls instantly silent. He scrutinizes Yibei with a probing gaze, his thoughts churning. How could a boy of barely a dozen years have even heard of the primordial divine monarch formation? An ancient secret formation of that caliber exists only within tattered records. Could he have truly seen it? According to his words, the entrance to the ancient ruin is nothing more than just outside the city. Sending someone to investigate the truth of it first would do no harm. If it proves real, it would be of immense benefit to the Formation Guild and to my position as president. At the same moment, Yibei glances at Luoya, calculating silently. Today is the second day since entering this place. Once they return from their investigation, only one day remains. Within that single day, he must destroy the Blood Rain sect and earn Luoya's trust. Only then can he bring her back. Otherwise, she will remain trapped here forever. One day's time should be enough. Deal. Moments later, President Zhuang turns and barks an order to his disciples. "Someone, escort our 2 honored guests to their quarters. Please rest at the Formation Guild for now. Once our scouts return, we shall finalize the arrangement. A neatly folded set of violet robes is laid out. Yibei's voice rings out. Go wash up, change your clothes, eat your fill, and get some sleep. Tomorrow we have grave matters to attend to. Luoya holds the garments in her hands, a trace of worry and curiosity on her face. She asks why. Did you reveal the location of the ruins to President Zhuang? If they go in and take everything for themselves, wouldn't you get nothing? Yibei props his hand behind his head, replying with absolute confidence. Without me, they cannot solve that remnant array. Luoya is taken aback. She blurts out in agitation, you don't even have a wisp of spiritual power. He answers her with unwavering resolve, but I can help you avenge your family and annihilate the Blood Rain sect. Luoya's gaze gradually fills with bewilderment. She asks again, her voice heavy with curiosity. Why would you help me? Yibei lounges casually on a long chair. He answers her question with an air of calm detachment. Because of an old friend, she asked me to come help you. Luoya ponders, bewildered, could it be an old friend of father's? Yibei fixes her with a steadfast gaze, raising a single finger to emphasize every word. Trust me, if in this entire world only one person remains worthy of your trust, that person is me. The space falls silent for a fleeting moment. Luoya lowers her head, lost in thought. Suddenly, Yibei speaks up internally. System, are you there, you wretched thing? The system materializes before him. How may this system assist the host? My spiritual power is being suppressed by the Maiden of Longevity, and I cannot summon the desolate mini-world. Fetch me the golden whip. The system instantly flashes a notification panel. 1 half-emperor skill card required to complete the request. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Yes, fetching a single item costs an entire skill card, you know. Truly, this system grows more shameless by the day. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupts. From within the radiance, a whip materializes. Yibei reaches out, seizes it, and tosses it to Luoya. Take it, use it to protect yourself. Luoya catches the whip, a rare, gentle smile gracing her lips. She replies softly, thank you. Yibei looks at her with a lazy expression, waving his hand dismissively. Go wash up and rest already. Tomorrow, we have grave matters to attend to. Night descends. Inside the room, Luoya sleeps soundly upon the bed, murmuring in her sleep from time to time. Thank you. Yibei sits silently by the bedside, watching Luoya as she sleeps, a warm smile upon his lips. Outwardly unmoved, yet even in her dreams, she thinks of it, truly a stubborn-mouthed girl. The following morning, President Zhuang enters the room where Yibei and Luoya are calmly eating breakfast. He speaks, young friend Yi. The ruins you spoke of truly do exist. However, we have already deployed several advanced formation masters, and none could decipher the array. Might you be willing to tell us the method to break it? A cunning expression surfaces on Yibei's face as though he had predicted this outcome. He presents his terms without hesitation. Lend me 300 intermediate formation masters. Once the Blood Rain sect is destroyed, I will tell you the method to break the formation. President Zhuang falls into deep contemplation, his expression growing solemn. He weighs the proposal carefully. The Blood Rain sect, while not small, does possess some measure of power yet in recent years. They have grown increasingly brazen, repeatedly challenging the guild's authority. Moreover, the allure of the ruins is simply too great. Destroying the Blood Rain sect would yield both treasures and the elimination of a thorn in their side. This deal requires no further deliberation. At last he decides, very well, I agree to your terms. Yibei responds, then go make the preparations. President Zhuang brings his hands together in a formal salute and bows with solemn gravity. 250 intermediate formation masters, 50 advanced formation masters, I shall assemble them all immediately. We march on the Blood Rain sect at once. Luoya sits quietly, lost in deep contemplation, unspoken thoughts swirling in her heart. Father, mother, your child is about to avenge you. The sky above the Blood Rain sect suddenly trembles with violent force. Blinding rays of light erupt across the heavens. In the ensuing chaos, a disciple of the Blood Rain sect cries out in panic, who are you? Why have you brought such devastation upon our Blood Rain sect? Luoya bellows, her voice trembling with seething rage and bitter resentment. You cruel butcher, you slaughtered my entire clan in cold blood. Had my parents not sacrificed themselves to spirit me away, I would have perished alongside them. The disciple sneers in surprise, so, it is merely the spawn of the Luo family. Luoya steps forward, grinding her teeth in fury. Call your sect master. Come out, all of you, do not blame me for showing no mercy. A thunderous, enraged roar echoes across the void. Who dares to strike at my blood feather sect? A middle-aged man appears, his black hair tied high, his face covered in stubble. His gaze is icy, radiating an arrogant and defiant aura. Luoya grips her whip tightly, her teeth grinding together in pure loathing. She declares, her voice cold as steel. "Bloodfeather Sect Master, today I shall drag you before the spirits of my parents to answer for your crimes." The Sect Master glances at the Guild Master with a suspicious sneer. "Guild Master, so it is you backing these two brats. In what way has my Bloodfeather Sect offended you?" The Guild Master replies with a tone heavy with disappointment and righteous indignation. "Your Bloodfeather Sect has grown increasingly lawless, mocking the very statutes of the Guild. Your slaughter of the Luo clan was an atrocity that cries out for justice." The Sect Master's face drains of color as he hears these words. "It seems you have come looking for death. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. My Bloodfeather Sect is not so easily trifled with." High above, a gargantuan violet-crimson formation materializes in the heavens. Sensing the lethal intent radiating from the array, the Sect Master looks up in sheer terror. Gritting his teeth, his expression twists into a mask of fear and malice. He growls, "To bring forth so many formation masters, you are willing to pay any price just to annihilate us." The Guild Master steps forward, palms striking out like a flash of light. "Enough prattle, die." He unleashes a strike, emerald lightning crackling within his palm. The Sect Master barely manages to raise his arms to block. The Guild Master's palm connects with devastating force. Light explodes behind the Sect Master's back as he is launched into the air, his face twisted in agony. Teeth fly from his mouth, his hair becomes a tangled mess. The Guild Master clamps a hand around his throat, leaving the wretch gasping, his face turning deathly pale, drenched in cold sweat. Trembling in terror, the Sect Master begs, "Spare me." The Guild Master releases his grip coldly, tossing him to the ground. "Young brother Yi, he is yours to dispose of." He scrambles to his feet, pale-faced and trembling. "Young Master Luo, forgive me, I was blind before. I did not finish you off these past years for the sake of that mercy. Spare my life." With eyes burning with vengeful fire, Luoya demands, "Why did you exterminate my Luo family?" After a long silence, the Sect Master finally confesses, "Back then, the Bloodfeather Sect was expanding. We desperately needed artifacts and heard rumors of a profound heaven technique held by your family. And your parents refused to surrender it, nor would they even admit its existence. Consumed by rage, we broke into conflict, and I ordered my men to slaughter them all." Luoya loses all control, screaming, "My family never had any such technique. You murdered them for a lie. I will kill you to avenge them." The Sect Master suddenly lunges, gripping her throat. "You, a mere brat, dare try to kill me." He lifts her high and she struggles, gasping for air. A sinister, triumphant smirk spreads across the Sect Master's face. He sneers coldly. Yi charges forward, his face contorted in incandescent rage. He raises his fist. "Let her go." His strike is deflected by the Sect Master's spiritual energy, sending him flying. "Get lost, Yi, you little brother, are you hurt?" Yi grinds his teeth, fighting back a wave of dizziness. "Damn it, I have no spiritual energy left. I cannot touch him in this state. If anything happens to Luoya, you, girl of the eternal life, I will make you pay." The Sect Master glares at Luoya with murderous intent. "Die, you little brat of the Luo family." Having her under his control, his arrogance knows no bounds. "Die." The spawn of the Luo family Guild Master charges forward. "You are truly courting death." He unleashes a thunderous strike, his fist carrying overwhelming power, creating a blinding flash of light that forces the Sect Master back. "Yeah." Yi rushes to catch the falling Luoya. He cries out in agony, "Luoya, my disciple, I will not let you die. Hold on, I will take you to a healer." Luoya opens her eyes slowly, her pale lips trembling. "Brother Yi, thank you. Aside from my father, you are the first person to feed me, give me new clothes, and even buy me gifts. It hurts so much, I don't think I can hold on, but I haven't repaid your kindness yet." He clasps her hand tightly, tears streaming down his face. "You foolish child, even if I have to remain here forever or destroy this eternal tree, I will not let you die." Luoya's consciousness fades, her eyes turning vacant, her voice a mere whisper. "I promise you, if you help me take my revenge, I will accept you as my master." "Master, thank you." Instantly, a scorching torrent of energy erupts from Yi's body. The onlookers watch in stunned disbelief. "What is that?" Wrapped in this burning energy, Yi clutches Luoya close, his eyes now veiled in a bottomless, abyssal darkness. He roars, "Bloodfeather Sect perish." Everyone is left speechless as a blinding violet brilliance ripples outward, accompanied by tangled bolts of lightning. Obliterated. The blinding light pierces the very fabric of space with crushing pressure. Everything in the path of the energy is pulverized, leaving a chilling, absolute silence. The Guild Master stares at Yi with profound worry and bewilderment. "Young brother Yi, How did you manage to unleash such power? A soft breeze rustles the lush leaves of an ancient, towering tree. In the cool shade, Yibei gently lays Luoya against the trunk. He touches her face, his voice heavy with regret. I am sorry. I arrived too late and you suffered too much. A single tear rolls down Luoya's closed eyelid. The tear seems to shimmer with the power of the Grand Tao. At that moment, a surging, potent energy flows into her body. As the blinding light fades, Luoya awakens with a radiant smile. Master. Simultaneously, the girl of eternal life appears. Yibei, congratulations on completing your mission. You have awakened the spiritual consciousness of Luo Zhu Shang within this timeline. You may now return. Luoya startles. Wait, can we stay for 2 more days? I want to give the young Luo Zhu Shang some beautiful memories. The girl of eternal life hesitates. Is that really allowed? It is only 2 days. Once you are finished, you may leave. I have resurrected the young Luo Zhu Shang, but you must depart within 2 days, or you will be lost forever within the currents of space and time. The young Luoya begins to stir. She looks at the crowd with curiosity. Brother Yibei, this feeling is so familiar. She looks just like me. Luoya smiles brightly, leaning in close. Have you wanted to go to the martial arts school for a long time? Shall we take you there? The young Luoya is taken aback. How did you know? She decides to trust them and reaches out to hold Luoya's hand. Let's go. 2 black shadows plummet from the sky toward the earth. Yibei gently catches Luo Zudang. She surveys the scene and speaks. Master, we have returned. Just then little Luo Zudang approaches. Luo Zudang, do you have any regrets? You could have become the guardian of the longevity tree, inheriting a path of eternal, divine detachment from the secular world. Luo Zudang frowns firmly. As long as I am with Master, I shall never have regrets. The other woman sneers. Then you shall forever be denied the path of longevity. Yibei, I offer you a choice as well. I hope you do not live to regret it. He grimaces unimpressed. What game are you playing? She presses her fingertips together, chanting incantations without pause. You possess the true dragon immortal physique, yet you wander the mortal realm. Your golden meridians are divine meridians. But they are currently damaged, leaving you unable to return to the god realm. She brings her middle fingers together, emitting a dazzling golden light. A colossal dragon manifests before them, coiling around Yibei. His eyes blaze with light. The two drift into a different space as she says through gritted teeth, I give you 2 choices. Abandon the search for your disciples and merge with me. You will be able to return to the god realm once more. Your divine meridians are shattered. You must recultivate them step by step. It could take hundreds of years, perhaps even a millennium, to return to the god realm. And by then, who knows if you will even be alive. Bei, only children make choices. I want both. I will not abandon my disciples and I will still return to the god realm. Little Luo Zudang scowls. Is there anyone else like you? You are far too arrogant. The god realm is not a place you can just stroll into because you want to. He looks back over his shoulder, and if I say I will, who is to stop me? She sighs in defeat and produces a golden orb. Fine, you are both loyal and righteous. Take this gift, it will extend your life by 1,000 years. I hope to meet you in the god realm then. Luo Zudang accepts it with joy. Little Luo Zudang, and thank you for the longevity fruit. She says humbly, it was merely a trivial act, no thanks are needed. Yibei turns back toward his disciple, and she joins her hands in farewell. Farewell. With those words, both launch themselves into the air and depart. Little Luo Zudang reveals a scheming expression. You refuse my terms and even kidnap my successor. I shall tease you both for now, just wait. Wings. The barrier gate opens, and the master and disciple touch down on solid ground. 3 women rush forward. Master, you have finally returned. He holds his head high. Zihan, child, you're well. Zihan bows politely. I thank Master and Senior Sister for your concern. After several days of meditation guided by Junior Sister Xing Chen, I am completely recovered. Yibei nods in approval. That is good. He reaches out and pats her head. The system suddenly announces, Disciple reunited. Congratulations on receiving a mysterious reward. Yibei stares blankly. This damnable system finally decided to come alive. System, can the mysterious reward be redeemed directly? Uploading progress of divine meridian recultivation to the system. You may check your progress at any time. Information streams in, and the system initialization begins. A moment later, the system update finishes. Zihan suddenly recalls something and raises a finger. Master, in the days you were away, earth-shattering changes occurred. Ningbuli heard that his older brother died and has returned to the immortal realm. Shen Tiankui is dead, the remaining forces of Shenjai City are emerging, and chaos reigns everywhere. Most chaotic is the news that the path of longevity in Shenjai City has manifested. Everyone is in a panic, scouring the land for traces of the path of longevity. Bei looks disinterested. The hearts of men have always been thus, do not mind them, focus on our own affairs. Wu Xiao volunteers with excitement, Master, I wish to venture out myself. This longevity secret realm has so many opportunities, it is truly heaven sent. Besides, everyone is already at the true immortal realm, and I am the only one who hasn't broken through. I am too far behind. Bei, unable to refuse, finally agrees. Go then. Xingchen is ecstatic. Master, I also wish to see the legendary herb valley here. Zihan crosses her arms and glances over. I will accompany junior sister Xingchen. I can protect her and help tend to her body. Bei responds indifferently. Go, all of you. You have your own paths to walk. I wish you success. That evening, the moon rises over the courtyard. Luo Zudeng blushes, her eyes overflowing with love. Master, thank you for doing everything for me. She leans her face close to Bei's. He instinctively closes his eyes. A second later, Bei snaps awake to find a bird pecking at his lips with its beak. A white bird flies frantically in the air. Chirp, why has it become like this? It chirps incessantly. Bei looks down at the energy in his hands. My spiritual energy has been suppressed. The only one who could do this is her. She is playing tricks. Suddenly, a green bird lands on the windowsill and laughs out loud. Bei, Luo Zudeng, this is a gift for you too. Bei recognizes the longevity maiden. The white bird chirps in confusion. Little Luo Zudeng flies away. Who told you to kidnap my successor? This will wear off in 10 days. Don't come looking for me. I won't open the gates of longevity for you. He stands at the window, watching the feathers fall where she had been. Forget it. She is surely hiding by now. I might as well use these days to rest. The next day a guest arrives. He approaches to recruit them. Young brother, the path of longevity has appeared. Everyone is joining the Jiaoyuan sect to find the treasure together. I see you are no ordinary person. Do you wish to join our sect? Bei, with the white bird on his shoulder, shakes his head. No, get out of my way. The man puts his hands on his hips, looking displeased. It is an honor that the Jiaoyuan sect even noticed you. Do not be so ungrateful. He growls, I said get out of the way. The man winks with a sneer. Let us pass, then pay the road toll. Bei lands a straight punch, sending the man sprawling backward. He looks at his fist with utter indifference. Although my spiritual power is suppressed, it is still more than enough to deal with the likes of you. Bei turns and walks away, leaving the man stunned in the corner. He continues forward, unaware that he has been followed for some time. The closely built courtyards make the path narrow. Fu Chu blocks the way with 2 henchmen. This young man is truly extraordinary. Little one, will you be my male pet? Luo Zudeng lets out an angry chirp. Why does everyone keep dreaming about our master? He shoves Fu Chu aside. Get lost. She grins wickedly. I had my eye on you back at the inn. I followed you the whole way. Did you really think I'd let you off that easily? Take him back to my estate, wrap him up and deliver him to my chambers. 2 subordinates crack their knuckles. Yes, master. Before long, Zhu Sheng is locked in a cage and Bei is bound head to toe, cursing inwardly, damn longevity maiden, next time I see you, you won't get off easy. She presses her entire body against his, threatening him. How about sharing a drink with me? Surely you'd agree to that. If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to kill that little bird of yours. Bei narrows his eyes at the wine cup. The woman casually produces a wine gourmand. It turns out to be a spirit communication divine treasure at the immortal grade. Her identity is no simple matter. Looks like she's been tailing him for a while. The spirit elixir isn't poisoned. He'll play along and see what she's really after. Fu Chu sees him drink obediently and smiles in satisfaction. Good boy. Her whole body flushes hot, her voice dripping with seduction. I've been lonely for so long, it's rare to find someone with a physique like yours, truly a once-in-a-lifetime treasure. And I am the wealthiest person in all of Shenzhai City. Celestial treasures, spirit stones, divine vest, I guess you name it. Whatever you want, I can give it to you, so will you cultivate with me. Bei scoffs inwardly. You think a few trinkets like these can make me flinch? Fu Chu presses her enormous chest against Bei's body. What about a fortuitous encounter? You'd want that, wouldn't you? We recently received intel the nearby mist-shrouded gorge is experiencing unusual activity. A great fortune is about to emerge. As long as you stay by my side, I'll split the treasure with you 50-50. The moment he hears the benefits, he agrees on the spot. Deal. Zhu Sheng watches from inside the cage, devastated. Master, how could you? Bei already has his own scheme. You want to use me to get the fortune? Then let's see who that fortune really ends up with. She raises a golden pill and brings it to his lips. Little Yi open wide. Bei obediently swallows it whole. A while later, the 3 of them soar through the sky atop a massive flying beast. Everyone who sees it is green with envy. This is way too much. Why couldn't I be the one getting lucky instead of that punk? The legendary matriarch of the Fu clan, most beautiful woman in the entire city. And she's incredibly resourceful too. That punk really lucked out. Yi Bei puts on an act, pretending to be head over heels in love. Don't worry, darling, my heart belongs only to you. Zhu Sheng clutches the birdcage helplessly, sobbing her heart out. Master, you mustn't fall for her. He clears his throat a few times. I'm thirsty. That immortal-grade spirit elixir from yesterday, where'd you get it? And those immortal pills you took out yesterday, best bring those out too. Fu Chu leans her entire body against Yi Bei's shoulder. Little Yi, you're finally making a move. She feels indignant. Master, how can you treat me like this? After traveling for a while, Yi Bei asks, weren't we heading to the mist-shrouded gorge? How much longer until we get there? Little Yi, don't worry, almost there. Best to leave that Zhu Sheng lass to keep waiting in the desolate minor world. Let her recover her human form first, then we'll talk. Suddenly, from behind a cliff, a colossal green arm appears, a gargantuan beast with two razor-sharp fangs, glaring at the group ahead. Fu Chu immediately orders her subordinates, kill it now. The beast's eyes flash white as it lets out a deafening roar, enraged beyond measure. It swings its arm, hurling several boulders. Massive rocks instantly block off her subordinate's path. One of those boulders hurtles straight toward the top of her head. Fu Chu's eyes go wide, then a strong, slender hand shoves her aside. In the blink of an eye, the boulder thud, crashes into the ground. Fu Chu tumbles to the side. Her face contorts in pain. She squints through the haze, gazing into the distance. It was Yi Bei who saved her. Yi Bei leaps into the air, pressing his palms together to summon a convergence of heavenly lightning. Several bolts of lightning rapidly converge on this location. He grins, it's over, little monster. Instantly, the beast's eyes blaze crimson. Yi Bei's lightning strikes straight into its eyes. Then a bolt of divine thunder descends from the heavens, cleaving a line right down the center of the beast's body. Yi Bei's eyes blaze with spiritual power, his contempt plain as day. An ant trying to topple a chariot, pathetic. Meanwhile, Fu Chu panics inwardly. Oh no, I think I've actually fallen for him. What do I do now? She stares at him, completely lost in sweet, intoxicating love. Behind her, several dark silhouettes suddenly appear, along with countless glowing red eyes. Yi Bei frowns, slightly worried, then Fu Chu leaps up and throws her arms around him. Little Yi, you're incredible. I've truly, utterly fallen for you. She puckers her lips, trying to kiss her hero. Yi Bei pushes her head away. Let go, enemies incoming. She freezes in surprise. What? One of Fu Chu's cheeks is squished flat by his hand. The chilling sensation behind her, sure enough, deep within the pitch-black cavern, thousands of red eyes have materialized. She clings to him completely and screams, why are there so many monsters? The boar-like beast snorts heavily, it and its pack huff and puff at the two of them. Above them, a figure sits upon a crimson throne. Du Guyan leans back in her chair, threatening, leave no or die, pick one. Fu Chu plants her hands on her hips and shouts, who do you think you are? Blocking my way. No one in all of Shenjai City has ever dared tell me to scram. A sword is hurled out, spinning through the air before plunging into the ground right in front of Yi Bei. She finally realizes, the blood-drinking black blade, you're Du Guyan. Du Guyan's expression softens with a rare flicker of mercy. This stretch of the mist-shrouded gorge is mine from now on. Leave immediately. Today I have no desire to shed blood. But another thought lingers in her mind after all. Today is the anniversary of that person's death. The Fu clan matriarch peeks her head out from behind Yi Bei. I, Fu Chu, am the wealthiest person in all of Shenjai City. There is nothing I cannot obtain. So what if you're the infamous god of slaughter? I am not giving up this divine vestige today no matter what. The venomous woman's eyes overflow with killing intent. In that case, don't blame me. The boar beast lets out a blood-curdling screech, its cries echoing through the mountains. Fu Chu raises both hands as if surrendering. Little Yi, sorry about that. I got a bit carried away with the act. You hold the line, okay? I'll go spend some money and bring reinforcements. Deal? Fine, settled. Then I'll go find help first. Just as she's about to leave, he places a hand on her shoulder. Fu Chu jumps in fright. Ailey, he speaks sternly. When did I ever agree to that? She bats her shimmering eyes at him. Her voice is weak and pitiful. Little Yi, do you even know what time it is? Can you stop messing with me already? That's Du Guyan we're talking about. She'll take your head clean off. Meanwhile, Du Guyan is silently closing in on the two of them. She grips the sword in her hand, ready to strike. The next instant, Du Guyan materializes right behind Yi Bei's back. Fu Chu screams in panic, help, save me. But with one hand, he catches her sword mid-swing and halts it dead. The blade is massive and looks deadly, but it can't even reach Yi Bei's body. Du Guyan's eyes blaze with killing intent, her spiritual power surging. He frowns, his expression cold. Dugu girl, it's been 300 years and your face blindness still hasn't been cured. You can't even recognize your own master. The sword tip drops swiftly to the ground. She widens her eyes, stunned. What did you just say? Dugu Yan furrows her brow, unconvinced. Master died 300 years ago. How could he possibly be master? But only Master and my fellow senior sisters know about my condition. And Master even named it face blindness. Could he really be? Dugu Yan levels her sword straight at Yi Bei. You've got some nerve digging into my past from 300 years ago and daring to impersonate my master. I'll kill you. Dugu Yan swings her sword high, summoning several blazing streams of crimson spiritual power. Dying, he closes his eyes and sighs. Silly girl, if I don't show a little trick, you'll never recognize your master. Yi Bei casually flicks his hand, extending his palm forward. A colossal purple-gold palm-shaped primordial spirit forms in the air, the void great palm seal. She freezes instantly before the technique. In the blink of an eye, a tremendous boom rocks the entire area. Dugu Yan grips her sword and pulls it back. Only now does she realize it's her master's exclusive signature technique. He really is master. Yi Bei strolls forward. Silly girl, you've finally recognized your master. She immediately drops her sword and kneels. Disciple Dugu Yan greets master. This disciple failed to recognize master. I beg master to punish me. He extends his hand toward Dugu Yan. Come, give your master a hug, perhaps then I'll spare you. Overjoyed, she leaps up and throws herself into Yi Bei's arms. Master, you're really alive again. Your disciple missed you so much. System disciple reunion detected. Reward 1 mysterious grand prize. Activation triggers based on specific scenario. He narrows his eyes. This garbage system is usually as good as dead. Now it's throwing around mysterious grand prizes. What the hell is it playing at? Dugu Yan asks eagerly, Master, Shenjai City is brimming with divine vestiges. Why have you come all the way to a place like this misty canyon? Fu Chu shoots her arm up, beaming. It was me, I brought him here. We came together to hunt for divine vestiges. Dugu Yan fixes a cold, piercing stare on Miss Fu. Fu Chu feels a chill crawl up her spine. Did she figure me out? Dugu Yan leans in and whispers, Master, which senior sister is this? I can't quite place her. You know how my eyes are, not exactly reliable. Yi Bei can't help but chuckle. What a silly girl. Miss Fu immediately jumps in to explain. I'm no senior sister of yours. If anything, you should be calling me Master's wife. Dugu Yan's jaw drops. What? Yeah. Dugu Yan whips her head toward Master. Fu Chu stands there, arms crossed, radiating smug arrogance. Don't worry, once we get back, I'll marry your master. I won't let him suffer a single grievance. The disciple turns to Yi Bei with a deadpan expression. He cringes hard. Dugu Yan's face twists with exasperation. She lets out a heavy sigh. I see. Suddenly, a stream of purple mist materializes behind them. He says nothing, silently observing it. The purple mist splits in two, slowly spreading along both sides of the cave walls. Yi Bei's eyes narrow in surprise. Dugu Yan senses the danger drawing near from the mist. It's an ambush, Master, be careful. Her beast companion suddenly howls, thrashing out of control. Dugu Yan watches in alarm as they bolt toward the depths of the cave. Hyolin, what's wrong with you all? Hyolin, where are you going? Dugu Yan sprints after them at full speed, yelling. Wait for me. Fu Chu grabs Yi Bei's arm, her eyes half-lidded. Little Yi, don't you think this purple mist is a bit strange? He turns to her, what's wrong with you? Her face is flushed deep red. Little Yi, it's clearly freezing damp in here, but I'm burning up. Someone definitely laced this purple mist with something. The purple mist continues to creep relentlessly toward the two of them. Yi Bei raises a single finger, summoning golden energy. With a commanding thrust, he releases a powerful blast of qi that pierces straight through the purple clouds. The mist recoils instantly. Yi Bei channels his technique while analyzing the situation. This purple mist forms and spreads at an extreme rate. Wherever we go, it follows. Someone is controlling it. The scale of this mist is enormous. Whoever's behind it must be formidable. I want to see who's hiding behind all this. Just when escape seemed within reach, even more purple mist surges in. Fu Chu clutches her chest, her cheeks blazing crimson. She whispers urgently, Little Yi, be careful. She can't hold on any longer and collapses. The instant he turns back, the purple mist seizes the opportunity and engulfs the hand, channeling spiritual power. Yi Bei whips around to find the mist coiling around the spirit manifestation on his hand. Not good. He spins and projects a circular barrier, temporarily shielding both of them. Purple mist still lingers on Yi Bei's palm, careless. This purple mist corrupts the mind and erodes cultivation. Its corrosive power is immense. We need to get out now. Fu Chu gradually comes to, leaning limply against Yi Bei. Little Yi, I'm so hot. Won't you help me? After we get back, I'll give you anything you want. Anything at all. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent, okay? Yi Bei glances down at this scheming woman. A petty trick like this and you think you can control me. The instant the words leave his mouth, golden energy blasts toward the purple mist. Fu Chu is hurled backward, clutching her arm. You. When did you find out? He cut straight to it. From the very start, when you were lurking at the inn, watching Meth moment you made your move to approach this venerable one. I had already seen through you. She flashes a grin. How annoying, so you noticed from the very beginning and played along the entire way. Your acting skills are truly something. Yi Bei isn't one to be outdone. If I hadn't played along, how would I have uncovered your true objective? Fu Chu offers a flimsy excuse. What if I said I'm purely after your body? Would you believe that? He channels his spiritual energy along his arm. Still running your mouth, looks like I'll need to use some force. Yi Bei's primordial energy surges straight toward her. Fu Chu stands perfectly still, not moving an inch. She opens her palm and calls forth her purple mist. Fu Chu smirks coldly, flicking her wrist to send the purple mist rushing forward, blocking the incoming attack. He furrows his brow involuntarily. I didn't expect her power to be this strong. She waves her hand with a haughty flourish. Little Yi Yi, since you refuse to come with me willingly, I'm out of options. I'll just have to do this the hard way. Fu Chu unfurls her fan, tilting her head back slightly, striking a coquettish pose. Little Yi Yi, you'd better hold on. She spins around and the purple bone hurtles forward. Yi Bei snaps both arms up to guard his chest, his face contorting against the wave of energy. The impact sends Yi Bei skidding back several meters. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. Her realm is no joke. A group of assassins materialize from nowhere and swarm around Yi Bei. One on the left. He thinks an author, one on the right too, nearly identical. Fu Chu flashes a smug grin. Little Yi Yi, how embarrassing for you. From the very start, I've been deceiving you. Besides your disciple's appearance, everything about this misty canyon was arranged by me. These people were prepared for you long ago. Yi Bei speaks in a stern tone. What do you want? She raises her fan to cover her mouth. Want to know the answer? Simple become mine. Pledge yourself to me sincerely, serve as my male consort, and I'll tell you the whole truth. Then we'll see if you've got what it takes. She wastes no time as she orders her subordinates to seize him. Her underlings obey and charge in head-on. Yi Bei swings a strike that forces one to lean back and dodge. His follow-up is swiftly evaded by another. Yi Bei unleashes his techniques in a frenzy, sending golden spiritual power ripping in all directions. After a while, his strength begins to flag. Every single one of them is above the Emperor Venerable realm. They can't kill him, but they're more than enough to stall him. She wants to drain him dry. Fu Chu speaks with open arrogance. Yi Bei, raise your hands and surrender. This palace mistress will spare your life. Not about to let her have her way, the wild boars happen to return just in time. She whips her head around, bewildered. A sword is hurtling straight down toward Fu Chu's crown. She senses the danger and leaps backward. The sword plunges into the ground. Kaboom! A massive explosion rips through the earth. Fu Chu frowns. How did she get back so fast? Don't tell me the purple bone already lost its effect. Du Guyan strides forward, weapon in hand. You didn't seriously think some broken illusion array could hold me, did you? Only now does realization hit. So you all deliberately walked into the trap to flush me out. The disciple smirks. Took you long enough to figure that out. Fu Chu's eyes narrow with wariness. With Du Guyan and her beasts here, I can't capture Yi Bei in time. I might even lose more than I gain. Better to retreat and fight another day. Seeing the situation turn against her, she orders her subordinates to withdraw. Before leaving, Fu Chu doesn't forget to call back over her shoulder. Little Yi Yi, you truly are formidable. Holding off so many experts above the Emperor Venerable realm all by yourself, no wonder the master has his eye on you. We'll meet again. Yi Bei murmurs the word master under his breath. Du Guyan is curious. Master, what exactly happened? He is equally puzzled. From the moment we entered Shenjai City, she had eyes watching us. She led us into this misty canyon. Deployed all those purple bones. Was she trying to capture me, or was she after something else entirely? What does she really want? Yi Bei strokes his chin, deep in thought. If we want to know what she's after, we'll have to find her. Besides, isn't she the richest person in all of Shenjai City? Her fortune must be quite abundant. Let's go pay her a surprise visit. Du Guyan catches on immediately. You mean go to Shenjai City? He nods. Exactly. Why bother running all over the place searching for divine vestiges? Isn't the most valuable thing in the entire longevity secret realm right inside Shenjai City? Just clean the place out and we're done. Master and disciple leap from trunk to trunk in tandem. Yi Bei talks as they move. You all know Hirsch's. Suddenly, a strange noise rings out from high above. It turns out to be Zusheng plummeting down. Master, she slipped off a tree branch. He shoots forward in alarm, arms outstretched to catch Zusheng. Yibei catches her in his arms. Landing softly on the ground, he cheerfully makes introductions. This is Luo Zusheng, your eldest senior sister and your future master's wife. Zusheng, off balance, leans against Yibei and waves. Du Guyan stares wide-eyed. Wait, what? After a while, she recounts everything in one breath and wraps it up. So that's what happened. Du Guyan is genuinely happy to hear it. Master, you and eldest senior sister are just too perfect together. Once all the senior and junior sisters of our sect are gathered, we absolutely must throw you to a grand, earth-shaking wedding. Yibei beams and pulls his beloved closer. Absolutely, we'll hold a wedding that shakes all three realms for our little Zhu. Zusheng blushes. Master, don't listen to Yan Er's nonsense. A golden vortex appears in the sky, emitting a resonant sound from within. It really is a divine vestige. Finally found it. Du Guyan follows their gaze. Master, look, what is that? He and his two disciples track the sound. Let's go check it out. Beneath an ancient tree with shimmering golden foliage, a crowd has gathered, clamoring for a glimpse. Look, real golden leaves. These are the chaos yin-yang leaves, 500 years old. I can finally break through my bottleneck. Banquin extends his palm to let a golden leaf fall into it. Once I refine this golden leaf, my plundering eye can advance to the next tier. Du Guyan observes the crowd, every last one of them fixated on the golden leaves, and grows suspicious. Master, these golden leaves are very wrong. Yibei quickly realizes the truth. These people have been blinded by the divine artifact. They haven't noticed the golden leaves are silently draining their spiritual power. Once they actually begin refining the leaves, feeding even more spiritual power into them, they'll die, completely siphoned dry. She ponders, this many golden leaves, this many people, if they all try to refine them, this place will turn into a mass grave. Master, should we save them? The man is still holding a golden leaf up to the light. I've finally waited for this day. A voice suddenly rings out from behind. Wait. Yibei stands at the rear and issues a warning. I'd advise you not to refine the golden leaves in your hands. Otherwise, everyone sitting here will meet a very grim end. The crowd turns around wary. Who are you? How dare you spout such nonsense? Do you have any idea how long it took us to find this divine vestige? Where did this brat come from? Probably just jealous and wants to steal our treasure. If he dares interfere with our inheritance of the divine vestige, him. Yibei has truly done a good deed and gotten bitten for it. In that case, this venerable one was just talking nonsense. Go right ahead. He waves them off dismissively. I don't believe a word of it. I'll refine it first so this ignorant fool can see for himself. Banquin presses both palms together, chanting a ring of divine incantations. The ring spins for a moment, then fades away. He raises both hands triumphantly. See for yourselves. I told you it was fine. Seeing that, everyone follows along. I'm doing it too, let's all refine it. We've already been waiting far too long. The girl also clasps her hands and channels energy into the ring. At first it glows golden, but soon it shifts to an eerie purple. She tries to pull her hands free. She can't. What's happening? Only now does she realize their spiritual power is being drained. Her entire body is engulfed in purple spiritual energy, hands clasped toward the sky. Someone save me. The next second, the energy obliterates her entirely. Banquin's jaw drops. How is this possible? He saw through that leaf from the very start. He must have a way to save us. They all drop to their knees at once, begging, save us. Please, young brother, save us. Your perception is extraordinary. To see through a divine artifact, you're no ordinary person. We've all been through life and death together. Finding this divine vestige wasn't easy. That's why our minds were bewitched. Please, regardless of any past grudges, help us. We'll repay you with everything we have. Yibei lets out a short hem. What could you possibly offer me? Banquin answers eagerly, anything within Shenjai City, whatever you desire, I can find it for you. Yibei raises his hand, summoning his terrifying power. Fine, don't forget your promise, I'll save them for you. Instantly, his spiritual consciousness shoots straight toward the tree's trunk. Banquin glances over, seeing him aim directly for the trunk. Two naive ordinary techniques could never burn down a yin-yang chaos tree. Looks like I misjudged him after all. Suddenly, Banquin's eyes go wide. Impossible. In mere moments, the entire ancient tree is engulfed by Yibei's mystical spiritual power. He dusts off his hands. I possess the true dragon immortal physique. This heaven-burning unity has followed me through heaven and earth. Refined countless times, it already holds the power of heaven and earth. Dealing with a single tree, nothing more than a trifle. Seeing the trunk catching fire, they rush forward screaming. No, don't burn it. This is a divine artifact. Even if it costs my life, I want to keep it. He urges them frantically, turn back. Divine vestiges aren't limited to one place. Lose this one and we can find another. But none of them listen. They charge headlong into the danger. Yi Bei mutters from behind, this yin-yang chaos tree is half righteous, half corrupt. Dying to its temptation is nothing worth mourning. Meanwhile, the golden leaf in Banquin's hand transforms into a purple leech. The phantom demon leech. So that's what it was. Banquin clasps his hands and bows in gratitude. Thank you, young brother, for pulling me out of that demonic illusion in time. Whatever you want, just say the word. Whatever I can do, I'll see to it all. His expression turns serious. What do I want? What can you do for me? He speaks frankly. I'll hold nothing back, young brother. I am the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion Exchange in Shenjai City. Any item in the Longevity Pavilion's vault, help yourself. Yi Bei doesn't hesitate. Can you help me find someone? Banquin agrees at once. Of course, as long as they're in Shenjai City. There's no intelligence we can't track down. Behind them, Zusheng startles. A golden ring materializes from the center of the trunk. A spirit pill begins to take shape within the purple haze. She raises her hand and snatches it in an instant. Zusheng stares intently at it resting in her palm. She murmurs, such a strange feeling, it's like we were always one. He reaches out to stop her. Wait, but before he can warn her, Zusheng's entire body is already covered in glowing runic inscriptions. The pill seizes the moment and plunges into her body. Yi Bei shouts in alarm, Luo girl. Zusheng's body begins to slowly collapse. He catches her and speaks with conviction. Hang in there, Luo girl, you're not someone who acts rashly. You wouldn't fall for the chaos tree's temptations so easily. There's something else at play here. Yan approaches. Master, what's wrong with senior sister? He sighs. Her spiritual power is in chaos. She's temporarily sealed. She won't wake up for a while. Dugu Yan presses urgently. Then what do we do? Banquin suggests, why not come back with me? I can provide what you need and offer shelter in the meantime. Yi Bei lifts Zusheng in his arms. Thank you. A voice echoes from within the room. Brother Yi, you've done us a great service. And since you've just arrived in Shenjai City, from now on, consider the Longevity Pavilion your home. This is your residence. Whatever you need, just say the word. Anything within my power, I'll give it my all. Yi Bei gently sets Zusheng down. You're too kind. He reports, we have news on the Fu Chu situation you asked about, except something about it is deeply unsettling. Yan turns around puzzled. Unsettling how? Banquin explains, after you gave the order that day, we immediately sent people to tail Fu Chu and gather intelligence on her. Fu Chu was already considered a prominent figure in Shenjai City, always traveling with great fanfare, impossible to miss. But ever since she returned to the city, she's vanished without a trace. The strangest part, she left her treasures completely unguarded in her estate, as if she deliberately set the stage. Everyone can see it. It's bait, waiting for someone to walk in. He cuts in. Looks like she predicted we'd come looking for her. He proposes, Brother Yi, shall I send people to scout it out first? Yi Bei shakes his head. No need. If she's laid out the board and is inviting us in, then let's just go see for ourselves. He clasps his hands and bows. Very well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yan suddenly notices something strange about Zusheng. Master, look at senior sister's body. Yi Bei narrows his eyes. Luo girl's entire body is being lifted by a strange blue spiritual energy. Dugu Yan's eyes widen. She murmurs, senior sister is a blue lotus blooms above Zusheng's head, breaking through. Zusheng opens her eyes. A flash of blue light flickers briefly. He pieces the clues together. Luo girl has been reaping one fortune after another these past few days, even while unconscious. Her body has started absorbing energy on its own, evolving, breaking through. Yan can't help but worry. Maz, if this keeps up, will senior sister be all right? Yi Bei reassures her. Don't worry, I trust in her strength. She prays silently. Senior sister, please be okay. Inside the room, the two begin laying out a plan. Then master, about Fu Chu, what should we do? If she's already set the board and is waiting for us, then let's go meet her. And so a new day begins. White clouds drift lazily across the high sky. Master and disciple leave the small courtyard together, heading toward a desolate place. Yan glances around, not a single soul in sight. He notices a corner where spiritual energy glows. Deep blue treasures must be over there. Let's check it out, she follows. Yes, master. The two quickly stride toward that area. Yan peeks inside and murmurs, still no one but plenty of treasures. Yi Bei clears his throat and reminds her. Yanner, hasn't master taught if there's a bargain to be had and you don't take it? Dugu Yan perks up and finishes with a grin, then you're a fool. He chuckles, reveling in the gold and silver. What a haul. We burned through our reserves last time, now we've made it all back. A few minutes later, she's drenched in sweat from exhaustion. As expected of the richest man around, filthy rich doesn't even begin to cover it. But master, we've been at this for a while now and Fu Chu still hasn't shown up. She hasn't really disappeared for good, has she? Could it be that she's offended too many people? We haven't even made a move, yet someone already took her out. This is way too strange. Suddenly, a drop of blood trickles down onto Yan's shoulder. She instinctively follows it with her gaze. Yan swipes it with her fingertip and brings it before her eyes. What is this? She separates her fingertips and notices something is off. Bei instinctively lifts his head to look at Fu Chu. Her entire body is bound tight by several ropes and strung up high. Yan cries out in shock, Fu Chu. Fu Chu is bound so tightly she has no strength left. Blood trickles from the corner of her mouth. Bei is equally stunned. What the hell is going on? Her hollow, lifeless eyes plead for rescue. Save me. Yan points toward Fu Chu. Master, could this be a trap? She desperately begs, please save me, I'm innocent. Dugu Yan seems to sense something. Her eyes widen in alarm. Yan draws a sweeping arc with her sword. Master, watch out, it's a trap. Dugu Yan's spiritual power surges so violently, it bursts out beyond the courtyard walls. Bei stares at the woman on the floor. That wasn't her earlier. Someone is trying to bait him into killing her. Yan is being naive. What the hell is going on? Fu Chu lifts her head and clutches his leg tight. Bei, save me, whatever you want, whatever you wish to know, I can give it all to you. Years of effort, me life's work cannot fail at the final moment. You have to save me. He responds coldly, what makes you think you're still worth saving? Everything in your manor has long since been claimed by us. You're nothing but a dying woman, no value left to exploit. And you still dare scheme against us. So why should we save you? Fu Chu speaks in a weak, trembling voice. All of this is a conspiracy. From the moment you met me to Luo Zusheng's current breakthrough, to your very arrival here, every last bit was planned. He wants to use you to shatter the limits of Shenjai City. He furrows his brow and presses, who is he? Her brows knit tight. A restriction has been placed on me. I cannot speak his name. Save me and I can lead you to him. Yan is skeptical. Master, this has been nothing but one woman's word from start to finish. Do we really have to save her? Bei ponders for a moment, then extends his palm and channels a healing green light. Verdant feather purification. She bows her head in gratitude. Thank you. Dugu Yan lets out a soft sigh. Understood. But in the next instant, Fu Chu spews a mouthful of fresh blood. Her primordial spirit racked with agony, she clutches her head and screams, Bei, you liar. Yan panics. How did this happen? He stares into Fu Chu's blazing red eyes and explains. Someone placed a restriction on her long ago. The moment spiritual power intrudes, it triggers immediately. Her eyes overflow with killing intent, as if she can no longer control herself. Bei, I hate you. Bei senses the danger and barks an order. Fall Basicano W. The instant the two retreat, a devastating explosion erupts from Fu Chu's position. Kaboom! Dugu Yan never saw this coming. Shenjai City is nothing but a nest of schemers, everyone exploiting everyone. She was clearly a formidable figure in her own right, yet in the end, she doesn't even know how she died. He glances back and spots a dark silhouette lurking outside the door. Bei turns and warns, Yana, there's still someone here. He rockets forward, chasing the mysterious figure's trail. Whoosh. Hold it right there. A wall of force slams into Bei's trajectory, blocking him cold. Yan grips her sword hilt with both hands, channeling every ounce of power to support her master. No one gets away. Her blade tip touches the ground, and a flash of emerald spiritual power sparks to life. A strange light descends from the sky, forming several luminous circles that summon a bizarre weapon. The black-robed figure nods a proving glance, somewhat amused. Yan leaps out of the courtyard with her sword drawn. The figure raises a single finger and conjures a wave of mysterious spiritual energy. Dugu Yan freezes midair, her entire body racked by the black-robed figure's primordial spirit attack. He floats right up to Yan's face. Game's over, little girl. In an instant, the black-robed figure knocks Dugu Yan unconscious. Thud. Bei's blood runs cold. He took down Yanner in a single strike. His power absolutely surpasses the true immortal realm. What the hell is he? Yan's entire body trembles as she whimpers, Master. The black-robed figure stands at a distance, making his threat. Bei, I'll give you a chance. 8 steps. Reach me within 8 steps and I'll release your disciple. Fail and your precious pupil becomes nothing but a ghost beneath my blade. Yan's entire body trembles, utterly powerless to resist. He summons a lotus flower encased within a sphere of roiling dark energy. Channeling his power into it, a black lake materializes before him. Bei narrows his eyes at the lotus blossoms floating on its surface. Something from nothing has already reached the spirit manifestation realm. The black-robed figure taunts, my patience runs thin, don't disappoint me. He leaps forward, each step landing squarely on a lotus blossom. Shatter. Step by step, Bei carves a long path straight through them. Seeing Bei standing tall and proud on a lotus platform right before him, the black-robed figure bursts into laughter. You broke through 7 steps in a single streak. Impressive, truly impressive. Yi smirks with contempt. Getting close to you, you're not even worth it. Yi rockets into the air, summoning a colossal palm of energy, and slams it straight down at the black-robed figure. The figure swings Yan's own sword upward, and cleaves the palm clean in half. The black-robed figure stands beside Dugu Yan, gently caressing the weapon in his hand. This blade blocked you this time. Next time it'll be your precious disciple's neck. Yi remains calm, showing no unusual reaction. He slowly steps through a spatial gate. Everything I wanted to know today I now know. Yi, I owe you my thanks. Yi's expression hardens with confusion. What do you mean? The black-robed figure gradually fades away, but not before leaving one last line. Yi will meet again. He dashes to his fallen disciple's side. Yi places both hands on her shoulders and gently lifts her up. Yanner, there's something different about her expression, something that wasn't there before. He frowns in bewilderment. Just then, Dugu Yan's eyes snap open. Crimson spiritual power erupts from her pupils. A bead of cold sweat trickles down Yi's brow. He grits his teeth in illusion. Damn it. Yi falls into a dark, mysterious illusion, deep in contemplation. That wasn't Yanner, just know it was an illusion the black-robed figure conjured using his spiritual power on her body. No wonder I couldn't sense any living aura from her. All of this was to lure me in, but what is he actually after? Yi gazes at the lotus blossoms before him, alongside a small golden triangular shard. He examines it closely, half skeptical. This is divine power. He leaps onto yet another lotus flower. Yi advances forward step by step. His foot lands on a lotus platform. Yi fixes his gaze on the golden object ahead. Every step feels like 1,000 tons of force pressing down, blocking him from advancing. But with each step I take, the spiritual power within my body surges even fiercer, as if it's calling me closer to that golden scale. What exactly are you? Why do you resonate so powerfully with the spiritual power inside me? The object continues to spin within its ring of spiritual power. Yi strokes his chin, racking his brain. Spiritual power alone can't suppress these lotuses, and he can't get any closer. So how the hell does he grab that golden scale? Without hesitation, he extends his hand and summons lightning. Instantly, bolts of thunder strike straight at the golden scale. But moments later, it remains completely intact. Yi shakes his head in frustration. Useless. Only by taking it step by step can he cross through. Fine then, I'll use this chance to break through. Maybe that'll let me reach you. He sits cross-legged on the lotus platform, palms pressed together, and begins chanting. A few days later, Yi still cultivates without pause. The moment his eyes open, a surge of energy bursts forth. His entire body radiates the lotus's power. He rises to his feet, gazing at his hands with deep satisfaction. This place truly is a holy land of cultivation. In just a few short days, his realm has surged to the peak of the void immortal realm. Even outside, hundreds of years might not yield the results these few days have brought. Yi reaches out and touches the ring surrounding the golden scale. This is truly beyond expectation. What exactly are you? This time I'll finally find out. The golden scale gleams brilliantly in Yi's palm. Suddenly, it emits a dazzling cascade of 7-colored energy. Yi can barely contain it any longer. He raises his hand to shield his face. When he comes to, Yi is back where he started. He stands alone before the vast courtyard. Dugu Yan and Banquin approach. Master, you've finally returned. Yi turns toward the voice. He's utterly surprised. Why are you all dressed like this all of a sudden? She throws herself at Yi, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Master Dugu Yan chokes out through tears. It's been 5 years, Master. You've finally come back. His soul nearly leaves his body. 5 years, what are you saying? Dugu Yan grows frantic. Maz. You disappeared for 5 years. Senior sister has been in a deep sleep for 5 years too. So much has happened in Shenjai City. Now you're finally back. Yi strokes his chin in thought. For him, only a few days passed in that space, but 5 years went by outside. That formation was clearly prearranged. But what was that black-robed figure really after? He opens his palm and suddenly realizes, right, where's the golden scale? At that very moment, it's glowing inside Yi's palm. A strange aura envelops his entire body. Miss Dugu widens her eyes, staring at her master. The energy is so powerful it blasts both of them backward. Banquin raises both arms to shield himself, but still coughs up a mouthful of blood. Dugu Yan covers her mouth in shock. Miss Dugu continues to sense the spiritual power radiating from her master. Dugu Yan reaches out to touch Ithao. Can spiritual power possibly be this overwhelming? Moments later, Miss Dugu's entire body seizes up for a few seconds, spins aside, barely dodging a strike. Dugu Yan clutches her arm in alarm. Just a momentary contact, and this spiritual power shattered my meridians, pierced straight into my vital gate. Forget 5 years, 500 years wouldn't be enough for someone to cultivate to this level. Where has Master gone during these 5 years? What has he been through? Banquin clutches his chest behind them and shouts, Miss Dugu, save me. Miss Dugu, after 5 years of friendship, please save me. Dugu Yan reaches back and grabs the hilt of her sword. Relax. After everything you've done for senior sister these past years, I'll definitely save you. She raises her blade high, her aura blazing. These waves of spiritual power have completely isolated all sound from the outside world. Master is completely immersed in his own world of spiritual power, can't hear our voices at all. Right now, only a desperate, all-out strike can snap Master out of it. Dugu Yan's blade drags across the ground, leaving a trail of golden spiritual power in its wake. She leaps into the air, ready to strike. Master, wake up. Yi Bei is still lost in thought. The golden scale has already merged into his body and it seems to be affecting his spiritual power, causing it to surge to life. It's clearly no ordinary artifact of the immortal realm. It must be from beyond the 3,000 worlds. But why did it end up in my hands? And what does it mean, appearing and vanishing at will? Suddenly he glances to the side and seems to hear Yanner's voice. The moment Yi Bei turns, the blade is already descending toward his head. The next second, a heaven-shaking explosion erupts. Kaboom. Yi Bei stumbles backward, bewildered. What the Yanner, what kind of prank is this? Trying to make your senior sister a widow. Dugu Yan immediately sheathes her sword. Master, you've finally woken up. Yi Bei furrows his brow. What the hell is going on? Half an hour later, after everyone has talked non-stop, Yi Bei strokes his chin and realizes. So that's how it is. Looks like I'll need to enter a barren micro-world to safely uncover the secrets of this golden scale on my own. Banquin cuts in. There's hope, no, finally there's hope. I knew I wasn't wrong about you back then. Yi Bei is taken aback. What happened? Banquin clasps his hands and bows respectfully. Brother Yi, do you still remember our original deal? You help my fellow disciples and I provide you with treasures. Right now, the Longevity Pavilion's very survival hangs in the balance. Only you can save us. I'll have the treasures prepared for you immediately. I beg you, please lend us your strength. Yi Bei agrees at once. Not impossible, but you must agree to one condition. He thinks to himself, it's about time he took care of this. Banquin answers eagerly, whatever the condition, I accept. The three of them head into a small room. Yi Bei sits in a chair and proposes, I want you to go to the Tiangshuan Plain immediately. Banquin furrows his brow. The Tiangshuan Plain, Dugu Yan turns to look. Master, do you mean? He nods. That's right. I want you to bring all my disciples up to the immortal realm. Any problems? Banquin clasps his hands with righteous resolve. Of course. No problem at all. Yi Bei picks up a teacup and asks calmly, then tell me your situation. Banquin obeys. Yes, in the 5 years you vanished, Shenjai City underwent earth-shaking changes. Countless divine vestiges emerged, and everyone's cultivation realms soared to heights they never dared imagine. But it was also during these 5 years that a terrifyingly malevolent cult appeared in Shenjai City. Their doctrine annihilate all equality in the world and establish the most rigidly hierarchical society imaginable. They believe all things have an inherent hierarchical order and everything must be sacrificed for the church. No evil is too small to commit, no good deed is worth doing. They've even slaughtered countless rising talents who had just emerged in Shenjai City. Within 5 years, countless factions fell into their hands drained of spiritual power. Tortured in the most inhumane ways, yet no one could resist them. Now they've announced their intention to assault the holy sanctuary of Shenjai City, Yelling City. If that place falls, I can't even begin to imagine the state of eternal ruin Shenjai City will be plunged into. Banquin produces a golden, coin-shaped token. This is my token of authority. Once you reach Yelling City, simply channel your spiritual power into it. The people there will recognize every one of them will welcome you. The situation in Yelling City is extremely complex. Words alone can't do it justice. You'll understand the moment you arrive. Yi Bei takes it, examining every detail with meticulous care. Yi Bei murmurs, the situation in Yelling City is complex. Not long after, he sets foot on entirely different ground. Yi Bei clasps his hands behind his back, gazing down with solemn gravity. A place that could birth a cult this monstrous. I'd very much like to see what kind of land you really are. Suddenly, a sound erupts from the bushes behind him. Yi Bei narrows his eyes in vigilance. Approaching him is a woman using a staff to guide her way. Yi Bei muses to himself in a daze. She is blind. She walks, voice filled with remorse. It is all because of those wretches from the Black Tower sect who devastated your village, leaving you so severely wounded. The man behind her lets out a grunt. The girl seems incredibly kind-hearted, but have no fear. We, the people of Yeleng City, are very hospitable. Once we arrive, everyone will surely exhaust all efforts to save you. Although you have lost an arm and your spiritual power has been stripped away, you must never lose hope. You will certainly survive. The man in black behind her keeps holding her silent. The guiding staff in front of her is nearing the edge of a cliff. She wonders aloud, we have been walking for so long today, why have we not arrived yet? Don't tell me I have taken the wrong path. The man whispers into her ear, you have not gone the wrong way, just keep going straight. The woman says sympathetically, true enough, although I cannot see the road you can, how could we possibly go wrong? He speaks in a low, cold voice. The sect leader once said the weak deserve to die. I should die and you should die as well. I am simply granting you release, I am not wrong. The girl grows alert, sensing something. What are you saying? The man in black lifts his hand without hesitation. If life no longer has meaning, then death is nothing to fear. His eyes are brimming with killing intent. I am not wrong. He swiftly strikes the woman's pressure points, and they both plunge into the abyss. Yi Bei lets out a cold laugh. So this is the Black Tower sect. Truly living by the creed, do not neglect evil just because it is small. Interesting, however, since this seat wishes to save a life, you shall not kill her simply because you desire it. Without delay, he lunges toward the woman falling through the void. Yi Bei swoops down from the heights like a gale, reaching the blind girl in a flash. The woman lets out a shrill cry of terror, a sound that echoes strangely through the quiet forest. She covers her face with her hands. Why is this happening? I clearly saved him. With his hands clasped behind his back, he explains, you saved someone you should not have. He is a dog of the Black Tower sect. The woman is struck with overwhelming shock. What did you say? He is from the Black Tower sect. Yi Bei frowns, confirming. Indeed. Her voice begins to tremble. That means I saved the murderer who slaughtered that entire village, and I nearly brought him back to Yeleng City. He continues, he wanted to kill you likely because he knew that even if he returned to Yeleng City, his identity would be exposed. So he chose to silence you. The girl bows her head sadly. Thank you. If not for you, I would have died without ever knowing the truth. Yi Bei extends his palm toward her. You are from Yeleng City, are you not? This seat will take you back. The woman refuses point blank. He is somewhat surprised. She clutches her shoulder. When he pushed me into the abyss, my dantian was shattered. My life force is already at its end. She pulls a small blue vial from her robes. I was already blind from a cultivation technique gone wrong. Now that my dantian is destroyed and my chi dissipated, there is no saving me. I am truly grateful to you. Though I saved someone unworthy, I hope the one you saved proves worthier. Take this whistle to the longevity pavilion. The people there will treat you well. Yi Bei observes her intently. So this is what the people of Yeleng City are like, as legend describes. A pity. Yi Bei turns to leave, shouting over his shoulder, I shall inform the people of the longevity pavilion to come and collect your remains. Upon arriving at Yeleng City, he stands at the gates and demands, I wish to see your pavilion master. The guards block his path, their demeanor different from before. The pavilion master is not someone you can meet whenever you please. Present your token. He tosses up the circular token of the longevity pavilion. Yi Bei stares at it in surprise, sensing no reaction. His spiritual power has vanished. He tosses it in his hand, rubbing his chin. Indeed, nothing. Could this be the effect of that golden scale? The guards aim their spears at him. What are you trying to do? He speaks frankly, I intend to do nothing at all. Someone simply told me to come and meet your pavilion master. Yi Bei thinks to himself, my spiritual power is gone. If a fight breaks out, I will suffer. I must find a way to intimidate them. The leader grinds his teeth. I said the pavilion master is not someone you can see. Yi Bei spreads his arms, declaring, it was your pavilion master who trades with the longevity pavilion who sent me here. They roar with laughter. Little brat, you should check your own status before telling such lies. You are young and have no spiritual power. How could you have any dealings with our pavilion master? You are clearly here to broaden your horizons. Leave now, and we shall not hold you responsible. Yi Bei lowers his voice. Since that is the case, I shall stop pretending. I am an envoy sent by the Black Tower sect to negotiate. Have your pavilion master come out immediately, or don't blame me if hostilities arise. The guards turn pale. People of the Black Tower sect. They rush to act. I will go report to the pavilion master. An enemy has infiltrated. You lot keep a close watch. If this man makes any rash moves, kill him without hesitation. Understood. Lin Tianzi appears immediately. You were sent by the Black Tower sect. Yi Bei takes out the green whistle. That was just an excuse. It was the pavilion master and that girl who asked me to find you. He recognizes the object instantly. Lin Tianzi says urgently, little brother, please come inside. Bei mutters as he follows. Would it not have been better to do this sooner? As they converse, Lin Tianzi says, since Brother Yi has lost his spiritual power, feel free to cultivate in the pavilion for a time. We shall surely win the battle against the Black Tower sect. Then I thank you. Bei hands him the whistle, but he refuses. I believe Brother Yi should keep this. This whistle does not belong to our Yelang city. He is puzzled. What do you mean? Lin Tianzi explains, Brother Yi likely does not know. This whistle is a unique artifact of a specific tribe in this region. It contains the history of their people, along with the owner's memories and secret incantations. Unless it is a moment of life and death, the owner would never willingly reveal its secrets. Otherwise, it would never fall into the hands of another. For someone to arrive at Yelang City having received such a deep token of trust, I knew you must have been sent by the pavilion master. Bei recalls her words, take this whistle to the longevity pavilion and they will treat you well. He realizes the true meaning of her words. Lin Tianzi adds, Brother Yi, you should keep this safe. Legend says it can save your life in a moment of mortal danger. They stop before a grand hall inscribed with the words, Universal Harmony. Bei repeats the characters, Universal Harmony. Lin Tianzi explains, a public life for the common good. This is the ultimate creed of Yelang City. No fighting, no concepts of hierarchy. In universal harmony, everyone may realize their dreams here. He remains non-committal. It sounds quite ideal. He senses the underlying intent. Welcome to our ranks. Bei lets out an amused laugh. Lin Tianzi introduces, this is our treasury pavilion and also a place for cultivation. As long as you have the ability, everything here is yours to take. Stay here and cultivate well for these 2 days. The matter of the Black Tower sect is infuriating, but for now, it is manageable. Bei says appreciatively, then many thanks. Lin Tianzi advises, however, Brother Yi, you must be extremely cautious. Do not reveal your full talents yet. Recently, the Black Tower cult has been stirring up a storm of assassinations targeting the talented. Anyone they discover possessing talent who refuses to submit to the Black Tower cult is slaughtered without mercy. Bei stroked his chin, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The Black Tower cult really does work ruthlessly. With that, young Master Lin turned to leave. Then I won't trouble you any further. Bei replied politely. Much obliged. Bei circled around, surveying the area. Every treasure and cultivation technique in Yelang City is stored. Herethas is beyond perfect. But right now, he doesn't have a single wisp of spiritual power. He can't claim any of these treasures. Wouldn't that mean he's just staring at them? Completely helpless. Bei reached out and picked up a blue book. He'd open it and check the cultivation techniques underneath first. A brilliant golden aura surged before Bei's eyes. His entire body felt bound by that energy, as if under a spell. Inside was the golden scale fragment he had obtained. Bei's eyes widened in shock. This was a golden scale. Bei read and pondered. The golden scale was a divine artifact, but it hadn't been fully refined by him yet. It had only been forcibly sealed within his body, which was why it was clashing against his own spiritual power. That was precisely why his spiritual power had vanished. If he could fully refine this golden scale, not only would his spiritual power recover, his cultivation realm would break through as well. In an instant, Bei clasped his hands together and began cultivating. A golden energy radiated outward from where he sat. It spiraled upward, forming a ring of light. Bei furrowed his brow, a bead of sweat rolling down. Not quite enough. He doubled down, pouring every ounce of focus into his cultivation, chasing after the full extent of his power. Bei snapped his eyes open. This was the final push. The entire sky was swallowed by waves of crimson mist. 2 blazing golden lights flared within his pupils. They shot into the heavens, forming pillars of emerald light that pierced through the clouds. The soldier stared in stunned disbelief. That means he's broken through. Our chances of defeating the Black Tower cult just got a whole lot better. In the distance, 2 figures were watching the energy surge. The sect master of the Black Tower cult gave his order, find this person and bring them back. The figure in black obeyed. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, Bei was still gazing at the golden scale fragment in his hand. He murmured, a breakthrough is a breakthrough, but I still haven't fully refined it. I need to push even harder. Hearing a sound, Bei immediately went on alert and stepped outside. The man in black stood behind him, his voice cutting through the silence. To detect my presence that quickly, you are impressive. You're only the second person to manage that. I'll give you 2 choices, die by my hand or come with me to the Black Tower cult. Bei replied coolly, and if I refuse both? The man in black lunged forward in a blur. Then I'll just have to choose for you. Bei furrowed his brow. What a pain. Bei simply extended one hand and blocked him, but the man refused to back down, launching several sword strikes in rapid succession. Yi Bei held him off for a moment, stronger than the average person, sure. But this is all you've got. He turned the threat on its head. I'll give you one last chance. Kill me, or the one who dies here is you. The man in black conjured a razor-sharp weapon in his hand. Then die. Yi Bei's expression hardened as he unleashed his technique Void Great Palm. Instantly, a massive spectral hand materialized and slammed toward the man's face. Thud, the man in black vanished into a burst of mysterious purple energy. Yi Bei withdrew his aura. I told you I only gave you one chance, you didn't cherish it. He turned and walked away, leaving a massive palm imprint scorched into the ground. The Black Tower cult, I'd love to see what kind of game you're playing. Yi Bei launched himself into the air, soaring toward a mysterious, fantastical forest. Yi Bei landed swiftly. He spoke without hesitation. You're already here, so show yourself. The sect master of the Black Tower cult revealed himself. Yi Bei, at last we meet. The two faced each other within the mystical forest. Yi Bei asked with open curiosity, you deliberately lured me here. What's your game? The old man sneered, lured you? Hardly. Common rabble could never receive a sincere invitation from this seat. Let me see if you're worthy of it. He swung his staff high, channeling a torrent of crimson energy, but Yi Bei didn't flinch. He smirked. Yi Bei swept his hand forward, unleashing a wave of purple spiritual power. So many soul flames, how many living souls did you burn to forge these? In the blink of an eye, the sect master's energy was hurled backward. The old man burst into laughter, indeed worthy of the one this seat has had his eye on. To think a single strike could shatter my soul flame grand art, you're too humble. The sect master continued, this seat admires your strength and your arrogance. So here and now, this seat sincerely invites you to join our Black Tower cult. What say you? Yi Bei let out a laugh. What makes you think this venerable would agree? That wrinkled face of yours, the sect master pressed on, because we are the same kind. Yi Bei, what do you think cultivation is for? Yi Bei read him like an open book. Don't tell me you actually bought into that universal equality nonsense after a stroll through the longevity pavilion side. The sect master frowned and launched into a tirade. You mean Lin Tianzi's drivel, as long as you cultivate hard enough. Everyone can become a god of Yelling City. Cultivation, from its very inception, exists to draw the line between ranks to separate the worthy from the worthless. The strong command resources and rule the world, the weak are culled. If the immortal realm, the divine realm of Rion, were equals in power, then those realms wouldn't be worth a damn compared to the lower realm. Hierarchy, dominance, that is the fundamental law driving this world. And you and Eo stand at the apex of the food chain. We are destined to be the same breed. Yi Bei tilted his head half committal. Fair point, you're not entirely wrong. The sect master's eyes lit up. Then you'll join the Black Tower cult. Yi Bei raised a single finger and wagged it. No. This venerable is indeed the apex predator of the food chain, that much is true. But as for whether you are, this venerable isn't so sure about that. The old man's face darkened. You're toying with this seat. Yi Bei goaded him further. What annoys me most are people like Yameths full of grand philosophy. Got the guts, then fight. No guts, then kneel and surrender. The sect master roared with fury, summoning his spiritual power. You overestimate yourself. He conjured several spectral chains that erupted around Yi Bei's position. The sect master stood to the side, controlling them as he threatened. Since you refuse to submit to this seat, then I'll just have to take your soul instead. The chains surged inward, coiling around Yi Bei's body. First his arms were bound, then his legs were locked tight. The sect master clenched his fist, stepping forward with overwhelming momentum. Die. Yi Bei just stood there, staring blankly, unmoved, not a single twitch. At the same time, Luo Zusheng suddenly jolts awake from a long, lingering coma. She bolts upright, anxiety etched across her face. Her eyes snap open. Master, she murmurs. In her pupils she sees Yi Bei's image locked in a standoff against the cult masters. Save Master. Du Guyan walks in carrying medicine, then freezes in surprise. In her pupils, the image of him bound in chains flickers to life. Du Guyan places a hand on Luo Zusheng's shoulder. In your eyes, senior sister, lies the future. She reaches up and gently pats her head. That's right, that day Master helped me refine the yin-yang chaos leaf. My body couldn't handle the sheer volume of spiritual power. So I collapsed into a coma for 5 years. During those 5 years, I never woke, but I knew everything that happened to everyone. It was the yin-yang chaos leaf that awakened the power of the immortal pool within me. Du Guyan ponders. So the vision senior sister just saw means Master is about to face an unprecedented crisis. Yanner, junior sister, we must go help Master. Du Guyan turns to leave. I'll rally our forces right away and head to Master's aid. Luo Zusheng extends her hand to stop her. No, she's already thought of a better plan. They have something more important to do. In the shadow of the trees, the cult master still refuses to let up. Yi Bei, die. The moment the spiked chains lash out, Yi Bei raises his palm to block. His eyes flash with golden spiritual power. You think chains alone can hold me? In an instant, Yi Bei grabs the spike tip and tears through the chain encirclement. He clenches his fist around it and crushes the spike into dust with raw force. Moments later, countless stone slabs materialize around where Yi Bei stands, arranged in the shape of a lotus blossom. The cult master leaps back, eyes wide with disbelief. What? He didn't destroy the formation's eye. He tore the entire formation apart with pure spiritual power. So what that man in black said was true. Yi Bei, you truly are my destined rival. The cult master summons several more mind demon rings. In that case, this just got interesting. Yi Bei takes one slow step forward then vanishes, moving at the speed of light. The cult master senses Yi Bei behind him and freezes. How is this possible? In a heartbeat, Yi Bei brings his strike crashing down, but the cult master dodges nimbly to the side. The cult master points his staff straight at him. Not bad speed, but you're still a little short. He suddenly snaps his head up, scanning in every direction, but his opponent is nowhere to be found. That's when Yi Bei's primordial spirit slams into him like a freight train, forcing a cry from his lips. Damn it! Bolts of lightning rain down from above, forming several concentric rings. Moments later, the cult master lies sprawled on the ground. His spiritual power slowly dissipates into the air. Yi Bei, today this sovereign merely toyed with you using spirit manifestation. Next time we meet, you'd better be careful. Yi Bei furrows his brow, puzzled. Spirit manifestation? The same technique as that man in black. Could it be that his cultivation realm is also above the true immortal realm? The cult master's spirit drifts away, leaving behind a sinister, bone-chilling laugh. Yi Bei frowns, thinking hard, knows something's off. If his realm truly surpassed the true immortal realm, he would have already ascended and left this place behind. His spirit manifestation was achieved by refining living souls to amplify his soul power, then cultivating that technique. That's precisely why his spirit manifestation looks so authentic, nearly impossible to distinguish from the real thing. If he can achieve spirit manifestation, then it proves that cultivating spirit manifestation at the true immortal realm is absolutely viable. These golden scales cultivate soul power, that's the core principle. Let me give it a try. Deep within the bamboo grove, Yi Bei trains alone. He suddenly opens his eyes, gazing at another version of himself standing before him. He nods quietly just as he suspected. As long as the soul is cultivated to its absolute peak of strength and truth, there's no need to refine living souls. Spirit manifestation becomes possible. Right now, he can only project the form. Wielding it naturally will require a few more days of training. Without warning, an arrow comes rocketing toward him. He spins around instantly. Who's there? Yi Bei leaps up in a flash, dodging a devastating barrage of attacks. He lands a distance away, scowling in the direction the arrow came from, looking to die. Suddenly, a clamor of voices erupts from that very spot. Stop pushing, or we'll blow our cover. Senior sister, you're stepping on my foot, stop shoving. The moment he hears their voices, realization dawns on him. A broad grin spreads across Yi Bei's face. So that's how it is. He clutches his chest dramatically. Ah, I've been hit, the arrow got me. I'm going down. Seeing him go motionless, his disciples burst from the surroundings. Master, are you okay? Teibai kneels down, props Yi Bei up, and glares at Hongyu, scolding her. Hongyu, senior sister, this is all your fault. You used way too much force, you knocked Master out cold. Hongyu stammers apologetically, I'm sorry. But before she can finish, Teibai cuts her off again. Master was asleep for 500 years before waking up. His foundation is completely unstable. We shouldn't have tested him with actual combat. This was all my terrible idea. Everyone around them starts crying, each one blaming themselves. Master, it's all my fault, no mine, it's my fault. Just then, Xia Atong appears. She says Master would never have fainted from a wound this small before. He must be low on spiritual power right now. She has plenty, let her channel her spiritual power into him. With that, she puckers her lips and leans toward Yi Bei. But before she gets anywhere close, Lin Feng shoves her away. Xiaodong protests, let me do it. But Lin Feng cuts her off. No, let me do it. Meanwhile, Yi Bei is secretly overjoyed. His disciples really do care about him this much. Good disciples, your master didn't raise you all for nothing. Wu Zio won't stand for it. She shoves both of them aside. Everyone stop fooling around. Professional matters should be left to the professional. She turns. Xing Chen. Xing Chen steps forward and says flatly, only the senior sister can cure what ails Master. Luo Zusheng crouches down, a gentle smile on her face. Master, stop playing around. How could any of them possibly hurt you? Bei opens his eyes and beams. No one understands me like you do, Zuer. The surrounding disciples erupt with excitement. Master, you're really awake. Bei rises to his feet and addresses them all. My disciples, it has been 500 years. Our sect has finally reunited. Lin Feng wipes away tears. 500 years, Master, you've truly come back to life. Ling Wei cries along with him. Master, we missed you so much. Bei glances around, then frowns. Where's Xiaoju? Xiaotong answers, Master, there's something you don't know. Xiaoju, senior sister, entered Shenjai City long ago and carved out a sphere of influence for herself. But a few days ago, some blind fool from the Black Tower cult injured one of her people. With a temper like Xiaoju's, there was no way she'd let that slide. In a rage, she stormed straight to the Black Tower cult. So by the time senior sister went looking for her, she'd already left. Wu Xiao snarls the moment she hears it. Someone actually dares bully people from our sect, they've got a death wish. Xiao Tong, however, doesn't see it that way. She figures that with ninth senior sister's strength, it's far more likely she's the one doing the bullying, not the other way around. The surrounding crowd buzzes with whispered chatter. Forget about it, anyone who dares mess with our people has only one path: death. Master, your disciple humbly requests permission for everyone to avenge Ninth Junior and tear down the Black Tower cult. I beg you. Master, let us raise that cult to the ground. Bei nods in approval. Granted. But behind him, Luoya's face is clouded with worry. Two black-robed enforcers shout their threats at full volume. Don't you dare act reckless, this is Black Tower cult territory. If you cause trouble, our cult master will never let you off. Xiaoju, on the other hand, looks down on them with pure contempt. The Black Tower cult, what kind of impressive sect is that supposed to be? Why would I need to be afraid? If anything, it's your guts that are impressively large. He's already drenched in cold sweat. Both goons get smacked away by Xiaoju in an instant. The blonde one grunts, her spiritual power is terrifyingly strong. If this drags on, she'll drain us dry. The brown-haired one replies, You're right, I've been watching, she's only good at ranged attacks. Plus, after every spirit orb she fires, there's a cooldown window. The kill shot is in that split second. Strike with everything we've got right then. They both lunge at her. Die, Xiaoju lets out a mocking laugh. Who told you my skills have a cooldown? She retaliates instantly. Both of them panic and scatter. A massive explosion rips through the air. She surveys the clouds of dust and debris swirling around her. Xiaoju mutters to herself, 2 measly guardian enforcers, and I had to burn through 6 orbs for them. These Black Tower cult people actually have some skill. But since I'm already here, how could I leave without dropping off a little gift? Xiaoju bolts forward like a gust of wind. She pants heavily and groans, I'm exhausted, but I finally got it into shape. But is this really the Black Tower cult's headquarters? I've been blowing this place apart for so long, how come not a single person has shown up? In the distance, the 2 goons who weren't actually defeated by Xiaoju are now tailing her from behind. The blonde one thinks in relief, that was close, nearly got wiped out. They whisper to each other, the prey has taken the bait. The plan can begin now. Go report to the cult master now. Xiaoju sighs, if only master were here. Scene shift, another village. Bei's group moves through the area. Xiao Tong is captivated by the bustling streets. She gazes at everything and exclaims, so this is Yelling City, truly worthy of being called a holy city. We finally made it. This place is incredible, whatever you need, it's here. Then everyone notices something nearby. A little girl bumps into an old man while walking. When the girl looks up and sees the man's fierce face, she flinches in fear. The girl stammers, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The kindly old man doesn't scold her. Instead, he offers, come with me. The girl beams with joy. Thank you. The 2 of them walk off together. Xiao Tong says between bites, back then, master took us in just like that. Tai Bai watches the scene, moved, and responds to Xiao Tong. That's right. A deafening boom tears across the sky. Someone screams a warning, the Black Tower cult is attacking. Purple orbs rain down relentlessly, smashing into the city's buildings. Bei conjures a protective barrier around his disciples. He asks urgently, is everyone all right? One of them replies, we're fine. Black-robed figures storm the city. Civilians flee in every direction, screaming. The Black Tower cult has breached the gates. Pavilion Master Lin is gravely wounded. Run. The guards refuse to surrender and fight back. As long as we stand, the city stands. If we fall, the city falls. Defend Yelling City. Defend Yelling City. Wu Xiao watches the carnage and grits her teeth. The Black Tower cult is dead. Bei also observes with a grave expression. The black-robed attackers are overwhelmingly powerful. They've already cut down every single guard. One of them sneers arrogantly, Yelling City, what a joke, just a pile of trash. But before he can finish, Wu Zio's boot slams straight into his face. She beats him with furious, unrelenting blows. Act tough, will you? Bully the weak, will you? Tai Bai speaks up. Senior sisters, junior sisters, how about a little competition? Let's see who can slay the most Black Tower cult demons. Whoever avenges Yelling City gets bragging rights as Master's best disciple. Xiao Tong immediately raises her hand. I'm in. Can I put in a request for an extra basket of Spirit Mountain Phoenix drumsticks if I win? Tai Bai smacks Xiao Tong on the head. Now is the time you're thinking about food. Then she makes a deal with Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong, if you can take first place, every one of us sisters will scour every corner of Spirit Mountain to bring back a whole basket for you. Hearing that, Xiao Tong's eyes light up instantly. Really? Xiao Tong grips her massive spoon like a beast eyeing prey. She stares at the Black Tower cult goons ahead and breaks into a savage grin. Then it's a deal, let's do this. Xiao Tong and the others charge in, fists flying. Tai Bai also rushes in and gives the enemies a thorough beating. Wu Zio, fighting on her end, takes one down and shouts at Xiao Tong. This is my ultimate weapon on the culinary road, great for cooking and fighting alike. Using it on you guys is a waste. Yibei turns to Luo Ya and says gently, Luo Ya, child, ever since we met, you've been carrying something heavy on your mind. What happened? What could you possibly need to hide from your master? Luo Ya hesitates for a moment, then speaks carefully. Master, I can see fragments of the future. He listens and replies warmly, that's exactly how you found all the other junior sisters and brought them here. Luoya answers honestly, yes, though I can't see everything clearly. I caught a vague glimpse. It seems Master will leave us and lose something precious in the process. Yibei chuckles gently and ruffles Luoya's hair. Silly girl, do you really think your master would abandon 107 disciples and walk away from all of you? Luoya immediately shakes her head. No. He says softly, fate is decreed by heaven, not by man. The gift of foresight exists to help you see what you truly want with greater clarity so you can act on it. It's not meant to make you bow your head, give up and surrender everything. The way you are right now isn't the cold, decisive Luoya that I know. Master Luoya whispers. Your disciple understands. No matter the outcome, no matter where you go, I will always follow you, Master. Just as Wu Zio is beating down a black-robed enemy, a purple orb suddenly appears and rockets toward her at blinding speed. Wu Zio's eyes go wide with shock. She shouts, that's Zio Jiu's 9 linked orbs. Luoya says in disbelief, that's Zio Jiu's most prized possession. She never lets it out of her sight. Why is it here? She panics. Something happened to Zio Jiu. Wu Zio reaches for the orb. It really is Zio Jiu's lifebound orb. But the instant her fingers are about to touch it, a beam of light snatches the orb away. Wu Zio snarls through clenched teeth. Who dares? The Black Tower cult master materializes out of thin air. He sneers, a mere insect like you, and you dare lay hands on this sovereign's orb. Yibei sees him and stiffens. The old man turns his gaze toward Yibei and speaks. We meet again. Yibei. Yibei. Wu Zio whirls on the cult master and roars. Why is Zio Jiu's lifebound orb in your hands? What did you do to her? The Black Tower cult master answers calmly. Nothing much, really. Wu Zio doesn't wait for more. She lunges at him, teeth bared. You dare kill my junior sister. But he catches her strike effortlessly. Wu Zio is momentarily stunned. He actually blocked my sovereign fist. But if you think that's all I've got, you're seriously underestimating me. A rapid barrage of fists slams into his barrier, cracking it and sending it skidding outward. The Black Tower cult master raises an eyebrow, mildly surprised. Not bad. Yibei's disciples are certainly stronger than those mindless husks I cultivate with harvested souls. But you are not my target. The moment the words leave his mouth, he strikes. A heaven-shaking explosion erupts as he bellows. All you lowly insects, get out of this sovereign's sight. A blinding flash of light blinds everyone before they can react. The surrounding buildings are wiped off the map in an instant. A massive crater yawns open in the earth. Yibei narrows his eyes and stares at him. The Black Tower cult master boasts, that was only 80% of my spiritual power, and yet 2 of you are still standing. Impressive truly, the younger generation surpasses the old. But Yibei and Zhu Sheng don't even bother with a response. Nothing to say. Just realize this sovereign's power is countless times greater than last time. Last time, this sovereign merely manifested his spirit to toy with you for a bit. You got off easy, but don't you dare mistake that for this sovereign's true power. This thighs is the real battle between us. Yibei remains calm and replies, even if that was your true form last time, your spiritual power couldn't have been that overwhelming. What exactly did you do? Hearing this, the old man laughs aloud. You've seen through me. This sovereign won't pretend anymore. This sovereign merely devoured the living souls of Lin Tianzi and that little disciple of yours, absorbing every last drop of their spiritual power. Upon hearing those words, Yibei's face darkens instantly. But then the old man produces a bead, taunting him. This is a gift your little disciple gave to this sovereign. Before the old man even finishes his sentence, Yibei vanishes. While the old man is still gloating, Yibei materializes right in front of him. His eyes brim with killing intent. He speaks through gritted teeth, "Today you die." The battle erupts. A terrifying force engulfs the entire city. The Black Tower sect master swings his arm in a vicious strike. Yibei dodges swiftly. Then the old man raises his staff and activates a massive formation. As it happens, this sovereign also wants you dead today. Let's see what you've got. Colossal skeletal warriors materialize after his booming command. Red mist seeps through the air. The bone soldiers charge straight at Yibei. He doesn't stand idle. His eyes turn golden, Kaioken lightning art. The moment the words leave his lips, a radiant golden dragon materializes. The instant it appears, a terrifying force slams into the skeletal warriors. They're swallowed whole by cascading golden lightning. Watching this, the old man shows no fear, only amusement. Summoning thunder and lightning, truly formidable, but to this sovereign, it means nothing. A colossal skull, dwarfing Yibei's dragon many times over, materializes and opens its gaping maw toward him. Yibei sneers, "Beating me won't be that easy." His words barely land before a tornado erupts, sweeping everything away. Tao of the shield vortex. The old man narrows his eyes. Interesting. Yibei charges at him, Tao of the sword. The razor-sharp slash is effortlessly dodged by the old man. But before he can even blink, Yibei unleashes the Tao of infernal flame. The old man frowns. He strikes back. Heaven-burning unity. Suddenly, the old man inhales deeply and spews a massive torrent of fire from his mouth. Standing before Yibei, the old man declares, "Yibei, though your spirit surpasses ordinary men, the cultivation techniques of this mortal world cannot kill this sovereign." Hearing this, Yibei falls silent. The old man speaks again. "Do you know why you were brought to this world?" Yibei is stunned. "You know my past." The old man replies slowly, "Because we are both chosen by those from the upper realm. They guided you to this world. And they also led you into this sacred land to meet this sovereign. Originally, this sovereign thought you would choose to stand by my side to ascend together, to enter the upper realm where no mortal has ever set foot. Yet you were foolish enough to refuse. This sovereign shall be honest with you. I have reached the peak of the true immortal realm. Only one final step remains before I can ascend and break through to the immortal realm. And this sovereign knows exactly where you come from and the power of your techniques. With your current strength, you are absolutely no match for this sovereign. Therefore, this sovereign gives you two choices: either offer your living soul to fuel this sovereign's breakthrough, or watch your disciples die before your eyes, and then be killed by this sovereign yourself." The moment the old man finishes, Yibei lets out a cold laugh. Seeing him say nothing, the old man asks, "Well, have you made your decision?" Yibei suddenly bursts into laughter. "Don't mention Yaoven, the so-called upper realm doesn't concern me one bit. Today there's only one outcome: you die." At that moment, Luoya appears. "Master, I'm here to help you." Upon seeing Luoya, the old man sizes her up. "A pure immortal physique, you had a splendid surprise. This sovereign was about to deal with you, and you've delivered yourself as a gift." Luoya shows no fear, only contempt, as she glares at the old man. She steps forward and says, "Master, engage him head-on. I'll find an opening to get close." Yibei approves of this plan. "Understood." With that, she dashes forward. The old man's tentacles lash out instantly, coiling around Luoya's body, but in the blink of an eye, she breaks free. The old man, startled, strikes again, but Luoya blocks the blow. She grits her teeth and channels every ounce of her spiritual power. The two forces collide head-on, neither side yielding an inch. Seeing this, the old man mocks her. Mere parlor tricks, but from behind him comes a cold, chilling voice. "Oh, is that so?" The old man whips his head around in shock. Damn it. He's met with a devastating strike from Yibei. He takes both attacks head-on. The old man is swallowed by a thick cloud of dust and smoke, but Luoya's expression isn't one of joy, it's disbelief. "What happened?" Yibei frowns at the sight as well. The old man emerges without a single scratch, boasting gleefully, "This sovereign told youth cultivation techniques of you mortals cannot wound this sovereign. You've played every card you had, and this sovereign has seen through all of them. Now it's this sovereign's turn to strike." Crimson formations blaze across the sky in rapid succession. Yibei's eyes widen. Luoya screams in horror. This is a soul-devouring formation. As she speaks, below in the town, the souls of innocent civilians are ripped away by the formation. Screams and desperate cries for help echo everywhere. Help, someone save us. Those souls converge toward the center of the formation, where the old man stands. He devours every last soul like a ravenous demon. Luoya cries out in alarm, Master, he's going to devour the living souls of everyone in the city. I can no longer see the next premonition. I fear the outcome of this. Yi Bei frowns. Whether he can devour them all remains to be seen. A bottomless glutton like him, best to kill him on the spot. The golden scale in Yi Bei's hand soars upward. It radiates a blinding light across the sky, forcing Yi Bei to shield his eyes. When he opens them, the surrounding space has shifted. The Void Realm again. Did the golden scale pull me in here? 1 day in the Void Realm equals 1 year in the outside world. That's the critical point. I need to get out fast. But to his surprise, the golden scale slips from his grasp. He's stunned. What's happening? The golden scale is now emanating a mysterious, ethereal glow. Yi Bei stares in wonder. This is the power of the soul. Now I know how to defeat the Black Tower Sect Master. No matter how profound any defensive or offensive spell may be, there is always a countermeasure. Only a soul tempered to the realm of spirit manifestation will have nothing to fear. The Black Tower Sect Master was able to escalate his power so quickly. It must be because he refines the living souls of the living. What he cultivates is soul power, and his attacks on ordinary people strike at their very souls. Conventional methods cannot inflict any real damage on him. To defeat him, one can only rely on the soul power of spirit manifestation. He immediately taps into the power of spirit manifestation. In an instant, a golden knight materializes, towering behind Yi Bei. Seeing Yi Bei standing motionless, the Black Tower Cult Master roars and charges. Yi Bei, your death day has arrived. A massive skull opens its gaping maw wide, lunging straight at him. He snaps his eyes open, his expression steel. Time to end this. A colossal hand slams down and crushes the skull flat. The Black Tower Cult Master is struck speechless, his face frozen in shock. Yi Bei looms over him and growls, it's over for you. The old man is still reeling in disbelief. In just a few short days you actually mastered spirit manifestation, Yi Bei sneers. Lucky I ran into you that day, otherwise I'd never have figured out your weakness. The old man shakes his head, stubbornly refusing to accept it. I don't believe it. In just a few days you couldn't possibly defeat me. A fist rockets forward, slamming hard into the old man. He staggers under the blow and for the first time, truly believes that Yi Bei has obtained overwhelming power. You actually mastered spirit manifestation. Yi Bei stands over him and asks with contempt, is that supposed to be hard? Before the overwhelming might of their master, the old man looks utterly insignificant. He stares at Yi Bei, then sighs, fine. Then let this be our final showdown. A beam of crimson light erupts and converges into a towering warrior. A massive monster materializes behind the Black Tower Cult Master. A colossal energy bomb forms in its maw, but before it can fire, a giant hand intercepts and crushes it. The primordial spirit's hand slams down on the warrior's skull, pinning him in Placino room to resist. Yi Bei throws a punch. His spirit manifestation mirrors the motion, striking with devastating force and sending the Black Tower Cult Master's spirit manifestation flying. But the old man shows no fear. He shouts, you think you can kill me? It's not that simple. A pair of pitch-black hands erupt behind him, seizing Yi Bei's spirit manifestation. Yi Bei coughs up blood instantly. Seeing this, the old man grins with triumph. A black orb gathers in his palm. I can harness the thousands upon thousands of souls from Yelling City against you. Yi Bei, you stand alone. Yi Bei, you've lost. Face my final strike. The massive sphere, packed with terrifying destructive power, hurtles toward Yi Bei. At that moment, Luoya, Wu Zhao, and Teibai Aperthi unite to aid their master. Master, your disciples are here to help. The two forces collide head-on. The Black Tower Cult Master channels every last ounce of his power. Teibai and Wu Zhao refuse to back down. Zhu Sheng grits her teeth and pours every ounce of strength into her power. Yi Bei doesn't sit idle either. His entire body erupts with golden radiance. Kaboom! A cataclysmic explosion erupts, unleashing annihilating force straight at the Black Tower Cult Master. System Black Tower Cult Master has been defeated. Yi Bei's disciples chatter excitedly, as expected of us. Thank goodness Master was here or we'd have been done for. Huh, where's Master? Yi Bei looks at the figure before him and speaks. It's you, so you're the longevity maiden. She answers gently, yes, it is I. Yi Bei, congratulations on passing our trial. Will you follow me to the upper realm? He asks in confusion. The upper realms, the longevity maiden explains slowly. Yes, the upper realm. The land of the gods and the secret realm of longevity. It is the place every cultivator yearns for. You passed our trial, he furrows his brow. What do you mean trial? You mean everything that happened after I entered the immortal realm was orchestrated by you people, including Shen Tiankui. Fuch, even that strange golden scale. The longevity maiden doesn't deny it. Correct, all of it was for your growth, like us. You are destined to become the strongest in the immortal realm. So, come with us. Upon hearing this, Yubei's face darkens instantly. Come with you, he grabs her in fury. You want me to follow you. All the hardship I endured along the way was all you're doing, and now you want me to come with you. Dream on. The longevity maiden panics, stammering apologies. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. The two scuffle for hours until the longevity maiden's face is swollen beyond recognition. She whispers, Lord Yi, when would you like to ascend to the upper realm? Just send word to my subordinates. I have matters to attend to today, no time to escort you up. With that, she vanishes. Luoya asks anxiously, Master, what about us? Are you going to abandon us and ascend to the upper realm? He answers calmly, how could I? Keep cultivating diligently. We'll ascend to the upper realm together. I'll teach you all what it truly means to walk this path. Everyone agrees cheerfully. Yes, Master. And what greets him in the end is the overwhelming bosom of his disciple slamming straight into his face. And so the journey concludes with Yibei surrounded by the joy of his beloved disciples. That's a wrap, folks. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button and drop a like while you're at it. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. Bye bye, love y'all.